The first time the old celestial master brought you back to Longhushan, it caused panic among everyone. Not only did it scare Feng Baobao on the opposite side to step back repeatedly, even Wang Daolong, who is usually extremely calm, was sweating profusely. The energy aftermath when you appeared even scared Billy to use divine spirits. The reason is that you are a time traveler. A day ago, as a firefighter, he unfortunately died in a fire, and when he opened his eyes again, he found himself in the body of a little boy. Unable to figure out his own identity, a group of masked thugs broke into the village, slaughtering his unfamiliar parents of this life, as well as many other tribesmen. He was also killed by the thugs without any surprises. Fortunately, like all novel protagonists, you also awakened the system. Although you were wiped out at the beginning, the system still resurrected you. This scene happened to be seen by Zhao Huanjin, who came to rescue. After a brief exchange, you were taken to the Celestial Master's mansion on Mount Longhu. At the first sight of the old Celestial Master, he knew that he had crossed over to a world beneath one person. Master, this child's life should not end. He is still in shock, Zhao Huanjin said, reminding that he should take a break to calm down. The old Celestial Master, with his hands behind his back, nodded and glanced at you, then waved his hand. Seeing this, Zhao Huanjin also smiled and nodded, took your hand, and intended to take you to the backyard to rest. However, at that moment, he found that the little hand in his hand was particularly stubborn and couldn't be moved at all. When he lowered his head to look, he suddenly saw your eyes shining brightly and said, "Old Celestial Master, accept me as your disciple." Out of the blue, a sentence made Zhang Jiwei, who was about to leave, pause for a moment. He stopped, turned around to look at you, a hint of doubt in his eyes. He thought the child was too scared to speak, but now it seemed different. Master, if I don't avenge my family from this disaster, I can't face anyone again. Please accept me as your disciple. In the midst of his thoughts, you spoke again, determination written all over your face. Looking at the old master in front of you, you made up your mind. In this world under one person, it seemed no different from the previous world, but in the mundane city, there were many unimaginable existences. The outsider company, outsiders, Chuanqing, there are many recluses hidden in the deep mountains, or powerful figures who hide from the world. Just one finger from these people is enough to kill an ordinary person 100 times. To survive in such a world, as a weak individual, you can only rely on the shelter of a big tree. The old celestial master Zhang Jiwei in front of you is known as the top one. When he is happy, he is above everyone. When he is not happy, he is below everyone. In the world where others practice martial arts, he is undoubtedly the strongest. For this reason, you are unwilling to miss the opportunity in front of you, so you speak up to ask to become his disciple. Sure enough, after hearing your request to become his disciple twice, Zhang Jiwei showed a hint of surprise in his eyes. He thought that the child's family had a close relationship with him and Zhang Huai. He had already foreseen the disaster of the extermination of the clan this time. But unfortunately, Zhao Huanjin was still one step too late. With a myriad of thoughts, Zhang Jiwei smiled bitterly and murmured, "Forget it, forget it. Your family has taken good care of Zhang Huai. It is all in accordance with the laws of nature, the cycle of cause and effect. Child, from today onwards, you are now the senior disciple of Zhang Huai's lineage. Although he is no longer with us, this old bone, will be your master from now on." Zhao Huanjin, who was standing aside, was shocked to hear this. He thought that the lineage of senior uncle Zhang Huai had long been cut off at the Celestial Master's palace, with no successors, especially this one, who had been too bold in those years, causing no one to be willing to light the furnace again. But unexpectedly, today the master personally lit an incense for senior uncle Zhang Huai's lineage. In terms of seniority, you are actually of the same generation as their eldest senior brother. When the junior disciples of this lineage see you, they will have to call you senior brother. Thank you, master. Upon hearing this, you couldn't help but nod and say that you will never fail to live up to the great kindness of the master. Perhaps the master felt something, or perhaps it was due to karma. Zhang Jiwei felt inexplicably emotional, thinking that his junior brother had been confused all his life, ending up in a very bad situation. Now that his lineage has a successor, Zhang Jiwei is genuinely happy from the bottom of his heart. Well, Zhao Huanjin, take him to bathe and change clothes. Let Lingyu accompany him, and I will come to see him again tomorrow. Zhao Huanjin nodded, then took you out of the main hall and headed straight to the resting courtyard. Just as they arrived at the door, a young man with long hair and a mole on his forehead walked out. Senior brother. He looked at Zhao Huanjin with a calm expression, then his gaze fell on you, which made him pause. He immediately recognized the young man in front of him as Zhang Lingyu, the future #1 youth of Longhushan. Zhang Lingyu, you're not asleep yet? Zhao Huanjin smiled slightly and said, "Let me introduce you. This is our senior brother. Senior brother? Looking at you, who were so young. Zhang Lingyu furrowed his brows for a moment. But this is Longhushan. And he quickly understood, saying, I've met senior brother Zhang. You nodded, feeling secretly pleased, and glanced at Zhang Lingyu, subconsciously raising your head. You said, Zhang Lingyu, you're just in time. Help senior brother Zhang take a bath. Remember to bring the ointment. You're both young, so I won't come. Bathing? Upon hearing this, Zhang Lingyu's eyes revealed a hint of embarrassment. Watching his senior brother leave lazily, he couldn't help but sigh and glanced at the somewhat aloof figure in front of him. He spoke up. Senior brother Zhang, I'll take you. No need. Before he could finish, he was interrupted. I'll do it myself. Just give me the medicine. Hearing the cold tone, Zhang Lingyu nodded. Moments later, inside the bathroom, he looked at himself in the mirror, a hint of regret in his eyes. Despite crossing over, the word handsome still accompanied him, especially in a certain aspect where his innate talent had been evident since childhood. However, just as he was observing the birds in peace, Zhang Lingyu walked in at an inappropriate time. Seeing you standing in front of the mirror admiring yourself with your hands on your hips, he pointed out 3 black spots on your Taoist robe. Senior brother, your robe. Startled, you covered the important area and looked at the blushing Zhang Lingyu. He coughed and said, leave it, I'll take care of it myself. The shy Zhang Lingyu nodded without saying a word and quickly left the bathroom. Once outside the door, he took a deep breath, his face burning with shyness, wondering, what was senior brother doing just now? Admiring himself in the mirror? No, bird watching in the mirror. That expression, those movements, seemed to be particularly self-satisfying. Shaking his head, Zhang Lingyu stopped his wild thoughts and glanced at his belt, suddenly feeling a bit inferior, suspecting if he was malnourished. Later, in the room, due to Zhang Dao's sudden arrival, there was no separate room for him. Under Rongshan's arrangement, he and Zhang Lingyu squeezed onto one bed, their small bodies fitting just right. After senior brother Rongshan left, the room fell silent. Sitting on a chair, Zhang Lingyu glanced at the figure in front of him, swallowed nervously, and after secretly sizing you up, he spoke up. Senior brother, you should rest first. I still need to practice. Practicing? Zhang Daoran, who was adjusting his Taoist robe in front of the mirror, was stunned for a moment, then turned around and happened to meet Zhang Lingyu's eyes, which made him stunned, and then his face turned red. Zhang Lingyu, who thought highly of his appearance, unexpectedly felt a kind of indescribable feeling at this moment, which made him sigh in his heart, thinking that this new senior brother seemed exceptionally good-looking. Using popular slang, he was so handsome. Have you seen enough? Perhaps from looking for too long. Zhang Daoran noticed Zhang Lingyu's blushing, feeling quite embarrassed. He sighed and then climbed onto the bed. No, I'm going to practice. The blushing Zhang Lingyu was stunned for a moment, then shook his head and left the room. Seeing this scene, Zhang Daoran's eyes revealed a hint of a smile. He stretched lazily, his face showing exhaustion, thinking that after walking all the way, he could finally rest. However, before resting, Zhang Daoran immediately waved his hand, and suddenly, a transparent personal interface that only he could see appeared. Host, Zhang Daoran. Age, 5 years old. Height, 1 meter. Skill, extraordinary comprehension. Warehouse, 0. Looking at the ordinary personal interface, Zhang Daoran immediately collected it, pondering that after being killed at the beginning, the system gave him an extraordinary comprehension skill, and then seemed to disappear, making him appear particularly quiet all the way. After all, it was unbearable to not be quiet, especially the feeling of being stabbed in the stomach as soon as he opened his eyes after crossing over. This made Zhang Daoran deeply aware that he must not go out to have fun without absolute strength, especially with family revenge on his mind. He must work hard to practice diligently. However, before that, he decided to take a nap. Thinking of this, Zhang Daoran immediately fell asleep, and at this time in the Heavenly Master's house, the old Celestial Master looked at the Rongshan in front of him and couldn't help but nod, thinking to himself, based on the disciple's report, it seems that the boy Daoran went back to sleep. It was completely unlike Lingyu, who was still practicing hard. He had thought that the boy had a big grudge against him and that he would not be able to sleep at all. Being able to see his peer Lingyu practicing hard, he would more or less learn a little, but the kid really can't learn a thing. The thoughtful old Celestial Master thought of this and commanded, "Got it, keep an extra eye on him." Rongshan returned a yes, then closed the door and left. The old Celestial Master who stood in place sighed and instantly returned to the table. Southerly glanced at the senior brother next to him and couldn't help but shake his head. "Come on, senior brother, keep drinking." When Tian Jinzhong heard this, a hint of a smile appeared on his face. Broken limbs he nodded and instantly opened his mouth. He couldn't help but smile after tasting that drink. Elder brother. How talented is that child? Didn't you look closely? Hearing the inquiry, Zhang Jiwei smiled bitterly. With that, he told Zhou Huanjin what he had seen and heard. After saying that, he was even more surprised. It's not like you don't know the people in that cottage. You need to see it? The golden cicada method of faking death. Only they know it. This child is the future hope of this tribe. No need. Tian Jinzhong said, knowing the truth. It's all karma. Back then when Huai came down from the mountain, without the help of these people, I'm afraid he would have died. It seems it's all karma. The compassionate Zhang Jiwei nodded inside. The kid seems to have lost his memory, both his family and who his enemies are. It's kind of pathetic. Looking at his senior brother who was moved with compassion, Tian Jinzhong couldn't help but nod his head. With a bland face he smiled and said softly, in that case, let's teach as many as we can. The name is Zhang anyway, in case it works out. Hearing his senior brother say this, Zhang Jiwei also nodded. With a bland face he glanced at the moon outside the window and said, that's right, if those guys are not convinced, just come to Dragon Tiger Mountain and look for me. Early the next morning, in a sleepy haze, Zhang Daoran opened his eyes, listening to the sounds of practicing outside the house. He couldn't help but get up and stretch. A hint of a smile appeared in his eyes as he glanced around at the empty beds. Takuma Mountain. This group of people get up really early. This point is only 4 or 5 o'clock. I did not expect that all had been up to practice. As a disciple who had just joined, Zhang Daoran naturally could not break the rules. Topped with small inches, he stretched and followed him out of bed. On his way out of bed, he also deliberately looked at the chest stab wound. As expected, the injury had begun to scar under the Lungfu Mountain ointment. Of course, there is naturally a systematic remedy for such a fatal stab wound. Otherwise the best ointment would be useless. A rather satisfied Zhang Daoran glanced out the window, then followed and pushed open the door. It was vaguely visible to Zhao Huanjin, Sansan, and Zhang Lingyu, who were practicing with a group of disciples. Everyone's Taoist robes, coupled with that unique style of practicing kung fu, made people look at them for a while and feel refreshed. And after Zhao Huanjin saw Zhao Daoran come out, he then came to follow him and said, Junior brother, you're awake? How do you feel? Thanks to senior brother Zhao's concern, the ointment is indeed magical. Hearing this, Zhou Huanjin couldn't help but nod in satisfaction. When he was about to say something, he saw the old heavenly master come into the courtyard with his hands behind his back. Perturbed and immortal, he looked around and then came to the crowd. Let me introduce to you all, Zhang Daoran, the eldest disciple of your senior uncle Huai's lineage, for whom the master has taken on disciples and taught on his behalf. From now on, he is your senior brother. Hearing this, Zhang Daoran's face was filled with smiles. Looking at the older and younger ones before him, he then nodded. Zhang Daoran greets you all. A cry of senior brother spread through the ears of the crowd. Zhang Lingyu, who was standing in the last row, saw the scene and her face was more or less unnatural. The elder brother, who was the size of his age in front of Takumi, seemed to be a bit pleased with himself. Zhang Jiwei, on the other hand, smiled slightly when he saw the scene. With an amiable face he glanced at the crowd and coughed. Once you enter the Heavenly Master's house, you will have to abide by the rules here from now on. Daoran, the way is natural. Today the master teaches you the Golden Light Mantra. How much you can learn is up to you. The Golden Light Spell? When Zhang Daoran heard this, his heart was instantly ecstatic. I thought that the Golden Light Mantra is the old Heavenly Master's best skill, which can be practiced to perfection. It was no exaggeration to say that this was a divine ability to cultivate immortality. Otherwise, the old Heavenly Master could not be that one Jedi, much less do a person under. Master, a rather excited Zhang Daoran nodded, then followed the old Heavenly Master in the direction of the Grand Hall. Soon, the two of them arrived at the place where they were preaching and teaching. After the old Celestial Master with his hands behind his back paused in his stance, he then bowed to his ancestor. Seeing this, Zhang Daoran, who was trailing behind, followed in a similar fashion. After performing a few rituals, the old Celestial Master turned around and said, the heaven and earth Xianzong, the root of all air, cultivate widely for 10,000 kalpas and prove my divine power. Daoran, watch this, as Master demonstrates it for you. Putting down such a sentence, the old Heavenly Master casually waved his hand. Golden light instantly spread all over its tall and upright body. An invisible air, moreover, flowed through its body. Looking through the golden light, Zhang Daoran suddenly realized that the old Heavenly Master's circumference was as transparent as glass. In that, the invisible air flows through all the bones, forming an endless, monstrous circuit of the circumference of the sky. Collections. As the old Heavenly Master spat out a word, the golden light around his body instantly vanished. Seeing this scene, Zhang Daoran's eyes were filled with shock. He thought to himself that the old Heavenly Master was so strong now. If he waited for the unmotivated Bijin to come out, how strong would he be? Unable to think, he shook his head slightly in praise. Master is as powerful as an immortal. The old celestial master with his hands behind his back smiled and looked at the talking Zhang Daoran and said, air is formless and even more sourceless, but under the guidance of the golden light mantra, one can naturally better possess it and harness it, and when practiced to a certain point, it can be put away and released as one pleases, and can be used to attack when advancing, and to defend when retreating. Come, Daoran, for the master to pass on your mantra. Seal decision. You have a good time to realize. Don't be in a hurry. It's hard to learn this golden light mantra for the first time. With a respectful face, Zhang Daoran nodded and then followed the old heavenly master in style. From the mnemonic to the Dao seal decision, he had learned them all, and after successfully learning it once, a beeping voice came from his head and said, ding, monitoring that the host is in the process of enlightenment. Gnosis reversal skill triggered. Ding, due to your realization of the golden light mantra. Congratulations on comprehending the primary control of the golden light mantra. That's it? Hearing the system beep, Zhang Daoran's face froze. I thought to myself that this Gnosis reversal skill was too overbearing. See what you can do? The old celestial master laughed when he stopped. It might be a little hard. It's not a problem. Take your time. Before the words were finished, Zhang Daoran followed and used the golden light incantation in style. The sealing decree that had no errors, as well as the mantra, caused a glint to appear in the old heavenly master's eyes. Ding, as you are comprehending the golden light mantra. Congratulations on comprehending the golden light mantra intermediate control, especially with another enlightenment. Zhang Daoran's use of the golden light mantra was a step further. On its body, a golden air followed. The sudden scene made the old heavenly master look dumbfounded. He thought that when Zhang Lingyu learned the golden light mantra, it almost took him a few months to comprehend the air. Even for him, it took a full month to comprehend it. But this kid in front of him actually comprehended it just after learning it. What kind of divine talent is this? Feeling incredulous, the old celestial master swallowed his saliva, and the whole person was a bit skeptical of life. Master, is that so? After stopping, Zhang Daoran looked at the old heavenly master who did not speak and asked, do you see that I have a talent for monasticism? Talent? Just kidding. Zhang Jiwei's face was all smiles when he heard this. Feeling like he had picked up a treasure, he nodded in relief. You are very good. Take your time to learn. The fact that you can sense the air proves that you have talent. Keep up the good work again. For the air control harness to practice more. In the beginning for the teacher also spent a few weeks. I believe that you are also very fast. Go! Zhang Daoran nodded. Hearing the old heavenly master say this, he was relieved in his heart. After all, the golden light mantra is the watchword of Longhu Mountain. And learning this is considered a basic guarantee. The next thing he had to do, naturally, was to practice diligently. Of course, with the support of the system, Zhang Daoran felt as if he didn't need to make much effort. With that thought in mind, he bounded out of the great hall. After the people left, the old heavenly master could not help but wipe the cold sweat from his forehead. Looking back at the ancestor statue, his eyes were filled with shock. Pondering Zhang Daoran's talent, he looked at the entire inhuman realm. Even looking forward a few decades, I'm afraid there are only a few guys who can match that. And each of these guys has accomplished something extraordinary. All of them are unbeatable and strong. Now that he, Longhu Mountain, had also produced one, it made Zhang Jiwei a little worried for a while. After all, the stronger the talent, the greater the likelihood of rebellion in the future. A speechless old heavenly master shook his head, and then he went out of the great hall. And then he came to his senior brother's courtyard, vaguely visible. Under Rongshan's care, Tian Jinzhong was sunbathing and drinking tea. After seeing his senior brother arrive, he said with a slight smile, look how flustered you look. What could have happened to make you like this? Upon hearing the inquiry, the old heavenly master couldn't help but let out a sigh. After a few glances at his senior, he then came to heel. Daoran just learned the golden light mantra once and realized the air. As soon as those words left his mouth, the courtyard instantly fell silent. Click. Rongshan, who was holding a teacup, was even more stunned, and the teacup in his hand followed and smashed on the ground. The bland-faced Tian Jinzhong also had his skin twitch and trembled. Is that true? The old master nodded slightly, very excited. I saw it with my own eyes. Would I lie to you? This child's talent is no worse than Huai's. It's even stronger. And even that fellow from all sects is no better. Hearing this, Tian Jinzhong fell silent, thinking that Daoran this child can have this kind of talent. It is a good thing and a bad thing for Longhu Mountain. Quite curious. He nodded and smiled. Bring him to meet me. Out of the great hall, Zhang Daoran went all the way back to the courtyard, and just after entering the door, he saw Zhang Lingyu, who was holding her arms. With a bland face, He looked up and then blandly said, "It's hard to learn the golden light mantra. It took me a few months to get a little success back in the day. If senior brother is troubled, Lingyu can be for you." Before the words were finished, Zhang Daoran casually pinched out the golden light incantation Dao. "Elder brother, is that what you're talking about? Is it hard, brother? Is the golden light mantra hard?" Looking at the golden light in Zhang Daoran's hand, Zhang Lingyu's eyes were filled with incredulity. I thought to myself, how long has this guy been learning? Less than 2 hours. I think that's enough to control the air? Looking at the massive golden light, Zhang Lingyu trembled. "Elder brother, you are awesome." An unimpressed Zhang Daoran smiled and glanced at the shocked Zhang Lingyu, a hint of a smile in his eyes. Unconcerned, he nodded gently as he collected his air. "Thanks for the compliment, senior brother. I'm going to practice." After putting down such a sentence, Zhang Daoran turned around and left. Looking at the departing back, Zhang Lingyu could not help but freeze in place. Mind you, it took him over a month to learn the air. For this reason this has become a topic of conversation in the mouths of the senior brothers, often whispering something about him being the future first genius of Lung Fushan. But now after Zhang Lingyu saw senior brother Daoran, he suddenly felt that he was just a fart. Pride battered. He shook his head and instantly staggered back a step. It so happened that Zhou Huanjin followed, and the two of them collided at once. Looking at the soulful and somewhat bewildered junior brother in front of him, he wondered, "Lingyu, what's wrong with you?" Muddled, "Is it hard to believe that you've gotten carried away practicing kung fu?" Hearing his senior brother's inquiry, Zhang Lingyu's face was slightly bitter. Looking at the senior brother in front of him, he sighed and said, Senior brother Daoran already knows how to control the air." "Oh, what?" Zhou Huanjin, who hadn't heard, let out an "oh" and was instantly shocked. "Didn't he just learn, and this is how you can harness air?" Zhang Lingyu nodded, thinking that he didn't believe this either. But seeing is believing, and this makes him believe that there are monsters in the world. This is horrible. Zhou Huanjin was shocked. "How long has it been?" "No, I have to go and see for myself." After dropping such a sentence, Zhou Huanjin ran off in the direction he came from. Zhang Lingyu, who was frozen in place, could not help but sigh when she saw this scene. Feeling the pressure, he gritted his teeth and then silently walked towards the practice room. On the other side, after skulking around everywhere, Zhang Daoran then stopped in front of a deserted hall. Alchemy room. The three big words dragon flying and flowing came into view. On either side of the vermilion-colored cylindrical gate, weeds grew, as well as cobwebs on the eaves. Zhang Daoran, who had come here, looked at it for a few moments with a hint of curiosity on his face. "I thought to myself that the Heavenly Master's mansion of Lung Fushan had been one of the holy places of Taoism since ancient times. Aside from the golden light incantation and being famous for his thunder technique, he was actually not bad at alchemy. It is a pity that in modern times, alchemy to become immortal has become a feudal superstition and has naturally been rejected. But who knew that the old ancestors left behind the Dan formula? In fact, some of them are really quite useful. Otherwise, those emperors in ancient times would not have sent people to make pills by all means, just for the sake of immortality." The thoughtful Zhang Daoran smiled and immediately followed to the front door. A rusty brass lock hung on the heel of the door, covered with signs of age. It was as if no one had been here for some years. Curious Zhang Daoran then pushed with his hand. The copper lock clanked a few times, still solid as gold. This caused him to frown, and then he silently recited the mantra. At once, a thumb-sized ball of air appeared in its palm. "Go!" With a low shout, this air instantly turned into golden light and shot away. Click! With a click, the brass lock came off and fell to the ground. "Nice!" Zhang Daoran, who had a small test, smiled slightly, the corners of his mouth rising, thinking to himself that with each use of his golden light mantra, Gnosis against the heavens would allow it to be refined by 1 point. Naturally, this basic version is handy for harnessing air. Of course, to be as overwhelming and worldly as the old heavenly master, Zhang Daoran knew that he still needed to work hard for a few more years. Quite pleased, he gave a gentle push and the long unopened door opened smoothly. As far as the eye could see, there was a yard behind the gate. The yard was overgrown with weeds and a few rats kept running around in it. In the center of the courtyard, there is also an incense burner standing. As for at the end, it resembled a large hall, flanked by chambers. In disrepair, the place looked out of place with the Tianchi mansion outside. Zhang Daoran, who came to the courtyard, shook his head slightly, thinking that although alchemy had fallen out of favor, but in this place, Longhu Mountain, it should never have been reduced to such a state. The only explanation was that the current heavenly master didn't like to refine pills and other external substances for tonic. Thinking of this, Zhang Daoran smiled, then followed and stepped inside the courtyard. After poking through the weeds, he followed to the heel of the great hall. Vaguely, The great hall was empty, and nothing seemed to be left but a few broken chairs. Of course, in the corner he also found a three-legged alchemy furnace. This caused Zhang Daoran, who felt curious, to freeze and subconsciously follow and pick it up. Wiping the dust with his hand, he realized that it was still a bronze tripod, although the surface is a little rough. But look at the age of the object is also 100 years, and there are traces of fire in its ground. Obviously this is someone who has used the alchemy furnace. Feeling amused, Zhang Daoran smiled and followed to continue searching the house. As luck would have it, he found another book under Kung Fu, the Dan Pil Grand Ceremony. Looking at the 4 large dragon flying characters, Zhang Daoran's eyes revealed a hint of excitement, followed by opening it up. The paper inside was mutilated by bugs. I could barely look at it before a few words were recognizable. Scroll back up and most of them are the same. Just when Zhang Daoran wanted to give up, he saw that the last page was relatively intact. Written on the top was an elixir formula called the 1-element 2 breaths elixir formula. Looking at its function, it seems to be used to strengthen the body and improve its physique. Ding! As you have comprehended the Yu and Dicky Dan formula, congratulations on comprehending the Yu and Dicky Dan production method. Somewhat surprised, Zhang Daoran froze, his heart instantly ecstatic. Gnosis against all odds works for this too. Zhang Daoran, who was surprised, immediately tore off the Dan formula and stuffed it into his pocket. I thought to myself that since this thing could be comprehended, it meant that the elixir was useful. As long as he could successfully refine pills, wouldn't becoming stronger be a matter of minutes? He was planning to be happy when suddenly there was a commotion in the yard. Immediately after that, Rongshan as well as Zhao Wanjin arrived. Looking at Zhang Daoran, who was hugging the alchemy furnace and stealing joy, the expressions on the faces of the two of them were each different. Junior brother, what are you doing? The alchemy room has been deserted for a long time. Come out. Junior brother, Uncle Tian is here to invite you. Uncle Tian? Zhang Daoran, who was holding the alchemy furnace, froze, thinking what is this person looking for him? Rather puzzled, he nodded as he walked. 2 senior brothers, may I ask where this alchemy room's Dan formula has gone? Hearing the inquiry, Rongshan couldn't help but stare. He thought to himself that alchemy, a means of relying on external objects, was not favored by the master. Unwilling to let his youngest brother go astray, he sighed and said, Junior brother, if you like alchemy, I advise you to quit. Master doesn't like to rely on external substances to practice and get tonic. The old celestial master doesn't like it? Zhang Daoran froze, then a hint of a smile appeared on his face. I thought to myself that based on the original plot, the old celestial master did indeed scoff at elixirs, but didn't he also use the elixir when he seized the position of Spirit Jade Celestial Master? In Zhang Daoran's opinion, it wasn't that the old heavenly master didn't have a fondness for pills, but that they weren't good enough. If he was able to refine superior pills, I'm afraid that everyone in Longhu Mountain would be knocking down pills to practice. Thinking of this, he glanced at Senior Rongshan and said, Senior brother, who doesn't have a little hobby? Rongshan was slightly stunned and was about to respond, but he saw Zhou Huanjin rubbing his hands together and said, Junior brother, I heard that you have sensed the air. Zhang Daoran nodded and looked at the two in front of him, then snapped his fingers. Instantly, on his right hand, a golden flame appeared. Air control. Seeing this scene, Zhou Huanjin's eyes widened. Incredulous, he gulped and said, This is controlling the air. It's already crossed the level of sensing the air. How long have you only been learning this? What the master said is true. MT also said in dismay, Little senior brother, how did you do it? Hearing the inquiry, Zhang Daoran smiled faintly. Holding the alchemy furnace in his left hand, he rubbed his head and said, Put your heart into it, and learn by heart. Second senior brother, take me to find Uncle Tian. Learning by heart? Rongshan, Zhao Huanjin and the two of them froze in place when they heard these words. I thought to myself that if I could sense the air and learn to control it in less than a day by virtue of my heart, then they wouldn't have to learn for so many years and still not reach a tenth of the master's power. The rather bitter duo looked at the backs of those walking ahead, and immediately followed with quick steps. Moments later, the courtyard. Tian Jinzhong looked at Zhang Daoran, who was holding the alchemy furnace in his hands and wearing a Taoist robe, and couldn't help but nod in satisfaction. Not having seen a stranger in a long time, he smiled and then coughed. At a young age, the talent is indeed terrifying. Daoran, are you feeling sensitive to the air? Upon hearing the inquiry, Zhang Daoran, who had just finished performing air control, shook his head. Looking at Tian Jinzhong in front of him, a hint of emotion appeared in his eyes. Figuring out that this person in front of him is Zhang Huai's senior brother, Zhang Jiwei's senior brother, Master Tian. When he was young, his natural talent wasn't bad, and he was considered a strong man in Longhu Mountain. It's just a pity that for the sake of a single word, He had his limbs wasted by the gang and spent his whole life in a wheelchair. Even to the time of the Luo Tian Dajia, he was tortured to death by the gang of Quan Sex. Zhang Daoran still had a lot of respect for this loyal and righteous Master Tian who kept his mouth shut. Thoughtful, he smiled and responded softly. Master Tian, I feel it with my heart, and as long as I do, the air exists before my eyes. Again with the heart? When Rongshan and Zhao Wanjin, who were on the side, heard this, their faces couldn't help but twitch. Even the old celestial master with his hands behind his back frowned upon hearing this. Thinking to myself that a good gift is a good gift. Isn't it a bit of a stretch to say anything about heart? The keen-eyed Master Tian nodded and looked at Zhang Daoran in front of him and laughed. Not bad, young and promising. The future of Longhu Mountain has another expert. Daoran, the way is natural. Master wants you to abide by your heart and seek the way with one mind. Understand? Hearing the teachings, Zhang Daoran nodded, looking at the Master Tian who was following him. A hint of a smile appeared in his eyes. He was thinking that he could turn around and leave after casually dealing with a few sentences. However, he saw the old celestial master nod and came to the front and pointed at the alchemy furnace. I heard you went to the alchemy room? Zhang Daoran was slightly stunned, then nodded. Unapologetically he tapped the bottom of the stove and said, Yes, master. Apprentice wants to learn alchemy. As soon as these words were uttered, Rongshan, Zhao Wanjin and the two of them frowned. A hint of worry appeared in their eyes as they looked at the junior brother in front of them. As expected, the old heavenly master couldn't help but shake his head. His face became somewhat serious as he spoke. Pills are all external substances that are harmful to the body's tonic. I know you are eager to take revenge, but this alchemy is not the way for you to become stronger. Daoran, you have such an unbelievable talent. In 10 years, I'll guarantee that you'll become a strong generation, so don't learn this alchemy. Looking at the old heavenly master who had stated the pros and cons, Zhang Daoran's face was bland. Unconcerned with the stares of those around him, he smiled and retorted, Master, the apprentice alchemist isn't doing it for revenge. He just thinks that practicing on the mountain is a bit boring, so he might as well find something to do. And this alchemy is just the right thing to relieve the tedium. So please grant it. Master, boring to practice? The old celestial master froze, then somewhat relieved. He thought to himself that the golden light mantra he had handed over to Daoran was nothing more than the most basic of things. For example, the 5 thunder positive technique, as well as the meditation mantra and other powerful skills, none of which had been imparted yet. It wasn't that he was stingy and didn't teach, but the boy was learning too fast, totally beyond one's expectations. The rather emotional old Tiancher looked at Zhang Daoran and decided to teach the Dao a lesson. Yeah, it's only been one day and you've lost interest? Think you have some talent and don't want to practice anymore? This is the beginning of the fall. Since this is the case, the master will not blame you. If you can do what the master wants, this alchemy can be learned at will. Hearing this, Rongshan and Zhao Wanjin froze. Zhang Daoran was even more stunned, then laughed. Master please. The old celestial master with his hands behind his back smiled and pointed out of the courtyard. There is a rock on the mountainside called Xian Iron. If you can shatter it with the golden light curse within 10 days, master will promise you. Good. Without thinking, Zhang Daoran laughed. As for the Rongshan on the side, Zhao Huanjin's face instantly changed when he heard about it. Thinking to myself that there is indeed a rock called basalt on the mountainside, and the stone wasn't named blindly. It was itself a piece of basalt that fell from the sky, falling on Longhu Mountain. I'm afraid it's about 1,000 years old. Master, I'm in a hurry. Zhang Daoran spoke again. I'll see you in 10 days. Putting down such a sentence, Zhang Daoran then left in front of the crowd. Rongshan, who was frozen in place, was excited when the people left. Master, how is this possible? Even if junior brother was more powerful, he wouldn't be able to shatter the Xian Iron stone. Yeah, Master, Zhao Wanjin said. That stone is heavenly metaphysical iron, commonly known as a meteorite. The unimpressed old celestial master smiled, thinking that the so-called Xian Iron was nothing more than an ordinary stone in his opinion. As long as the Dao is high enough, what's a mere basalt stone? It's just that Daoran, the boy, is still young, and the stone is indeed difficult. Aren't you punking him? Tian Jinzhong laughed. Nonetheless, the old celestial master laughed. I didn't force him, did I? Let him be. A young boy won't understand how high and thick the sky is until he experiences setbacks. Tian Jinzhong smiled slightly, looking at his senior brother who was a bit of a pit in front of him, a hint of helplessness showing in his eyes. It seems that back then, senior brother Huai had been pitched like this once. After leaving the courtyard, Zhang Daoran ran towards the mountainside. This place had memorized the way when he had gone up the mountain. Instead of the imagined barren mountains, there are clear stone staircases and all kinds of alabaster human landscapes. and their heavenly master's mansion is closed to the public in the back except for the main hall, which is open. So as soon as we got to the hillside, it was extraordinarily crowded. There are those who come to travel and those who come to seek God. There were even people who came to ask about marriage. Of course, in addition to the touristy people, some of the godfathers are extraordinarily numerous. For example, wearing Taoist robes and claiming to be a disciple of the heavenly master's house of Lungfu Shan, hands a string to buy 8,888, yelling that the old celestial master has opened the light. This is not uncommon as it can be found everywhere in Lungfu Shan. I don't know how many innocent young girls, young men, and thus become the wrongdoer. And Zhang Daoran, who was wearing a small Taoist robe and a Taoist crown, followed the avenue all the way to the halfway point of the mountain. According to what Master said, that Xian Ironstone was in this area. Handsome in appearance, as if he were an exiled man, he traveled through the crowd. From time to time, it would draw stares, as well as accosting. Nay, Zhang Daoran only had Xin Taisha in his heart, and had no out-of-body objects. After looking for about 10 minutes, at a spot off the beaten path, away from the scenery, as if on the edge of a cliff, he stopped, vaguely visible. At Zhang Daoran's heels was a large stone about 2 meters high and 3 meters wide. On the front of it, the words basalt were written, as well as at the bottom of the stone. It is not difficult to see the words Zhang Huai came here. Zhang Daoran, who had stopped, looked at the boulder for a few moments and was in a bit of a dilemma. Takumi blamed Rongshan, and Zhao Huanjin was surprised by a few people. Turns out it was the stone that did surprise people. However, Zhang Daoran was not discouraged, but instead directly recited the mantra silently. Heaven and earth are the basic source of all air, widely practicing for 10,000 kalpas. I have proved my divine power. Inside and outside the three worlds, I am the only one. The body has a golden light that covers my body. Instantly, a golden light instantly burst out on Zhang Daoran's body, covered in air. He looked up at the basalt stone and immediately punched out. Bang! Ouch! Ouch is the word, and I'm only going to say it once. Immediately withdrawing his fist, Zhang Daoran's face was complex as he looked at the Shin Tai stone in front of him, and he couldn't help but suck in a breath of cool air, thinking to myself that this rock is too hard enough that it would be difficult for him to shatter it with this bit of air. Senior brother, you can't break the stone. But at that moment, a familiar voice came from behind him. Looking back, Zhang Lingyu, who was holding her arms, walked up, dressed in Taoist robes and with a handsome face. He glanced at Zhang Daoran and then stopped. The reason why Master let you come here is to temper your heart. Although you are gifted, you are still a bit too wild. Mad? Upon hearing Zhang Lingyu say this, a hint of a smile appeared on Zhang Daoran's face. Unconcerned, he nodded, not turning around. Elder brother is teaching me how to do things? Teach me to work? Hearing this, Zhang Lingyu frowned slightly, looking at the unsympathetic senior brother in front of him. He then intended to turn around and leave. Bang! But as he lifted his foot, he heard another punch from behind him. When he looked back, he only saw Zhang Daoran, whose body was bursting with golden light, as if he had gone crazy, continuously swinging his fists at the Shin Tai stone. It was as if there was indescribable power in this small figure. When Zhang Lingyu saw this scene, although she was somewhat moved, she still felt that it was somewhat futile. After all, if this Xian Ironstone was that breakable, he would have broken it long ago in the first place. With that thought, he then turned to leave. Bang! 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 As the night gradually approached, Zhang Daoran, who was on the heels of the Shin Tai stone, slowly stopped. Sweating profusely, he looked at the stone in front of him, a hint of a smile in his eyes. It was vaguely visible that after I don't know how many punches he had hammered, the surface of the stone was unharmed, and not even a single piece of stone slag had fallen off. Perhaps the only thing he gained was that he felt that the air in his body had increased a lot. Ding! Since you swung your fist 10,000 times, congratulations on realizing the Dao fist. But at that moment, the system suddenly sent a prompt saying, Dojang? Zhang Daoran was stunned and then staggered. Is this even possible? System, what kind of fist is the Dao fist? Ding! The Taoist fist is the host's realization of the boxing method. Swinging 100,000 punches can strengthen the body. 1,000,000 punches can break rocks and gold. 1,000,000 punches can break mountains and the earth. Hearing the system's explanation, Zhang Daoran froze for a few seconds, and then he was ecstatic in his heart. It's awesome. No wonder he felt a little hot in his body after 10,000 punches. Thought it was the air. Who knew it was the punch? A rather excited Zhang Daoran gulped and instantly raised his fist to look at it. With a hint of laughter in his eyes, he laughed out loud and immediately continued to swing his fist at the Shin Tai stone. And in the distant grass, Rong Shan, who was carrying the bowl, looked at the movement below and a hint of doubt appeared in his eyes. Looking down at Lingyu, who was seriously drying her rice. She couldn't help but cough. Senior brother. What are you laughing at when you say Duran junior brother? Hearing the inquiry, Zhang Lingyu couldn't help but look up, then continued with the dry rice. Normal. Back then, after I fought for a day and a night, I was also exasperated by the Xian Tai Shi into this state. In the parlance of people nowadays, it's called madness. Crazy? Rongshan shook his head slightly, thinking that this could not be allowed. According to the fourth senior brother, this Dao Ran senior brother's miserable life, outsiders are not enough to know. He wouldn't have known some of the truth of it if he hadn't pursued it. In his opinion, senior brother Dao Ran was thinking of refining pills to get stronger because of a family feud, including the desperate punching now. It is also to vent out the resentment in his heart. Thinking of this, Rongshan then put down his bowl and said, "Wait for me." Putting down such a sentence, Rongshan jumped down from a few meters high as if the wind had been generated on the soles of his feet. Then, like an ape, he hopped and jumped to the basalt stone. Looking at elder brother Dao Ran in front of him, he softly said, "Junior brother Dao Ran, give it a rest. If you keep fighting like this, you won't be able to unload the resentment in your heart." The sudden arrival of Rongshan caused Zhang Daoran to freeze. Looking at the senior brother in front of him, he wondered, "What makes you say that? Senior brother? Elder brother is busy. If you're fine, please make way." Hearing this, Rongshan couldn't help but sigh. Looking back at the basalt stone that was not damaged in the slightest, he laughed. "Senior brother, I understand the pain in your heart. You are still young. There is plenty of time for revenge. In the future, senior brother will definitely follow you. Otherwise, if you keep fighting like this now, not only will it hurt your body, but it will also make you go off the deep end and your Taoist heart unstable." The moment these words came out of his mouth, Zhang Daoran was even more surprised. Looking at Rongshan, he wondered, "Senior brother, I really don't mean that. Senior brother, I understand everything." Rongshan laughed. "Alchemy and tonic in order to become stronger is all human nature. Senior brother, I understand your hardship, and even more so, I understand that it's not easy for you." Zhang Daoran? A few moments later, "Senior brother, tomorrow I will let your fourth senior brother to persuade you." "Hey!" Looking at senior Rongshan, who was forced to walk away after half a day of persuasion, a hint of embarrassment appeared in Zhang Daoran's eyes, and he couldn't help but swing out with an indignant fist. Click! Ding! As you have swung your fist 20,000 times, congratulations on your enlightenment of the second realm of Dao Fist. Upon hearing the system beep, a hint of ecstasy appeared in Zhang Daoran's eyes, only to see that on the surface of the basalt stone, a piece of stone skin fell off. Quite excited, he gulped and couldn't help but swing harder, and in the bushes, Rongshan, who had returned to the place, saw this scene and only felt that his counsel was not the least bit useful. Instead, after half a day of persuasion, this little senior brother seemed to become even more frantic. He looked at Lingyu, who was eating and watching from the side, and said, "Senior brother, why don't you go and persuade?" Zhang Lingyu froze, then shook her head. Takumi had long ago gone to council. "Nah, others say it's teaching him things." Slightly helpless, Zhang Lingyu stretched her back and smiled. "Let's go. Senior, no one can die." Rongshan sighed and could only follow. Early the next morning, the rooster was just crowing. The old heavenly master was getting dressed and walking out when he saw Rongshan guarding the doorway. Intrigued, he smiled and said, "Rongshan, what's the matter so early in the morning?" Hearing the inquiry, Rongshan hurriedly nodded, and then told what happened last night. When he finished, he said softly, "Master, why don't you persuade junior brother? I reckon he's going to go crazy if this goes on." The old celestial master with his hands behind his back nodded, thinking to himself that this child was quite stubborn. He had thought that the boy would know what to do when he went to the basilisk's heel. Who knew this guy had a hard-on all night? He was about to check it out when suddenly there was the sound of hurried footsteps by the door. In the next second, Zhang Lingyu ran in a panic. "Master, something big is wrong." The old celestial master froze, and then a murderous aura swept around him. Eyes like a torch, he looked around and said, "Full sex kills are coming?" "No." Zhang Lingyu shook her head and said, "Then why are you panicking?" The old celestial master wondered. Zhang Lingyu, who was too late to explain, gulped and said, "It's junior brother Dao Ran. Go and take a look." Hearing this, a hint of worry appeared in the old celestial master's eyes. Figured it couldn't be that the kid had gone off the deep end, could it? Too late to think much about it, he shook his head and then walked off at a brisk pace. And on the mountainside, Zhang Daoran, who had been playing Taoist boxing all night, looked energized and dragon-like. The air on the tiny body was even more refined, and on the surface of the basalt stone in front of him, there was an additional small pit. Ding! As you swung 100,000 punches, Congratulations on comprehending the fourth realm of Tao Fist. Hearing the system prompt, Zhang Daeran's heart burst with ecstasy. Takuma had been punching all night, and finally got him to punch the full 100,000 times. Not only did it allow him to break through the surface of the metaphysical iron stone, but it also brought him to the 100,000 level of the Tao Fist. After coming to this level, Zhang Daoran clearly felt that his body had become much stronger. Even the air seemed to be getting thicker and thicker. This made him not dare to imagine what it would feel like if he reached 1,000,000 punches, the kind that could shatter stone and break gold. Thinking of this, Zhang Daoran was about to continue swinging his fist. However, he saw a figure descend from the sky, followed by Zhao Huanjin coming to heal. With his hands behind his back, he looked at Zhang Daoran in front of him, a hint of a sigh showing in his eyes. Junior brother Daoran, stop fighting. It's been a night. If this continues, you'll go crazy. Hearing this, Zhang Daoran's face was filled with doubt. Looking at Zhou Huanjin, he wondered, "Senior brother, why do you say that?" Zhao Huanjin sighed and couldn't help but shake his head as he looked at the obsessed junior brother Daoran. He knew best how miserable this Takuma's life was. If it were a normal person, I'm afraid that he would have been unable to accept it and would have gone mad and committed suicide. But this one is not only not crazy, but extraordinarily strong. Even with his young age, he even became a disciple of the Heavenly Master's house of Longhu Mountain. Coupled with its talent, it simply has a bright future ahead of it. But just yesterday, this one suddenly clamored for alchemy. This was in Zhao Huanjin's opinion. Daoran Jr. brother's alchemy was completely for the purpose of pulling the plug and going to seek revenge on his enemies. Quite emotionally, he shook his head and said, "Junior brother Daoran, I know you're eager to take revenge, but this will take time, and that gang is very powerful. Your current power is still too weak. Stop. When you're successful in learning the way, senior brother is willing to follow you to take revenge." The moment these words came out, Zhang Daoran was even more confused. Completely unaware of what Zhou Huanjin was talking about, he gulped and said, "Senior, what are you talking about? And secondly, who is my enemy that you know of?" Looking at junior elder brother Daoran, who was answering the question, Zhao Huanjin even sighed. Carrying the basilisk on his back, he shook his head slightly and said, "Senior brother, I can only tell you that those people come from mysterious origins and have extremely high identities. The current you is no match for them at all. If you want to take revenge, listen to your senior brother and go back. If you keep on fighting like this, not only will you get nothing, but you'll also easily go off the deep end and fall into Taoist instability." Zhang Daoran swallowed his saliva and looked at Zhao Huanjin, who was getting more and more serious as he spoke. A hint of embarrassment appeared in his eyes. He, who couldn't help but touch his head, laughed and pointed to the Xin Tai stone on the side. "I think it's quite rewarding, believe it or not." Rongshan froze, then followed Zhang Daoran's pointing finger and looked. It's a shock not to see. To the naked eye, there was a small pit on the surface of the basalt. Looking at the shape, it seemed to have been smashed hard into this by an external force. WC. Zhou Huanjin gulped and subconsciously touched it with his hand. After confirming that it was true, he got excited. "Junior brother, did you smash this? Really?" Zhang Daoran spread his hands and then swung out with another punch. Bang! A simple, unassuming punch slammed into the small pit with great precision. This scene fell in Zhao Huanjin's eyes, causing his mouth to open wide enough to stuff an egg. Incredibly shocked, he looked at the scene in front of him and was a bit skeptical for a moment. "I thought to myself that according to what the master said, this stone is a meteorite, and its interior is full of metaphysical iron. To shatter them apart, nothing less than strong strength was needed. Even if they wanted to break it open a little bit of the surface, it would be difficult to do so. But the youngest Daoran brother in front of him had smashed out a pit overnight. How did this happen? Senior brother, see if this is real." Zhang Daoran, who had withdrawn his fist, laughed and said, "Senior brother didn't go off the deep end, did he? This isn't a waste of effort. It's just around the corner from the shattering that master said." "I see." Hearing Zhang Daoran say this, Zhao Huanjin no longer knew what to say. While he was incomparably shocked, there was suddenly movement in the distance, only to see Zhang Lingyu, the old celestial master, and Rongshan. Several people came flying. "Daoran, stop!" The rushing old celestial master arrived before the person arrived, but his voice arrived first. After coming to the front, he glanced at Zhang Daoran, a hint of a sigh appearing in his eyes. When he was about to continue his advice, he saw that there was something wrong with Zhou Huanjin's expression. "Master, what did you say?" Zhang Daoran scratched his head and said, "Look, my disciple will soon be able to break the Xin Tai stone." As soon as these words were uttered, the faces of the few people present all changed. Especially when Zhang Lingyu looked at the small pits on the Xin Tai stone. She was still shocked beyond words inside. "I thought to myself, this senior is a monster, right? When Rongshan, who was on the side, saw this, his face was even more twitchy. Southerly glanced at the small pit in the basalt stone and agitatedly said, Daoran Jr. Senior Brother, this pit, you hit out? Bang! As the words fell, Zhang Daoran punched out once again, and when he threw a punch, the air in his body involuntarily spilled out. The golden light flashed down, causing Zhang Lingyu, Rongshan, and Zhao Huanjin to cover their eyes at the same time. Ah! What a blinding light! When the old heavenly master saw this scene, he was shocked. The air body is spilling out. You're... Hearing this, Zhang Daoran froze, then followed by silently chanting the golden light mantra. Master, look! I can control the air at will. As the words fell, a ball of air appeared in Zhang Daoran's hand. Immediately after that, the mass of air kept getting bigger and bigger until it became the shape of a sword. With that, under its control, it even evolved the appearance of other weapons. Swords, axes, guns and clubs, brass hammers and iron swords. Looking at Zhang Daoran, who was able to evolve 18 weapons, Zhang Lingyu, Rongshan, and Zhao Huanjin on the side looked confused. Zhang Lingyu, in particular, suddenly felt a bit of a setback in her self-esteem. I thought to myself that I had learned the golden light mantra for so long, but it seemed that I couldn't even do this at will yet. But this little senior brother in front of him had only been learning for 2 days, and could actually control the shape of the air at will like this. Is this genius? Awesome! The old celestial master saw this scene, cannot help but silence it too said. Daoran, your natural talent is even more terrifying than I thought. Putting down such a sentence, the old heavenly master then came to the Xiantai stone. Looking at the small pit that was smashed out by Zhang Daoran's hard fist, a glint of light appeared in his eyes. He thought to himself that both the talent and the perseverance of this son almost exceeded normal people by too much. Even a once-in-a-century genius like Ling Yu seemed to pale in front of him. The rather emotional old celestial master shook his head in decision. Daoran, come back with me. Tonight my master will teach you the 5 thunders proper technique. 5 thunderbolts? Hearing this, Zhang Lingyu could not help but frown. He thought to himself that what he was learning now was the 5 thunders orthodox method, but it was a pity that he had not been able to enter the method and his progress was quite slow. And in his opinion, the difficulty of this 5 thunders orthodoxy was by no means inferior to the golden light mantra. Moreover, this thunder technique was also something that he only counted on learning after he became proficient in the golden light mantra, during which time it lasted for half a year. However, the young master Daoran in front of him had only spent less than 2 days. While Zhang Lingyu was feeling envious, she saw Zhang Daoran refusing to say, forget it, next time, my disciple is still focusing on the Xian Iron Stone and practicing pills. Master won't cheat, right? The sudden remark made the old celestial master whole wouldn't. Looking at Zhang Daoran, who had rejected himself, he suddenly had a feeling of hatred in his heart. I thought that the 5 thunder positive method and alchemy compared to, of which who is strong and who is weak at a glance but the guy in front of him flatly rejected himself. The rather exasperated old celestial master gritted his teeth and said, nonsense, master never cheats. Since you want to fulfill the bet first, let it be. Putting down such a sentence, the old heavenly master then flung his sleeves and left. Rongshan, Zhao Huanjin, and Zhang Lingyu, who were frozen in place, were all envious when they saw the scene. Looking at junior brother Daoran in front of them, their eyes were filled with helplessness. Senior brother, you're confused, Rongshan said. That's the 5 thunders orthodoxy. How can you refuse, master? Unimpressed, Zhang Daoran smiled, thinking that the reason why he chose alchemy was not that he was stupid. Rather, he had taken a look at the composition of the 1-element 2 Qi Dan last night while practicing his fist. It was discovered that under the changes made by the Gnosis reversal system, this Dan formula was almost completely upgraded in terms of both its flaws and its medicinal ingredients. In other words, the previous Yuan Diki Dan might only have a tiny bit of body strengthening effect. However, with the system change, now Zhang Daoran produced the Yuan Diki pill, which was 10 times or even 100 times more effective than before. Of course, that was just his guess. The truth of everything needed Zhang Daoran to be able to refine pills and have exclusive experimental objects before he could know the effects, and he was well aware that the 1-element 2 Qi pill was nothing more than the most common pill in Longhu Mountain. There are truly wonderful Danmaku among them. That's definitely there. After all, if we look at the past and present, we don't know how many big shots have come to Lung Fu Shan to seek medicine to cure their illnesses, right? If these Dan formulas fell into Zhang Daoran's hands, it would be like adding wings to him. Thinking of this, he glanced at the several senior brothers and said, Senior brother has senior brother's plans. A few senior brothers are worried. Is there anything else? I'm going to practice. Bang! Putting down such a sentence, Zhang Daoran then blasted out with his fist. Click! A stone sub dropped down the road. Seeing such might, Zhang Lingyu, Rongshan and Zhao Huanjin shook their heads slightly and then turned to leave. And this time in the yard, Tian Jinzhong looked at his senior brother who was walking around with a hint of a smile in his eyes. With a bland face he coughed and shook his head in disbelief. Elder brother, what's bothering you so much? You look like this. I haven't seen it for a long time. Right. Upon hearing the inquiry, the old celestial master slowly stopped. After a few glances at his junior, he immediately sat down in his chair. It's not even this Daoran kid. You know, in less than 2 days, he's already got so much air that it's spilling out. As soon as those words left his mouth, Tian Jinzhong's face twitched. Incredulous, he gulped and said, "Is that true? He's that tough?" The old celestial master nodded, thinking that Dao Ran's talent was still underestimated. If this continues, in less than 10 years, he will definitely be the strongest of the younger generation of Longhu Mountain. No, looking at the entire inhuman realm, he was the first person who deserved to be there. Even some of the old guys against him might not be a match anymore. Thinking of this, the old heavenly master said indignantly, "But you know what, senior brother, when I said I'd give this kid the Five Thunders positive technique to learn, he actually didn't want it, and he even clamored for alchemy, which is not nonsense. Anyone else would have kowtowed and thanked me long ago, and he actually rejected me." Tian Jinzhong smiled faintly. Hearing his senior brother say this, he sort of understood the reason for it. Quite emotionally, he nodded and said, "Let him be, elder brother. This boy cannot be judged by common sense. By the way, it seems that there are full-sex demons infesting the mountain again lately, so see who you want to let go?" Holistic? The old celestial master froze, then a hint of killing intent appeared in his eyes. Mind you, in recent years, with many people choosing to keep a low profile, those omnisexual demons that were hiding seem to be running rampant again. The old heavenly master, who hadn't made a move for a long time, smiled and said, "No harm in letting them be a little more unrestrained, and then we'll kill them all." Hearing this, Tian Jinzhong nodded. Looking at his senior brother who had moved to kill in front of him, he sighed in his heart. Takumi wonders what happened to that person after all these years. Soon, 5 days passed. In addition to practicing boxing every day, Zhang Daoran was constantly refining the Golden Light Mantra. With the combination of Taoist fists and air, it gave him a great gain. For example, he could shatter a small stone with one punch before, and now he could shatter it with one finger. Especially as the number of swings increased and he was less than 100 punches away from 500,000. Zhang Daoran, who was calm and relaxed, with his air body overflowing, took a deep breath and immediately swung his fist again and smashed it. Bang! 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 The basalt stone began to tremble slightly underneath the unassuming punch. Even if it is an iron mortar and pestle, it is not so indestructible at this moment. Ding! As you have swung your fist 500,000 times, congratulations on the realization of the 6th realm of Dao Fist. Hearing the system prompt, Zhang Daoran slowly stopped. In this instant, he felt as if his body was expelling a layer of turbid qi, and his entire body was incomparably lighter. Looking down, Zhang Daoran's white arm was suddenly overflowing with some human dirt. It froze him, and then 4 words came to mind. Cleansing the marrow. The incredulous Zhang Daoran swallowed his saliva, his eyes filled with ecstasy, mulling over the effects of this Dao Fist. It seemed to be much more powerful than he had imagined. Not only does it strengthen the body, it seems to hammer the human body. If it goes on for a long time, I'm afraid that this flesh is comparable to golden stone. A rather excited Zhang Daoran raised his fist and looked at it, then dropped his gaze to the small tree on the side. Click! With the swing of a fist, the bull-thick small tree in front of him was instantly cut off. This caused a hint of surprise to appear in Zhang Daoran's eyes when he saw it. Ecstatic! He gulped and slammed his fist into a rock once more. Click! With a swing of his fist, the stone, which was about the size of a basketball, instantly cracked. 500,000 punches can break open ordinary stones. If it's 1,000,000 punches, it can break gold. The incredulous Zhang Daoran looked at the fist, a smile on his face. Glancing back at the Xiantai stone, he immediately swung his fist again and smashed it. Bang! 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 And in the nearby bushes, when Zhang Lingyu, who was squatting here, saw the scene in front of her, her mouth was open enough to stuff an egg. Shocked, he gulped, then turned his gaze to the stone on the side. Bang! Hiss! He grinned in pain as he followed the swing. Zhang Lingyu, who had tears flowing out of her eyes, shook her head, her eyes filled with aggression. I thought to myself that this little senior brother is too strong. One-handed palm splitting of trees is even possible. I can actually break open mountains and rocks with one punch. It is important to realize that the stones that can stay on Lung Fu Shan are almost always stones that have been exposed to the wind and rain, and have changed over the years. Its hardness is no worse than ordinary iron. However, in the hands of junior brother Dao Ran, these stones were as weak as tofu. Rather bitterly, Zhang Lingyu shook his head, figuring that he mustn't look at it like that anymore. Otherwise, in less than a month, he would definitely not be able to catch up with his junior brother's pace for the rest of his life. At that thought, he instantly turned away from the grass. Another 5 days have passed. In the courtyard, the old celestial master looked at the blue sky and white clouds above his head, and a hint of a smile appeared on his face. I thought to myself that Dao Ran, the child who had been playing Xin Taisher for 10 days, did not seem to be on the mountain until today. Usually, when Rongshan and the others went to deliver the food, the boy didn't miss a beat in hitting the rocks, but now it seems that the stone is not broken. The rather happy old celestial master smiled and said, "Senior brother, take a look. Young people always need to know the sky is the limit." When Tian Jinzhong heard this, a hint of a smile appeared in his eyes. Unconcerned, he shook his head slightly and said, "Not necessarily, this kid can beat rocks on the mountainside for 10 days. In my opinion, this perseverance is good. If it's possible, let him refine pills. Those things are just sitting there anyway. Why don't we let him try it out? Young people, they have to go through some setbacks." When the old heavenly master heard this, he couldn't help but laugh. He was about to nod his head in agreement when he saw footsteps coming from outside the courtyard. Immediately afterward, the hurried Rongshan ran in. Somewhat flustered, he glanced at the old heavenly master and said, "Master, it's not good. Quan Sex killed here?" The old celestial master froze. Rongshan shook his head and said, "It's junior brother Dao Ran." The old celestial master froze and glanced at Rongshan, then quickly followed. Hillside. Bang! 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 As he kept swinging his fist, Zhang Daoran's body was covered in golden light. He, who had sensed the air to the extreme, entered an extremely subtle state at this moment, especially with the acceleration of the Taoist fists. It made him look extraordinarily chipper. With each punch, a strange sound rang out on its body. This made Zhang Lingyu feel strange when she saw it. After looking at the hair a few times, he realized that the strange noises were coming from the air, only to see that after these airs collided with each other, they actually produced an explosion. In other words, these airs are attacking on their own as if they were means of attack, and the source of that was the youngest Dao Ran brother in front of him. The incomparably shocked Zhang Lingyu looked at senior brother Zhao Huanjin and said, "Senior brother, what realm is this?" Hearing the inquiry, Zhou Huanjin couldn't help but gulp. "I thought to myself that according to the master, air is invisible and tangible. The essence of it lies in the cultivator and how far he or she is able to comprehend it. And the deeper the realization of the air, the different forms of its expression." Without exaggeration, Zhou Huanjin felt that he had only seen this battle on his master. After all, every time the master fought, he would tell everyone to back off, with the aim of injuring innocent people by mistake. "I don't know," Zhou Huanjin said. "Junior brother Dao Ran's talent is too high. This is already a high level of understanding of air." As the words fell, the scene in front of them caused the duo to instantly close their mouths. Bang! Click! Only to see that as Zhang Daoran swung out a punch, the large basalt stone in front of him seemed as if it could no longer withstand it, and it instantly clicked. Vaguely visible, cracks began to cover the perimeter of the small pit. Ding! As you swung a million punches. Congratulations on comprehending the 7th realm of Dao Fist. 7th. Zhang Daoran, who had opened his eyes, smiled faintly as a hint of golden light crossed in his eyes. With a bland face, he looked at the basalt stone in front of him and immediately hammered out with another punch. Boom! Accompanied by an explosive sound. The basalt stone in front of him instantly shattered in half. Under the smoke and dust, Zhang Daoran immediately took 2 steps back. Not half as dusty, he smiled, his face full of satisfaction. And it so happened that this scene was watched by the old celestial master who had arrived. Hiss! Rongshan, who had come to the front, saw this scene and his pupils immediately shrunk. Looking at junior brother Daoran, who was so young in front of him, but was able to break the Xian Tai stone with a single punch, he was convinced. Such divine power is by no means something an ordinary person can have. "Master, you're here. I broke it. Look." It so happened that Zhang Daoran followed and turned around. Seeing that the old heavenly master had arrived, he then smiled and said, "Nice." This caused the old heavenly master's eyes to be filled with shock upon hearing this. Looking at Zhang Daoran in front of him, he suddenly did not know how to respond. He thought to himself that this Xian Tai stone was so hard that it could be called invulnerable to swords and spears. Those without a bit of Taoist skill are even more unable to even lose their skin. However, the Zhang Daoran in front of him had hardened himself and shattered it in 10 days. "Master," Zhang Daoran smiled, "according to the agreement, you should have let me make pills, right? Alchemy?" The old celestial master sighed and nodded in disbelief. Seeing that Zhang Daoran was so stubborn, he didn't bother to impede any further. Thinking about it, he reminded in a serious tone, "Daoran, cherish your talent. Don't delay in these meaningless matters. Secondly, you must learn the 5 thunder positive technique. Come to me in a couple days, okay? Rongshan, take him there. As the words fell, the old heavenly master then turned around and floated away. Frozen in place, Rongshan's eyes showed a hint of surprise when he heard about it. Feeling incredulous, he looked at Zhang Daoran and gave a thumbs up. Junior brother, how true, this can even work. Go, I'll take you to the Dan room. Unimpressed, Zhang Daoran nodded, thinking that it was thanks to the skill of Gnosis against all odds. Otherwise, he wouldn't be able to comprehend the Dao Fist, much less shatter the Xian Tai stone with it. A few moments later, in the area to the left of the Heavenly Master's mansion that was not open to the public, Rongshan then stopped after bringing his men here. Vaguely visible and reflected in the eye was a closed door. There was a plaque on the door with 2 large golden letters that read Den. Under the dragon flying, it is quite a masterpiece. Junior brother, the Dan room is here. Rongshan turned around and said, there's what you want in there. Go check it out. I'll leave you to it. Zhang Daoran nodded, and after the people left, he then arrived at the entrance of the Dan room. With a gentle push of his hand, the door to the room opened instantly. Immediately afterward, a musty odor hit the room. Perhaps the roof was leaking, causing the place to be a bit dark and damp. Good thing it was daytime. It didn't seem so obvious with the sunlight. Vaguely visible inside the gate was a long corridor. As you look down the long corridor, the sides are filled with a variety of books. This caused Zhang Daoran to freeze and follow to the promenade to follow and look at it. Geographic scriptures, water scriptures, mountains and mountains. There seems to be a wide variety of introductions to Lung Fu Shan here. It was out of place with the word Den outside the door. Luckily, Zhang Daoran looked around and eventually found a broken wooden box in the corner of the long corridor. Visible to the naked eye, the top of the wooden box held a broken censer. By the looks of it, it seems to have blown up from alchemy. Zhang Daoran, who was holding his arm, froze, looked at the unique traces of pills in this long corridor, and then stiffly opened it. Click! As the box opened, a dark, damp smell instantly came from inside. What came into view were several books wrapped in craft paper, as well as next to the books, there were a couple of things that looked like spoons. Zhang Daoran froze and followed by taking out the books and tearing open the vellum. Dan Dian, as it was torn open, an ancient book called the Dan Dictionary came into view. That unique ancient script instantly made Zhang Daoran come to be interested. When I opened it, the inside was indeed filled with dense writing. For a modern person, reading this type of vernacular is naturally not difficult. After scanning through a few eyes, he realized that most of what was written on the top were pill formulas and medicinal herbs, followed by some alchemy tips and notes. This caused Zhang Daoran's interest to instantly skyrocket after reading through it. For example, one of the elixir recipes is called Beast Elixir. The function of this elixir is to make poultry catalyze desire, thus increasing production. Among the many Dan formulas, it was considered to be the least difficult, and it was almost as if one could try to make it with an alchemy furnace. Secondly, there was also the Dan formula called Peiyuan Dan, which was considered an advanced version of the Yuan Diki Dan. The only way to refine it was to reach second-grade alchemist, and in the line of alchemists, there are 1 to 9 orders. According to this Dan dictionary, 3 ninth-order alchemists had once appeared in the Longhu Mountain Heavenly Master's house, and one of them is the once famous minister Hajime. Looking at the Dan dictionary in his hand, the corners of Zhang Daoran's mouth could not help but raise. With the mentality of doing what he said he would do, he then carried the broken wooden box outside. Moments later, the courtyard. Zhang Lingyu looked at Zhang Daoran, who was entering and exiting, and a hint of doubt appeared in her eyes, especially with some of the herbs being brought up. It made him quite curious. Looking back at the equally curious senior brother Rongshan, he inquired, "Senior brother, is junior brother Daoran serious? He really wants to make pills?" Holding his arms, Rongshan nodded, thinking to himself that Daoran junior brother, this battle does not seem like a fake. Quite emotional, he shook his head and then sighed. "Come on, let's go practice and keep him busy." Zhang Lingyu nodded. Looking at the movement in the room, he always felt that something was not quite right. Without much thought he sighed and followed out the door. Boom! Who knew that before he could take 2 steps, an explosion would come from the house. In the next second, Zhang Daoran with a face full of smoky makeup walked out. Staggering, he coughed and hurriedly carried another alchemy furnace into the house. Zhang Lingyu and Rongshan looked at each other with helplessness on their faces. Room. Zhang Daoran looked at the blown-up furnace and a hint of embarrassment appeared in his eyes. Preparing to refine the beast pills, he coughed and immediately inquired. "System, didn't you say that this beast Dan has been upgraded? How come I blew up the furnace?" "System, this system is only responsible for improving the quality of the Dan formula. As for your alchemy skills, sorry, this system does not monitor the existence of alchemy." Hearing the system response, Zhang Daoran was immediately a bit embarrassed. Thinking about this Dan dictionary, there was also no systematic type of alchemy method written on it. It just provides the procedure and how to start the pot and burn the stove and other maneuvers. A rather helpless Zhang Daoran sighed and could only follow and continue his research. With the addition of the herbs, as well as the sorting out of the portions, the alchemy furnace was once again put to work. Boom! While Zhang Daoran was full of anticipation, all of a sudden the alchemy furnace exploded again. Yard! After the old heavenly master took a sip of tea, a hint of a smile appeared in his eyes. He didn't even frown when he heard the explosion in the next yard. Rather, it was Zhao Huanjin on the side who sighed upon hearing this. Master, this is the third furnace. Little brother Daoran is not basic at all. Do you think you should take the alchemy for him? Alchemy is not in there? The old celestial master was surprised. When Zhou Huanjin heard this, he was a bit embarrassed. Looking at the master in front of him, he was speechless. Master, didn't you say before that alchemy is something that affects cultivation? So alchemy has been kept with you. The old celestial master froze, then remembered this matter. Somewhat embarrassed, he scratched his head and smiled. Oh, remember, go to the house. After the people went to the house, the old heavenly master could not help but take a sip of tea. Looking at his senior brother to the side, a hint of a smile appeared in his eyes. Don't look at me. It's all for their own good. Alchemy is not a good thing. Relying on external objects is not the right way. Tian Jinzhong laughed, and when he heard his senior brother say that, he couldn't help but shake his head. Then what do you usually do when you refine pills? Senior brother, is it fun? The old heavenly master's face twitched, and he was at a loss as to how to reply. Master, there's nothing in the house. But at that moment, an inquiry came from the house. This caused the old celestial master to freeze and respond. Go check in the outhouse. Maybe it's somewhere. A few moments later, Zhang Daoran looked at the alchemy that was only half a book left and was badly torn. A hint of surprise appeared in his eyes. Looking up at Zhou Huanjin, he smiled. Elder brother, are you sure this didn't come from the outhouse? I guarantee it with my personality, Zhou Huanjin said without turning red in the face. Junior brother Daoran, I'll leave first. Looking at the guy who walked away, Zhang Daoran's eyes showed a hint of skepticism. The faceted alchemy was crumpled and the first few pages had obviously been torn out. The most important top a smell, obviously from the outhouse. A rather helpless Zhang Daoran sighed, thinking that now was not the time to pick. Glancing at the alchemy, he instantly followed. The art of alchemy takes the essence of medicines from the creation of heaven and earth, going through all the meridians of the human body to achieve the efficacy of the magic elixir. The opening few small words instantly attracted Zhang Daoran's gaze. With a bemused face, he smiled, then continued to flip through it. Now flipped a few pages, and a prompt came from the system all of a sudden. Ding! As you are in the process of comprehending alchemy, congratulations on comprehending divine level alchemy. This made Zhang Daoran instantly feel like he had something extra in his head after hearing this. Among them was the knowledge about alchemy, which he immediately melted through. Emotionally agitated, he glanced at the alchemy furnace next to him, and immediately a glint appeared in his eyes. Outside the house, Zhang Lingyu watched the movement in the courtyard with a hint of anticipation in her eyes. After pondering for just under 3 hours, junior brother Daoran had already shattered 3 alchemy furnaces. If he shattered one more, he would have won his bet with senior brother Rongshan. Thinking of this, Zhang Lingyu glanced at the sun in the sky and said, Senior brother, it looks like you're going to lose. There's going to be movement inside soon. When Rongshan heard this, his hands were also pinched. I thought to myself that Daoran junior brother's talent is so horrible, but in the aspect of alchemy is not at all quite emotional. He was about to admit defeat when he saw a bright laugh coming from the room. In the next second, Zhang Daoran, who was holding several pills, ran out and laughed. Ha ha ha, Master Dao, I've made it. It's done. It's done? Zhang Lingyu froze and ran after him to the courtyard. Taking a closer look, in Zhang Daoran's hand there were 3 pills of good quality. Rongshan, who was trailing behind, was also surprised when he saw this scene. Junior brother Daoran, did you really refine it? The ecstatic Zhang Daoran nodded in excitement. This is the beast pill. It's the simplest of pills. There are wild beasts in the mountains somewhere. I need to try the medicinal properties. Hearing this, Rongshan couldn't help but touch his ears. I thought to myself that there are no wild beasts on the mountain, but there is a group of mountain protection monkeys on the south side of the mountain. Thinking of this, he looked at Zhang Daoran and said, there's a bunch of monkeys on the south side of the mountain, only they're not very good-tempered. You see. Before the words were finished, Zhang Daoran had already pulled out his legs and walked towards the south of the mountain. Frozen in place, Zhang Lingyu saw the scene and also followed without the slightest hesitation. Seeing this, Rongshan couldn't help but scratch his head and then trail behind. Soon, The three of them arrived at the southern region of the mountain. Vaguely, this is in the back of Lung Fushan area and is hardly open to the public. And this group of monkeys had apparently become a group of mountain protecting beings under the placement of the old heavenly master. Zhang Daoran, who came here, looked around and saw several monkeys. Quite happy, he waved with his hand. But nay, the monkeys didn't even look at him. This caused Zhang Lingyu to follow and see it and reminded, "Elder brother, where are the feeding fruits?" Zhang Daoran froze and couldn't help but follow and look. Just in the corner of the yard, the inside was filled with all kinds of wild fruits. Looking at the appearance, it seems to have been transported from other directions of Longhu Mountain as well. Just as he was about to go get it, he saw Rongshan, who had arrived, reminding him, "Junior brother Daoran, as far as I know, beast pills are used to catalyze desire in fowls. Are you sure this stuff works on monkeys? And they're well liked by the master, so if you mess up, something big will happen." Unimpressed, Zhang Daoran smiled, thinking that the effect of the purified version of the beast dam was not as simple as targeting poultry. After boosting its potency tenfold, "I'm afraid this thing is terrifyingly powerful." Thinking of this, Zhang Daoran then picked up a few fruits and said, "Senior brother, nothing will happen, trust senior brother. Here, you too, help me mash them up. I'm going to test the medicine." Zhang Lingyu, Rongshan froze, then followed along and got busy. In less than a moment, a basket of fruits spiked with beast dan appeared in front of him. When Zhang Daoran saw this scene, he immediately waved his hand. At once, with the help of the air, a bucketful of fruit was cathartically directed toward the monkey. Kirikou, Kirikou. All of a sudden, monkeys came running over the mountains. Among them, a huge monkey king with two fangs ran the fastest. As it fed, a group of monkeys followed. When Zhang Daoran saw this scene, he could not help but look at it with wide eyes. 10 seconds, 30 seconds, 1 minute. As 2 minutes passed, the South Mountain area fell silent. The monkeys who had eaten the fruit had just been chattering, but now they suddenly froze in place. Daoran Jr. Senior brother, what is going on? Zhang Lingyu said suspiciously when she saw the scene. Nay, the next second, the scene in front of him directly made him blush as he watched, only to see that Monkey King as the leader, suddenly grabbing a nearby monkey and howling. For a moment, the rest of the monkeys followed suit and went crazy. Under the great battle with each other, the entire monkey group instantly fell into panic. There are even some monkeys that are hitting on the same kind of monkeys because they can't find them. What's more, they directly grabbed rabbits, squirrels and other animals and began to vent mercilessly. The sudden scene made Zhang Daoran look dumbfounded and ecstatic. I thought to myself that the system is really sincere. This beast Dan has indeed enhanced 10 times off. But at that moment, Rongshan said excitedly, "Finished." There are a few monkeys running towards the master's yard, and there's a janitorial rhubarb there. Wang. Before the words were finished, there was a miserable cry from rhubarb in the yard. Who did it? On the heavenly master's mansion on Longhu Mountain, the old heavenly master's roar resounded through the clouds. Immediately afterward, a group of chattering monkey calls covered the area. Zhang Daoran, who was frozen in place, saw this scene and thought to himself that he had played a big game. The effects of this beast Dan seemed to be able to deal with people. Elder brother, run. However, at this moment, Zhang Lingyu, who was on the side, reminded, only to see that in the mountain forest, a few red-eyed monkeys were running frantically towards this place. Rongshan also frowned when he saw this scene. Without the slightest hesitation, he immediately stopped in front of the duo. Zhang Daoran was even more stunned and could not help but silently recite the golden light mantra. His entire body instantly covered in golden light. Kirikou. The irrational monkeys saw this scene and screamed even more frantically. It was vaguely visible that besides their eyes being red, their asses were even more red. The two lychees, in particular, looked quite striking. Controlled by the beast Dan, they were now undoubtedly a crazed beast. Boom! But at that moment, an explosion came from the side yard. In the next second, the courtyard wall collapsed, followed by several monkeys being thrown out. The old heavenly master, who was covered in golden light, casually walked out as if he were a heavenly god descending from the earth. Along the way he passed through almost every inch of grass. Everywhere, under the powerful destructive force of the golden light mantra, a hint of the five thunders positive law was even more sweeping. When the monkeys saw this scene, even though the bugs were on top of them, they were scared and ran away in panic. Sinful animals, the enraged old heavenly master rebuked, and a thunder spell instantly came off. Several monkeys that couldn't run away were blown away tens of meters away. Such a ferocious scene caused Zhang Daoran to be dumbstruck upon seeing it. I thought to myself that the old celestial master was worthy of being a Jedi. The strike scene was an earthquake of several magnitudes. Looking at the half-destroyed courtyard wall, as well as dozens of broken trees, he subconsciously gulped. Moments later, the courtyard, Zhang Lingyu glanced at Big Yellow, who was inseparable from the monkey, and her cheeks rolled. Rather sheepishly, he coughed and rushed off with his basket to mend the courtyard wall. On the contrary, it was Zhang Daoran who appeared exceptionally bashful, and after seeing the teary-eyed Big Yellow, who was inseparable from the Monkey King, he almost couldn't hold back his laughter. I thought to myself that this rhubarb is obviously a male dog. This Monkey King has lost his mind. Did you do this? But at that moment, a questioning voice came from the side. Zhang Daoran, who had returned to his senses, nodded and looked at the old heavenly master. Master, this is indeed the beast pill I refined, and the effects seem to be a bit unexpected. Surprising? The old frowning heavenly master's eyes showed a hint of surprise when he heard this. He thought to himself that this beast elixir was the best such elixir he had seen in recent decades. In particular, its medicinal power was beyond imagination. Just now, when dealing with the out-of-control monkeys, if he hadn't used the mind-clearing mantra, I'm afraid that these beasts would have been even more unable to stop. Thinking of this, the old heavenly master glanced at the poor Da Huang Dao. I see, damaging the courtyard wall and disturbing the monkeys. Dao Ran, what do you think I should punish you for? Hearing the inquiry, Zhang Lingyu, Rongshan followed and looked over. After all, the two of them, at this very moment, were moving bricks to repair the courtyard wall with wide eyes. Zhang Daoran, on the other hand, leisurely carried his hands behind his back, as if this matter had nothing to do with him. Master, punish me for alchemy, right? Zhang Daoran smiled. This beast Dan is nothing more than the most basic of pills. If I can refine it into a Guiyuan Dan, I'm afraid that its medicinal power will be very strong as well. You see, granted, the old heavenly master waved his hand after hearing this. If you can't refine this, come and move the bricks. When Zhang Daoran heard his master's promise, a hint of a smile appeared on his face. Looking down at the Monkey King on the side, Rhubarb said, Master, I won't let you down. Putting down such a sentence, Zhang Daoran then left in style. While this scene fell in the eyes of Zhang Lingyu, Rongshan, they were filled with confusion. After all, the person who put the medicine in was junior brother Daoran, not them. However, the people who were doing the hard labor here now were the two wrongdoers. The rather unconvinced Zhang Lingyu swallowed her saliva and said, Master, why don't you punish junior brother Daoran? It's not fair. When the old celestial master with his hands behind his back heard this, a hint of a smile appeared in his eyes. He thought to himself that the reason why he didn't punish Daoran was purely because of his horrible alchemy talent. It was important to know that in their Longhu mountain lineage, apart from the fact that he could alchemize pills, there were almost no more than a few who could. Aside from the reason he wasn't allowed to refine, the second reason was that alchemy was about talent. If you didn't have the talent to make pills, you would undoubtedly be spoiling things. However, when the old celestial master saw this beast pill, he was instantly shocked inwardly. It was no exaggeration to say that this Dan was better in color than all the pills he had refined, and it still took him decades of work before he was barely able to become a Dan. And as for the color of the Dan, it was completely negligible. But this child, Dao Ran, had refined it in less than a day. If we let him continue refining, wouldn't the future be promising? And if the next dawn were all as overpowering as the beast Dan? The old heavenly master was very skeptical that the future heavenly master's mansion of Lung Fu Shan would have an additional group of fierce people who would become immortal by knocking down pills. Thinking of this, he looked at Zhang Lingyu and said, People are geniuses. What are you, Lingyu? If you can succeed in alchemy for one day, master can also allow you to leave. Zhang Lingyu, feeling speechless, Zhang Lingyu's eyes revealed a hint of embarrassment when she heard this. I thought to myself that this was a clear favoritism on the part of the master. A few moments later, in the courtyard, the old celestial master who came here smiled and followed by taking out two pills. One was a beast pill that he had just refined, and one was refined by Dao Ran. Tian Jinzhong was surprised after taking a look. There's no need to look. The Dan that looks like sheep's poop was refined by you, right, senior brother? Old timer. The old celestial master whose face was twitching smiled and responded. Senior brother, this Dao Ran's beast Dan has poisoned the monkeys behind the mountain, and they haven't recovered yet. Tell me, how come this kid is so good at alchemy too? Hearing this, Tian Jinzhong couldn't help but smile slightly. Quite surprised, he sighed in agitation. Ancestor blessing, it seems that an unearthly talent has appeared in my Longhu mountain. Elder brother, we don't understand the world of geniuses. You'd better be more supportive. The old celestial nodded, figuring that he had thought the same thing on the way here. He was about to say something when he saw footsteps coming from outside the house. Immediately afterward, Zhou Huanjin hurriedly ran in. Looking at the master in front of him, he was excited. Master, something big is wrong. The all-sex kills are coming? The old celestial master frowned. No, Zhou Huanjin exclaimed. It's junior brother Dao Ran taking the elixir to wreak havoc on the monkeys again. He said that this time, the return to origin elixir will surely make the monkeys rise up with dragon essence. As a result, these monkeys, having just finished their medicine, fought like mad, chasing after the wolves in the back of the mountain, and the tigers. A few hours ago, in the alchemy room, Zhang Daoran, who had returned here, looked at the Dan furnace in front of him with a smile on his face. Without the slightest hesitation he couldn't help but sit down cross-legged after putting down the herbs. Opening the Dan dictionary and looking at it, the return to Yuan Dan formula instantly came into view, taking the essence of herbs and returning the body's energy to form the unending cycle of life. A few lines of small words came into view, and the corner of Zhang Daoran's mouth couldn't help but raise. Figuring out a small beast Dan being refined by it all had about 10 times the medicinal power. Then how fierce is this returning pill, which is specifically for people to eat? Without being able to think too much, Zhang Daoran then followed suit and opened the alchemy furnace. Modulate the ingredients of the herbs, in distributing them evenly. Start the pot and burn the stove. With everything taken care of, Zhang Daoran couldn't help but be filled with anticipation. Ding! As you are refining pills, congratulations on comprehending the second-tier realm of divine alchemy and obtaining the title of second-grade alchemist, rewarding you with a feathered coat. Hagoromo? Zhang Daoran froze, and then noticed that there was an additional item in the system space. With a wave of his hand, the system's personal interface opened. Host, Zhang Daoran, age, 8 years old, height, 1.4 meters, skills, enlightenment against all odds, golden light mantra, Taoist fist, divine alchemy, warehouse, 2 beast dawn, feathered clothes x1. Looking at the feathered clothes placed in the system cabin, Zhang Daoran could not help but stare. Frozen with curiosity, he then followed suit and clicked on Hajime. A level of feathered clothes have the effect of preventing spell attacks, physical attacks. More than one level of tolerance will be invalidated. Special ability, invisibility. Seeing phase introduction. A glint appeared in Zhang Daoran's eyes. It's a real treasure. This thing can actually defend against spells, physical attacks, and can also be invisible and shut up. It's perfect. However, Zhang Daoran quickly remembered that something similar like a feathered coat didn't seem to be very rare in the inhuman realm. After all, an invisibility cloak, or some special talismanic clothes, could do such an effect. Thinking of this, Zhang Daoran lost a large portion of the happiness on his face and could not help but inquire. System, this feathered coat seems a bit cocky. What's the tolerance? So I can be mentally prepared, lest I break my defense. System, a level 1 feathered coat avoids fire and wooden stick attacks. No, that's it? Zhang Daoran froze and instantly had disappointment written all over his face. I thought it was something good, but it turned out that the feathery coat wasn't as hard as my own fist. System, the feathered clothes can be upgraded by devouring magic treasures, or precious metal objects as well, and each level of defense will greatly increase and add special abilities. Growing fabulous? Zhang Daoran was stunned. Then his heart was ecstatic. As the saying goes, I'm not afraid that the magic treasure will be ruined, but I'm afraid that it will be rotten. A magic treasure that can be upgraded sucks even more. As long as it has attributes that can be upgraded, that's a promising future. Zhang Daoran, who liked nurturing the most, nodded and pondered that it looked like he was going to be a feeder-shaped teenager. However, at this moment, the Dan furnace on the side suddenly spat out a mouthful of green smoke. Immediately afterward, a scent hit the air. It's a done deal. Taoist master I have become. A rather excited Zhang Daoran smiled and followed by opening the alchemy furnace. It was vaguely visible that there were 3 finished zigzag red pills lying in the furnace. Returning pills, the second type of elixir below the Peiyuan Dan. Once refined meant that one could become a first-grade alchemist. Smelling the fragrance, Zhang Daoran couldn't stop the joy on his face, and for some reason, he was inexplicably a little excited after smelling the odor. Unable to wait, he then ran towards the outside of the courtyard. In less than a moment, he arrived at the back of the mountain. Zhang Lingyu, Rong Shan, who was mending the courtyard wall, stopped when they saw the scene. Junior brother Daoran, what are you doing here? Hearing Lingyu's inquiry, Zhang Daoran rolled up his sleeves and smiled. He couldn't help but take out the returning Dan Dao. Of course I'm here to test the medicine. A drug test? Rongshan froze and looked at the elixir in Zhang Daoran's hand in shock. Junior brother, you've become a success again? An unimpressed Zhang Daoran nodded and glanced at the silent mountain forest, a hint of a smile appearing in his eyes. Without the slightest hesitation he immediately followed and found a bunch of wild fruits. After mashing it up, he followed by adding the returning Dan to it. Immediately, as the elixir was crushed, a clear fragrance filled the air. After Zhang Daoran sniffed it, a glint appeared in his eyes. Then with a big wave of his hand, the air in his hand scattered it through and through. Wow! In less than a moment, there was an instantaneous sound of branches swaying in the mountains. In the next second, a monkey that had just been emotionless and lowly now rushed in like a madman. After a scene of vicious dogs snatching food, these monkeys looked extra excited, especially that Monkey King, who was even more flaunting and patting his chest. Ho ho ho! With a call, a group of monkeys then ran and rushed deeper into the mountain forest. Zhang Daoran saw this scene and a hint of anticipation appeared in his eyes, and Zhang Lingyu, who was on the side, saw this scene and said, "Elder brother, what kind of medicine are you feeding? Return to Yuan Dan." Zhang Daoran laughed. "The pill of return?" Rongshan faintly said. "The returning Yuan pill is used to cultivate the essence and strengthen the vitality. People will eat it to restore their vitality. And this monkey will be fine if he eats it?" Roar! As the words fell, a tiger's roar suddenly came from the mountains. In the next second, only in that forest, a fierce tiger with hanging white eyes pounced out, vaguely visible on its yellow and black body. It was covered in blood, and behind it, followed the Monkey King who had fallen into a frenzy of excitement. Under its leadership, a group of monkeys were like crazy and actually challenged the Tiger King. What's even more amazing is that this tiger is no match for it. Zhang Lingyu was dumbfounded when she saw this scene. It's a tiger in the mountains. The master caught it back to suppress the monkeys for use. "Senior brother, you seem to be in trouble again." Hearing this, a hint of embarrassment appeared in Zhang Daoran's eyes. He couldn't help but smile as he looked at the tiger that was being blasted and hammered by the monkey. After looking at the two of them, he then drew his legs and skipped away, pondering the utility of this returning Dan. It was clearly the same as the beast Dan, with the medicinal power 10 times stronger. On these beasts, Zhang Daoran felt unable to see anything. It would be better to try it out on a few people to see how it really works. Thinking of this, Zhang Daoran ran towards the direction of the scenic spot without the slightest hesitation, and not long after he left, the old celestial master and Zhao Huanjin arrived at a quick pace. Looking at the scene in front of them, the two of them each had a different color. Especially the old heavenly master couldn't help but frown after seeing the tiger that was being ridden by the Monkey King. Thinking to himself, this group of monkeys in front of him was obviously more than 10 times more powerful than before. Otherwise, with them, it was impossible to defeat this Tiger King. The rather surprised old celestial master looked aside at Zhang Lingyu, Rongshan and the two of them and said, "What did Doran give them this time?" "Returning Yuan Dan." Zhang Lingyu responded honestly, "Master, this has nothing to do with us. Where are the people?" The old heavenly master said with a glint in his eyes, going in the direction of the viewpoint. "It seems," Rongshan replied. "Oops." The old celestial master froze, and then screamed in dismay. Thinking about the scenic area side of the crowd is complicated. This disciple of their own and quirky. I do not know what big trouble will be made again. Rather helplessly, he sighed and hurriedly chased after them at a quick pace. The second shift, kneeling for free flowers, other gifts, 5-star reviews, and 2 more at night. Just in time for midday, the Lung Fu Shan scenic area is already crowded. There is no shortage of handsome men and beautiful women who come to take pictures. There is certainly no shortage of rich and powerful people coming to see the doctor. In the Heavenly Master's mansion of Lung Fu Shan, there is a medicine hall. What's for sale here is not a potion, but a way to strengthen your body. For example, there are unique Taoist methods of body nourishment and various types of mind-clearing phrases. All of these things are unique to Longhu Mountain, and are not at all on the same level as those ground-level Taoist stalls in the scenic area. The people who came to this medicine hall were also mostly people with power and money. Zhang Daoran, who had walked out of the Heavenly Master's mansion, came all the way here. He happened to be passing by and looked at the medicine hall in front of him. After all, now that he had the medicine in his hands, all that was missing was the patient. Zhang Daoran, who was small and wearing a Taoist robe, then ran inside the gate. Vaguely, the medicine hall was quiet. Rows and rows of ancient Chinese furniture come into view. At the end there was a curtained door, and inside it seemed to be the meeting place. Just as Zhang Daoran wanted to lift the curtain and go in to take a look, suddenly a woman who was about 20 years old, with a beautiful appearance and a front and back figure stopped in front of him. "Where did you come from, little Taoist? You're not allowed in here." Zhang Daoran, who was tilting his head, froze slightly and looked at the girl, then gulped, simply because at this angle, the majestic peaks obscured all view. This scene caused the girl to instantly blush with a pretty face when she saw it. Shy, she grunted softly and took a step back. "A small age does not learn. Still think you born good looking it, how so do not know the rules? Who is your master? How to teach you?" As the words fell, footsteps came from inside the curtain. Immediately afterward, a Taoist priest with a look of about 40 years old and a face full of simplicity walked out. When he was seeing Zhang Dao then, his heart rattled. "I thought to myself, what's this little ancestor doing here? Taoist Zhao, is this your child?" The girl huffed. "He actually stared at me. It's about time you cleaned up after him. Humph. When Daoist Zhao heard this, a hint of embarrassment appeared in his eyes. Looking at Zhang Daoran, he then came to follow and bowed his head. Third-generation disciple Zhao Weifeng meets. That's all, Zhang Daoran interrupted. I'm going to go in and look around. Hearing this, Zhao Weifeng nodded, then respectfully lifted the curtain to make way. This caused the girl's face to instantly change when she heard it. Thinking to himself, this little Taoist in front of him seemed to be of a somewhat higher generation. Looking at the figure that entered the inner hall from her heel, a hint of surprise appeared in her eyes. When the people left, she hurriedly inquired, Taoist Zhao, who is this? Zhao Weifeng smiled bitterly, pondering on the reputation of the one in front of him. A third-generation disciple of his wouldn't even dare to discuss it. After all, there are family rules, state laws, and the Tao has its honor. Thinking of this, Zhao Weifeng glanced at the girl and said, Miss Netsuki, don't ask what you shouldn't. I'll go in first. When Pure Moon heard this, her face changed slightly. A hint of doubt appeared in her eyes as she followed her father to pay homage to the Heavenly Master. She had never seen this little Taoist priest before when Takuma had been here in the past. The rather puzzled Pure Moon shook her head slightly and then followed into the inner hall. In the inner sanctum, Zhang Daoran looked at the pool of water in front of him and a hint of surprise appeared in his eyes. It is vaguely evident that the style of decoration of this inner hall is secretly feng shui. A rockery on the left, a garden on the right, and a water source in the center. The pool of water in front of me. Looking closely, there are even more fish swimming in it. This caused Zhang Daoran to nod his head as he looked at it. Walking along the pool of water, he soon came to a hall. Looking around, a Taoist priest, who was about 50 years old with graying temples, was taking the pulse of a middle-aged man. Looking at his dress and extraordinary demeanor, Zhang Daoran knew at a glance that the identity of this person was not simple. Amused, he smiled and followed into the inner sanctum. The Taoist who was taking his pulse frowned and subconsciously opened his mouth. Weifeng, didn't I tell you? No one will be allowed in for half a quarter of an hour. As the words fell, the middle-aged man on the side was also displeased. Looking back at Zhang Daoran, a hint of a smile appeared in his eyes as he said, Taoist son, whose boy is this? Boy? Taoist son froze, thinking that he has no one else in this medicine hall except Weifeng. Quite surprised, he followed and looked back. It's a shock not to see little brother Daoran. The somewhat agitated Taoist son smiled and followed by getting up and bowing his head. Elder brother, welcome to the grand tour. Brother? The middle-aged man froze and couldn't help but feel slightly surprised. Looking at Zhang Daoran, who was born with red lips and white teeth and was handsome at a young age in front of him, a hint of doubt appeared in his eyes. It so happened that Pure Moon followed at this time, and after hearing this voice of senior brother, her heart instantly made a guess. Aha! Zhang Daoran nodded and said, let me see. Hearing this, Daoist's son could not help but instantly comprehend. Thinking about what the old Tiancher had said before, if President Lin's illness was still difficult to regulate, he would continue to send it to the Tiancher mansion. I didn't expect this time to be different from before, but actually let the new Daoran junior brother come. Yes, elder brother, Taoist's son introduced. President Lin is still the same as before. His qi and blood are insufficient, and the dark wounds in his body have piled up for too long. The medicine I have here is still not suitable. Hearing this, President Lin probably guessed the identity of the little Taoist in front of him. With a hint of respect in his eyes, he nodded and smiled lightly. Trouble Taoist master. Unimpressed, Zhang Daoran nodded, thinking that he was worried about the lack of mice. I didn't expect to run into an experiment just after turning around. As far as he knew, the rejuvenation pill was an elixir that allowed one to restore one's qi and blood. As for whether or not it could cure dark wounds, he had no way of knowing. However, such things as treating a dead horse as a living horse, Zhang Daoran had not done much in his previous life when he was on fire rescue. After all, time is life, and no one has the luxury of waiting for an ambulance to arrive. Thinking of this, Zhang Daoran then came to President Lin. With the assistance of Taoist's son, he sat down in the chair opposite it. With a bland face, he took out the returning pill without moving after taking a glance. Just take it orally. Four short words made President Lin freeze. Looking at the pills on the table, he instantly smelled a fresh scent. Having been in a high position for years, he had naturally seen some miraculous elixirs. I also know that a good elixir, but it comes with a medicinal flavor. The somewhat agitated President Lin looked at Zhang Daoran and immediately nodded. When he was about to pick it up and take it orally, he saw Netsuki at the side and said, Little Taoist master, my father has been seriously ill for many years, and I have taken many of these pills, but none of them have much effect. What kind of pill is this? As soon as these words came out of his mouth, President Lin was also stunned. He frowned as he looked at his daughter who had overstepped the rules somewhat. When he was about to reprimand, He saw Zhang Daoran turn his head and look straight at him. Ever heard of the leg stretching and staring pill? Stretch your legs and stare pills? Pure Moon froze. Looking at Zhang Daoran, who was clearly fooling himself, a hint of anger appeared in her eyes. What leg stretching and staring pills? You just say nonsense. As soon as these words left his mouth, Daoist Sun frowned. Looking at Jingyu, who was questioning junior brother ran in front of him, a hint of dissatisfaction appeared in his eyes. And when President Lin, who was on the side, saw this, he also said with a slight anger, Netsuki, father, Netsuki said in dissatisfaction. Where is this stretching leg staring pill? Ah, he lived Buddha Jigongsi too much. I have long said, this Longhu mountain is a collection of liars. Treatment for so many years did not see you good. Ah, shut up, President Lin stormed out. With a chortle, Netsuki closed her mouth in embarrassment. She burst into tears as she looked at her father, who was so angry with her for the first time. I'm sorry, Daoist master. President Lin looked at Zhang Daoran and said, it was my poor discipline. Please forgive my daughter. Hearing this, Zhang Daoran couldn't help but nod his head. Unconcerned, he smiled and pointed at the elixir. No harm done. President Lin nodded. Seeing how generous Zhang Daoran was, he couldn't help but let out a sigh of relief in his heart. Figuring that perhaps his own daughter didn't know what Lung Fushan was, he still knew at his level. After all, there are people and things that simply cannot be explained in a few words, including the aura and attitude of the one in front of him. All of them made him guess that this person was a certain Longhu mountain elder who had returned to his old age. Thinking of this, President Lin then picked up the rejuvenation pill and swallowed it in one gulp, followed by a sip of water and swallowing it. With a bemused face he smiled and was about to say something. Suddenly a hot breath came from his abdomen, which caused his face to instantly change drastically. The pure moon on the side saw this scene and was excited. Father, what's wrong with you? Is the Dan poisonous? President Lin shook his head and hurriedly looked at Zhang Daoran, who was calm and composed on the side. His mind thought that the moment he swallowed the elixir, he felt a heat surge out of his abdomen. It caused his second brother, who hadn't been standing up for a long time, to actually feel something. Of course, that's only second nature. The most important thing was that the feeling of weakness in the body actually disappeared under the impact of this heat. The rather excited President Lin swallowed and said, many thanks to the Taoist master for delivering the medicine, and thank the old heavenly master for me. Mr. Lin will always remember this. As soon as those words left her mouth, Pure Moon froze slightly and instantly guessed what was going on. And Zhang Daoran couldn't help but frown after hearing this. Why should I thank his master for the medicine I gave him? Not caring about the details, he glanced at President Lin and rose to his feet. After carefully looking at it for a few moments, and after confirming that it had no other effects, Zhang Daoran's heart burst with ecstasy. I thought to myself that this Guiyuan Dan is obviously useful, and it seems to be quite effective in dealing with these kinds of difficult illnesses. Unwilling to linger, he nodded and stepped outside. This caused President Lin to see it and further confirmed that the person in front of him had an unusual identity. Quite excited, he looked at his daughter and said, Pure Moon, I obviously feel less cold inside my body. This elixir is very useful. It looks like I'm going to get better. Netsuki froze, looking at her very happy father with a pang of embarrassment in her heart. Thinking of how disrespectful he had just been to that little Taoist priest, he was a little embarrassed. Somewhat embarrassed, she nodded and then headed out the door while her father was happy. And after the people left, there was the sound of footsteps coming steeply in the yard. In the next second, the immortal, white-haired, long-bearded old celestial master arrived. Seeing this, President Lin hurriedly stepped forward to pay his respects. Thanks to the heavenly master for the medicine. Mr. Lin feels so much better. Ha ha, give medicine? The old master froze slightly and glanced around the room. Doran was here? Yes, on the side. Daoist Sun nodded. Didn't elder brother come to deliver the medicine? Drug delivery? The old celestial master froze, then glanced at Chairman Lin before grabbing his pulse and checking it. It's a shock not to see. Somewhat surprised, he looked at President Lin and said, You took that kid's medicine? Yes, Celestial Master. President Lin queried. This medicine isn't from the Celestial Master? The old Celestial Master with a bland face was thrilled when he heard about it. I thought that the dark wounds on this President Lin's body were left behind by a full sex demon back then. The only way to cure it was to let him flush it out with his pure inner strength in order to get rid of it slowly. And the healing time is 5 years less. Who knew that this person had actually gotten completely well today after taking Dao Rant's return to origin pill? It's okay, you're cured, the old Celestial Master laughed. You don't have to come in the future. Putting down such a sentence, the old Heavenly Master then chased after him outside. Frozen in place, President Lin froze and instantly guessed something in his heart, thinking to himself that the status of that little Taoist monk just now seemed to be higher than he thought. Inside the pharmacy, after Zhang Daoran came to the door, he was planning to go around somewhere else. However, he saw the sound of footsteps coming from behind him, followed by the arrival of Netsuki. Looking at the little Taoist in front of her, she then called out, "Hey, stop!" Zhang Daoran froze and stopped afterward. Not only was the stop too sudden, it was still timely. Netsuki, who happened to be about 6'5", collided with him. The atmosphere was momentarily a bit awkward as the two embraced each other. In particular, Zhang Daoran was bursting under the pressure of the mountain peak, and immediately had some difficulty breathing. The milky scent, though, was a treat for him for a while. "Sorry," Netsuki, who had hastily taken a few steps back, blushed. "I ran too fast. I'm sorry for just now. I misunderstood you. Don't be offended." When Zhang Daoran heard this, a hint of bemusement appeared in his eyes. Looking down at Jiyue, who had come to apologize, he then turned around with the intention of leaving. It's a high-strung, oblivious look, making Pure Moon frown. She then went after him and said, "Hey, little Taoist, I've apologized to you, so don't be angry with me. Although I don't know who you are, I can guess that you must be the most favored and highly placed disciple of Dragon Tiger Mountain, right?" Upon hearing the inquiry, Zhang Daoran slowly stopped in his tracks. Tilting his head, he glanced at Netsuki and said, "I thought you had big boobs, but now it seems that you still have some brains." Big boobs? When Pure Moon heard this, her pretty face instantly blushed. Looking at Zhang Daoran in front of her, she frowned. "Hey, tell me your name. You saved my father. We'll be friends from now on. I can bring you anything you want next time." An unimpressed Zhang Daoran smiled and continued to speak. "I take back that last sentence I just said. Bye." Putting down such a sentence, Zhang Daoran then walked forward. This made Netsuke feel a bit upset when she saw it. Takumi was usually the one who ignored people, but she didn't think anyone would actually ignore her twice today. Somewhat angry, she instantly grabbed at Zhang Daoran's neck. "You stop it." Who knew that before her fingers even touched? Jet Moon suddenly felt like she couldn't advance a single bit. To be precise, it was Zhang Daoran's body that exploded with air. With a bland face, he turned to look at Netsuki and said, "Grow a brain, remember?" As the words fell, Jiyue felt her body fall to the ground uncontrollably. In looking up, the person in front of him had disappeared. Just now, it made her gulp, a little in disbelief at the scene she had just witnessed. "I thought to myself whether I was mistaken, or whether the little Taoist priest just now was not a human being." A few moments later, in the courtyard of the Heavenly Master's house, the old Celestial Master looked at the Return to Origin pill in his hand with shock in his eyes. Feeling incredulous, he looked at Zhang Daoran and couldn't help but swallow his saliva. "Did you really refine this?" Hearing the inquiry, Zhang Daoran nodded. Rather bashfully he glanced at his master and smiled. "Bad practice. I'll keep trying next time." "Master, bad practice?" When the old Celestial Master heard this, he had some mixed feelings. The color of this Return to Yuan Dan is absolutely superior, and the medicinal effect is even more exceptionally fierce. Both the monkeys in the back of the mountain and that President Lin had surprised him in a good way. As for pills like this, the old Celestial Master asked himself that he hadn't refined pills of this quality in decades. "Doran," laughed Tian Jinzhong from the sidelines. "Looks like you're really a genius. Alchemy actually can't stop you." An unimpressed Zhang Daoran smiled and waved his hand when he heard Uncle Tian's compliment. "Uncle Master is too serious. I'm still 100,000 miles away from Master." "Nonetheless," Tian Jinzhong dismantled. "That elixir on the table was made by your master. How about you take a look?" "Ha, this is an elixir?" Zhang Daoran glanced at the elixir on the table and said, "I thought it was a rat turd. Mouse shit? Ahem." With a reddened face, the old Celestial Master coughed and redeemed himself. "Senior brother, how can you say that? Daoran, it was Master who misjudged you. Your alchemy talent is indeed good, but compared to Master you do need to work hard for a while." "Senior brother, why is your face red?" Tian Jinzhong teased. Zhang Daoran couldn't help but smile when he saw the scene. Unconcerned, he coughed softly. "Master, senior uncle, if it's alright, let me continue refining pills." The blushing old Celestial Master nodded and glanced at Zhang Daoran and said, "Go on. By the way, don't wreak havoc on those monkeys. In the future, let your gang of senior brothers do the drug testing. They have thick skin. They can withstand your tossing. Of course, the main thing is that the elixir is quite good. Don't waste it." Hearing his master say this, Zhang Daoran was ecstatic in his heart, figuring he was just contemplating not having a test object. Who knew the master had given him a straight setup? Quite pleased, he nodded and turned away after him. Tian Jinzhong couldn't help but smile when he saw the scene. Southerly glanced at his senior brother and said, "Senior brother, you're just going to let him refine pills? Aren't you afraid that he'll eat Rongshan, Lin Yu and these children badly?" Fear not, the old celestial master said with confidence. I believe in Doran. Back in the alchemy room, Zhang Daoran glanced at the alchemy furnace and couldn't help but stroke his chin. To mull over the beast pills, the returning pill is too low in difficulty and too common in its effects. For ordinary people, it was still a treasure, but for immortal cultivators like him, it was a real chicken rib. After all, he was practicing the golden light mantra. The more air there was, the stronger it was. Thinking of this, Zhang Daoran then flipped through the Dan dictionary. After looking around carefully, he stopped at the last page. Chi replenishing elixir. Gather the air of heaven and earth and refine your own spirit. A few short little words instantly caught Zhang Daoran's attention. Mulling over other Dan formulas, all of which have herbal formulas, or various types of special materials. But this chi replenishing pill in front of me requires the addition of air. For ordinary people might not know what air was, but Zhang Daoran did. Air is the biggest difference between an inhuman and an ordinary person. The reason why inhumans are categorized as innate and acquired is because of the air. Some are born with it, some are sensed later, and the origins of the two are not the same. The strength of the air, on the other hand, is determined by the control of the air by the alien, and the amount of air. The reason why the chi replenishing pill could attract Zhang Daoran was because of this air. Quite surprised, a glint appeared in his eyes after a few glances. Without giving it too much thought he smiled and immediately set about to begin refining the elixir. As before, Zhang Daoran distributed the types of herbs with reasonable weights. After some blending, he then silently chanted the golden light mantra. At once, a touch of air appeared on its fingertips. Looking at the herbs in front of him, Zhang Daoran followed and injected them into them. Start the pot and fire the furnace, and wait for the elixir to form. Score. Very much so. After waiting for half an hour, movement came from the alchemy furnace. Zhang Daoran, who had been waiting for a while, saw the scene and then followed suit and opened the alchemy furnace. As far as the naked eye could see, 3 elixirs resembling black charcoal appeared in front of them. It made him freeze, figuring it was a failure, but intuition told Zhang Daoran that the dance seemed to have succeeded. Only a little ugly in character. Rather embarrassed, he laughed and couldn't help but follow through with holding it out, wondering if the chi replenishing pill is successful. Wouldn't it be easier to find someone to try it on? Thinking of this, Zhang Daoran then ran outward with gusto. A few moments later, in the practice room, Zhang Lingyu looked at the 3 black charcoals on the table. Her eyes were complicated, filled with embarrassment. He looked at senior brother Daoran and couldn't help but gulp. Senior brother, are you serious? This is the elixir? Zhang Daoran, who was sitting on the sidelines, nodded and propped up his chin. Senior brother Lingyu, eat it. Senior brother won't harm you. When Zhang Lingyu heard this, her face instantly became bitter. Thinking about what happened to those monkeys, he agonized. Senior brother, why don't I go catch you 2 monkeys? Good boy, be obedient. Zhang Daoran laughed. Master said no monkey woes? No monkey trouble? So you can wreak havoc on me? Zhang Lingyu swallowed his saliva, and it was difficult for him to swallow these 3 pills for a while. Seeing this scene, Rong Shan, who was on the side, couldn't help but softly say, Lingyu, eat it, don't let junior brother down. Senior brother you, said Zhang Lingyu with a pained expression. Why don't you eat? I'm 9th in line. Rongshan laughed. Good boy. Who told you to be the youngest? Zhang Lingyu, who had mixed feelings, sighed and looked at the smiling senior brother Rongshan, as well as junior brother Daoran. He nodded helplessly, glancing at the 3 black charcoals. He instantly closed his eyes and then picked one up and gulped it into his mouth. This caused a hint of anticipation to appear in Zhang Daoran's eyes when he saw it. Looking at the agonized Zhang Lingyu, he smiled. Senior brother Lingyu, how does it feel? Hearing this, Zhang Lingyu couldn't help but shake her head. Figuring out the elixir seemed useless, except for a pasty odor. It didn't do much, but as he was celebrating, a sudden sharp pain shot through his stomach. Senior, get out of the way. I want to go to the outhouse. The 5th shift. Kneel down and ask for 5-star reviews, free flowers, and gifts of all kinds. Pust, pust, pust. Listening to the movement in the outhouse, Zhang Daoran couldn't help but stroke his chin. Obviously, the chi replenishment Dan failed. Not discouraged, he glanced at Rongshan and smiled. Maybe there's a mistake in one of the steps. Senior brother, wait for me one more time. Putting down such a sentence, Zhang Daoran then turned around and left. Frozen in place, Rongshan saw the scene and screamed in his heart. Fittingly, over the next 3 days, Zhang Daoran was either refining pills or testing pills, or searching for herbs. One thing led to another, and the entire Lung Fushan Heavenly Master's mansion was made a mess. In the courtyard of the old celestial master, pale and weak, Zhang Lingyu sighed. Looking at the master on his heels, he agonized. Master, let junior brother Daoran stop. If this continues, we're all going to be wasted. He made senior brother Rongshan take an elixir yesterday, and now he hasn't woken up yet. The day before yesterday, fourth senior brother ate an elixir, and the entire person is still foaming at the mouth. Even your rhubarb is on the verge of dying of poison. As soon as these words left his mouth, the old heavenly master's face twitched, somewhat embarrassed. He looked at Zhang Lingyu and couldn't help but cough. I thought to myself that Dao Ran, this kid's alchemy seems to be a bit less than smooth. The rather embarrassed old celestial master smiled and said, I know. Show me. Hearing this, Zhang Lingyu couldn't help but be overjoyed and hurriedly led the way ahead. Now hadn't taken 2 steps when his stomach flipped again. Not caring about his face, he ran to the outhouse road at fire speed. Master, you go ahead. I'll be right behind you. Pust, pust, pust. Listening to the movement in the hut, a layer of black lines crossed the top of the old celestial master's head. Somewhat embarrassed, he shook his head slightly, then covered his nose and left. In the alchemy room, lightning strike wood, nitrate. Looking at each and every medicinal herb, the cloaked Zheng Daoran was filled with smiles. He hadn't slept in 3 days and his eyes were slightly red. Swearing to refine the chi replenishing Dan, he heatedly opened a new alchemy. As the pot was started and the stove burned, Zhang Daoran took a deep breath and couldn't help but wait slowly. 10 minutes, half an hour. It wasn't until an hour later that movement came from the Dan furnace. This caused Zhang Daoran to freeze, and immediately a glint appeared in his eyes. Quite happy, he smiled and couldn't help but follow suit and open the Dan furnace. Vaguely visible in the furnace was a crimson-colored elixir. Both the quality and the color are so much better than before. It's a done deal. Taoist master I have become. The ecstatic Zhang Daoran laughed out loud and followed by taking it in his hand. Figuring out if this elixir is useful or not. Finding someone to try it out will tell you. Just as he was about to go out and look for someone, suddenly there was movement behind him. In the next second, the tall and upright old celestial master, wearing a Taoist robe, arrived at the door. Condescendingly, he looked at Zhang Daoran, who was cloaked and pale, and said, Daoran, you can't be so impatient with alchemy. I heard that you haven't closed your eyes for 3 days and nights? Master, Zhang Daoran froze. Then a hint of a smile appeared on his face. The dragon essence smiled and immediately offered the chi replenishing Dan Dao. Please, master, try the medicine. A drug test? The old heavenly master's face twitched as he looked at the medicine in Zhang Daoran's hand and couldn't help but feel a hint of trepidation. After all, Lingyu, Rongshan and those kids are all still lying in bed now. Rather embarrassed, he coughed and said, Dao Ran, there's no rush to test the medicine. What kind of Dan is this? I heard that several of your senior brothers are poisoned. No way. Zhang Daoran smiled and nodded. Master, this is the chi replenishing pill. The previous ones were all failures. This one is real. Please try the medicine. Master, a rejuvenating elixir? The old celestial master froze, and then a glint appeared in his eyes. I thought to myself that the chi replenishing pill is a good thing. He had spent almost half a year to refine this Dan. Although he hadn't refined it, he was profoundly aware of its effects. Is this true? The old heavenly master said excitedly. Is this really the chi replenishing pill? Yes, Zhang Daoran smiled. Please ask master to test the medicine. Seeing Zhang Daoran so certain, the old heavenly master no longer hesitated. Taking a closer look at the chi replenishing Dan, he then swallowed it into his stomach. At once, a wave of heat surged up to the dantian. This caused the old heavenly master to stare in surprise. It's really a chi replenishing elixir. It's said that this elixir is to increase the air. Goo 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 goo. Disciple, master's stomach hurts. Zhang Daoran froze, then a hint of disappointment appeared in his eyes. I thought to myself, I failed again. Looking at the master in front of him with a pained expression, he spread his hands. Failed again. This chi replenishing pill is so hard. What is the problem? When the old celestial master with the stomachache heard this, he wanted to curse his mother. In pain, he shook his head and then flashed away. After the people left, the cloaked Zhang Daoran sat frozen on the ground. Figuring out both the herbs and the steps, he got almost every step right. But the chi replenishing pills that had been refined several times were of no use at all. Nope, it works as an enhanced laxative. Thinking of this, Zhang Daoran was slightly disappointed. Rumble. While he was disappointed, suddenly thunder rolled overhead. When he looked up, he saw that the sky was covered with dark clouds and lightning, and it looked like a storm was coming. Ray, lightning strike wood. This caused Zhang Daoran to freeze and instantly understand something. I thought to myself that the chi replenishing pill has one herb, which is thunderclap wood. In this elixir given to the master, it was the new herbs that he had added in, and this time, the color of the pills that came out of the furnace was much better than before. Suddenly realizing this, Zhang Daoran froze and immediately ran to the alchemy room. casually picking up the alchemy furnace and looking at it. A glint appeared in his eyes. Moments later, the courtyard. The old celestial master lying on the eunuch's chair was pale. Even a body like his was a little too strong to hold up under the increased size of the laxative. If he hadn't diffused some of it with his air, I'm afraid the whole thing would still be in the outhouse. Looking at Zhang Daoran, who came to admit his mistake, the old heavenly master waved his hand. Daoran, you refined it well. Don't do it next time. Hearing this, Zhang Daoran was immediately a bit embarrassed. Looking at the master before him, he then smiled. Master, this time, I didn't come here for the sake of alchemy, but to learn lightning techniques from you. Thunderbolt? The old celestial master froze. Then a glint appeared in his eyes. Why do you suddenly want to learn thunder magic? Hearing this, Zhang Daoran could not help but smile slightly. He thought firstly, not to mention how strong the thunder method was, and secondly, because he needed thunder for alchemy. As for why, it was because mortal fire could not refine divine elixirs. Thinking of this, Zhang Daoran smiled. Master, when I was comprehending the golden light mantra, I had a great sense of the air, and the air in my body was even more stirred when the thunder just struck. So I was wondering if the air could be related to thunder? That's why I want to learn the thunder technique. When the old heavenly master heard this, he was instantly astonished, looking at Daoran, whose enlightenment was heaven-defying. In front of him, his eyes were filled with shock. He thought to himself that this child was so young that he could actually sense the relationship between air and thunder. To know that he was able to traverse the world with his thunder law, it was precisely this point that he had sensed and in order to sense this, he had spent a full 10 years. But the Daoran in front of him took less than a month. The old celestial master froze in place and sighed, then nodded happily. Good, since you want to learn, I will naturally teach you. In fact, you are right in thinking that thunder technique is indeed related to the air. It comes from one's 5 organs, also known as the 5 airs, and even the strength of the thunder technique depends on the person who is using the thunder itself. Daoran, how much thunder technique you can perceive depends on you. Putting down such a sentence, the old heavenly master then stretched out a finger and pointed it at Zhang Daoran's brow. In an instant, an extremely powerful force of intent didn't enter his mind. At this moment, it belonged to the unique skill of the heavenly master's house of Longhu Mountain, Thunder Law. Under this one finger, it was accepted in its entirety by Zhang Daoran. With an agitated face, he gulped and closed his eyes afterward. Within moments, he followed suit and opened his eyes again. It was vaguely visible, and a flash of thunder crossed in his eyes. The sky is clear and the earth is determined, and the magic is invisible. The yin and yang are reversed. The wind and rain and thunder. Ray came. Word by word mantra that mirrors the heart. Zhang Daoran opened his eyes instantly and followed with a silent mantra. Ding! As you are comprehending the 5 thunders orthodoxy? Congratulations on comprehending the young 5 thunders primary. Hearing the system prompt, Zhang Daoran's heart burst with ecstasy. After the old heavenly master on the side had finished his impartation, he blandly said, Daoran, the thunder method is extremely difficult and requires great talent. Back then, Master also spent a month's effort in perceiving thunder. Hearing this, Zhang Daoran smiled faintly. Looking at the old heavenly master in front of him, he then silently recited the mantra. The sky is clear and the earth is determined, and the magic is invisible. The yin and yang are reversed. The wind and rain and thunder. Ray came. Boom! In the center of his hand, a thunderbolt instantly appeared. With a small explosion, this thunder followed and disappeared. Ding! As you are comprehending the 5 thunders positive technique, congratulations on comprehending the young 5 thunders intermediate control. Hearing the system prompt, Zhang Daoran, who was ecstatic in his heart, laughed. Master, is this the thunder you were talking about? The old celestial master who froze in place saw this scene, and his entire body was stunned. Feeling incredulous, he looked at Zhang Daoran, his eyes filled with incredulity. Thinking to himself that he had just imparted the thunder method, he didn't expect this child to sense thunder. What's this? That's a demonic level of talent. The incomparably shocked old celestial master gulped and excitedly said, Green is better than blue. Daoran, you're the most powerful genius in the Longhu Mountain Heavenly Master's house in the past few hundred years, aside from the ancestor master. Hearing this, Zhang Daoran smiled faintly. Unconcerned, he nodded and laughed. Thanks for the compliments, master. I just sensed it and didn't expect it to come out. If there's nothing else, my disciple is off to learn the thunder technique. The excited old heavenly master nodded, looking at the back of the departing figure, suddenly feeling some emotions. It was as if he felt that he had only reached today's point after all these years of fortunate and hard work and cultivation. In front of him, Daoran was easily learning the golden light mantra, and even the thunder method, which gave him the feeling that his age was living on rhubarb. As the saying goes, people are worse than people. The somewhat envious old heavenly master was about to get up and go tell his senior brother when suddenly his stomach rumbled once again. Oops, it's coming on strong. Unable to think about it, the old celestial master froze and hurriedly ran wildly to the outhouse. Out of the yard, Zhang Daoran then ran towards the alchemy room. He who had learned the thunder law was overjoyed in his heart at this moment, figuring out how to refine pills with the lightning method. Although he didn't know how effective it would be, it would definitely increase the chances of success. The reverie smiled and was about to pick up speed when he did. However, he saw Zhang Lingyu follow him out, and he who had recovered some of his body looked at Zhang Daoran and said, "Junior brother Daoran, you succeeded in alchemy? So happy?" "Nah, just went to learn the thunder law." Zhang Daoran stopped and said honestly. "Thunderbolt?" Zhang Lingyu was stunned. Then a hint of a smile appeared on her face. He thought to himself that he was also learning the thunder law and had already sensed the air of the young five thunders. As long as some time passed, then he would be able to learn the basic thunder technique. Looking at junior elder brother Daoran in front of her, Zhang Lingyu smiled. "Really? I've also been learning the thunder method for almost 2 months now. It's kinda hard, but at the same time, it's quite impressive. If there's anything the youngest brother doesn't know." "Senior brother Lingyu," Zhang Daoran interrupted before he could finish his words. "Are you talking about this thunder? I feel it's quite simple. I casually sensed it and learned it." "Casual?" Zhang Lingyu looked at the lightning in Zhang Daoran's hand, and her entire body froze in place. Dumbfounded, he gulped, his face filled with incredulity. He thought to himself that he had been learning the thunder technique for almost 2 months, and he was still unable to spill the thunder air out of his body. Who knew that junior brother Daoran had casually sensed it? The rather shocked Zhang Lingyu rubbed her eyes and said, "You call that casual? Is it hard?" Zhang Daoran spread his hands and said, "Senior brother, if there's nothing else, I'll go make pills." Zhang Lingyu, feeling speechless, Zhang Lingyu couldn't help but feel a pang of discomfort as she looked at the departing back. He thought to himself that junior brother's talent was demonic. With such a person in Lung Fu Shan, he will never have a chance to get ahead. Thinking of this, Zhang Lingyu then intended to tell the senior brothers about this matter. Coo. Nanoha didn't take 2 steps before her stomach rumbled again. That sudden feeling of a suspected Milky Way falling from the 9 heavens and flying down 3,000 feet. Letting Zhang Lingyu cover her butt, she directly left in flames. "Come to the alchemy room." Zhang Daoran, who was full of smiles, looked at the alchemy furnace and then placed it. Next, add various herbs and mix the proportions. Once he was done, he once again began to start the pots and burners. Only this time it wasn't fire that was used, but thunder. Confidently, Zhang Daoran smiled and followed with a silent recitation of the mantra. The sky is clear and the earth is determined, and the magic is invisible. The yin and yang are reversed. The wind and rain and thunder. Ray came. At that moment, an additional ray of lightning appeared in the center of his hand. Ding! As you are comprehending the thunder law, congratulations on comprehending the young five thunders advanced thunder harnessing. Hearing the system prompt, Zhang Daoran was ecstatic in his heart. The great thing about Takumi Gnosis against all odds is that you immediately get something out of it just by learning it. Sensing this joy, Zhang Daoran smiled and followed by driving the lightning in his hand. As expected, the lightning in his hand was instantly harnessed. That feeling of being able to maneuver it will made Zhang Daoran's heart burst with joy. Impatiently, he glanced at the alchemy furnace and immediately harnessed the thunder to begin alchemy. Click! As soon as Naiha Lei touched the alchemy furnace, there was a clicking sound. This caused Zhang Daoran to freeze, a hint of embarrassment appearing in his eyes. It was vaguely visible that the alchemy furnace made of bronze could not carry rays refining at all. Its bottom inch shattered apart, and it had lost its usefulness for alchemy. A somewhat disappointed Zhang Daoran froze, then got up and stood. I thought to myself that this stove is still too bad. You need at least a sturdier stove to top it off. And when you look at the Lung Fu Shan Heavenly Master's house, there seems to be quite a lot of these stoves. For example, there is a nice stove in the main hall where the portrait of the ancestor is placed, kneeling for 5-star reviews, free flowers, gifts. A few moments later, outside the main hall of the Heavenly Master's mansion on Longhu Mountain, looking at the dojo in front of him with green smoke curling up and purple robes and white belt curtains surrounding it, Zhang Daoran's eyes showed a hint of nervousness. After all, this place is not another place, but the place of the ancestor of the Heavenly Master's house of Longhu Mountain. Coming here, he coughed and instantly followed to the inside. As far as the eye could see, there was a constant flow of incense, and scripture runes and papers were everywhere. The rows belonging to the Grandmasters are top-notch. Ancestor Master above. Junior apprentice Daoran borrows the furnace for a while. If he can make it into a dan, he will surely make the entire Longhu Mountain raise their religion to soar in the future. Even after saying these words, Zhang Daoran felt some of his cheeks burning. But as the saying goes, You can't eat enough with a thick skin or you can't get laid. No longer hesitant, he immediately turned his gaze to the incense burner under the ancestor's portrait. Vaguely visible. The incense burner is a typical three-legged round ears. Looks very old. The time spent in this Longhua mountain was at least 100 years. Although he didn't know how its material was, Zhang Daoran was pretty sure that this thing was better than the shattered alchemy furnace. Of course, if this tripod didn't work, he would have to turn around somewhere else. Thinking of this, Zhang Daoran then carried the alchemy furnace and ran to the other side. And after he left, a child who had come to offer incense arrived. As usual, he was about to kowtow to the incense, only to find that the dragon's beard tripod that was placed here is gone. The child with a face full of confusion froze, then exclaimed, "There are thieves!" A moment later, in the alchemy room, Zhang Daoran, who had returned here, glanced at the Dan furnace in his hands and a hint of a smile appeared in his eyes. Casually picking up the lid of the stove tripod on the ground, he rippled and snapped it on. As expected, the two objects go quite well together. A rather happy Zhang Daoran coughed and then proceeded to start packing up the herbs. After some tinkering, the new qi replenishing pill herbs were dispensed. With an agitated face, he smiled and couldn't help but follow along with the silent mantra. The sky is clear and the earth is determined, and the magic is invisible. The yin and yang are reversed. The wind and rain and thunder. Ray came. As the words fell, in Zhang Daoran's hand, an additional ray of lightning instantly appeared. It was vaguely visible that this thunder light was even more pure than the last appearance of thunder. Ding! Due to your participation in the Five Thunders positive law, congratulations on fully comprehending the Five Thunders of Yang. Hearing the system prompt, Zhang Daoran's heart burst with ecstasy. Figuring out this back and forth, it seems that the Yang Five Thunders have been completely mastered by it. It was just that the amount of power depended entirely on the strength of the air. A somewhat excited Zhang Daoran swallowed his saliva and followed and began to continue refining. As expected, as the lightning touched the alchemy furnace, it began to stabilize. This made Zhang Daoran feel relieved when he saw it. I thought to myself that it was worthy of being the ancestor's dinner, so it was indeed a bit useful. Secondly, while controlling Ray's alchemy, Zhang Daoran clearly felt that the air was constantly depleting, as well as constantly being nourished. After all, thunder law comes from the five viscera, all evolved from the air. He was able to comprehend the Yang Five Thunders, mostly due to the fact that his enlightenment was heaven-defying. But at his age there is an Achilles heel, and that is not much air. The thoughtful Zhang Daoran sighed slightly, souped up the alchemy furnace, and immediately increased the thunder fire. A faint scent of Dan came to his nose. With a glint in his eyes he smiled, then once again increased the thunder fire. Vaguely visible, the entire alchemy furnace began to cultivate, becoming transparent under the refining of the thunder fire. The medicinal herbs within it were fusing in a bizarre gesture. This caused Zhang Daoran to be secretly shocked when he saw it. He thought to himself that the system-enhanced divine alchemy was by no means an ordinary alchemy. It's simply amazing to see how well it can work. And at this time in the courtyard of the divine master. What? The ancestors' eating utensils are missing? The sudden news caused a hint of surprise to appear in Tian Jinzhong's eyes. Looking at the child kneeling on the ground, his face was filled with incredulity. I thought to myself that the ancestors' eating utensils had been placed in the main hall for I don't know how many years. It's never been safe in recent years, and I didn't expect it to be stolen this time. An incredulous Tian Jinzhong sighed and said, I know. Where's Tenshi? As the words fell, the old celestial master with a walking stick walked into the courtyard. His breath shriveled as he glanced at his senior and followed, sitting down in a side chair. This caused Tian Jinzhong to freeze and frown. Elder brother, why do you smell like Shang? Hearing this, the old heavenly master was a bit embarrassed. With a reddened old face he waved his hand and said, Never mind, I'm here to tell you the good news. Oh, Tian Jinzhong said, I have bad news for you too. What? The old celestial master froze and said, You first? No, you say it, Tian Jinzhong said. The old celestial master froze, then said, Daoran has sensed the thunder law in less than a quarter of an hour. How dare you believe that? When Tian Jinzhong heard this, he instantly froze, and then shock appeared on his face. Incredulous, he shook his head and said, Demonic senior brother. I'm afraid you're no match for this guy compared to you when you were young, right? It's not good to say. The old heavenly master shook his head. What's your bad news? The dragon beard tripod has been stolen, Tian Jinzhong said blandly. Oh, what? The old celestial master let out an oh-so-slight sound, then stood up with anger on his face. Who was so bold as to steal the dragon beard tripod? The bland-faced Tian Jinzhong shook his head slightly as he was about to analyze a wave. Boom! Suddenly not far away from the alchemy room, a loud bang suddenly came from it. Old Tianshi, Tian Jinzhong and the two of them looked at each other and instantly understood who had stolen it. Adverse disciple, you dare to touch what the ancestor is eating. With a furious roar, the old celestial master followed and disappeared into a blistering shadow. In the alchemy room, smelling the fragrance, Zhang Daoran was thrilled in his heart. As the thunder fire continued to increase, he also clearly felt the decrease in air. That feeling of weakness made him more and more excited. Boom! Just when Zhang Daoran thought that he was going to be successful, suddenly the alchemy furnace in front of him exploded. The entire alchemy room followed and collapsed in half under the thunderous light and pandemonium. The great commotion instantly attracted Zhang Lingyu, Rong Shan, Zhao Huanjin, and a bunch of other disciples to watch. It's a done deal. Taoist master I have become. Ha ha ha. Only to see a tiny, cloaked and rather maniacal figure crawling out of the rubble. In his hand, there was a greenish-gray elixir. This person was no other than Zhang Daoran. Senior brother. Zhang Lingyu said, dumbfounded at the sight. Junior brother Daoran isn't going crazy, is he? Is he going off the deep end? I don't know. Rongshan scowled. I don't eat anyway. I don't eat either, Zhou Huanjin said. Only a hint of a smile appeared in the eyes of the ecstatic Zhang Daoran after he climbed out of the rubble. Ding! Due to your success in refining the qi replenishing pill, congratulations on becoming a 5th grade alchemist. Hearing the system prompt, Zhang Daoran's heart burst with excitement. It's a done deal. It's really becoming. It's an affirmation from the system. Adverse disciple, you dare to touch the ancestors' eating utensils. How dare you? While Zhang Daoran was happy, the old heavenly master came violently into the courtyard. The loud voice was like a bell, echoing in the ears of the crowd. Zhang Lingyu, Rongshan, and Zhao Huanjin, who were frozen to the side, gave a thumbs up after hearing this. And when Zhang Daoran saw this scene, a hint of embarrassment appeared in his eyes. Holding the elixir, he smiled and said, Master, I called in a report before I took it. Who did you tell? The old celestial master said in anger. Ancestor, Zhang Daoran laughed. Look, ancestor blessing. I've made it. Looking at the pills that were handed over, the old celestial master was still furious. After all, the dragon-bearded tripod had been in Longhu Mountain for hundreds of years, and this was the first time it had suffered a bad accident. Rather bitterly, he glanced at Zhang Daoran and said, Where's the tripod? Bring it. Oh. Zhang Daoran let out an oh-so-subtle sound and glanced back at the ruins, instantly taking a step forward. Vaguely visible, it instantly exploded with amazing air on its body, and in the midst of all this air, a thunderous light blasted out. Overbearing and majestic, it swept away like a dragon and snake. This is, Zhang Lingyu said excitedly at the sight. Yang 5 Thunder. That's right, Rongshan was surprised. Junior brother Daoran actually used the Yang 5 Thunders. Hasn't he only been learning for a day? Zhou Huanjin was shocked. When the old heavenly master saw this scene, he also froze in place, looking at Zhang Daoran, who had used the Yang 5 Thunders. His mouth was open enough to stuff a jinx. Feeling incredulous, he gulped, a little disbelieving for a moment. After all, it was only a few hours ago that he had taught the Thunder Law, but a few hours have passed, and this rebellious disciple even knows how to use the Yang 5 Thunders? Boom! The crowd instantly returned to their senses as an explosion rang out. After seeing Zhang Daoran use Yang 5 Thunder Blast to lift the rubble, he then took out the dragon beard tripod that had one leg left. Somewhat embarrassed, he scratched his head and said, Master, that's all that's left. It seems a bit hard enough. Not hard enough? A rebel. The old heavenly master's face turned green as he looked at the shattered dragon beard tripod. Enraged, he glanced at Zhang Daoran, not bothering to be shocked. What did you use to scourge the ancestors' dragon beard tripod like this, you rebellious disciple? Use lightning. Zhang Daoran smiled and said, Master, the qi replenishing pill can only be successfully refined with air. Do you want to try it? Looking at the qi replenishing pill that was handed over, the old heavenly master hurriedly retreated. Filled with shock, he shook his head slightly and said, Adverse disciple, you actually used lightning to refine pills. You're really crazy. An unimpressed Zhang Daoran spread his hands. Seeing that the old heavenly master was not eating, he then looked at Zhang Lingyu and said, Senior brothers, this is the qi replenishing pill. Eat it to increase your air. Which one of you will come? Hearing this, Zhang Lingyu, Rongshan, Zhao Huanjin and the others hurriedly shook their heads. Once bitten by a snake, 10 years in fear of a well rope, they were obviously as afraid of this elixir as a tiger. A rather helpless Zhang Daoran sighed and said, Well, I'll just have to do it myself. As the words fell, Zhang Daoran then swallowed the qi replenishing pill. At that moment, a dazzling golden light instantly burst out on its body. At the same time, an extremely strong heat current surged madly within its body. This caused the old celestial master on the side to be shocked when he saw it. The air body is overflowing. How fierce must the potency of this elixir be? Ah! As the words fell, He only saw Zhang Daoran raise his voice to the sky and let out a long whistle. The air in its body, as if it had been given a vent, instantly came out. When Zhang Lingyu and the others saw the scene, they were dumbstruck and filled with incredulity. This is too much air. Master, is junior brother Daoran alright? This is too scary. I've still seen so much air in my master. Hearing a few disciples discussing it, a glint appeared in the old heavenly master's eyes. Looking at Zhang Daoran, who was bursting with golden light, he then waved his big hand. At once, an infinite greatness instantly wrapped around it. After doing this, the old heavenly master commanded, "This matter must not be spread out. If anyone asks about it, just say that master has gone off the deep end practicing kung fu." Zhang Lingyu was slightly stunned, thinking that you call this going off the deep end? And at this time in the Longhu Mountain scenic area, many tourists have seen the Tianchi mansion has a golden light rises up to the sky. The uninformed ordinary people who saw this scene were extraordinarily surprised and thought it was a miracle, each kneeling and praying. And among the common people, some from the holistic nature saw it and instantly understood that it was air. Such amazing air could not help but shock them. A few moments later, in the courtyard of the heavenly master's house, looking at Zhang Daoran, who was sleeping on the chair, Tian Jinzhong's eyes were filled with surprise. After taking a few closer looks, he couldn't help but sigh. Did he make that noise just now? Upon hearing the inquiry, the old celestial master couldn't help but nod his head. Glancing at Zhang Daoran, who had not yet woken up, he said, "Who else could it be but him? This chi replenishing pill is too powerful. His body is young for a time did not top. This enlightenment came a little sharp, but good thing his body is sturdy. It is a blessing in disguise." Hearing his senior brother say this, a hint of surprise appeared in Tian Jinzhong's eyes. Quite curious, he nodded, worried. Looks like the heavenly master's mansion won't be peaceful for a few days. Those people saw it, didn't they? The unimpressed old celestial master laughed and spread his hands. Come one to kill one, come a pair to kill a pair. Longhu Mountain is not a place for them to go unchecked. As the words fell, Zhang Daoran slowly opened his eyes. Feeling full of strength he looked around the room and instantly got up and stood. Master, what's happening to me? When the old heavenly master heard the inquiry, a hint of helplessness appeared in his eyes. He loved and hated the big-eared thief as a credited disciple. The love is that his talent is too strong, crowning the dragon and tiger. Hate is that this rebellious disciple does not listen to the words. The ancestor of the rice bowl are smashed. Daoran, sighed the old celestial master. This chi replenishing pill of yours is indeed very powerful. If you didn't have a good physique, I'm afraid that you would have already been killed by this astonishing airburst. Hearing this, Zhang Daoran could not help but smile awkwardly. The mind thought that the moment he swallowed the chi replenishing pill, he felt like he was filled up like a balloon. As for physical fitness, in his opinion it was attributed to the strong body of Taoist boxing. This way, Zhang Daoran smiled. Looks like I've made it. Master, this elixir can be completely mass-produced. I feel great now. The old celestial master with his hands behind his back nodded, and he saw the effects of the faceted chi replenishing pill. Only this way of refining pills seemed too special, and a bit of a waste furnace. He glanced at Zhang Daoran and coughed. Let's try again later. There's no furnace on the mountain that can withstand the tossing and turning of the thunder law. What about under the mountain? Zhang Daoran said excitedly. Master, if you just give me a good alchemy furnace, I can make Longhu Mountain's chickens and dogs soar. Old timer, Tian Jinzhong. Looking at the fervent Zhang Daoran, the old heavenly master, Tian Jinzhong could not help but sigh. Tian Jinzhong, in particular, was smiling. Ever heard of a refiner? Perhaps they can help you. Alchemist, Dawn's Gate, God's Machine 100 Refinements. Zhang Daoran froze, and these names instantly crossed his mind. I thought to myself that Uncle Tian was right. You can use air to create powerful magic treasures, and you can also refine alchemy furnaces that can withstand air. Ah, shitty, the old celestial master reminded. Alchemists are all lonely and arrogant, and they're not that easy to find since they're all gods and dragons. Hearing this, Tian Jinzhong couldn't help but nod. This caused Zhang Daoran to open his mouth when he saw it. Master, I can learn to refine weapons. As soon as these words left his mouth, the old heavenly master couldn't help but stare, and then laughed. Daoran, refining is not something you can learn just because you want to. You have to have talent. I admit you're very good, but you can't chew too much if you're greedy. Do you understand that? Zhang Daoran froze, and then his heart burst with embarrassment. Takumi he has the Gnosis reverse skill. It's a matter of minutes to learn anything. The district refining was difficult for others, but it wasn't really difficult for him. Let's leave it at that for now. There's no need to bring this matter up again. The old heavenly master continued to speak. You already know the young five thunders. Consolidate them well. The thunder law is infinite in its wonders. There are multiple ways to use it. If you become proficient, it's enough for you to be invincible under the sun. Stand down. Hearing this, Zhang Daoran could not help but sigh. Thinking about the power of the thunder law, he naturally knew it. But what he wants is not invincible, but to live forever and get to become an immortal. And the alchemy of this course, naturally, is the fastest path for him to reach his goal. Thinking of this, Zhang Daoran did not say anything more and then turned to leave. After the people left, a hint of a smile appeared in Tian Jinzhong's eyes. Looking at his senior brother, he instantly coughed. Elder brother, should we make a bet that this kid will never stop there? Hearing this, the old heavenly master with his hands behind his back also smiled bitterly. Rather helplessly, he shook his head slightly and said, "You think I don't know? Now I'm suddenly a little worried. You said that this kid Daoran is making such rapid progress. I'm afraid that in a few months he'll be invincible in the Dragon Tiger Mountain. Do you think I'm going to beat him up violently? Or?" When Tian Jinzhong heard this, he couldn't help but laugh. Looking at the worried senior brother in front of him, he smiled. "Senior brother, weren't you like this in the beginning? Look at how master treated you." The old celestial master froze, then fell into a memory. After pondering his invincibility in Lungfushan, he was sent to travel down the mountain. In those days, he practically pushed his way across the entire inhuman realm. There have been storms of bloodshed and deceit, and there have been dark moments, but he still killed his way out. Otherwise there wouldn't be the famous One Jedi today. Thinking of this, the old heavenly master suddenly brightened up and said, "Thanks for the pointer, senior brother." Back in the yard, Zhang Daoran, who had nothing to do, glanced at the alchemy furnace that was being repaired, and a hint of disinterest appeared in his eyes. Turning, he headed for the restroom. As soon as he entered the house, he saw Zhang Lingyu organizing the bedding. This made Zhang Daoran see it and then asked with a smile, "Spirit Jade senior brother. Senior brother, I'm not eating." Zhang Lingyu hurriedly turned back after hearing the commotion. A somewhat embarrassed Zhang Daoran shook his head slightly and hugged his arms. "I'm not asking you to test the medicine. I want to ask you, senior brother Lingyu, does our Longhu Mountain have a method for refining weapons? The art of smithing?" Zhang Lingyu froze, then shook her head. Looking at the Daoran junior brother in front of him, he frankly said, "There are no weapon refining spells, but there are plenty of magic weapons. They're in the storehouse at the back." "Senior brother, is it hard for you to want to refine weapons? Didn't you just still refine pills?" Zhang Daoran smiled and spread his hands. "That's right, I want to make an alchemy furnace." Slip away. Looking at her departing senior brother, Zhang Lingyu's eyes revealed a hint of surprise. He thought to himself that this little senior brother of his was really versatile. Outside the depot, Zhang Daoran, who hadn't traveled for a few minutes, soon arrived here. Looking at the treasury in front of him, a glint appeared in his eyes. Think to yourself that the sky is the limit. What's a refiner as long as he's bold? Intending to start with the magic treasures, he then pushed open the door of the storehouse. It was vaguely dark inside and there were cobwebs on the door sign. This caused Zhang Daoran to shake his head and then snapped his fingers. At once, a ball of air appeared at its fingertips. The golden light was like the sun, instantly lighting up the entire treasury. As far as the eye could see, the place looked as if it were a garbage dump, and appeared to be cluttered. Among them were broken meditation staffs and even long knives broken in two. There were even some rare and strange things that Zhang Daoran had never seen before. Feeling curious, he looked around and then came to a long sword. Visible to the naked eye, the sword was about 3 feet long, and there was even a cold light that appeared to be extraordinarily sharp. On its blade, there were still a few notches. At the hilt of the sword, there was even the word spirit. Seeing this scene, Zhang Daoran immediately tried to hold it in his hand. Who knew that this 3-foot green blade looked light? But it was tens of pounds. At a glance, the building material was not ordinary gold and stone. Zhang Daoran, who had a golden light in his eyes, smiled and followed in an attempt to perceive. But after waiting for half a day, not a single word popped out of the system. Somewhat puzzled, he froze and said, "System, have you taken a break? Enlighten me on its refining process." System, you're asking me to enlighten myself? Big brother, I am enlightened against the heavens, not retrospective. Hearing the system's tirade, Zhang Daoran instantly knew that his small mind had failed. Somewhat disappointed, he glanced at the 3-foot green blade sword in his hand and couldn't help but shake his head slightly. He was about to put him down and leave when a sudden movement came from his body. Zhang Daoran looked down and his entire body froze. Vaguely visible, a feathered garment as thin as cicada wings, emitting white light all over, quietly appeared. Only the moment the feathered clothes appeared, a bright light appeared from the depths of the storehouse. Surprised, Zhang Daoran froze and followed inward. As he approached, a broken jade tablet appeared in front of him, and that's where the light just came from. System, what's going on here? System, Hajime senses a magic treasure that can be devoured and will alert on its own. Upon hearing the system prompt, Zhang Daoran was stunned in his heart. And then he was ecstatic, figuring out how he forgot about it. Looking at the jade tablet in front of him, he then took it in his hands. As expected, Hajime devoured it instantly upon sensing it. Ding! The feather cloth devours one of the crippled magic weapons and advances to a level 2 feather cloth. Hearing the system prompt, Zhang Daoran's heart rejoiced and then opened his personal interface. Host, Zhang Daoran, age, 8 years old, height, 1.4 meters, skills, enlightenment against all odds, golden light mantra, Taoist fist, divine alchemy, thunder technique, Yang 5 thunders, warehouse, 2 beast dawn, 2 returning dawn, grade 2 feather coat X1. A somewhat excited Zhang Daoran gulped, then clicked on the feathered coat. Level 2 feather clothes, have the effect of preventing spell attacks and physical attacks, and will fail if it exceeds the level 2 tolerance. Special ability, stealthy enclosed air, chameleon ability, chameleon powers? Looking at the feathered coat that had been promoted to a grade 2 magic weapon, Zhang Daoran's eyes revealed a glint of light. There's something sick about the ability to mull it over. It is important to know that a chameleon can change its color depending on its environment and thus its color. In other words, it's an ability that's going to be more than stealth. Thinking of this, Zhang Daoran instantly became interested. Looking around for a few moments, he then catapulted himself to continue his search. After all, Hajime getting stronger would be a great help to himself. Soon, he sought out a magical artifact similar to a magnet. Just when Zhang Daoran wanted to devour it, suddenly a furious cry came from outside the house. On the square of the Heavenly Master's mansion at Lungfu Shan, a dark shadow came silently, covered in pitch black. He glanced around and then walked towards the backyard of the Heavenly Master's residence. Who knew that before he could take 2 steps, he stopped. Only at the end of the long corridor, a tall and upright figure quietly appeared. Rong Shan. That extremely intimidating gaze caused the air around them to turn cold. Your Excellency's nightly intrusion into the Heavenly Master's mansion of Longhu Mountain seems a bit out of order, doesn't it? Rules? When the man in black heard this, a hint of a smile appeared in his eyes. Unconcerned, he shook his head slightly and then stopped hiding his figure. When have I, Quan Sex, ever followed the rules? Are rules worth anything? Ha ha. Holistic? Rong Shan's face darkened, and he couldn't help but raise his fist and rub it. Looking at the demon in front of him, he then stepped forward. So it's you scumbags. I've been waiting for you for a long time. The man in black smiled faintly, looking at the ever-approaching Rong Shan without a trace of fear in his eyes. I thought that they were not here tonight to attack the Heavenly Master's palace. Rather, it was to figure out who that heir came from during the day. Want to fight? I don't have the kung fu. Let them play with you. As the words fell, the man in black casually waved his hand. On its body, dozens of steel balls instantly burst out. When Rong Shan saw this scene, he frowned and subconsciously took a few steps back to dodge. However, he saw these steel balls explode as if they were smoke, followed by several 3-headed, 6-armed, odd-looking mannequins walking out. The golem. Rong Shan froze and instantly recognized these people. His face slightly darkened as he looked up. The man in black had indeed disappeared. Hopelessly, he rubbed his wrist and smiled. Since that's the case, then let senior brother deal with you. Puppets, right? Come, Master Dao will fight you. Putting down such a sentence, Rong Shan then charged forward. Between raising his hand, he swept out with a fierce punch, and on the other side, the black-clothed man who used the puppet to get away, after leaving the long corridor, made his way to the vicinity of the alchemy room. Looking at the ruins in front of him, a hint of surprise appeared in his eyes. It was only because in the ruins, he smelled a shocking air, and according to the map of the Lungfu Mountain Heavenly Master's mansion, this was the area of the alchemy room. Could it be that someone is making pills? No. Quickly, the man in black rejected this assumption. After all, the contemporary Tiancher Zhang Jiwei, but does not like to alchemize external substances into the tonic. With his hands behind his back he shook his head and then tried to walk elsewhere. Who knew that just as he raised his foot, another figure walked out from the distance. The man in black froze and couldn't help but laugh bitterly. Why bother? I'm just visiting. There's no need for that, is there? The words fell, only to be seen on its heels. The tall, round-faced Zhou Huanjin smiled. Holding his arm he glanced at the man in black and said, "Full sex demon, this is the Heavenly Master's mansion of Longhu Mountain. Are you not afraid of death for coming here?" The unimpressed man in black laughed. Feeling bored he raised a middle finger and said, "Death to you. What are you guys but old Tiancher? A bunch of losers." Putting down such a sentence, the man in black then sprinted forward. In the instant of approach, a dark shadow stepped out steeply behind it, visible to the naked eye. This black shadow had a rounded circumference and a face as abominable as a mandrill. The moment it appeared, the man in black stopped walking. Stinky Taoist, sang their la la la. Looking at the black-clothed man who left, Zhao Huanjin couldn't help but sigh. Looking at the puppet in front of him, a glint appeared in his eyes. He thought to himself that there were very few people in the world who were proficient in refining weapons and puppets. Coupled with the fact that this person is an all-sex demon, his identity seems to have surfaced. But Zhao Huanjin still had a hard time believing that those shrunken heads would dare to come to Dragon Tiger Mountain to spread their wildness. The rather bitter Zhao Huanjin smiled and clasped his fists. Master, thank you. As for you, let Master Dao try me. Putting down such a sentence, a hint of ferocity appeared in Zhao Huanjin's eyes. His body moved violently as he instantly pounced like a tiger descending from a mountain. Meanwhile, in the courtyard of the Heavenly Master's house, Zhang Lingyu, who was sitting on the side, looked at his master. Senior uncle, and a hint of a sigh appeared in his eyes. Vaguely, the two were talking and laughing without a hint of worry. It was as if no one had broken in at all to the Heavenly Master's house outside. Thinking of this, Zhang Lingyu reminded, Master, the enemy seems a bit strange this time. Odd. The old celestial master who was drinking laughed and rolled up his sleeves. What's so strange about it? It's just that my bones are itchy, and I haven't been down the mountain for a long time. Right? I'm afraid they've forgotten about me. What do you say? Senior, I'll give them a set of high and low tonight. He. Tian Jinzhong smiled slightly, looking at his sardonic talking senior brother in front of him with a hint of lightness in his eyes. Unconcerned, he glanced at the time and said, I seem to smell a refiner. It seems like there is indeed an expert coming tonight. A smith? The old celestial master froze, then got up and stood. Where's Daoran? Where did this guy run off to? Zhang Lingyu was slightly stunned, thinking to herself that Daoran Jr.'s senior brother seemed to have not appeared for quite some time. While he was wondering, suddenly thunder rolled outside the house. Old Tianshi, Tian Jinzhong, and Zhang Lingyu froze and immediately looked along the window, only to see in the direction of the treasury a golden thunder light as if a wild dragon swept across the 8. Outside the depot, the black-clothed man who came here just landed on his feet and couldn't help but stop. Vaguely visible was a teenager sitting frozen at the gate, lips red and teeth white, face like a crown of jade, just like the heavenly exiled immortal man, dressed in the Tao then. He was even more debauched. This made the man in black puzzled when he saw it. It's the way you smell. Who are you? Hearing the inquiry, Zhang Daoran could not help but raise his head. Sitting on the steps he glanced at the person coming after him and shook his head. Just one person? Too boring. The man in black froze slightly and couldn't help but then laugh. Looking at the rather interesting teenager in front of him, he followed closer. Most of the people in the Dragon Tiger Mountain. I know. Only you have not seen. It does not matter. Killed to know. Putting down such a sentence, the black-clothed man who came smelling the odor then approached at a fast pace. Nayad jerked to a halt the instant he got close. Only Zhang Daoran, who was sitting on the steps, stretched his waist, then got up and stood up. Visible to the naked eye, a shocking golden light instantly burst out on its body. Under the flashes of golden light, even more heavenly thunder fell from the sky. It made him look like the god of thunder at this moment when heavenly thunder was added to his body. First shift. This book has a minimum of 3 shifts. With no cap on updates, the current are 5 more. Kneel down and ask for free gifts and 5 stars. You guys don't need to feed the book with updates like this. He. Golden light mantra. Lei Fa. When the man in black saw this scene, his pupils instantly shrunk. I thought that the golden light spell, the thunder method, is a unique skill of the Heavenly Master's house of Longhu Mountain. It is almost difficult for the average person to practice and succeed. Without the guidance of Lung Fu Shan, even an inhuman could never hope to learn. But the tiny teenager in front of him not only knows the golden light spell, the thunder spell. At the same time, this battle seems to be extraordinarily ferocious. Boy, a little something, but not much. The black-robed man who had taken a few steps back smiled, and instantly waved his big hand. At that moment, 3 black shadows quietly appeared, vaguely visible. Their faces were dull, possessing the form of a human, but their movements were very swift and sensitive. The moment it appeared, it ran towards Zhang Daoran. Boom! Nay! Zhang Daoran just looked up and took a step down the steps. The golden light behind it rumbled with a deafening sound. Immediately after that, a golden thunder appeared out of nowhere as if it was a heavenly calamity. Under the sound of the explosion, the 3 puppets were instantly knocked back tens of meters. The black-clothed man's eyes showed a hint of surprise when he saw this scene. Thinking that these puppets of his were not cheap, he did not expect to be repelled so easily. Amused, he smiled and then snapped his fingers. Gaz! Gaz! At that moment, only a strange sound came out from the 3 puppets that were almost falling apart. On both sides of their bodies, 3 heads and 6 arms instantly emerged. The sudden scene caused Zhang Daoran's eyes to light up. God's Machine 100 Refinements. Knowing the plot, he naturally recognized what kind of tactic this was at once. It was just that Zhang Daoran never expected that the successor of the Divine Mechanic 100 Refinements had actually come to Longhu Mountain, and who its owner is for this time period is unclear to him. The only thing he could confirm, though, was that it was valuable. Thinking of this, a hint of a smile appeared in Zhang Daoran's eyes. Walking down the steps he casually waved his hand and recited the mantra in his mind. Rumble. In an instant, lightning flashed around it. Even a silver-colored heavenly thunderbolt fell in that dome of the sky. The sudden scene surprised the man in black. Who exactly are you? To be so young and yet reach this level of lightning attainment is by no means something a junior could use. Let me guess. You're not some old Taoist priest returning to his old age, are you? Impossible. Impossible. Looking at the black-robed man who was shaking his head, the corner of Zhang Daoran's mouth, who had finished silently reciting the mnemonic, lifted slightly. Without any response he pointed forward, and the thunder around his body instantly ran through it. Seeing this scene, the three puppets followed and collided with it. Under the rumbling, the man in black fiercely arrived at Zhang Daoran's heels at extreme speed. Kid, waiting for this blow. Eat my fist. Zhang Daoran was slightly stunned as he looked at the guy who chose to sneak up close. A hint of a smile appeared in his eyes. Without a care in the world, he raised his right hand, and it was a fancy free punch that struck back. I've been waiting for you for a long time too. Boom! As the words fell, an explosion sounded. Immediately afterward, the black-clothed man was sent flying by a punch and crashed hard into the courtyard wall. A cough came from the ruins under the smoke and dust. Monster! What a monster! The black-clothed man who covered his chest laughed, and couldn't help but crawl out in his gray. Looking at the guy in front of him, a hint of grimness appeared in his eyes, and at that moment, on the roof not far from the depot, the old celestial master with his hands behind his back saw the scene in front of him, and a hint of surprise appeared on his face. He thought to himself that Dao Ran's talent was horrible. It had only been less than a few days, and its thunder law, the golden light mantra, had become strong to this point. The guy in front of him was also weak, but it was enough to see the increase in his strength. Master, junior brother Dao Ran is stronger than me. Zhang Lingyu, who was on the side, sighed when she saw this scene. Takumi seemed to have lost to his little senior brother both in terms of the thunder technique and the golden light incantation. At this rate, perhaps it wouldn't be long before the other few senior brothers would also be defeated one by one. Not bad. Tian Jinzhong, who was on the side, laughed. This Dao Ran kid is really surprising. That punch just now, I'm afraid it has something to do with his physique. The Master of Heaven nodded slightly, rather shocked as he sighed. Immediately, he took a step forward and landed on the aisle below in the next second. Zhang Lingyu was about to follow when she saw Tian Jinzhong's black face. Are you both leaving? Are you going to leave me on the roof to drink the wind? Zhang Lingyu froze, then hurried back to the cart, and at the heel of the depot, Zhang Daoran looked at the black-robed man in front of him, a glint in his eyes. Thinking about the punch that had just been thrown, it had lifted his entire frame. Unlike the softness of the human body, this guy is hard. If he didn't know Taoist fist, he would have suffered a loss from the punch he just threw. You are not human. Thinking of this, Zhang Daoran revealed. The man in black was stunned when he heard this. Then he smiled and nodded. Crawling out of the rubble he coughed, then dragged his nearly ruined arm. It's really hard. I made this puppet out of shin iron. Martyr, how did you disable me with one punch? Genji? Hearing the questioning, Zhang Daoran was about to respond. Boom! However, he saw a heavenly thunder fall from the dome of the sky, and the man in black was instantly struck in the torso. With his head smoldering he turned to look, then shuddered. Old heavenly master. Grass. Your grandfather. As the words fell, the black-clothed men in front of him were like building blocks, their bodies instantly scattered all over the place. The old celestial master with his hands behind his back frowned when he saw this scene. God's Machine 100 Refinements. Seeing this, Zhang Daoran, who was on the side, hurriedly came to watch its corpse. It was found that the bastard was controlled with an extremely clever tool all around and up and down his body. And this kind of means, only the Divine Machine 100 Refinements can turn decay into magic. Click, click. At that moment, a sound came from the side, and a few puppets followed suit, stopping their movement and collapsing to the ground. Zhang Daoran saw this scene and was puzzled. Master, how does he talk? The old master shook his head slightly and frowned. Out of the Yang God? It doesn't look like it. It seems to be something else. It looks like these demons are getting more and more powerful. Daoran, are you okay? Zhang Daoran shook his head slightly and looked at the pieces of puppets on the ground as he smiled. Master, could you let me collect them? The old heavenly master who saw through Zhang Daoran's small mind smiled and teased. You can't study it. Refining isn't that simple. Putting down such a sentence. The old heavenly master then turned around and walked away. After the people left, Zhang Daoran had a hint of a smile on his face. Looking at the ground full of debris in front of him, he put it away as if he had seen a treasure. For no other reason than that Hajime has his eye on them. A few moments later, the treasury. 3 levels of feathered clothing. With anti-spell attacks, water and fire do not invade. Spirit does not invade. Physical attacks, knife, gun, stick attacks, firearms attacks, limited to rifle bullets. More than 3 levels of tolerance will be invalidated. Special ability, invisibility and air closure. Chameleon ability, spirit bounce. Looking at the once again strengthened feathered coat, Zhang Daoran's face was filled with smiles. Mulling it over is kind of a productive night. 3 days later, in the courtyard of the Heavenly Master's house, Ryu, Daoran is still in the storehouse? Hearing Master's inquiry, Zhang Lingyu couldn't help but nod his head. He thought to himself that ever since junior brother Daoran had entered the treasury, he had gotten tired of being inside every day. The entire person had the appearance of not leaving the front door, making them all quite shocked. Master, senior brother said. Zhang Lingyu said, I won't come out until I learn how to refine weapons. Stupid. The old celestial master smiled bitterly and couldn't help but let out a sigh. If pondering refining was that easy to learn, I'm afraid everyone in the world would be a refiner. Especially since this guy doesn't have a dharma yet. He's just staring at a few broken puppets to learn. So what can he learn? Thinking of this, the old heavenly master couldn't help but shake his head slightly. Rising, he glanced at the time and said, let him go. Secondly, let your 4th senior brother prepare. There are many demons infesting the mountain recently. It's time to clean up the gateway. Hearing this, Zhang Lingyu couldn't help but stare, and then a hint of excitement appeared in her eyes. Quite agitated, he nodded and instantly turned to leave. After the people left, Tian Jinzhong on the side couldn't help but smile. Southerly glanced at his senior brother in front of him and immediately inquired, Senior, haven't you thought about it yet? Upon hearing the inquiry, the old heavenly master could not help but shake his head slightly. Looking at his senior brother, he laughed bitterly. Back then, Master brought me down from the mountain. If I had taken him with me, wouldn't Dragon Tiger Mountain be leaderless? There are too many full sex demons. I can't leave. Hearing this, Tian Jinzhong couldn't help but shake his head slightly. Unconcerned, he glanced into the distance and smiled. Senior brother, what's in this mouth of senior brother? Many people want to know. So you're more worried, but this is Longhu Mountain. They won't dare to be reckless. The old celestial master froze, and then there was a shake of his head. With his hands behind his back, he glanced at the sun and the sky, a hint of determination in his eyes, figuring that if he really wanted to take Doran out for a walk, then there was something he had to do. Thinking of this, the old celestial master was suddenly enlightened. With a smile on his face, he nodded slightly. Senior brother, I know what to do. A few moments later, the treasury, Zhang Daoran, who was sitting cross-legged on the ground, had a head full of sweat. Looking at the puppet in front of him, a hint of doubt appeared in his eyes. Mulling it over for the past 2 days, no matter how much he looked at it, he could barely see the key points that would allow him to control them. After causing a few days of sleeplessness to come down, Zhang Daoran's eyes were already red. Rather bitterly, he sighed and couldn't help but lean his head back against the wall. The mind thought that Shinji Bai Lian was known for its extremely fast smithing speed and its ability to manipulate objects. The result was that such a strange skill was tantamount to a treasure for a refiner. Even people who don't know how to refine weapons can become top refiners when they learn it. Thinking of this, Zhang Daoran casually picked up a puppet head and looked at it, and immediately threw it on the ground. Rather disappointed, he was about to leave when suddenly just a moment stopped him in his tracks. Glancing down at the head of the puppet that was thrown out, Zhang Daoran tried to suspend it in the air with his air. As expected, the puppet head's nose, eyes, and even mouth moved. Seeing this scene, a hint of surprise appeared in Zhang Daoran's eyes. The secret to figuring out how to be able to control this puppet's speech wasn't anything out of the Yangshan. It was the fact that the person was nearby to control it. The distance between the two sides, perhaps, is less than 500 meters. Such a bizarre means naturally could not leave the presence of air. The incomparably shocked Zhang Daoran gulped. As if uncovering the secret, he followed and explored with his air. As luck would have it, he detected another air in this head. It made him freeze, and then he was ecstatic, figuring that if he were to run into this person again, he would definitely be able to recognize him at a glance. Getting such a harvest made Zhang Daoran nod in satisfaction. Looking down at the pile of rags on the ground, he then stomped on the head. Meanwhile, in a valley, a young man with white hair sat on the ground, while in front of him sat an old man with white eyebrows. As time passed by, the old man opened his eyes in agony. Looking at the young man in front of him, a hint of a sigh appeared in his eyes. Still not skilled enough to be complete after all. Kid, I'm counting on you next. Hearing this, the young man's eyes revealed a hint of a pained look. Looking at the old man in front of him, he nodded helplessly. Got it. The white eyebrow looked on with a slight smile, then seemed to remember something. With a bland face, he looked up in the direction of Longhu Mountain and immediately reminded. 10 years from now, perhaps an extraordinary genius will appear in this inhuman realm, and this person is the one who killed me. Kid, remember, when you meet him just run. As the words fell, the white-browed old man then closed his eyes. This brought tears to the young man's eyes instantly upon seeing it. He had just lost a loved one, and his eyes were filled with murder. In the courtyard of the Heavenly Master's house at Lungfu Shan, Zhang Daoran looked at the Uncle Tian in front of him with a hint of doubt in his eyes. Looking back at Zhang Lingyu who was chopping firewood, he seemed to understand something. Quite surprised, he shook his head and sat down afterward. Uncle Master, do you mean Master went out to fight? Tian Jinzhong nodded his head slightly, a smile in his kind eyes. Looking at the somewhat disappointed Daoran, he teased. Young people don't just think about fighting and killing, they need to learn more about the human condition. Okay? That's what your master is like. You need to learn from him. Hearing this, Zhang Daoran was instantly disheartened. Takumi had come here early in the morning, originally intending to find a master to learn about other dermas. Who knew that just after I came here? I heard that the old heavenly master had already descended from the mountain. As for what to do, it seems to be to kill someone. As for who to kill, it's self-evident. Click. But then, with a clicking sound, Zhang Lingyu looked at the 100 pieces of wood that had been split, and a hint of a smile appeared on his face. Looking up at the sky, he responded, Senior uncle, disciple has descended the mountain. Tian Jinzhong nodded, and Zhang Lingyu then followed. This made Zhang Daoran puzzled when he saw it. Senior uncle, how can he come down from the mountain? Your master requested it. Tian Jinzhong laughed. The master asked for it? Zhang Daoran froze and couldn't help but feel a pang of boredom. I thought to myself that according to the regulations of the Heavenly Master's house of Longhu Mountain, where there is no Heavenly Master's hand metaphor, disciples are not allowed to go down the mountain at will. This caused him to glance at Zhang Lingyu's figure, and a glint appeared in his eyes. Moments later, the woodshed. Zhang Lingyu, whose mouth was gagged up, looked particularly aggrieved. Looking at junior brother Dao Ran in front of him, his eyes were filled with struggle. Senior Spirit Jade, it's too dangerous at the bottom of the mountain, so let me go check it out for you. Don't worry, I won't let you suffer. Don't worry. Putting down such a sentence, Zhang Daoran then closed the firewood door. Glancing back at the blue sky, he then put on his feathered coat. In an instant, Zhang Daoran's face and figure directly became exactly the same as Zhang Lingyu's. In the mountains near Lungfu Shan, the corner of Rong Shan's mouth couldn't help but raise as he looked around at the monkeys, thinking that with the help of these monkeys, it would be much easier to find out those people. He, who had followed his master, smiled and said, Master, the man has been found. The tall, upright, white-browed, long-bearded old master nodded slightly. After glancing at the movement ahead, he then walked forward at a quick pace. Before he could take 2 steps, Zhou Huanjin came out of the forest carrying 2 corpses. Looking at the master in front of him, he put down the body and said, Master, these people have hard mouths, or they won't say anything. Unimpressed, the old celestial master smiled, pondering that the reason he had cleared out the all-seeing scouts from Lungfu Shan this time was not to pry for information. Looking down at the body thrown on the ground, he then waved his hand. At once, Rongshan followed toward the forest. Soon, the inside was filled with golden light, and every now and then a few screams rang out. This caused a hint of a smile to appear in Zhao Huanjin's eyes when he saw it. Looking down, he couldn't help but follow his master. Master, I'm coming. But at that moment, there was a cry from behind him. Immediately afterward, Zhang Daoran, who was disguised as Zhang Lingyu, arrived. Looking at the masters in front of him, the masters and brothers, he looked extraordinarily calm. It's good to be here. The old celestial master laughed. Doran didn't follow, did he? Zhang Daoran shook his head, thinking that master was still quite hung up on himself, but he didn't understand why he wasn't allowed to come himself. Rather puzzled, he glanced at Zhao Huanjin and then smiled. Senior brother, why doesn't master let junior brother Dao Ran follow him? Zhou Huanjin smiled, looked at the master who was walking ahead, and whispered, he is the secret weapon of our Longhu Mountain, so naturally he has to be kept secret. A secret weapon? Zhang Daoran was stunned and pondered that the old heavenly master had quite high expectations of himself. Unfortunately, not being much of a loner, he naturally couldn't stand the loneliness. Thinking of this, Zhang Daoran hurriedly accelerated his pace and followed. Deception is too much, you dragon tiger mountain. Soon, the 3 of them arrived at the clearing in the forest. It was vaguely visible that 3 full nature disciples were blocked at this place, and around them, the backwoods monkeys were gathered. Visible to the naked eye, the 3 were dripping with blood, obviously having just been well entertained. When Zhang Daoran saw this scene, he subconsciously glanced at the Monkey King. This is not good. A look immediately gave the Monkey King a shock. With a deep memory of Zhang Daoran, it instantly sensed who had come. Rather intimidated, it chirped and yelped, hurriedly taking a few steps back. The old heavenly master, who hadn't noticed this scene at all, smiled and looked at the 3 disciples. Small fry, not worth mentioning. Since you're not coming out, why don't I treat you? The words fell as if they were a great bell, spreading out in all directions. The sound of birds chirping was heard in the mountains. Hey! The next second, a sigh rang out. Immediately afterward, a hunched-over old man walked out. With a pale face, he glanced at the old heavenly master and immediately pointed at the monkeys. These monkeys weren't much good a while ago. Why have they become so ferocious lately? Upon hearing the inquiry, Zhang Daoran was immediately a bit embarrassed. Takumi, these monkeys can be said to be body poisoned under his exercise, and have developed an unusually strong body. Secondly, those elixirs are not all poison. The monkeys apparently got a secondary evolution under the massive medicinal onslaught. As expected, the old heavenly master could not help but smile slightly after hearing the old man mention the monkeys. Glancing around at the monkeys, he smiled. There aren't many refiners who join the Allsex. Which lineage do you belong to? When the old man heard this, he couldn't help but spread his hands. With a bemused face, he glanced at the 3 disciples and sighed. After 1,000 calculations, I was not expecting the old heavenly master to come down to the mountain himself. Silently asking, the old celestial master usually turns a blind eye to us. Why the sudden outburst today? There has to be a way for me to die, right? Zhang Daoran was stunned when he heard this. It seems that the reason why Takumi master came down from the mountain was because of the man in black a few days ago. But listening to the words of these omnisexual demons in front of them, it seemed that they didn't do it. This caused the old heavenly master to be stunned when he heard it and said, "What? The people who killed the people who came up the mountain 2 days ago weren't one of your all-sex people?" The rickety old man froze, thinking that there was indeed movement on the mountain 2 days ago. As scouts, they didn't rush up the mountain to poke around. Looking at the old heavenly master in front of him, he said, "It's not really us, so can we be released?" "Can't." The old celestial master shook his head. "It doesn't even matter. Kill them all together. You knew you'd end up like this when you joined full sex." The hunched old man smiled. Rather helplessly he glanced at the old heavenly master and could only nod his head silently. Southering the 3 unproductive disciples, he sighed and clasped his fists. A certain unrecorded disciple of the heavenly worker hall, please teach the old heavenly master. Putting down such a sentence, the hunched old man casually waved his hand, and a silver wire appeared in his hand, and at the end of the silver filament, there was a euro-like spell hanging. When Zhang Daoran saw this scene, a glint appeared in his eyes. Magecraft. Having just devoured a few broken magic weapons, he was more than familiar with this item. Only to see the old celestial master snort coldly. Zhao Huanjin on the side immediately took a step forward. Hugging his arms he looked at the old man and smiled. "Zhao Huanjin, fight on behalf of your master." The rickety old man laughed. Not caring, he then waved his big hand. At that moment, the silver threads in its hands were like spider webs, sweeping out in all directions. Along the way trees, monkeys were instantly cut off by their touch. A gust of blood smelled like a mist spreading out. When Zhao Huanjin saw this scene, he immediately recited the mantra silently. In an instant, a golden light shone brightly on its body. At the same time, an extremely strong air bubbled up. Facing this silver silk, he blasted out with a straight punch. Boom! As an explosion sounded, Zhao Huanjin immediately took a step back. It was vaguely visible as a layer of blood traced across the back of his fist. While the hunched old man saw the scene, he smiled slightly. There really isn't a single simple disciple of the heavenly master. You're strong. It's just a shame it's still too weak. As the words fell, the hunched old man then pulled the silver wire to kill again. When Zhou Huanjin subconsciously tried to strike, he saw the heavenly master wave his hand. The surrounding area was instantly surrounded by fierce winds and lightning. The dome of the sky was even more cloudy, and a thunderbolt descended from the sky. The old heavenly master, who seemed to have descended with heavenly might, smiled and said, "Strange acrobatics. Something indeed. I probably know who you are. It seems that the killing back then still hasn't made you guys forget." After dropping such a sentence, the old heavenly master then proceeded to walk forward. Between the raised hands, a thunderbolt instantly cut off a silver wire. Zhang Daoran, who was on the side, saw the scene and immediately pocketed the broken silver wire. He was unusually excited as he followed the heavenly master to fight the monsters and pick up the pieces. Zhao Huanjin, who was on the side, frowned when he saw the scene. Senior, what are you doing? Protect master. Zhang Daoran smiled. Second senior brother. I'll leave them to you. I'll follow master. Looking at Lingyu who ran away, Zhao Huanjin always felt that something was wrong. I thought to myself that normally my senior brother was extraordinarily shy and introverted, but today my senior brother seemed a bit excited? Without much thought he glanced behind him at a few of the full nature disciples, and then brought along Rongshan to fight. Rumble. The places the heavenly master passed along the way were almost destroyed along the way. Where plants and animals are concerned, none of them are sound when the thunder rolls in the sky. This caused Zhang Daoran, who had been trailing behind all the way, to sigh. For that refiner who was toppled away, his heart was even more pitiful for him. After all, under such a fierce attack again, those who can hold out are fierce people. Ah! Boom! With an explosive sound, the hunched old man instantly took a few steps back. Pust! Spitting out a mouthful of old blood, he shook his head slightly and instantly stopped where he was. It was vaguely visible that the magic weapon in its hand that could manifest thousands of silver threads had vanished. There was nothing else except the gyroscope-like thing that was still there, worthy of being an old celestial master. Coughing, the hunched old man said as he spat out a mouthful of old blood. I'm no match for you. I can't even withstand 10 moves. Don't! The old celestial master laughed. Actually, I only used 30% of my strength, mainly because I wanted to see how much you people had grown, and now it seems that I'm disappointed. The rickety old man. When the old man heard this, he was instantly somewhat speechless, including Zhang Daoran, who was in the position to pick up the silver wire behind him. He was also stunned. He thought to himself that a celestial master who used 30% of his power would be this fierce, and how powerful would 10% be? As expected, the hunched old man instantly felt his chi and blood churning after hearing this. Rather helplessly, he smiled bitterly, then sat down on the ground and said, "It's just a matter of life." As the words fell, the old man then closed his eyes. This caused a hint of surprise to appear in Zhang Daoran's eyes when he saw it. Looking up at the old celestial master, he said, "Master, he seems to be dead." The old celestial master said blandly, "Make a pit and bury it." Oh, Zhang Daoran said, "Master, did you really only use 30% of your strength just now?" "No," the old heavenly master said blandly. "Of course I'm bragging, if I don't say so. I can't stop being angry with this old thing." Zhang Daoran, who was frozen in place, heard this and suddenly felt that the old heavenly master was a comedian. Feeling pity for the hunched old man, he smiled bitterly and said, "Master, it's still you." The unimpressed old celestial master smiled, then turned to leave. After the people left, Zhang Daoran also hurried to the corpse. Looking at the old man who had closed his eyes, he let out a small sigh. Injustice has its price. Lend me your treasure. Putting down such a sentence, Zhang Daoran cupped the euro-like treasure in his hand. At the same time, he made a point of searching the body. That's a shocker if you don't search. Alchemist's Basic Codex. Looking at the crumpled vellum book, Zhang Daoran was ecstatic. Takumi, this thing is a treasure. He was worried that he couldn't find a refining book to learn from his master, but he didn't expect this person to deliver it. The rather happy Zhang Daoran coughed and instantly turned over the first karma. Heaven's work opens up all things to each other. A few short little words that instantly come to mind. Zhang Daoran just glanced at it and realized that this book was similar to a multiplication phrase table in general, and was only used to supplement basic refining knowledge. For example, refining weapons must first be able to distinguish, and secondly, one must know the 5 elements. This is a good way to understand so that you can go about learning to smith correctly. After looking at it for half a day, Zhang Daoran suddenly felt that this and alchemy seemed to have a different flavor. The only difference is that one is refined for human consumption and the other is refined for human use. Thinking of this, Zhang Daoran then looked a few more times. After seeing the last page, the system instantly sent a prompt. Ding! As you are taking in the basic refining knowledge, congratulations on comprehending the basic elements of a refiner. Upon hearing the system prompt, Zhang Daoran was instantly ecstatic. In his mind, there was also a bunch more knowledge for refining weapons. Overjoyed, he looked at the euro in his hand and instantly recognized it as the sack of a magic weapon. Its purpose is not to attack, but to store silver wire. This made Zhang Daoran marvel. After all, such a small thing can hold so much silver wire. In his opinion, it was completely the mystery of refining. Thinking of this, Zhang Daoran glanced at the old man's corpse and immediately began to plow the pit to sell the man. A few moments later, on the way back up the hill, Zhao Huanjin looked at senior brother Lingyu, who kept gesturing back and forth, and a hint of doubt appeared in his eyes. When he was about to ask a couple of questions, he saw Zhang Daoran come to the front on his own initiative. Elder brother, is there any iron ore or the like in the mountains, or other rare metals? Hearing this, Rongshan couldn't help but stare slightly, looking at Lingyu, who was interested in the ore. He said, "Senior brother, why are you interested in this?" "I'm useful," Zhang Daoran said matter-of-factly. "There is," Zhou Huanjin smiled. "When I went down the mountain some time ago, I also collected some. Senior brother, if you want it, you have to pay for it. Senior brother will charge you a friendly price." Hearing this, Zhang Daoran was ecstatic in his heart. Takumi, according to that book, refiners were divided into 1 to 9 levels. If you want to become a refiner, then you have to try to open the seal first. Gotta know what you're capable of before you can go smithing. The necessities for opening the seal, on the other hand, are rare metals like iron ore. As for what is Kaifeng, Zhang Daoran said he didn't want to say yet. "No problem. Senior brother, you know where my small vault is, right? I'll take it all." "Senior brother Rongshan, yours too. I'll take them all." "No problem, Rongshan." Zhao Huanjin laughed and immediately nodded in agreement. After all, things like iron ore really weren't much use to them. Soon, the three of them returned to the mountain. After exchanging what he needed, Zhang Daoran then went to the firewood room. Looking at the sleepy Zhang Lingyu, he loosened the ties. "Senior, you're free." "Senior brother, what have you been doing?" Zhang Lingyu said with fear and trepidation. "I've got a mountain to get down." "No need," Zhang Daoran laughed. "Everything is taken care of. Don't tell anyone else about this, or else senior brother will find you trying out the medicine." Hearing this, Zhang Lingyu honestly shut her mouth. Looking at the senior brother in front of him, he was sort of scared. A few moments later, Zhang Daoran then carried a pile of iron ore and arrived at the back mountain monkey group area. Looking around for a moment, a hint of a smile appeared in his eyes. The so-called open seal of Takumi is actually the simplest of forges. This was called a blacksmith in the eyes of ordinary people, and was also considered a first-class smith. And if you want to refine a magic weapon, you need to use air. Those who were able to use air refining were also known as second-level refiners. Secondly, the more powerful the magic weapon was, the more powerful the refiner was. The reason why the divine mechanism 100 refinements could become a treasure of refining was entirely because of that overbearing characteristic. Fifth shift, kneeling for free gifts and 5 stars. Thinking of this, a glint appeared in Zhang Daoran's eyes. The tiny figure of him smiled and instantly snapped his fingers. At once, in the jungle behind them a monkey sneaked out. Reluctantly, that monkey king among them was even filled with fear, not daring to lean too far forward. Seeing this scene, Zhang Daoran smiled. "Plow me a hole and get some firewood back here while you're at it." The words fell. The Monkey King seemed to have understood, and immediately chirped as if he had been pardoned. When the monkeys around them heard this, they then divided themselves and left. So a strange scene appeared in the forest. Only a few monkeys were desperately digging a pit, and Zhang Daoran on the side occasionally mentioned and directed how to dig. And there were other monkeys frantically gathering firewood, finding piles of dry wood in less than a moment. As for the Monkey King, he followed Zhang Dao then like a little brother. "Little Red. Ah, it's been a pleasure. This elixir is for you to eat." Zhang Daoran, who had his hands behind his back, smiled, revealing a hint of indifference on his boyish face. In his hand, a return to origin pill then appeared. The Monkey King he called Little Red was also stunned, and followed by gently receiving the elixir. The humanized it glanced at Zhang Daoran, its eyes filled with gratitude. After all, it had eaten almost all of the poison pills and useful pills. Obviously, this returning pill was working for it. Kirikou, looking at the Monkey King with a mouth full of chatter, Zhang Daoran revealed a hint of a smile in his eyes. Unconcerned, he coughed and then made his way to the dug pit. It is vaguely obvious that this pit is located at a high and low point. The top and bottom are high and low, just enough to form a stovetop mold. After Zhang Daoran had casually piled up the ceiling soil with his air, he immediately opened the seal according to the book. Light the fire, add the stone, all in one go. The whole forest heated up under the smoke and fire. From time to time, Zhang Daoran had to add some firewood or put in a few more iron ore. Week after week, the fire was getting more and more violent, and even rushed out 5-meter-high waves of fire. The monkey standing at the heel of the fire saw this and followed it back a distance. Zhang Daoran, who had his hands behind his back, was bland, looking at the fire raging in front of him without a trace of fear in his eyes. In the light of the fire, his tiny figure was drawn out for a long time, until the fire became fierce again. Zhang Daoran moved. With a bland face, he casually waved his hand and a golden light instantly joined it. Heavenly work opens up all things, and the air moves all things. It is the cycle that makes the creation. Boom! With a roar, the fire in front of him instantly began to grow smaller. When Zhang Daoran saw this scene, a hint of laughter appeared in his eyes. With a bland face, he waved his hand, and the iron in the pit instantly gathered. Under the manipulation of the air, They rolled slowly as if they were alive. The opening was successful. This caused Zhang Daoran's face to be filled with ecstasy when he saw it. Without slowing down, he coughed and followed by utilizing the air to gather the iron to form an alchemy furnace. As long as he was able to do it all in one go, he was considered to be a level 1 refiner. But at that moment, the air floating in mid-air exploded. In the next second, the splattered iron water was like a water splash, spreading out in all directions. In an instant, the surrounding mountains and forests instantly burned. When the monkeys saw this, they couldn't help but flee in all directions in fear. When Zhang Daoran saw this scene, his entire body froze in place, thinking to himself that he had clearly applied the air to it and had not had a single accident. But it suddenly blew up when the tripod was being gathered. Zhang Daoran, who was full of confusion, shook his head slightly and couldn't help but mutter to himself how it blew up. But at that moment, footsteps came from behind him. Immediately afterward, an old Taoist priest with white hair, dressed in Taoist robes, and hunched over walked in. This caused Zhang Daoran to stare in disbelief when he saw it. Zhang Qianhe, great disciple of the heavenly master of Lung Fushan, since he came to the heavenly master's house. For this one too, he seldom saw. As to why, he didn't know. Daoran, you're in trouble again. Just see the bland face of Zhang Qianhe sighed. Cannot help but look at the mountain forest fire in front of him. Ha, is this refining? Zhang Daoran froze and followed with a nod, saying, eldest brother, something went wrong. It's not a big problem. The rickety Zhang Qianhe smiled and then reminded, transporting air and refining things, just like alchemy, are all about taking over the creation of heaven and earth. And it's actually for your own good that master won't let you learn. Let's go. The fire's getting bigger. Hearing this, Zhang Daoran seemed to understand something, and then didn't understand anything. Looking at the eldest brother in front of him, he couldn't help but shake his head. Figuring out the steps of refining things with air, he had never made a mistake. It was only during smithing that it blew up. While he was thinking about it, a figure suddenly fell in the distance. Adversary, why did you set fire to the mountain again? You're trying to piss me off. As the words fell, the black-faced old celestial master arrived, landing on the ground. He glanced at Zhang Daoran and then looked at Zhang Qianhe. Qianhe, you're willing to show yourself? Hearing his master's inquiry, Zhang Qianhe smiled faintly. The older man looked at his master and coughed. Hear the sound. The old celestial master with his hands behind his back let out a sigh, looked around at the surrounding fire, and immediately waved his big hand. At that moment, the sky overhead was covered with dark clouds and lightning. The next second, a light rain fell. After doing so, the old celestial master glanced at the Kongdao again. Daoran, refining weapons isn't that simple. Don't you understand the truth that greed can't be chewed? If you have this kind of effort, why don't you delve into thunder technique? That's what our Longhu mountain is good at. Zhang Daoran froze when he heard this. Looking at the master in front of him, he was excited. Master, what did you just say? The old heavenly master froze and looked at the emotional Zhang Daoran, a hint of embarrassment showing in his eyes. I thought to myself, this kid's gone off the deep end with his refining, right? Rather embarrassed, he coughed and said, I say, Master knows that you want to refine weapons in order to refine pills. If you really want to refine pills, Master will find you a furnace sometime. As for you, don't dwell on refining. No, the words at the back, Zhang Daoran said excitedly. This caused the old heavenly master to stare, thinking to himself, is this kid really crazy? Startled, he touched its forehead and wondered. There's no mental instability. Strange. I said Lei Fa. Lei Fa is what you should be trying to learn. Thunderbolt? Zhang Daoran, who was standing in place, froze, his head roaring. The mind thinks of refining for the astral plane, and the path it follows is a boat traveling against the current. The controller is then the wind, and the path taken is to follow the trend. Take away. Master Dao. I'm enlightened. Suddenly realizing this, Zhang Daoran smiled and couldn't help but instantly exclaim in ecstasy. Old-timer. Zhang Qianhe. This caused the master and disciple on the side to see it with embarrassment in their eyes, only to see Zhang Daoran casually waving his hand. The pit once again burst into flames. His eyes bursting with golden light, he smiled and said, Get up for me. Feminine and soft, together as one. Heavenly craftsmen create things with air. Zhang Daoran, who had a golden light in his eyes, smiled and then let out a furious cry. Up! The little fire that had not yet been doused instantly flared up again. Under the control of the air, the fire was instantly restored as before. Add firewood, iron ore, all in one go. Even Zhang Daoran had added a few pieces of rare metals in order to increase the success. Sensationally, he smiled and couldn't help but stare wide-eyed at the fire. This caused the old celestial master on the side to marvel when he saw it. Using air to transform all things for your own use. You can control the world. This boy Dao Ran is too gifted. Look at whose fire he resembles. Fire Virtue Sect. Zheng Qianhe laughed. Although the essence has not been attained, the shape is 8 points. The old celestial master nodded. Looking at the scene in front of him, his face was filled with astonishment, especially after the child had once again created things with air. The air that was both feminine and soft caused a glint to appear in his eyes. As we all know, the Yang 5 Thunderbolts and the Yin 5 Thunderbolts and the Thunder Law are all extremely powerful. One domineering and invincible, the other feminine and tough. Perfect. But it was these two types of lightning methods that could not be used at the same time. What it boils down to, then, is the incompleteness of the Thunder Law. However, in Zhang Daoran's body, the old celestial master saw a glimmer of hope. That hope of being able to be in the same position as the ancestor master, mastering the orthodox and complete and flawless Thunder Law of Longhu Mountain, caused a surge of excitement. Boom! But at that moment, a thunderclap rang out, only to see Zhang Daoran's hands spread out. An extremely strong air swept across. In an instant, the iron water in front of him began to converge and take shape as if it were a curtain of rain. There is no strong blend of him again. Everything goes with the heart. Where the heart is, the object is. As time passed by, an ugly-looking alchemy furnace with a pitch-black appearance landed on the ground. It's a done deal. Zhang Daoran was instantly ecstatic when he saw the scene. The second time he refined a weapon, he apparently succeeded. Ding! As you are attending to refining, congratulations on being upgraded to a level 1 refiner. Hearing the system prompt, Zhang Daoran's eyes revealed a glint. Quite happy, he casually waved his hand and suspended the alchemy furnace in mid-air. After looking at it carefully for a few moments, he exclaimed, "Master, I've made it." The old heavenly master who was on the sidelines saw the scene, and his face was filled with shock. I thought to myself that the boy Doran was simply horrible. Surprisingly, with a pile of broken copper and iron, he had really realized the weapon refining method. It's a bit of a four-way street, but it's a horrible talent. In time, Longhu Mountain would not only have one more alchemist, but also one more weapon refiner. Feeling incredulous, he looked at Zhang Daoran and marveled. A demon, Daoran, how did you do it? Just research. Zhang Daoran, who didn't dare to tell the truth, laughed. I totaled that there is no difference between alchemy and weaponry, and after studying for days and nights, I came up with a little bit of an epiphany, and once I tried it, it was done. That's it? When the old heavenly master heard this, he was inexplicably a little envious. Figuring out the talent of this child of Doran is still an underestimation. Longhu Mountain won the Xing'e. Zhang Qianhe, who was on the side, said, with Dao Ran around. Longhu Mountain will be able to secure a top spot without a master for the next 100 years, and even unify the entire inhuman realm. Say what? Is it because you want me to die? The old heavenly master said with a black face. Let me tell you, it's fine for master to live another 300 years. Absolutely you will die before me. Zhang Qianhe, smiling without saying anything, Zhang Qianhe shook his head slightly, then hunched over and left the place. This made Zhang Daoran laugh awkwardly when he saw it. Master, aren't you being a bit too unkind in saying that? There is? It seems like a bit. The old celestial master touched his head and said, but it's true. Daoran, go for it. Be careful, you're 100 years old and I'm still alive. Master doesn't want to go to your grave for you. Zhang Daoran, feeling speechless, Zhang Daoran froze and thought to himself, is there such a thing as being a master? Moments later, the courtyard, Tian Jinzhong froze, a trace of dismay appearing in his eyes after hearing what his senior brother had said. With that, his body couldn't help but start trembling, and then the expression on his face started to become unstable. Senior brother, are you having a stroke? Or a stroke? Seeing this scene, the old heavenly master hurriedly came to follow and check the road. Nah, senior brother, I'm excited. Tian Jinzhong then laughed out loud. Ha 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 ha. Dragon Tiger Mountain when it's prospering. Daoran, this child is too strong, isn't he? Refining weapons is also tossed out by him. Senior brother, I strongly suggest you take him down the mountain for a walk now. This child has a promising future, very malleable. Hearing this, the old heavenly master couldn't help but nod, thinking to himself that what senior brother said was actually what he had in mind. This child, Takumi Doran, has a talent that is just too strong. Stay on the mountain and learn what you can actually learn. I thought that when he was a teenager, he was already invincible to Longhu Mountain. The master went to the mundane world to make it more powerful. That's what made the old sky masters what they are now. Thinking of this, the old heavenly master's eyes were filled with sighs. Looking at his senior brother for a few moments, he said cheerfully, you're right, I'll make the arrangements. It's been a while since we've been down the mountain. Let's go out for a spin. Tian Jinzhong smiled faintly and was about to say something when he saw a steep golden light in the courtyard not far away. In the alchemy room, Zhang Lingyu looked at the alchemy furnace in her hand, her expression a picture of embarrassment. Filled with embarrassment, he looked at junior brother Daoran and couldn't help but smile bitterly. Senior brother, is this really the weapon you refined? Why does it look like a big black jar? I feel bad. You give me back my iron ore. Hearing what Lingyu said, Zhang Daoran could not help but cough. He, who was tuning up and meditating, smiled and said, as good as fake, as good as child. Now that's a tripod that can be tossed around. Putting down such a sentence, Zhang Daoran casually waved his hand and instantly recited the mantra silently. At that moment, the medicinal herbs on the side, as well as the saltpeter, etc., all disappeared into the alchemy furnace. This caused Zhang Lingyu to see it and hurriedly drop it on the ground. Incredibly, the stove seemed to have elasticity, actually did not hit the ground, but suspended in mid-air. Immediately afterward, Zhang Daoran casually waved his hand, and lightning appeared in his hand. Refine it for me. In less than a moment, the lightning-wrapped alchemy furnace began to turn. This sudden scene surprised Zhang Lingyu. This is refining? Zhang Daoran, who was holding his arms, nodded and smiled. Senior brother, you're too weak. Why don't you take a chi replenishing pill later? A rejuvenating elixir? Zhang Lingyu froze, then a glint appeared in her eyes. He thought to himself that junior brother Daoran had refined so many elixirs, and among them, the rejuvenation pill and the chi replenishment pill were useful. In particular, this chi replenishing pill was a massive increase in its air. For such treasures, the masters are personally recognized. For this reason Zhang Lingyu smiled and said, thank you for your love, senior brother. Unimpressed, Zhang Daoran smiled and then began to work on the alchemy. Soon after, in with the end of the time, an aroma of Dan hit the air. Opening the Dan furnace to take a look, 6 perfectly formed chi replenishing Dan came into view. A rather excited Zhang Daoran smiled and immediately took out one and handed it to Zhang Lingyu, and he had no problem following suit and swallowing it in his stomach. Instantly, a golden light shone brightly on its body. This caused Zhang Lingyu to freeze, and then she was unusually alarmed. Senior brother, why do I feel like my body is going to explode? Seifu, I'm going to explode. Looking at Zhang Lingyu, who was filled with panic, Zhang Daoran was also stunned. Holding his arm he looked at it carefully for a few moments and said, Senior brother, I'm sorry, I just increased the dosage of medicine, so it's a bit too potent. Hearing this, Zhang Lingyu instantly cried. In the Dantian region, he clearly felt that the air was surging wildly. The feeling as if it was going to explode made its entire being bad. Elder brother, save me, I don't want to die. Hearing Zhang Lingyu's cry for help, Zhang Daoran could not help but smile. Unconcerned, he coughed and said, don't get excited. Use the method of refining air to run the circumference of the sky. You will have unexpected gains. As soon as these words were uttered, Zhang Lingyu hurriedly followed the law for a round. As expected, after running some golden light incantations, he was instantly much more comfortable, and so on and so forth, and again Rifa followed. With the increase in powerful air, Zhang Lingyu instantly noticed that he had become much stronger. Under the subconscious silent recitation of the mantra, a wave of thunderous light appeared with a loud bang. This caused Zhang Lingyu to be excited when she saw it. Senior brother, my air seems to have gotten stronger. Even the thunder technique has learned some of it. Zhang Daoran, who was holding his arms, saw the scene and the corner of his mouth slightly raised. He thought that the reason why he would be so kind to Zhang Lingyu was entirely to block the great calamity 10 years later for him. When he thought about it, he was about to say something. However, he saw movement coming from the outside of the door, followed by Rongshan and Zhao Huanjin walking in. They who had just been peeping in saw this scene, and their eyes were filled with excitement. Senior brother, give me one to taste. Ha ha, elder brother me too. Seeing this scene, Zhang Daoran was slightly embarrassed. Unconcerned, he nodded and followed by handing out 2 chi replenishing pills. As expected, after the 2 of them ate the elixir, they were instantly covered in golden light. That powerful air filled them, causing their power to instantly skyrocket. The sudden scene also made the duo ecstatic. Ha ha, senior brother, you finally refined a precious elixir. Thanks, senior brother, I feel quite good now. The hugging Zhang Daoran nodded slightly, thinking that the chi replenishing pill was useful here. As long as one is allowed to eat it, it will immediately enhance the air in the body. As for the increase or decrease, it depends entirely on your own absorption. Secondly, the Dan is as the name suggests. This Dan is only suitable for force exhaustion. It's no secret that if you take one of these at the tail end of a battle, the enemy's mind will explode. Thinking of this, the corner of Zhang Daoran's mouth lifted slightly. Combined, this chi replenishing Dan is considered to have been completely played by him. As he was about to leave, a figure suddenly fell in the doorway. Immediately afterward, the old celestial master with his hands behind his back arrived. Looking at the several unproductive disciples in front of him, he then landed his gaze on Zhang Daoran. The qi replenishing pill can be batch refined now? Hearing the inquiry, Zhang Daoran nodded. After seeing the hand reaching out, he was even more inexplicably a little embarrassed, and subconsciously protected the 3 qi replenishing pills. But he saw the old heavenly master cough and said, "Refine a few more for yourself. These are for master's use. They'll be convenient for future fights." Easy to fight? Zhang Daoran's face twitched as he looked at the old heavenly master in front of him, and he had no choice but to hand over the qi replenishing pill, thinking to himself that there were plenty of herbs in the storehouse. He wasn't too far behind. As for what to do at the moment, it's time to upgrade your equipment. Thinking of this, Zhang Daoran clasped his fists and said, "Master, do you have any iron or exotic metals there? I want to refine weapons." The old celestial master froze, then shook his head. He knew exactly what the boy Takuma was thinking. Glancing at the remaining few, he then commanded, "No. Secondly, you pack up and come down the mountain with your master." Downhill? Zhang Daoran froze, puzzled. "Go where, master? Can I just stay at Dragon Tiger Mountain?" The old celestial master smiled, then shook his head firmly. "Takumi, since this kid on the mountain can be said to be the scourge of the Dragon Tiger Mountain enough. The backyard monkeys almost played waste, not to mention they burned the backyard last night. Not to mention the fact that the house was collapsing from alchemy. The herb storehouse was almost empty. It is no exaggeration to say that this child's talent is awesome and has a share of credit to Longhu Mountain." Thinking of this, the old heavenly master smiled. "Master will take you to see the world. And secondly, to see some of my old friends. I haven't seen them for a long time. I miss them." Hearing this, Zhang Daoran could not help but smile bitterly. Seeing that the old heavenly master was so determined, he could only agree. Think, go ahead and go. Maybe there's something else to be gained. 3 months later, on a tricycle, the squatting Zhang Daoran looked at the surrounding mountains and forests with a hint of sigh in his eyes. Looking up at the old celestial master beside him, he couldn't help but cough. "Master, we've been traveling for 3 months. Why do you suddenly want a ride?" Upon hearing the inquiry, the old heavenly master couldn't help but smile. Unconcerned, he glanced at the surrounding mountains and forests and said, "I couldn't walk, so I took the car." Tired of walking and taking the car? Hearing this, Zhang Daoran's heart burst with bitterness. I thought that since the day he promised to go down on master and disciple like a thief, overnight down the Longhu Mountain. According to the master, the first stop they went to was the Lu family, and it takes less than a day to get to Lu's house by train. But the old celestial master had to say something about going down the mountain for training and needing to advance on foot. For this reason Zhang Daoran had traveled for 3 months in this sentence, but now the old celestial master can't walk a single sentence. Let Zhang Daoran get on the tricycle. Rather emotionally he sighed, suddenly feeling that going down the mountain had been a mistake. Zip! But at that moment, the tricycle ahead stopped. The old celestial master stretched his back and jumped out of the car at that moment. The old man looked ahead with a hint of a smile in his eyes. "Good apprentice. Get off." "Oh." Zhang Daoran let out an oh-so-subtle sound and followed him out of the car. Looking up, a Chinese gated courtyard comes into view. The houses within it have ancient sounds and colors, making them look extraordinarily grand. Seeing this scene, the old celestial master then intended to step through the door, but then he saw the tricycle driver manipulating a mouthful of big yellow teeth and said, $10. It's not paid." The old heavenly master froze, then looked at Zhang Daoran and said, "Pay up. What are you looking at me for?" Zhang Daoran, who was filled with speechlessness, couldn't help but sigh when he heard this, mindful of the fact that on the way here, he had almost always been asked to fudge his way through. He had barely made it. Now take a tricycle for $10. This old skywriter is not even out. Lusting for tears, he shook his head and could only tearfully pull out the crumpled $10. The old celestial master saw this scene before he happily made his way towards the big house. The moment he approached, he exclaimed, "Old Lu, why don't you come out to greet me?" The sound of the words spread out as if they were deafening like a great bell. Zhang Daoran, who was trailing behind, saw this scene and a hint of anticipation appeared in his eyes, only to see the vermilion red gates slowly open, followed by a white-haired, tall and straight Lu Jin walking out. "Ha, old thing, where have you been? I've been waiting for you for 3 months. Do you realize what I've been doing for the past 3 months?" The old celestial master froze and looked at the angrily shouting Lu Jin. "Oh, what are you doing?" "Waiting for you," Lu Jin said breathlessly to the extreme. "You couldn't have taken a plane or a train. You're pissing me off." The old celestial master with a bland face and his hands behind his back showed a hint of a smile in his eyes when he heard this. After glancing at Lu Jin, he then smiled. "Oh, the tickets are too expensive to pay. Why don't you give them to me? Next time I come I'll take an airplane. Nice try, old bastard. Lu Jin gritted her teeth. As the words fell, he then dropped his gaze on Zhang Daoran. After looking at it carefully for a few moments, a glint appeared in his eyes. This caused the old celestial master to freeze and hurriedly protect his body in front of him, saying, "One look is enough. What's the point of looking a few times? Over 100 years old. Don't you know about indecent exposure?" Indecent exposure? Lu Jin froze, then her face turned red with anger. Glancing at the old celestial master, he hummed lightly, "No, it's just that I feel that the boy in front of me is quite similar to me when I was young, and is equally as handsome and jaded." When Zhang Daoran heard this, he almost couldn't hold back his laughter. But this expression of trying to smile was perfectly captured by Lu Jin. He glanced at Zhang Daoran and said, "What are you laughing at? There's something wrong with what I said." "Yes," Zhang Daoran answered truthfully. "Master said that Elder Lu was nothing more than that when he was young. Just a kid he slapped and cried. And secondly, the face value is not as good as Daoran's." The short sentence caused the old heavenly master to stare blankly, and Lu Jin was even more stunned. The old heavenly master, in particular, was filled with confusion. He thought to himself and Daoran, but he never mentioned anything about Lu Jin's youth. On second thought, he guessed that it was highly likely that his senior brother had said it, and Lu Jin's face darkened in half after hearing this. Without being able to say a word he let out a cold snort, and the thunder road was instantly spread all around him. "Good old mongrel, I said what are you doing in the heavenly master's mansion of Longhu Mountain every day? It turns out that you are badmouthing me with these disciples and grandchildren of yours. Nima, if I don't beat you up today, my name isn't Lu Jin." Seeing this scene, the old heavenly master, who was full of innocence, immediately took a few steps back, somewhat aggrieved. He glanced at Zhang Daoran and said, "Old Lu, don't be impulsive. It wasn't me who said that." "Daoran, quickly explain to your old senior Lu." "Oh, it has nothing to do with me." Zhang Daoran took a step back and then 2 more steps back to make way and said, "Elder Lu, be my guest. The late disciple will never interfere." As soon as these words came out, the old heavenly master's face turned green. Looking at the rebellious disciple who had victimized himself in front of him, he directly exploded. "Adversary you." Before the words were finished, there was a steep smell of incense coming from the house. In the next second, a sweet and cute young girl with a face full of vitality, whose age was comparable to Zhang Daoran's, walked out. "What are you doing here, great-grandpa?" The sudden words made Lu Jin freeze in place. Looking back, he was all smiles. "Linglong, why did you come out?" "Ha ha, let me introduce to you. This is the old mongrel, Longfu Mountain Old Celestial Master. This is his disciple. Brat, what's your name? Still don't give me Linglong say." "Lu Linglong." Zhang Daoran smiled faintly. Looking at Lu Linglong who was not yet 18 years old in front of him, a hint of emotion appeared in his eyes. Mulling over the so-called women's big change is really all about comforting the ugly-looking people. True beauties are actually beautiful from childhood. Looking at Lu Linglong in front of him, Zhang Daoran cupped his fists and said, "Zhang Daoran of the Heavenly Master's House of Longhu Mountain." "Zhang Daoran?" Lu Linglong froze. Looking at Zhang Daoran in front of her, she couldn't help but feel inexplicably strange. The strangeness made her seem familiar, but she didn't know where she'd seen it before. "Come in, go inside and talk." Lu Jin smiled. "Is Linglong awake from her nap? Do you want to eat? I'll make you something delicious." Lu Linglong let out an "oh his." A sweet smile then appeared on her face. Looking at the great-grandfather in front of him, he went into the house hand in hand. This caused a hint of a smile to appear in the old heavenly master's eyes when he saw it. Looking down at Zhang Daoran, he said, "What? Not bad. Ha? What?" Zhang Daoran said, "Master, I'm still young and want to find a relationship on my own without an arranged marriage." "What are you thinking?" "Ugh, thinking is beautiful," the old heavenly master said with a black face. "At a young age, you are even more shameless than I. I am asking you, how is this Lu Jin?" "Lu Jin? He is known to be flawless in life, but he is really an old tease." To this senior, Zhang Daoran had a hint of a smile on his face. Moments later, the courtyard. Lu Jin, who had his hands behind his back, glanced at the time and a hint of a smile appeared on his face. Looking back at the old celestial master, he couldn't help but nod. "I know exactly where you're coming from. Do you really think I, Lu Jin, am easy to bully? Let me tell you, today is different. It's time for my Lu family to be powerful." "Oh." The old celestial master let out an oh so slight smile on his face. Looking at the rather amused Lu Jin, he couldn't help but cough. "Speaking as if you can beat me. After so many years, how many slaps can you take from me? Don't you have any pussy in your heart? My disciple, and your disciple, are not on the same level." As soon as those words left her mouth, Lu Jin instantly broke her defenses. With a cold grunt, the dark-faced one turned away. Don't bother talking tough, just try it and you'll see. Lulin. As the words fell, an older boy came into the yard. Long black hair, white skin, and a high-strung aura all around. This caused Zhang Daoran to smile slightly when he saw it. Figuring that this Lu Lin is Lu Linglong's cousin, the two of them have been on good terms since childhood. It's just that he didn't expect both of them to be there when he came to the Lu family this time. Brother, go for it, defeat him, I believe in you. Seeing this, Lu Linglong, who was on the sidelines, could not help but refuel and cheer. That look of a young Yuan-Chi girl made Zhang Daoran look at him for a while. Lu Lin, on the other hand, looked civilized and rather bland, saying, Lulin, point blank. Seeing this, Zhang Daoran didn't bother to say anything more. With a hug, he made his way to the center of the courtyard. Takumi. According to the original plot, this Lu Lin at a young age had already learned to reverse the triple life, and he was too smart for his own good, and had the Trinity sex fiasco on his back. People like this from a young age are not really to be underestimated. Thinking of this, Zhang Daoran smiled faintly and then made a gesture of invitation. This caused Lu Jin to frown when he saw it and said, "What's the point of pretending? Letting my grandson go first. Do you think you're so powerful? Let me tell you, my grandson's reverse-born triple weight is no worse than when I was young. Old mongrel, your disciple will lose today." With that look on his face, I'm sure the golden light spell, no, the thunder spell are not even known yet, right? The old celestial master with his hands behind his back had a smile on his face when he heard this. Unconcerned, he shook his head and pretended to sigh. Your grandson is indeed good. This reverse life triple is quite powerful. Why don't we make a bet? If you lose, give me 5 years of incense money from Dragon Tiger Mountain. Just bet, Lu Jin said without a care in the world. The thing is, my grandson won't lose. Ha ha. As soon as Naiha's words left his mouth, the scene in front of him stunned him. Only in the courtyard, as white light exploded from Lu Lin's body, the one who took the lead then quickly approached. With his hand raised, he swept his fist across the room in a fancy-free manner. This caused Zhang Daoran to show a hint of bemusement in his eyes when he saw it. Without moving a single inch, he smiled and instantly surrounded his body with a lightning light shield. With the appearance of the golden light, Lu Lin was instantly shaken back 3 meters. The sudden scene shocked Lu Jin. How is this possible? Didn't lift a finger. Old mongrel, how old is this kid? Is he a teenager? Just not growing? Bullying the little ones with the big ones just like you did back then? Old timer. Feeling speechless, the old celestial master laughed and said, how about 8 almost 9 years old? Isn't it strong? 8 years old? Lu Jin gulped, his eyes filled with shock. Takumi the child was surrounded by golden light to protect his body, and with the addition of the thunder law, he was as invincible as the immovable king. With this terrifying defense, I'm afraid that Lu Lin wouldn't be able to fight even if she stood and fought. Feeling incredulous, he glanced at the old heavenly master and said, this is too powerful. At this age to have such attainments in the golden light spell, thunder law, it can be called a genius. So much for you in your youth. When the old heavenly master heard this, he immediately felt his face lighten up. He thought that at his age, although the golden light spell, the thunder method had already been learned, but to instantly fire like this kid Daoran, he simply couldn't do it. With his hands behind his back he sighed and smiled. Kid, admit defeat. Your great-grandfather lost to me back then too. No shame. Lu Jin. When Lu Lin heard this, her face was an embarrassment. Considering himself strong, he had also competed against his peers. Under the reverse life triple, almost no one was his enemy, but he didn't expect to run into this Daoran today. But he couldn't move a hair on the other party's head. Lu Lin, whose face was burning with anger, shook her head slightly and said, what's the point of standing still? I'll fight with hands if I can. Hearing this, Zhang Daoran raised an eyebrow. Glancing at Lu Lin, a hint of a smile appeared in her eyes. Unconcerned, he nodded and then took a step. As you wish. During my leisure time in the mountains, Xiao Dao had realized a punch. I hope you can take it. Putting down such a sentence, Zhang Daoran then began to store his air, vaguely visible, around its circumference, especially the right-hand air body surrounded. An invisible might instantly exploded. This caused Lu Linglong, who was on the side, to frown when she saw it. Brother, be careful. Lu Lin, who didn't dare to relax, nodded and immediately built up her strength again. Under the reverse life triple, his air also came to its strongest state. Facing Zhang Daoran in front of him, he then charged once again. The moment he approached, he was blasting away with a punch. Boom! Seeing this, Zhang Daoran followed and swung out with a punch. As an explosion rang out, a wave of air scattered between the two. Click! Immediately afterward, a sound of bones cracking rang out. Lu Lin, whose face was in pain, froze and then fell to the ground, visible to the naked eye. The clothes on his right hand cracked as much as they could, and not a single bit was left. At the tiger's mouth of his wrist, blood was even flowing out. This caused Zhang Daoran to close his fist when he saw it. Too weak. It's a good thing you only used 30% of your strength, or else this hand of yours would already be shattered. Hearing this, Lu Lin's face was embarrassed. Thinking to himself, he sensed that he was not an opponent the moment he had just sparred. If the other party hadn't stopped in time, his hand would have been ruined indeed. But after hearing Zhang Daoran say that he had only used 30% of his strength, Lu Lin broke her defense. "Oh hoo, you bully. There's no such thing, woo woo." Putting down such a sentence, Lu Lin couldn't bear to be insulted and then left the yard in tears. When the old heavenly master saw this scene, his face was filled with a smile. Looking back at the pale Lu Jin, he patted his shoulder and said, "Look at that. The crying is exactly the same. Old Lu, you've lost." Hearing this, Lu Jin's old face turned red. Having lived for 100 years or so, he was a little speechless for a moment. Looking at Zhang Daoran in front of him, he couldn't help but marvel. "Monster, old mongrel, how come I haven't heard of this kid before?" "Don't ask. Asking is an ace weapon," the old celestial master pretended. "Be envious, I have such an apprentice. You don't." Lu Jin. Feeling speechless, Lu Jin sighed, thinking that he was indeed quite envious. If he had such a disciple, I'm afraid that the Trinity sect would regain its splendor. "I'll do it. You actually bullied my brother." Yet at that moment, a lovely voice rang out. Only Lu Linglong jumped down the steps, crossed her waist, and pointed at Zhang Daoran's nose. "I will challenge you." Lu Jin froze and hurriedly came to Lu Linglong and said, "Linglong, stop it. You're no match for him." Zhang Daoran also smiled. His face was all light. This made Lu Linglong even more furious when she saw it. "No, Grandpa. Someone from the Lu family must stand up. You can't make a move. Only me." Lu Jin froze, and then could only move out of the way. Glancing back at Zhang Daoran, he softly said, "Zhang Daoran, let me tell you in advance, if my granddaughter hurts a single hair on her head, I promise to waste you. I'm not threatening you." Zhang Daoran. Feeling speechless, Zhang Daoran laughed, thinking that this Lu Jin protecting the calf really lives up to its name. Seeing this, the old heavenly master on the side also rolled up his sleeves and said, "Old Lu, just tell me if you want to get slapped." Lu Jin's old face reddened, and he immediately posed the Tong Tian talisman gesture and said, "Who's afraid of who?" The words fell, but Lu Linglong had already rushed up, looking at Zhang Daoran in front of her. She then used the 18 styles of the maiden. Scratching, scratching, biting, kicking, everything. On the contrary, Zhang Daoran's golden light protected his body and he did not need to make a move at all. Within a few moments, Lu Linglong was exhausted and panting, looking at the guy in front of him who couldn't get close enough. He said, "You wait." Putting down such a sentence, Lu Linglong then ran away and left. Seeing this scene, Lu Jin also awkwardly put away the Tong Tian talisman. Rather embarrassed, he sighed and looked at Zhang Daoran. "At a young age, it's not bad. Well, the cut is over. You guys can go now." The old celestial master froze, then rolled up his sleeves. Undaunted, he smiled and said, "You're kidding, right? I traveled 3 months to get here and now you're telling me to leave without staying a day?" An unimpressed Lu Jin hummed lightly as she walked. "Beat up my man and still want to eat? Nima, where in the world is such a good thing?" Zhang Daoran was also dumbfounded when he saw this scene. Looking at the cursing Lu Jin in front of her, she thought to herself that she wouldn't really leave, would she? He hasn't been here long. After all. "Master, let's go?" Zhang Daoran said. "Go my ass." The old celestial master laughed. "Don't you like refining weapons and alchemy? There are plenty of things here. Feel free to make them. Don't be polite. If I don't stay here for a year and a half, my name is not Zhang Jiwei." A few moments later, under the hazy colors of the night, Zhang Daoran returned to the arranged residence. With a bland face, he glanced around, then proceeded to sit cross-legged and meditate. He was about to enter when suddenly there was a sound of tiny footsteps outside the door. This caused Zhang Daoran to faintly stare, thinking to himself, is it possible that the Lu family still has thieves? Without beating the bushes he smiled and instantly closed his eyes to meditate. As expected, after a few minutes of silence in the room, a figure appeared steeply in the doorway. Under the moonlight, Lu Linglong, who was veiled and still instantly recognizable, arrived. Walking on her tiptoes, she glanced at the room and then dropped her gaze on Zhang Daoran. She couldn't help but shake her head as she looked at the face so good it would make a woman jealous. Thinking to myself that now is not the time to appreciate beauty. The guy in front of him had defeated his brother, causing him to be angry even now. For this reason Lu Linglong decided that she must avenge her brother tonight. Even though it wasn't a very good tactic, she had made her decision. Thinking of this, Lu Linglong then had an extra medicine bottle in her hand. Without the slightest hesitation she smiled and followed by sprinkling the powder inside. At once, the powder dispersed as if it were smoke, surrounding the entire house. Bugs hiding in corners and other types of small creatures fainted to the end when they smelled it. And as if Zhang Daoran had been struck, he pretended to pause before falling back on the bed. Lu Linglong's eyes showed a hint of happiness when she saw the scene. The pondering of this masking agent is worthy of being a must for killing and setting fire. It is simply a godsend. Impatiently, she smiled and then strutted to the house, looking at the cool, handsome and extraordinary face under the moonlight. Lu Linglong lightly hummed, "What's the use of being handsome? Dare to bully my brother. You must be taught a lesson today. What a good lesson to give you." There. Lu Linglong, who was struck by an idea, smiled and immediately brought a brush from a side table. With a face full of smiles, she glanced at Zhang Daoran and then came to the front. Looking at that handsome face, she planned to draw a turtle to give punishment. But when Lu Linglong was raising her hand, suddenly a small white hand appeared at her waist at an unknown time. Too late to resist, she froze, then froze in place, unable to move a muscle. Immediately afterward, Zhang Daoran slowly opened his eyes. The ancient well in his eyes glanced at Lu Linglong in front of him, and the corner of his mouth slightly raised. The Lu family is heavily guarded, but there are still petty thieves breaking in. How bold! Tell me, what should I do with you? Hearing this, Lu Linglong instantly realized the account. I thought to myself that after half a day, it turned out that this guy hadn't fainted at all. Angry, she grunted softly and said, "Zhang Daoran, look who I am, and don't let me go." "Oh," Zhang Daoran let out an "oh," then took the brush in Lu Linglong's hand. Full of smiles, he got up and spared a circle, then stopped in front of it and said, "I don't know you." "Ah, I only know that some little hairy thief broke into my place at night. How else do you think I can dispose of her?" "Xiao Dao." "There, that's a good idea." Putting down such a sentence, Zhang Daoran then picked up the brush and drew on Lu Linglong's face. This caused her to freeze and instantly change her face. Rather frightened, she gulped and said, "What are you doing? Let go of me." The unfazed Zhang Daoran smiled and continued to draw by himself. When Lu Linglong saw this scene, a hint of anger appeared in her eyes. Incredibly excited, she instantly clenched her teeth. At once, the air in the body rushed through the acupuncture points. Little thief. Under the emotional excitement, Lu Linglong subconsciously wanted to fight back, but the distance was too close, and as soon as the two were close enough, they came face to face. Under the four eyes, there was embarrassment in the eyes of the two of them. Lu Linglong, whose pretty face was slightly red, froze and then backed up a few steps. "Shameless, you!" Zhang Daoran, who was frozen in place, swallowed his saliva and looked at Lu Linglong in front of him. Suddenly his mood was a little complicated. Takumi is only 8 years old. I didn't expect to lose my first kiss. Looking at Lu Linglong in front of her, she said, "You came here first, not me." When Lu Linglong heard this, her pretty face instantly blushed. Incredibly shy, she shook her head slightly and instantly headed out of the house. As she was about to leave the house, she suddenly stopped and said, "No one is allowed to tell anyone else." Humph. Putting down such a sentence, Lu Linglong disappeared into the night. This caused Zhang Daoran to show a hint of laughter in his eyes when he saw it. Thinking to myself that this little girl seems to be quite interesting. Early the next morning, in the land's warehouse, Lu Jin, who had come here, glanced at the old celestial master with pride on his face. Vaguely visible, all kinds of herbs and medicinal materials are available here, which can be described as abundant. This caused him to cough and look at Zhang Daoran. "Daoran, I heard your master say that you're learning alchemy. This is something I support. See, feel free to use it. Don't be polite. Of course, there's no shame in not being able to refine it. Ha ha, after all, there aren't many of you from Longhu Mountain who can refine pills." When the old heavenly master heard this, the corners of his mouth couldn't help but raise slightly. He thought to himself that the reason why he would bring this up in front of old Lu was purely for the qi replenishing pill. After all, how powerful that elixir was not enough to tell outsiders. Thinking of this, he came to Zhang Daoran and said, "Good disciple, no need to be polite, refine it for me. The qi replenishing pill for master needs at least 30 of them." Zhang Daoran was stunned when he heard this. Looking at the lionized master, he could only nod helplessly. When he was about to roll up his sleeves and start working, he saw Lu Linglong arrive with an old man, holding her arms. She glanced at Zhang Daoran and then said, "Great-grandpa, I heard that someone wants to learn alchemy?" "Yes, Linglong, what brings you here?" Lu Jin laughed. "Elder Song, why are you here too?" Song Lao smiled slightly. From the full truth he glanced at the old celestial master, cupped his fists and said, Song Quan, Chuanjin lay disciple meets the heavenly master. The old celestial master froze and instantly saw what Lu Jin was thinking. With a bland face he nodded and smiled. I've long heard that your Lu family has an alchemist. I didn't expect it to be someone from Chuanjin. It's a bit interesting. An unimpressed Lu Jin smiled, thinking that for the sake of the family to grow, he has been all over the place over the years, which naturally includes the aspect of external supplementation. This Song Quan is a famous alchemist, and his alchemy is quite remarkable. Usually, if anyone in the family is sick or injured, they can just take an elixir and be fine. Such a person is undoubtedly a sitting duck for a family. Thinking of this, Lu Jin smiled. Dao Ran, if there's anything you don't know, you can ask Elder Song more. After all, Longhu Mountain doesn't have such an alchemy expert. Just your master's 2 tricks. It's just a little bit of skin. You can't even hold it in my Lu family. Ha ha ha. Looking at the pleased Lu Jin, the old heavenly master couldn't help but sigh. Unconcerned, he smiled and said, Apprentice, in that case, show them your hand. Show your hand? Lu Jin was slightly stunned, and then a hint of surprise appeared on her face. What, does Doran know a few tricks already? You can pull it off. Old mongrel, if he can refine a pill, I'll definitely give him a big gift. The old celestial master smiled slightly. Catching the Lu family woolgathering he nodded. Glancing at Temperance, he laughed softly. No problem. You owe my Longhu Mountain 5 years of incense anyway. A little more won't hurt. Come, Dao Ran, get in the ring. When Zhang Daoran heard this, a hint of embarrassment appeared in his eyes. Seeing the old celestial master's small mind, he shook his head and then came to follow the herb store. It is vaguely visible that herbs are piled up here, and there are many century-old medicines among them. For an alchemist, it can be rich. Looking at it in comparison to the herb storehouse at Lungfushan, this place is clearly a step ahead. Perhaps Zhang Daoran had been looking at it for a long time, which made Lu Linglong see it and could not help but hold her arms. Are you dumbfounded? If you don't know how to make pills, just say so. I can have Master Song teach you. Hearing this, Zhang Daoran revealed a bitter smile in his eyes. Rather embarrassed, he coughed and instantly removed an object from the satchel he carried. Alchemy furnace. Lu Linglong burst out laughing after seeing the alchemy furnace that was only the size of a basketball and had an ugly appearance. Thinking to herself that she had sort of traveled to many places, she had still seen some of the alchemy furnaces as well, but like the alchemy furnace in Zhang Daoran's hands, it was the first time she had seen such an ugly one. Ha ha, Tai Grandpa, is this an alchemy furnace? It's ugly, and it's still so small. Zhang Daoran, are you here to be funny? When Lu Jin heard his granddaughter's mockery, a hint of laughter appeared in his eyes. Unconcerned, he shook his head slightly and waved his hand. Daoran, is your master so withholding? Didn't Longhu Mountain arrange a good alchemy furnace for you? Why don't I give you one? Senior. When the old heavenly master of Longhu Mountain heard this, his face couldn't help but twitch. I thought that in the aspect of alchemy furnace, their ancestor had the most to say. After all, the guy who eats has let this rebel get wasted. Thinking of this, the old heavenly master deliberately flirted. Little doll, don't look down on the alchemy furnace in his hand. It's been refined by the heavenly thunder and earthly flame suddenly. It's unique and unrivaled in the world. Old mongrel, you're going to die if you don't brag. Lu Jin laughed. A mere broken stove. My family has plenty. Humph. The lazy old celestial master smiled and then stopped talking. And when Zhang Daoran saw this scene, he smiled awkwardly. Pulling out the alchemy furnace he glanced at the herbs in front of him and then casually called up 2 chi replenishing pill herbs. After doing this, Zhang Daoran immediately waved his hand casually. The crowd lit up. When Elder Song, who was on the sidelines, saw this scene, his face changed even more. Looking at the little Taoist in front of him, his eyes were filled with shock. Thunder method alchemy. This, how is this possible? Vaguely visible. As Zhang Daoran casually waved his hand, a thunder fire appeared at the bottom of the alchemy furnace, along with the herbs, saltpeter and other items into the furnace. Everything is done in one go. This caused Lu Jin, who was on the side, to be surprised when he saw it. Thunder method of alchemy? Old mongrel, did you teach him this? Hearing this, the tall and upright old heavenly master with his hands behind his back couldn't help but shake his head slightly. Looking at the scene in front of him, his eyes filled with pride as he said, What, surprised? Small tricks. Many people in my Dragon Tiger Mountain know how to do them. Haven't seen it, have you? Ha ha, isn't the lightning method of alchemy unrivaled in the world? Elder Song, who was on the side, saw this scene and his face was filled with shock, thinking to himself that what actually surprised him the most was not the lightning alchemy, but that alchemy furnace. As we all know, the Dragon Tiger Mountain Thunder Law is overbearing to the extreme. Any mundane objects or even magic weapons that collided with them were crushed. However, this alchemy furnace in front of him was able to withstand this lightning refining method. Its hardness, as well as its preciousness, can be imagined. In other words, this was no longer an ordinary alchemy furnace, but a magic weapon. The incredulous Elder Song shook his head and marveled. Dare I ask the heavenly master who forged this alchemy furnace? I am not talented, and I would also like to ask this alchemist to build one. As soon as these words came out, Lu Linglong could not help but stare. I thought to myself that when Elder Song said that, wouldn't it mean that this black furnace in front of me was worth a lot of money? As expected, Lu Jin sighed softly on the side. This furnace is indeed absolutely extraordinary, able to withstand lightning refining. I'm afraid it's a magic weapon. The old celestial master with his hands behind his back had a smug look on his face when he heard this. Full of pride, he smiled and waved his hand. I told you, this stove is unique and second to none. As to who made it, it must not be said. Unspeakable? Elder Song froze and seemed to understand something. Looking at the tiny back of his heel, he decided to wait a bit. Lu Jin, on the other hand, was full of disbelief when he heard that. It's loaded, isn't it? Still unspeakable. I don't know who it is, even I. Lu Jin, don't deserve to know. Ah. The lazy old celestial master smiled and remained mysterious. There was no need to reveal all of the greatness of Takuma Doran just yet. A hint of relief appeared in his eyes as he looked at the tiny back in front of him. Boom! However, at that moment, a sound of heavenly thunder appeared out of nowhere. Only Zhang Daoran slowly opened his eyes and glanced at the alchemy furnace that was overflowing with the fragrance of Dan. At that moment, he waved his big hand, and a wave of air once again disappeared into it. This caused Elder Song, who was on the side, to be shocked in his eyes when he saw it. Takumi the boy was skillful and looked like he wasn't a novice. In particular, this lightning method of alchemy made him feel ashamed of himself. Elder Song, it smells so good. Is this going to be a Dan? Lu Linglong said with a hint of surprise in her eyes after smelling the Dan fragrance. Why didn't you have this fragrance when you were refining pills? This guy couldn't have made a mistake, could he? When Elder Song heard this, he was a bit ashamed. I thought to myself that there was a saying that had been circulating in the alchemy of pills. It's called a lower grade elixir that is colorless and tasteless, and a middle grade elixir that is colored and tasteless, while the top quality elixirs are colored and flavored. As for what this flavor is, it naturally refers to the Dan fragrance. Even above the upper grade, there was a level that could be called a divine elixir. After alchemizing pills for so long, Elder Song asked himself that he had only seen a top-grade pill once. Looking at the alchemy furnace in front of him, he said softly, "There's no mistake, Linglong. This is the fragrance of a Dan. The only thing that can be found in a Dan of medium grade or above." Lu Jin, who was on the side, seemed to understand something when she heard this. The knowledgeable man glanced at Zhang Daoran, and an additional bold guess came to his mind. Thinking of this, he glanced at the old Tianshi Dao. Old mongrel, you're punking me again. The old heavenly master with his hands behind his back couldn't help but laugh when he heard this. His heart doubled as he shook his head slightly and flirted. Don't say that. I didn't force you to make a bet. Ah, old Lu, don't forget my disciple's great gift. Ha ha ha. Lu Jin's face instantly turned into a bitter melon when he heard this. When he was about to respond with a couple sentences, he saw Zhang Daoran suddenly stand up. His body exploded with thunderous light as he stretched out a finger and said, "Drive me." As the words fell, the dome of the sky was instantly covered with dark clouds and lightning. 4 more shifts, thanks to Biggie for the hyped up shifts. Can buy a cup of milk tea now? Woohoo! Kneeling down for 5-star reviews and free gifts. When I looked up, the sky was dark with clouds and lightning. The sky, which had been blue just a moment ago, changed in an instant. A hint of surprise appeared in the eyes of the old heavenly master when he saw this scene. Looking at Zhang Daoran, who got up, he was surprised. This is a divine grade elixir, Elder Song said excitedly. Rumor has it that pills that are above the top grade are called divine grade pills. Back then, the Chuanjin ancestor master had once refined one, and it was recorded that on the day it came out, there was a divine thunderstorm. As soon as these words were uttered, Lu Linglong's face was filled with shock. Looking at the tiny figure in front of her, her eyes were filled with incredulity. Lu Jin, on the other hand, was filled with shock upon hearing this. He thought to himself that the person who was able to concoct such an elixir was by no means an ordinary alchemist. But something like this happened to a teenager. Oh, old mongrel, you're screwing me over. Boom! As the words fell, only a shocking thunderclap was seen crossing the dome of the sky. When Zhang Daoran saw this, a hint of excitement appeared in his eyes. Ding! As you are in the process of comprehending alchemy, congratulations on becoming a 6th grade alchemist. 6 pints. On this chi replenishing pill, Zhang Daoran clearly felt that he was more comfortable with it. Quite excited, He smiled and instantly waved his hand. At once, the alchemy furnace in front of him followed to the ground. In the next second, as the lid of the Dan furnace opened, a fragrance of Dan came out. Boom! Shocking thunder broke through the dome of the sky and came straight towards the alchemy furnace. This caused Zhang Daoran to subconsciously try to stop heavenly thunder when he saw it. However, he saw a tall and straight back silently appearing in front of him. The old Skymaster. Good apprentice. Watch this. I'll only demonstrate once what the true thunder technique is. The old celestial master with his back smiled and instantly stomped his foot. In an instant, layers of golden light instantly burst out on its body. The monstrous air was like a sea wave, spreading out in all directions, as if the wind was howling furiously. The crowd could barely stabilize themselves. Lu Jin's eyes showed a hint of surprise when he saw this scene. I thought to myself that this old bastard is getting sicker and sicker. Boom! Only to see that at the instant the heavenly thunder landed, the old heavenly master immediately pulled himself up from the ground. Like a white moon in the sky, he raised his hand and blasted out with a fist. Visible to the naked eye, there was a burst of lightning on the surface of this fist, with an explosion ringing out. The two mines were then reduced to nothing. The sudden scene caused Zhang Daoran's heart to surge and his blood to boil as he watched. I thought to myself that I was worthy of being an old celestial master who practiced immortality. Who can compare with a fist that shatters open the heavenly thunder? Disciple, see what you've learned from this punch of your master's. The moment he landed on the ground, the old heavenly master turned around extremely dashingly to look at Zhang Daoran and inquired. This froze him, and he immediately smiled. Master is invincible. In the future, when my disciple goes out to fight, he will definitely report your name first. Old timer. Lu Jin. Elder Song. Lu Linglong. The crowd who felt speechless couldn't help but freeze in place in unison when they heard this. This made Zhang Daoran see it and wonder if he had said something wrong. With such a powerful master, why would he fight with others? In the future, he was going to let his master take action in matters of revenge and hatred. Ahem, said the slowed down old celestial master. Nothing else? Yes, Zhang Daoran froze, then whispered. Master, the family blood feud is in your hands, please. Old Tianshi. Frozen in place, the old celestial master shook his head and immediately stated that he would not speak again. Lu Jin, who was on the side, couldn't help but laugh when he saw the scene. Daoran, stop fooling around and take a look at the pills. Oh. Zhang Daoran let out an "oh," then followed to the alchemy furnace. With a wave of his hand, 6 bright red, full-bodied qi replenishing pills, which emitted fragrance all over, were suspended in mid-air. Both the color of the elixir and its charm were perfect. Seeing this scene, Elder Song was ashamed of himself and said, Awesome, it's true that you can't measure the sea with a human face. At such a young age, yet you have such attainments in pills. A wizard. I've been refining pills for my entire life, and I've only been able to make mid-grade pills. It's really a shame. The moment these words were uttered, Lu Linglong on the side was slightly embarrassed. Looking at the elixir in front of her, her eyes were filled with shock, thinking to myself that this guy is too good. In addition to fighting fiercely, I didn't expect alchemy to be so exaggerated, especially when he remembered what happened last night. It made Lu Linglong have some different sentiments in her heart. Is this the rumored divine grade pill? Lu Jin marveled. It is said that there are not a few such pills in the world today. They are kept in extremely tight places. I did not expect that the old man actually saw. Old mongrel, you Longhu Mountain win the Xing'a. The old celestial master felt proud when he heard this. With a glowing face he smiled and flirted. General La. This kind of elixir is abundant in our Longhu Mountain. This child usually can't eat it all but take it to feed the monkeys. Ha ha ha. Feed the monkeys? When Lu Jin heard this, he felt that it was a waste. Quite indignant, he glanced at Zhang Daoran and then came to follow him. Daoran. Is that true? Oh, Zhang Daoran said. It was fed a couple times. The moment these words were uttered, Elder Song's face was even more twitchy. He didn't expect the elixir he treasured so much to be reduced to monkey food in Longhu Mountain. Wastefulness. In his mind, these 4 big words appeared at once, and when the old heavenly master saw the scene, a hint of laughter appeared in his eyes. He thought to himself that this child of Daoran was worthy of being his disciple. It's still pretty good in the area of matching your own pretenses. With his hands behind his back he coughed. Old Lu, you've lost. How about this? I've made a decision for Daoran. How about all these herbs go to our Longhu Mountain? Lu Jin froze, and felt a meaty pain. The medicinal herbs here in Takumi are the savings of his Lu family for many years. It would be a big loss if it all went to Lung Fushan. Thinking of this, Lu Jin, who somewhat did not want to recognize the account, said, Daoran, change it to something else. Ha ha, like money, or something like that. I can promise Re. When the honest Zhang Daoran heard this, he couldn't help but glance at the old heavenly master and spread his hands. It's all up to Master Lu Jin, old Sky Master, ha ha ha. The old Celestial Master, who couldn't help bursting into laughter, nodded in relief. That's just it. I'll take half of you. I know it's not easy for you. Only after hearing this did Lu Jin sort of nod her head, quite heartbroken. He glanced at Dao Ran and suddenly felt that these two masters and disciples were too pitiful. It feels like they're not just here to kick ass, they're here to rob. Alright, Dao Ran, can I have one of these pills? Keep it as a souvenir. Hearing Lu Jin's inquiry, Zhang Daoran faintly smiled and said, I'm sorry, Senior, this elixir is finalized by Master. The old Heavenly Master nodded with a slight smile. What are you thinking? Take the money and buy it. Anything. Seeing this scene, Elder Song on the side couldn't help but let out a sigh and said, That. I have a favor to ask. You see. Then don't say anything. Zhang Daoran laughed. Elder Song froze, thinking how could he do it without saying anything. 5 more. Kneeling beg you to chase more hikikomori. Hotba give a 5-star praise. The new book rating is very important. Please, please. What I want to say is. Song Lao smiled, hesitantly. I want to worship you and learn alchemy. Worship. As soon as these words left his mouth, Zhang Daoran froze, looking at the old man Song in front of him, who was over half 100 years old and was qualified to be a grandfather. He genuinely was not going to be whole, and the old Celestial Master on the side was quite shocked when he heard about it. Somewhat embarrassed, he glanced at Zhang Daoran and laughed awkwardly. Ha ha, isn't this a generational mess? Ha ha. Lu Jin also coughed and looked at Elder Song, who was going to pay his respects in front of him, and his eyes were filled with surprise. I thought it was a bit of a surprise, but understandable. After all, Elder Song had spent half of his life on alchemy, and it was normal for him to want to worship a master now that he had encountered a high-ranking person. What's not normal is that this tall man is a disciple of the old mongrel and is only 8 years old. Elder Song. Lu Linglong was even more surprised. Are you senile? Looking for him to worship? Crazy, right? Elder Song shook his head slightly, also somewhat embarrassed. He glanced at Zhang Daoran and then turned his gaze to the others. He thought to himself that the reason why he had acted in this manner was solely for the purpose of learning alchemy. As the saying goes, it is only when you are extreme in the way that you can become the way. Thinking of this, Elder Song clasped his fists. Master Zhang, perhaps you'll find me abrupt, but this is my sincere decision. There's no shame in studying. As long as it allows me to pursue what I want, then it's the right path. When Zhang Daoran heard this, a hint of embarrassment appeared in his eyes. It's actually not uncommon to see people like Takuma Song. It can be said to abound in the mundane world. It's just that the vast majority of people are in desperate pursuit of money, thus giving up their dignity. Only some few will give up their dignity to sacrifice for their ideals. As the saying goes, it's okay to die at the end of the day. Seeking the way is no more than that. Worship is even better. Zhang Daoran refused. Alchemy is all about skill. I'll write down some experiences for you. How about taking it as a fulfillment? Elder Song was slightly stunned, and then he was grateful. Even though he didn't succeed in worshipping the master, the possibility of gaining the experience of a master who could refine divine pills was precious to the extreme. Mr. Song doesn't take it for nothing, Song Lao said excitedly. I'm willing to trade everything for it. No problem, old Celestial Master said one step faster. Longhu Mountain 1 year incense gas? Right. Followed by buying us 2 tickets. I intend to leave. Elder Song froze and couldn't help but look at Zhang Daoran. This made him nod, and he had no choice but to follow his master's orders. 3 days later, on the way to Wudong, Zhang Daoran, who was sitting on the ox cart, glanced at the sun in the sky and couldn't help but shake his head. With a dog's tail in his mouth he sighed and instantly lay down on his back on the haystack. This caused the old Celestial Master, who was playing with a small smartphone on the side, to stare and say, What are you lying down for? Keep pounding my back. Zhang Daoran. Feeling speechless, Zhang Daoran sighed and glanced at Master Dao. Master, the Lu family gave us so much money. Why don't you take a car? To Wudong there is still a long road. Hearing this, the old Heavenly Master could not help but shake his head slightly. After glancing at Zhang Daoran, he then took out a packet of spicy noodles from his pocket and said, Why are you going so fast? Those Nubizi are not to be trifled with. And besides, they let you go down the mountain for training. You really think you're going to fight? Zhang Daoran froze, looking at the master in front of him, speechlessness written all over his face. He thought to himself that his trip to the Lu family was enough to win 6 years of incense money for Longhu Mountain. As for the other herbs, there are even a whole lot of them. Thinking of this, Zhang Daoran then blinked his eyes as his personal interface opened. Host, Zhang Daoran, age, 8 years old, height, 1.5 meters, skills, enlightenment against all odds, golden light mantra, Taoist fist, divine alchemy, thunder technique, Yang 5 thunders, art of artifact refining, Warehouse, 2 beast pills, 2 rejuvenation pills, 30 chi replenishing pills, 3 levels of feathered clothes x1, alchemy furnace x1, 100 years of Hishawu x4, 100 years of ginseng x5. Looking at the densely packed herbs in the warehouse, Zhang Daoran was in a better mood. Thinking to himself that the master had won the bet against him, he skipped off and dug into the herb store. Taking advantage of Lu Jin's inattention, he took all the medicinal herbs inside that were above 100-year level. If this was discovered by the Lu family, I'm afraid that they would blame it on master. Thinking about this, Zhang Daoran felt a little better. Ah, embarrassing. And at that moment the old celestial master followed with a sneeze. And somewhat puzzled he pinched his fingers and said, "Who's cursing me behind my back?" Strange, poor Taoist didn't offend anyone either. When Zhang Daoran saw this scene, a hint of laughter appeared in his eyes. In his mind, he couldn't help but picture Lu Jin cursing. While he was happy, suddenly smoke filled the sky ahead of him and cars roared. This caused Zhang Daoran to freeze and couldn't help but follow the line of sight, vaguely visible. As the ox cart came to a stop, 3 large Nadutong trucks appeared steeply on the avenue ahead. Seeing this scene, the old heavenly master also put down the small spirit in his hand. With a bland face, he stroked his beard and couldn't help but speak softly. "Old man Lu Jin is unkind. This sells me out." The words fell, only to be followed by laughter from the big truck. Immediately afterward, a tall, handsome-looking young man walked down. Behind him followed a woman in a duck-tongued hat, white short sleeves, and a slight hunchback. "Old heavenly master, why didn't you tell us when you came down from the mountain? I'll also send someone to pick you up. After all, it's a courtesy, ha ha." As the word spread, Zhang Daoran couldn't help but have his pupils shrink slightly. He couldn't help but gulp at the dull and seemingly adorable figure in front of him. "Sister Bauer, you are," said the old celestial master with a smile. "Can't remember the name. What's up?" "Su Si." Su Si smiled. "Su Xian's son, old celestial master. The purpose of my visit." Before the words were finished, a violent wind came barreling in. Seeing this, Sister Bauer immediately stopped in front of Su Si. As if on guard, she glanced at the old celestial master and said, "Gramps, there's something about this guy. Oh, Su Si, labor can't beat it. Or yo-yo it." "Su Si." The somewhat embarrassed Su Si smiled and couldn't help but scratch his head. "Relax." The old celestial master just yawned. Sister Bauer nodded, then took a few steps backward. While the old heavenly master saw this scene, he smiled slightly. After glancing at Sister Bauer, she got out of the car and came to Su Si. With a tall and straight body, he instantly exuded an invisible aura. This caused a hint of excitement to appear in Zhang Daoran's eyes when he saw it. He coughed as he followed off the bus, and then came to Sister Bauer. Looking at that cute and dopey look, he chuckled. "Master, the disciple has a request. I don't know if it's appropriate to speak or not. If you have a fart, let it go," the old celestial master said with his hands behind his back. "Can you take her back to the mountain?" Zhang Daoran said, pointing at Sister Bauer. "I want her for my daughter-in-law." As soon as these words came out, the old heavenly master was instantly confused. Su Si was even more stunned as he looked at Zhang Daoran, who was speaking out of turn. His eyes filled with shock. Sister Bauer, on the other hand, was stunned, then subconsciously took a few steps back and hid behind the big truck and said, "This man is a bit fierce. Come up here and take the laborer as a wife. You're a melon peeler." Looking at Sister Bauer, who spoke a mouthful of Bashu dialect, Zhang Daoran's eyes were filled with smiles. Unconcerned, he spread his hands, and said, "Do you believe in love at first sight?" "I do." When Su Si heard this, his face couldn't help but twitch. "I thought to myself that although I didn't know who this little Taoist priest was, this thick skin did have cowhide." The opening came up without figuring out the situation and actually wanted to marry Feng Baobao as his wife. Somewhat embarrassed, he smiled and gave a thumbs up. "Little brother has quite a lot of guts, worthy of being a member of the Heavenly Master's mansion." "Old Heavenly Master, dare I ask who this is?" "Adverse disciple," the old Heavenly Master said with a black face. "Will you stop embarrassing me? Do you know who this girl is? Just dare to ask for it blindly. Don't you want to inherit the Heavenly Master degree in the future?" "Can't, don't want to," Zhang Daoran laughed. "In my eyes, there is only her." 2 words of no echoed crisply in Su Si's ears. Even if he was stupid, he understood who the identity of this little Taoist in front of him was. Feeling incredulous, he looked at the old Heavenly Master and said, "This is the so-called first genius of Longhu Mountain, Zhang Lingyu, right? Rumor has it that he was born with white hair. Why is he black? Dyed his hair? It's quite trendy." When the old Heavenly Master heard this, his face couldn't help but twitch. When he was about to say something, he saw Zhang Daoran take a step closer to Sister Bauer. "My name is Zhang Daoran of the Heavenly Master's House of Longhu Mountain. How do you do?" Looking at the outstretched hand, Sister Bauer froze in place. Somewhat dully, she scratched her head and then held out her hand. Intuition told her that the person in front of her was not a bad person. As the two shook hands, Zhang Daoran's face was filled with smiles. Su Si, on the other hand, was stunned and surprised. Zhang Daoran? I've never heard of it. Old Celestial Master. This is. The lazy Heavenly Master shook his head slightly and looked at the nonsense Zhang Daoran. None of your business, adversary. Stop it, we have a journey to make. Let's go. I won't, Zhang Daoran firmly said. Unless you can promise me, Master, that you will grant her to me, and that I will certainly marry her in the future when I come of age. The old Heavenly Master's face twitched, thinking to himself, is this something he can just bestow? He is the Heavenly Master of the Heavenly Master's house of Longhu Mountain, not the emperor of that all-abominable feudal dynasty. Secondly, this one's identity. He still learned a thing or two. The somewhat embarrassed old Heavenly Master let out a sigh and immediately grabbed Zhang Daoran's arm and said, I'm telling you, horror. After hearing his master's whispered words, Zhang Daoran let out an oh-so-splendid sigh. Takuma was actually too aware of Sister Bao's identity. From all the reasons, she pointed to immortality. And wasn't that exactly what Zhang Daoran wanted? Master, I still insist. Hearing this, the old Heavenly Master only thought that Zhang Daoran was crazy. Looking at this silly disciple in front of him, he was excited. You insist? My ass, she's old enough in real life to be your tit. No problem, Zhang Daoran laughed. A woman's eldest 3 embraces a golden brick. A woman's eldest 30 delivers rivers and mountains. And a woman's eldest 3,000 ranks in the immortal class. The words came out and immediately made the old Heavenly Master whole. Looking at the retrograde disciple in front of him, speechlessness was written all over his face. Including Su Si was also stunned and gave a thumbs up. 666. Little brother. Sister Bauer, who was hiding behind the truck, also blushed when she heard about it. Looking at the thick-skinned Zhang Daoran in front of her, she really couldn't top it. A little shy, she went straight back into the carriage. On the way out, it's so humiliating. Moments later, to Unknown Road, Zhang Daoran, who was sitting in the co-pilot's seat, appeared extraordinarily calm. But on the contrary, the old Heavenly Master was full of worry. After all, this rebellious disciple had obeyed and practiced well before, but now after seeing that woman, he actually couldn't walk. It had to be followed all the way, which led to two groups of people teaming up. The rather embarrassed old Celestial Master glanced at Su Si, who was driving, and said, Say, did you come to see the old man just to figure out what I'm doing down the mountain? Su Si froze, then nodded. I thought that the old Celestial Master, who was known as one of the best, every time he came down from the mountain, it could be said that the earthquake was generally striking. This sneaking down the mountain was especially puzzling. If the Liu family hadn't tipped them off in advance, their company would still be buried in the drum. After all, such a dangerous person walking in the mundane world could be called a time bomb. Thanks to the Liu family seniors, Su Si said with a smile. Otherwise the company wouldn't know. How much did he sell this message for? The dark-faced old Celestial Master said. $40 million. Su Si smiled. $40 million? The old Celestial Master froze and followed with a pinch of his fingers. Hiss. After doing some math, he couldn't help but suck in a breath of cold air. This old bastard. His heart is quite black. How about this? Every year I'll come to the next mountain, and then I'll tell you all ahead of time what I'm going to do. Just give me $20 million a year. No black, right? Su Si. Hearing the old Heavenly Master say this, Su Si fell silent. He thought that according to the report of the comrades in the intelligence department, they had spent $40 million on the information only after Lu Jin had been fooled. You have to know that the old Celestial Master is here to train his disciples, and it's only when the coin is spread that he'll spend a lot of money on information. Thinking of this, Su Si glanced at Zhang Daoran and the co-pilot, a hint of a smile in his eyes. Old Celestial Master, did you just accept this disciple? I remember that the most powerful of the younger generation. Shouldn't it be that Zhang Lingyu? Hearing Su Si's inquiry, the old Heavenly Master could not help but smile slightly. Unconcerned, he shook his head and spread his hands. No comment, unless $1,000 a word. Su Si. Feeling speechless, Su Si sighed, thinking that this Longhu Mountains people had fallen into the eyes of money. He was getting rather depressed when suddenly the vehicle in front of him stopped. This caused Zhang Daoran to freeze, and then he looked out the car window. Vaguely visible. This is a country lane. Along the way it was covered with fields of golden wheat, which made it look extraordinarily nice. And at the heels of the big Nadutong truck appeared a fat, burly man covered in crosshairs. In its hand, it held a large, bowl-thick log. When Su Si saw the scene, he felt a headache. Rather bitterly, he picked up his walkie-talkie and coughed. Speed off these grasshoppers. What a nuisance. As the words fell, A couple of Natatone staff members came down from the vehicle in front of them, with their duck-tongued hats and work uniforms. They then charged forward in silent agreement. Boom! Who knew that within moments of approaching, the fat, burly man would be knocked to the ground with a wooden sweep. Good dogs don't get in the way. With a cursing voice ringing out, the slightly hunched Sister Bauer jumped out of the car. The trail. The fat, burly man laughed and instantly took the wood back. There wasn't a hint of fear in his eyes as he looked at Sister Bauer, who got out of the car. I made this road. I planted this tree. If you want to pass this way, leave your money behind. As the words fell, the burly man immediately gripped the wood and slowly approached. With a face full of flesh, he laughed and swung the wood and smashed it down hard. When Sister Bauer saw this scene, she subconsciously raised her hand in the awesome 18 style. As he was about to do so, he saw a thunderbolt cross in front of him. Boom! Along with an explosion, the surrounding area was instantly filled with smoke and dust. In the next second, Zhang Daoran came to Sister Bauer with his hands behind his back. Looking back up, he smiled and said, "It's so big. I love it." Big? Sister Bauer froze, then covered her chest. Ah! At that moment the smoke cleared and the burly man ran out with a black face. It was vaguely visible that his hair had turned into an explosive head after being attacked by the lightning method. Enraged, he glanced at Zhang Daoran and said, "The Thunder Law of the Heavenly Master's mansion of Longhu Mountain. Who are you, little Taoist? Dare to spoil Grandpa's good deed? You seek death." Hearing this, Zhang Daoran's face was filled with smiles. Unconcerned, he then took a step forward, and at once, golden light shone in all directions on his body. The powerful air, too, followed and dispersed. This made Su Si, who got out of the car, surprised when he saw it. "This kid's a little fierce." "General," the old celestial master said with his hands behind his back, "this is my weakest disciple yet." Boom! As the words fell, Zhang Daoran, who was like a fierce beast, then charged across the room. Drenched in golden light, he instantly knocked the burly man to the ground. The moment it hit the ground, he followed with a smash of his fist. Click! It was like a watermelon splitting open, and the strong man was then dazed and dead. In its chest, a nobody-sized bloody hole appeared with a bang. Seconds, Sister Bauer couldn't help but marvel at the scene. What kind of move is this? It's a bit fierce. It's even more powerful than my wise 18 moves. Su Si, did you see that? Su Si nodded. Looking at the scene in front of him, his entire body was stunned. For this little Taoist in front of him, there was no more contempt in his eyes. Instead there was a little more fear. I thought to myself that the guy who could beat the personnel of the Wherever Pass was by no means a normal inhuman. But it was this kind of existence that was killed by Zhang Daoran in a single strike. The somewhat fearful Su Si glanced at the old Heavenly Master and said, "Heavenly Master, this disciple of yours is a bit fierce, killing people without blinking." Hearing this, the old Celestial Master with his hands behind his back couldn't help but smile slightly. He thought that his purpose of bringing Daoran down the mountain this time was to let him understand the Jianghu, and secondly to kill a few more people. Coach. After all, this child grew up in a miserable life. For these scenes do not have much care. Thinking of this, the old Heavenly Master waved his hand. "Daoran, come over here if you can solve it." Zhang Daoran, who had been killed with a single punch in a second, nodded, and then took out a handkerchief and wiped his hands. Glancing back at Sister Bauer next to him, he hurried to the front. Full of gentleness, he smiled reassuringly. "Sister Bauer, don't be afraid. It's settled." Looking at that gentle smiling face, Sister Bauer had a moment of nothing but goosebumps all over her body. Thinking to myself that this teenager seems a bit fierce. A few moments later, with the night coming on, in a wild field, the group stopped. Su Si, who had pitched his tent, looked at the old Heavenly Master and immediately came to the front. "Stay, Celestial Master. It's done for you." The old Celestial Master with his hands behind his back nodded and then came to the tent. After a few moments of close scrutiny, he wondered, "There seems to be only enough room for one. Where is my apprentice?" "Him." Su Si scratched his head and said, "Pestering Sister Poi for a chat." Hearing this, the old Heavenly Master froze and followed by looking to the side. "I only saw that wherever Sister Bauer went, Zhang Daoran followed. The two of them chatted a little every now and then, and the scene seemed extraordinarily harmonious. Mo take a labor. Don't talk to me. Bao Batch Dragon, talk to me again, or I'll give you an old man's cart." "Ah, the old man's wheelbarrow? That's my favorite." Sister Bauer, looking at the duo who walked away, Su Si could not help but sigh. Quite emotional, he smiled and followed, sitting down next to the campfire, thinking to himself that it was the first time he had encountered someone who was able to leave Sister Bauer without a trick. Thinking of this, Su Si looked at the old Heavenly Master and said, "Celestial Master, this kid seems to have deep pockets when I look at him." Upon hearing the inquiry, the old celestial master laughed. $1,000, I'll say anything. Su-si. Feeling speechless, Su-si shook his head slightly and could only sigh. And down by the Wildlands River, Sister Bauer, who was squatting by the river, glanced at the surface of the river, her eyes filled with bitterness, only to see the trailing Zhang Daoran follow and then crouch down after him. This caused her to let out a small sigh, and then she pulled out an engineer's shovel. Sister Bauer, what are you doing? Zhang Daoran froze. Burying people. Su-si said it. Sister Bauer said, never compare when you can do it. I can't stand you. Putting down such a sentence, Sister Bauer then pounced towards Zhang Daoran. The moment he approached, he knocked away with a shovel. Dang! With an ear-piercing metallic sound, the shovel in Sister Bauer's hand instantly bent and deformed. Dumbfounded and frozen in place, she looked at the shovel and then at Zhang Daoran. Dao, your waifu was made of iron, shivering so hard. Hearing this, Zhang Daoran, who was holding his arms, spread his hands and said, Bauer, there's only one way to get me to stop pestering you. What? Sister Bauer said dully. Be my wife. Zhang Daoran smiled. Be my wife and I won't pester you. When Sister Bauer heard this, a layer of black lines crossed the top of her head. Looking at the cheeky little kid in front of her, she was truly helpless. When he was about to respond, he saw Zhang Daoran violently sticking up. Under the four eyes, the expressions of the two of them were each different, especially Sister Bauer. Her pretty face was even more red. Frozen in place, she gulped and backed away. Your first kiss is mine. Zhang Daoran wiped his mouth and said, remember, Bauer, on the day I become an adult in 10 years' time, I will personally come to find you, and make you my real woman then. As soon as these words were uttered, Sister Bauer's pretty face became even more flushed. Incredibly shy, she shook her head slightly and hurriedly took a few steps back. Looking at the man-child in front of her, she exclaimed, Ger lousy, you child play flowers, oh, I dare to bully. Watch the move, goddess of mercy. Zhang Daoran couldn't help but laugh when he saw the scene. Getting a scented kiss, he shook his head and then ran off towards the woods. Who knew that before he could run 2 steps, there was an instant aura of danger coming from the forest. Boom! Sister Bauer, who had jumped up in the air, froze, and was then knocked to the ground by a wave of air. The sudden scene caused the old heavenly master, Su-si, and the others to be instantly alerted. And in the forest, a man in a sable coat slowly walked out. Looking at Zhang Daoran in front of him, he said, Did you kill our people? Tall and upright, full of ferocity, his body exuded an extremely strong killing aura. Looking at the burly man who walked out, Zhang Daoran, who tilted his head, remained calm. Stand back, it's a full-sex demon. As shouts came from behind him, Su-si, the old celestial master, slowly arrived, and Sister Bauer, who had been accidentally punched over on the ground, followed suit and stood up by touching the mud on her face. Looking at the full-sex demonic being that appeared before her, she followed suit and pulled out another engineer's shovel. Su-si, you're the demon. Your whole family is a demon. Only the burly man laughed and hugged his arms. These 2 Taoist priests are from Longhu Mountain, right? An old man and a young man. Are you here to pick them up? Upon hearing the inquiry, a hint of a smile appeared in Su-si's eyes. He thought to himself that this person in front of him was obviously a rash person, and had actually never even seen an elder heavenly master before. Holding his arms, he glanced at Zhang Daoran and said, Whose men are you? Knowing that someone from the Dragon Tiger Mountain Heavenly Master's office is here, why don't you get lost? Rolling? The burly man grinned, and couldn't help but follow suit as he took off the sable coat he was wearing. Undaunted, he rubbed his wrists and smiled. So what if it's Dragon Tiger Mountain? Even if the old Heavenly Master comes, I, Wang Tianba, am not afraid. Su-si, 2 days ago you exterminated a bunch of my brothers. Today it's your turn to die. Give me on. Putting down such a sentence, a fine movement appeared steeply behind the burly man. Zhang Daoran's nose twitched and instantly smelled a corpse odor. Immediately after that, a black shadow appeared in the forest. Under the moonlight, a horrible face came into view. This caused a hint of surprise to appear in the old heavenly master's eyes when he saw it. I thought to myself that the Western Hunan corpse catching technique had actually appeared here. And when Su-si saw it, he also froze and said, Corpse catching, that's a bit interesting, and I'm suddenly interested in who you are. The burly man smiled slightly, unconcerned, as he then pulled the mask out of his pocket. Looking at the disgusting corpses in front of him, he followed and charged forward. Between raising his hand, he went straight for Zhang Daoran, who was standing still, and blasted him with a punch. Compare fists? The bland-faced Zhang Daoran showed a hint of surprise in his eyes after seeing the sandbag-sized fist coming at him. Immovable as a mountain, he coughed and instantly recited the mantra silently. At that moment, a golden light instantly burst out on its body. The moment the burly man's fist came close, he followed with a punch. Boom! Ah! My hand! With a muffled grunt, a miserable scream rang out. The strong man who was close to the moment flew out as if he were a leather ball. The scene instantly quieted down as several large trees were snapped off, including the corpses. All stopped in unison. It was as if the scene in front of them stunned them as well. Holy shit! When Sister Bauer saw this scene, she even silently put down her engineer's shovel. Looking at the brave and invincible Zhang Daoran in front of her, she suddenly felt no need to make a move. Heavenly Master, this disciple of yours was born with divine power. Su Si even gulped in shock. The unimpressed old celestial master's face was filled with pride when he saw this scene. Glancing at Zhang Daoran, who was showing off his force, he said, "Average. Not worth it. Daoran. Someone is controlling these corpses, less than 50 meters away from you." Hearing his master's reminder, Zhang Daoran nodded. Retracting his fist, he glanced at the corpses at his heels, a glint in his eyes. The sky is clear and the earth is determined, and the magic is invisible. The yin and yang are reversed. The wind and rain and thunder. Ray came. Rumble. In an instant, Zhang Daoran's body was filled with golden light. His hands exploded with thunderous light as he glanced ahead, and then he charged across the room. Along the way, wherever they passed, both the corpses and the big trees were almost all cut off. Its astonishing fighting strength made Su Si look dumbfounded. He didn't look back until after the man had rushed into the forest. "Is this still human?" The old celestial master with his hands behind his back smiled and said softly, "This disciple of mine can't match my younger self by 3 points. This is all a small scene." Rumble. As soon as the words fell, an earth-shattering explosion came steeply from the forest. When the old heavenly master saw this scene, he then turned into a residual shadow and disappeared in place. Sister Bauer was even more stunned, then trailed off. In the forest, Zhang Daoran, who was radiating golden light and thunderous light, swept through the corpses as if he was a god descending from the heavens. After coming all the way across, all obstacles in front of him were almost cleared. Looking backward, a one-person wide avenue was carved out behind it. Stopping his form, he glanced around, and immediately converged the thunder spells with both hands once again. Intuition told Zhang Daoran that there was a very dangerous person here, so young and actually so powerful. Longhu Mountain is really full of freaks. Before there was a Zhang Jiwei, Zhang Huai, and now there's another one of you. No good. No stay. As an old voice rang out, a hunched old man walked out from the forest. His face was expressionless as he looked at Zhang Daoran in front of him, his eyes filled with killing intent. "Trying to kill me? Can you?" When Zhang Daoran saw this scene, a hint of laughter appeared in his eyes. The more he fought, the more he glanced at the old man, and the more thunderous light came from his body. The firstborn calf is not afraid of tigers. It's a bit interesting. I haven't done anything for a long time, old man, so I'll try killing you today. As the words fell, a terrifying black shadow instantly stepped out behind the old man, the long black hair covering his face, the strange chains covering his body, and the costume that didn't even look like it was modern. Roar! As a roar came out, Zhang Daoran instantly felt a chill on his back. Corpse King. Intuition told him that this guy in front of him was afraid to be 10 times stronger than those corpses before. Or even more. Dang! As the chains continued to sway, under the old man's control, the Corpse King in front of him was as if he had broken free from his shackles, and then he tore through the chains and charged towards Zhang Daoran. This caused him to frown, and then he raised his hand. At that moment, a golden light swept across as if it were a dragon or snake. Rumble! The moment the Corpse King approached, he was blasted by the golden light curse, but its speed, it didn't reduce by half a point at all. When Zhang Daoran saw this scene, he screamed in his heart that it was not good. The golden light mantra of Takuma Mountain, the thunder mantra, almost always innately restrained this type of existence. Who knew it would be a bit of a struggle in dealing with this guy? Thinking of this, Zhang Daoran then silently recited the mantra. The sky is clear and the earth is determined, and the magic is invisible. The yin and yang are reversed. The wind and rain and thunder. Ray came. As the words fell, between the palms of his hands, the overbearing and extreme Yang 5 thunders appeared with a bang. Carrying a thunderous light, it instantly swept across with the speed of lightning. Rumble! As the Corpse King approached the room, he was hit with a 5 thunderbolt from Yang Wulei. Roar! Slowly stopping its figure, it hissed and followed with a renewed surge. This caused a hint of surprise to appear in Zhang Daoran's eyes when he saw it. Figuring this monster seems a bit strong, the old man at the back of the room couldn't help but chuckle lightly when he saw this scene. I caught this in Kawachi. It's not bad, is it? Of course, it's still a bit worse than the ones back then, but it's enough to kill you guys. Fourth shift, kneeling for free gifts, kneeling for 5-star reviews. Bauer's sister that. I added the Sichuan dialect ha. Do not spray. Kawachi? When Zhang Daoran heard this, he could not help but feel a tingle in his scalp. Mind you, based on the original plot, within a certain era, Tang's sect and a group of experts once went to a place in Sichuan. There they encounter zombies. After a grueling battle, almost the vast majority died there. And what happened in it is not even mentioned by those who survived. Thinking of this, Zhang Daoran looked at the person in front of him and said, "Who the hell are you? You're not omnisexual." When the old man heard this, a hint of a smile appeared in his eyes. With his hands behind his back he shook his head slightly, wiggling his fingers in disbelief. Roar! Instantly, the corpse king that was on the sidelines roared and followed to attack once again. When Zhang Daoran saw this scene, he could not help but feel a tingle in his scalp. The golden light incantation, the thunder method that was all but useless, was in a dilemma at this moment. Boom! In an instant, the corpse king approached instantly before slapping his claws. As an explosion sounded, Zhang Daoran immediately retreated tens of meters. It was vaguely visible that 3 gouges were scratched out of the clothes on his chest, while only 3 white marks appeared on his flesh. Such a terrifying defense caused the old man on the side to be shocked. How strange. When did the people from Longhu Mountain know how to practice horizontal kung fu too? Not right. You guys aren't from Dragon Tiger Mountain, are you? Who the hell are you? Zhang Daoran, who had retreated tens of meters backward, had a hint of a smile in his eyes when he heard the inquiry. The fair-faced man got up and patted his pants leg, saying, "Listen up, little master Zhang Daoran of the Heavenly Master's House of Longhu Mountain. Old man, you're messing with the wrong person." Putting down such a sentence, Zhang Daoran casually waved his hand. On its body, a thunderous light instantly appeared, silently reciting the mnemonic. He smiled and followed by pulling out a chi replenishing pill and swallowing it. Boom! In an instant, a shocking air body exploded on its body. The sudden scene caused the old man to be surprised once again. What kind of elixir is this? You obviously ran out of gas, but you actually replenished it in an instant? Looking at the surprised old man, a hint of madness appeared on Zhang Daoran's face. I thought to myself that the wonderful use of the chi replenishing pill would be on the full blood resurrection. Secondly, anyone who swallowed the tenfold medicinal strength chi replenishing pill would almost always see their own strength skyrocket. It's no exaggeration to say that this is the perverted version of Viagra. Makes you very okay when you're not okay. None of your business, Zhang Daoran laughed. I can't beat you, so I can always take my medicine. Putting down such a sentence, Zhang Daoran followed and charged forward. Between the lifting of his hands, it was a shocking thunderbolt that swept across the sky. The overbearing and extreme Yang 5 thunders covered the area as if it were lightning. Roar! The old man frowned slightly when he saw the scene and he waved his hand, and then drove the corpse king to attack once again. Really? I'd like to see what happens if you eat it. Boom! As the words fell, an explosion boomed. Immediately afterward, Zhang Daoran once again took 2 steps back. Vaguely visible was an extra arm in his hand and more scratches on his body. Filled with madness, he grinned, ignoring the close combat and physically fighting. Ho ho ho! Under the highly flexible attack of its tiny figure, it caused the corpse king to scream strangely. Under the constant counterattacks, he was forced to retreat with his strong strength. And the next scene that appeared before his eyes caused Zhang Daoran's face to change drastically. Visible to the naked eye, a layer of black lines suddenly emerged from the corpse king's severed arm. As if it was alive, it instantly connected with its body. Such a bizarre scene surprised Zhang Daoran. Monsters! The hunched old man smiled and said softly. Scared? That's not even its limit. Have you reached your limit again? Jia Jia. When the gas-depleted Zhang Daoran heard this, a hint of madness appeared in his eyes. Without a care in the world, he looked up at the old man and followed by pulling out another chi replenishing pill. Old thing, little master doesn't have much else, but he does have quite a lot of pills. Old thing, you, scared? The old man's face changed slightly when he heard this. He thought to himself that both this kid's physical body and this elixir seemed to be extraordinarily bizarre. He, who had also seen a lot, shook his head and said, Junior, I have to admit, you are indeed very powerful. At this age, it's considered invincible, isn't it? It seems that old me is going to destroy the flowers with a hot hand today. Roar! The words fell, only to see the corpse king on the side growl. Visible to the naked eye, a dense layer of black nematodes instantly appeared on its body. As if they were alive, they instantly wrapped around the corpse king and kept getting bigger. Compulsion. Such a bizarre scene caused Zhang Daoran to be dumbstruck and said, Compulsion, who the hell are you? Good eye. The old man smiled and glanced at Zhang Daoran, then waved his hand. Roar! At that moment, the corpse king wrapped in the compulsion roared. Then he opened his bloody mouth and followed and lunged at Zhang Daoran. The fury in its body was more than double or so stronger than before. When Zhang Daoran saw this scene, a hint of surprise appeared in his eyes. He shook his head slightly at the chi replenishing Dan held in his hand, without the slightest due to swallowing it down. The sky is clear and the earth is determined. And the magic is invisible. The yin and yang are reversed. The wind and rain and thunder. Under the silent recitation of the mantra, Zhang Daoran's eyes instantly crossed a layer of thunderous light. He, who had an extremely deep mastery of the thunder law, couldn't help but raise his head to look at the dome of the sky. Ray came. With a furious cry, the dome of the sky was instantly covered with dark clouds and lightning. A shocking thunder that crossed the sky instantly fell, borrowing momentum. A hint of surprise appeared in the old man's eyes when he saw the scene. Takumi had seen such a scene a few times before. It is said that once a disciple of the Dragon Tiger Mountain is proficient in thunder law, he can borrow the power of heaven and earth to take the form of thunder punishment and act on behalf of heaven. Looking at the tiny Zhang Daoran in front of him, the old man could not help but laugh out loud. Wizards, at this age, he actually has such a thorough grasp of the thunder law. Good, 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 that makes me want to kill you even more quickly. As the words fell, the Corpse King then swooped down, and the instant the heavenly thunder fell, Zhang Daoran followed suit and swung out with force. He couldn't help but bellow out as he gathered air all over his body. Give me the break! Boom! Accompanied by an explosion, the Corpse King was instantly penetrated through his body by the heavenly lightning. Under the white moon, this scene was particularly striking. Did it work? When Zhang Daoran saw this scene, a hint of exhaustion appeared in his eyes. Roar! But in the next second, the Corpse King in front of him roared, and immediately spat out a sliver of white light from his mouth. On its body, there was also some more lightning. It was as if it had absorbed the essence of the sun and moon, making it even more furious. This surprised the old man when he saw it. And that's okay? Ha ha ha, you are truly a blessing to me. This beast seems to have opened its spirit and can devour the essence of the sun and moon after you hit it with thunder. This is a step up, ha ha ha. When Zhang Daoran heard this, a hint of despair appeared in his eyes. The mind thinks that zombies are divided into several types, in which each time they become stronger, it means that they have evolved to a higher level. Looking at the mistakenly evolved Corpse King in front of him, he couldn't help but fall to the ground. Roar! The emptiness in his body left Zhang Daoran powerless to face the killing Corpse King. Dying? With a white face, he smiled bitterly and couldn't help but curse. Master, where the fuck are you? Unbridled, sinful animal. This heavenly master is here. Don't tie your hands yet. But at that moment, a loud voice came from a flood of bells. In the next second, the old heavenly master, who was covered in golden light, descended from the sky. Fifth shift, kneeling for 5 stars and free gifts. Kneel down and ask for support from all the Hikari hotels. It's not easy to write 5 shifts a day. The white moon was in the sky, and the tall, straight and slender old heavenly master descended from the sky like an immortal god. Bursts of golden light exploded from its body, and there were even flashes of lightning. Roar! Before the necromancer who approached could react, he was instantly knocked to the ground by his slap, visible to the naked eye. Its coppery head was instantly half gone. Zhang Daoran could not help but feel a chill when he saw the scene. I thought to myself that master is worthy of being master. It's still this horrible as hell. You're an old celestial master. When the old man in the distance saw this scene, his voice instantly trembled in fear. In its mind, an extremely terrifying figure could not help but emerge. A Jedi. The sky is the limit. Humph, where did that old mongrel come from? The old heavenly master said with a light hum. I can't believe you can still catch corpses. You're not one of those remnants, are you? Shut up. As soon as those words left his mouth, the old man instantly broke his defense. Looking at the fearful and hateful old heavenly master in front of him, he began to regret it in his heart. Takumi, no wonder just now he felt that something was not right around him. He always felt that there were experts present, but no matter how much he probed, he couldn't find any trace of it. I thought it was an illusion, but who knew it was the old Sky Master? It seems to be true. The old Celestial Master sighed. 36 strongholds in Western Hunan. Strongholds are different. Your extermination is not unjust. Today poor Taoist will exterminate you again. Putting down such a sentence, the old heavenly master then took a step out, immortal style and Taoist bones of him. Under the illumination of the white moon, he appeared to be extraordinarily out of the ordinary. Between the lifting of his hands, it was an overbearing and extreme lightning method that swept out. Along with the dark clouds and rolling thunder in the sky, a layer of amazing air appeared around his body. When the old man saw this scene, his legs had already trembled in fear. Facing this number 1 person in the world, he simply didn't have the list to fight against him. Without the slightest hesitation, he then ran and fled into the distance. And when the old heavenly master saw this, he couldn't help but follow with a cold snort. This caused Zhang Daoran, who was collapsed on the ground, to show a hint of a sigh in his eyes when he saw it. When he was about to lie down for a rest, Suddenly the corpse king not far away moved. Not dead yet. Half dead, to be precise. When Zhang Daoran saw this scene, a hint of surprise appeared in his eyes. He thought to himself that in the entire inhuman realm, there weren't many people who could withstand the full force of the old Heavenly Master's strike. Were there? Not to mention that this was a corpse, and it naturally had a spiritual nature and was capable of evolving on its own. Zhang Daoran was a favorite for such a treasure. With a bland face, he glanced around and instantly disappeared in his feathered clothes. And the zombie, too, disappeared in the next second. A few moments later, Su Si, Sister Bauer and the others rushed here. Looking at the messy battle environment in front of us and the blood on the ground was nothing short of gut-wrenching. Su Si, who was holding his arms, looked around and said, "Find, live and let die." These people come from an extremely mysterious background. They must be investigated clearly. A few of the Witch Doctor personnel nodded and immediately ran off to the other side. And when Sister Bauer saw this scene, she crouched down to look at it. Grabbing a handful of dirt and sniffing it again, he said, "Su Si, I don't feel right. This blood doesn't seem to be that shameless one. See if I'm not smart as a whip." Su Si. Su Si looked at the black blood on the ground, a hint of embarrassment showing in his eyes. Souped up Sister Bauer and couldn't help but sigh. "Yes, Polly, you're so witty. Okay, get up. Let's go here." Sister Bauer nodded, then followed Su Si and left the spot. And after they left, there was movement coming from behind a large tree. Immediately afterward, Zhang Daoran, who was clad in a feathered coat, was revealed. Face pale, he glanced at the back of the departure. His heart was a-pale. The care that must be taken when figuring people out, especially since he had just gone through a great battle. Though he hadn't suffered any injuries, but its own air is sort of used up. If not for the chi replenishing pill, Zhang Daoran suspected that he would have been screwed by that monster. It's a good thing everything was prepared for him to barely win. However, after the battle, Zhang Daoran clearly felt that his thunder technique had refined a lot. That feeling of being able to go to the next level was quite noticeable. Somewhat happily, he casually waved his hand and a flash of gold and purple light appeared in his hand. Seeing this scene, a hint of surprise appeared in Zhang Daoran's eyes. Figuring out the reason why his heir would have this kind of mutation was entirely brought about by the battle he had just fought. It was as if the thunder law and the golden light incantation had fused, creating some sort of mutation. This made Zhang Daoran extraordinarily happy in his heart, and he couldn't help but look forward to how strong this mutation would bring. With that thought, he then snapped his fingers and the personal interface appeared with a bang. Host, Zhang Daoran, age, 8 years old, height, 1.5 meters, skills, enlightenment against all odds, golden light mantra, Taoist fist, divine alchemy, thunder technique, Yang 5 thunders, art of artifact refining, warehouse, zombie X1, 2 beast Dan, 2 returning Yuan Dan, 30 chi replenishing Dan, grade 3 feathered clothes X1, alchemy furnace X1, 100 years of Hishawu X4, 100 years of ginseng X5. Looking at the zombies in the warehouse, Zhang Daoran revealed a glint in his eyes. With a bemused face, he smiled and couldn't help but follow through by clicking it open. Green stiff, 300 years of cultivation, identity unknown, possessing copper and iron bones, able to jump high, not afraid of sunlight, will become stronger by devouring blood and flesh. A green stiff? Zhang Daoran was stunned, and his face was then ecstatic. The mind thinks that zombies are divided into purple zombies, white zombies, green zombies, hairy zombies, flying zombies, wandering zombies, ambulatory zombies, immobilized bones, and shoguns, and although the one in front of him was only a green stiff, its ability was exceptionally strong, especially since this zombie can gulp down the essence of the sun and moon. It's obvious that it can evolve and become stronger. If it was put to good use, wouldn't it be an additional battle pet? Thinking of this, a hint of a smile appeared on Zhang Daoran's face. Hugging his arms, he shook his head slightly, unable to help but look deeper into the forest. Figuring out that you want to control this zombie for your own use, you will also need the corpse catching technique, and I'm afraid that only that old man has it. Without the slightest hesitation, Zhang Daoran smiled and followed and left the spot at extreme speed. Within a few moments, he slowly stopped at a place that resembled a mud puddle, vaguely visible. The place was in a mess, both trees and weeds, almost all of which were snapped off at the waist. Under the coverage of the lightning method, they didn't have a shred of life. Following this journey, Zhang Daoran's eyes were filled with shock. It wasn't until he came to this place that he slowly stopped, for no other reason than that the zombie in its system storage moved. And the reason for the movement seems to be this quagmire. Under careful thought, Zhang Daoran had a bold guess in his mind. With a bland face, he glanced around, then slowly approached the mud puddle. As far as the eye could see, the mud puddle was full of rotting leaves and all kinds of animal corpses. The smell of decay was a bit of a snort. This made Zhang Daoran look at it and then pulled out 2 beast pills and crushed them, throwing them into the muddy pool. Enhanced laxative. At once, the quagmire began to bubble over and over. By the mud puddle, Zhang Daoran subconsciously retreated a few steps back as he looked at the constantly bubbling quagmire. Pust. As expected. With a poof, a mud monkey instantly sprang out of the inside. Immediately afterward, a foul stench hit his face. Zhang Daoran fixed his eyes and couldn't help but follow a few steps back. It was vaguely obvious that the mud monkey in front of him was not a monkey, but the old man from before, covered in mud. He looked extraordinarily wretched. In its body, there was even a sense of weakness that one could easily detect. Kid, how did you find me? Hearing the inquiry, Zhang Daoran smiled faintly, thinking to himself that the only reason he found this old guy was because of that zombie. I don't know if it was a sense, or some other aspect or something like a touch that made him guess that it was hiding here. Old man, you won't live long after being beaten by my master like this, will you? When the old man heard this, a hint of regret could not help but show in his eyes. He thought that if he knew that the target of this mission was the old heavenly master, he would rather die himself than come. Nah, it's too late to say anything now. Looking at Zhang Daoran in front of him, the old man sighed. No wonder you're so powerful. So you're a disciple of the old heavenly master. That's a bit interesting. Ahem. Followed by a cough. The old man then froze in his seat. Immediately afterward, the smell of shit hit me. This allowed Zhang Daoran to take a look and instantly realized that this one was already heading towards the point of running out of gas because of the beast pill. The frail-faced old man smiled and said sadly, hateful I can't believe I'm dying at your hands. Or this kind of death. Put. As the words fell, the old man could no longer support himself. After letting out a few stinky farts in quick succession, he then died. Seeing this scene, a hint of embarrassment appeared in Zhang Daoran's eyes, thinking to himself that this old man had fought with his master, and obviously his own physical strength was not enough to defeat him, causing him to be weak to the extreme, and his own beast Dan was the last straw that broke the camel's back. Thinking of this, Zhang Daoran couldn't help but laugh. It's strange to shit yourself to death, old man. You deserve it when you run into me. Putting down such a sentence, Zhang Daoran then pinched his nose and came to its corpse. After carefully feeling around, he was surprised to find an ancient book in his arms. 36 Walled Villages Catching Corpses. Seeing the few large characters that were reflected in his eyes, Zhang Daoran's eyes revealed a hint of doubt. Takumi had just mentioned the name as well as master, and it seemed as if it was very powerful. Without thinking too much he looked at it and instantly turned to the first page. Yin and Yang are reversed, and the 6 paths are reincarnated. The art of driving corpses is all about the messengers of the underworld. 10 large characters came into view, which caused Zhang Daoran to stare in disbelief. With that, he followed and continued reading. It's a shock not to see. In Zhang Daoran's opinion, there was indeed a reason why the art of corpse catching was called one of the 4 major arts of Western Hunan. Ding! As you are enlisting in the art of corpse catching, congratulations on comprehending the elementary corpse catching art. Hearing the system prompt, Zhang Daoran couldn't help but feel ecstatic in his heart. In its mind, there were immediately many more instructions on how to drive out the zombies, which included the method of controlling the zombies. This caused him to freeze, and then a glint appeared in his eyes. Give me out! With a furious cry, the green stiff immediately appeared in front of its eyes. It was vaguely visible that this fellow had been slapped by the old heavenly master to shatter his heavenly aura, and his face could be described as extremely terrifying. When Zhang Daoran saw it, he also had a wave of goosebumps straight up his body. With a pale face, he then bit his finger, and a flash of essence blood coalesced in the palm of his hand. Without the slightest hesitation, he immediately followed with the silent recitation of the mantra. Open the heavens and make people live forever. I am in charge of all the 6 paths of reincarnation. Urgent. The words fell. In its hand's mouth, instantly ran to the zombie mouth flew. Roar. With a low roar, the corpse king seemed to be resurrected with full blood, and could not help but get up with a dragon's vigor. Moreover, Zhang Daoran clearly felt a nebulous connection with this fellow. With a bland face, he then waved his hand, and the corpse king instantly followed and ran to the left. One more swing to the right and it follows. This caused Zhang Daoran to be ecstatic when he saw it. Roar! While he was happy, he saw the corpse king running towards the old man's corpse, with its bloody mouth open. It was obviously hungry. Zhang Daoran, who had his hands behind his back, could not help but raise the corners of his mouth slightly when he saw this scene. Without stopping him, he then sat cross-legged and tuned in, and the necromancer began to eat. Within a few moments, the old man was eaten with little left, visible to the naked eye. The horrifying injuries on the corpse king's face disappeared with it. When Zhang Daoran saw this, he was even more excited. The ability of this zombie to heal itself is horrifying. If nurtured well, it can definitely come in handy. Thinking of this, Zhang Daoran glanced behind him and immediately put it away. A few moments later, the camp. The old heavenly master looked at the small river in front of him with a bland expression. On the contrary, Su Si, who was full of excitement, followed a few circles before returning to the campfire with satisfaction. This made Zhang Daoran chuckle when he saw it. Su Si, what are you asking? I can't believe my master doesn't find you annoying. Hearing this, Su Si could not help but smile slightly. Unconcerned, he spread his hands. Zhang Daoran, you'll find out later. The future heavenly master is none other than you. He. Tenshido? Zhang Daoran froze, then smiled and shook his head. Whether or not Takumi could become a celestial master, he didn't care at all. On the contrary, he cared more about Sister Bauer. Thinking of this, Zhang Daoran looked at Sister Bauer, who was picking her nose at the side. Bauer, were you okay just now? Any injuries? Do you need a free massage? When Su Si saw the scene, he couldn't help but twitch his face. Looking at the cheeky Zhang Daoran, he couldn't help but turn around. I thought to myself that according to what the old heavenly master had said, the appearance of the remaining members of the 36 strongholds, it seems to mean that some of the people who were there in the beginning may be making a comeback. For such a scene, Su Si was also somewhat emotional. After all, in his opinion, in this day and age 100 flowers should bloom. But at that moment, the old celestial master with his hands behind his back arrived. With a serious face, he glanced at Su Si and then dropped his gaze on Zhang Daoran. It was vaguely visible that the sinful disciple was holding Sister Bauer's hand and laughing. That look of being in need of a beating made the old heavenly master unable to bear to look at him and said, "Adversary, what are you doing with your hands? Don't think that just because you're only 8 years old, you can just take advantage of girls." When Zhang Daoran heard this, his face instantly showed aggression. He sighed as he wrapped his arms around Sister Bauer. "Master, why are you wearing colored glasses? It's horrible. Sister Bauer and we've known each other for a long time. Don't you think so, Bauer?" When Sister Bauer heard this, she only felt goosebumps rising all over her body. Somewhat embarrassed, she coughed and said, "Su Si, can I bury him?" Su Si froze, then spread his hands and expressed his love. 2 weeks later, a country road. Zhang Daoran, who was lying on the ox cart, looked extraordinarily relaxed. On the contrary, it was the old celestial master on the side who was suspicious, getting up now and then to look elsewhere, now and then to look around. This made him touch his head and sniff it before saying, "Daoran, did you ask about a corpse odor?" "Corpse odor?" Zhang Daoran froze, then a hint of a smile appeared in his heart. He thought to himself that since he had separated from Sister Bauer, he had followed his master all the way to continue to Wudong. On the way there, naturally, he was not idle. Apart from sleeping, eating and drinking, it is for the corpse to forage around for food. Of course, the so-called foraging was naturally not robbing and killing ordinary people, but rather targeting all sex demons. In the span of 2 weeks, Zhang Daoran had watched the Corpse King grow stronger along the way. Its combat power was at least 3 times stronger than before. It made him sleep at night, almost always with a smile on his face. After all, the stronger the Corpse King was, the thicker his family was. Thinking of this, Zhang Daoran asked, "Master, those are my feet. Do you want to smell them?" Old-timer. Looking at Zhang Daoran, who was sticking out his little feet, the old heavenly master was slightly embarrassed. Rather helplessly, he sighed and followed and continued to lie down on the ox cart. "Maybe I'm being paranoid. Sleep a little more. We'll be at Wudong Mountain later." Wudong Mountain? The king also. When Zhang Daoran heard this, a hint of a smile appeared in his eyes. "I thought to myself that Wudong Mountain, like Longhu Mountain, actually carries on Taoism. It's just that the branches are different, so the division is different. But all things change, and the two sects are considered to be at peace with each other." Thinking of this, Zhang Daoran coldly asked, "Master, are we going to Wudong Mountain to kick ass too?" The old celestial master coughed, a hint of a smile on his face. He thought that when the master brought him down from the mountain, he traveled all the way to the clouds. The only thing that was done was to go east and go west. As for the purpose, it's actually pretty obvious. It's a competition. One is for sharpening, the other is for catching up. "Nonsense, we're there as guests," the old celestial master said. "Remember, when the time comes for master to ask for anything, just nod your head. You won't be treated poorly." Hearing this, Zhang Daoran could not help but smile slightly. Looking at the somewhat adorable master in front of him, he had a smile in his eyes. Soon, with the ox cart stopped, an avenue of stone stairs came into view. The old celestial master with his hands behind his back showed a trace of remembrance in his eyes when he saw this scene. It had been a long time since he'd been here and he smiled, saying, "I wonder what Zhou Ming's expression will be when he sees me." "Apprentice, Go up the mountain. Zhang Daoran nodded. Looking at the Wudong mountain in front of him, he began to look forward to it in his heart. After all, at this point in time, Wang Yuya still seemed to be a rookie. It seems like it wouldn't be a bad idea to abuse him. The master-disciple duo smiled at each other and then stepped onto the cloud ladder. And at that moment in the great hall of Wudong Mountain, Zhou Meng looked at Wang Yuya in front of him with a smile on his face. With a set of Tai Chi down, he couldn't help but nod in satisfaction. While on the side, Daoist Cloud Dragon sighed when he saw this. The king too, with a shout, Wang Yuya, who was about to fall asleep, hurriedly collected his energy and returned to his senses. Filled with embarrassment, he smiled and clasped his fists. Master Tai, the apprentice grandson has finished fighting. Zhou Meng nodded, and as the current sect leader he coughed. I was about to say something when suddenly there were dark clouds and lightning outside the house. Immediately afterward, a powerful air rushed up to the sky. When Zhou Meng saw it, a hint of surprise appeared on his face. Without the slightest hesitation he smiled and followed out of the great hall. Wudong Mountain is sorry to welcome you from afar, old celestial master. Don't come back well. The old celestial master? King also froze and followed. Looking up, only two figures slowly appeared on the main door of the main hall. An old man and a young woman looked extremely harmonious. Zhou Meng, long time no see. The old celestial master with his hands behind his back laughed and waved his hand. The old man comes to be your guest. Welcome, right? Zhou Meng smiled faintly, then led Yunlong, Wang Yuya and the others forward. After coming to the old heavenly master, he couldn't help but drop his gaze on Zhang Daoran. With a bland face he nodded and laughed softly. The old celestial master has visited, and is honored to the utmost. The unimpressed old celestial master laughed, then turned around and introduced himself. Introducing, old man's disciple, Zhang Daoran, the future heavenly master. Future heavenly master? Zhou Meng froze, then a hint of surprise appeared in his eyes. He thought to himself that the position of the heavenly master was pivotal when looking at the entire inhuman realm. Even heavy to this position, not even dare to easily pass on out. But he didn't expect the old heavenly master of today to declare its heir in a dignified manner. Zhang Daoran of the heavenly master's house of Longhu Mountain. Greetings to the sect leader. Zhang Daoran smiled faintly as he followed in his Taoist robes to pay his respects. This caused Wang, who was also on the sidelines, to be a bit embarrassed when he heard about it. Takumi, this guy, why is he stealing his own lines? Young and promising, Zhou Meng nodded. Since you are the future heavenly master, their side please, old heavenly master. The old master nodded slightly, then followed into the great hall. Looking around, the entire Wudong Mountain was clean. The decorative style of its interior is not at all in the same class as that of Lungfu Shan, but it is such a place that is so refreshing. As the group arrived at the main hall, the old heavenly master said after offering 2 sticks of incense. This time, the old man did not tell anyone about his descent from the mountain. So Zhou Meng, you understand. Zhou Meng smiled bitterly and couldn't help but nod along. He thought to himself that it was no wonder that according to the reports from the scouts, it seemed that many foreigners were approaching the Wudong sect intentionally or unintentionally. So this is the one who came. A rather emotional Zhou Meng smiled and said, Heavenly Master, what are you doing down the mountain this time? Trained disciples, the old celestial master said bluntly. Coming to you. Naturally I hope you can send 2 experts to fight with my disciple. This kid doesn't listen to me in Longhu Mountain, so I'll let him go down to the mountain to suffer a bit. When Zhou Meng heard this, he couldn't help but smile and nod. After glancing at Zhang Daoran, he then responded, No problem, it's already late today. Why don't we rest for the night? Let me also prepare some fasting dishes so that I can receive the heavenly master. The unimpressed old celestial master laughed and then left the great hall on Zhou Meng's arm. This caused a hint of speechlessness to appear in Zhang Daoran's eyes when he saw it. Takumi is too unreliable for this master. Just talking to himself, completely forgetting he existed. A rather speechless Zhang Daoran sighed and was about to casually turn around when a familiar figure suddenly came into view. This person was no other than the lazy Wang Yuya, with long hair. He glanced at Zhang Daoran and walked outward with a hangdog look. This caused Zhang Daoran to see it and follow it outward. Who knew that just as he exited the doorway, he saw Wang Yuya waiting at the doorway with his arms wrapped around him. Future heavenly master? Zhang Daoran? Interesting. Little Tianshi, are you very capable of fighting? 3 more shifts, kneeling for 5-star praise, kneeling for free gifts. It's not easy to code. So please, a good fighter? Zhang Daoran froze, looking at the dangling Wang Yuya in front of him, as if he hadn't woken up. He was slightly puzzled, figured it was hard not to be too flamboyant, so that the general manager also cannot even look at it? Thinking of this, Zhang Daoran shook hands and said, I am Zhang Daoran of the Heavenly Master's House of Longhu Mountain. Hello? Looking at the outstretched hand, Wang also straightened his back instantly, thinking to myself that this guy in front of me is too much. The catchphrases are actually all the same as his and most importantly handsome. The rather embarrassed Wang also scratched his head inside. My name is Wudong Wanya. I pay my respects to the future little heavenly master. A little celestial master? Zhang Daoran smiled and waved his hand and said, you and I can just call each other normally. There's no need to care about false names. Wang also heard this and sighed in his heart. Who would want to pay homage to a man of his own age when Takumi wasn't the master eavesdropping? In order not to have his ears pulled out by his master, he then politely said, courtesy is courtesy. Little heavenly master doesn't have to be polite. Oh, Zhang Daoran let out an oh. Seeing that Wang Yuya was so polite, he didn't bother to correct him. Glancing at the square outside the Great Hall, he lightly laughed. Walk me around. Haven't been to Wudong yet. This way please, Wang also said with a faint smile. A glimmer of pain showed in his eyes as he waited for the man to move forward, thinking to myself that this guy doesn't seem to be any good. He's a grandpa. Give him a leg up. And the kid still got it. The rather helpless king also shook his head and then followed all the way. And after the duo left, a hint of a smile appeared in Taoist Cloud Dragon's eyes. I thought to myself that this kid Wang Yuya had finally behaved himself a bit. If he had just looked like he hadn't woken up and owed a beating, he would have lost his old face. Thinking of this, Taoist Cloud Dragon then ran to the other side. And at that moment, on top of a mountain in Wudong, the old celestial master with his hands behind his back glanced at the sea of clouds and couldn't help but feel a sense of refreshment. Turning to look at Zhou Meng, he instantly coughed. Together, ha! Zhou Meng froze, then waved his hand. Looking at the old heavenly master who pissed 3 feet into the wind, he was ashamed of himself in his heart. Ah, celestial master, do you know that many people have come to the bottom of the mountain recently? Upon hearing the inquiry, the old celestial master couldn't help but nod his head. Takuma didn't just sleep on his way here. A hint of disdain appeared in his eyes for these villains who had secretly observed and ambushed him along the way. Just a bunch of rats. Not one of them dared to go on after traveling all that way. Zhou Meng, ah, tell me, how long has it been since we've seen each other? It's been 10 years, right? Looking at the old heavenly master who grabbed his arm, Zhou Meng's face froze. Thinking to myself, this guy just peed without washing his hands, didn't he? Zhang Jiwei, can you stop rubbing on me? As soon as these words left his mouth, the old heavenly master laughed awkwardly and immediately withdrew his hand. With a bemused face he glanced at the vault of heaven and added, Wudong is quite good. It's just a pity. If it wasn't for what happened back then, Wudong might have been better. Hearing this, Zhou Meng's face changed. Looking up at the tall and upright old celestial master, a hint of a sigh appeared in his eyes. The pondering past is not to be recalled. Otherwise it will only hurt to think about it. Thinking of this, Zhou Meng lightly laughed. Heavenly master, are you really just here to train your disciple this time? And hobnobbing, laughed the old celestial master. My disciple will crush Wudong in all aspects. Do you believe it? Zhou Meng froze, then a hint of a smile appeared in his eyes. He thought to himself that ever since he saw this kid Wang Yuya, he knew what it meant that there were mountains beyond mountains and people beyond people. Unconcerned, he sighed. Let's wait and see. A bet? The old celestial master laughed. If my pupil does it, what will I get for what I want? Zhou Meng couldn't help but freeze when he heard this. Looking at the old heavenly master who seemed to be setting himself up, he was about to say something. However, he saw a shocking air steeply bursting out from the great hall not far away. The sudden scene caused Zhou Meng's face to change drastically. The square, Zhang Daoran, who had his hands behind his back, spun around and then stopped. Looking back at Wang Yuya who was carrying the tea, a hint of a smile appeared in his eyes. Takuma has been on the end of the stick with this kid all the way, so to speak, and has cleaned him up. Who knew that this king was also notorious for not lifting a finger and actually endured it? A speechless Zhang Daoran sighed and said, Wang Yuya, walking is a bit tiring. How about a leg squeeze? As soon as these words left his mouth, a layer of black lines crossed over Wang Yu's head. Looking at the guy in front of him who had gotten the better of him, he couldn't help but squeeze his fists. I thought it would be fine to let him pour and serve the tea and explain it all the way. Who knew that the bastard was tired of walking and actually asked him to squeeze his legs? Damn you! You think this is a clubhouse? Unable to resist, Wang also snorted coldly and put the teacup down and said, Enough, Zhang Daoran. I respect you for being like this. You're really treating yourself like a dish by tossing me around like this. Looking at the angry Wang Yuya, the corner of Zhang Daoran's mouth slightly raised. It's not like Takumi is on the same level as the one who's angry, or the one who isn't. The scheme worked and he smiled, then flirted. What's the matter, you're a good fighter. Want to fight me so badly? You know how to fight for nothing. We're out here to talk about background. I'm the future Heavenly Master of the Dragon Tiger Mountain Heavenly Master's office. What are you? You're just a little Yakuza. As the words fell, a layer of black lines crossed Wang Yuya's forehead. Enduring to the limit, he laughed and then assumed the Tai Chi gesture. With a bland face, he glanced at Zhang Daoran and said, "Is that so? The king of Wodong also asks for your advice." When Zhang Daoran saw this, a hint of a smile appeared in his eyes. Unconcerned, he shook his head slightly and flirted. "Would you believe it? I'll beat you with the moves you know." Putting down such a sentence, Zhang Daoran followed Wang and also learned the Tai Chi gestures. This made his face twitch when he saw it. I thought to myself that this guy is a bit shameless, but Wang also love you do not fear. After all, if Tai Chi is so good to learn, I am afraid that many people are Tai Chi masters. Thinking of this, Wang also said in a cold voice, "Those who resemble me live. Those who learn from me die. The Taiji Yin-Yang two paths have thousands of weather. Not something you can underestimate." Putting down such a sentence, Wang Yuya then began to play the Tai Chi starting form. This caused Zhang Daoran to show a hint of bemusement in his eyes when he saw it. Ding! As you are comprehending Taiji, congratulations on comprehending Taiji and becoming a master level. Hearing the system prompt, Zhang Daoran's heart was even more ecstatic. Unmoving, he glanced at Wang Yuya and followed with the starting punch and said, "Really? Taiji gives birth to the two instruments, and the two instruments give birth to the four elephants. Wang Yuya, you have a lot to learn." Wang also frowned when he saw this scene, thinking to myself what a monster this guy is. I can't believe that I really know Tai Chi, and I play it extremely authentically. Inwardly spitting madly, he gritted his teeth and instantly mobilized the Qi Dao in his body. "Pretend you're a big man. I'd like to see how long you can pretend. Die for your master." Looking at the attacking Wang Yuya, Zhang Daoran remained calm and relaxed. With a bland face, he gently turned his hand and defused the attack, and by using the 42,000 kilogram arcana, he casually shocked Wang back a few steps as well. It made him freeze, his eyes filled with incredulity. "How is this possible? You actually know Taiji?" Looking at the shocked Wang Yuya, Zhang Daoran had a hint of a smile on his face. Unimpressed, he smiled and hooked a finger. "Come on, let's see how well you can fight." When Wang also heard this, he was instantly enraged. The young bloodthirsty man grunted lightly, then turned his palm into a fist. Tai Chi Chuan. Between his hands, they all contained the rhythm of the Tao. When Zhang Daoran saw this scene, he could not help but show a hint of laughter in his eyes. A casual wave of the hand followed the Tai Chi. "Ding! As you are comprehending Taijiquan, congratulations on comprehending Taijiquan and becoming a master level." Hearing the system prompt, Zhang Daoran's heart was even more energized. This caused Wang to also see it and instantly square off. I thought to myself, how does this guy know Taijiquan too? Not being able to think much about it, he shook his head and instantly followed and pressed forward. Between the starting hands, it was a punch that ran to the waist. In the face of this scene, Zhang Daoran then slightly retreated a few steps back. Following that, he utilized the Taiji Upanishad and easily avoided the strike. And the moment he stepped back, he met them with a backhanded punch. Bang! King, who couldn't avoid it, also froze and was instantly struck in the left eye. Frozen in place, he gulped, then covered his eyes and said, "How come you're so familiar with Taijiquan too?" Unspeakable. Zhang Daoran hooked his finger and said, "I'll tell you if I win." When Wang also heard this, his heart became even more unconvinced. Enraged, he then followed and pushed Cloudhand closer to attack. Nay, Zhang Daoran was extremely fast and easily avoided it in less than a few rounds, and not forgetting to attack it during the dodge. Bang! Along with another punch, Wang also covered his right eye instantly. Turning panda-eyed, he took 2 steps back and cried after him, "Woohoo! You bully!" The sudden scene gave Zhang Daoran a whole won't. Looking at Wang Yuya, who was not an opponent, he sighed, "Boring. Oi, how lonely it is to be invincible." When Wang also heard this, he was even more depressed. I thought to myself that this guy had obviously never been to Wudong Mountain, but he actually knew their Tai Chi. And this level of proficiency, obviously not learned for a day or two. Thinking about this, Wang also shed tears. "Master, don't look, avenge my disciple." As the words fell out of his mouth, a coughing sound came from the bushes off to the side. Immediately after that, the black-faced Taoist master Yunlong arrived. He who had just seen everything was overwhelmed with shock. I thought to myself that Zhang Daoran, this kid, had obviously not come to Wudong even once, but yet, they seemed to understand their Tai Chi extremely well. Feeling incredulous, Taoist Yunlong looked at Wang Yuya and said, "Little heavenly master, at the risk of asking, who did you learn this Tai Chi from?" "I just learned it from him." Zhang Daoran pointed at Wang Yuya. "It's not that difficult. It's fine if you have hands. You bully." "Woo woo." Wang Yuya, who was still a teenager, heard this and was instantly devastated. Taoist Cloud Dragon was also filled with disbelief upon hearing this. After all, although Tai Chi starters are good to learn, It is difficult to get started, but the guy in front of him just now was comparable to an average master. Thinking of this, Daoist Cloud Dragon clasped his fists. Junior Heavenly Master, it is a matter of Wudong's honorary legacy. Please give a truthful account, or else Yunlong will have to search for the answer himself. As soon as these words were uttered, an invisible pressure spread out. Wang also saw the scene and a hint of excitement appeared in his eyes. Looking at the master who was about to strike in front of him, he cheered. Master, come on, beat him. Zhang Daoran's face was bland when he saw this scene. The corners of his mouth lifted slightly as he smiled and couldn't help but flirt. Looks like Daoist Yunlong doesn't believe me? It's just, then it's only your way. Please. Putting down such a sentence, Zhang Daoran then set up a Taiji starting stance. A glint appeared in Daoist Yunlong's eyes when he saw this scene. He had already been perfected in Tai Chi, and had long since arrived at the threshold of the Grandmaster. Against the little doll in front of him, he was still confident. Thinking of this, Daoist Cloud Dragon clasped his fists. Much obliged. As the words fell, Daoist Cloud Dragon followed suit and struck the starting stance. Seeing this, Zhang Daoran followed and began to build up his strength. Ding! As you are comprehending Taiji, congratulations on realizing the Taiji Upanishad and becoming a Taiji Grandmaster. Hearing the system prompt, he couldn't help but feel ecstatic in his heart. Glancing at Daoist Yunlong, Zhang Daoran then took a quick step forward. Between the lifting of his hands, it was the Taiji Yin Yang with a great Taoist rhythm. A hint of surprise appeared in Daoist Yunlong's eyes when he saw this. Without the slightest hesitation he followed and began to meet them. The two of them went back and forth and actually fought to a standstill. This caused Wang, who was also on the side, to see it and his face was filled with shock. I thought to myself that Zhang Daoran, this guy, seems to be a bit fierce. It was surprising that he could reach this point in his comprehension of Taiji. Bang! However, at that moment, when the two exchanged palms, they took a few steps back at the same time. Daoist Cloud Dragon shook his head slightly and narrowed his eyes. Strong enough, little heavenly master. Are you still not willing to tell where you learned it? I've just been suppressing the air. I'm afraid I won't be able to do so next. Hearing these words, a hint of excitement appeared in Zhang Daoran's eyes. Thirsty for battle, he waved his hand and turned his palm into a fist. Really? That makes me look forward to it even more. Come on, beat me and I'll tell you. Ding! As you are comprehending Taijiquan, congratulations on comprehending Taijiquan and becoming a Grandmaster. Upon hearing the system prompt, Zhang Daoran's wariness intensified in his heart. Looking at Daoist Yunlong in front of him, he couldn't help but initiate the attack. In that case, I'm offended. As for Daoist Master Yunlong, when he saw this, he didn't hesitate in the slightest and instantly exploded a shocking air in his body. Again hitting the taijutsu, he followed the grappling. Between the moves, it shows the style of a master. However, what was unbelievable was that Zhang Daoran was even better as a patriarch. The moment he approached, he was dripping with water and dissolving Daoist Cloud Dragon's attacks. In less than a moment, the two of them threw dozens of punches. Such a fancy scene made Wang also look dumbfounded. Thinking to myself, what kind of monster is this Daoran? He could clearly feel this guy getting stronger and stronger as he seemed to be like a fish out of water in the battle. Boom! With a boom ringing out, the two fell back 10 meters once again. The large and small duo looked at each other and both went up. In particular, Daoist Cloud Dragon was smiling. It's been a long time since I've felt this much pain. Little Sky Master, you're good, you're strong, come again. Putting down such a sentence, an even more astonishing air exploded from Daoist Master Yunlong's body. When Zhang Daoran saw this scene, he then smiled and followed by waving the air path. Why not? People of my generation, why don't we hesitate to fight? The fifth shift is over. Hot-blooded Yankees. I've been bursting with shifts for a week now. I'm begging for free gifts and 5 stars. Don't give me bad reviews. For the sake of me being so bursting with work, why would a man of my generation hesitate to fight? When Wang also heard this, his eyes were filled with shock. Looking at Zhang Daoran, who had a fierce battle spirit, he seemed to have sensed something. Stop it. However, at that moment, a voice that was like a loud bell came out. Immediately after that, Zhou Meng, the old heavenly master, appeared with a bang. The duo with their hands behind their backs saw the scene in front of them and their faces were bland. Daoran, what are you doing? The old celestial master crossed his arms and said, I've only been gone a little while and you want to beat them to death. Ha! The moment these words came out of his mouth, he gave Zhou Meng a whole won't. He was still planning to teach Zhou Meng a lesson. Who knew that this one was directly speaking out of turn? And when Daoist Cloud Dragon heard about it, his face twitched. He had only used 80% of his strength, so he didn't need to be beaten to death by the little heavenly master. Did he? It was Wang who was also quite knowledgeable, pointing to the two panda eyes. Woo woo, Master Tai Shi. Look, The disciple grandson has been beaten like this. Waste. Zhou Meng looked away and then withdrew his gaze. This made Wang also instantly ashamed after hearing about it. He knew the elder master was blaming himself. Damn Zhang Daoran ah. Ahem. Zhou Meng laughed softly. Little heavenly master. What are you? Cutting, Zhang Daoran said calmly. It's all point and cut. Cutting? You gave me a panda's eye in a sparring match? Wang also heard this and immediately retorted. Cutting up your ass ah, Master Taiji. He's here to kick ass. This guy knows our Taijiquan. Zhou Meng didn't have a hint of surprise in his eyes when he heard this. He had just seen one or two of them on the way here. I'm just forcing my curiosity now and not pointing it out. Master, responded Daoist Cloud Dragon. Wang also didn't lie. I testify that little celestial master does know Taiji. Zhou Meng, who had his hands behind his back, nodded and glanced at Zhang Daoran, then looked at the old Tianchi Dao. Old celestial master. What do you think? What are you looking at? You've watched too much Detective D, haven't you? Before the words were finished, the old heavenly master interrupted. I'm not Yuan Feng. Come on, how do I know he will? Besides, does Dragon Tiger Mountain need to learn your Tai Chi? Need it please? That can be less hurtful and more insulting when it comes out of your mouth. As we all know, the Dragon Tiger Mountain Thunder Law, the Golden Light Mantra can be the only one in the world. With the two laws alone, old heavenly master was able to stand alone as the supreme. Zhou Meng. When Zhou Meng heard this, his beard instantly flew up in anger. When he was about to open his mouth again, he saw Zhang Daoran on the side move. With a bland face, he glanced at a few people and pointed at Wang Yuya. Well, I'll stop pretending and show my cards. He taught me how to learn. Wang also? When Wang also heard this, his entire body was dumbfounded. I thought to myself, when did I teach? Including Zhou Meng, Daoist Yunlong was also stunned. Then he looked at Wang Yuya. Master, I am wrong ah. Wang also said bitterly. I'm all still a rookie. How could I possibly teach him? Hearing this, Daoist Cloud Dragon also felt that it was impossible. After all, Zhang Daoran's Tai Chi was like a patriarchal meteorology. It would have taken at least 10 years to learn this, but this child in front of me is only 8 years old. It's just, Daoran. Don't tease them. Seeing this scene, the old heavenly master couldn't help but sigh. Zhou Meng, do you ever remember what I said? This time when I came to Wudong, I came to bring you a surprise. This disciple of mine was born with divine power and innate wisdom. He learns everything at a glance, and as to whether he is skillful or not, it is only a matter of time. As soon as these words were uttered, the people present were instantly shocked. Zhou Meng glanced at Zhang Daoran, and his eyes were filled with brilliance. As for Wang Yuya, Daoist Yunlong was even more filled with incredulity. It is well known that the old celestial masters do not lie. After a moment of silence, the old heavenly master spoke again. Nothing to be surprised about. Now you know why I made him a future celestial master. I'm hungry. Let's eat. And please keep these things confidential. Putting down such a sentence, the old heavenly master then tugged Zhou Meng to the other side. Seeing this scene, Daoist Yunlong couldn't help but take a deep look at Zhang Daoran and then trailed off. Frozen in place, Wang also saw this scene and subconsciously gulped. Looking back at Zhang Daoran, his eyes were filled with surprise. I thought to myself, is this the legendary genius? Looking at the entire Wudong, many people regarded him as a future genius, but compared to the man in front of him, Wang also suddenly felt like shit. What are you looking at? Zhang Daoran raised his eyebrows. Convinced? Koya-chan? Koyako? Wang also froze, then gritted his teeth and forced a smile. Little Yako is convinced. I'll recognize you as my big brother from now on. Okay, no problem. You recognize me as your big brother. Zhang Daoran laughed. I'll teach you to wear a center parting later. Delhi, King laughed as well. Hello big brother. Zhang Daoran, who had his hands behind his back, nodded slightly and then walked to the other side with his hands behind his back. A few moments later, as the night descended, Zhou Meng glanced out the window with a hint of lightness in his eyes. On the contrary, the Yunlong Daoist master on the side looked at his master and couldn't help but look a little anxious. He thought to himself that the purpose of Lung Fushan's visit this time was entirely to kick the can down the road. Who knew that before tomorrow's battle even started, the winner would actually be decided this afternoon? Is this even a fight? There's no need to fight. Thinking of this, Daoist Cloud Dragon sighed. Master, can you give us an answer? How is this going to compare tomorrow? Hearing this, Zhou Meng revealed a hint of a smile in his eyes. Unconcerned, he glanced at Yunlong and flirted. Yunlong, are you out of your mind or something? Since we can't beat Taiji, let's compete in something else, like alchemy. Alchemy? Daoist Cloud Dragon froze, then said anxiously. Master, Wang Yuya Taiji hasn't even learned it yet. How can I make pills? You're stupid, Zhou Meng said with a black face. I told you to go. I didn't tell him to go. Daoist Cloud Dragon froze, then staggered. Master, is this appropriate? Will it be a bit of bullying by the big ones? Unimpressed, Zhou Meng smiled, thinking that bullying the small with the big didn't exist. After all, this alchemy, both inside and outside, Wudong was still quite good at it. Of course the most important thing was that Zhou Meng wanted to see with his own eyes if this Dao Ran was truly a natural-born wiseman. If not, he had to find Zhang Jiwei to get a statement. Thinking of this, Zhou Meng smiled. Go on, start getting ready. Isn't that a take for you? When Daoist Cloud Dragon heard this, he couldn't help but smile bitterly. Takumi Wudong has been concerned with alchemy since ancient times, and it is divided into internal and external. For this aspect of alchemy, they were considered quite authoritative. Unable to do anything about it, he nodded, then clasped his fists and left, and this time in the other room. What, Master, you're competing with Zhou Meng in alchemy? You're also too dark-hearted, aren't you? What is the bet this time? If he sees that I can make pills tomorrow, won't he? Hearing Zhang Daoran's inquiry, the old heavenly master smiled faintly. His face was full of complacency as he said, Good apprentice, tomorrow make an effort to pit them for me, ha ha ha. Hearing this, Zhang Daoran couldn't help but sigh. Looking at the master with a bad smile on his face, he knew that the Wudong gang was going to be in bad luck. As expected, early the next morning, after Wang Yuya's notice, Zhang Daoran then accompanied him to a large hall. As far as the eye can see, the place is packed with people, clear of Wudong disciples. This caused Zhang Daoran to freeze and whisper, Little Yako, are you sure this is alchemy? It needs so many people to watch? Wang also heard the inquiry and couldn't help but smile awkwardly, glancing at the many senior brothers and sisters around him. He smiled bitterly. Big brother, isn't this because you swept our face yesterday? That's why today, the Master Tai wants to get back the honor. So, Zhang Daoran froze, thinking that this Zhou Meng was still a bit stingy, but he who insults others must first insult himself, and he still understands this truth. Zhang Daoran, who was quite emotional, glanced around and then pretended to make a frightened appearance and said, I'm a little scared all of a sudden. What should I do? Don't be afraid. Wang also laughed. Big brother, although my master's alchemy is powerful, it's not very powerful. So aren't you born with wisdom? You should be able to handle it. Hearing these words, the corner of Zhang Daoran's mouth lifted slightly. Looking at Wang Yuya who harbored a small mind, a hint of a smile appeared in his eyes. Unimpressed, he nodded, and then ran for the plaza. And after the people left, the king couldn't help but stop. A hint of a smile appeared in his eyes as he watched the back of the man walking forward. I thought to myself that according to what the master teacher had said, today was not only to retrieve face, but secondly to see if this person was born with wisdom roots or not. Thinking of this, Wang Yuya suddenly looked forward somewhat to the scene where master crushed Zhang Daoran. Thinking of this, he glanced ahead and then ran at a fast pace. Moments later, in the stands, Zhou Meng, who had his hands behind his back, was full of smiles as he looked at the old celestial master and followed him to sit down. Celestial master, please sit down. The old celestial master nodded and looked at the scene below, unable to help but sigh deliberately. Looking at Zhou Meng, he chided, Why did you call so many people? Isn't this a sincere attempt to see our dragon tiger mountain lose face? Ha ha, it won't happen. Zhou Meng laughed. It's just a sparring match. I'm also good at letting my disciples and grandchildren see how powerful the future heavenly master of Longhu Mountain is. Besides, isn't he born with wisdom roots? It won't get in the way. Hearing this, the old heavenly master knew deep down that he had succeeded in provoking him. Pretending to be upset, he shook his head in concern. Ha, you're still sending Yunlong here? Aren't you bullying the small with the big? No way. How could it be? Zhou Meng said even more smugly. This kid pressed Yunlong to fight yesterday. It's not a big problem. Hearing this, the old heavenly master couldn't help but pretend to sigh. Looking at Zhang Daoran, who had followed him onto the stage, there was a smile under his eyes. Only in the middle of the field, as Taoist master Yunlong ascended the stage, Zhang Daoran followed. With a bland face, he glanced around, then slightly clasped his fists. Taoist Yunlong, please be merciful. I really don't know how to concoct pills. A hint of smugness appeared on Taoist Yunlong's face after hearing this. Without caring too much, he smiled and spoke softly. Little heavenly master, just treat it normally. The poor Taoist will point it out. Secondly, the poor Taoist also wants to meet your natural wisdom. As soon as these words were uttered, Zhang Daoran pretended to show a hint of panic in his eyes. With a rather happy heart he nodded and followed the end of the table. This look of fear and trepidation was seen by Taoist Yunlong, who felt a pang of emotion in his heart. Tacking no wonder just now Wang also this kid said that what little celestial master is a fake innate wisdom. Now it seems that the expression doesn't look like a fake. If he could win the alchemy later, he would be able to give an explanation for what happened yesterday. Secondly, for the matter of Taijiquan, Yinlong Taoist master even felt that Longhu Mountain should give an explanation. Thinking of this, he looked at the children on either side of him and then waved his hand. At once, a tray of medicinal herbs, as well as an alchemy furnace were brought up. When Zhang Daoran saw this scene, a hint of surprise appeared in his eyes. It was vaguely evident that each of these herbs was worth a lot. There was no lack of herbs that had been around for decades, as well as many precious great medicines. For people who made pills, it was simply a great temptation. Thinking of the many qi replenishing pills that had been consumed earlier, Zhang Daoran suddenly had some desire to replenish his inventory. Please, but at that moment, Daoist Cloud Dragon laughed. Come on, little celestial master, learn from me. Alchemy is very. Before the words were finished, Daoist Cloud Dragon froze. Only Zhang Daoran looked at the alchemy furnace in front of him and then kicked it away. Immediately afterward, in full view of the public, he pulled out the black and unkempt, self-refined alchemy furnace. This scene fell on the surrounding Wudong Mountain disciples, which could be described as astonishing. Is this an alchemy stove? Why does it look like a stove for cooking to me? It's so dark. No kidding? This guy is here to be funny, right? Who is he? Dragon Tiger Mountain hasn't seen this one before. Who knows? Anyway, it's someone from Longhu Mountain. It's really strange. Can such a person really make pills? Under the crowd's discussion, Wang was also full of smiles. Holding his arms, he saw the scene and a hint of teasing appeared in his eyes. There's something funny about this kid, Takumi. To actually pull out a black and unattractive thing for alchemy is simply hilarious. However, in the next second, Wang also stopped laughing all of a sudden. After seeing Zhang Daoran pull out the alchemy furnace, he followed by picking up 3 qi replenishing pill herbs. After adding saltpeter and all other materials, the alchemy begins. With a wave of his large hand, a flash of thunder and fire appeared with a loud bang. This sudden scene made Taoist Yulong's eyes filled with surprise. Thunder method of alchemy. This familiar alchemy technique, and the alchemy of the incredible thunder fire. You're telling me you don't know how to make pills? Taoist Master Yulong. Zhang Daoran saw that Taoist Master Yulong was dumbfounded and then smiled. Hurry up with the alchemy. Don't look. Looking at that harmless smile, Taoist Cloud Dragon subconsciously screamed that it was not good. Somewhat nervous, he gulped, then followed suit and began to refine the pills. And after the scene fell into Zhou Meng's eyes, he was also filled with shock. Sensing something bad, he glanced at the old celestial master, a hint of surprise in his eyes. Zhang Jiwei, you say he doesn't know how to make pills? This all uses your Longhu Mountain Thunder method to make pills? You call this not knowing how to make pills? When the old heavenly master heard this, a hint of a smile appeared on his face. Holding his arm he coughed and looked down to the road. I didn't say anything wrong. It's true that my disciple doesn't know your Wudong Mountain's internal elixir refining method. As for the outer Dan, I didn't say he wouldn't. Did I? You say so. Zhou Meng, who was frozen in place, was instantly confused when he heard this. Knowing full well that he had been tricked, he shook his head slightly and pounded his chest. Zhang Jiwei, you're so dark, I won't agree to the previous bet. Oh, Zhang Jiwei said with an O. Is that so? Zhou Meng, do you think the poor Taoist is easy to bully? Do you want to have a match? Competition? Zhou Meng froze, looking at the black-faced old heavenly master. He instantly wimped out. Facing this absolute top that crushed the world's foreigners, he had no way to fight. Thinking of this, Zhou Meng glanced at the scene below, his eyes filled with heartache. Inside the field, Wang also looked at Zhang Daoran, who was refining pills with lightning fire, and his mouth was open to the point of stuffing an egg. He gulped in disbelief, his eyes full of wonder. I thought to myself, what the hell do you mean you don't know how to make pills? It's just pitiful. Only to see Zhang Daoran casually waving his hand, the thunder fire in his hand became even more vigorous. He smiled at the extremely deep attainment of thunder law, and immediately followed suit by increasing the air. At once, as the air continued to increase, an aroma of Dan came from the alchemy furnace immediately. This caused a hint of surprise to appear in Taoist Cloud Dragon's eyes after he perceived it. The thought of using the lightning method to refine pills was actually outrageous enough. I didn't expect him to actually refine the Dan Xiang. You should know that if you can produce the fragrance of the Dan, it is destined to be of good quality. Thinking of this, Taoist Cloud Dragon couldn't help but sigh in his heart. Boom! But at that moment, the sky dome was suddenly covered with dark clouds, and electricity flashed and thundered. Immediately afterward, a thunderclap boomed. Seeing this scene, Taoist Yulong's face turned pale as he said, Dan jacking. What kind of Dan are you refining? Looking at the knowledgeable Taoist Master Yulong, Zhang Daoran had a hint of a smile in his eyes. Unconcerned, he glanced up at the sky and spread his hands. Relax. I'm used to it. Getting used to it? Hearing this, Taoist Cloud Dragon was filled with shock. I thought to myself that I was used to this kind of scene for the damn robbery. Wouldn't that be something this kid runs into all the time? My goodness, what's going on here? Why has the sky suddenly changed? This can't be alchemy induced, right? It must be Senior Uncle Yunlong. That's right, it must be Senior Uncle Yunlong. Only he can do it. The crowd listened to the exclamations of the many disciples. Wang also had a complex expression all over his face. His intuition told him that the one who could cause this commotion was definitely not his own master. After all, he had seen what a pushover his master was. Looking at the tiny figure on the stage, Wang Yuya's eyes were filled with emotion. And on the stage, the old heavenly master could not help but laugh at this scene. With his hands behind his back, he looked at the roiling heavenly thunder and flirted. Zhou Meng, how about the poor Taoist performs one for you? Let's show you that I, Longhu Mountain, am not a good bully? Zhou Meng froze, then his face twitched, only to see the old heavenly master's body instantly surrounded by golden light. Immediately afterward, he, who emitted extremely strong air, was like a heavenly god as he rushed straight to the alchemy grounds. Boom! At the instant the heavenly thunder fell, the old heavenly master instantly shattered it as if he were a heavenly god descending from the heavens. With an explosion ringing out, everyone covered their ears, and with the blessing of the old heavenly master, Zhang Daoran and the alchemy furnace were unharmed. Seth looked up at his master and laughed softly. Master, did my disciple perform well today? Ha ha ha. The old heavenly master flung his sleeve. Very good, but disciple, the old rules, share a few chi replenishing pills with me. Zhang Daoran's face froze. Then he nodded helplessly. Looking at the alchemy furnace that was overflowing with the fragrance of Dan, he immediately waved his hand. Instantly, under the control of the air, 8 chi replenishing pills of excellent color with a reddish appearance appeared in front of everyone's eyes. Taoist Master Yunlong, who was on the sidelines, was instantly dumbfounded when he saw this scene. Having refined pills for most of his life, he naturally knew how amazing this pill was. Quite shocked, he gulped and said, "This is a top-grade elixir." No, above top grade. A short sentence that left everyone in the room unmoved. Looking at the elixir that emitted a haze of light, everyone's expression varied individually. What kind of elixir is this? I smelled it and felt that the air in my body was out of control. So he refined it. This person is too terrifying. Could this old man be the old heavenly master of Longhu Mountain? So strong, worthy of being a Jedi. In the crowd, Wang also saw the scene and his eyes were filled with shock. Incredulous, he shook his head slightly, and for a moment some of his body trembled. I thought to myself that this Doran was simply a monster. Whether it's talent or alchemy, it seems to be extraordinarily powerful. A few moments later, inside the great hall, Zhou Meng glanced at Zhang Daoran, and a hint of flesh pain appeared in his eyes. Looking back at the old celestial master, he couldn't help but cough. It's too inappropriate to give you all of the herb storehouse, old celestial master. You see, half. Hearing the inquiry, the old heavenly master said with certainty, I'm giving you a lot of face. If you're comparing, I'm going to hit someone. When Zhang Daoran, who was on the side, heard this, he almost couldn't hold back his laughter. I thought to myself that the master was clearly digging a hole for others to jump into. And this one is Wudong Mountain's herb storehouse. It's simply a lion's share. Looking at Zhou Meng, who was full of meat pain, Zhang Daoran's heart was bursting with joy. After all, having an herb store meant that he could replenish his inventory. Good. As expected, Zhou Meng could only agree with a sigh when he saw the old celestial master retreat. This caused the old heavenly master to hear it and couldn't help but laugh. Looking at Zhou Meng, who had a few needy glances, he flirted. Believe it now, don't you? Wasn't this kid born with wisdom? Upon hearing the inquiry, Zhou Meng's heart felt a pang of bitterness. Looking at the master and disciple in front of him, he was truly speechless. I also know a little bit about refining weapons. Zhang Daoran smiled and spoke. I wonder if there is anyone from Wudong who is willing to compete with me in a match. To the side, Wang also, Taoist Yunlong instantly twitched his face when he heard this. Looking at Zhang Daoran in front of them, it was as if they were looking at a monster. After all, this is only 8 years old. Not only can he make pills, but he can also make weapons. The most important talent is still scary as hell. Zhou Meng was also helpless after hearing this. Looking at Zhang Daoran in front of him, he sighed and said, That's just it. No more competitions. Since you kids have brought up refining, you must be interested in refining weapons as well. Wudong is also considered to have some stockpiles. As a right to make a friend, you can go to the storehouse and pick. Hearing these words, Zhang Daoran's heart was instantly ecstatic, figuring he had come down this time to harvest nothing but herbs. As for treasures like refineries, he was not able to get any of them. Most importantly, of course, he lacked a weapon to use. After all, whose teenager doesn't have dreams of the jungle? Secondly, if Hajime wanted to become strong again, but he needed to devour a magic weapon. This includes the alchemy furnace as well, and as the number of alchemies continues to grow, this thing needs to be strengthened. There was also the Corpse King, and he was more than a little combined with the idea of loading up 2 spells for it to juggle. Come to think of it, that's a full complement of weaponry that needs to be beefed up. Wouldn't it be beautiful if Wudong sent the coffers? Thinking of this, Zhang Daoran clasped his fists and said, "Thank you, senior uncle." Seeing this scene, the old heavenly master on the side showed a hint of laughter in his eyes. I thought to myself that the boy was full of smiles. I'm afraid he got another favor. Unconcerned, he coughed and said, "Since that's the case, then we'll stay at Wudong Mountain for a few more days." Zhou Meng, you're welcome, right? Zhou Meng. The black-faced Zhou Meng nodded slightly, then flung his sleeves and left. For this pair of shameless master and disciple, he could kind of see through it. 3 more, kneeling for free gifts, 5-star reviews. It's not easy to code. Kneeling for support from all the dudes and dudettes. The old heavenly master couldn't help but laugh when he saw this scene. Having gotten a great deal, he then quickly followed. Newbie, don't run away. The herbs haven't been given to me yet. Apprentice, follow. Seeing this, Zhang Daoran could only quickly follow. Soon, the group arrived at the herb storehouse heel. Zhou Meng, who had his hands behind his back, sighed and couldn't help but order someone to open the door of the vault. As the door opened, the smell of herbs hit the room. When Zhang Daoran saw this scene, his heart was instantly ecstatic. Without the slightest hesitation he then followed. Looking around, there was no shortage of great medicines at the 100-year level, as well as medicines of even longer vintage. That medicinal scent was enough to drive an alchemist crazy. The rather happy Zhang Daoran gulped, glanced back at the master who had followed him, as well as Zhou Meng, and then began to pick and choose intentionally. Of course, the herbs he picked were basically for himself. For example, several hundred years of medicinal herbs, but also without reservation will be in the bag. Within a few moments, Zhang Daoran realized that he had gained a lot. I was about to call it quits to see what master was doing. Who knew that he had just gotten no more than 2 steps closer, across a wall, when he stopped, behind the wall. Zhou Meng, why did you drag me here? Why do you have to come here if you're embarrassed to talk about it? Hearing the old heavenly master's complaint, Zhou Meng was also quite helpless. Glancing around, he then intoned, "Old celestial master, this is a major matter, so you'd better listen to it. And secondly, beware of ears through the wall." As soon as these words were uttered, Zhang Daoran couldn't help but stare, following suit and putting on his feathered coat. Only after shielding his breath did he prick up his ears and listen. That's a shocker if you don't hear it. A few moments later, the Wudong storehouse door followed. Zhang Daoran, who had his hands behind his back, looked up and couldn't help but have a hint of a smile on his face. This gave a creepy feeling to Wang Yuya, who was on the side. When he saw it, I thought to myself that every time this guy smiles, it means he's going to PWN someone. Sort of understanding thoroughly, he coughed and said, "Big brother, the treasury has been notified. No one will bother you. Farewell." Looking at the guy who skipped out, Zhang Daoran had a hint of a smile in his eyes. Unconcerned, he waved his sleeve robe and then pushed open the door of the storehouse. Vaguely visible to the eye is not a variety of iron ore and other types of refining materials. Instead, it was a bunch of broken brass and a few tattered puppets. Dumbfounded, Zhang Daoran froze, thinking to himself that this is the Wudong's treasury? Confirming that he hadn't made a mistake, he looked carefully for a few moments before he dared to take a step inside. After spinning around, he slowed to a stop. The black-faced Zhang Daoran hummed lightly, pondering that this group of people from Wudong is really not a lord who suffers. Almost all the valuable ores, metals, here were shipped ahead of time. What was left here was nothing more than some broken magic weapons, and these puppets of unknown and broken origins. If anyone else had seen these things, I'm afraid they would have gotten angry and left. But in Zhang Daoran's place, the situation was completely different. After all, even with these broken spells, he had made a big difference. Thinking of this, he glanced around and instantly snapped his fingers. The personal interface appeared. Host, Zhang Daoran, age, 8 years old, height, 1.5 meters, skills, enlightenment against all odds, golden light mantra, Taoist fist, divine alchemy, thunder, yang 5 thunders, refining art, Tai Chi fist, warehouse, zombie x1, 2 beast Dan, 2 returning yuan Dan, 30 chi replenishing Dan, grade 3 feathered clothes x1, alchemy furnace x1, 100 years of Hishawu x4, 100 years of ginseng x5. Looking at the corpse king in the warehouse, a glint appeared in Zhang Daoran's eyes. Without the slightest hesitation, he then summoned Hajime. Go and find what you need. Hajime has been able to sense what he needs on his own since reaching level 3. Under the control of Zhang Daoran's air, it wandered around the warehouse like a ghost. This brought a hint of a smile to his eyes when he saw it, thinking to himself that with this treasure in place, it would be too easy to find useful spells. Thinking of this, Zhang Daoran followed to the front of the several puppets. It was vaguely visible that the puppets were covered in tatters. On its body, extremely horrific wounds could still be seen. It seemed to have been torn apart, hard, by some force. After looking at it for a few moments, Zhang Daoran couldn't help but drop his gaze on the puppet's feet. Hands, visible to the naked eye. On its hands and feet, there were attachments similar to iron claws. The tips of its claws revealed a cold aura, looking extraordinarily sharp. An interested Zhang Daoran smiled and tried to hook his finger. A white mark instantly appeared on the surface of the finger. This caused a hint of surprise to appear in his eyes when he saw it. He thought to himself that the strength of his physical body was such that it was difficult for even the Corpse King to harm him. Especially since he was constantly practicing the Dao Fist. His physical body was getting stronger with each passing day. But the inconspicuous puppet iron claws in front of him were able to scratch out a layer of white marks. This caused a glint to appear in Zhang Daoran's eyes, and he immediately tried to blast out with a punch. Dang! As an ear-piercing metallic sound rang out, just a little dent mark appeared on the surface of the puppet in front of him. When Zhang Daoran saw this scene, a hint of surprise appeared on his face. He thought to himself that the defense of this puppet was comparable to that of a Corpse King, but it was such a powerful existence that was actually torn apart by some kind of force. Feeling incredulous, Zhang Daoran shook his head and subconsciously touched the surface of the tear with his hand. As expected, there was an extremely subtle power present on the top. Windy Queen Chamine. In Zhang Daoran's mind, 4 words instantly surfaced. In his mind, only this power could tear it apart. Zhang Daoran, who was filled with surprise, shook his head slightly, then got up and took a few steps back. Guessing part of the cause and effect, he smiled and immediately waved his hand. At that moment, an extremely strong air blast appeared. In the next second, the golem's iron claws came off and fell to the ground. Zhang Daoran smiled and then snapped his fingers. In the next second, the Corpse King appeared in front of its eyes. Meanwhile, in the Great Hall, Wang also looked at the master in front of him, his eyes filled with embarrassment. He thought to himself that ever since master had failed in alchemy, he had come back and had been moping around. Rather bitterly, he glanced at his master and said, "Master, I've already sent the little celestial master to the treasury. Don't worry, I've had all the valuable things inside taken away." When Taoist Cloud Dragon heard this, a hint of helplessness appeared in his eyes. With a bland face he nodded and rose. "Wang Yuya, you have a lot of pressure ahead of you. A supreme genius has emerged from Longhu Mountain. Do you have the confidence to defeat him?" "No." Wang also shook his head directly. This caused Taoist Cloud Dragon to become enraged when he saw it. After glancing at Wang Yuya, he then grabbed his ears and said, "What does master usually teach you? Can't you be more powerful and give us Wudong some face?" When Wang also heard this, his heart was really mixed. I thought to myself that this Daoran is like a monster. Who can defeat him? Master, you can't take it out on me even if you lose. Pain, pain, pain. The treasury. Zhang Daoran looked at the feathered coat in front of him, a hint of a smile appearing in his eyes. Vaguely, under his control, the entire storehouse of useful broken spells was almost found. Under the pick of the feathered coat, it finished upgrading again. Level 4 feathered clothing, has defense against spell attacks, water and fire invulnerable, spirit invulnerable, small-scale air attacks, physical attack effects, knife, gun, stick attacks, firearm attacks, limited to rifle bullets, artillery, and fails if exceeding level 4 tolerance. Special abilities, stealthy closed air, chameleon ability, mental bounce, sound simulation. Looking at the feathery clothes that came to the 4th level, Zhang Daoran was ecstatic in his heart. Not only did the Takumi suit get stronger all around, but it also had a few extra other abilities. This was undoubtedly like an added bonus for the battle to come. Thinking of this, Zhang Daoran then put it on his body. At that moment, he clearly felt that his body was wrapped in an indescribable power around him. And one's voice, it seems, can change at any time. Options include older man voices, lowly voices, royal lady voices, more teenage girl voices, and voice impersonations of familiar people. With such a perverted ability, coupled with the disguise, it was completely possible to pass off a fake as a real one. A rather happy Zhang Daoran nodded slightly and then put it into the system storage. After doing so, he then glanced at the still grinding Corpse King. Seeing that he hadn't succeeded yet, Zhang Daoran could only focus on the pile of broken magic weapons, vaguely visible. These spells were each different in size and shape. After some selection by Hajime, their remaining usefulness is to be returned to the furnace to be reworked. An interested Zhang Daoran smiled and then waved his hand. At once, an extremely strong air appeared in its hands. The thunder fire reappeared with the thunder law surrounding it. Without the slightest hesitation, he immediately harnessed the thunder fire to wrap and burn it. Within moments, these spells began to melt into iron. Seeing this scene, Zhang Dao ran in a casual wave of his hand. The alchemy furnace then appeared in front of him. Go! With a soft cry, the alchemy furnace was instantly wrapped in lightning fire. Within moments, some cracks began to appear on its surface. It was vaguely visible that the cracks were from the scars left by the usual alchemy. After being burned by the thunder fire, it was instantly revealed. Seeing this scene, Zhang Daoran then harnessed the iron and began to recast the alchemy furnace. Visible to the naked eye as the new iron is incorporated, a green light exploded around the alchemy furnace and began to continuously turn red, until it cooled. Its surface remained reddish. This caused Zhang Daoran to freeze, a hint of surprise appearing in his eyes. The pondering alchemy furnace seemed to have undergone some sort of mutation. Ding! As you are in the process of comprehending the art of alchemy, congratulations on your successful epiphany and becoming a level 2 alchemist. Hearing the system prompt, Zhang Daoran couldn't help but feel ecstatic in his heart. Mulling over this alchemy furnace's mutation was most likely for the better. After all, it was an affirmation from the system. As for what was good about it, it was still necessary for him to know after he had made the elixir. Thinking of this, Zhang Daoran then pocketed the alchemy furnace. After doing so, he couldn't help but set his eyes on the remaining iron. System, what are the benefits of becoming a level 2 refiner? System, upgrades can be performed for all magic weapons. Secondly, this system specially rewards the devouring attribute. The host can just plunder the magic weapons and provide food. Hearing the system reply, Zhang Daoran's heart instantly rejoiced wildly. Takumi's ability as the second-level refiner was even better than he had imagined. Without the slightest hesitation he glanced at the remaining iron and immediately began to mold it using the air. Vaguely, it looked like a sword. As the saying goes, holding a 3-foot green blade, he dares to make the heavenly immortals all lower their eyebrows. When the green is gone and the flowers are in full bloom, may I ask where the sword immortal is in the sky? The thoughtful Zhang Daoran smiled, then once again dropped his gaze on the puppet beside the corpse king. Figuring that these contraptions were extremely strong in defense, if they could be added to the sword, they would definitely improve their quality. Without the slightest hesitation, he then threw a puppet in. It was visible to the naked eye that even the puppets began to slowly melt under the burning of the thunderfire. After doing this, Zhang Daoran then came to the corpse king. Looking around, a bunch of extra iron claws appeared in its hands. Upon arriving at the warehouse, this was the weapon he had selected for it. The claws were sharp as hell, and with the corpse king's terrifying fighting strength, they would only become stronger. The rather happy Zhang Daoran snapped his fingers, and the corpse king in front of him dropped to one knee. This made him smile and follow by sitting on the shoulders of the 2-meter monster. Being high above him gave him a sudden feeling of wealth and power. However, thinking about the battle that was going to happen next, Zhang Daoran pondered that he still needed to refine some chi replenishing pills. After all, I don't know what kind of people are coming down the mountain, but what can be imagined is someone who dares to come and rob his master. Whether he was black or white, he was at the very least an expert. Zhang Daoran, who was quite emotional, smiled and followed to start refining the pills. With a wave of his hand, 100 years of medicinal herbs, as well as all sorts of other things, were placed in front of him. Only after taking out dozens of medicinal herbs, did Zhang Daoran stop. Sitting cross-legged, he glanced at the alchemy furnace and followed suit to start refining the pills. And that's when in the backyard of Wudong, Zhou glanced at the disciple who had come to report the news and couldn't help but wave his hand to signal his departure. After the people left, he hurried to the old Heavenly Master. Heavenly Master, more and more people are coming. There are about 100. It seems like you've offended quite a few people. Wudong is not afraid of them, so they intend to. Hearing this, the old Heavenly Master directly interrupted. Zhou Meng, who are you looking down on? Don't say 100 people are coming from below. It's just that if this Lu Jin guy comes with 100 of them, I'll still fight them. Zhou Meng couldn't help but smile bitterly when he heard this. Looking at the old Celestial Master, he coughed. I didn't mean it like that. I was trying to get you to pull the battlefield away. I'm counting on these peaks to collect money in the future. How am I going to cheat tourists if you ruin them all for me? The old Heavenly Master froze, then laughed. Looking at the Zhou Meng in front of him, he couldn't help but give a thumbs up, thinking to himself that before he went down the mountain, he still had to talk to that adversary. Otherwise, I'm afraid the boy won't be at peace when he's gone. The treasury. Zhang Daoran looked at the dozens of chi replenishing pills in front of him and couldn't help but smile contentedly. He thought to himself that this alchemy furnace had also become a little faster in refining pills after becoming stronger. While he was quite satisfied, suddenly the bell at his waist rang. Zhang Daoran was stunned and thought to himself, what is master looking for? Without caring too much, he glanced at the sword he was still refining and then walked out the door. Within moments, a mountain peak followed. The old heavenly master looked at the rebellious disciple he had found and a hint of a smile appeared in his eyes. Unzipping his pants to pee, he nodded and said, Master is going to go down the mountain tomorrow. You wait for me on the mountain. No causing trouble, okay? Zhang Daoran, who followed to unzip his pants, nodded and laughed lightly. Compare who pees farther? When the old heavenly master heard this, he couldn't help but laugh. He glanced down, then sighed at the boy's small size. Just as the words fell, Zhang Daoran pissed 3 feet into the wind. This caused the old celestial master to stare and shake his head. Old, no match for the young. Holy shit, adversary, you pissed on my shoes. The 5th shift, kneel down and ask for free gift support from all the dudes and gals, and 5-star praise support. Of course, kneeling for rich big brother to give gift support. Back at the depot, Zhang Daoran looked up at the corpse king and the corners of his mouth could not help but rise slightly. With a bland face, he shook his head and then dropped his gaze on the sword. It was vaguely visible that this sword had already taken shape under the sudden refining of the thunderfire. The body was pitch black, as if it was wrapped in scales to see its true appearance. When Zhang Daoran saw this scene, a hint of laughter appeared in his eyes. With a casual wave of his hand, the sword let out a sword chant and then levitated in front of him. The dragon has reverse scales. If you touch it, you will die. How about calling you adversary? As if reverse scale could understand, the tip of the sword could not help but bend slightly. This caused Zhang Daoran's heart to burst with ecstasy when he saw it. Takumi, since the ancient sword is spiritual, if you can meet the famous master, but also can produce the sword spirit. A rather excited Zhang Daoran smiled, then bit his fingertip to squeeze out a drop of essence blood. When reverse scale saw it, it instantly absorbed the drop of essence blood. Within moments, he sensed a nebulous connection between the two. Zhang Daoran raised his hand and the reverse scale then appeared in his palm. Although it was forged with countless metaphysical iron and strange metals, its weight was as good as a feather. Quite fondly, he smiled and then swung his sword at the broken golem on the ground. Click! With a clicking sound, the surface of the puppet in front of him was instantly sliced open. Such an amazing scene caused Zhang Daoran's eyes to be filled with ecstasy. Thinking to himself that the sharpness of the reverse scales was far beyond his expectations, it was important to know that this puppet was unable to inflict lacerations even under the Corpse King's attack, and its wounds were even characterized by the presence of the Chimen's Wind Queen's aura. But under the reverse scale chopping, it was as unbearable as tofu. The ecstatic Zhang Daoran nodded slightly and then pocketed it. As long as he moved his mind, the reverse scale could instantly appear in front of him. After doing so, Zhang Daoran glanced at the Corpse King, a glint in his eyes. Takumi had everything ready and was just waiting for him to meet this demon under the mountain in person. Thinking of this, Zhang Daoran snapped his fingers. The feathered coat instantly appeared on its body, and its tone and appearance changed instantly. The night is drawing in. An air of solemnity came over the forest at the foot of Wudong Mountain. In front of a campfire, several menacing, tall, burly men were seated in a group. Around it, there were leaning against large trees and napping, and even more collapsing on rocks and drinking. Looking around, there were no less than 20 silhouettes here. The few burly men sitting around the campfire were as starry-eyed as if they were chiefs. Early tomorrow morning, 300 meters away on the flat, the old Sky Master will be waiting for us there. As one of the burly men spoke out, the people around them cast their gazes. One of the women with a feminine face and short stature smiled and then came to the campfire. Vaguely visible, it was dressed in Miaozhong clothing and held a black compass, making it particularly bizarre. With her arrival, the rest of the people changed their faces. Early tomorrow morning? Why don't you just kill the mountain? Can it be that you 6 are afraid? The moment these words were uttered, the 6 burly men's faces changed slightly. Looking at the woman in front of them, their eyes were bland. The 36 walled villages in Dragon Tiger Mountain have a blood feud. It's well known. There's no need for you to say it. It's just that if we don't play by the rules with them, then all hell breaks loose. But at that moment, another white-haired old man came out of the darkness and said. The crowd couldn't help but nod their heads when they saw this scene. The woman included was stunned and surprised. I can't believe you're here as well. It looks like Quan Sex is really going to make a big deal out of it this time. The old man laughed. Hunched over, he looked extremely ordinary. After looking around, he then came to the 6 strong men. Little doll. Your master wouldn't dare to talk like that even if he saw me. Next time it won't happen again. The woman froze, then hurriedly closed her mouth. When the crowd saw this scene, they were also silent. The old man laughed again and then flirted. Don't be so silent. Our purpose this time is to test the waters, so make sure you take what you can get. Got it? The crowd nodded at those words, including the 6 burly men who nodded along after hearing this. Ridiculous to the core. How dare a bunch of dogs and cats? But at that moment, an icy voice came from the depths of the forest. The crowd froze, and their faces changed drastically, knowing that this place was filled with all sexes, as well as all types of experts. It was hard for the average person to get in, but now there was actually someone who was open and aboveboard, and killed them right up to their meeting point, with a smell of blood spreading out. The crowd in the forest was very much pumped up. When you look around, you see only in the dark forest, a young boy dressed in cloth with an ordinary face walked out, with a black sword in his hand. He stood out. Who he is? In the eyes of the crowd, there was a hint of doubt, including that old man, who also stared and laughed. Killing heart is very heavy. It seems that dozens of people outside have been killed by you. As soon as these words were uttered, everyone in the room's face changed drastically. Looking at the teenager in front of them, their eyes were filled with surprise. Hearing this, Zhang Daoran, who was incarnated as a young boy, revealed a hint of a smile in his eyes. Unconcerned, he waved his reverse scale and said, "So what if it is? A bunch of dirtbags can't be killed?" As the words fell, Zhang Daoran then took a step out. Visible to the naked eye, a golden and purple light aura instantly burst out on its body. Accompanied by lightning, golden light, and extremely strong air swept out. This surprised the old man when he saw it. Interesting, your air is similar to the Dragon Tiger Mountain Thunder technique. No, there's also the golden light mantra, only why is it this color? Who the hell are you? Who am I? Zhang Daoran smiled, his eyes filled with murderous aura as he casually waved his hand. The reverse scale in his hand instantly exploded with amazing sword air. Figuring out the reason why he had come down all night was not to come and chat. Instead, he came to take the place of his master. Thinking of this, Zhang Daoran sprinted forward at breakneck speed. Sorry, I'm in a hurry. I don't have time to chat. Pust. As the words fell, a full-sex demon felt a coldness in his neck before he could react. Immediately afterward, a head fell to the ground. Visible to the naked eye, the splatters of blood were instantly swallowed by the reverse scales. Immediately after, the black scale armor on its surface followed and dropped to piece. It was as if it was shedding a layer of skin with each kill. Kill him for me. The crowd around them saw this scene and rallied to attack. Under the jagged air, an extremely powerful might spread out. A group attack? When Zhang Daoran saw this scene, a hint of laughter appeared in his eyes. Without an ounce of fear he let out a furious cry and instantly recited the mantra silently. The sky is clear and the earth is determined, and the magic is invisible. The yin and yang are reversed. The wind and rain and thunder, divine thunder from the 9 heavens, help me destroy the enemy. Ray came. With a furious cry, Zhang Daoran's body was instantly covered in purple demonic lightning around him, as if the god of thunder had descended. His eyes were crimson. Rumble. Vaguely visible. The dark night sky was instantly covered with dark clouds and lightning. A bucket-thick thunderbolt ran through the earth as if it were a lance. The swarming omnisexual crowds were scared out of their wits when they saw this scene. Some of those who couldn't avoid it were killed by the thunder burst in a matter of moments. Rumble. A hint of surprise appeared in the ickle old man's eyes under the thunderous noise. I thought that the technique used by this person in front of me was indeed the Dragon Tiger Mountain Thunder Law. Only to his surprise, it seemed extraordinarily powerful. This made him think for half a day, but he couldn't remember that it was that one of the 10 disciples who had come. Thinking of this, the hunched old man laughed softly. Rumor has it that the old heavenly master has brought a disciple with him this time down the mountain. This child is about 8 years old. His appearance is born as if he is an exiled immortal in the sky, and his talent is even more terrifying. If I'm not mistaken, you're the boy, aren't you? Hearing this, Zhang Daoran of the Imperial Thunder was surprised for a moment in his heart. I thought to myself that there is really no shortage of masters in all sects. This old man in front of him could recognize his identity at a glance, which was truly impressive. But with the presence of Hajime, he had no fear of having his identity exposed. Good eye, it's just a pity you guessed wrong. My name is Zhang Lingyu of the Heavenly Master's House of Longhu Mountain. Meet all of you hot chicks. Putting down such a sentence, Zhang Daoran silently said sorry to Zhang Lingyu in his heart, and then sprinted forward once again. In a hurry, he only hoped to kill a few more in a short period of time. This way the master comes and the pressure is easier. Zhang Lingyu? The rickety old man was slightly stunned. Then a hint of doubt appeared in his eyes. Figuring out Zhang Lingyu, this person is indeed a genius, and his age is actually similar. Thinking of this, he looked back at the Miaojiang woman and said, "Go ahead and try." The Miaojiang woman couldn't help but nod after hearing this. With a feminine face, she glanced at Zhang Daoran and instantly disappeared into a residual shadow. In the next second, he came to its heels. Between lifting his hand, he hammered a fist straight at Zhang Daoran's face. The sudden strike brought a hint of a smile to his eyes. Breaking! Undaunted, Zhang Daoran let out a furious cry, his body instantly exploding with golden light. The moment the protective golden light erupted, the Miaojiang woman was immediately shaken back 3 meters. With a feminine face, she couldn't help but laugh lightly when she saw this scene. Zhang Lingyu, right? Everyone from Longhu Mountain deserves to die. As the words fell, the Miaojiang woman then snapped her fingers. Roar! In the depths of the forest, a corpse roar instantly rang out. When the surrounding full-sex demons saw this scene, they retreated tens of meters. It was vaguely visible that a centipede, snake, and other bugs crawled out of the land under Zhang Daoran's feet. Immediately afterward, a dryad broke out of the ground as if it were a rat. Facing this familiar scene, Zhang Daoran was surprised. You're from the 36 strongholds too? The Miaojiang woman smiled, a hint of cruelty in her eyes, and said, back then, Longhu Mountain exterminated my entire clan. Let me kill you today to honor my ancestors. Give me on. Putting down such a sentence, the surrounding zombies instantly whistled. Zhang Daoran did not have a trace of fear in his eyes when he saw the scene. Without a care in the world, he casually waved his hand, and the reverse scale in his hand instantly slashed away. Put! A head hangs as if it were a stone. Such a shocking scene caused the Miaojiang woman's face to change greatly. Extremely heartbroken, she could only clench her teeth and once again urge the compulsion to attack. Vaguely, the grain-severed limbs healed and attacked again, joined by the parasites. The extremely bizarre scene fell in the eyes of the crowd, and they were all chilled. There wasn't a hint of contempt in his eyes for the diminutive Miaojiang woman, and when the hunched old man on the side saw this scene, his eyes were bland as he said, the people of the 36 walled villages still have some skills, but it's not enough for her to strike. Go on. As the words fell, one of the 6 burly men stepped forward, standing at 2 meters tall and with a stout body. He was like a small mountain. With an extremely terrifying burst of speed, he charged forward. Under the sound of breaking air, the extremely fast approaching strongman instantly hammered out with a punch. Boom! Zhang Daoran, who was dealing with the zombies, saw the scene without a trace of fear in his eyes. Unable to avoid it, he immediately retreated 10 meters as an explosion rang out. After coming to a stop, he patted the feathered coat on his body and said, "What about tickling?" As soon as these words left his mouth, the burly man's face couldn't help but change. The crowd on the sidelines were also dumbfounded when they saw this scene. How is this possible? King Kong's punch is enough to tear apart a tiger or leopard, and this guy is actually unharmed. This spirit jade is too strong, isn't it? It's simply terrifying as hell. Strong yuppie ah, no wonder he dared to kill alone. If his disciple is this strong, how strong must the old heavenly master be? In the crowd, the ickle old man's eyes also revealed a hint of surprise when he saw the scene. Looking at the unharmed Zhang Daoran, he could not help but shake his head slightly, thinking to himself that since the events of that year, the entire Longhu Mountain had long been invincible. With the presence of the old heavenly master, almost no one dared to be reckless. This has led many to mythologize the man and see him as overwhelming. But in his opinion, people die eventually. The old celestial master, who was over 100 years old, had come down to the mountain this time, and it was undoubtedly the best opportunity to test the waters. It was just that what the hunched old man didn't expect was that a single disciple of Longhu Mountain was actually so raw. Under the thought, he suddenly felt bad. I'm coming. At this time, the other strong man behind him shouted angrily and immediately pulled himself up. It was like a mountain, heading towards Zhang Daoran with a titanic pressure. Standing in place, holding the reverse scale, he saw this scene and a light smile appeared in his eyes. Fearlessly he snapped his fingers and a dark shadow appeared out of nowhere. Ah! Accompanied by a miserable scream, the burly man who had risen up from the ground was instantly disemboweled. Spatters of blood fell to the ground as if it were a curtain of rain. When the crowd got a good look, they froze in place, only to see that in front of Zhang Daoran's body, a terrifying monster that was 2 meters tall, wearing a bizarre mask and equipped with iron claws on its hands and feet appeared with a bang. Corpse King! This is... The Miaojiang woman's eyes were filled with shock when she saw this scene. Recognizing the Corpse King, she gulped and instantly shouted angrily, "How did my master's puppet end up with you?" When Zhang Daoran heard this, a hint of a smile appeared in his eyes. Thinking to myself that this woman was also from the 36 strongholds meant that she also had a puppet. If he could kill it, it would definitely allow the Corpse King to advance. Thinking of this, Zhang Daoran's body was once again covered in lightning around him. He smiled as his eyes crossed a golden light, and he couldn't help but hold his reverse scales horizontally. Come, have a good fight. When the hunched old man saw this scene, a hint of laughter appeared in his eyes. With his hands behind his back, he shook his head slightly and instantly waved his hand. At that moment, the 4 big strong men behind him shot out in unison. The omnisexual masters around them were even swarming. Accompanied by the roiling thunder light, they burst out with monstrous killing intent. On Mount Wudong, Wang also looked at the thunderous light at the bottom of the mountain and had a bold guess in his head. Too late to be surprised. He froze, only to see a shocking golden light explode around the old heavenly master. Under the 10,000 feet of golden light, he rushed straight down the mountain as if he were an immortal god. Second shift is up. Kneeling for a free gift. 5 stars. It's been a week of consecutive bursts. Dudes and dudettes. So I'm taking a break today with only 2 shifts. Next month, 3 shifts to start. Please support me. Oops. It can't be him. Can it? Wang also saw this scene and couldn't help but gulp, glancing back at the master. And the Tai Shi Dao. Master Tai. Are we going up? Zhou Meng, who had his hands behind his back, had a hint of a smile in his eyes when he heard this. Narrowing his eyes, he looked at the movement under the mountain and immediately turned to leave, saying as he walked, "Don't go getting in the way before you get splattered with blood." What? Wang also agitated. Master Tai, the Dragon Tiger Mountain Heavenly Master came to Wudong as a guest, and we're just going to see him die? Wouldn't that be? Snap. Master, what are you hitting me on the head for? The dark-faced Taoist Master Yulong glanced at Wan Yuya and sighed. Silly boy. What your elder master is saying is that if we go, we'll get in the way of the old Heavenly Master's murder. Let's go. Go back and take a nap. When it's morning, Wudong will still be Wudong. Wang also. Wang, who was frozen in place, also swallowed his saliva and was a bit confused for a while. I thought to myself, is the old celestial master so fierce? In the jungle below the mountain. As soon as the old celestial master who came to this place at great speed approached the jungle, a smell of blood hit his face. With a bland face, he fixed his eyes on the scene in front of him and was immediately startled by it. As far as the naked eye could see, there were limbs and broken arms, as well as corpses all over the forest in front of them. Looking at the extremely irregular appearance of their wounds, they seemed to have been torn apart by some kind of wild beast, and upon closer inspection, the organs of these people were almost eaten clean. Such a terrifying scene caused the old heavenly master to raise an eyebrow. Figuring that his disciple was kind by nature, he wouldn't be this cruel. Unable to figure it out, he shook his head slightly and then continued on. Nay, before he could take 2 steps, a disoriented and terrified full-sex disciple ran out. Monster! Monster! The old celestial master froze, and then with a big wave of his hand, he instantly knocked him to the ground. Say, what happened here? The omnisexual disciple who had already lost his mind gulped and looked at the old heavenly master in front of him, his face filled with horror. At a loss for words, he pointed around and laughed out loud in panic. There are monsters. Run! Monster that eats people. Ha ha ha, there's a monster. As the laugh fell, a steep odor of shit rose from the man. The old celestial master froze and instantly slapped him to death. Thinking to myself, what kind of monster is it that can actually scare someone out of their mind and cause incontinence? Growing curious, he smiled and then walked towards the depths of the forest. And as it went deeper and deeper, there were more and more bodies inside. Deep in the forest, the rickety old man looked at the battle in front of him with an embarrassed expression on his face. Put your eyes on it. As the crowd swarmed, with 1 against 100, this kid was still fearless, constantly releasing amazing thunder spells. Even more, with the Corpse King's left and right protection, it was difficult to break through the defense for a while. And the most breathless thing was that even if he broke through the Corpse King's defense, this kid's physical defense was still terrifyingly strong. With this circling, it causes the swarm attack to be outright useless. As far as the naked eye could see, there were charred corpses all over the place around its battlefield, and there was no shortage of experts who had ventured in. Roar! But at that moment, the Corpse King with his hands spread out roared. Its eyes were red as it devoured a large amount of flesh and blood. Protected and safe, it crouched steeply. Only Zhang Daoran landed on his shoulder and looked around with his reverse scale in hand and said, "Painful, who else isn't afraid to die? Come on, have a good fight." As soon as these words were uttered, the faces of the remaining omnisexual experts present were embarrassed, including the remaining 5 great Vajra. They were also crippled and mutilated, with only 3 of them intact. The rest were almost more or less injured, and some were even dying. Damn it, kid, if you keep fighting like this, you're bound to die. You don't have much air left, do you? That's right, when you run out of air, I'll eat you alive to avenge my kaiju. Keep on, he must be killed tonight. Looking at the all-sex crowd who were gritting their teeth, Zhang Daoran had a smile on his face. Unconcerned, he coughed and then pulled out a chi-replenishing pill. As it was swallowed into his stomach, an amazing air surged once again. The surrounding crowd was dumbfounded at the sight of this scene. The sudden scene silenced them instantly. Come on, little master. I'm full-blooded again. Zhang Daoran laughed. Little master. My thunder technique happens to be practicing on you guys. When the crowd heard this, they could not help but fall silent. It was only because under the rounds of battles that had just taken place one after another, Zhang Daoran had also taken a few qi replenishing pills. Without such a supplement, he wouldn't be able to support himself in the face of so many full nature experts. The rickety old man also sighed after seeing this scene, mindful of their original purpose. They had come for the old heavenly master. Who knew that a little Taoist priest would make them lose their troops and be helpless? Thinking of this, the hunched old man sighed and said, I counted. You've had it 3 times, so I guess you're out of it. Since you ruined our plans today, you will definitely die. We won't kill the old heavenly master anymore. We'll kill you. As the words fell, a morose murderous aura spread out in all directions. Zhang Daoran couldn't help but laugh when he saw the scene. Undaunted, he looked at the old man who was about to get real and said, Oh, really? What do you see here? Putting down such a sentence, Zhang Daoran followed and pulled out a transparent bottle. What is contained inside is not something else. It is precisely the qi replenishing Dan. Look at the quantity. There are dozens more. The sudden scene caused the entire sex crowd present to fall silent. That Miaojiang woman even couldn't help but curse. Shit, you're just fucking fighting on drugs, aren't you? Be a man and fight me to the death if you can. Hearing this, Zhang Daoran could not help but laugh. With a bland face he spread his legs and despised it. Am I a man you tried? Besides, my dick hates it when you're like that. When the Miaojiang woman heard this, her small face was turned white with anger. Unwilling to ink any further, she snorted coldly and instantly took out a flute. You guys get out of the way. All of you cowering. You won't be able to kill him at all. This puppet belongs to my master. I'll deal with him. I'll leave the rest to you guys. Leaving such a sentence, the woman picked up the flute and played. All of a sudden, a smell of blood boomed out in the dark forest. In the next second, a zombie that was 2 meters tall, cloaked in hair, and reeked of blood ran out. Roar! With reddened eyes, it glanced at the corpse king and instantly growled. Roar! Seeing this, the corpse king followed suit with a growl, and a hint of longing was even revealed in its eyes. Zhang Daoran, who could sense it, saw the scene and a hint of excitement appeared in his eyes. After pondering and consuming half a day, he finally waited for this to come out. With a bland face, he glanced at the woman and smiled. I did kill your master. What can you do to me? He's just as much of a loser as you are. In my opinion. When the Miaojiang woman heard this, she was instantly infuriated and screamed. Enraged, she looked at Zhang Daoran in front of her and shouted angrily. Zhang Lingyu, Miao Ernyang, will kill you. As the words fell, Miao Ernyang then waved her hand. At that moment, the zombie on the side was like a phantom, and instantly disappeared in place. With its extremely fast speed, it arrived at the corpse king's heels in the next second. Roar! The moment it approached, it opened its bloody mouth and roared. When he was about to launch an attack, he saw the corpse king raise his hand and slash. Boom! Instantly, Miao Ernyang's zombie froze and was instantly shaken back 3 meters. Zhang Daoran, who was standing on his shoulders, couldn't help but laugh when he saw the scene. Looking around at the dumbfounded crowd, he said, Idiots, it's time for the game to end. Little master goes first. Go, you're outta here. When the crowd heard this, they all gawked, ready to swarm. However, after seeing Zhang Daoran finish speaking, he then glanced at the movement behind him. Without the slightest hesitation he instantly snapped his fingers. At once, the corpse king disappeared into thin air after him, and Zhang Daoran also quietly disappeared without a trace in full view of everyone. The sudden scene was a sight to behold. This kid is gone. He's not human? The breath is gone. My eyes aren't blurry. Are they? What's going on here? Where are the people? Miao Ernyang. The ickle old man's eyes were filled with incredulity when he saw the scene. Frozen in place, they couldn't tell what was happening for a moment. Sins! But at that moment, an angry cry came from the forest in the distance. The rickety old man froze, and immediately his face changed drastically, only to see that in the forest, the black-faced old celestial master slowly walked out. One way or another he looked around and said, Where is my apprentice? Apprentice? The rickety old man froze, thinking to himself, Your disciple just disappeared into thin air after killing someone. You're asking me? I'm asking who? Old heavenly master. You're here. When the surrounding crowd saw this scene, their faces changed. Looking at the old heavenly master in front of them whose body was bursting with murderous aura, they all pinched a sweat in their hands. After all, they had just been in a big battle and were more or less not at their strongest. Now that the old heavenly master had come, they didn't have the courage to fight. Where is my apprentice? Speak! The old celestial master who kept surveying the surroundings shouted angrily. He was killed by you? As soon as these words were uttered, the hunched old man immediately felt wronged. Takuma had paid a great price for them to deal with that kid, not to mention killed. No one was hurt. Thinking of this, the hunched old man sighed. Old Heavenly Master, your disciple has run away. Others are gone. You dare to lie to me. The old Celestial Master suddenly lost control of his emotions and interrupted in tears. I've come all this way and I haven't run into him. Where's he headed? Ah, how dare you kill my Zhang Jiwei's disciple? The sudden black cauldron caught the whole sex crowd present by surprise. Looking at the old Celestial Master in front of them who was in rare tears, all of them went numb, thinking to themselves that the guy had suddenly disappeared and they didn't have time to kill him even if they wanted to. Seeing this scene, Miao Ernyang's scalp was even more numb as she said, "This old man is crying. I'll go first." Putting down such a sentence, Miao Ernyang intended to leave without saying a word. Who knew that just as he took a step, a terrifying aura steeply came from behind him. Looking back, the Heavenly Master, whose body was bursting with thunderous light, waved his hand in a big way. A bucket-thick thunderbolt instantly fell straight towards Miao Ernyang. Boom! When he was about to hit him, a zombie on the side appeared with a bang, stopping the blow hard. No one is going anywhere. I want you to return my disciple's life. Seeing this scene, the old Heavenly Master could not help but shout angrily with a thunderbolt in his left hand and a golden light incantation in his right hand. My poor disciple. Ah! My master will avenge you today and make them bury you with them. The rickety old man. The hunched old man who froze in place couldn't help but gulp when he saw this scene. Incredibly wronged. He looked around and backed away. Old Celestial Master. Your disciple Zhang Lingyu really didn't die. He disappeared in a whoosh. Zhang Lingyu? Isn't that the rebel? The old Celestial Master froze, and his heart was suddenly a bit puzzled. However, in order to kill all these guys, he still pretended to be furious and said, "Lies, you're lying to me. My disciple was killed by you. Death to all of you." Putting down such a sentence, the old Heavenly Master instantly charged forward with his left hand in the thunder technique and his right hand in the golden light incantation. It was as if he had entered a no man's land, and between his raised hands, he was killing with a single blow. Anyone who confronted it would either die or be injured, and there was no one enemy at all. Ah, help, this is too fierce. I didn't kill your disciple. Ah, no, he's not dead at all. Help me, I don't want to die. Old Heavenly Master, you're not being reasonable. In the midst of the screams, a group of all-sex demons were killed and fled in all directions. This caused Zhang Daoran, who was hiding in a large tree, to give a thumbs up when he saw it. I thought to myself that my breath master could still recognize it, right? I didn't realize that the master would take the trick and actually use his anger to push all the way across the room. This shameless, belabored look. It's still so funny. A rather emotional Zhang Daoran smiled and then landed on the ground, looking at the corpses around him, as well as the various types of weapons. A hint of a smile appeared in his eyes. With a casual snap of his fingers, the Corpse King reappeared. Go ahead. It's all yours. And remember, you can't eat the spells on them. The Corpse King nodded, and then turned into a phantom and ran off in all directions. In less than a moment, a piece of magic weapon was brought back by it. Among them were axes, hammers, and other kinds of magic weapons, all of which looked to be of good quality. Of course there are some bank cards, cell phones, or other things. Zhang Daoran pocketed the useful things after making some selections. He was about to leave when he saw the Corpse King running back again. Vaguely visible was an arm carried in its hand. Zhang Daoran was stunned, originally thinking that this guy had gone crazy eating. Who knew that on closer inspection, the arm was a big deal. To the naked eye, the arm was skin and flesh on the outside, but inside it was machinery. It froze him, and he instantly ran in the direction the necromancer had come back from. Not 2 steps away, the body of the man known as King Kong came into view. It was vaguely visible that under the Corpse King's bloody mouth, the man's internal organs had been emptied. As for its limbs, they were mutilated, and the man's right arm is in the Corpse King's hand. Zhang Daoran, who squatted down, looked at the wound for a few moments and realized that the mechanical arm seemed to be grafted. God's machine 100 refinements. Incredulous, he shook his head as 4 words came to mind, but on second thought, the men were tall and not necessarily from the Shinji Bai Lian. Foreign forces. A greater possibility appeared in Zhang Daoran's mind. After all, looking at the entire world, there were still many powerful forces. Thinking of this, Zhang Daoran looked at the arm and then threw it on the ground. Glancing back at the forest in several other directions, a glint appeared in his eyes. Thinking about the remaining few Vajra, they seemed to have run off in that direction. The only way to find out their secrets is to find people. Deep in the woods, in a pile of rocks, the 2 Vajra sat frozen on the ground, their faces covered in blood. Vaguely visible, the duo's entire body was covered in bloody holes, obviously having just experienced a battle that brought them back from the dead. Big brother, Lao San has already died for us. This place can't stay. One of the burly men with a broken leg gave a silent cry. I broke my leg too. Now it's my turn to break it. Hearing this, a hint of sadness appeared in the eyes of the elder brother in charge. Thinking to themselves that they, the 6 great Vajra, had come to Dashya this time, originally thinking that they would be able to obtain heavenly benefits. Who knew that we would start to lose people before we even met the main man, and after meeting the rightful owner, they were even more dead and wounded. He shook his head at the thought of the creepy old man. No, the 6 of us came together. Never me going back alone. The Vajra with the broken leg froze, then fell silent. As he was planning to be persuading his elder brother, suddenly there was a commotion coming from outside the pile of stones on the side. In the next second, a bloody head landed in front of the duo. Old 3. Looking at the dead old 3rd, the eldest brother in charge shouted angrily, eyes full of anger. He glanced around as if he were a panther and began to look around. Intuition told him that a dangerous aura was approaching nearby. Tell me where you came from. But at that moment, a voice rang out. Immediately after that, Zhang Daolan, who was sitting on the corpse king's shoulder, appeared with a bang. This scene that appeared out of thin air made the duo look dumbfounded and filled with shock. It's you! The Vajra with the broken leg froze, then became enraged. He thought that the reason why they had ended up in this situation had a lot to do with this person. Who exactly is your excellency? The big brother in the lead said in a cold voice. Even if you die, give us an understanding. Hearing this, Zhang Daoran could not help but smile slightly. He thought to himself that he had chased them all the way and found one of the 3 dead. It was only by following the corpse king's senses that the remaining 2 were found in these ruins. It was vaguely visible that these 2 were bruised all over their bodies, and their battle strength was 10-1. Compared to the previous look, it was a magnificent sight to behold. An unconcerned Zhang Daoran shook his head and said, You are not qualified to negotiate with me, and as for who I am, you are even less worthy to know. Tell me who you are. Hearing this, the big brother in charge's face froze. Knowing that he couldn't run away, he smiled bitterly and immediately stood up. There is no fear of death. If you don't say it, I won't say it either. Putting down such a sentence, the big brother in the lead then took a step forward. Between the lifting of his hands, an extremely powerful punch blasted out. Boom! Nay! The corpse king only slightly raised his hand and blasted him out with a punch. As an explosive sound rang out, a large tree was instantly snapped by it. In the next second, the corpse king came to its heels. With a casual wave, the sharp claws were already at its throat. Big brother! This caused the man with the broken leg on the side to shout angrily when he saw it. Zhang Daoran, who was sitting on his shoulder, smiled and looked at the dying strong man and said, I told you, you're not qualified. Are you, willing to talk? The man with the broken leg showed a hint of anger in his eyes after hearing this. Unwilling to give in, he bellowed angrily and limped off. Deceitful, I'll kill you. Click. As soon as the words left his mouth, he only saw Zhang Daoran's hand rise and fall. Ah! The fallen strong man instantly screamed miserably, and one of his fingers was instantly chopped off. The sudden scene caused the man with the broken leg to shout angrily, Big brother, if you don't say anything, then watch him suffer. Zhang Daoran laughed lightly. Don't say I'm cruel. You demons deserve it. Ah! As the words fell, Zhang Daoran slashed away with another sword. At once, a finger fell to the ground as if it were a stone. You say no. When the man with the broken leg saw this scene, his eyes were red and covered in blood. Ah! The old tearful man let out a long cry to the sky and then fell silent. Give us a pain in the ass, please. An unimpressed Zhang Daoran laughed and casually swept another sword across his hand. Click! An arm fell to the ground in the process. This scene caused the man with the broken leg's body to tremble slightly when he saw it. Feeling extreme pain, he shook his head and said, we're from. Moments later, after figuring out the situation, Zhang Daoran's eyes were filled with surprise. Looking at the man in front of him who was hugging his big brother, his face was indifferent. He thought to himself that these foreigners were so ambitious that they actually wanted to kill his master. Not caring too much, he smiled and instantly snapped his fingers. Click! At that moment, the corpse king then swung his sharp claws, and 2 heads rolled to the ground. Opening its bloody mouth, it immediately began to devour it. Roar! In less than a moment, the 2 inhuman experts were eaten by them. Feeling the surge in power, it then raised its head to the sky and let out a long whistle. When Zhang Daoran saw this scene, a hint of laughter appeared in his eyes. Thinking to himself that this guy seems to be advancing again after eating a bunch of masters, and the next level seems to be hairy stiffs. All it takes is an opportunity for this one to get stronger. Thinking of this, Zhang Daoran looked at the other direction and the corner of his mouth lifted slightly. A few moments later, in the middle of a forest, Miao Ernyang, who kept running away, slowly stopped. After confirming that the old celestial master was not coming after her, she breathed a sigh of relief in her heart. With a broken leg, she smiled bitterly and instantly sat down on the ground, and behind her followed the zombie. Visible to the naked eye, the zombie had a basketball-sized bloody hole in its abdomen. When she thought of the old Heavenly Master's terrifying strike just now, Miao Ernyang's face went white for a while, figuring that if this guy hadn't blocked for her, I'm afraid she'd be gone. Thinking of this, Miao Ernyang let out a sigh, and then planned to get up and continue her escape. After all, this place was nowhere to be found, and if the old Heavenly Master came after him, it would be a cry for help. In a word, she shook her head slightly, then rode on the zombie's neck and continued on her way. Roar! Who knew that before he could take 2 steps? Suddenly the zombie underneath him growled. This caused Miao Ernyang to freeze, and then her face turned pale, only to see Zhang Daoran, who was sitting on the corpse king's shoulder, walk out in the forest in front of the two of them. Condescending to him, he glanced at Miao Ernyang, a smile on his face. What an enemy! Miao Ernyang! The sudden greeting caused Miao Ernyang to curse in her heart, but in order to escape, she could only force a smile. Zhang Lingyu, can you let me go? I'm willing to trade anything with you, including myself. The 36 cottages have a technique called bedlam incense. This technique I also know, guaranteed to make you happy as if you were a free immortal. As soon as these words left his mouth, Zhang Daoran snorted. Unable to hold back a laugh, he shook his head slightly and flirted. You don't take a piss and look at yourself. Do you deserve it? When Miao Ernyang heard this, her old face blushed. Furious, she gritted her teeth. Who on earth are you? Longhu Mountain would never allow its disciples to refine zombies. You are definitely not Zhang Lingyu. 3 more shifts, kneeling for 5-star reviews and free gifts, kneeling for support from all the dudes and dudettes. I am indeed not Zhang Lingyu. Zhang Daoran smiled and responded unapologetically. You want to know who I am? Who are you? Miao Ernyang gritted her teeth. I thought to myself that this person in front of me is mysterious and unpredictable, and all his means are endless. Such a person is by no means an ordinary person, and may even be some type of expert disguise. I'm your dad. As soon as these words were uttered, a trace of consternation appeared in Miao Ernyang's eyes, and as she looked at Zhang Daoran in front of her, she instantly became old and shy. Deceitful, do you really think I'm soft? Up. Putting down such a sentence, Miao Ernyang then landed on her feet and ordered, roar. At that moment, its zombie roared, and then pounced straight towards Zhang Daoran, and when Miao Ernyang saw this scene, she directly bailed out without the slightest hesitation. This caused Zhang Daoran to show a hint of pity in his eyes when he saw it. With a bemused face, he glanced at the corpse king and instantly landed and chased after him. Roar! The corpse king then growled and then ran to grab the running Miao Ernyang zombie. With a lift of his hand, he directly removed one of his bladders. Its terrifying strength was instantly high and low, and in the forest, Miao Ernyang's face went white as she listened to the roaring behind her. She was limping and running, looking extremely distressed, especially the injury at her calf was causing her immense pain. A few stumbles down, blood dripping, the incomparably agonized Miao Ernyang let out a sigh, and was about to clench her teeth and accelerate her escape when she did so. However, he saw a long sword covered in black armor blast down from the sky. The piercing sound of the sword made her freeze. Immediately after that, Zhang Daoran, who had transformed into a stump, then came to follow. Hugging his arm, he glanced at Miao Ernyang and couldn't help but smile slightly. Can we still escape? Hearing this, Miao Ernyang's face turned pale. Gritting her teeth, she shook her head and then fell to her knees. Father, spare me. I'm willing to recognize you as my lord. The moment these words came out, they almost didn't give Zhang Daoran a whole lot of trouble. Looking at the capable Miao Ernyang in front of him, he laughed. I didn't think that was your reaction. It's kind of funny. Miao Ernyang froze. Then a fawning smile appeared on her face, able to bend and bend. She nodded, then leaned back against the ground. That small white hand, even more intentionally placed on the full breasts. Father, I'm willing to do anything if you're willing to let me off the hook. Putting down such a sentence, Miao Ernyang followed and removed her clothes. The white skin, as well as the waves, made Zhang Daoran stare. With a bland face, he subconsciously nonchalantly turned away. Go to hell. And when Miao Ernyang saw this scene, she let out an angry cry. At once, a dagger exploded out of its palm. Driven by the air, it blasted closer at extreme speed. This caused a hint of a sigh to appear in Zhang Daoran's eyes after he perceived it. Dang! As expected, with a piercing metallic sound, the dagger in front of his eyes was as if it was in pieces, instantly shattering apart. How is this possible? Miao Ernyang froze, suddenly a little unconvinced that this was true. Pust! Nay! In the next second, the reverse scale had already penetrated its chest. Zhang Daoran, who was holding his arms, saw this scene and his face was indifferent, thinking to himself that under the sharpening of the Dao fist, His fleshly body had long been comparable to a basilisk. Secondly, coupled with the protection of the golden light mantra, normal attacks simply could not break through the defense. Zhang Daoran, who had finished solving the problem, shook his head and then began to grope around his body with his eyes closed. First there was a burst of lofty peaks, then a piece of smooth jade, and finally, at its spine, a book was touched. Taking it out, it was the very same ancient book as its master. The top was wet with blood and looked extremely horrible. Good thing it was wrapped in craft paper, not too thoroughly soaked. As soon as it was opened, a hint of surprise instantly appeared in Zhang Daoran's eyes, thinking to myself that this book is clearly different from the one before it. Within it, in addition to the art of driving out corpses, it also tells about the origins of the 36 walled villages. After looking at it carefully for a few moments, Zhang Daoran put it away. Before the rebellion of Caution, there were many masters from all the major sects, including many top-notch powerhouses. The 36 villages are the forces that dominate the western Hunan area. It was a pity that this power seemed to be related to Quan sects, and was eventually destroyed by Lung Fu Shan. Roar! While Zhang Daoran was thinking, suddenly a growling sound came from the side. He froze slightly, and instantly sprinted away. After rounding a forest, the scene before him stunned him, only to see that the corpse king was covered in black blood, and it was devouring lunarization as it looked up to the sky. It was obvious to the naked eye that its size, as well as its appearance, was changing alarmingly. If it was zombie-like before, it seems to be starting to return. The previous appearance of its corpse was slowly being revealed. This caused three big words to come to Zhang Daoran's mind when he saw it. General. Tall and powerful. His face is forceful and powerful, coupled with that head of black hair. It is clearly a great and fierce general who fought in the four directions in ancient times. However, this was all in Zhang Daoran's own imagination. After all, he did not know where this corpse king came from. Just know that this guy, I'm afraid, has something to do with the Basho area. Boom! But at that moment, a thunderbolt fell from the sky, heading straight for the corpse king. Seeing this, Zhang Daoran subconsciously wanted to make a move to resolve the situation. However, when he saw the corpse king growl, he took the blow hard, unharmed. It appeared calm, grossly stiff. Seeing this scene, Zhang Daoran was ecstatic in his heart. Takumi had finally taken this corpse king a step further after eating so many full-sex demons. Quite happy, he snapped his fingers and the reverse scale was then in his pocket. And when the corpse king heard about it, he quickly came to the front. Zhang Daoran, who was only 8 years old in height, looked up with a smile on his face, pointing back to the forest. The corpse king then obediently rushed off. As for what to go for, naturally it was for the corpse of Miao Ernyang. After all, he wouldn't give up any corpse for the sake of the corpse king's growth. Thinking of this, Zhang Daoran glanced at the deep movement and a hint of a smile appeared in his eyes. I thought to myself that it was finally time to go back after being down the mountain for so long. Otherwise, continuing to stay here might attract suspicion. Thinking of this, Zhang Daoran was about to leave. However, he saw that in the middle of the forest, a shocking thunder came from a steep place, on Mount Wudong. Wang, who couldn't sleep, also looked at the thunderous light at the bottom of the mountain, his eyes full of incredulity. Filled with shock, he looked at the Taisher master at the side and couldn't help but gulp. Master Tai, do you really not need us to make a move? When Zhou Meng heard this, he couldn't help but shake his head slightly. Hugging his arms he pinched his fingers and a sigh came to his eyes. I thought to myself that if the old celestial master kills like this tonight, I'm afraid that those people from the 10 brothers are going to raise hell again. Thinking of this, Zhou Meng glanced back at Wang Yidao. Are you sure the boy went down too? Aha! Wang also nodded, thinking to himself that he had specifically gone to the storehouse, and looked in the backyard, and hadn't been able to find where that guy was. The only possibility, this kid is also killing enemies at the bottom of the mountain. Remember, when others ask, just say that it's only the old heavenly master. Zhou Meng smiled. Got it? Wang also froze, looking at the Taisher master in front of him. He was slightly puzzled. Master, don't you say that monks don't lie? Snap. Before the words were finished, Zhou Meng backhanded a slap. Looking at Wang Yuyat in front of him, Blackface said, that's a bald ass. Are you a bald ass? Covering his head, Wang also shook his head, his mood suddenly a little complicated. In the forest under the mountain, the hunched old man who was dying and leaning against a large tree looked particularly pitiful. Looking at the old heavenly master in front of him, who was calm and relaxed, with his hands behind his back, his eyes were filled with speechlessness. Ahem, your disciple we really didn't kill. The old heavenly master. The old celestial master with his hands behind his back had a smile on his face when he heard this. Without a care in the world he looked at the hunched old man and then sighed. Thought you were a good fighter, but this is it? Now it's really a few years without coming down from the mountain. and even a loser like you dares to come and kill me. When the rickety old man heard this, a hint of pain appeared in his eyes. He thought to himself that the old celestial master's toughness was simply beyond human comprehension. In his opinion, he was afraid that this old man would be invincible in another 10 years. Filled with bitterness, he shook his head and then lip-synced a few words. I'm going to hell. Old undead. A black line crossed the top of the old celestial master's head when he saw this scene. With a bland face, he shook his head and then waved his hand. Instantly, the body of the hunched old man leaning against the tree instantly spontaneously combusted. After doing so, the old heavenly master turned to look in other directions, a glint in his eyes. I thought to myself that the night seemed extraordinarily beautiful tonight. The moon was shining and everything was so beautiful. Thinking of this, the old celestial master coughed and then ran up the hill. Early the next morning on the summit, Wang also looked at Zhang Daoran, his face filled with skepticism. After a couple of close looks, he realized that the guy was acting as if nothing had happened. But he knew very well in his heart that the guy had returned late last night. What are you looking at? Envious? How about a contest? The sudden inquiry caused Wang to freeze as well. Looking at Zhang Daoran, he instantly felt inferior. He looked down at his crotch and wondered why he was so small. Unscientific. Especially with Zhang Daoran peeing 3 feet into the wind. The scene made Wang also blush for a while. Lean. You spilled it on me. Asshole. Zhang Daoran looked at the fleeing Wang Yuya with a hint of a smile in his eyes. With a bland face, he stretched and let it fly. After the relief had passed, he couldn't help but shake 3 times. And then he intended to turn around and leave the place. However, he saw that behind him, the master did not know when to come here. Master, you're back so soon? Aha! The old heavenly master nodded, and with his hands behind his back, he glanced at Zhang Daoran with a smile on his face. After looking at it for a few moments, he then smiled. You slept well last night. Yes, Zhang Daoran said blandly. It's quite comfortable. What? It's okay, old Sky Master said with a slight nod. Come down later. It's time to leave. Hearing this, Zhang Daoran nodded. The corner of his mouth lifted slightly as he looked at his master who turned to leave. I thought to myself that last night so much commotion. In the end, what happened? The master heart knows. As for why he didn't ask, naturally, it was because he was a big help. Thinking of this, Zhang Daoran smiled and followed towards the Wudong Grand Hall. Who knew that before he could take 2 steps, he would see several helicopters flying towards the area. Inside the Great Hall, Wang also looked at the bodyguards in suits and sunglasses in front of him, and a hint of surprise appeared in his eyes. The thought crossed my mind that there was clearly air in these people, and naturally, the people they protect are not ordinary people. Rather surprised, he shook his head slightly when suddenly there were footsteps behind him. Looking back, Wang also couldn't help but stare, only to see a tall, middle-aged man in a well-pressed suit with a backcombed hairstyle walk in. With his rimless glasses, he looked extraordinarily svelte. President Wind, what kind of wind has blown you here? Seeing this scene, Daoist Yunlong, who was on the side, then stepped forward to welcome him. When Feng Zhanghao heard this, he couldn't help but nod his head. Looking around the room he then frowned. Where's the old celestial master? Daoist Cloud Dragon nodded and laughed lightly. The old celestial master has been waiting for you for a long time. Go! Feng Zhanghao froze, then followed and walked towards the main hall. The king on the side also saw this scene and subconsciously wanted to follow. Nay, before he could take 2 steps, he was scared back by a look from Daoist Cloud Dragon. Soon, as the group arrived at the temple, the old heavenly master was sitting with Zhou Meng playing chess while Zhang Daoran stood next to him. Feng Zhanghao, who had come here, took a look and then coughed. Old heavenly master, sect leader Zhou, goodbye. Zhou Meng nodded slightly and withdrew his eyes after glancing at Feng Zhanghao. On the contrary, the old celestial master remained unconcerned, playing chess seriously. This caused Zhang Daoran to be secretly surprised when he saw it. I thought to myself that the master is the strongest of the 10 brothers, and even more so a Jedi, and the Feng Zhanghao in front of him was the president of the world society, whose heritage and strength were not enough for the master to take seriously. The only thing I can come up with is a tattered version of detaining Spirit Dispatch. Feng Zhanghao was not surprised to see this scene. With a bemused face, he then stood aside and carefully viewed it. As time passed by, a game of chess was quickly finished. I lost, Zhou Meng said bitterly. The old heavenly master is still the same. Just kidding, the old celestial master laughed cheerfully. I'm still precious. As soon as these words were uttered, Zhang Daoran, who was on the side, almost didn't burst out laughing. Looking at the somewhat narcissistic master in front of him, he couldn't help but shake his head. And when Feng Zhanghao saw this scene, he couldn't help but open his mouth. Old celestial master, come with me. There has to be an explanation for this. Account for it? The old celestial master frowned. then got up and stood, tall and straight. He said with great vigor, "I'm out there. What explanation do I give? Who needs me to give an explanation? You?" When Feng Zhanghao heard this, he couldn't help but smile bitterly. Thinking to myself, what happened last night? The whole 10 Brotherhood knows about it. Rather bitterly he coughed and said, "Quan sex invoked in the first place. That's what we know. We just need the old celestial master to go back and explain. After all, you're also a 10th brother." Hearing this, a hint of a smile appeared in the old heavenly master's eyes. Unconcerned, he glanced at Feng Zhanghao and couldn't help but shake his head slightly. He thought to himself that the only reason these guys had asked him to make the trip was for this apprentice of theirs. Secondly, last night, I pushed too hard and did kill a little too hard, but there's one thing to be said for that. Some people really weren't killed by him. Thinking of this, the old heavenly master glanced back at Zhang Daoran and sighed in his heart. Explain? What can I explain? Someone is coming to kill me and I have to examine the situation? Feng Zhanghao, if I don't go back with you, what can you do? As the words fell, the atmosphere in the Great Hall instantly became tense. When Feng Zhanghao heard this, he frowned even more. Looking at the old heavenly master in front of him, he didn't really know how to respond. Just kidding, the old celestial master laughed again. In advance, I'm not going to the office. Let's go straight to your house. My apprentice doesn't like that kind of scene. Don't you think so? Daoran. Zhang Daoran? Zhang Daoran, who had a face full of question marks, froze and looked at the master who had thrown the pot at him. He was speechless for a while. He thought to himself that since he had been down the mountain for a few months, Master would ask himself every time he was unsure of something, already used to taking the blame. He coughed. Yes, Master. Feng Zhanghao froze and couldn't help but look at Zhang Daoran one more time. Takuma. According to the intelligence, the person who followed the old heavenly master down the mountain this time was a person they never knew was a disciple. When I saw it today, who knew it was just a doll? Rather surprised, he coughed and said, "No problem. It's an honor for the old heavenly master to go to my world society." The old celestial master, who was too lazy to say anything more, nodded and turned to look at Zhou Meng, then coughed. "New busy? Don't forget my herbs. Send me out." Zhou Meng froze and couldn't help but twitch his face, thinking to himself that he had so many things for this old bastard. I didn't expect him to want something else. Slightly speechless, he shook his head slightly and then flung his sleeves away. Moments later, on the plane back to the World Council, Zhang Daoran, who was hugging his arms, glanced at the talking and laughing master and was slightly bored. With a wave of his hand, the personal interface quietly appeared. Host, Zhang Daoran, age, 8 years old, height, 1.5 meters, skills, enlightenment against all odds, golden light mantra, Taoist fist, divine alchemy, thunder, yang 5 thunders, refining art, Tai Chi fist, weapons, adversary scales, alchemy furnace, warpet, furry stiff, warehouse, 2 beast dawn, 2 return to Yuan dawn, 50 chi replenishing dawn, grade 4 feathered clothes x1, alchemy furnace x1, 100 years of Hishawu x4, 100 years of ginseng x5, various types of gold ores x50, money not counted, broken spells x30. Looking at the refreshed interface, Zhang Daoran was ecstatic in his heart. He thought to himself that last night's battle was an exceptionally rich harvest for him. Whether it was the advancement of the Corpse King or the harvest of various types of treasures, it was almost a potpourri. Of course the most of them were broken spells, as well as some relatively intact ones. It was all down to the master killing the enemy at the front and him picking up the pieces at the back. The next is some of the corpses brought back. Under miscellaneous, Zhang Daoran's warehouse can be said to be piled up. When he got off the plane, he planned on opening the furnace for refining and upgrading the adversary scale with additional points. Thinking of this, a hint of a smile appeared on Zhang Daoran's face. I was about to take a nap when suddenly the plane stopped. Looking down, they had come to the top of a tall building, the Heavenly Society building. Feng Zhanghao, who got off the airplane, smiled and couldn't help but welcome it. Old Celestial Master, I welcome you on behalf of the World Council. The old Heavenly Master, who was being supported by Zhang Daoran, nodded and then followed him off the airplane. Looking around, there were bodyguards standing all over the entire top floor, as well as Miss Manners, all tall and beautiful, lined up in 2 welcoming rows. Zhang Daoran, who had walked all the way to the very center, was secretly surprised when he saw this scene. I thought that this world society was worthy of being a great power, and under the leadership of this Feng Zhanghao, it looked majestic. Father, but at that moment, a nice voice came from the doorway. In the next second, a girl with silver hair and a pretty face, the same year as Zhang Daoran, walked out. Win Salian. When Zhang Daoran saw this scene, a glint appeared in his eyes. Takumi, this girl really lives up to her name. When you look at it, it seems like it's never been smaller since it was a kid. That slight undulating scale is fierce at first glance. Xian, this is the old heavenly master, Feng Zhanghao said. Feng Xian pays her respects to the old heavenly master. The courteous Feng Xian nodded, then clasped her fists in obeisance. This made the old celestial master nod in satisfaction when he saw it. Glancing back at Zhang Daoran, he smiled. President Feng, your daughter is nice. Feng Zhanghao laughed and looked at Xian and said, the celestial master compliments you. Please. Soon, the group headed towards the hall. Zhang Daoran, who was trailing behind, looked very salty, all the way over. Looking over, with a bemused look on his face. After arriving at the hall, the old Tianshi then entered the office with Feng Zhanghao. A rather bored Zhang Daoran sighed, so he found a sofa and sat on it. Who knew that just after sitting down, Feng Xian came here, with a bland face. She glanced at Zhang Daoran and said, you are Zhang Daoran, the new disciple of the heavenly master? Zhang Daoran said, what can I do for you? Feng Xian smiled, a hint of wariness in her eyes as she hugged her arms. She looked a little excited as she had not yet fought with the people of the Dragon Tiger Mountain Heavenly Master's house. Want to fight me? Don't! Hearing the inquiry, Zhang Daoran directly refused. This caused Feng Xian to instantly feel a bit embarrassed upon hearing this. Rejected? She inquired again. Why, afraid of losing to me? An unimpressed Zhang Daoran laughed and flirted. No, I'm afraid you'll cry. As soon as these words were uttered, Feng Xian was enraged. Looking at the arrogant Zhang Daoran in front of him, he then raised a middle finger. Talk is cheap. Fight me if you can. When Zhang Daoran heard this, a hint of a smile appeared in his eyes. Sitting on the sofa, he looked at Feng Xian and immediately got up and stood up. What if I lose? I don't like to fight casually. Feng Xian smiled, then snapped her fingers and said, make whatever terms you want, and of course, you won't have to use them, because I'll win you. Putting down such a sentence, Feng Xian then lifted her foot and kicked away. When he was about to hit the kick, he saw that the person in front of him had disappeared. Space shuttle? When Feng Xian saw this scene, a hint of shock appeared in her eyes, thinking to herself that she had never seen any other outsider with this ability besides her. Who knew that the guy in front of me actually would? In the next second, Zhang Daoran, who was holding his arms, appeared on the other side of the road. Too slow. Still fighting? Feng Xian froze, then her face darkened. Somewhat angrily, she grunted softly and followed with a kick. At the same time, she naturally used her space travel ability. Nay, the person disappeared again the moment he approached Zhang Daoran. The sudden scene caused Feng Xian's face to turn pale. This feeling of not being able to hit seems extraordinarily terrifying. And in the next second, Zhang Daoran once again held his arms and said, can you walk? It's too slow. As soon as those words came out, Feng Xian felt insulted. Pale in color, she gritted her teeth and then followed the speed up and rushed off. Who knew that just as I got closer, the person was gone again? The cycle went on and on, causing Feng Xian's mind to be in a state of disarray. Looking at Zhang Daoran who reappeared, she wailed, oh who, you bully, why can't I hit you? Woo woo. 3 more shifts, kneeling for 5-star reviews and free gifts. Kneel down and ask for support from all the dudes and dudettes. Can't hit it? Zhang Daoran laughed and hugged his arms. Actually, I've been waiting for you at the same spot. It's just a pity you couldn't see it. Feng Xian? Frozen in place, Feng Xian wiped her tears and said, no way, I clearly saw that you were gone, and you know how to space travel. The unimpressed Zhang Daoran shook his head slightly, thinking that the reason why he suddenly disappeared was entirely because of Hajime. Looking at the crying Feng Xian in front of him, a hint of disinterest appeared in his eyes, and that's when in the conference room, the old celestial master glanced at Feng Zhanghao, his eyes bland. After taking a sip from his teacup, he got up with the intention of leaving. This caused Feng Zhanghao to laugh awkwardly as he looked at it. Old heavenly master. In short, we didn't mean it that way. We just thought. Think I'm too dangerous, huh? The old celestial master stopped to say. Hearing this, Feng Zhanghao sighed in his heart. I thought to myself that it was more than dangerous. It's simply dangerous. Ask a man who is invincible and suddenly runs out into the street in the cold. If something were to happen to this, hell knows how much damage would be incurred. Between the agreement with the OP, they obviously couldn't let this happen. As for an occasional visit, it's not unacceptable. Otherwise, he wouldn't be the only one who came today. Feng Zhanghao. Got it. The old celestial master spoke again. I'll let you know when I get off the mountain again after this one. Good. Feng Zhanghao nodded and looked at the back that was walking outward. His forehead was covered in a large sweat. Takuma was in for a real sweat when it came to facing this one. After all, once he had said the wrong thing, others moved their hands, but he lost his life. Thinking of this, Feng Zhanghao glanced at the phone next to him, a hint of anticipation in his eyes. A few moments later, in the guest room of the World Club. Master, do you mean for me to take the punishment for you? Upon hearing the inquiry, the old celestial master nodded. He who was eating chicken claws looked at Zhang Daoran and picked up the bubbly noodles. Do you have a problem with disciples being punished for their master? No comment. Hearing this, Zhang Daoran couldn't help but sigh, figuring out that it was clearly the master's own private descent from the mountain that drew the 10 Brotherhood to pursue the matter. Who knew that the person who was going to be punished was actually him? A rather helpless Zhang Daoran sighed and said, Master, what's the punishment? The old celestial master smiled, and then took a sip of soup from the bucket of bubbling noodles. After drinking it, he nodded in satisfaction. It's still good instant noodles down here on the mountain. Get it? Punished? It's for you to fight with the disciples of the 10 brothers, commonly known as the ring match, and I told them that they could fight 1 out of 9. A martial arts competition? Zhang Daoran froze, a hint of surprise appearing in his eyes. Looking at the master who had pitted himself, his face was speechless. Master, is this appropriate? Please. Unimpressed, the old celestial master smiled, then rose to his feet. Eating and drinking, he glanced out the window at the skyscrapers and said, What's so inappropriate about it? It fits like a glove. You've got your hands full with those little brats. By the way, Feng Zhanghao said that he would invite me to some impression city to wash my feet later, so you should practice well at home. Ah, I'm leaving. Looking at the master who flung his hands away, Zhang Daoran froze in place. Wash your feet. Incredulous, he shook his head, suddenly somewhat speechless. Combined, only he came down the mountain to sharpen his skills, while the master came to enjoy life. A slightly bitter Zhang Daoran sighed and followed with a sigh. Looking out the window at the departing helicopter, he was even more envious. Thinking of this, he was about to cross his legs and meditate when suddenly the sound of sneaky footsteps came from the outside of the door. This caused Zhang Daoran to freeze and follow by putting on his feathered clothes and disappearing. Knock knock. The next second, there was a knock at the door of the room. After no one obliged, the door to the room was then opened. Immediately after that, a silver-haired Feng Xiaoyan walked in. With a bland face she looked around the room, a hint of doubt in her eyes, thinking to myself that the kid should be in the house by this time of day. But looking at the empty room, Feng Xiaoyan wondered for a moment where the people had gone. Clenching her fist, she grunted softly and took the room card in her hand and looked at it, then turned to leave. After the people left, Zhang Daoran followed and appeared out, thinking to himself, this chick came to him, and it seemed like nothing good was going to come of it. Hugging his arms, he rubbed his chin and instantly sat up cross-legged. A few moments later, as the night drew on, the entire World Council building was wrapped in a neon city, and in the room, Zhang Daoran was still meditating and sitting cross-legged. He, who was constantly tuning in, clearly felt that his own strength was growing crazily, as if experiencing the Wudong battle. His thunder technique, Dao Fist, and Golden Light incantation had all improved by leaps and bounds. In particular, the change in the form of the air was quite surprising to Zhang Daoran. Thinking of this, he opened his eyes and casually waved his hand, and a flash of golden-purple thunder fire appeared in the palm of his hand. Upon closer inspection, this thunder fire was composed of air, and it was filled with amazing power. The air of ordinary inhumans was not even on the same level compared to this, especially during the battle. Zhang Daoran could clearly perceive the power of this air. Quite emotional, he shook his head slightly, thinking that the Thunder Law wanted to go further unless he could get in touch with the Celestial Master degree, or perhaps learn other lightning techniques so as to grow in strength. Thoughtful, he smiled and then put the thunder fire away. With a wave of his hand, the reverse scale quietly appeared in front of him. It was vaguely visible that a black scale was originally attached to the sword, but with the constant opening of the seal for bloodlust, the scales had disappeared for the most part. The surface of the revealed sword was extraordinarily shiny. Its blade, moreover, was unusually sharp. Go! Zhang Daoran let out a low gulp, and the reverse scale instantly levitated 3 meters away. With a wave of his hand, those broken magic weapons, as well as the many ores that he had harvested earlier, appeared in the room. Just as he was planning to refine the artifacts to enhance the adversary scales, suddenly footsteps came from the outside edge of the door. It made him flinch and feel like putting everything away. Just outside the door of the room, the padded Feng Xiaoyan looked at the cat's eye, and a glint appeared in her eyes. Taking the hoodwink, she smiled and followed and started blowing into it. She hurriedly covered her nose as a wisp of misty smoke entered the room. Knock! As time passed by, Feng Xiaoyan immediately heard a thud from inside. Quite excited, she fixed her eyes and saw that Zhang Daoran was already reclining on the bed. That crooked and unconscious look made Feng Xiaoyan's face fill with smiles. Without the slightest hesitation, she followed and opened the door to the room. Let you bully me? Humph. Is this young lady that easy to bully? The disciples of the Heavenly Master's house of Longhu Mountain are great, aren't they? I have to say, you're a strangely good-looking little Taoist. Feng Shiyan, who came to the front, smiled and looked at Zhang Daoran's face and couldn't help but appreciate it. Who knows, the words just fell. Zhang Daoran suddenly opened his eyes. I have to look pretty good too. The sudden opening of her eyes made Feng Shiyan freeze in place. Looking at Zhang Daoran, who was not asleep, she subconsciously wanted to escape. Nay, with the white tender little hand being grabbed, Feng Shiyan fell backwards uncontrollably. Before she could react, she instantly fell into its arms. Zhang Daoran looked at the beautiful face in front of him and couldn't help but hook his chin with his hand and said, You're pretty good looking too, aren't you? Hearing the inquiry, Feng Shiyan was instantly a bit dumbfounded. Looking at the perfect face in front of her and the eyes that seemed to contain the sun, moon and stars, she couldn't help but gulp. Get off me. An unimpressed Zhang Daoran smiled, then got up and pushed him away. Looking at Feng Shiyan, who was frozen in place in front of him, he teased, Is it the wrong person to use this little trick against me? When Feng Shiyan heard this, she couldn't help but bite her teeth. Unconvinced, she grunted softly and took a few steps back. Don't get cocky. You'll get it tomorrow. Zhang Daoran laughed and hugged his arms. Are you talking about those punk disciples of the 10 brothers? Do you think they deserve it? As soon as these words came out, Feng Shiyan couldn't help but stare. I thought to myself that this person in front of me was too arrogant. Let's not talk about how strong the disciples of the 10 brothers are. It's hard enough to siege them, right? Unconvinced, she responded with a cold snort. Just you wait. It's going to be hard for you. Putting down such a sentence, Feng Shiyan then turned around and left the room. Looking at the departing back, a hint of a smile appeared in Zhang Daoran's eyes. Unconcerned, he shook his head slightly and couldn't help but begin to look forward to it. After all, he really wanted to try how strong the disciples of the 10 brothers were. Thinking of this, Zhang Daoran glanced back at the city with the lights on, a smile on his face. Meanwhile, in the golden foot impression, the old celestial master looked at Technician 78 in front of him with a smile on his face. Just as he was about to continue his exploration of life, suddenly there were footsteps by the door. Immediately afterward, a tall man with a full head of white hair walked in. Lu Jin. With his hands behind his back, he glanced at the old heavenly master and said, Old bastard, you're still enjoying yourself. Looks like Feng Zhenghao didn't give you a hard time. Hearing this, the old heavenly master couldn't help but smile. With a wave of his hand, the 78th mechanic on the side then left. After the people left, he looked at Lu Jin and said, Old Lu, why are you still here? Looking for trouble? Have your grandchildren arrived? When Lu Jin heard this, he couldn't help but let out a light hum. He thought to himself that since this old mongrel had made a trip to the Lu family, it had caused Linglong's mind to be filled with that little Taoist now. Rather helplessly, he sighed and said, I'm not here to fight. I'm just here to see you. I heard that LVCI, Wang Ai came, and the others were unavailable. Hearing this, the old heavenly master was still full of smiles. Unconcerned, he coughed and got up with his shoes on to look at Lu Jin. Snap! When he was not ready, he slapped him on the head. Old thing, you think I don't know it was you who bought me out? $30 million, you old bastard. You're too dark. Split it in half for me. Lu Jin, who was slapped, laughed and then took a few steps back. With his hands behind his back, he coughed and smiled instantly. The money that goes into my pocket can be your money? Cut the crap and come with me. The unimpressed old celestial master grunted lightly, then stretched his back. Undaunted, he glanced at Lu Jin and then walked out. And that's when, in a Rolls-Royce car, Lu Ci looked at the night outside the window. His face was bland. On the contrary, Wang Ai, who was on the side, looked exceptionally happy. After all, to others, the World Council was a behemoth. But to the Wang family, the Feng family was just a dog they raised. Thinking of this, Wang Ai looked at Lu Ci and said, Lu Ci, what do you think about this punishment? How? Lu Ci, whose face was cold and covered by hair that generally covered the vicissitudes of his face, smiled. With that, he opened the window of the car and looked out, then closed it again. The Jianghu is not about fighting and killing, it's about human feelings. You can't convince people by fighting, unless you're Zhang Jiwei. So, what do I think, you ask? I look at it any way I want. As soon as these words left his mouth, Wang Ai's face showed a slight smile, thinking to himself that based on his intelligence, this disciple of the old heavenly master was extremely uncomplicated. It seemed that something had happened on the way to the Lu family. As for what it was, he simply did not know. But soon enough, tomorrow, it would be visible, which kept him from worrying too much. Early the next morning, in the conference hall of the World Council, Feng Zhenghao glanced at Wang Ai, a hint of helplessness showing in his eyes. With a bland face, He looked at Lu Xi and instantly nodded. With the sound of footsteps coming from behind him, followed by the old heavenly master, Lu Jin walked in. It's been a long time, Wang Ai. You still have this smiling face look. Lu Jin, who walked into the house, looked at Wang Ai, and Lu Xi said, Lu Xi, what are you doing with a black face? Who messed with you? When Lu Xi heard this, he was instantly enraged. Looking at Lu Jin in front of him, he said nonchalantly, really? Slapped by Zhang Jiwei and now you're good enough to wear a pair of pants? Terrific! Lu Jin. Feeling speechless, Lu Jin lightly grunted and then rolled up his sleeves. This made the old celestial master on the side laugh when he saw it. With a bland face he coughed and said, don't forget what you're here for, guys. Okay, here goes. Feng Zhanghao nodded and then clapped his hands. At once, on the other side of the conference room, the door to the room slowly opened. The next second, a high-strung teenager, covered in designer labels, walked out. Its untamed eyes caused a pang of discomfort. King and he, who was ranked first, glanced at the crowd present and then came behind Wang Ai. Immediately after, Lu Linglong, who was holding her arms, walked out. The pretty-faced woman looked around the room, a hint of disappointment in her eyes after not seeing the guy. Rather bored, she shook her head slightly and then came behind Lu Jin. As for the third, it was Lukong, who was holding his arms. With an expressionless face, he glanced around and then came behind Lu Xi. The fourth was Feng Xingtong. With a bland face he glanced at Feng Zhanghao and followed back behind him. When Wang Ai saw this scene, a hint of laughter appeared in his eyes. Southering the old celestial master, he said, Heavenly Master, where are your disciples? The old celestial master smiled and couldn't help but nod. Then he looked in the direction from which he came and instantly coughed. In the next second, Zhang Daoran, who was holding his arms, arrived. With a handsome face and an upright figure, he looked exceptionally handsome in his Taoist dress. Coming here he glanced around, especially Wang Ai, Lu Xi and the others, and clasped his fists. Disciple Zhang Daoran of the Heavenly Master's House of Longhu Mountain, greetings to all of you. Lu Jin looked at Zhang Daoran in front of him with dark surprise in his eyes. I thought to myself that this kid has only been gone for a few months, and I didn't think that the air in his body had become much stronger. That aura of introspection caught his eye. Gentlemen, this is my disciple. Which one of you will go first? The old heavenly master smiled faintly and glanced at the crowd and said, Old Lu, why don't you do it? Lu Jin froze, thinking that he had come this time purely for Linglong's sake only. As for fighting, he wasn't interested in that. Nah, Linglong isn't fit to fight. I let her come just to observe. When Wang Ai heard this, a hint of a smile appeared in his eyes. With a bland face, he glanced at Zhang Daoran and said, Lu Jin, it won't work if you don't go on, right? As a 10th brother, you can't play favorites. Favoritism? I seek you out. Lu Jin fumed. Wang Ai, are you looking for a beating? As soon as these words were uttered, Wang Ai's face changed slightly. I thought to myself that this old man thought that he had a heavenly talisman, so he thought he was self-righteous. In fact, in his opinion, it would be the Wang family sooner or later. Thinking of this, Wang Ai did not move and said, in that case, I'll have to follow you. President Feng, this is the World Society. Please go ahead. When Feng Zhanghao heard this, a hint of embarrassment appeared in his eyes. Looking at Wang Ai in front of him, he could only nod. After looking at Feng Xingtong, he waved his hand. Go on. Feng Xingtong nodded, and as a member of the World Council, there was not a trace of fear in his eyes. Looking at Zhang Daoran in front of him, he followed with a hug. World Society Windstar Tong. Zhang Daoran smiled faintly and looked at Feng Xingtong, then nodded. At once, each of the two launched their attacking gestures. It was vaguely visible that Feng Xingtong waved his hand, and a fierce aura instantly emerged behind him. This caused 4 big words to come to Zhang Daoran's mind after the first glance. Detain the spirit and send the general. One of the 8 wondrous techniques. President Feng, Lu Jin said when he saw the scene. Your boy is not bad. So young to be able to restrain spirits and dispatch generals? When Feng Zhanghao heard this, a hint of pride appeared in his eyes. It is indeed a source of pride for him to ponder a pair of sons and daughters to have different talents. Detaining spirits and dispatching generals? Wang Ai smiled faintly. So powerful. President Feng. Feng Zhanghao froze, and instantly killing opportunities arose in his heart. But for reasons that got in the way, he could only force himself to endure it. While Lu Xi, who was on the side, was surprised to see this scene. Is this the spirit detaining dispatch? Haven't seen it for a long time. No wonder the Ma clan's gang shunned you guys. Ha ha ha. The children are teachable. The old heavenly master laughed. Feng Zhanghao, if my disciple loses, I'll give you a year's worth of fireworks money from Longhu Mountain. Bat? Naturally willing. Feng Zhanghao smiled. How dare I spoil the heavenly master's pleasure? When Lu Jin, who was on the side, heard this, he couldn't help but gloat and glance at Feng Zhanghao. I thought to myself that this kid thought he was taking advantage of the situation. Unbeknownst to him, the old bastard was digging a hole and waiting for him to jump into it. Thinking of this, Lu Jin couldn't help but sigh, figuring these two masters and disciples are no good. One scamming money, the other scamming people. Only in the hall, Zhang Daoran looked at Feng Xingtong, who had used the spirit detaining dispatch, and a shocking idea came to his mind. He thought that the Win family's spirit detaining dispatch would have been intercepted by the Wang family at the time of Feng Tianyang. What's left behind now is just a tattered legacy. If he could take this opportunity to utilize his enlightenment to learn it against all odds, it would simply not be too cool. Thinking of this, Zhang Daoran then gave up his previous hit and run. Instead, he glanced at Feng Xingtong and immediately fought in style. For example, this kid's spirit launched an attack, so Zhang Daoran tried to deal with it. Then it was in his mind, and he began to constantly observe the detaining of the spirits and the dispatching of the generals. After a few rounds, Feng Xingtong clearly had the upper hand. The sudden scene caused Feng Zhanghao, who was on the side, to see it and said, "I'm sorry, old Sky Master. It looks like you won't be able to take my money." Hearing this, the old heavenly master's face was also darkened. Thinking to myself, what the hell is this adversary up to? It was obvious that the fight could be resolved quickly, but he had to dawdle, including Lu Jin, who was on the side, who was also a bit puzzled when he saw it. After all, he had personally seen Zhang Daoran. This kid's battle power even if Feng Xingtong was powerful, he shouldn't be an opponent. But the two of them hard you and me, fighting almost 50 rounds to come. It seems that the disciples of the Heavenly Master are no better than that. Wang Ai laughed. I thought how awesome. Ha ha ha. Lu Xi nodded his head slightly, his face indifferent. He was obviously also a little disappointed in this Heavenly Master disciple. Lu Linglong, who was behind him, was a bit worried when she saw this scene. Her mind was not on winning or losing. Her eyes were only on the teenager in front of her. Adversary, what are you up to? If we keep fighting like this, the old man is going to lose a year's worth of incense money. But at that moment, the old Heavenly Master suddenly yelled, Feng Zhanghao. This caused Feng Zhanghao to be speechless for a while, and was about to say something when he did. But the situation of the battle was suddenly changed, only to see that Zhang Daoran had sort of watched the detaining spirit dispatch dozens of times after dozens of rounds of fighting. Ding! As you are in the process of comprehending the detention of spirits, congratulations on comprehending the incomplete version of the detention of spirits. After hearing the system prompt, the corner of Zhang Daoran's mouth lifted slightly. Looking at Feng Xingtong, he then took a step back. Got it. Master, this is closing. Putting down such a sentence, in Windstar Tong's incredible eyes, Zhang Daoran waved his big hand, and lightning flashed instantly around his body. The powerful thunder might made Feng Xingtong's spirit tremble in fear. Heavenly thunder restrains evil spirits. You lost, so leave if you don't want to get hurt. Zhang Daoran smiled. Otherwise, my thunder will eat people. As the words fell, Zhang Daoran casually pinched his hand. The thunder in its hands instantly became open and domineering. The terrifying thunder might streak down, making Zhang Daoran at this moment look like a thunder god. I lost. When Feng Xingtong saw this scene, a hint of helplessness appeared in his eyes. The thought crossed his mind that in this guy's body, he clearly felt the other guy swimming. Although he didn't know why this man had dragged his feet for so long, he knew deep down that he was no match. Ha ha, I won. The old Heavenly Master saw this scene and said, President Feng, don't cheat you. Who's next? Same thing, give me incense money if you lose. When Feng Zhanghao heard this, he couldn't help but smile bitterly. Lu Jin, who was on the side, couldn't help but laugh even more when she saw this scene. Feng Zhanghao, do you really think you can win? This kid isn't that simple. Seeing this scene, Lu Xi on the side couldn't help but nod his head, thinking to himself that in this kid's body, he could clearly see that the attainment of thunder law was high. He was about to let Lu Gong make a move when he saw Wang and behind him walking towards the venue. With a face full of smiles, he glanced at Zhang Daoran and said, I'll do it. Hey, I'm not the kind of loser I just was. Are you ready to be beaten to death by me? The third shift, kneeling for 5-star praise. Free gift. I wish the handsome man who points 5-star favorable comments has someone to chase after him every day. And the beautiful woman has money to spend every day. Are you prepared to be beaten to death by me? As soon as these words were uttered, the gazes of the people present all gathered on Wang and insubordination and arrogance are his greatest outward manifestations. The smug smile on its face was even more uncomfortable to look at. Keep a low profile, Wang and, seeing this scene, Wang and couldn't help but laugh lightly. Wang and smiled slightly and spread his hands. Grandpa, I won't be polite to such people who are weaker than me. When Lu Jin heard this, a hint of dissatisfaction appeared in her eyes. After looking at Wang An for a few moments, he then dropped his gaze on Wang Ai. I thought to myself that this old man is cunning, and his strength is unpredictable. For my own descendants, I'm afraid that I'm also passing on words and deeds together. If it was someone else against the descendants of the Wang family, perhaps he wouldn't say anything. But fighting Zhang Daoran was different. Thinking of this, Lu Jin chuckled lightly. It's true that heroes come out of youngsters. Wang Ai, this grandson of yours is very powerful at first glance. You usually don't have much to teach him by word and example, do you? That's right, heroes come out of the youth. The old heavenly master laughed as well. Your grandson is so powerful. Isn't 1 year of incense too little? How about 10 years? Wang Ai's face also showed a hint of smugness when the two of them said this. He thought to himself that the duo was obviously cranking up the heat, but he didn't care. After all, just now under its observation, the old heavenly master's disciple was no more than that. Kagon's son has improved by leaps and bounds in practicing kung fu over the past 2 years. The thoughtful Wang Ai smiled and got up. What's a mere 10 years of incense breath? But then again, old heavenly master, what if you lose? Then add another 20 years. The old celestial master followed, getting up and laughing. If I lose, how about gifting you the thunder technique? As soon as these words were uttered, a hint of greed appeared in Wang Ai's eyes. He who coveted the 8 wondrous techniques, as well as such feats as the thunder law, naturally had his heart set on it. With a bland face, he nodded and laughed. Good, Wang An, do you hear me? When Wang An heard this, a hint of a smile appeared in his eyes. The unruly man nodded and immediately took a step forward. At a young age, his body exploded with an extremely strong air at this moment. When Zhang Daoran saw this scene, a hint of surprise appeared in his eyes as well. I thought to myself that this guy Wang An was worthy of being born in Rome. Under the Wang family's cultivation, this person was properly a rich second generation among the Inhumans. Whether it was his own heir, or detaining spirits and dispatching generals, it was this person's bottom card. Scared? Jia. Wang An, whose body erupted with powerful air, smiled and looked at Zhang Daoran, then followed with a wave of his raised hand. Immediately, an extremely strong force of sorcery swept across the room. Zhang Daoran, who had his hands behind his back, saw this and his eyes were bland. With a wave of his hand, a wave of thunder law instantly appeared. Boom! With an explosion ringing out, king and sorcery instantly went up in smoke. Too weak you. As Zhang Daoran's words came out, Wang An's face froze slightly, then became grim. Defying everything, he smiled and rubbed his fists once more and said, really, it's only just begun. Putting down such a sentence, Wang An then sprinted at close range and raised his hand to throw a punch. Nay, just as he approached, Zhang Daoran arrived at his back as a residual shadow. Snap! With a casual slap, Wang An was instantly hit with a dog's ass. Too weak. As the voice came from behind him, his face turned blue. Shivering, he laughed and got up to wipe his mouth. Hide your strength? Oh, you've succeeded in giving me the heart to kill you. Don't let me find an opportunity, or you must have every bone broken by me today. Jia. Looking at the cruel to the extreme Wang An, Zhang Daoran's face remained bland. With his hands behind his back, he shook his head slightly and spoke softly. You, too weak. Show your true skill. Wang An froze, looking at Zhang Daoran in front of him. Enraged, he smiled, and the air around him instantly surged tenfold. Vaguely, an aura of spirit blasted out. The sudden scene caused Feng Zhanghao on the stage to look blank, and when Wang Ai saw it, the corner of his mouth lifted slightly. When Lu Xi saw this, there was even less of a fluctuation in his eyes. On the contrary, Lu Jin's eyes showed a hint of surprise when he saw it. I thought to myself that the rumors from back then were true. No wonder the Wang family was ranked among the 10 brothers. So everything was true. Thinking of this, Lu Jin deliberately smiled and said, the Wang family knows witchcraft too. This can't be detaining spirits and dispatching generals, can it? The moment these words were uttered, it could be said that they were slapping Feng Zhanghao in the face. With an embarrassed face, he saw the scene and forced a smile. There's too much sorcery. Elder Lu is mistaken. Mistaken? When the old heavenly master saw this scene, his face was bland. Takuma rumored that Feng Tianyang had disappeared for a period of time back then, and it was unknown as to where he had gone. If he combined it with some other factors, he would be able to guess what it was. This is the spirit of detention and dispatch. However, at this moment, Feng Xingtong, who was at the back of Feng Zhanghao, was shocked when he saw it. Father, how did he detain the spirit to send the general? A spirit of surrender? When Lu Gong, Lu Linglong and the others heard this, their faces changed slightly. Looking at Wang An, who was wrapped in sorcery on the stage, their eyes were filled with incredulity. Shut up, Feng Zhanghao said with a black face. You're looking at it wrong. Hearing this, A hint of doubt appeared in Feng Xingtong's eyes. I thought to myself that the spirit detaining and dispatching generals were obviously from their Wind family, so why would this Wang family be able to do the same? Incredulous, he looked at his father and then lapsed into silence. And in the middle of the field, being infuriated to the point of trembling, Wang Yan laughed, and then used the detaining spirit dispatch. Looking at Zhang Daoran in front of him, there was cruelty in his eyes. Detaining spirits and dispatching generals? You can do that too. Upon hearing Zhang Daoran's inquiry, a hint of smugness appeared in Wang Yan's eyes. The untamed man smiled and spread his hands. Surprised? Ha ha, Wang Yan, will get whatever I want, including your Longhu Mountain's golden light mantra, thunder technique. They will all be mine from now on, jia jia. When Zhang Daoran heard this, a hint of teasing appeared in his eyes. Looking at the ridiculously ridiculous guy in front of him, he couldn't help but shake his head. Looking around, he then took a step forward. It was vaguely visible that an extremely strong thunderous light exploded from Zhang Daoran's body. The terrifying air spread out as if it were a giant wave. Yeah, you're still too weak. When Wang Yan heard this, a hint of cruelty appeared in his eyes. He thought to himself that if he were to use only his spirit, I'm afraid that he would still be no match for this person. The only way to defeat it was to use that move. And that's a move he's only just learned. If you force it, it might backfire on you. But in order to defeat this guy, Wang Yan showed a hint of madness in his eyes. Is that so, Zhang Daoran? Don't regret it later. Remember, I'll break every bone in your body. Putting down such a sentence, Wang Yan then began to detain the spirit. Vaguely visible, a cloud of black air appeared steeply behind it. In that, a pair of scarlet eyes blasted out. You were the first to see it, so you had to see blood to stop fighting. Wang Yan looked at the summoned spirit with a hint of excitement in his eyes. Southering Zhang Daoran, he then took a step forward. Vaguely visible, its pupils began to turn white and its own air became stronger. Is the full version of detaining the spirit and dispatching the general. When Zhang Daoran saw this scene, a hint of excitement appeared in his eyes. With a bland face, he glanced at Wang and followed with a step forward. The moment he got close, he slapped him. Seeing this, Wang Yan subconsciously tried to counterattack, but he didn't know why. But he couldn't actually react to Zhang Daoran's speed. Snap! As a piercing slap sounded, Wang Yan instantly fell to the ground. He was suddenly a little confused by the slap. Too weak. Is that all you've got? When Wang Yan heard this, his face changed instantly. Looking at Zhang Daoran in front of him, a hint of viciousness appeared in his eyes. Unwilling to admit defeat, he let out an angry cry and then followed suit and stood up. No, I can't lose. Putting down such a sentence, Wang and his eyes turned snow white. The spirit that was in its body also began to stir without pressing. Serving the spirit. When Feng Zhenghao and Wang Ai on the stage saw the scene, their faces changed in unison. When Lu Ci, who was on the side, saw this, the corner of his mouth even raised. Thinking to myself, is this the secret of the Wang family? Lu Jin, on the other hand, was deliberately surprised when he saw it. Detaining spirits and dispatching generals. That's it. Right. Wang Ai, why do you know this? When Wang Ai heard this, a hint of smugness appeared in his eyes. Unapologetically he glanced at the crowd and said, Feng Tianyang made a deal with our Wang family back then. As for what the deal was, it's not convenient to say. When Feng Zhenghao heard this, a hint of humiliation appeared in his eyes. He, who had heard some rumors, gritted his teeth and said, it seems that my father is quite close to the Wang family. The old celestial master on the side saw this scene with a bland look in his eyes. He generally didn't like to dig deep for these things. The corner of his mouth lifted up as he looked at the battle below, vaguely visible, along with the king and sharp eyes. With the added power of the detaining spirit dispatch, he instantly chose to serve the spirit. In an instant, a powerful force was injected into its body. It made him feel stronger than ever, as well as soothe. Jia jia, I feel like I'm filled with power. Kid, you're going to die today. When Zhang Daoran heard this, he was incomparably indifferent. Southering Wang and, a glint appeared in his eyes. I thought to myself that the Wind family spirit detaining dispatchers were actually crippled, and because of Feng Tianyang, the real spirit detaining dispatchers only existed in the Wang family. Serving the spirit, on the other hand, is an important part of it, and as for the latter, the dispatching of the generals is even more powerful. In order to be able to steal this spirit detention, Zhang Daoran had already endured it for a long time. Ding! Since you're in the process of comprehending the spirit detainer dispatch, congratulations on comprehending the full version of the spirit detainer dispatch. Hearing the system prompt, Zhang Daoran was ecstatic in his heart. There was no need to be pretending. He looked at Wang and then hooked his finger. Abominable! When Wang Yan saw the scene, he was even more enraged. With a bland face, he let out an angry cry and then charged forward. Between the lifting of his hands, It was an astonishing punch that swept away. Give me death. Nay. Zhang Daoran's figure was extremely fast, and he avoided the strike in an instant. For Wang Jin, who had gotten a bit stronger, he still didn't put it in his eyes. Avoiding the moment, Zhang Daoran blasted out with a backhanded punch. Taoist punch. Pust. The unavoidable Wang An froze, and was instantly knocked to the ground. Filled with incredulity, he looked at Zhang Daoran and said, "How did you get so strong?" Zhang Daoran, who had his hands behind his back, smiled and looked at Wang An Dao. "For trash, I am indeed strong." As soon as these words left his mouth, Wang An instantly had a complicated expression. Growing up he had been superior. He had never suffered this kind of fear. Despite his use of the spirit detaining dispatch, he didn't expect to lose. This caused him to shake his head, and then he left the meeting hall, disoriented. When the old heavenly master saw this scene, his face was filled with laughter. Clasping his arms he glanced at Wang Ai and said, "Wang Ai, what's with the dark face? 20 years of incense breath, don't forget. Longhu Mountain's annual incense is $10 million. Ha 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 ha, old man, I've made a fortune this time." The slightly dark-faced Wang Ai's eyes showed a hint of embarrassment when he heard this. Being pitted, he shook his head slightly and then dropped his gaze on Zhang Daoran, thinking to himself that this kid's talent is just too terrifying. To be able to defeat one's own grandson with only the lightning technique was truly mind-boggling. Thinking of this, Wang Ai looked at Lu Ci and said, "Lu Ci, it's your turn." Lu Ci laughed. Unimpressed he shook his head, then got up and left the road. "Do you still need to fight? It's not an opponent. There's no need to fight like you." When Wang Ai heard this, his face once again darkened. Humiliated, he shook his head slightly and immediately looked at the old heavenly master. "Tianshi, it looks like it's over." The old celestial master nodded, unconcerned as he flirted. "Normal. This disciple of mine is too weak to be ranked in our mountain. I just didn't expect you guys to be even weaker. Ha ha, don't you blow your eyelids?" Lu Jin rolled her eyes. Old mongrel. When the old heavenly master heard this, he couldn't help but laugh. A few moments later, in the garden of the World Council, Lu Linglong looked at the back of the person walking ahead, a hint of shyness showing in her eyes, thinking to herself that she had been pining for this man since the last time they met. This time, even more so after hearing about their fight, they even came to the World Council overnight. But she didn't expect the guy to ignore her after seeing this person. Thinking of this, Lu Linglong coughed. "That, Zhang Daoran, we are also considered friends. Why don't you talk to me?" When Zhang Daoran heard this, a hint of helplessness appeared in his eyes. Master Takumi is too much of a puddle of a man. It was clear that after the bout was over, he would be able to leave. Who knew that at Lu Jin's request, he actually allowed himself to accompany Lu Linglong. For having to kill this beautiful, cute sister, Zhang Daoran said he didn't know what to do. It's still too small. After all, is it appropriate to let a man with an adult soul have an awkward conversation? "Who's friends with you?" Zhang Daoran shot back. "Don't think just because you know me that we're friends." Hearing this, Lu Linglong was instantly a bit unhappy. She couldn't help but grunt softly as she looked at the large piggyback in front of her. She thought to herself that she had been worried since the last time the two of them had posted a sticker. After all, adults have said that children can get pregnant from kissing. Well, after checking around on the internet, Lu Linglong was relieved, but she was still a little angry at the disavowed piggyback in front of her. "What, not a friend? We're obviously all plastered and you're not recognizing it?" The sudden words made Zhang Daoran freeze in place. Looking at Lu Linglong in front of him, he didn't know what to say. "If you don't say anything, you're admitting it, right?" Lu Linglong saw Zhang Daoran's silence and then blushed. "I might like you." As soon as these words were uttered, Zhang Daoran's eyes were filled with surprise, thinking to myself that I'm too much of a charmer. It's just a few meetings and a kiss, and Lu Linglong has been conquered? Looking at the shy little girl, he coughed. "It's my fault." "Hey? Question mark. Lu Linglong was puzzled. "Blame you for what? Why are you blaming yourself?" "It's all because I'm too handsome." Zhang Daoran spread his hands. "To have so many beautiful girls just like you fall in love with me. It's just a pity that brother is just a legend. You'd better not fall in love with me, oh, bye." Putting down such a sentence, Zhang Daoran turned around and waved his hand before leaving directly. Lu Linglong, who was frozen in place, saw this scene and her whole body was dumbfounded. Thinking to myself that she's failed in her confession? Her eyes were slightly red as she clenched her teeth and looked at the back of the departing figure. Her eyes filled with resignation. Thinking to himself that this guy must think he's too weak to be with him yet. Thinking of this, Lu Linglong couldn't help but think of the Tong Tian talisman, hoping that if she could learn, she might be able to win his heart. And on the other side of the garden, after Zhang Daoran left Lu Linglong, he walked all the way towards his room. Just thinking about what had just happened made him sigh a little darkly. thinking to myself that it's still too small. He just can't bear to do it at his age. If I were 18 I wouldn't be so constrained. Hey! Thinking of this, Zhang Daoran shook his head inside. As he was about to go back to his room, a familiar figure suddenly appeared in front of him. King and, with a face full of arrogance and an evil air emanating from his body, he looked at Zhang Daoran and a hint of a smile appeared on his face. We meet again. Zhang Daoran, who had his hands behind his back, revealed a hint of speechlessness in his eyes when he heard this. He looked at the guy in front of him, and simply ignored him. This caused Wang An to instantly become enraged when he saw it. After all, no one had ever ignored him since he was a kid. But on this day, not only was he defeated, but he was also ignored by the same person. Stop right there. The enraged Wang An gritted his teeth and immediately turned around and shouted angrily. Nay! Zhang Daoran didn't seem to hear it and kept moving forward. This attitude of ignorance made Wang An tremble with anger. With his anger value pulled full, he stomped his feet and then ran to Zhang Daoran. What do you mean by that? Seeing the block, Zhang Daoran finally stopped. Looking down at Wang Jin, who was half a head shorter than himself, he said, I don't like talking to weak people. Don't like talking to weak people? I'm weak? Wang An froze, then his face was filled with dismay. Looking at Zhang Daoran in front of him, he angrily shouted, Asshole, what are you pretending for? But after winning me once, you're arrogant like this? Zhang Daoran looked at the impotent and furious Wang and showed a hint of pity in his eyes. He thought that if the master hadn't said that he wasn't allowed to beat anyone to death before he left the mountain, this person would have been wasted by him long ago. Lazily, he shook his head slightly and followed, intending to continue onward. This caused Wang An to shout angrily once again when he saw it. Damn it! Stop right there! Looking at Wang An, who was once again in the way, Zhang Daoran's heart had begun to get upset. With a bland face he smiled and said softly, If you don't give me a proper reason today, I will beat you up next. Oh! Hearing this, a hint of madness appeared in Wang An's eyes. With a grimace on his face, he smiled and said, It can be, I came to you to fight again. I, Wang Nam, was born to be invincible and will never lose to you. Let's have another match. One more time? Zhang Daoran froze, then shook his head and said, Not coming. Why? Wang An staggered. Didn't you say you wanted to beat me to death? This is an opportunity. Come when you tell me to? Zhang Daoran laughed. You're teaching me how to do my job, aren't you? Get out of here. Putting down such a sentence, Zhang Daoran then pushed Wang and walked forward. Wang and the king, who was pushed away and heard this, his entire body began to shake. He, who had never suffered from this kind of nuisance, gritted his teeth and immediately chased after him again. Approaching moments later, he swung his fist and said, Asshole, you're going to fight if you don't. My Wang An's words are the rules. Zhang Daoran, who had his back turned, sensed the wind of the fist behind him and his eyes were indifferent. Not intending to make a move, he continued to step forward. Bang! With a thumping sound, Zhang Daoran slowly stopped, and behind him, Wang An, who was covering his fist and falling to the ground, was filled with incredulity. Why are you, your body, so hard? Zhang Daoran, who turned back, smiled, a hint of cruelty in his eyes. Looking at Wang Jin, who was as if he was a fool in front of him, he couldn't help but let out a slight sigh, thinking to himself that for such a waste, he was not going to take care of it after seizing its spirit-detaining dispatch. Who knew this punk would come to my door? Remember, it was you who made the first move. Zhang Daoran laughed. Next, meet the darkest moment of your life. Hearing this, Wang An, who had fallen to the ground, seemed to notice a hint of something wrong, thinking to himself that all those moves this guy made earlier, could it be that he was deliberately trying to attract his own hand? Without a care in the world, Wang An shook his head, and a cruel smile appeared on his face instantly. Prepared, he rose and gritted his teeth. I should have known you wanted me to make the first move. You should have said so. Hearing this, Zhang Daoran could not help but smile slightly. With his hands behind his back he coughed. Really? Watch out. Oh, you're going to be miserable next. Putting down such a sentence, Zhang Daoran then took a step forward. In an instant, the tiny body of him was like a fierce beast slamming forward. When Wang An saw this scene, his eyes instantly turned silver gray. With air floating around him, he followed with a clenched fist to block. Boom! Nay, with the sound of an explosion, Wang An was like a leather ball, hard to be knocked out by Zhang Daoran, and fell to the ground in a dog-eat-dog shit. Without an ounce of air around him he stopped and laughed softly. It's too weak, you! As the words fell, Wang An, who had fallen to the ground, was filled with incredulity, thinking to himself that this guy didn't use his air just now and knocked him off with his physical body? Incredibly shocked, he gulped and got up from the ground excitedly. Sure is a monster. You're strong, but I'm not weak either. Wait for death. Putting down such a sentence, Wang An waved his hand. A black fog instantly surfaced behind it, vaguely visible. For red eyes appeared steeply in the black fog. A spirit of surrender? I will too. When Zhang Daoran saw this scene, a hint of laughter appeared in his eyes. He had just learned to detain spirits and dispatch generals, but he hadn't tried this stuff yet. Looking at the unruly, arrogant, crazy Wang in front of him, he stretched out his palm and said, "Sinful animal, get your ass over here. Kneeling for 5-star praise code words is not easy Kneeling for free gifts thank you for your support. Please." When Feng Zhanghao heard this, he couldn't help but be filled with confusion. Looking at Zhang Daoran who inquired about himself in front of him, he was slightly hesitant in his heart. But remembering the abominations of the Wang family, he quickly made up his mind. That's right, I'm the one who taught Daoran. When these words came out, Wang Ai was shocked. Lu Jin was also stunned. And then he couldn't help but look at Zhang Daoran one more time. I wondered when these guys hooked up. As expected, Wang Ai's heart burst with anger after hearing about it. Looking at Zhang Daoran in front of him, he angrily shouted, "Then you must also return my grandson's life, one life for another." When Zhang Daoran heard this, a hint of a smile appeared in his eyes. Undaunted, he looked at Wang Ai and then spread his hands. "Only allowing your grandson to beat others at will, but not allowing others to beat and kill your grandson? How in heaven can there be such reasoning? I'm not convinced." "I'm not convinced either." The old celestial master laughed. "Wang Ai, try touching my disciple again?" As soon as those words left his mouth, the scene instantly quieted down. The embarrassed-looking Wang Ai looked at the old heavenly master and couldn't help but clench his teeth. "Old heavenly master, you insist on defending Zhang Daoran like this? You don't talk nonsense," the old celestial master teased. "Is it hard for me to defend you? What kind of bullshit reasoning is that? I'm not like you. I'm reasonable." Good. It's too much of a bully." Wang Ai said 3 good words in a row and glanced deeply at Zhang Daoran before he then led Wang and left. Looking at the back of the departing figure, a hint of a smile appeared on Lu Jin's face. Southering the old heavenly master, he couldn't help but give a thumbs up. "Old mongrel, that's good reasoning." The old celestial master smiled faintly and glanced at Lu Jin, then ran in the direction of the conference room. Seeing this, Feng Zhanghao and Zhang Daoran followed with quick steps. Moments later, the room. "Master, you know me. This is sent to the front of the heel. There is no way to not learn." Looking at Zhang Daoran who was spreading his hands, the old Tiancher's eyes were filled with shock. He thought to himself that this adversary's talent was horrible. "I didn't expect to give it a chance to be learned just by watching detaining spirits and dispatching generals a few times." The old heavenly master, who was both happy and worried, sighed and said, "The 8 wonders technique isn't a good thing. You're destined for an ill-fated future if you learn it." "Afraid of what?" Zhang Daoran said. "My master Zhang Jiwei, who dares to disrespect me?" Old timer. Frozen in place, the old celestial master froze, then gave a thumbs up, thinking to himself, this adversary's shameless kung fu seems to be getting more and more like himself. Quite fondly, he nodded and said, "That's right, with me here, who dares to say a word? Ha ha ha, good disciple, there is hope for the future of our Longhu mountain." Hearing master say this, Zhang Daoran's heart let out a sigh of relief. Figuring out this random bluff is actually pretty good. With a bland face he looked at the time and said, "Master, what about the World Council? The master has his own way." The old celestial master said with a smile, "You come with me." Looking at the back of the person walking forward, Zhang Daoran was slightly stunned and could only quickly follow. Soon, the master and disciple arrived outside the meeting hall. Vaguely visible, Lu Jin and Feng Zhanghao were waiting here. Upon seeing the old heavenly master arrive, their faces each had a different expression. "Old Lu, steer clear," the old celestial master said with a smile. "What?" Lu Jin said in a daze. "What's the unseemly thing you won't let me hear? Old mongrel?" The unimpressed old celestial master coughed and said, "If you don't want to get slapped, get out of here." Lu Jin, whose old face was red, froze and then left the meeting hall without looking back. After the people left, the old heavenly master immediately looked at Feng Zhanghao. He thought to himself that back then, there were rumors in the Jianghu that the 36 thieves Feng Tianyang had disappeared for a period of time. To outsiders the man appeared to be in hiding, but in their circle of people, it was well known that the man had been arrested. As for who it was captured by, perhaps the old celestial master didn't know before, but now it's clear as day. As for what those people had done to Feng Tianyang, it was even more obvious. Thinking of this, the old heavenly master laughed softly. "President Feng, what do you think about the Wang family?" "The Wangs?" When Feng Zhanghao heard this, his face was embarrassed for a moment. He thought to himself that ever since he had learned that the Wang family also detained spirits and dispatched generals, he had felt very unbelievable, and he even asked in person, but unintentionally learned the secret of his grandfather, Feng Tianyang. Thinking of those humiliating images, Feng Zhanghao's heart was still haunted. The man who didn't want to wash away his shame at all times was suddenly confronted with today's events. In response, Feng Zhanghao looked directly at the old heavenly master and said, "What does the old celestial master expect me to do?" The old celestial master with his hands behind his back smiled, and then dropped his gaze on Zhang Daoran. This caused Feng Zhanghao to see it, and then a glint appeared in his eyes. "Old heavenly master, I've heard that you don't have a son yet. If you don't mind, I'd like to retire for you." The moment these words came out, Zhang Daoran was directly confused. Looking at Feng Zhanghao in front of him, he admired him from the bottom of his heart. Figuring out this person, whether it is a knee in the face of the Wang family, is enough to see its lordly potential. That kind of character that can bend and stretch is even more common. Now this guy actually wanted to worship old Tianshi as his godfather in order to deal with the Wang family. Feeling incredulous, Zhang Daoran looked at his master with a hint of anticipation in his eyes. As expected, the old heavenly master couldn't help but laugh after hearing this. With his hands behind his back, he nodded and said, "Adopting you as my godson? Wouldn't my soul have to belong to you after 100 years? It's a little bit interesting, but unfortunately not much. Many thanks to the heavenly master for his blessings," Feng Zhanghao said in a second. The world society would like to befriend Longhu Mountain forever. Zhang Daoran, who was on the side, couldn't help but be cloudy when he heard this. "I thought to myself, what are these two playing dumb? Unintelligible." He shook his head slightly and said, "Master, after 100 years your soul must be mine. I don't have a spirit yet." Snap! Rebellious disciple. Upon hearing this, the old heavenly master instantly slapped away the Tao. "I'm not even dead yet, and you're thinking about my soul?" Zhang Daoran, who had received a slap, laughed and then responded, "Fertilizer doesn't flow to outsiders. It's for anyone. Why not me? Don't you think so, master?" Old-timer. Feng Zhanghao, adversary. A few moments later, as the bout ended, the crowd dispersed, including Zhang Daoran as well. He followed his master out of the city under the escort of the world society. Sitting in the stretch Rolls Royce, he looked out the window at the world and said, "Master, we're going back here?" When the old heavenly master who was drinking red wine heard this, a hint of a smile appeared on his face. Looking at this retrograde disciple in front of him, he couldn't help but let out a light hum. Takuma went downhill for a walk and did well. Only the cultivation has not yet been perfected, and there is still work to be done. Want to go back? Impossible. Adversary, didn't you just say you wanted my soul? Let's go. Master will take you to a fun place where you can have what you want. Kneeling for gifts. 5-star praise. Cannot afford to eat? You handsome men and women to give some. Poor, fun place? When Zhang Daoran heard this, a hint of doubt appeared in his eyes. Thinking to himself, where is master taking himself for another wave? 1 month later, on a trail in Shanhaiguan, Zhang Daoran, who was sitting on an ox cart, looked exceptionally calm. He couldn't help but let out a small sigh as he held a dog's tail in his mouth. This caused the old heavenly master to frown upon hearing this. Adversary, what are you sighing for? Feeling tired? Hearing the inquiry, Zhang Daoran hurriedly shook his head. He thought to himself that ever since they had gotten out of the World Council, the master and disciple duo had continued to travel on foot, and the destination of this trip is beyond the Shanhai Pass, the land of the Exodus immortals. As for why you're here, nature is for the spirit. According to the master, if this spirit-detaining dispatch general wants to be powerful, he has to absorb more spirits, and the spirit is divided into two kinds of strong and weak. The stronger the spirit, the benefits it can bring should not be underestimated. So on the way here, Zhang Daoran was either yelled at to practice or go to the countryside to catch spirits in the wild. Anyway, spirit didn't catch them a couple of times, but in the cornfields, or in the groves, they caught quite a few dogs and men. Whenever he stumbled upon such a thing, the master talked about nonchalance, but the reality was that his eyes were watching and his ears were listening. Thinking of this, Zhang Daoran couldn't help but wave his hand casually, and his personal interface followed suit. Host, Zhang Daoran, age, 8 years old, height, 1.6 meters, skills, enlightenment against all odds, golden light mantra, Taoist fist, divine alchemy, thunder technique, Yang 5 thunders, weapon refining, Taiji fist, detaining spirits and dispatching generals, weapons, adversary scales, alchemy furnace, war pet, furry stiff, warehouse, 2 beast dawn, 2 return to Yuan dawn, 50 chi replenishing dawn, grade 4 feathered clothes x1, alchemy furnace x1, 100 years of Hishawu x4, 100 years of ginseng x5, various types of gold ores x50, money not counted, broken spells x30. Looking at the interface that was refreshed once again, the corner of Zhang Daoran's mouth lifted slightly. Takuma has been walking down the mountain for a little over half a year, and this sub has gotten taller. And of course, the rewards are pulled full circle. Not to go back to the mountain and still have an empty hand. Zhang Daoran, who was quite emotional, was planning to rest for a while when suddenly the ox cart stopped. Immediately afterward, the face of the driver who drove the car changed, and he couldn't help but follow and froze in place. The old celestial master's nose sniffed and instantly smelled an extremely strong demonic aura. His face suddenly changed as he got up to take a look and instantly froze in place. Vaguely visible in front of the ox cart was a sea of forest. According to the route, once you pass this place you will be able to go to the place of the goddess. Who knew that halfway through the journey, he would encounter an unexpected situation? As far as the eye could see, the forest sea was thick with smoke, and every now and then there were all kinds of jackals, wolves, tigers, and leopards, taking the road and fleeing. It led to chaos on the way in, and the old oxen that were rushing along were trembling with fear. If it wasn't for the wagon driver keeping an eye on it, the cow would have run away already. It's the fairy coming out. Let's run. Sien, willy people. The shivering coachman gulped and immediately said incoherently, "Fairy?" A hint of surprise appeared in Zhang Daoran's eyes upon hearing this. According to this land, the so-called immortals are not heavenly immortals, but earthly immortalists. These existences cultivated in the deep mountains and old forests all year round, devouring the essence of the sun and the moon for a living. Those with a higher level of Taoism will go down the mountain to look for the fated ones, and these karmic beings are the Exodus immortals. The factions are different and are divided into several types, but they all have one thing in common: worshipping the immortal family. The thoughtful Zhang Daoran glanced at his master and said softly, "Master, can't it be that elder goddess is here?" When the old celestial master with his hands behind his back heard this, he couldn't help but shake his head slightly. With a bland face, he glanced at the sea of forests in front of him, and instantly transformed into a residual shadow and landed on the ground. "Sinful animals, don't be so bold." A furious cry spread out like a great bell. Under the thunderous sound rolling down, the forest sea in front of them was instantly silent. The incoming fog followed and disappeared. The sudden scene surprised the cart driver on the side. "Little Taoist, your master is so powerful? How high is his Taoism?" "A few floors high." "Right," Zhang Daoran laughed lightly. "Master, hurry up." The driver nodded, dumbfounded as he looked ahead at the forest sea road. "Oh higher man, it's going to be dark. I can only send it to the front canton. Also, little Taoist, can you ask your master to give me a talisman?" He. Zhang Daoran froze, looking at the driver who had been talking about the greatness of the immortals all the way. A hint of dismay appeared in his eyes. Rather embarrassed, he smiled and said, "You don't believe in fairies anymore?" "Ha ha, that," laughed the coachman. "Immortal. Immortal, not as powerful as your master. Ah. This old man looks a handful of years old. Who knows so raw? Ah. If it's possible, I have a 40-year-old sister who you can see is still vulgar." Pust. Hearing this, Zhang Daoran couldn't help but laugh. The old celestial master on the side also blushed in his old face after hearing this. A few moments later, in the High Zitun, getting out of the car, Zhang Daoran glanced around, then followed the master, the driver, all the way into the canton. Vaguely, as it got darker, the canton was quiet. I don't know if it was intuition or an illusion, but Zhang Daoran suddenly smelled the odor of blood as he passed by a patch of pig pens. It was faint, but he was sure it was human blood. Without caring, he looked away and followed on. Soon, the three of them came to a courtyard following them. As soon as he entered the courtyard, the coachman yelled, "Sister, come out. I've brought you back a man." The sudden words froze the celestial master in place. In his heart, he screamed that it was not good, and subconsciously hid behind Zhang Daoran. Vaguely, as movement came from the house, immediately afterward, a large, tigerish, not so hard to look at woman ran out. With a small red face, she glanced at her own brother and said, "Brother, where are the men? Where are the men? It's only an old man and child. Ah, no, they are Taoist priests." Upon hearing the inquiry, the carter then tugged his sister into the house for a chat. Zhang Daoran, who was standing in place, could not help but cough when he saw the scene. Southering the fidgety master, he said, "Master, take it easy. Where am I nervous?" The old celestial master, whose hands were trembling, said, "What kind of big scene has master not seen before that he would be afraid of her?" As the words fell, the eldest sister who had entered the room then stepped out. Full of joy, she looked at the old celestial master, and then came to heel and turned around, as if sizing her up. She smiled. "My name is Tsuehua. What's yours, old Taoist?" Hearing this, the old heavenly master was confused. Looking at Tsuehua in front of him, he tugged Zhang Daoran. "The poor Taoist is too old for marriage. You'd better find someone else." Hearing this, Zhang Daoran said with a hint of a bad smile in his eyes. Master, didn't you tell me 2 days ago that the treasure sword had not aged? Did I hear you wrong? Old-timer. Adversary. Kneeling for free gifts. Cannot afford to eat? Kneeling for 5-star praise. All good handsome ladies and men to support it. When Suehua heard this, the corners of her mouth lifted even more. After taking a few long looks at the old celestial master, he approached slowly with small, broken steps. The squirmy look was as funny as a bear's blush. Old man, I didn't realize you were in such good health. As the saying goes, all talk is cheap, so let's give it a try. When the old heavenly master heard this, he instantly gave a whole won't. Looking at such a formidable woman, he was truly afraid. That, my protege made up. I get up 5 or 6 times at night to go to the bathroom. I can't spill that kind of thing. As soon as these words came out, Zhang Daoran was happy. Looking down at his master who was pretending he couldn't, he coughed. Hey, a man can't say he can't, don't you think so, master? Adversary. The old Tiancher's face changed. Then he grabbed Zhang Daoran's ear and entered the house. Suehua, who was on the side, saw this and her face was puzzled. Unable to distinguish the situation, he could only follow. Inside the house. Entering the house, the old celestial master then felt a wave of hot air hit his face. Looking down, he saw that the carter was adding wood to heat the bed. He who grabbed Zhang Daoran's ear smiled and said, "You don't have to be so polite. That's enough fire." The coachman couldn't help but look back when he heard this, glancing at the old celestial master, as well as Cui Hua Dao, who had followed him. This didn't go right? Holding her arms, Trisha grunted softly, her face full of sultry resentment, glancing at the old celestial master. He then said in disgust, "Old bangers, no use, brother, can't you bring me back a real man? Sister, I won't be able to get married for the rest of my life if I stay here." The chevron smiled bitterly, looking at his uneducated sister in front of him, slightly helpless. He thought to himself that these two people in front of him were definitely the highest of the high. His own sister didn't have that chance and kind of missed it. Unwilling to say anything more, he shook his head and said, "Some other time, Taoist, you sleep. I don't have much to eat at home. Can't we have stewed potatoes? That's warming to the stomach. Brother, there's no meat in the house." Suehua deflated as she hugged her arms. "We don't even have any food for ourselves." The old heavenly master froze, then smiled and waved his hand. He coughed as he had dry food on him. "No need. We're not hungry. Rest. It's getting late. Time to go to bed." The family's embarrassed coachman nodded, glanced at his sister, and then walked out, carrying his arm. When the person left, the air of the room was suddenly quiet. This caused Zhang Daoran to smile after noticing that something was wrong. Southerly glanced at his master and smiled. "Master, I'll go to sleep if there's nothing else." "Stand still." The old celestial master with his hands behind his back coughed, and then sat down on the bed. His eyes narrowed as he looked at the retrograde disciple who was pitting himself in front of him. "What did you say just now? Master can't? Today the master must clean you up a bit. Come on." Squatting horse stance. Hearing this, Zhang Daoran's heart was quite bitter. He couldn't help but shake his head as he looked at his master who was cleaning himself up. But at that moment, a sudden scream came from outside the house. Immediately afterward, a cold aura instantly swept over. The temperature in the room, as far as the eye could see, went down. When the old heavenly master saw this scene, his brows instantly furrowed. Without the slightest hesitation he followed out the door. Seeing this, Zhang Daoran then trailed behind. It was vaguely visible, and a goosefeather snow suddenly fell outside the entire house. This is indeed common weather outside the mountains, but in this snow, it smells like blood. Zhang Daoran saw the scene and said in a deep voice, "Master, there seems to be something approaching us." The old celestial master with his hands behind his back nodded and followed toward the house next to him. As he approached, he realized that Chevron and Trisha were hiding in the corner, shivering. Upon seeing the old heavenly master arrive, the coachman hurriedly stood up. "Taoist master, has an immortal entering the village. I just saw it. It's the yellow immortal, Wang Tai Sin." When Zhang Daoran, who was trailing behind, heard this, a glint appeared in his eyes. He thought to himself that in this land, Huan Disian was a very important existence in the immortal family. There are countless rumors about it. "Daoran," the old celestial master said blandly, "go outside." "Good. What the hell? Me?" Zhang Daoran froze and said with a face full of bitterness. "Master, why me?" The unimpressed old celestial master stroked his beard and smiled. "Is it hard to be a teacher?" A rather speechless Zhang Daoran sighed and could only nod. With a bland face, he looked at the roiling snow and followed it outside. To the naked eye, after exiting the courtyard, the entire canton was silent. Especially the smell of blood was overwhelming. After circling around an alleyway, A scene in front of him made Zhang Daoran stop. Looking around, at the heel of a corner, the ground was wet with blood. A well-built man of about 30 years of age, naked, sat frozen in the corner. In its abdomen it was empty and looked extremely scary. That's where the smell of blood seems to come from. Seeing this scene, the bland-faced Zhang Daoran could not help but look elsewhere. Intuition told it that something was staring at it. The little Taoist. But at that moment, a pleasant woman's voice suddenly came from behind. Zhang Daoran froze and followed to look back, only to see a woman of about 20 years of age, with a beautiful appearance, wearing a red bib on the upper part of her body appeared behind her. On its lower half, it wore a floral cotton jacket. "It's cold here. Come sit at my house?" The seductive and gentle voice caused Zhang Daoran to be slightly in a trance. For some reason, his body began to move forward uncontrollably. When the woman saw this, the smile on her face was even thicker. With that, the front led the way to a nearby courtyard. When I entered the room, there was blood all over the house. The two men's bodies sat frozen on the bed, and their bellies were completely hollowed out. Seeing this scene, Zhang Daoran suddenly stopped, and when the woman saw this, she covered her mouth and smiled. Worthy of being a Taoist priest, it is indeed much better than these fleshly mortals. Don't worry, sister won't eat you. As long as you listen to sister's words, sister will teach you the method of immortality. Hearing this, Zhang Daoran revealed a hint of a smile in his eyes. Pretending to be mesmerized, he nodded and followed, sitting on the bed, and the woman's eyes seemed like they were glowing as she glanced at Zhang Dao then. Surprised, "You're young, but I didn't realize the bird was quite big." "Relax, sister isn't a man-eating demon. She's a goddess who makes you happy." After leaving such a sentence, the woman began to remove her clothes. With a smug smile on her face, she began to slowly approach Zhang Daoran. The eyes were about to stick together when suddenly there was a cough from the outside of the door. "That's enough, sinner. You don't want to use Yang Wu Lei anymore, do you?" As the words fell, Zhang Daoran was suddenly bored. Looking at the woman in front of him, he then kicked off the road. "Master, what are you doing? Can't you let me enjoy myself after such a long drive?" "Enjoying yourself?" The woman who was kicked to the ground instantly changed her face when she heard this. "I thought to myself that this little Taoist in front of me was cheating himself. Abominable." The enraged woman bellowed angrily and followed suit, rising from the ground. "Do you know who I am? Daring to deceive me?" Hearing this, Zhang Daoran smiled faintly, souped up the woman in front of him and flirted. "Who are you?" The woman froze, her face instantly turning blue. "Ah, angry," she screamed, and instantly rose over its body in grayish-brown fur. This gave Zhang Daoran, who had a dense phobia, the creeps when he saw it. Rather embarrassed, he silently recited the mantra and said, "Heavenly clearing earth decision, myriad intangible laws, yin and yang reversed, wind, rain, thunder and lightning, sinful animal, come to the present at once." Boom! As the words fell, Zhang Daoran's body was covered in golden light. In its hands, there were even flashes of lightning. The woman's face instantly changed when she saw this scene. She had thought that this was just a fake Taoist priest from the mountains. Who knew that this man had real skills? Her face changed drastically as she gulped and subconsciously ran outside the house to escape. Bang! Now had just stepped out of the room when a sandbag-sized fist blasted out. Unable to avoid it, she froze and was then knocked to the ground. Zhang Daoran, who came out trailing behind, saw this scene and smiled. "Master, what is this?" "Fox fairy," the old celestial master chuckled. "To do wrong, one does not deserve to be called an immortal." Putting down such a sentence, the old heavenly master's body was instantly covered in golden light, like a golden armored heavenly god descending to earth. He then waved his hand. At that moment, a piece of golden light spell was like a binding, instantly binding the woman on the ground. After doing so, the old heavenly master smiled. "Cheap shot. Try to see if you can turn into your spirit, right?" Hearing this, Zhang Daoran nodded, mindful of the fact that he had been looking for spirit almost all the way here. But what he found was too common and not at all what he wanted. Now this fox fairy in front of me was obviously of good quality. Thinking of this, Zhang Daoran then came to the woman. Vaguely, the woman began to turn into a fox herself as she was bound by the golden light. Eyes full of panic, she looked at Zhang Daoran and agitatedly said, "Let go of me, stinking Taoist. I'm a member of the 5 immortals. If you mess with me, you're looking for death." 5 immortals? Never heard of it. Zhang Daoran shook his head slightly, then pinched his hands together. At once, its eyes began to turn silver gray. An extremely strong restraining force instantly appeared. "Detain the spirit and send the general." When the fox fairy saw this scene, her face immediately changed drastically. After feeling the restraining force, her eyes were filled with panic. "Who are you? What kind of power is this? Ah, I don't want to die." As the words fell, The fox in front of him instantly shattered its flesh. Immediately afterward, a silver-colored aura appeared in Zhang Daoran's hand. Quite excited, he took a few closer looks and couldn't help but smile. Master, is this the detaining spirit dispatch? The old celestial master with his hands behind his back couldn't help but nod his head when he saw this scene. The mind thought that the 8 wonders technique was the art of taking chaos, and each of them possessed the power of gods and devils. Once an ordinary person possesses it, he or she will inevitably rise to the top in a single step. Thinking of this, the old celestial master left the road with his hands behind his back. Daoran, use caution, understand? Hearing his master's teachings, Zhang Daoran could not help but nod his head. A hint of a smile appeared in his eyes as he looked at the spirit in front of him. He was about to pocket it when he heard the system prompt. Ding, as you are attending to the spirit, congratulations on sensing the Imperial Spirit Record. The grimoire? Upon hearing the system prompt, a hint of surprise appeared in Zhang Daoran's eyes. Somewhat puzzled, he then opened his personal interface and looked at it. And not surprisingly, there was an additional Sentinel record option. Spirits are divided into 9 classes. First class mortal spirits, and 9th class divine spirits. The spiritual record of the heavenly and earthly spirit body, which can be cultivated and shaped to achieve spiritual treasures. After a string of text introductions, Zhang Daoran's face was filled with shock. I thought to myself that a spirit like this could actually rely on devouring to become stronger. It is important to realize that the spirits of this world are also known as immortals. To become stronger, you almost always rely on yourself, either by making offerings and thus enhancing yourself. During that time an Exodus fairy wants to be awesome as a spirit, and it almost takes generations to do so. As for the immortals themselves, it was even more important to keep practicing in order to become stronger. However, this Imperial Spirit Record is extremely domineering. As long as the spirit is allowed to cultivate, it can devour other spirits, thus strengthening its own body. The ecstatic Zhang Daoran gulped and followed by looking at the fox fairy in his hand. As expected, its qualification was no more than a second-grade mortal spirit, and in the Imperial Spirit Record, this fox fairy could at best reach the level of a 5th-grade mortal spirit. It can be described as having a very low ceiling. With a bemused face, Zhang Daoran smiled and pondered that this was another life-preserving bottom card. If he was able to find an extremely high-quality spirit and rely on nurturing it, the future was promising. Thinking of this, Zhang Daoran then pocketed the fox fairy. Glancing at the yard behind him, he followed, and this time in a deep forest. Immortal Kuan Shang suddenly opened his eyes. Possessing a huge body, it looked up at the northwestern direction with a glint in its eyes. In the next second, a cloud of silver light crept into view. Immediately afterward, a jade-faced man with long hair and a handsome appearance quietly appeared. Looking at the Kuan Shang de Xian in front of him, he said in a cold voice, "One of my people was killed. Do you know who it was? That scent, it seems familiar." Grand Immortal Kuan Shang shook his head slightly. Narrowing his eyes he looked at the fox and couldn't help but open his mouth. "Ask it. I don't know." As the words fell, a mouse as if it was the size of a calf steeply emerged from the ground. The fanged one glanced at the two of you and then spoke. "The yellow fairy has gone. The visitor seems to be from outside the pass, and the divine mother has gone too." Fox. Kuan Shang de Xian heard this and couldn't help but nod. As the 5 great families, they were naturally in the same breath, glanced to the northwest and then left in droves. A few moments later, on the avenue 100 miles outside the canton, Deng Yukai looked at the movement in front of him, and his face was filled with a silly smile. Glancing back at her mother-in-law, she then spoke. "Granny, who is it? It doesn't look like someone from our area." Upon hearing the inquiry, the silver-haired, cigarette-smoking Guanshi Hua smiled, a hint of cunning on his face. With a bland face, she glanced ahead and opened her mouth. "It's been years, and the deceased actually came to me. It's not easy. Let them toss and turn. I'd like to see how strong this old man has become." Tong Yukai froze, and with a simple face, he nodded, then rode a tiger onward. All kinds of beasts along the way saw this and fled in fear. Tun Mun, Zhang Daoran, who walked out of the courtyard, looked exceptionally happy. He was about to head back down the alley drop when suddenly there was a commotion behind him. He looked back and saw a grinning weasel standing by the corner. "Little Taoist, do I look like a man or a god to you? Like man or like god?" Looking at the extremely humanized yellow lips in front of him, which could also speak, Zhang Daoran's heart was moved. According to the Imperial Spirit Record, this one actually had the potential of an 8th-grade spirit. Zhang Daoran, who was worried about not having a good spirit, swallowed his saliva, and in his eyes instantly revealed a glint of essence. In his mind, it's a total send-up of treasure. Even in his excitement, he smiled and rubbed his hands together. The look was as if a man had seen a beautiful woman. Looking a bit impatient, this caused Huang Xian to freeze when he saw it. I thought to myself, there's something wrong with this little Taoist. The average person who saw it would either be scared shitless, faint on the spot, or kowtow and kneel. But the eyes of the little Taoist priest were like seeing a beautiful woman. Gender for Mother Yellow Fairy clenched her teeth and spoke again. Little Taoist, do I look like a human or a? You look like my big baby to me. Before the words were finished, Zhang Daoran violently pinched the decision to interrupt. Come, be my spirit, and you'll be guaranteed a lifetime of honor and prosperity. Putting down such a sentence, Zhang Daoran pounced straight up. In its body, an extremely strong air blasted out, especially when combined with the detaining spirit dispatch, as well as the imperial spirit record. This air appeared to be particularly volatile. Is this guy crazy? When Huang Xian saw this scene, his eyes were filled with shock. The first time it encountered one that wasn't afraid of itself, it subconsciously avoided the lunge. When he subconsciously wanted to give him a lesson, he saw Zhang Daoran's eyes emitting silver light. An extremely strong air was even bubbling up around his body. The air was like a bright moon, forming a web of light that pressed toward Huang Xian. Greatly alarmed, it gulped and instantly retreated at great speed. Who are you? Hearing the inquiry, Zhang Daoran smiled faintly. With his hands pinched, he looked at Huang Xian and flirted. What a way to get to the top. Want to run? Can you run? Get me over here. Sinful animals. Putting down such a sentence, Zhang Daoran then approached with extreme speed. With the lift of his hand, he was able to restrain the spirit and dispatch the general to suppress him. Under the terrifying suppressive force, it caused Huang Xian to be instantly fixed around his body, and there was an extremely strong suction force that made it subconsciously approach Zhang Daoran. Ha ha ha, you're mine. Big baby. Come, be my spirit and I'll seal the gods for you. Looking at the incomparably terrifying Zhang Daoran, Huang Xian admitted that he panicked. As a member of the 5 great houses, this was the first time she had been at such a loss for words. Not only was the surrounding mana useless, but the air was suppressing it. If this situation continues, perhaps it will die here. Abominable. You wait for me. Thinking of this, Huang Xian gritted his teeth and immediately exploded a cloud of yellow smoke around his body. By the time the smoke dissipated, the giant weasel at his heels had gone limp, vaguely visible. Its eyes were lifeless and its body was limp with a dead look. But Zhang Daoran, who had mastered the art of detaining spirits and dispatching generals, then laughed after looking at it. A golden cicada? Want to run? Impossible. Putting down such a sentence, Zhang Daoran casually waved his hand, and a ball of thunder light instantly emerged on his body. The sky is clear and the earth is determined, and the magic is invisible. The yin and yang are reversed. The wind and rain and thunder, divine thunder from the 9 heavens, help me destroy the enemy. Ray came. Rumble. As the words fell, the sky over the entire Tunzi was steeply clouded with lightning and thunder. A powerful thunderous might instantly envelop the entire Tun. Zhang Daoran, who had silver light coming out of his eyes, smiled and steeply rose into midair. With a bland face, he looked around the circle, and then looked to the northwest of the canton. Vaguely visible, a cloud of spirits was frantically fleeing there. When Zhang Daoran saw this scene, he could not help but smile slightly. Like a thunder god descending into the world, he casually waved his hand, and a heavenly thunderbolt instantly attacked and killed. This caused the yellow immortal, who had abandoned his physical body and had a golden cicada, to scream in his heart when he saw it. He thought to himself, which god has this fox's disciple messed with? This tactic is killing me. Boom! Looking at the thunder that kept falling around him, Huang Xian wailed, help me, and this time in the canton. The old celestial master with his hands behind his back stepped out of the room and saw the rebellious disciple suspended in midair. The corners of his mouth lifted slightly as he smiled, relief on his face, thinking to himself that after practicing down the mountain for so long, this child has finally accomplished something in thunder law. It wasn't as good as him, but it was as good as it could be. Thinking of this, the old celestial master glanced at the direction of the northwest, and a glint appeared in his eyes. It was vaguely visible that 4 auras were frantically approaching in the northwestern direction. Each and every one of these breaths was horrifying. It came under the sky, like a dark cloud pressing down on a city. The old celestial master with his hands behind his back saw this scene, and a hint of anticipation appeared on his face. And in the avenue beyond the cantonment at a distance of Guan Shihua, who was sitting on the tiger's back, saw this scene and a hint of surprise appeared on her face. He thought to himself, what had this old man done to make all 5 major families come? Quite surprised, she shook her head slightly and sighed. Yao Tsai, speed up. The 5 families are afraid that something is going to happen. Deng Yukai froze, then looked at his mother-in-law. Granny, the 5 great families are so powerful. How could something happen to them? Didn't you say they were invincible? Guan Shihua smiled, thinking that the 5 great families were indeed invincible outside the pass. But if the guys from the pass come, they are nothing. They are especially unbeatable when a Jedi from Sekai arrives. Thinking of this, Guan Shihua sighed and said, "Silly boy. I should have known to send you out of the country too. Go check it out." Tang Yukai hemmed and hawed, then followed suit and rode the tiger onward. Northwest corner of Tun Mun. Huang Xian, who was dying and lying on the ground, looked particularly wretched. It had never been high and mighty, but it had never thought that it would be reduced to such a state. Rather bitterly it sighed and followed, trying to get up, but at that moment, the little Taoist in the sky dome came steeply to the side. That hateful look made Huang Xian grit his teeth. "Little Taoist, you and I have no grievances. Why don't you let me go?" Zhang Daoran, who had his hands behind his back, had a hint of a smile on his face when he heard the inquiry. With a bemused face, he shook his head slightly and then pulled out his reverse scale. Without looking away he coughed and said, "I've heard that the yellow immortal is begging for a seal, so he must be given a say in the matter. Since I said you're my big baby, how can I let you go? Don't resist. You're doomed today, yellow fairy." Huang Xian's heart was bitter when he heard this. Looking at the unreasonable little Taoist in front of it, it shook its head slightly. After sensing the arrival of several companions, it sneered, "Really, little Taoist? It's not that simple if you want to take me in. We 5 great families are in the same breath. You're in big trouble. Ha ha." As the words fell, only 4 figures were seen falling violently at the entrance of the Tun. A snake, a fox, a mouse, a hedgehog, the 5 families of Guanwei. Zhang Daoran's eyes lit up when he saw the scene and said, "Yoo-hoo, and buy 1 get 4 free? I like it. Which ungrateful thing is bullying us?" A feminine voice rang out, and Grand Immortal Kuan Shang then came to follow Huang Xian. Looking at Zhang Daoran in front of him, there was indifference in his eyes. "Be careful. This little Taoist is weird. Don't be gullible." Hearing the yellow immortal's reminder, Immortal Kuan Shang couldn't help but nod his head. Trailing behind, the fox, the gray fairy, and the white fairy came to heel. Looking at the yellow immortal who had been beaten out of his physical body in front of them, they were surprised. "That's the kid who beat you up like that. It's too much." The mouth-breathing fox glanced at Zhang Daoran and said, "I'll try to see how much he weighs." Giving such a sentence, the fox fairy then changed into the form of a man. After glancing at Zhang Daoran, he then approached with a quick step. Between the raised hands, it was an extremely vicious scratch. "Dang!" Nay, with a piercing metallic sound, the fox fairy took a few steps back. It was vaguely visible that Zhang Daoran, who was standing in place, remained motionless. Instead, it was the adversary's scale at its heels that revealed the blade. What a sharp sword! Hearing the fox fairy's praise, Zhang Daoran was also excited. Looking at the 5 great families in front of him, his eyes were filled with essence. He thought to himself that these few NPC immortals almost all had qualifications of the 7th grade or above, and if they were to be used as spirits naturally they would be the most opportune. Quite excited, he teased, "Gentlemen, if you don't want to become like him, why don't you all surrender? Stay and be my spirit, and I will guarantee you honor and wealth for 10,000 years. As soon as these words were uttered, several great immortals' faces changed drastically. In particular, Great Immortal Kuan Shang shouted angrily, "Little Taoist, how dare you speak out of turn? You are looking for death." Putting down such a sentence, Great Immortal Kuan Shang then turned into a black mist and rushed away. In that black mist, a pair of scarlet eyes were revealed. Zhang Daoran's face was filled with excitement when he saw the scene. Without the slightest hesitation, he followed with a silent recitation of the mantra, "Get me over here, sinful animals." As the words spread, the Kuan Shang de Xian who was flying in midair froze, and then he felt that his body was out of control as he began to approach the Taoist priest in front of him. This made it freeze with excitement. What kind of Taoism is this? The yellow immortal on the side saw the scene and his face was unusually embarrassed. Southering Zhang Daoran, he opened his mouth. "This little Taoist priest is armed with a strange art. You all go together or Kuan Shang will die for sure." The remaining 3 great immortals couldn't help but stare at each other when they heard this. Without the slightest hesitation they followed in unison. Zhang Daoran couldn't help but look even more excited when he saw the scene. Eyes glowing silver, he smiled and stomped his foot instantly. Boom! Visible to the naked eye, with golden light all over its body, an extremely strong air blasted out. Immediately after that, the thunder in the sky landed once again. Rumble! Between the rumbling, the 3 great immortals' faces changed dramatically. Where did this little Taoist come from? It's too strong. Couldn't care less. He's a god and he has to die today. Go! With a furious cry, the 3 great immortals used their monstrous mana to lunge forward. Zhang Daoran, who was controlling the Kuan Shang great immortal with one hand, couldn't help but let out a light hum when he saw the scene. Holding a sword in his right hand, he smiled and raised his head to the sky. "Master, help me. The apprentice can't hold it." "And master?" As the words fell, the three great immortals froze. Ahem! The next second, a coughing sound rang out. Immediately afterward, the old heavenly master, who was surrounded by golden light and descended from the sky, appeared in front of Zhang Daoran with a loud bang. Tall, straight, immortal and wearing a Taoist robe, he smiled and said, "Several of you. It's been a long time. I heard that you were beating up my disciple in a group." Zhang Jiwei. Looking at the old heavenly master in front of them, the several great immortals were instantly confused. Facing this top powerhouse, they knew each other. You know the boy is his apprentice. They're crazy to come to a fight. Misunderstanding, Grand Immortal Kuan Shang said. Zhang Jiwei. No, old Tianshi. It's all a misunderstanding. Misunderstanding? Looking at the retreating several great immortals, the old heavenly master had a smile on his face. With a wave of his hand, it was a monstrous golden light that swept across the sky. Ah! 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 As several miserable screams rang out, several great immortals were instantly knocked to the ground. Zhang Daoran couldn't help but heave a smile when he saw the scene. After looking at Kuan Shang de Xian, he intended to pocket it. That's enough. However, at that moment, an angry voice rang out. In the next second, Guan Shihua, who was sitting on the back of a tiger, arrived. With a bland face, she glanced at Zhang Jiwei and said, "Old thing, why don't you notify me when you come here?" The old celestial master with his hands behind his back smiled. Seeing the deceased, he coughed and said, "This is not a notification. Look at this. The 5 great immortals have come to bully my disciple." Bullying a protege? Guan Shihua's face froze as he looked at the 5 immortals who had fallen to the ground. His eyes filled with embarrassment, thinking, who's bullying who here? Your disciple is this kid? Guan Shihua said. Brat, why don't you let go of Kuan Shang de Xian's tail? Zhang Daoran froze, and then loosened his hand fondly. This instantly creeped out immortal Kuan Shang, as well as the yellow immortal when they saw its eyes. A few moments later, the courtyard of the cantonment. The bland-faced Guan Shihua sighed and could not help but shake her head slightly after understanding what had happened. Thinking to herself that if it were anyone else who had injured the 5 immortals, she would have already fought for her life and struck out. But now the person who came was Zhang Jiwei. Even if she put her life on the line, it would be for nothing. Thinking of this, Guan Shihua coughed. Huang Xian, let's forget about this. Forget it? Yellow Fairy said with a start. Ishika, that kid is skinning me. Why don't you go and fight him again? Guan Shihua spread his hands. You guys know exactly how powerful this old man is, right? The yellow fairy froze, looked at the remaining 4 who nodded, and could only sigh. The fox fairy, in particular, laughed bitterly. Huang Xian, I'll heal you. It's all my fault for not figuring out the situation before. Guan Shihua was relieved to see the scene. Seeing that the 5 great immortals had compromised, she didn't say anything more. Glancing at the master and disciples sharpening their swords outside the courtyard, she spoke. You guys aren't doing anything, so I'll be out? When immortal Kuan Shang heard this, he couldn't help but smile bitterly. Looking at the master and disciple who were sharpening their swords in the courtyard, he laughed bitterly. What else to say? This master and disciple are too inhuman to fight. Guan Shihua couldn't help but smile slightly when she heard this. Nodding with her hands behind her back, she stepped outside into the courtyard. She looked at Zhang Jiwei, then turned her gaze to Zhang Daoran. Thinking to himself, he could clearly feel an aura of danger in this kid's body. As for what it was, Sekishika didn't know yet. With her hands behind her back, she coughed. Just coming to my realm. Your disciple beat up the 5 immortals I'd been offering. You guys are good enough. What? They're not convinced? The old celestial master rolled up his sleeves and said, which one is not convinced? Let it out and I'll reason with it. Guan Shihua. Feeling speechless, Guan Shihua let out a sigh. Looking at Zhang Jiwei in front of her, she did not want to take care of him at all. Nay, since this god had come to the pass, he was bound to have some demands. I'm afraid it's not that simple to detach them easily. Thinking of this, Guan Shihua coughed. This is no place to talk. Go to my house. It's spacious and easy to move. Good. The old celestial master was not the least bit afraid. No problem. Walk. Guan Shihua nodded, then led the way ahead. This caused a hint of surprise to appear in the eyes of Zhang Daoran, who was on the side. When he saw it, I thought to myself that the way this goddess spoke seemed to be somewhat similar to the master. Not caring too much, he smiled and then trailed off. A few moments later, the avenue in the forest. Zhang Daoran, who was sitting on the tiger's back, glanced around with a bland look in his eyes. It was the master, on the other hand, who seemed extraordinarily talkative. Every now and then they say it's too cold here and want to wear a whole tiger skin and eat 2 tiger bones to warm up. This caused several tigers that were summoned out by Guan Shihua to tremble in fear when they heard about it. It's a good thing the master just mentioned that and didn't act on it. What do you mean? Sekishika snapped. You came to Guanwai for a tournament? The ones inside the pass were defeated by you? When the old heavenly master heard this, he couldn't help but laugh. Sitting on the back of the tiger he nodded and stroked his beard in triumph. Of course, they're untouchable. That's why I came to you. I don't know if you gotta dare to send someone to fight with my disciple? Let's have a word first. If you lose, you must give me a whole basket of the 100-year-old ginseng you have here. Of course, if you're scared, I won't force you. Ha ha. Hearing his master say this, a hint of surprise appeared in Zhang Daoran's eyes. I thought to myself that this old man is dark enough. You know that any ginseng that has been on for 100 years is a great medicine. Master, a want is a basket. Feeling see this is to Guanwai into the goods. As expected, Guan Shirawa's face turned green when she heard about it. With a bland face, she blankly glanced at the old heavenly master and said, there's no need to provoke me. I still know how much weight your disciple has. This time you've come to break our immortal family's face. If you want to fight me again, then you'll have to agree to my conditions. Sure, a basket of ginseng isn't a problem, provided you agree to the conditions and secondly win. No problem, the old heavenly master smiled. It's not like I'm the one fighting, so feel free to make any conditions you want. Zhang Daoran? Zhang Daoran, master. Are you serious? Guan Shihua smiled. The corners of her mouth couldn't help but raise slightly. I thought to myself that these two masters and disciples, at first glance, are no good. Especially this little one. It was a bit like the young Zhang Jiwei. That superb lightning technique was simply not something that should be possible at this age. Thinking of this, Guan Shihua said with confidence, 1. You can't use thunder spells. 2. Can't use the golden light spell. How's that? If your disciple can still win this way, I'll give you 2 baskets of ginseng. When the old heavenly master heard this, his entire body suddenly became a bit excited. Looking at the bodhisattva Guan Shihua, who saved the suffering in front of him, he hurriedly pretended to be in some difficulty. You're going too far with this, aren't you? Thunder Law. The golden light mantra won't let you use it. That's the same as standing and giving you a beating. Look at my apprentice's delicate skin. What if your grandson breaks it? When Zhang Daoran, who was on the side, heard this, he almost couldn't hold back his laughter. I thought to myself, Master, you keep pretending. If we keep pretending like this, I'm afraid this goddess is going to be fooled and crippled. As expected, Guan Shihua laughed. That's the deal. If you say yes, you fight. If you don't, you leave. Alright, the old heavenly master said with a hint of hesitation on his face. Apprentice, are you willing to fight? The sudden inquiry caused Zhang Daoran to freeze. Looking at his master, Guan Shihua, who had cast a glance, he said with a hint of pain on his face. Fight. For the sake of Longhu Mountain's reputation, I will never back down. Good. The old heavenly master slapped his thighs and said, worthy of being my good disciple, bold and courageous. When Guan Shihua saw the scene, a hint of a smile appeared on her face. I thought to myself that the disciples of Longhu Mountain would be nothing without the golden light mantra. The thunder spell. Cradling her arms she coughed and chuckled. You've got some balls. Okay, we'll see. Look at that. It's dawn. We're at the place. Zhang Daoran froze and followed by looking up. Vaguely, a haze of light came from the distant sky. Immediately afterward, a red sun rose in the east. Under the 10,000 sunsets, it looked beautiful under this silver and icy world. And under the haze, there was a small village on that plain. The smoke curls up. Beautiful. Like a paradise on earth. The mesmerized Zhang Daoran smiled and then lay back on the tiger's back. Looking at the rising sun, he followed suit and opened his personal interface. Host, Zhang Daoran. Age, 8 years old. Height, 1.6 meters. Skills, enlightenment against all odds. Golden light mantra. Taoist fist. Divine alchemy. Thunder technique, Yang 5 thunders. Weapon refining. Taiji fist. Detaining spirit dispatch. Spiritual records. Weapons, adversary scales. Alchemy furnace. Battle favors, Harry Stiff. Spirit demon fox. Warehouse, 2 beast dawn. 2 return to Yuan dawn. 50 chi replenishing dawn. Grade 4 feathered clothes x1. Alchemy furnace x1. 100 years of Hishawu x4. 100 years of ginseng x5. Various types of gold ores x50. Money not counted. Broken spells x30. Looking at the interface in front of him, Zhang Daoran could not help but stretch his legs, thinking to myself that the warehouse was getting more and more broken, especially the broken pieces of spells, and other things. Originally, he had planned to do an upgrade at the World Council, but it was just a pity that he never had the time. Now that he had come to Guanwai, Zhang Daoran intended to take a good rest and upgrade his equipment. At that thought, he rose up with a violent roar. The sun rises and I climb the hillside. Climbing up the hill I want to sing. The sudden singing caused the old celestial master at the side, Guan Shihua, to blush. The two of them glanced at each other as if they did not recognize Zhang Daoran, and followed forward with increased speed. The look in his eyes was as if he was saying, again, that this man was insane. A somewhat embarrassed Zhang Daoran smiled and followed to speed up his pace. Soon, after a few miles, the village just seen came into view. Vaguely, there were about 36 families in the whole canton. As soon as they reached the mouth of the canton, several men in animal skin coats and hats greeted them at the door. It was obvious to the naked eye that these people could have extraordinarily high respect for the Divine Mother. Whether walking or assisting, it seems to be a very differentiation between the honored and the disrespected. Zhang Daoran, who followed down, saw this scene and could not help but assist his master. Smiling, "Master, it's not very generous of you to pit the goddess like that, is it? Anyway, I'm contributing, so for the 2 baskets of ginseng this time, how about 70% for me and 30% for you?" On what grounds? The old heavenly master frowned, then looked at the reverend disciple. The murderous aura in those eyes was spilling out. By virtue of the Divine Mother being my beloved elder, her grandchildren are even my most beloved relatives and friends. Zhang Daoran smiled. If master wants me to beat him, it'll have to be for extra money. When the old heavenly master heard this, he immediately frowned. The restless right hand, too, then lifted. Otherwise, I'll go tell the Divine Mother the truth. Seeing this scene, Zhang Daoran immediately replied. Secondly, I have to swing for the fences. Great, you still dare to threaten me, the old heavenly master laughed. Worthy of being my good disciple. Deal, I'll count on you. Unimpressed, Zhang Daoran smiled and spread his hands. Average to average. Third in the world. It's all thanks to master's good teaching that my disciple has such a skill. Old timer. Feeling speechless, the old celestial master shook his head, and then followed towards the canton. Soon, the group arrived at the center area of the canton. Looking around, this place is actually no different from the outside world. Small concrete block building with concrete pavement on the ground. There is even a basketball court in the center of the canton. Zhang Daoran had just arrived here when he saw a shocking scene. Just in the center of the basketball court, there was a teenager playing basketball in a pair of backpack pants. It made him blink, thinking that this could be Grandma. It was only that the teenager was about a teenager, with a height of about 1.78 meters. Dressed in strappy pants and with a center-parted head. They can look a lot alike except for the ugly looks, especially with a basketball in his left hand. It's a godlike resemblance. You're back, you foo, Guan Shihua said with a smile. I had friends over last night, so I didn't pick you up. Look at how thin you are. You didn't eat well abroad, did you? It's okay, Grandma, Deng Youfu said with a smile. I've been eating well abroad, and look how much I've grown. Guan Shihua nodded, her face full of smiles as she then glanced at the old celestial master, Zhang Daoran and the two of them. With a bland face she coughed and introduced herself. It's good to be back. I just happened to have a friend over to play. Let me introduce you. This is the old mongrel, Tianshi, the disciple of the old Tianshi. Zhang Daoran, old timer. Looking at the divine feminine who almost spoke out of turn, the old heavenly master was slightly speechless. After looking at Teng Youfu, he nodded slightly. Instead, it was Zhang Daoran who smiled and took the initiative to reach out. Nest Tummy Bunny Oil, you look like a friend of mine. Nest Tummy Bunny surprise, Deng Youfu said with a smile. Really, your friend must be as handsome as I am. Hearing this, Zhang Daoran could barely hold his breath. I thought to myself that apart from his face, he does look a lot like Gon, especially the backpack pants, coupled with the center parting styling, proper Kontua. There, Sekishika laughed. My grandson just came back. Let's set the match for the afternoon. Let's rest first. Putting down such a sentence, the Divine Mother then left the place with Teng Youfu in tow, talking and laughing. Seeing this scene, Zhang Daoran, who was holding his arms, was quite emotional. Looking back at the bland-faced master, he said, Let's go. Master, why are you still standing here? What's on your mind? That kid just now was quite interesting. The old celestial master chuckled. Playing basketball in a pair of backpacking pants is pretty idiosyncratic. Ha 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 ha, omega, hiya hiya hiya. Hearing his master's tirade, Zhang Daoran couldn't hold it in. Letting out a laugh he nodded and smiled. Master, it's indeed good. He's made me realize a set of boxing techniques. It's called Akuan's 18 styles. When the time comes, my disciple will show you. Akuan's 18 styles? The old celestial master froze, thinking, what is this kid up to again? Moments later, in a separate room, after Zhang Daoran, who was sitting cross-legged on the bed, finished regulating his breathing, he then opened his eyes. Looking at the empty room, he then waved his hand. A pile of broken brass was thrown out. Quite pleased with himself, He smiled and followed with a big wave of his hand. The thunder and fire appeared with a bang. Underwrapping the pile of scrap metal, it instantly turned it into iron. Seeing this scene, Zhang Daoran followed and threw out the alchemy furnace, as well as the reverse scale, feathered clothes, and other treasures. As each of the 3 treasures were devoured, they began to escalate ever so slowly. As each minute passed, the temperature in the room grew warmer. Without changing his face, Zhang Daoran casually waved his hand and once again filled in some scrap copper and iron. Ding! Congratulations to Hajime for upgrading to level 5. Level 5 feathered clothes, with anti-spell attacks, water and fire invulnerable, spirit invulnerable, mass air attack, spiritual attack. It is also effective against physical attacks, knife, gun, stick, firearms, rifle bullets, artillery, and will fail if it exceeds 5 levels of tolerance. Special abilities, stealthy closed air, chameleon ability, mental bounce, sound simulation, spirit attack. Hearing the system beep, Zhang Daoran couldn't help but feel ecstatic in his heart, only to see that Hajime had come to level 5 with this wave of upgrades. Its special abilities also began to increase, and it could actually already defend against mental attacks. Quite happy Zhang Daoran smiled and then pocketed it. After looking at the alchemy furnace, as well as the adversary scales, he realized that they still hadn't changed much. After all, these were scrap metal, giving them not much of a boost. Thinking of this, Zhang Daoran followed and put it away. He was about to be in the middle of clearing out his inventory when suddenly there was a knock at the door. Knock knock. Immediately after that, Deng Yukai pushed the door open. Full of simplicity, he glanced at the house and said, Zhang Daoran, what are you doing? I didn't do anything? Zhang Daoran was confused. What? As he walked out of the room, Zhang Daoran could not help but stare. It was vaguely visible that the snow attached to this house had turned into snow water at this moment. The snow, including some of the surrounding houses, followed suit and began to melt. The sudden scene made him a little embarrassed, and that's when the old celestial master, Guan Shihua, followed. Adversary, did you start another fire? Hearing the inquiry, Zhang Daoran heatedly smiled. Spreading his hands, he said, not paying attention. Didn't pay attention, the goddess said. I have a formation present here. Just now you almost burned down the entire ton, no? Don't blame him, the old celestial master said protectively. This child burned down the Tiancher mansion. I did not say anything about it. A broken Tunzi have what to count. Go, it's time for the match. With a bemused face, Sekishika hummed softly and followed towards the basketball court. Seeing this, Zhang Daoran could only trail behind him. Vaguely, the entire basketball court had become a ring. Deng Youfu, wearing backpacking pants, stood under the basket, looking unusually quiet. Only after seeing Zhang Daoran arrive did a hint of a smile appear on his face as he said, no use of thunder spells, golden light incantations, and you still dare to fight us. The Exodus Immortals. What are you going to use to fight me? Hearing the inquiry, Zhang Daoran smiled awkwardly, glancing at the master and the others who walked onto the stage. He said, well, I'm going to fight you with the Kun's 18 styles. This first punch of mine is named Chicken. You're too beautiful. I wonder if your excellency can handle it. Chicken, you too? When Tang Youfu heard this, he couldn't help but feel a sense of bewilderment. Looking at Zhang Daoran, who was pretending to be a god in front of him, he then gave a light hum, equals smiley face. Thinking that the disciples of Longhu Mountain without the thunder method, the golden light spell, is undoubtedly a waste. As long as he used his own sorcery, he was bound to win. Thinking of this, Tang Youfu hugged his arms and said, then be offended and let your horse come, but don't say I'm bullying you. The unimpressed Zhang Daoran smiled. Seeing that Tang Youfu was so confident, he didn't bother to say anything more. With a wave of his hand, the basketball on the side was instantly taken in his hand. Looking down at Deng Youfu, the boy in the strappy pants, he followed the pose. Ki, you're so beautiful. This caused the old heavenly master sitting in the stands to twitch his face when he saw it. He who didn't know what this rebel was doing was a bit flustered at the moment. After all, in his preconception, this adversary possessed a spirit detaining dispatch, which was a descending blow to the gang. Who knew that this rebel came with some kind of a Kun 18 style? The rather speechless old celestial master sighed and looked away from the immobile divine mother. Shihua, your grandson is quite good. Ha ha, don't get close, Sekishika said. Zhang Jiwei, if you lose, you must apologize to the 5 great families. Hearing this, the old celestial master could not help but lightly hum, equals smiley face in his heart. I thought to myself that the winner is not yet decided, and it is not certain who will lose or win. They'd have to be worthy if they wanted him to apologize. Thinking of this, the old heavenly master glanced at the battle below and coughed. Adversary, what are you doing with a basketball? Fight him. When Zhang Daoran heard this, A hint of a smile appeared in his eyes. He looked at Tong Yofu, who was holding his arms, and then nodded. He only saw his hands exerting force, and the basketball in his hands instantly spun around on his shoulders under the operation of the air. With that, he quickly dribbled the ball forward to the lane. Offended, I am Zhang Daoran, a personal trainee who has been practicing for 2.5 years at the Heavenly Master's house of Longhu Mountain. I apologize for today's multiple offenses. As the words fell, Zhang Daoran dribbled the basketball ever closer. This caused a hint of disdain to appear in Tong Yofu's eyes when he saw it. Clasping his arms, he shook his head slightly and snapped his fingers instantly. At that moment, prancing black mist emerged behind it, followed by a pair of scarlet eyes. Looking at Zhang Daoran, who was constantly approaching, he smiled. What, Ji, you're too beautiful. Kneel down for me. Outside the pass, we are invincible. Putting down such a sentence, the black mist behind him instantly wrapped toward Zhang Daoran. Not panicking in the slightest, a hint of a smile appeared in his eyes when he saw this scene. With a casual wave, the basketball spun instantly in his hand. Immediately afterward, Zhang Daoran, who was constantly silently reciting his mantra, soured on the extremely fast approaching spirit and immediately stomped his foot. Stop it for me. As the words fell, the cloud of black mist instantly fixed itself in midair. Ah! Bang! In the next second, the basketball suspended in midair instantly knocked Deng Yofu to the ground in a lightning-fast manner. Sungzhong Sungzhou, Zhang Daoran, who had done all of this, smiled faintly and glanced at the dumbfounded crowd around him. His face was bemused. What's this? Guan Shihua looked at the scene in front of her, and her entire body stood up in excitement. Looking at Zhang Daoran in front of her, she seemed to guess something in her mind, but according to her knowledge, the Longhu Mountain Heavenly Master's mansion definitely didn't have that thing. Thinking of this, Guan Shihua glanced at Zhang Jiwei and said, Zhang Jiwei, what stance did your disciple use? Kuan's 18 styles, Zhang Jiwei said, spreading his hands. You're too pretty for the first fist time. See, your grandson is too gullible, and that's not good. Guan Shihua couldn't help but fall silent when she heard this, thinking to myself that there was definitely something very wrong with that move just now. With a bland face, she looked at Tong Yofu, who had collapsed on the ground, for a few moments and said, Arigato, avenge your brother. Tong Yukai, who was at the bottom of the stage, couldn't help but nod his head when he heard this. Looking down at his brother, whose mouth was covered in blood and had lost a few teeth, his eyes were filled with anger. After coming onto the stage, he pointed at Zhang Daoran. Little Taoist, you're pretty good. Let's see what I can do to you. When the unimpressed Zhang Daoran heard this, a hint of laughter appeared in his eyes. Unconcerned, he coughed and then looked around, especially the location of the old celestial master, as well as Guan Shihua. He then clasped his fists and said, Master, Senior, my disciple intends to use the second move of Akuan's 18 stances, the Iron Mountain, leaning to deal with this person. If you accidentally kill someone, do you have to pay for it? Sekishika, Zhang Jiwei. When the old heavenly master heard this, he was a bit embarrassed. Looking at the pretentious adversary in front of him, he could only act and cooperate. Apprentice, point blank. Zhang Daoran nodded his head slightly, then rolled up his sleeves in style. This made Tong Yukai, who was like an enemy, look at it and follow his whole body on guard. But in the next second, the scene in front of him stunned him. Only Zhang Daoran casually waved his hand and once again took the basketball in his hand. With the constant dribbling and the rather strange dance, it made Deng Yukai look confused. Little Taoist, are you still fighting? Are you playing basketball or dancing? Hearing the inquiry, Zhang Daoran heatedly smiled. Basketball in hand, he coughed and followed forward ever closer. As the distance continued to close, Tong Yukai gritted his teeth. Not daring to take the enemy lightly, he casually waved his hand, and behind his back instantly black mist rushed into the sky. Using sorcery, his eyes then turned red. Borrowing strength, he looked at Zhang Daoran and followed with a fist blast. Nay, its speed was too slow, and in the moment of approach, the person had already avoided the blow. Zhang Daoran, who had dodged to his back, smiled and then seized the moment to top it. Iron Mountain leaning, Deng Yukai, who hadn't reacted yet, frozen, was instantly toppled away from it by 5 or 6 meters. With a face full of confusion, his eyes were filled with shock after he stopped, thinking to himself that this kid just topped it off and crashed through it as if it were a brute. His internal organs were constantly trembling slightly, and he then gritted his teeth. This is the Iron Mountain leaning? Nothing more than that. My turn. Putting down such a sentence, Tong Yukai then approached again. Possessing immense power, he swept away with astonishing air between his raised hands. When Zhang Daoran saw this scene, a hint of a smile appeared on his face. Basketball in hand, he followed with a big wave of his hand, and all of a sudden there was silver light all around him. With his eyes turning silver, It was as if he was possessed by a spirit, and he looked extremely terrifying. Guan Shihua, who was on the stage, was instantly shocked when she saw this scene. Incredulous, he gulped and got up. It's detaining spirit dispatch. Zhang Jiwei, how did you Longhu Mountain? The unimpressed old celestial master smiled and rose. What's not to like? As soon as these words were uttered, Guan Shihua's face instantly changed drastically, only to see an invisible binding force that trapped Zhang Daoran in place the moment he approached Tang Yukai. Get the fuck out of here. Putting down such a sentence, the spirit that was in Tang Yukai followed and emerged. The sudden scene directly confused the 5 great families who were hiding in the shadows to watch. This is the detaining spirit dispatch? No wonder he can suppress us, but we're obviously in our original bodies. So why are we being suppressed as well? I don't know. It's just that this kid is so evil that I don't want to experience it again. It's too awesome. Detaining spirits and dispatching generals? It's one of those 8 evil arts. In the stands, Guan Shihua's entire body was stunned when she saw this scene. She never thought that this little Taoist would actually be able to detain spirits and dispatch generals. If she had known, she would never have let her grandson go and agree to this thing. After all, it was well known that the spirit detaining dispatch had absolute suppression over them. The Exodus Immortals. Thinking of this, Guan Shihua turned to look at Zhang Jiwei and said, Old mongrel, you punked me? Looking at Guan Shihua, whose eyes were not quite right, the old celestial master's teeth were smiling. Without a care in the world he nodded and laughed. Sorry, you lose. Ishika, you're not going to cheat, are you? Guan Shihua let out a light grunt, and then flung her sleeves away. The old celestial master who stood in place saw this scene, and a hint of smugness appeared on his face. A few moments later, in a lobby, old Tianshi, Guan Shihua, including the 5 great families were all present. Zhang Daoran, who stood to the side, saw the scene and a hint of laughter appeared in his eyes. Undaunted he looked at his master and whispered, Master, is my disciple's performance satisfactory? Satisfied to the core, the old heavenly master laughed. As the words fell, only Tang Yukai, Tang Youfu followed to the lobby. Behind them followed several servants. In their hands, naturally, they carried 2 baskets of ginseng. Somewhat meatily, Guan Shihua sighed and said, Zhang Jiwei, willing to bet? These are yours, but before you guys leave, I still want to know why he's detaining spirits and sending out generals? Upon hearing the inquiry, a hint of a smile appeared on the old heavenly master's face. With a bland face, he nodded, looking at the ginsengs in front of him with a smile on his face, souped up Guan Shihua, and then quietly said a few words. When he finished, he coughed. Got it, right? That's how it came to be. Incredible, Guan Shihua said with a sigh. Feng Zhenghao is indeed a talent. I admire that. Yeah, almost one more godson, the old heavenly master said with his hands behind his back. But there's one more thing I hope you can help me with. And that's that my disciple needs a spirit. A very strong one. As soon as these words were uttered, the faces of the 5 great families changed slightly. It was only because by this time, Zhang Daoran's gaze had already landed on them. If Guan Shihua agreed to send them out, I'm afraid that no one would be able to escape with the old celestial master around. We have great respect for the immortals, Sekishika said blandly. The 5 great families are even our one life with the same cultivation. You want to find the spirit for your disciple. The only way is to go to the depths of the Changbai mountain, where there are a lot of spirits, provided that you can find them. Kindly let you know, there are a lot of powerful guys there. Even the 5 great families can't defeat them lightly. Do you still want to go? When the old heavenly master heard this, he couldn't help but laugh. For the sake of his disciples' growth, he was naturally fearless. Looking at the 5 big families next to him, he coughed. Is there anyone in this world that I, Zhang Jiwei, am afraid of? You 5 lead the way. And you go too, goddess. It's important for my apprentice, Guan Shihua. The 5 great people froze, then nodded helplessly, while Zhang Daoran, who was on the sidelines, saw this scene. His face was filled with laughter. Thinking to himself that the master's favor, he kind of felt a knot in his stomach. Early the next morning, on the road deep in the long white mountains, the gray fairy walking ahead looked around, then stopped. Vaguely visible ahead was a valley, within which the clouds and mist were so dense and foggy that it appeared to be particularly bizarre. When it came here it coughed and turned back. This is the Valley of Spirits, where usually the weak spirits and the powerful ones are. Celestial Master, the collection of spirits all depends on fate. Of course, you can forcefully detain spirits. This doesn't count. Hearing this, the old Celestial Master with his hands behind his back nodded. Looking down at the valley, a small smile appeared on his face. Daoran, the opportunity is here, for the master to open the way for you. Watch this, I'm only going to perform this once. Hearing this, Zhang Daoran couldn't help but nod his head. On the contrary, it was the 5 great people on the side, the goddess who was listening to the clouds. Only the old heavenly master coughed, and then he turned into a residual shadow and came over the spirit valley. With a bland face, he waved his big hand, and 10,000 feet of golden light instantly emerged on his body. The air of all the heavens is restless, and our way is prospering day by day. What joy in life and what fear in death! Drive for me! A voice like a loud bell instantly spread throughout the entire spirit valley. Vaguely visible, a huge 8 trigrams figure blasted out. The mist that filled the spirit valley instantly dissipated into thin air. As far as the naked eye could see, what came into view within it was a white bone. There was no shortage of human bones, and to a lesser extent, more animal bones. Under the reflection of the powerful air, the living beings within it trembled. Looking at the master who suppressed the spirit valley with one hand, Zhang Daoran could not help but feel his blood boiling. With a bland face, he looked at the valley and immediately stepped into it as a remnant shadow. Adverse disciple, master will only wait for you for 3 days. As the words fell from the sky, the old heavenly master sat steeply cross-legged in front of Lingu. This caused the divine mother, the 5 great people to look at each other in disbelief when they saw it. Guan Shihua, in particular, came to heel and spat. Old mongrel, are you here to take the spirit or to kill? You suppressed the entire spirit valley by yourself. How are you going to make us face those immortals in the future? That's your business, the old heavenly master smiled. It has nothing to do with the poor Taoist. The moment these words came out of his mouth, the 5 great families, Guan Shihua was completely speechless. As the spokespersons of Kansai, they have mixed feelings at this moment. Looking at the spirit valley in front of them, they could only sigh. Inside the valley of the spirit, Zhang Daoran, who had just stepped in, stopped his footsteps before placing his gaze on a stone wall. Vaguely visible was a line written on the stone wall. If you don't enter the cave of the 3 stars and the slanting moon, you will become a white-headed immortal in Tianshan. In a short line, its penmanship is strong and full of energy. It's like a swimming dragon. Quite a masterpiece. The bland-faced Zhang Daoran saw this scene and a hint of a smile appeared in his eyes. Without the slightest hesitation, he followed with a pinch of his hand to silently recite the imperial spirit record. All of a sudden, under its line of sight, all the spirits in the entire spirit valley could not avoid it. 1 piece, 2nd piece, there were even spirits with 5th grade potential. Everything. This caused Zhang Daoran to smile and follow by pulling out his reverse scale with the intention of stepping into it. However, at that moment, a ghostly figure steeply appeared in front of it. Immediately afterward, an extremely strong killing aura came to the face. Junior, who let you come here to act recklessly? Trespassing in the spirit valley, you deserve to die. As a feminine voice came out, the temperature around them instantly plummeted. Immediately afterward, a female corpse covered in white hair and draped in black hair quietly appeared. With every step she took, the ground froze. This made Zhang Daoran see it and couldn't help but think of the 4 evil spirits that the Divine Mother had mentioned on her way. Snowy Mountain Woman. It is rumored that these evil spirits were good people in life, but when they were treated unfairly and died, they turned into evil spirits that caused trouble for thousands of miles. Wherever they appeared, there were white bones everywhere, and no living soul survived. And within this spirit valley, there happens to be a snowy mountain female corpse trapped here, commonly known as the Snow Demon. You are a snow demon, Zhang Daoran said with a slight tremor in his voice. This caused the snow demon to reveal a hint of doubt in its reddish eyes upon hearing this. He thought that if any other person had seen him, he would have been so scared that he would have fallen to his knees and begged for mercy. But this little Taoist in front of her seemed to give her a feeling of some excitement. What kind of look is that? Snow Demon said suspiciously. You're not afraid of me? Scared? Zhang Daoran froze, and then could no longer suppress the excitement in his heart. The moment Takuma saw this one, the zombie king in the systems warehouse made a sound of movement. There was no doubt that it was a great tonic for it. It was important to realize that since the Corpse King's battle at Wudong Mountain, he had come directly to the hairy stiffy. It was also since then that it had been stopped in its tracks, with no further chance of advancement. Now that he suddenly ran into a snow demon, this was undoubtedly a chance for Zhang Daoran. At that thought, he rubbed his hands together and put down the adversary road. Surrender and I'll keep my hands to myself. Surrender? When the snow demon heard this, she couldn't help but stare, looking at the little Taoist in front of him who seemed to be talking nonsense. His eyes were filled with anger, thinking to herself that she was at least a corpse king who had caused trouble on one side. If she hadn't been trapped here by that being, wouldn't she have ended up in this situation? Thinking of this, the snow demon said in anger, something that doesn't know how to die. You. Before the words were finished, a sudden surge of heavenly corpse chi roared out. Immediately afterward, the corpse king, who had not appeared for a long time, appeared in front of Zhang Daoran with a loud bang. Standing close to 2.5 meters tall, It was as invincible as a giant, combined with the customized armor on its body, and the iron claws, it gave off an extremely oppressive feeling. Roar! The Corpse King, who was seeing a snow demon for the first time, couldn't help but let out a low roar. In its eyes, a rare glint was revealed. This caused Zhang Daoran to laugh lightly when he saw it. Gently, go on, roar! As the words fell, the impatient Corpse King then lunged forward. This caused the snow demon to subconsciously make a move with it upon seeing it. Between the lifting of his hands, an icy sky and snowy land came upon him. Flowers and trees along the way were instantly turned into ice sculptures, including the Zombie King was the same, becoming an ice sculpture in no time. But in the next second, with infinite strength and adamantine, it moved its hands. Then he directly broke through the ice and pounced at the snow demon once again. The two of them tangled and instantly disengaged. When Zhang Daoran saw this scene, the corner of his mouth couldn't help but raise slightly. With a bland face, he glanced around and then ran ahead. Now hadn't taken 2 steps when a heart-rending scream came from behind him. Listening to the movement, it seemed to come from the snow demon. This caused Zhang Daoran to smile and follow as he continued to walk forward. Vaguely visible, flowers and trees gradually flourish along the way. Every now and then, white bone skeletons would appear in those bushes. In the face of all this, Zhang Daoran's face was bland, until he came to a stop slowly behind a crooked tree. As far as the naked eye could see, there was a red rope hanging from this crooked-necked tree. The red rope was as if it were a fallen leaf, shaking in this place for an unknown number of years. The bland-faced Zhang Daoran saw the scene and a hint of a smile appeared in his eyes. Without the slightest hesitation he waved his big hand, and at that moment lightning exploded from his hand. Palm thunder! Boom! With an explosion ringing out, the crooked tree in front of him instantly fell to the ground. It's too much of a bully. As an angry cry came, a white-furred mouse crawled out from under the stump. As large as a cat, it was covered in a white color, with human eyebrows over its reddish eyes. Zhang Daoran, who was holding his arms, smiled and said softly, "Kneel down yourself, or let me do it?" When the white-haired mouse heard this, he was enraged. For this Taoist priest of unknown origin, it was originally unwilling to mess with it. Who knew that this person actually took the initiative to provoke it, causing it to have to show itself? Little Taoist, are you looking for death? This is Spirit Valley. It's not a place for you to be reckless. My lord is a snow demon. Oh. Hearing this, Zhang Daoran could not help but let out an "oh." Unconcerned, he smiled, then waved his hand. At that moment, a silver light appeared steeply behind it. In the next second, that fox fairy woman reappeared, pale and wearing a red dress. She looked extremely frightened. After seeing her surroundings, she fell to her knees and begged for mercy. "Grandpa Taoist, spare me. Apricot Blossom, I won't dare to do it again." Hearing this, Zhang Daoran revealed a hint of a smile in his eyes. "I thought to myself that according to the Yellow Fairy, this fox fairy was a descendant of that great man. Its Tao is nothing. It can only be an average low-level fox immortal." After it fell into his hands, naturally no one asked for it again. And today, Zhang Daoran was able to bring it out. Naturally for the Imperial Spirit Record. According to the Imperial Spirit Record, this fox fairy woman didn't have too much potential. It's not much different from the gray fairy in front of us. Thinking of this, Zhang Daoran smiled. "Want to live? Then go kill it, or it will kill you." As soon as these words came out of her mouth, Almond Blossom couldn't help but stare. Glancing back at the white-furred rat, his eyes instantly showed his murderous intent. Without the slightest hesitation, she followed and killed in her true form as a fox. This caused Zhang Daoran's eyes to show a hint of relief when he saw it. He thought that this killing and decisive look would determine that this woman had at least a few potentials. As expected, the white-haired mouse was also slightly stunned when he saw this scene. With a ferocious look, it also gritted its teeth and followed to fight with it. Within a few rounds, Apricot Blossom somehow managed to trade the white-haired rat to death with a broken arm. With her right arm bloody, she once again transformed into a person and said with a pale face, "Grandpa Taoist, I did it." Seeing this scene, Zhang Daoran could not help but nod his head. Witnessing everything, he smiled and casually waved his hand, a chi-replenishing pill falling into his heel. "Take it, and secondly I will give you a technique which will increase your cultivation greatly. In addition to tell you in advance, if you have second thoughts, you will immediately die a violent death." Apricot Blossom froze, looking at Zhang Daoran in front of her. She swallowed the chi-replenishing pill without the slightest hesitation. At once, an extremely strong air instantly appeared within its body. With this kind of power, she instantly recovered from her injuries as if it were the beginning. Even its own air, which had not increased for a long time, began to increase at this moment. This made Apricot Blossom freeze, and she couldn't help but be ecstatic. "Thank you, master." Looking at the extremely understanding apricot flower, Zhang Daoran's eyes revealed a hint of a smile. With his hands behind his back he nodded and waved his hand casually. A silver light instantly disappeared into its mind. After doing this, Zhang Daoran smiled. This is the method of enhancement for you and others. How strong you can become all depends on your own destiny. Go on. This rat will be of great use to you. Frozen in place. Apricot Blossom heard this and felt an additional technique in her mind. The name of this technique is spirit swallowing, and by simply devouring a powerful spirit, one can enhance one's own Tao. Ecstatic, she nodded and glanced back at the dead mice, instantly devouring them without regard for their fur. The scene was extremely uncomfortable under the blood and flesh. Luckily, Zhang Daoran had seen Corpse King's advance and was not too allergic to it. Roar! Soon, in less than a moment, Apricot Blossom suddenly let out a long whistle to the sky. After eating the rat, she clearly felt her own Tao surge. With a roar, the clothes on its body were instantly torn to shreds. The stunning landscape that was exposed looked extraordinarily choppy and beautiful. Fortunately, Zhang Daoran's Tao mind was stable and was not tempted in the slightest. Visible to the naked eye, a foxtail suddenly sprang up at its tail, followed by a second one, and on the head, 2 fox ears grew as well. Combined with that seductive body, the Apricot Blossom at the moment was like the cosplay Doji. Master, thank you. After the evolution was completed, Apricot Blossom's pretty face slightly reddened as she said, somewhat out of line, please don't be offended. Master, put on your clothes, Zhang Daoran said expressionlessly. This is just the beginning. Take your time. Putting down such a sentence, Zhang Daoran followed forward. Frozen in place, Almond Blossom froze and couldn't help but look down at her peak, thinking isn't this beautiful enough? Rather depressed, she sighed and could only follow in her clothes. Soon, the master and servant made their way to the forest. Zhang Daoran, who was walking ahead, glanced around and then suddenly stopped in his tracks. Apricot Blossom, who was trailing behind, froze and couldn't help but look around and said, Master, why don't you leave? Upon hearing the inquiry, Zhang Daoran did not say anything more, casually snapping his fingers. The forest was instantly gusty. In the next second, the Corpse King who was dragging the corpse of the snow demon walked out. It was vaguely visible that the snow demons that were originally alive and kicking were now dead. Its face, abdomen was almost mashed, and its limbs were even more sparsely crushed. This caused Xinghua to subconsciously hide behind Zhang Daoran when she saw it. Seeing zombies for the first time, she clutched her master's cuffs and said, Master, this is a zombie. I'll protect you. Zhang Daoran froze slightly, glanced back at Apricot Blossom, and couldn't help but let out a sigh. Southering at the Corpse King, he then snapped his fingers. Roar! Only the Corpse King growled, and then threw out the snow demon corpse as if it was trash. Immediately after that, the tall and powerful man then crouched down. With Apricot Blossom dumbfounded, Zhang Daoran sat on its shoulder. This made her gulp and say, Master, this is also your. The bland-faced Zhang Daoran nodded and glanced at the time and said, Follow. Putting down such a sentence, the Corpse King then swaggered forward carrying Zhang Daoran. Frozen in place, Apricot Blossom saw the scene and could only obediently trail behind. And at that moment, outside the Valley of the Spirits, the Divine Mother, who was sitting cross-legged in the same place, looked exceptionally bland. Beside him, the old Celestial Master was holding a comic book and reading it. While the two were bored, suddenly the Grey Fairy ran extremely fast. Filled with shock, it gulped and said, Not good. That kid is dead? Wan Shihua said expectantly. No, the Grey Fairy exclaimed. The snow demon was killed by it. As soon as these words were uttered, Wan Shihua couldn't help but stare, and then some shock appeared on her face. I thought to myself that this little Taoist is tough enough. Just on the first day in Spirit Valley, he actually killed the snow demon of the 4 evil spirits. Key fucking don't 6. The old Celestial Master chuckled. Wan Shihua couldn't help but roll her eyes when she heard this. Taking a look at the Spirit Valley movement, he sighed. Truly the blue is better than the blue. Zhang Jiwei, Yulonghu Mountain has a successor. That's true, the old Celestial Master said triumphantly. It's better than those grandchildren of yours, isn't it? By the way, not on the same level. Ha ha, what are you getting at? Wan Shihua said angrily. Believe it or not, I'll burn your beard in a fire. The somewhat embarrassed old Celestial Master couldn't help but smile when he heard this. Souped up the time, then stretched. Not with you. I'm going to WC. Frozen in place, Wan Shihua couldn't help but be speechless when she heard this. I thought to myself that this old mongrel has been coming down the mountain since, but after the surroundings are getting more and more up to date with the times. Late at night, in the Valley of the Spirits, Zhang Daoran, who was holding his arms, glanced at the lonely grave in front of him, and his eyes were indifferent. Unconcerned, he coughed and then snapped his fingers. This made Apricot Blossom, who was on the side, see it and then very skillfully picked up the soldier's shovel and walked up. Between the lifting of his hands, he dug up graves and exhumed them with extreme sharpness. In less than a moment, a red coffin was revealed. Seeing this, Zhang Daoran then snapped his fingers again. At that moment, the corpse king on the side let out a low roar. Then he came to the coffin in 3 places. Looking at the red coffin in front of it, it could not help but hammer it to pieces with one punch. Ah, which one of you don't want to die? Dare to ruin your grandma's sleep? The moment the coffin broke open, a mournful voice rang out. In the next second, a cloaked, shriveled, red-clad female corpse emerged. Resentful, she looked around and then froze in place. There was only a small Taoist priest in front of him with his arms wrapped around him and a calm face. Beside her was a zombie king who was 2.5 meters tall, covered in corpse chi, and even more terrifying than her. Then next to it, there was a fox fairy with 3 fox tails and a soldier's shovel. When the red-clothed female corpse saw this scene, her entire body couldn't help but freeze in place. Somewhat embarrassed, she scratched her head and said, "Up fierce, actually saw the zombie king, fox fairy, and Taoist priest walking together. I'll sleep some more, go you." Leaving such a sentence behind, the lady in red then ran off towards the northwest. This caused the fox fairy to see a green glint in her eyes. With a bland face, she casually waved her hand and pocketed the female corpse. With a smile as her Dao skyrocketed, she crushed it and subsequently devoured it. Seeing this scene, Zhang Daoran couldn't help but nod in satisfaction, thinking to himself that this fox was extremely intelligent, and with its help he was considered to have come to the 3rd grade spirit body. Thinking of this, the somewhat tired man glanced at the zombie king and immediately put it into his system. After doing this, Zhang Daoran came to sit down in front of the lonely grave and said, "You can rest tonight." Apricot Blossom couldn't help but nod when she heard this. Receiving a great tonic, she glanced at her handsome and extraordinary master, and then took a step forward. Looking at that nice face, she slowly removed her clothes and said, "Master, do you need to be bedded?" Snap. Low-life stuff. How dare you jeopardize my heart and my virginity? Apricot Blossom, who had received a slap, froze, then covered her cheek in aggravation. Looking at the master in front of her, a hint of a sigh appeared in her eyes. I thought to myself that my master seemed extraordinarily manly in this appearance, and that face, it looked even more flawless up. Thinking of this, Almond Blossom couldn't help but sigh and say, "Master, I have tempted you no less than 10 times today. Why do you always?" Hearing this, Zhang Daoran's eyes revealed a hint of helplessness. The combined apricot blossoms are not bad for a vixen. His second brother was a high-frequency presence during this day. If he hadn't been able to do the heart-cleansing mantra, he would have been scourged by this vixen. You have to know that this child's body, Zhang Daoran, was left to resist the great catastrophe of Master Ling Yua. Rather emotionally, he glanced at Almond Blossom and said, "Don't think that just because you've eaten a few spirits and your Dao is a bit higher that you can do whatever you want in front of me. Tell you what, if I get upset, I can get the others to eat you just as well." As soon as these words were uttered, Xinghua's face instantly changed drastically. With a beautiful face and shapely figure, she gulped and instantly dropped to one knee. "Master, I won't dare next time." The unimpressed Zhang Daoran hummed lightly, thinking that this fox online was a 5th grade spirit body. Give it a few more spirits to eat and it will grow 5 fox tails. By then the man's Taoism would almost be comparable to the fox fairies out there. This rate of growth showed the dominance of the imperial spirit record. But the price for this crazy surge was to surrender one's own life. In other words, if this apricot blossom really had a hint of mischief, Zhang Daoran would be able to strangle her to death with a single finger. Early the next morning, after a night's rest, a combination of 3 different species once again frequented the Spirit Valley. Wherever they passed, there were chickens flying all over the place almost everywhere. During this period, the zombie king, Apricot Blossom, even made a series of strikes, exterminating several low-grade spirits. After devouring it, the growth of one's own Dao was almost negligible. Seeing this scene, Zhang Daoran couldn't help but then target the higher spirit. And looking at the entire Spirit Valley, the most powerful ones are the 4 evil spirits: Snow Demon, Ground Zombie, Fire Snake, Mandrill. Aside from the Snow Demon, which had already been gotten rid of, the remaining 3 they hadn't encountered once yet. After searching for who knows how long, the 3 finally stopped at a dry land. Zhang Daoran, who was sitting on the zombie king's shoulder, looked ahead and a hint of a smile appeared in his eyes. With a bland face, he casually waved his hand, and lightning flashed instantly within its palm. Palm thunder, boom, accompanied by an explosion. The dry land in front of them was instantly blown out into a deep crater. Nah, it was as if there was nothing in there. There was actually no movement at all. This made Almond Blossom puzzled when she saw it. "Master, there doesn't seem to be any evil spirits here." Unimpressed, Zhang Daoran shook his head slightly, thinking that according to what the Divine Mother had said, the fire snake liked arid territories the most and had its own attributes in line with the power of the earth element, making it very difficult for the average person to locate it. And they were able to locate it not because Zhang Daoran was capable. Naturally, it was because the Spirit Valley wasn't that big, and the dry land was just that one place where the fire snake was naturally located. Thinking of this, Zhang Daoran casually waved his hand and a beast pill appeared in his hand. The expressionless man looked at the beast Dan, and the corners of his mouth couldn't help but rise slightly. Master, what kind of Dan is this? Apricot Blossom saw the smile on her master's face and instantly felt some fear. You'll know later, Zhang Daoran chuckled. Back off and hide. There's a good show coming. Putting down such a sentence, Zhang Daoran casually exerted a force. The beast Dan in his hand was instantly carried by the air over the dry land. As the elixir crumbled into powder and ink, it spilled out into the dry land. Seeing this scene, Zhang Daoran followed and retreated at extreme speed. He stopped only after retreating 100 meters away. And Apricot Blossom looked at the unmoving dry land and wondered. Master, there still doesn't seem to be any movement. There's no rush. Zhang Daoran smiled. Let the medicine fly for a while. As the words fell, a dull roar suddenly came from the dry land. 1 second. 3 seconds. 10 seconds. Roar. Only a roar came from within the dry land, followed by a snake thick as a utility pole, with a unicorn head and a reddish body burrowing out. Fire snake. Its eyes were red as if it had been stimulated, and it continuously raised its head to the sky. Its snake body also began to roll over continuously, as if it was in extreme pain. This made Apricot Blossom flinch in surprise. Master, what kind of elixir is this? A poison? No. Zhang Daoran smiled faintly and looked at the fire snake, then silently looked forward to it. Roar. As expected, after this fire snake roared, it then ran for the perimeter. In less than a moment, an evil spirit similar to that of an elephant was yanked back hard. Without any further ado, the fire snake wrapped it tightly around him, and then did its business in broad daylight. This made Almond Blossom excited to see it. Is this something I can see? How did it do this? Zhang Daoran, who was hugging his arms, smiled, his eyes full of complacency. I thought to myself that dragons and snakes are barren by nature, and the best way to deal with them is, Luckily, he still had a few beast pills that would come in handy, and with that, as the fire snake continued to vent, evil spirits that are tortured to death by its hardening, as well as large animals, such as tigers and bears, are almost always exhausted and tossed to their deaths. Roar! And the exhausted fire serpent growled, quite contentedly, and weakly it followed, sprawling out on the dry land. Breathless, it looked around and was about to force its eyes to rest when it did. Suddenly there was movement in front of him, followed by the arrival of a small Taoist priest, a fox, and a zombie. Roar! Seeing this, the fire snake couldn't help but growl along. You did this. Zhang Daoran, who was hugging his arms, had a hint of a smile in his eyes when he heard this. Looking at the fire snake in front of him, he smiled and nodded, came to look at it for a few moments and clapped his hands. You're a tough guy, screwing over a dozen of them to extinguish the desire. I'll give you credit for that. When Fire Snake heard this, a hint of resignation appeared in his eyes. With its entire body emptied of power, it was no different from a slaughtered lamb at this moment. Spare me. I'll trade you my baby for. Baby? When Zhang Daoran heard this, he couldn't help but laugh. Full of smiles, he looked at Fire Snake and drew out his reverse scales. Think I'm stupid? Kill you and the baby is mine. Click. As the words fell, Zhang Daoran followed with a sword slash. As the hand rose and fell, a snake's head then fell to the ground. Seeing this scene, Almond Blossom couldn't help but lick her lips. Without the slightest hesitation she followed and began to devour it. Seeing this, Zhang Daoran turned to look at the Zombie King. Go on, get it baby, and get it fast. As the words fell, the Zombie King then drilled towards the snake hole. After doing so, Zhang Daoran followed to the corpse of the fire snake. After a few careful looks, he casually slashed his sword straight at his abdomen. Wow! A belly full of organs spilled out all over the place. Among them, there was naturally a fiery red inner elixir, as well as a goose egg-sized snake gall. Seeing this scene, Zhang Daoran followed and crouched down to pick it up. It was vaguely visible that this fire red inner elixir was not quite the same as other low-grade evil spirit inner elixirs. There was a pattern of lines appearing on its upper side, looking extremely magical. The reason why Zhang Daoran had found them was all because Xinghua had spat one out when she had exterminated an evil spirit. This made him realize, after a few looks, that it was of great use. From that point on, he was intent on searching, only to find out that this inner elixir is not something that can be had by an ordinary spirit. Almost all of them are only found in high-level spirits, or some special spirits. For this reason, Zhang Daoran also let the zombie king go back to find the corpse of the snow demon, but that thing seems to have disappeared and can no longer be found. After destroying this fire snake today, he once again obtained an inner elixir. Quite excited, he smiled and followed it into his pocket. Looking at the remaining snake bile, Zhang Daoran then picked it up with his sword and gave it to Xinghua, and she came to the rescue. Not caring about the nausea in the face of this great tonic, she swallowed it in one gulp. Vaguely visible, an extremely strong air emerged from its body once again. Roar! As Apricot Blossom let out a long whistle to the sky, the clothes on her body exploded once again. That perfect body, once again, came into view. Seeing this scene, Zhang Daoran couldn't help but sigh and said, "Are you some kind of big disease? Why do you always like to pop your clothes for fun?" Apricot Blossom's face showed a hint of shyness when she heard this. Having a perfect body, she smiled and followed by wagging her fourth-rooted tail. "Master, don't you like it? I think it's okay. I feel that after swallowing this fire snake, my Dao has grown a lot more." There is no woman in his heart, and Zhang Daoran, who is a natural god of drawing the sword, shakes his head slightly, souped up the sky and sighed. "You only have the potential of 5 tails. Understand? Keep burning like that and I won't mind making you rations for the others." As soon as those words left her mouth, a hint of awe appeared on Almond Blossom's face. He looked at his master, who was following him, and then dressed nimbly. "Master, don't kill me. Just now after I got my 4 tails, something extra in my head seems to help me evolve to 8 tails. Hakioji?" Zhang Daoran froze, and a hint of surprise could not help but appear in his eyes. "I thought that fox fairies are divided into 1 to 9 tails, and all below 9 tails are mortal. 9 tails, on the other hand, is known as the 9-tailed sky fox. Daji, the one who confused the dynasty, was the 9 tails." Thinking of this, Zhang Daoran looked at Xinghua. "I didn't realize there was really such a thing as a bloodline returning to its ancestor. You're obtaining a racial inheritance, aren't you?" Hearing the inquiry, Almond Blossom shook her head and nodded again. Anyway, she couldn't explain anything about such nebulous things. One thing she was very clear about, though, was that it would help it get stronger. "Master, this is also a blessing in disguise. As long as you help me, I still have a lot of potential. Please don't kill me." Putting down such a sentence, Xinghua then hugged Zhang Daoran's arm and rubbed up with that mountain peak. This caused him to sigh and take a few steps back. "Don't burn it. Things will change. If you can break through the 6 tails, that's your destiny." Apricot Blossom couldn't help but nod excitedly when she heard this, thinking to herself that with her master's help, she still had a good chance. But at that moment, a growl suddenly came from the snake cave on the side. This caused Zhang Daoran to stare, and then his face changed. Without the slightest hesitation he followed and ran toward the cave. Meanwhile, in Spirit Valley, the old celestial master holding his arms glanced at the steamed buns in his hands, his face full of disgust. Looking back at the silent goddess, he couldn't help but sigh. "What do you think is so great about this place? Why don't you come to Kanai and see for yourself? As long as you're willing to bow down to me, let's exterminate the Wind family, the Wang family, and grow bigger and stronger together." As soon as these words came out, Guan Shihua couldn't help but roll her eyes, looking at the old mongrel who had deliberately irritated her. She chortled, "Where's the pot calling the kettle black? You really say it, Zhang Jiwei. I've kind of realized that you're still scattering coins just like back then." The old heavenly master froze. Then his old face flushed. With his hands behind his back he sighed and was about to say something. Suddenly there was movement behind him, followed by the arrival of the gray fairy. "It's no good, Fire Snake is dead." As soon as these words were uttered, Guan Shihua's face couldn't help but twitch. He thought to himself that he had merely told Zhang Daoran that those evil spirits in the Spirit Valley were the most powerful and should not be messed with. Who knew that on the first day this guy entered the valley, he first destroyed the snow demon and now he killed the fire snake? Rather shocked, she sighed and said, "Zhang Jiwei, it wasn't me who said, are all the disciples of your Longhu Mountain Heavenly Master's house so fierce? Average, third in the world." The old celestial master laughed. "If he didn't have some skills, could I look at him and take him as a disciple?" Sekishika. In the snake pit, as far as the eye could see, it meandered, its height wide enough to accommodate a 2-meter person. Zhang Daoran, who kept advancing, eventually stopped at the heel of a corner, vaguely visible. The ground was bloody and a giant hairy hand fell to the ground. Behind her, Almond Blossom looked a few times and said, "Master, this is not of it." Zhang Dao said blandly, "Looks like there's movement here." Putting down such a sentence, Zhang Daoran intended to walk forward. Who knew that the apricot blossom behind her was not paying attention and suddenly her feet were empty. When she was about to fall, it was just as she grabbed Zhang Daoran. One went back and forth and down, sticking together in a smooth manner. It so happened that Zhang Daoran followed and looked back. Unbiased, Almond Blossom covered his face and pinned him down. Master, it's not my fault. I'm not burning. Listening to Apricot Blossom's explanation, Zhang Daoran was rather speechless, gasping for air from the mountain. He coughed and hurriedly pushed away. Get away. I can't breathe. Apricot Blossom's eyes showed a hint of shyness when she heard this. Looking at the master in front of her, she couldn't help but nod sheepishly. Master, I'm sorry, it's all my fault. Are you okay? The lazy Zhang Daoran let out a sigh and then climbed up from the ground. With a glance at the apricot blossoms, he was going to move on, but as he walked, he suddenly realized something was wrong. Thinking of this, Zhang Daoran suddenly stopped. Almond Blossom saw this and she stopped after her. Looking down at her master who had stared himself down, she sheepishly said, Master, why are you looking at me like that? Zhang Daoran shook his head slightly, then touched his hand on Xinghua's shoulder. This made her gulp and get a little emotional as she said, Master, is it me that turns you on? I'm weirdly embarrassed. You. Before the words were finished, Apricot Blossom suddenly felt a coldness in her back. The cold sensation, as if it were metaphysical ice, made Apricot Blossom freeze, only to see Zhang Daoran's eyes turn cold, and between his raised hands, he slashed his sword. Ah! Apricot Blossom saw this and immediately closed her eyes. Click! With a clicking sound, there was instant silence around them. Master, Apricot Blossom, who didn't feel any pain, gulped and looked at the blade resting on her neck with fear in her eyes, and at her feet, the shaggy, strange hand had broken in two and fallen to the ground. When Zhang Daoran saw this scene, he couldn't help but follow suit and retract his reverse scale. Crouching down to look at it for a few moments, he whispered, A ground corpse? Ghouls? Almond Blossom stared, then followed. It was vaguely visible that there was no blood spreading out from this severed giant hand. Instead there was a scent present. Rumor has it that such evil spirits almost always come from mass graves. Anyone who suffered unknown grievances in life and died without a name or a title is carrying a grudge. Once it absorbs the essence of the sun and moon, it can become an earth corpse. Wherever it passed, there were white bones everywhere. Thinking of the white bones she saw when she came in earlier, Almond Blossom agitated. Master, will this monster keep following us? Upon hearing the inquiry, Zhang Daoran could not help but get up and nod. He thought that they had found the snow demon as soon as they came in, and then the bastard had been decapitated by the zombie king, and his body had disappeared in the end. With so many doubts, it can only be proved that it did not come alone. Thinking of this, Zhang Daoran looked at the depths of the snake cave and then accelerated. Seeing this scene, Apricot Blossom had no choice but to trail behind. As it got deeper and deeper, the snake cave began to get dark and damp. It was vaguely obvious that not only was the ground starting to look waterlogged, but there was even some snake skin. This caused a hint of doubt to appear in Zhang Daoran's eyes when he saw it. Thinking that the fire snake prefers drought, it is reasonable to say that its hole should not be this humid. Quite puzzled, he looked into the depths and instantly continued to walk forward. Roar! Who knew that just as he lifted his foot, a growl instantly came from inside the cave. Zombie King! Zhang Daoran froze, then drew his reverse scale and charged in. As far as the naked eye could see, at the end of this long hole, there was actually an open underground space. The perimeter is about tens of meters wide and more than 10 meters high, making it extremely spacious. And inside the cave, the Zombie King was fighting a monster covered in gray. Hesitation. Underground's vision was too dark to see its face. Seeing this, Zhang Daoran then waved his hand. Immediately, with him at the center, an extremely strong thunderous light rumbled and spread out. Hurrah! The entire underground space lit up afterward. Looking around, the monsters fighting the Zombie King instantly retreated a few meters. Zhang Daoran couldn't help but suck in a breath of cool air after getting a good look at his face. It was vaguely visible that the monster looked like a human. The body of a man, the face of a dog. At the top of its head, there was even the presence of an oozing unicorn horn. Apricot Blossom, who was on the side, saw this scene and excitedly said, This is the Earth Corpse King. The immortals used to say that once an Earth Corpse grows horns, it will become an Earth Corpse King that is invulnerable to swords and spears. Master, be careful. This monster is very powerful. An unimpressed Zhang Daoran nodded and looked at the monster in front of him with a glint in his eyes. With a bland face, he looked at the Zombie King and instantly snapped his fingers. At that moment, the Zombie King ran back without the slightest hesitation. Stinking Taoist, you all deserve to die. Don't even think about running away. But at that moment, the Earth Corpse King at his heels suddenly growled and said. This caused Zhang Daoran to reveal a hint of a smile in his eyes upon hearing this. Unconcerned, he looked at the Zombie King and said, Sinful beast, you swallowed the snow demon's inner elixir to have this creation. It's too weak, isn't it? Trying to kill me? Are you worthy? As the words fell, Zhang Daoran then silently recited the mantra. At once, Lurid golden light emerged from its body. Without changing his face, he even pulled out his reverse scale and swung it, and a wave of lightning instantly exploded. With all his firepower, he looked at the Earth Corpse King and instantly swung his sword and pointed it away. Almond blossom on the side. The Zombie King saw this and also looked away. The entire cave instantly quieted down under the three tigers' gaze. Roar! The Earth Corpse King couldn't help but growl when he saw this scene. Fearlessly he patted his chest and said, "Deception is too much. The Snow Demon and I have been living here in misery. Why have I ever offended you? You guys even abused her to death. What a bully." Putting down such a sentence, the bestial Earth Corpse King roared. On its body, an extremely strong aura instantly burst out. Zhang Daoran could not help but smile slightly when he saw this scene. With a bland face, he glanced at the Zombie King, as well as Apricot Blossom, and instantly snapped his fingers. Before the duo could react, they were then taken into the system space. After doing this, Zhang Daoran looked at the unbeatable monster in front of him and then swept his sword across the room. Under the flashes of astonishing lightning, the entire underground cavern instantly exploded in succession. Under the smoke and dust, the Earth Corpse King followed with a growl. Roar! Without the slightest damage, it then pounced towards Zhang Daoran. It made him feel a tingle in his head when he saw it, thinking to myself that this monster is too strong. The so-called four evil spirits, except for the Snow Demon which was relatively weak, none of the other ones were provincial. Zhang Daoran, who was unwilling to forcefully fight, smiled and followed suit, disappearing as a remnant. Seeing this, the Earth Corpse King then trailed after him and came after him. As the two chased after each other, the entire snake cave began to collapse. Stinking Taoist, stop right there. Have the guts to fight me. Sorry, I'm still a virgin. No balls. Sinful animal, catch up to your grandfather before I do. Soon, with a constant chase, both broke out of the cave at the same time. The enraged Earth Corpse King couldn't help but gnash his teeth in hatred as he looked at Zhang Daoran who was hiding. Thinking that this little Taoist monk is not very good, running away is really fast. With a bland face, it immediately waved its hand, and a thick fog rose around it. Zhang Daoran, who was running wildly, froze, and was then stopped by the thick fog. Vaguely visible. These fogs look harmless, but the average plant will be reduced to nothing when touched. Poison barrier. Ha ha ha, why don't you kids run away? I tell you, when I catch you, I'll eat a little bit of your flesh. When the Earth Corpse King saw the scene, he couldn't help but laugh arrogantly. When Zhang Daoran saw this scene, a hint of helplessness appeared in his eyes. Holding his arms he stopped and then sighed. Want to play with me? Then try. Putting down such a sentence, Zhang Daoran casually waved his hand. The whole thing disappeared straight away. Level 5 feathers. The sudden disappearance into thin air caused the Earth Corpse King's face to freeze, and then he felt incredulous. He thought to himself that this poisonous barrier of his could hinder all living things, but this guy actually ran hard. Feeling incredulous, it looked around with shock in its eyes. Snap! Your dad's here. Blow your dog's head off. However, at that moment, an angry shout suddenly came from behind him. Immediately after that, a high-roll shovel smashed him partially on the Ghoul King's head. Dang! As an ear-piercing metallic sound exploded, the Earth Corpse King was instantly confused. The intense pain made it rage. Reaching out, blood instantly flowed. Roar! Stinking Taoist, get your ass out here. Zhang Daoran, who was wearing a 5th level feathered coat, saw this scene and his face was indifferent. Thinking to myself that this dress is in. I am in an invincible position. Looking at the impotent and furious guy in front of him, he then flashed and disappeared once again. Dang! In the next second, Zhang Daoran quietly appeared in front of the Earth Corpse King. Without further ado, another shovel was slapped away. The Earth Corpse King, who hadn't reacted yet, froze and instantly took a solid hit. It mentally exploded under a long stream of nosebleeds. Sneak attack. Stinking Taoist, you don't speak martial arts. Roll out, if you have the guts to fight me one-on-one. Zhang Daoran, who had taken a few steps back, revealed a hint of laughter in his eyes when he heard this. Unconcerned, he casually waved his hand, and the engineer's shovel in his hand instantly turned into a reverse scale. With killing intent in his eyes, he then stormed up with his sword once again. The moment he approached, he went without the slightest hesitation with the sword to seal his throat. Boom! But then, a shimmering light suddenly appeared. As an explosive sound rang out, Zhang Daoran was instantly shaken back. Revealing his form, he froze, and a cold color appeared in his eyes, vaguely visible in the vicinity of the poisonous barrier. A monster with red hair all over its body and a ghost-like face quietly appeared. Mandrill, you're finally here. When the Earth Corpse King saw the scene, he also rejoiced and said, Stinking Taoist, I'll see how you can run this time. Putting down such a sentence, the Earth Corpse King then approached with extreme speed. Between the lifting of his hands, It was a killing blow. The mandrill on the side had a cold face, always ready to strike. Zhang Daoran, who had fallen to the ground, saw the scene and a hint of displeasure appeared in his eyes. Wearing a 5th-level feathered coat, he then disappeared once again. This caused the pouncing Earthcorpse King to freeze and stop afterward. The mandrill on the side, on the other hand, raised his hand slightly when he saw the scene. On its sharp claws, an arcane light instantly emerged. Vaguely, it was as if the air around them had come to a standstill. Zhang Daoran, who was hiding in the shadows, froze and clearly felt his speed slow down. Immediately after that, the feeling of bondage made the air on its body visible. This caused Zhang Daoran to show a glint in his eyes, thinking that it was worthy of being the mandrill that was the first of the 4 evil spirits. According to the Divine Mother, the mandrill lineage has existed since ancient times. Some say they are some kind of beast, or monkeys, but in the eyes of them, the Exodus Immortals, it was an extremely ancient spirit. Its strength is extremely powerful, and in ancient times it was called the Mountain God. The thoughtful Zhang Daoran let out a sigh, and immediately took the initiative to show up and walk out. Looking at the 2 monsters in front of him, he spread his hands. Too many people bullying too few people, right? If you're capable of fighting one-on-one. The Earthcorpse King was instantly enraged when he heard this. I thought to myself that when I had just begged for a one-on-one fight, this guy had been sneaking up on people inappropriately one after another. Now you're thinking of going one-on-one? Dreaming. Stinking Taoist, the Earthcorpse King said. Want to fight one-on-one? You're dreaming. Wait for death. Hearing this, Zhang Daoran could not help but smile bitterly. Helplessly he shook his head and whispered, in that case, I'll have to shake people. I have a division that can open up the sky, subdue demons, and move mountains. Master, stop fucking looking and help me. The inexplicable sentence caused the mandrill on the side to freeze and subconsciously look up, only to see that above its head, the entire sky above the Spirit Valley was instantly filled with golden light, only to see a huge round of 8 trigrams appear out of thin air with a bang. Boom! Immediately afterward, a thunderclap accompanied it. The entire dome of the sky was instantly covered with dark clouds and lightning. When Zhang Daoran saw this scene, the corners of his mouth could not help but rise slightly. Looking at the 2 in front of him, he opened his mouth. You guys are the only ones who can shake people, aren't you? Come, touch who's good. The Earthcorpse King also frowned when he saw this scene. Looking at the Bagua diagram in front of it, it clearly felt the presence of an extremely strong force. Not daring to take it lightly, it glanced at the golem and said, you and I will join forces and kill him instantly. As the words fell, the mandrill chose to strike without the slightest hesitation. Between the lifting of his hands, he was an extremely ghostly figure, approaching at great speed. This caused Zhang Daoran to show a hint of laughter in his eyes when he saw it. Holding his arm, he coughed and then snapped his fingers. Boom! A thunderbolt instantly fell from the dome of the sky. The mandrill that couldn't avoid it froze, and was instantly split on the outside. The powerful heavenly thunder divine might caused its face to change greatly. Without a hint of hesitation, it followed and disappeared at breakneck speed. When the Earthcorpse King saw the scene, he subconsciously tried to escape. Who knew that just as he lifted his leg, a sword suddenly appeared out of nowhere. Click! As a clicking sound rang out, both of its legs instantly disconnected. Roar! Immediately after that, the Zombie King appeared out of thin air. Without any further ado, he was pinned to the ground and torn apart. Zhang Daoran, who was standing in place, saw this and a hint of a smile appeared in his eyes. Looking down at the 8 trigrams that had disappeared from the top of his head, he said, little man, you fight me? Do you have the strength? The words were followed by Almond Blossom, who sprang up after them. Looking at the Earthcorpse King in front of her, she couldn't help but gulp. Master, go for it. The bland-faced Zhang Daoran nodded and said, bring me the inner elixir. Almond Blossom nodded, then ran ecstatically towards the Earthcorpse King. Without any further ado, it is extremely skillful to open the stomach. In a few rounds, the monster in front of him was eaten clean. Master, this is the inner elixir. The well-fed apricot blossom smiled and followed by handing over 2 inner elixirs. It was vaguely visible that an inner elixir was only half a piece and had obviously been tampered with. The other half, on the other hand, was intact and appeared to be extremely round. Seeing this scene, Zhang Daoran could not help but then pocket it. He thought to himself that the snow demon's inner elixir should have been half eaten by this earthcorpse, thus allowing its strength to increase greatly. It was just a pity that this one was too much of a waste to eat the other half. Otherwise this monster wouldn't be so easy to deal with. Thinking of this, Zhang Daoran glanced at Xinghua Dao. Still no movement? Upon hearing the inquiry, Apricot Blossom couldn't help but stare, and then had difficulty speaking. It's not even close. It seems the 5 tails are stuck. Hearing this, Zhang Daoran revealed a hint of a smile in his eyes. Souped up Almond Blossom Road. Whether or not you can become the 6th tail depends on your life. That golem just now was a 7th grade. So be good. Putting down such a sentence, Zhang Daoran then walked forward. The apricot blossoms that froze in place couldn't help but bite their teeth when they heard about it, and could only follow with quick steps. And at that moment, outside the Valley of the Spirits, Guan Shihua looked at the scattered bagua diagram, a hint of dismay appearing in her eyes. Looking back at the old celestial master who was eating a roasted rabbit, he then came to the front. Zhang Jiwei, you're too protective, aren't you? Entering the Spirit Valley is a matter of life and death. You're breaking the rules. When Zhang Jiwei heard this, he could not help but wipe his mouth. Oil road. What? Not convinced? My disciple is still not allowed to be protected? Whoever has a problem with that, let him come to me. In the Valley of the Spirit, looking at the ancient tree in the sky in front of him, Zhang Daoran's expression was indifferent. Holding the adversary scale in his hand, he looked around and then headed towards the northwest. The trailing apricot blossom, the zombie king saw this scene. While continuing to follow, the group stayed until they were near a pool of water, vaguely visible. The water pool in front of us was a ghostly green color, surrounded by flowers and grasses, which looked exceptionally beautiful. Zhang Daoran, who had come here, smiled and couldn't help but follow with a snap of his fingers. Roar! At that moment, the zombie king that was behind him roared, and then he ran and pounced towards the water pool. Nay, the moment it approached, a vine suddenly sprang up around the water pool. Roar! The zombie king, who was unable to avoid it, froze, and was then locked in its limbs. With a violent struggle, it fought to rip it off with a hiss. It was visible to the naked eye that the disconnected vines followed and disappeared after oozing out some green sap. When Zhang Daoran saw this scene, he couldn't help but show a glint in his eyes. He thought to himself that he had chased him all the way to this place completely smelling of heavenly thunder, and the taste of heavenly thunder disappeared from the place. Looking at the pool of water with heaven and earth within in front of him, Zhang Daoran followed and took a step forward. The moment it approached, instantaneous lightning surfaced on its body. Powerful air exploded out with a loud bang. Boom! The ancient pool of water in front of him was blown up with splashes in a matter of moments. In the next second, a black shadow then emerged from the pool of water. Mandrill! It was vaguely visible that the mandrill, which was covered with hair before, was struck by the heavenly lightning again, and its entire appearance was like a piece of charcoal. If it wasn't for the scarlet eyes that were exposed, it would be hard to believe that this guy was still alive. Quite a life. Just a pity it ends here. Zhang Daoran, who was standing in place, looked at the mandrill and couldn't help but laugh lightly. Honestly, my master's heavenly thunder isn't good, is it? Omega, hiya hiya hiya. As soon as these words were uttered, the silent golem's eyes were unusually embarrassed, heavily injured. It looked at Zhang Daoran and then made an attack posture. Roar! When the zombie king on the side saw the scene, he immediately growled. Without any further ado, he then pounced towards it, and the mandrill, seeing this, followed and threw a punch with it. After each of the two took a few steps back, it chose to run once again without the slightest hesitation. When Zhang Daoran saw this scene, he could not help but show a hint of laughter in his eyes. Not choosing to go after it, it couldn't help but drop its gaze into the pool of water. Roar! And when the zombie king saw this, he chased him all the way. Apricot Flower, who was on the sidelines, saw the scene and said anxiously, Master, it ran away. We're not going? No, Zhang Daoran laughed. It didn't run. What a cunning fellow. Hearing this, Apricot Blossom couldn't help but feel clouded for a moment. Looking at the master in front of her, she wondered, Master, what are you talking about? Zhang Daoran, who was holding his arms, laughed and looked at the pool of water in front of him and teased, Can you swim? Swimming? Almond Blossom froze, and before she could react, she was then thrown into the water. Master, linen gotta be. I can't swim. Looking at Apricot Flower who was struggling in the pool of water and shouting out Flax Fall, Zhang Daoran couldn't help but twitch his face. He, who was not slow to pull out his feathered coat, smiled and said, You know about Flax Falls too? Where did you learn it? On a movie. Almond Blossom, who was struggling in the water, said, Master, don't kill me. I'm still useful to you. An unimpressed Zhang Daoran laughed and followed by jumping into the water pool. Master, goo 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 goo. Apricot, who hadn't reacted yet, froze, and then her whole body was pressed into the water. The underwater scenery comes into view as the duo dives deeper and deeper. As far as the eye could see, 50 meters below the pool of water, there was another world. It was as if there was a boundary here, making it impossible for the water to come here. And underneath the boundary was a place similar to an altar. Visible to the naked eye, there was a stone platform in the very center of the altar. On the stone platform, a familiar figure was sitting cross-legged. Mandrill, the sudden intrusion of Zhang Daoran, the Apricot Blossom, made it instantly get up and stand. Unbelievably it froze, then helplessly sat back down again. How did you find this place? Upon hearing the inquiry, Zhang Daoran, who was dragging Xinghua, then descended from the sky. The moment he landed, he set the man down, only to see the nearly drowned almond blossom spit out a few mouthfuls of water furiously, which brought her back to her senses. After seeing the unharmed golem in front of her, she snapped, "Master, why is it here?" Unimpressed, Zhang Daoran smiled faintly and then came to the mandrill. It was vaguely obvious that this guy didn't exist as an entity, but as a spirit. No wonder he sensed an extremely strong spirit aura as he approached the pool of water. He originally thought it was a mandrill, but the aura of this guy remained after he rushed out of the waterhole. This caused Zhang Daoran to have a guess in his head after sensing it. Golden cicada. Thinking of this, he looked at the golem and said, "I can't imagine that your mandrill clan still has such a skill. The golden cicada is indeed somewhat interesting, but it's a pity that you can't hide it from me." When the mandrill heard this, a hint of a sigh appeared in his eyes. Giving up resistance, it shook its head slightly in disbelief. "I'm still curious. How did you find me? How did you find out?" "Of course it's the Sentinel book." Looking at the entire Spirit Valley, Zhang Daoran said that he had the strongest sense of inspiration. I'm afraid that no one would say the second. Looking at the dumbfounded mandrill in front of him, he said, "The mountain man has a plan. You don't need to know. Your spirit body is good. I'll take it, Master Dao." Putting down such a sentence, Zhang Daoran casually waved his hand, and an extremely strong aura of constraining spirit blasted out. This caused the apricot blossom on the side to see it and instantly feel some fear. The thought crossed her mind that in her master's body, she had always had an extremely dangerous power. "I have spied on you, and it seems that you have come for the spirit, and that she is your spirit. With all the chopping along the way, this fox ultimate doesn't have much growth. If you don't mind, I can become your spirit." But at that moment, the mandrill suddenly said in a serious tone, "Our mandrill lineage is extremely strong in growth. If I eat her, I think I'll be able to meet your expectations." The air instantly quieted at those words. Frozen in place, Apricot Blossom saw this scene and immediately turned her gaze to her master. Somewhat intimidated, she gulped and gritted her teeth. "Shut up. If you say one more word, believe it or not, I'll eat you." The unimpressed mandrill shook his head slightly and said blandly, "You know, you can't eat me. You're too weak. If I can swallow the fire snake, the spirit of the earth corpse, it will only become stronger. Of course, it would be just as easy to swallow you now. It only requires the master's consent, don't you think?" Apricot Blossom froze, then her face paled. Unwillingly, she looked at Zhang Daoran and said, "Master, give me a chance." "Me? Give you a chance? Who's giving me a chance?" Zhang Daoran, who was holding his arms, laughed and glanced at Xinghua, who was begging for mercy, with teasing in his eyes. With a face full of smiles, he looked at the mandrill and continued to speak. "It's right, survival of the fittest, and what goes around comes around." As soon as these words were uttered, Apricot Blossom's face changed drastically. The golem's eyes then showed a hint of ambition. However, in the next second, Zhang Daoran continued, "But how do I? Zhang Daoran, do I need you to say how I do things? Excuse me, are you teaching me to do something?" Mandrill. Feeling speechless, the mandrill froze and then spoke. "That's not what I meant. Get me over here." The unimpressed Zhang Daoran shouted angrily and then executed the detaining spirit dispatch. At once, the mandrill was not under self-control and flew towards his hand. This feeling of being controlled terrified it for a moment. What power is this? Almond Blossom, who was on the side, couldn't help but breathe a sigh of relief when she saw this scene. At the same time, after seeing her master exert this power again, she still felt immense fear. "Here you go. It's up to you whether you can evolve or not." After Zhang Daoran collected the golem, a glint appeared in his eyes and said, "Or you'll be replaced too. I don't keep trash here." Putting down such a sentence, Zhang Daoran casually waved his hand, and the golem spirit then landed in front of Xinghua. This caused her to freeze, and then she dropped to one knee. "Master, I will never let you down." As the words fell, Almond Blossom followed and swallowed the spirit into her mouth. At once, an extremely strong air emerged from its body. This caused Zhang Daoran to show a hint of laughter in his eyes when he saw it, thinking to himself that this fox was still quite good. Breaking through the 6 tails shouldn't be much of a problem. Thinking of this, he looked at the altar next to him and then walked away. Within moments of approaching, he was stunned. As far as the naked eye could see, corpses and bones were piled up in this altar. There was no shortage of beasts of all kinds, as well as human bones. There were even some corpses and bones that Zhang Daoran could not recognize at all. Quite puzzled, he looked around and couldn't help but speculate, thinking that this mandrill is hiding here. It undoubtedly proves that this place is a treasure. There must be some unspeakable secret or treasure present. Thinking of this, Zhang Daoran looked at Apricot Blossom, who was in the middle of a breakthrough, and then followed and started searching. Nah, after several rounds of searching, there's still nothing to post here. Ah, while he was wondering, suddenly Almond Blossom moaned from the side. Zhang Daoran was slightly stunned and then came to its front. Vaguely visible, Almond Blossom's entire body curled up after swallowing the golem spirit. The clothes on his body, naturally, disappeared. At its tail, 5 foxtails danced. If you didn't look closely, there was a short tail present under the 5 foxtails. 6 tails. Master, I did it. With a weak breath, Apricot Blossom, who had just broken through, smiled and couldn't help but say softly. With a bland face, Zhang Daoran nodded and then put it into the system space. After doing this, he looked around and was about to leave. Suddenly a stone platform on the side caught Zhang Daoran's attention. Just now this was the place where Apricot Blossom broke through, so naturally he didn't come to search. Now that she was done with her breakthrough, it was just in time to expose its vision. The interested Zhang Daoran smiled slightly and followed to come and look at it for a few moments. It's a shock not to see, only to see that on the surface of this stone platform, there were actually some patterns engraved, and some of these lines are totems and some are floral patterns, but it's hard to see what's going on. However, Zhang Daoran, who knew the plot, immediately recognized it as a marvelous pattern in the 24 sections of the valley after seeing it. Unlike the rootless alteration of the graphic here is much more primitive. A rather surprised Zhang Daoran froze, then touched it with his hand. However, it was found that the pattern didn't do anything, and even the air in the body didn't move. Unable to figure it out, he shook his head and then waved his hand. Click! A thunderbolt fell with a loud bang, and the stone platform in front of him instantly exploded. Immediately after that, a 7-colored flower came into view. To the naked eye, the stone platform was hollow inside, and its function seemed to be to protect the flower. This flower is divided into 7 colors, and every leaf is perfect. After Zhang Daoran saw the first sight, he instantly froze. Divine flower. It had been recorded in the Divine Alchemist's Codex that the 7-colored flower was a divine flower that could bring people back from the dead and cure all kinds of diseases. Ecstatic, he gulped and immediately put it into the system space. After doing this, Zhang Daoran followed and opened his personal interface. Host, Zhang Daoran, age, 8 years old. Height, 1.68 meters. Skills, Enlightenment against all odds. Golden Light Mantra. Taoist Fist. Divine Alchemy. Thunder Technique, Yang 5 Thunders. Weapon Refining. Taiji Fist. Detaining Spirit Dispatch. Spiritual Records. Weapons, Adversary Scales. Alchemy Furnace. War Pet, Harry Stiffy. 6 Spirit Demon Fox. Herbal Library, Divine Flower. Inner Elixir X2. 5. Warehouse, 1 Beast Dan. 2 Return to Yuan Dan. 49 Chi Replenishing Dan. Grade 5 Feathered Clothes X1. Alchemy Furnace X1. 100 Years of Hisha Wu X4. 100 Years of Ginseng X5. Various Types of Gold Ores X50. Money Not Counted. Broken Spells X30. Looking at the refreshed personal interface, a hint of surprise appeared in Zhang Daoran's eyes. I thought I'd come out for a quick trip, but I didn't realize I'd all grown taller. Of course, that's not the most important thing. The most important thing is that the system adds an herb library. Looking at the divine flower inside, as well as the inner elixir, Zhang Daoran was ecstatic in his heart. He thought to himself that according to the Divine Alchemist Codex, these medicinal herbs were all of the very best quality. If they were used to refine some pills, it was possible to make one's strength skyrocket. Only he couldn't use it yet, as well as not having that many suitable herbs. Thinking of this, Zhang Daoran felt a wave of emotion in his heart. Quite pleased with himself, he shook his head slightly and then withdrew the interface. Looking around the water pool, he immediately rushed up to the sky. Within moments, he was once again back outside the waterhole. Vaguely visible, the zombie king was dragging the body of the mandrill and waiting here. When Zhang Daoran saw this scene, a hint of laughter appeared in his eyes. With a casual wave of his hand, he pocketed its inner Dan. Eat it, reward you, roar. When the zombie king heard this, he immediately burst with excitement. Looking at the mandrill in front of him, he then opened his bloody mouth and tore into it. That burnt outside look and a roasted meat smell. This caused Zhang Daoran, who was forcibly holding back his nausea, to sigh and was about to take 2 steps back. However, after eating not more than a few mouthfuls, the zombie king suddenly raised his head to the sky and let out a long whistle. Roar! Visible to the naked eye, the surface of its body began to shed some of its scale armor. Its face is also gradually becoming less menacing, and in general is moving closer to a human appearance. Most importantly, then, its breath was climbing. Flying stiffs. When Zhang Daoran saw this scene, A hint of excitement appeared in his eyes. After all the blood and flesh that Takuma had given this guy, it had finally started to evolve again, reaching the level of flying stiffs. They basically have no fear of sunlight and can even suck human essence blood from 100 meters away. The most important thing was that this guy was already able to learn the Tao, which could be called a demon. The thoughtful Zhang Daoran looked at the zombie king in front of him with a hint of anticipation in his eyes. Roar! Vaguely visible. As the corpse king continued to roar, those scale armors on its body began to fall off, and what remained was some gold-like skin that looked extraordinarily different. Even on its body, some not-so-different air presence was revealed. Boom! Along with a thunderbolt falling from the sky, the zombie king then opened his bloody mouth and swallowed away. As an explosion rang out, the corpse king instantly fell back a few steps, and the thunder that fell on him was swallowed hard. This caused a hint of surprise to appear in Zhang Daoran's eyes when he saw it. Thinking to himself, the corpse king seemed to have completed some sort of change in his entire being after swallowing this shocking thunderbolt. That feeling of being visibly stronger was extraordinarily noticeable. Roar! A rather surprised Zhang Daoran casually waved his hand, and instantly, the corpse king roared and then knelt down on one knee to show his submission. This made him nod, relieved. After all, this one was getting stronger and stronger, and he still had to be careful about this aspect of control. Thinking of this, Zhang Daoran glanced outside the Spirit Valley, a hint of a smile appearing in his eyes. A few moments later, outside Spirit Valley, the old celestial master with his hands behind his back glanced at the dome of the sky, a hint of anticipation in his eyes. As time passed by, movement soon came from within the valley. In the next second, Zhang Daoran slowly walked out and, calm and collected, with a bland expression, he glanced at his master, as well as Guan Shihua, the 5 immortals, and the others, and nodded slightly. Master, it's done. The words left Guan Shihua in a daze. Thinking to himself, the air on this kid obviously looked a little different than when he went in before. Rather expectantly she coughed and said, Kid, what spirit have you found? Can you show it to the old woman? When the 5 immortals heard this, they were also quite expectant. After all, this kid was full of evil techniques that were overbearing to the extreme. I just don't know which form this person's spirit will be. Hearing this, Zhang Daoran could not help but nod slightly. With a bemused face, he glanced at his master and then waved his hand. At that moment, a black mist instantly emerged behind it. Immediately after that, the 6-tailed spirit fox figure quietly appeared. Just a single figure caused the fox fairy to feel a wave of blood pressure. Feeling incredulous, he gulped in excitement. This is 6 tails. The remaining 4 great families were also extremely shocked when they saw this scene. The 6-tailed spirit foxes that looked on, they felt a wave of incredulity. After all, a spirit that reaches this type of existence is comparable to an immortal. This is the 6 tails. I once heard that the Fox Fairy clan can no longer move forward whenever it reaches 5 tails. This is breaking the rules. The 9-tailed sky fox was a rumor. Now it might not be a rumor. Ah, it's really powerful. Little Taoist, you're so lucky. Guan Shihua's eyes were also in awe when she heard the praises of the 5 immortals. Thinking about the spirit fox in the entire Guanwai Guan, that is an extremely respected lineage, especially immortals who could break through the bloodline. Their future achievements were unimaginable, quite emotional. She glanced at the silent old celestial master and laughed. Zhang Jiwei, why don't you say something? It's nothing, said the old skywriter, holding his arms. Are you guys surprised? It's a normal thing when it comes to my apprentice. I'm used to it. Are you envious? Too bad it's not your disciple. He. Guan Shihua. Feeling speechless, Guan Shihua sighed softly and looked at Zhang Jiwei, then turned to leave. This caused the master and disciple to look at each other with helplessness in their eyes. 1 month later, on the way to the northwest, Zhang Daoran looked at the solemn ancient paths around him. His eyes were bland. Looking at the master on the side, he couldn't help but shake his head slightly. Master, when are we going back? It's been down for almost a year. Upon hearing the inquiry, the old heavenly master could not help but laugh. With a bland face he coughed and said, There's no rush. Jia's village is just ahead. Let's go check it out. Jia's village? Zhang Daoran was stunned, thinking how did this get here? Rather puzzled, he looked at his master and said, Master, what are we doing here? Unspeakable, the old celestial master chuckled. But I can tell you, back then my master went all the way through the same thing, and now you'll have to go through it all again to succeed the celestial master. As soon as these words were uttered, Zhang Daoran sort of understood what master meant. He nodded with a dog's tail in his mouth and couldn't help but smile slightly. Soon, as the rush accelerated, a plain, ordinary village ahead came into view, vaguely visible. The village occupies a few miles around, not exactly large, but densely populated, and the architectural style of the place is still of the classical Chinese type. The master and disciple had just reached the entrance of the village when they suddenly stopped. Visible to the naked eye, directly in front of the village entrance, two little boys were holding a couple of flying daggers, eyeing the place intently. This caused Zhang Daoran to look at it with a hint of a smile in his eyes. Where did you come from? This is Jia village. Outsiders are not welcome. That's right, leave. Don't blame us for being rude. When the old heavenly master heard this, a hint of a smile appeared in his eyes. After looking at the two children in front of him who were the same age as Zhang Daoran, he then took a step forward. At once, the air in its body exploded. In the next second, an extremely strong aura dispersed towards the village. Within a few moments, several middle-aged men and women walked out quickly. Behind them, they were followed by an old man with a pale face. The mayor of Jia village greets old heavenly master. Only seeing the old man's agitated expression, he glanced at the old heavenly master and then paid his respects. The remaining few middle-aged men and women also clasped their fists when they saw this. You're welcome. I'll take a look around. Which one are you? And where is your father? Dead. The mayor of Jia village smiled. My father died 10 years ago. Heavenly master. Inside please. Ha ha ha. The old heavenly master laughed. Sorry, it's my fault for living too long. When Zhang Daoran heard this, he couldn't help but faintly stare. Thinking to myself, master, are you in Versailles? Moments later, in the village shrine, after some chatting, Zhang Daoran realized that the last time the master came with the master Tai, the village chief was still the village chief's father, and after all this time, that one is dead. People are old now, too. The only thing that remains unchanged is that the old heavenly master is still alive. Ha ha, the old heavenly master laughed. Let me get this straight. What about this visit? Just like my master. It's all about cutting. This is my disciple, Zhang Daoran. Zhang Daoran nodded his head slightly and then slightly clasped his fists. The mayor of Jia village smiled and couldn't help but nod slightly. With a bland face he coughed and said, looks like this is the future heavenly master. Alright, little heavenly master. Let these two untalented grandsons of mine fight you. What do you think? Zhang Daoran nodded and was about to say something, but he saw the old celestial master cough and stand up after him. Fighting is fine, but I want to make a bet. A bet? Zhang Daoran was stunned, thinking that master was planning to trap people again, right? As expected, the mayor of Jia village froze, then smiled. Oh, celestial master, I wonder what you have in mind. The old celestial master with his hands behind his back smiled and said, poor Taoist has recently become quite knowledgeable about imperial arts, so if you lose, can you let me, as well as my disciple, learn? The words came out of his mouth and filled the room with shock. The old celestial master was actually here for the imperial art. When the people of Jia village heard this, their faces changed and they couldn't help but talk. The visitor is not good. The imperial art is our Jia clans. We absolutely cannot lose. That's right. Is this Longhu Mountain's intention to use its power to suppress others? Can't give. Must win them. When the head of Jia village heard this, he also smiled, southering the old heavenly master. A hint of helplessness appeared in his eyes. I thought to myself that the old celestial master who came this time seemed to have an impure purpose. With a bland face, he coughed and lent a hand. Old celestial master is so sure we'll lose? Then what if we win? Win? The old celestial master smiled slightly, then spread his hands and said, first of all, there's no way we can lose. As some of you here say about using power over others, do I have to? Isn't my strength clear in everyone's heart? I came here with sincerity, with a cut. When Zhang Daoran heard this, he almost couldn't hold back his laughter. I thought to myself that master's words were so artful. It is true that the so-called power over others does not exist here in the master's place. After all, he was already invincible. Looking at the entire inhuman world, who was his opponent? When the people of Jia village heard this, they also blushed for a while, suddenly remembering that the visitor in front of him was the old heavenly master. There was really no way to rob them. The somewhat embarrassed old village chief smiled and said, well, you guys have to have a bet, right? In case you lose. No problem, the old celestial master exclaimed. How about a golden light spell? A thunder spell of your choice. Golden light mantra. Lei Fa. When the people of Jia village heard this, they couldn't help but breathe heavily. As we all know, these two methods are the most precious treasure of Lungfu Mountain. Put on the 8 odd techniques, they are all undefeated spells. The crowd boiled at the thought. Fight. Village chief, must fight. For the sake of Lei Fa, we must fight. That's right, the other guy is just an 8-year-old kid. Just hit him straight away. Village chief, take a chance and turn your bike into a motorcycle. Hearing the excited voices of the clansmen, the old village chief was also embarrassed for a while. Looking at the old celestial master, he could only nod his head in agreement. Afterwards, the crowd then found an open space and began this object. And naturally, The first one to take the stage was Jia Zhengyu. Holding his arms, he glanced at Zhang Daoran with disdain on his face. With a few flying daggers in hand, he smiled and couldn't help but walk up to the open ground. Little Taoist, surrender. My little master's flying daggers don't have long eyes. When Zhang Daoran heard this, a hint of embarrassment appeared in his eyes. He looked at the arrogant Jia Zhengyu and then coughed. So much crap. Are you a trash can? The moment these words came out of his mouth, Jia Zhengyu couldn't help but freeze. High-minded and proud, he grunted lightly, then waved his big hand. At that moment, the flying dagger in its hand instantly took off. Seeing this scene, a hint of surprise appeared in Zhang Daoran's eyes. He thought to himself that the sentinel art was not too well known in the inhuman realm. Though, however, the power of this Taoist art was obvious. After all, being able to manipulate external objects and kill people from thousands of miles away. Don't be too cool. Scared? Too late. Little master. I started practicing flying daggers when I was a few years old, in order to become famous in the world. Today I'll let you taste my power. Jia Zhengyu laughed, then harnessed his flying dagger to attack Zhang Daoran. The old heavenly master who was on the sidelines saw the scene without a trace of worry in his eyes. Instead he looked at the old village chief and smiled. Looks good. There's something about this sentry technique. The poor Taoist had remembered this thing when he was practicing recently. That's why he was planning to use it to study it. To study it for research? When the old village chief heard this, his face couldn't help but twitch. This Takumi thing is not a normal thing. You say take it? Rather helplessly, he sighed and said, then we'll see if the old heavenly master's disciple has the means to do so. As the words fell, only the situation in the field changed instantly, only to see that as Jia Zhengyu's flying dagger approached, Zhang Daoran had no intention of hiding. The moment it came close, it slapped it to the ground. The sudden scene caused a moment of surprise for the Jia village crowd. Shooting flying knives with your bare hands. This little Taoist is a bit interesting. Actually being able to take flying dagger attacks hard. Yeah, Jia Zhengyu, don't be gullible. This kid is not simple. At a young age, this external training is quite good. In the crowd, Jia Zhangliang listened to the murmurs around him, a hint of bemusement in his eyes. Looking back at his brother, who was holding his hand, he couldn't help but sigh. Mom, brother is going to lose. He can't hurt the little Taoist with this flying dagger. Son, how did you know? Not bad for Mom. Jia Zhangliang sighed and had no choice but to pull out his flying dagger, thinking to himself that after practicing for so long, he had finally met an opponent of the same level. Bang! But at that moment, a thud came from the stage, only to see Zhang Daoran as if he was a humanoid tank. He slapped all the flying daggers in 3 swipes, after causing Jia Zhengyu to take a few steps back. There were actually no flying daggers left in his hands. You're too weak. Zhang Daoran opened his mouth. I didn't even use the thunder spell and you couldn't hold it. The sudden remark made Jia Zhengyu break his defenses. Who knew that he, who thought he was invincible, had been brutally beaten like this? With a somewhat pained sigh, he then turned and stepped off the stage. Seeing this scene, the old heavenly master couldn't help but smile and say, Old village chief, you guys lost. How? 2 out of 3. The old village chief smiled. You're cheating. The old heavenly master frowned. Bullying me, isn't it? No, the old village chief explained. It's just that I didn't make myself clear just now. Hearing this, a hint of embarrassment appeared in the old heavenly master's eyes. Watching the stage move, he spread his hands and said, It doesn't matter. My disciple will step in and fix it. As the words fell, only on the stage, Jia Yangliang slowly walked up, with a bemused face. He looked at Zhang Daoran and then sighed. I'm the younger brother of that guy just now, and even though he's wasted, I don't want to see him defeated. Little Taoist, my mom said I have to beat you, so take advantage of me before I do. Snap! Before Jia Zhangliang could finish speaking, a slap suddenly slapped its face. Zhang Daoran, who came to follow, smiled and said, Mama's boy, you have a lot of words. Mom, he does not speak of martial virtues. Sneak attack. Jia Zhangliang touched his face and instantly wailed. This look of a mommy's boy made Zhang Daoran look a little embarrassed. The hugger coughed and said, Rubbish! Who are you calling trash? After Jia Zhangliang heard this, he immediately opened his mouth to inquire. An unimpressed Zhang Daoran smiled and looked at Jia Zhangliang, as well as the others. With that, he spread his hands and said, I'm sorry, I didn't mean you're trash. I meant everyone here is trash. As soon as these words were uttered, there was instant silence in the room. In the next second, the people of Jia village broke into a frenzy of curses. Stinking Taoist, you're pretty tough. Come down and fight me if you can. You're the trash. All of you up and down Longhu Mountain are trash. Damn it, I can't believe I'm being despised by a child of a few years old. Seeing this scene, the old heavenly master of Longhu Mountain sitting on the stage showed a trace of embarrassment on his face. Southerly glanced at the old village chief, and then couldn't help but cough. Old village chief, your clan is quite powerful. Actually saying that my Longhu Mountain Heavenly Master's house is all trash. Is he targeting me? Although the poor Taoist is only 100 or so, he can still fight hundreds of these. Want to try with me? The words fell and scattered with a boom as if they were a flood of bells. The people of Jiajia village were silent after hearing this. Especially the few people who had just cursed the Longhu Mountain Heavenly Master's house were holding their heads and did not dare to open their mouths. And the old village chief's eyes showed a hint of dismay when he heard about it. Turning his head he coughed. Heavenly Master, wasn't it your disciple who scolded us first? Oh yeah? The old celestial master pulled out his ears and said, I'm hard of hearing, I only hear your people cursing me. Are you questioning me? Old village chief. The crowd at Jiajia village. Feeling speechless, the village chief sighed, suddenly feeling that this old heavenly master was too overbearing. And in the center of the tournament, Zhang Daoran, on the other hand, hugged his arms and had a bashful look on his face, souped up the mom and pop guy, Jia Zhangliang, and said, still fighting? When Jia Zhangliang heard this, a hint of anger appeared on his face. Feeling incredulous, he gritted his teeth and instantly waved his hand. At once, there were several more flying knives in its hands. Unlike Jia Zhangyu, his flying daggers were obviously a bit more numerous, as well as his air being a bit stronger. Damn it, this is Jiajia village, not your Longhu Mountain. Mom, I'm on, don't worry about me. Putting down such a sentence, Jia Zhangliang then launched an attack. Between the lifting of his hands, the flying daggers in his hands flew up as if they were willow leaves. Spinning at high speed, it instantly shot towards Zhang Daoran. Undaunted, a hint of a smile appeared in his eyes when he saw this scene. With a casual wave of his hand, lightning instantly exploded on his body. Without slanting his eyes, Zhang Daoran looked at Jia Zhangliang and said, blast! Boom! As the words fell, shocking thunder instantly rose from the ground around them. The unavoidable Jia Zhangliang froze and subconsciously took a few steps back. Nay, his darts were instantly devoured in this overbearing Yang 5 thunder. The sudden scene left the people present dumbfounded. This is thunder law? It's also too strong. Is he really just a child? Completely not at the same level. This kind of battle power is not possible even for me. Cheating, is this a fucking 8-year-old? On the stands, the old heavenly master of Longhu Mountain saw this scene, and his face was filled with smiles. He thought to himself that the reason he had absolute confidence in winning was solely because this adversary was too strong. It was no exaggeration to say that he was now undoubtedly the second person in the Longhu Mountain Heavenly Master's house. Whether it was the thunder technique or the golden light incantation, they had all reached the level of pure fire. Thinking of this, the old heavenly master smiled. Not bad at all. Old village chief, you've lost. Hearing this, the old village chief had the feeling of being mute and unable to speak. Pondering the child in front of me, was he really only 8 years old? That Yang 5 thunder that appeared casually wasn't something anyone could use. I lost. Willing to bet. Please still ask the heavenly master to come with me. On stage, Jia Zhangliang instantly cried when he heard this. Unwillingly, he looked at Zhang Daoran and pointed his nose. Are you really only 8 years old? What a bully. You. Mom, he's a bully. An unimpressed Zhang Daoran laughed and patted his sleeve. Child's play. I'm the legendary genius. Now you know the difference, don't you? Garbage. Putting down such a sentence, Zhang Daoran then trailed after the old heavenly master. This caused Jia Zhangliang to howl instantly upon hearing this. That feeling of powerlessness made him hold back for a while. Mom, he's a bully. Moments later, in the ancestral hall in the backyard of Jiajia village, the head of Jiajia village who came here looked at the ancestor tablets and showed a hint of helplessness in his eyes. With a bland face, he coughed, then turned back to the old celestial master. Come men, we have an invitation to the holy relic. A few of the clansmen nodded, and then walked towards the back of the shrine. Within moments, a stone tablet was carried out. It was vaguely visible that the stone tablet was about 3 feet tall, and there was not a single word on its surface. At its base, there is even a basilisk base. Seeing this scene, the old heavenly master couldn't help but laugh lightly. I've long heard that the Jia clan's imperial art comes from an extraordinary source, but I didn't expect it to be even more powerful than I thought. It's a wordless book, isn't it? Upon hearing the inquiry, the head of Jiajia village shook his head slightly. Looking at the old celestial master, he smiled. Nonetheless, this was built by my family's ancestor, and it contains the legacy of the imperial art within it. Celestial master, since ancient times, it's always the one who has the destiny to get it. Please. The old heavenly master froze. Then his face twitched. He thought to himself that this Jiajia village was obviously punking himself. Apparently this sentinel art they have their own set of ways to sense. Rather helplessly, he looked at Zhang Daoran and said, Okay, thanks, village chief. I'll take care of it. The old village chief smiled faintly, thinking that without their special way of sensing, ordinary people would not be able to sense it at all. Looking at the old heavenly master duo in front of him, he smiled. Ugly words up front. You can only sense for 3 days, and if you don't gain anything in 3 days, it will be considered a failure. As soon as these words came out of his mouth, the heavenly master froze slightly and couldn't help but look at the old village chief more, hoping that this old man is no wonder emboldened. It turns out that he is waiting for himself here. Don't be afraid, old heavenly master, the old village headman said with a smile. The fastest our village's descendants can sense it is 3 days, so I guess you should be less than a day? Hearing this, a trace of inexplicable smile appeared on the old heavenly master's face. With a bland face, he looked at the old village chief, then sat cross-legged in front of the stone monument. Zhang Daoran, on the other hand, stretched his back when he saw it, souped up the stone tablet, then said blandly, "Is it that hard? Kid, don't be arrogant. This sentient art is not something that ordinary people can learn." Jia Zhangliang, who had rushed over, said, "If you can sense it in 3 days, I'll wash my head upside down." Wash your hair upside down? Zhang Daoran froze, and a hint of a smile then appeared in his eyes, thinking to himself that maybe the tablet was difficult for others, but not really for him. With a bland face, he looked at Jia Zhangliang and said, "Alright, originally I was going to get along with you guys as ordinary geniuses, but you guys always don't believe me. Forget it, I'm a supreme genius. No more pretending. I'll show my cards." The moment these words were uttered, everyone in the room froze. Jia Zhangliang, in particular, gritted his teeth. "Pretend you're a big shot. Learn if you can." An unimpressed Zhang Daoran smiled, then followed suit and sat cross-legged. Looking away from the monolith, he symbolically looked away. Vaguely visible, there was nothing on the surface of the monolith, and it looked flat, but as he looked closer, there was a ding in his head. Ding! As you are in the process of comprehending the Sentinel Arts, congratulations on sensing the Sentinel Arts. Hearing the system's prompt, Zhang Daoran could not help but smile slightly. With a bland face he coughed and then rose. "Okay, I learned. Elder Tennessee? Old village chief. Jia Yangliang." The old heavenly master who opened his eyes looked at Zhang Daoran, his eyes filled with embarrassment. He thought to himself that he had been sitting here cross-legged for half a day, and he had hardly sensed anything, but the rebel sat down for less than a second, and this is what he learned. Rather embarrassed, he coughed and said, "Adversary, bragging is against the law." "Oh, yes, young man," the old village chief said. "Do you really think that our Jia clan's imperial art is a cabbage, that you can learn it just by saying so?" "Bragging, it's bragging," Jia Zhangliang said excitedly. "You learned it in less than 3 seconds. The Jade Emperor wouldn't dare blow it like that, would he?" Zhang Daoran, who had gotten up, smiled faintly and glanced at the disbelieving crowd. He didn't bother to explain. With a casual wave of his hand, the tiles on the eaves were instantly under his control. This sudden scene made the crowd present look dumbfounded. How is this possible? It's really an imperial art. He really learned? This is too strong. Hearing the shock of the crowd, Zhang Daoran's eyes were filled with laughter. Unconcerned, he shook his head slightly and smiled. "See what I mean? Sentry is pretty easy. That who? Don't you say wash your hair upside down. Do it. Jazzy." Jia Zhangliang, who was planning to lift his leg and bolt, heard this and tears involuntarily flowed out of his eyes. He thought to himself that he had spent almost 3 months in order to learn this sentient art, and only barely managed to learn it. And to be able to perceive the sentient art was all thanks to the clan's special method. But this guy in front of him actually learned it without anything. The more he thought about it, the more angry Jia Zhangliang wowed and bawled. "Wow, there's no goddamned reason for that. It's so bullying." Zhang Daoran's eyes were filled with laughter when he saw the scene. Southerly glanced at the few tiles that were under control, and a hint of surprise appeared in his eyes. He thought to himself that this sentient art was indeed subtle. Not only could he manipulate the magic weapon at will, but he could also fiddle with it in all sorts of ways. That feeling of heartfelt connection was akin to the connection he had with reverse scale. However, Zhang Daoran was well aware of the difference between the two, which made him quite surprised. When he thought about it, he was about to say something. Instead, he saw a prompt from the system. "Ding, as you are participating in the Sentinel art, congratulations on sensing Imperial Sword Flight." Sword flying? Hearing the system prompt, Zhang Daoran could not help but be ecstatic. Figuring out something like Imperial Sword Flight, that was a spell that only immortals had. Just ask how cool it would be to be able to step on a flying sword and fly around. Young people have a promising future. But at that moment, the old village chief on the side. "It's not a loss for you to have learned the Imperial art. Congratulations." Hearing this, Zhang Daoran couldn't help but smile and nod. With his mind on the Imperial sword flight, he immediately walked towards the outside of the house. A few moments later, in the open space at the back of Jia village, Zhang Daoran, who came here alone, glanced around and after confirming that there was no one, he then summoned his reverse scale. Quite expectantly, he smiled, and instantly recited the mantra silently. The heart of the sword is moved, and the human sword is united. Where the heart is, the sword is. Up. As the words fell, the reverse scale in its hand seemed to sense something and instantly flew up. That unprecedented sense of control caused a hint of ecstasy to appear in Zhang Daoran's eyes. Quite pleased, he gulped and instantly took a slight leap. At that moment, the entire person landed impartially on the flying sword. That extremely delicate sense of balance caused Zhang Daoran to smile and follow with a big wave of his hand. Whoosh! At that moment, reverse scale was like a wild horse that had taken off its reins and instantly ran ahead. Zhang Daoran, who hadn't reacted yet, frozen, was almost lifted off the ground by the speed. It was a good thing he was as steady as a rock. He just barely got used to it. And this scene happened to be seen by the two brothers, Jia Zhangliang and Jia Zhangyu, who had rushed over. Filled with shock and dumbfounded, they couldn't help but be thrilled after seeing this scene. Brother, is he an immortal? Why is he flying? You ask me. Who do I ask? He is. The Imperial sword flight in the novel. Ah, it's too damn handsome. The rather excited Jia Zhangliang nodded his head, looking at Zhang Daoran, whose figure was floating and stepping on a flying sword. His eyes filled with envy. I thought to myself that such a means is simply divine. He was quite envious, but at the same time, he was a bit puzzled as to how this one flew. Meanwhile, the shrine. The old heavenly master looked at the stone tablet in front of him with embarrassment in his eyes. He thought to himself that he had been sitting here for an hour, and he hadn't sensed a single hair. Rather frustrated, he shook his head slightly, not knowing where to start for a moment, thinking of that rebellious disciple learning in a second. The old heavenly master always had the feeling that his age was living on a dog. Somewhat embarrassed, he let out a sigh and instantly pinched a decision, secretly summoning his rebellious disciple to come. Whoosh! Now had just summoned, when a figure fell steeply from the sky. Immediately afterward, the scene in front of him stunned the old heavenly master. Looking at Zhang Daoran, who was flying with his imperial sword, he was excited. Adversary, what are you doing? Sword flying, Zhang Daoran said blandly. Master, the great achievement of the imperial art can be like this. You wouldn't have not realized it yet, would you? You can fly with a sword with a great achievement in the sword art? Hearing this, the old heavenly master's eyes filled with envy. At the same time, he was slightly embarrassed that he hadn't learned yet. Looking at the rebellious disciple in front of him, the old heavenly master envied. Adversary, hurry up and tell me how to learn the sentinel technique. Sitting here for half a day with no response from me. No way, no way, Zhang Daoran said, holding his arms. The old heavenly master of the heavenly master's mansion of Dragon Tiger Mountain actually can't even learn the royal art. Is this something I can know? Old timer. Feeling speechless, the old heavenly master's eyes filled with embarrassment when he heard this. Looking at his rebellious disciple who was deliberately flirting with him, he couldn't help but sigh. Make an offer. Adversary, I know you're knocking it out of the park with this bamboo pole. When Zhang Daoran heard this, a hint of a smile appeared on his face. Nonchalantly he coughed and then held out 5 fingers. This caused the old heavenly master to grit his teeth when he saw it. Adversary, is your heart black? Doesn't conscience even hurt? Master, how much can conscience be worth? Zhang Daoran spread his hands and said, why don't we forget about it? You take your time to sense it, maybe it'll be done in a month. As soon as these words were uttered, the old heavenly master completely broke his defenses. Figuring out that this damn monolith was empty, it was harder than ever to sense the art of sentience. If he really let him sense for a month, perhaps he was waiting for the sense to come out. But who is he? Ah, the old heavenly master of the heavenly master's house at Lung Fushan. If this were to spread out that he had sat in the Jia village for a month withering away in order to learn the sentient art, wouldn't he be laughed to death by that group of people? Especially the Jia village gang, which doesn't allow you to sense for a month at all. Thinking of this, the old heavenly master sighed and said, okay, I agree. Adversary, no one is allowed to spread the word about what happened today. Unimpressed, Zhang Daoran smiled and looked at his master, then extended his hand. This caused the old celestial master to stare, puzzled. What are you doing? Word of mouth is no proof. Zhang Daoran smiled. It's fine to make a note. Master, is this okay with me? Row by row. The angry, blowing his beard and eyes, the old celestial master nodded and could only helplessly agree. With that, Zhang Daoran taught on the spot and then handed over the imperial art. As expected, the old celestial master, who was a generation of celestial masters, also learned as soon as he could. In less than a moment, he was already able to easily imperialize objects and attack. Ha ha ha, apprentice. This sentient art is just like that. It's not much fun. However, this imperial sword flight of yours is quite good. How long do you think master needs to learn before he can be like you? Upon hearing the inquiry, Zhang Daoran smiled faintly and then raised 3 fingers. 3 days? 3 months? It can't be 3 years, can it? Looking at Zhang Daoran, who kept shaking his head, the old heavenly master was confused. Filled with surprise, he said incredulously, "Impossible. I'm a generation of geniuses anyhow. How can I possibly need 30 years? Not 30 years, Zhang Daoran smiled. Instead, it's 3 days, tomorrow, yesterday, the day after tomorrow, and maybe you'll learn it on one of those days. Tomorrow, yesterday, the day after tomorrow?" The old heavenly master scratched his head, wondering, "Why do I get the feeling you're punking me?" Zhang Daoran, who was holding his arms, smiled and was about to say something. Suddenly footsteps came from outside the door, followed by Jia Zhangliang and a bunch of other people walking in. One of the leaders is the current village chief. Looking at the master and disciple in front of him, Jia Zhangliang was emotional. "Great-grandpa, it's true. Now you're really stepping on a sword that can fly." Hearing this, Zhang Daoran was slightly stunned. Looking at Jia Zhangliang, a hint of embarrassment appeared in his eyes, and when the old heavenly master saw the scene, he blandly said, "The sentry technique is nothing more than that. Learning this is like having a hand in it." Putting down such a sentence, the old heavenly master then waved his big hand, and instantly several wooden sticks flew up under his control. The sudden scene made the old village chief look dumbfounded. He thought to himself that the imperial art that they regarded as a classic did not expect to become so easy to learn in the hands of this master and disciple. You know that they are not guided to learn and thus sense success on their own. Compared to the Jejia village's special method of perception, the two were no longer on the same level. The thoughtful old village chief sighed and said, "Worthy of a celestial master. It's awesome." "Generally," said the old celestial master, waving his hand. "A trifle. Not worth mentioning." The old village chief nodded, then placed his gaze on Zhang Daoran. He thought to himself that according to Ritsuko, this kid could actually fly with a sword. One must know that in the imperial art canon, this is the most superior imperial means. Unbelievably, he smiled and said, "Little heavenly master, I heard that you can fly with a sword?" Hearing the inquiry, Zhang Daoran could not help but nod slightly. After looking at the urgent-eyed Jia village crowd, he then waved his hand. At that moment, the reverse scale at its waist instantly took off. In front of the crowd, Zhang Daoran then stepped on the flying sword. With a bland face, he looked at the crowd and sighed. "I want to return on the wind, and I dare to ask the blue sky for a star or two." As soon as those words were uttered, the room fell silent, including the old heavenly master. He was also stunned, looking at the equipped adversary in front of him with envy in his eyes. And after a few seconds of silence, the Jejia village crowd became excited. "This is really imperial sword flight. Too powerful. Why hasn't anyone in our ancestors learned it? That's genius, isn't it? Only they can learn. AI, after living a lifetime and not knowing how to fly on a sword, I've really lived to a dog's death." In the midst of the discussion, a hint of a smile appeared on Zhang Daoran's face. With a bland face, he looked at the front and then clasped his fists. "Gentlemen, see you in the jungle. The poor Taoist will go." Putting down such a sentence, in full view of everyone, Zhang Daoran flew away from Jejia village with his sword. The old celestial master who froze in place saw this scene, and his entire body was confused. "Adversary, wait for me, you rebel." A few hasty shouts and the man was nowhere to be seen. Frozen in place, the old celestial master gulped and could only frantically chase after him. A month later, the weather shifted extremely fast. Everything is drying up and winter is coming. Flakes of snow fell from the sky on the long mountain pass. Zhang Daoran, who was rushing on the road, looked around and his eyes were all white. "It's been a year since I came down." Quite emotionally he looked at the master behind him and stopped. "Master, what is there to see in this Shaolin temple? Why don't we go back to the mountain? Exercises, it's all experience." The old heavenly master waved his hand. "I'm just passing by. It's okay to check it out." Hearing this, Zhang Daoran was slightly speechless. He thought to himself that he had been down for over a year now, and he had been in a lot of battles. Whether it was punching Wudong or kicking the Wang family, it was almost always a horizontal push all the way. If you look at the entire inhuman world, you can be considered to have gained a reputation. But I don't know why, but the master still doesn't want to go back to the mountain. Soon, as the two masters and disciples kept rushing, finally, when the snow closed the mountain, he came to the door of the Shaolin temple. Looking around, the entire mountain gate was magnificent and vast, and a Buddhist meteorology came into view. Looking up to the top of the mountain, there was even a golden light showing, which was quite magical. As a Buddhist school alongside the Taoist school, There are only a few fierce people within it. The old celestial master who came here smiled and said softly, Monk Shekong is the current presiding officer. I wonder what the old man is doing now. I've heard that they have a great collection in their hidden scriptures, as well as in their treasury. Disciple, you know what I mean, right? Zhang Daoran, who was frozen in place, swallowed his saliva and said, Master, after all this time you're not stopping by for a visit, but to stock up on goods? Stocking up? What are you buying? The old celestial master scratched his head and spread his hands. Nonsense, we're here to spar. Isn't it normal to lose something between these cuts? Of course, we'll still split it 37. Good apprentice, ha ha. Hearing this, Zhang Daoran was speechless for a while. I thought to myself that other masters took their apprentices down to the mountains, almost always to learn. The only one who took him down was his own master. And that was all for enrichment. The thoughtful Zhang Daoran coughed and said, Master, every time you make a bet with the thunder spell, the golden light spell, aren't you afraid that I'll really lose? Not afraid, the old celestial master laughed. As long as you lose, can't I just run away? Who can stop me? Zhang Daoran, who gave a thumbs up, nodded, thinking that this move was indeed brilliant. It's so brilliant that you don't even have a face. Ba. But at that moment, a Buddhist cry rang out. Immediately afterward, a tall, burly, bald monk holding a Zen staff arrived at the mountain gate. Monk Bowen, with a bemused face, he looked at the master and disciples, then opened the eyes. It's snowing heavily under the sky, and the two monks still come to worship the Buddha. It's really honorable. I wonder where the two of you came from. Upon hearing the inquiry, the old heavenly master smiled and was about to say something. However, he saw Zhang Daoran slightly cupping his fists. The poor Taoist has come from the heavenly master's mansion of Longhu Mountain in the eastern lands, only to seek the true scriptures here. When these words came out, Monk Baowen froze. After taking a closer look at the old heavenly master, Zhang Daoran and the two of them, a hint of surprise appeared in their eyes. Dare I ask if your excellency is an old celestial master? Exactly. The old celestial master laughed and said with his hands behind his back. Monk Baowen froze. Then a hint of respect appeared in his eyes. Still seeing a celestial master for the first time, he was extremely shocked. He thought to himself that no wonder this old man in front of him gave him that strong feeling. It turns out that after half a day, it's a Jedi who's coming. Junior Monk Baowen, meet the old heavenly master. Inside please, Monk Baowen said. Master is meeting guests. Inside please. The old celestial master nodded, then trailed behind with his hands behind his back. When Zhang Daoran saw this, he followed along. Vaguely visible, the entire temple is cold and quiet. Surrounded by large trees is quite a lot of snow. There was something vaguely sacred about the Buddha's light. The further in you go, the more you can feel some of the Buddhist intent. Soon, with Monk Baowen leading the way, the two masters and disciples quickly arrived in front of the Maharishi's treasure hall. Vaguely visible within the hall, two figures sat cross-legged in front of the Buddha. Many monks around them looked grave, and they all mouthed the Buddhist scriptures. Under the vastness, it was as shocking as a great bell. The old heavenly master who came here couldn't help but show a hint of surprise in his eyes when he saw this scene. Looking back at Monk Baowen, he said, Whom is Master Shekong purveying this? Upon hearing the inquiry, a hint of anger appeared in Monk Baowen's eyes. Having a hard time talking, he sighed and couldn't help but shake his head slightly. This caused a hint of curiosity to appear in Zhang Daoran's eyes when he saw it, only to see that as the sound of Buddhist scriptures continued to ring out, the snow all around began to melt. On the bodies of these monks, an invisible air blasted out. Even Zhang Daoran, who was outside the hall, clearly felt his heart calming down a bit. It was as if the Buddhist scriptures in front of him seemed to be able to cleanse the mind and enlighten people. Ba. Soon, the sound of the Buddhist scriptures subsided smoothly as a muffled Buddhist chant rang out. Monk Shekong, who was wearing the presiding robe, let out a sigh and looked at the unproductive disciple in front of him, a hint of helplessness appearing in his eyes. He looked up at the visitor who was not far away, and then got up and walked out. Old celestial master, coming all the way here. Shekong has failed to welcome you from afar. Upon hearing the inquiry, the old heavenly master couldn't help but smile slightly. Looking at the long unseen monk Shekong, he then flirted. Old monk, it's been a long time. You've gained some weight. Tell me honestly, is it that the Buddha is in your heart, and the wine has gone through you? As soon as these words were uttered, Monk Shekong could not help but laugh. Looking at the old Tiancher who was following him, as well as Zhang Daoran Dao, old celestial master is joking. I don't know what this visit to Lingyin Temple is about. The old celestial master nodded, and then spoke of the matter of going down to the mountain for training. After he finished speaking, he looked around the Lingyin Temple and smiled. Old monk, my disciple and I have come this far. You can't refuse us, can you? Right. Let's stay here for a few days first, and spar and exchange ideas with you. Monk Shekong nodded his head slightly, his kind brows filled with a smile on his face. Unconcerned, he looked at Zhang Daoran and said, Junior Heavenly Master, it seems that this one, like the old Heavenly Master back then, is following the method of entering the world for cultivation. Hearing this, the old Heavenly Master couldn't help but laugh. With his hands behind his back he nodded, then rubbed his stomach. Hungry, my stomach is growling. Fix me 2 bowls of fasting rice. Ha ha ha. Monk Shekong nodded and then followed forward. Zhang Daoran, who was trailing behind, was about to follow when suddenly a figure within the Great Hall caught his attention. It is vaguely obvious that the man is not wearing a monk's habit, but a jacket with jeans underneath. He had an inch hair, a straight face, and wore a pair of glasses, coupled with those deep, melancholic eyes. This caused Zhang Daoran to freeze. Shah self, incredulous, he froze, thinking what's this one doing here? Shouldn't he be working as a temp at this time of year? By all rights? It was just then that Xiao Zizhou also looked over. A glint of light appeared in the eyes of the two under their 4 eyes. A few moments later, in the Zen garden, the old celestial master looked at the fasting rice on the table with a smile in his eyes. When he was about to start, he saw that Zhang Daoran couldn't help but already wolf down his food. In a matter of 3 strokes, it was easy to settle a bowl of fasting rice. Not having had enough to eat, he smiled and wiped his mouth. Can I have another bowl? I'm so hungry. Nope, 3 more bowls, 3 bowls each. Hey, old timer, Monk Shekong. The duo who were frozen in place saw the scene and their eyes were filled with embarrassment. The old heavenly master, in particular, couldn't wait to find a place to burrow into, souped up the adversary and smiled. I'm sorry to make you laugh, but I'm only 8 this year, so I'm not very knowledgeable. Monk Shekong nodded and looked at Zhang Daoran, a hint of laughter in his eyes. Unconcerned, he coughed and then had a conversation. During this time, the matter about Xiao Ziji's heart demon was talked about. This caused the old celestial master to stare and say, So old monk, you were just suppressing my disciples' heart demons? Monk Shekong nodded his head. His face full of sorrow, he sighed and said, Yeah, it's a shame, now I don't even know how to suppress it. When Zhang Daoran heard this, he couldn't help but smile. That's good to know, preside. This Master Pajing said that he couldn't suppress his killing heart, so why don't we let him kill Master? What do you think, old timer? Monk Shekong, kneeling for 5 stars. Free gift are not many people read it. Every day is out of money. Cannot afford to eat? Give me some free gift kneeling begging. Ahem, the old heavenly master coughed. I think that's not a bad offer. It's just a bit scrappy. When Monk Shekong heard this, he was also stunned. Looking at Zhang Daoran, who was speaking out of turn, he couldn't help but let out a sigh. Little heavenly master has a point. Why don't I go ask Bao Jing? Hearing the inquiry, Zhang Daoran was confused, thinking to myself that I'm saying this is entirely off the cuff because I've read some funny comments. Who knew that not only did the master agree, but also Monk Shekong? I'm afraid the whole thing would be silly if old Xiao knew about this. Thinking of this, Zhang Daoran spread his hands and said, Then why don't we ask this Master Pajing to come over and ask? Fair enough, the old heavenly master nodded. Good. Monk Shekong also smiled and said, Bao 1, go invite your senior brother. Monk Bao 1, who was outside the door, nodded and then turned to leave. In less than a moment, Xiao Ziji, wearing a pair of glasses, slowly walked in. With a bland face, he glanced at the old heavenly master and immediately detected an extremely strong aura of danger. The little Taoist priest in particular was staring at himself, making him inexplicably a little creeped out. Bao Jing. At that moment Monk Shekong smiled and said, There's an answer to what you just asked me. Want to hear it? Master, please, Xiao Zizi said with a smile. My disciple is willing to hear about it, and if I can unlock my heart's demon, I'm willing to always be at the side of the Green Lantern and the ancient Buddha. Monk Shekong nodded, looked at Bao Jing, and then dropped his gaze on Zhang Daoran. The kindly man smiled and couldn't help but speak softly. Little heavenly master, please solve the puzzle. Zhang Daoran was stunned, thinking how he threw the stone to himself. Looking at Monk Shekong, who was full of smiles, and Xiao Ziji, who was looking over, he was slightly embarrassed, but with his master behind him, he was as steady as a mountain in his mind, not panicking in the slightest. I do, master, and since you can't suppress the killing intent in your heart, simply let go. As soon as these words left his mouth, Xiao Zi was slightly stunned. Looking at Zhang Daoran, who was speaking out of turn, he was a bit confused. He thought to himself that his killing heart was too terrifying, and that once he was free of restraints, he would be a man in the way of killing people, and a Buddha in the way of killing Buddhas. That kind of terrifying scene was hard to control even for him. Only Zhang Daoran smiled and continued to say again. So I talked it over with the empty host and gave 2 choices. 1. Eat the fasting rice before you, and henceforth suppress your killing heart, subdue the demons, and defend the righteous path. 2. Come kill my master, fight him and settle your demons. The words fell, and silence filled the hall. Xiao Ziji, who was frozen in place, swallowed his saliva and was suddenly a bit confused. Senior, it's a fasting meal. And at that moment Monk Baowen walked in, upset that he then brought a bowl of fragrant fasting rice. Looking at the bubbling hot air, Xiao Zi's throat was slightly dry, thinking to himself where this little Taoist monk in front of him was helping him with his confusion, totally sending him to his death. As we all know, the old heavenly master is a Jedi, representing the invincibility of the world. Xiao Ziji thought that he had some strength, but he was not so bad that he could not distinguish between the big and small kings. Looking at the fasting meal in front of him, he was suddenly silent, and when Zhang Daoran saw this scene, he couldn't help but faintly smile and said, Master, it's all up to you to choose which way the path will go. None of us can help you, but my suggestion is to go straight to my master for a one-on-one fight, which will solve 90% of your troubles. Disciple, Master thinks that little heavenly master has a point. Monk Shekong also advised, if you can't let go of the demon in your heart, why don't you go and kill the old heavenly master? Kill him and leave no regrets on earth. Shah self. Feeling speechless, Xiao Ziji swallowed his saliva and thought to himself, Master, are you speaking human words? Although he was unable to suppress his heart demons, he didn't say he wanted to die. Is killing an old celestial master something you can do just because you want to? Ahem. I have no problem with that. The old heavenly master rolled up his sleeves and said, to be able to resolve your heart demons for you, the poor Taoist is willing to do it for you. When Xiao Zizi heard this, he even more completely broke his defense. I thought to myself, old heavenly master, you're not solving someone's heart demon for them. You're totally planning to solve your own. Thoughtful Xiao Ziji sighed, then picked up the fasting rice and said, listening to the little heavenly master is better than reading 10 years of books. Master, I choose one. Putting down such a sentence, Xiao Zizi then took a big mouthful of dry rice. This made Monk Shekong touch his shiny bald head when he saw it and said, Apprentice, have you calmed your killing heart? Confirmation. Oh, it's not easy for the old heavenly master to go down the mountain once, so the opportunity is not to be missed. If you miss this stop, there will be no next village. Xiao Ziji smiled bitterly, thinking where he missed the opportunity. It's a total lack of desire to die. Struggling to dry his meal, he shook his head slightly, completely deaf. When Zhang Daoran, who was on the side, saw this scene, he almost couldn't hold back his laughter. The pondering world says that Xiao Ziji is a great mercy, not realizing that he is also a fasting Shura. Ha 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 omega, hiya hiya hiya. A few moments passed in the Zen garden. The bland-faced Monk Shekong smiled faintly and looked at Xiao Ziji with a smile in his eyes. With his hands behind his back, he coughed and headed towards a linden tree. After coming to heal again, he then spoke. In ancient times, Manjushri Bodhisattva became a Buddha on the ground, and today, a heavenly master has come to my Linging temple to exchange ideas. Bao 1. As a senior brother, why don't you go first? Monk Bao 1, who was on the sidelines, revealed a hint of embarrassment in his eyes when he heard this. Looking at Zhang Daoran on the side, he couldn't help but shake his head slightly. He thought to himself that although this one was only 8 years old, his status was that of a future heavenly master. If I had struck out too hard, or if something was wrong somewhere, it would have been my own karma. After all, the Jianghu nowadays is not about fighting and killing, it's about human feelings. Thinking of this, Monk Baowen smiled. Little heavenly master, in order not to show that I'm bullying the small with the big, why don't I let you have one hand? We only exist to communicate in this tournament. When Zhang Daoran heard this, a hint of a smile appeared in his eyes. Looking at the Monk Baowen in front of him, he couldn't help but shake his head slightly. Unconcerned, he sighed, spreading his hands. With all due respect, you'll lose even if you don't let me. As for why, because you're trash. Garbage? The hot-tempered Monk Baowen froze and instantly became enraged. Crossing his arms, he grunted lightly, completely forgetting the humane way. Who are you calling trash? Don't misunderstand. Zhang Daoran laughed and spread his hands. He said, I'm not taking it personally, I mean everyone here is trash. As soon as these words were uttered, the faces of the monks present changed, including Xiao Ziji, who hadn't left yet, was stunned, and then his eyes narrowed. Is that so? Xiao Zizi is willing to fight with little heavenly master. As soon as those words left his mouth, the crowd in the room froze again. In particular, Monk Shekong gulped and couldn't help but remind him, old celestial master, this disciple of mine is very powerful. In case the young celestial master is injured anywhere, do you think you should? When the old heavenly master heard this, he couldn't help but laugh. With his hands behind his back, he shook his head slightly, thinking that the reason why this old monk let Xiao Ziji still stay, mostly for the purpose of cutting, otherwise if Shaolin Temple loses, it is actually very difficult to face. Thinking of this, the old celestial master bet, "Host, why don't we make a bet? If my disciple loses, you can all learn the thunder technique and the golden light incantation. If you lose, then give us a few years of incense money from Dragon Tiger Mountain." Hearing this, Monk Shekong smiled faintly. After pondering over it for half a day, the old celestial master is waiting for himself here. With a bland face, he nodded his head and said confidently, "The incense doesn't matter. It's mainly because I'm worried about little heavenly master's safety. It's not in the way," the old celestial master exclaimed deliberately. "Whoever injured my disciple, I will naturally step in." As the words dispersed, Xiao Zizi froze, and so did Monk Shekong, looking at the old celestial master who was positively threatening. Their eyes were filled with speechlessness. On the contrary, Zhang Daoran was even slightly more solitary after hearing about it. Quite emotional, he looked at Xiao Zizhou and said, "Master, if you want to fight me, you'll have to fight next. Come on, Master Bao Wen." Putting down such a sentence, Zhang Daoran then took a step forward. In the middle of raising his hand, it was a thunderbolt that exploded out. Palm thunder. Monk Bao Wen's face changed slightly when he saw this scene. Not caring too much, he grunted lightly and followed to avoid the blow. Avoiding it for a split second, he took the opportunity to close the distance and try to get in close. Now Zhang Daoran laughed and hugged his arms and said, "Master, you're too slow. Ever heard of thunder punishment?" Rumble. As soon as the words fell, the entire sky over the temple was instantly covered with dark clouds and lightning. On Zhang Daoran's body, a layer of thunder light also steeply emerged. He slowly flew into midair as if he were the god of thunder descending into the world. With his eyes glowing with lightning, he couldn't help but raise his hand as the darkness shrouded around him. Instantly, a thunderbolt instantly spread all over Zhang Daoran's palm. This is heavenly thunder. The sudden scene surprised Monk Shekong. He's so small. Why is his lightning attainment so amazing? Unbelievable. Xiao Zizi was also filled with shock when he saw it. On the contrary, when the old celestial master on the side saw it, he found it extremely natural. Thinking to himself how talented this disciple of his is, I'm afraid only he knows. Without the inheritance of the heavenly master's degree of 5 thunder positive laws, this reverse disciple's thunder law had already begun to approach. He really didn't dare to imagine what it would be like once he gave this kid the celestial master degree. Of course, the old heavenly master who had mastered the 5 thunder positive laws could still make some guesses about that kind of light. Darkness envelopes everything. I will be that last light in the darkness. Shatter all beings with thunder. In midair, Zhang Daoran, who was holding thunder in his hands, smiled and immediately let out a furious cry. At that moment, the heavenly thunder instantly fell behind it. Under the flashes of lightning, it was as invincible as if it was pouring rain. Monk Bao Wen's scalp had already gone numb when he saw the scene. Knowing that he was not an opponent, a hint of fear appeared in his eyes. Subconsciously wanting to carry on dead, he saw a figure suddenly appear in front of him. Seifu. Xiao Ziji looked back and couldn't help but have a hint of a smile on his face. With reddened eyes, he held up his glasses, then spread his hands and said, "Elder brother, step back, you can't stop it." Putting down such a sentence, an invisible force instantly forced back Monk Bao Wen. Only Xiao Zizi smiled, and in his body immediately emerged a heavenly murderous aura. With a bland face, he looked at the thunder falling from the sky and immediately waved his hand. Between raising his hands, a giant palm blasted out to cover the top of his head. The great hand of mercy. Boom! With an explosive sound, dozens of thunderbolts exploded. Click! With a clicking sound, the great compassionate hand in front of him shattered apart. Zhang Daoran, who had landed on the ground, saw the scene and a hint of laughter appeared in his eyes. Without hesitation, he then swooped forward. "Master, you're no match for me either." As the words fell, Zhang Daoran raised his hand and waved it. The adversary scale instantly came out of his hand. There was a vague flash of lightning on the sharp blade. Even more so, Zhang Daoran's eyes turned red the moment he approached. Behind it, the 6-tailed spirit fox silhouette appeared with a bang. Detain the spirit and send the general. Monk Shekong, who was on the sidelines, was shocked when he saw the scene. Detaining spirits and dispatching generals. Old celestial master. This disciple of yours. Low profile, the old celestial master chuckled. It's all one and not bad. This apprentice of mine. One. Monk Shekong shook his head slightly. Shocked. He suddenly didn't know what to say. Boom! But at that moment, as an explosion sounded, Xiao Zizi then retreated 10 steps back. Looking at the motionless Zhang Daoran in front of him, he sighed. You are a monster. Bearing Jean. The unimpressed Zhang Daoran smiled. his eyes full of smugness. The mind thought that after he had just used the thunder law, he had directly sacrificed his adversary scale. Together with Almond Blossom's assistance, he had used almost 60% of his strength. It was naturally expected that the Xiao Zizhi in front of him was able to be shaken back 10 steps. I lost, Xiao Zizi said with a sigh. Master, I'll go first. After putting down such a sentence, Xiao Zizi planned to turn around and leave. But as he was leaving, he suddenly stopped and said, Zhang Daoran, right, I'll wait for you to grow up. Next time I desire to fight you with all my might. When the words fell, the person directly left the backyard. This caused Zhang Daoran to reveal a hint of laughter in his eyes when he heard it. A date. Unconcerned, he shook his head slightly, anticipation on his face, figuring that this Xiao Zizhi mostly didn't put out his full strength either. After all, the man was at his best when he was in a state of madness. The thoughtful Zhang Daoran glanced at his master on the side and followed back to his side. When the old heavenly master saw it, he couldn't help but laugh. Host, you lost. When Monk Xiekong heard this, he couldn't help but smile bitterly. Looking at the deeply hidden Zhang Daoran, he sighed, willing to gamble. We are willing to pay the incense money of Dragon Tiger Mountain. Oh, the old celestial master gave an oh-so-sweet sound, then stretched out his hand and indexed it and said, Our Dragon Tiger Mountain's annual incense gas is about $30 million. Counting on your friendship price, let's make it $20 million. 5 years of incense and charging you a small goal isn't much, is it? Host, Zhang Daoran, Monk Xiekong, Zhang Daoran, who was frozen in place, was surprised for a moment when he heard this. I thought to myself that master is too dark. How dare he ask for $100 million of incense? As expected, Monk Xiekong's face directly turned green, filled with bitterness. He shook his head. If you want money, you don't have any. If you want to live, old Tianshi, you're bullying people. What? Playing tricks and not wanting to give? The old heavenly master rolled up his sleeves and said, Bullying honest people? Ha, I'll see who dares. Kneeling for 5-star reviews. Free gifts. All the big guys have seen here. Just give a 5-star review. Can't afford to eat? Kneeling for feeding What? Bullying an honest man? Monk Xiekong froze, and then was speechless for a while. He thought that the old celestial master was laying down a trap and waiting for him here. Lusting for tears, he sighed and said, Old celestial master, you're trying to kill me. Where am I going to find you a little goal? Ahem. The old celestial master smiled faintly, seeing that the empty monk had gone soft, and then sighed, looking at the entire temple. The corners of his mouth couldn't help but raise slightly. Good point. Since you don't have any money, why don't you use something else to cover your debt? For example, your Shaolin Temple's Sutra Pavilion, or the treasury and so on. I can accept a debt against capital. Capitalization? As soon as these words were uttered, Monk Xiekong immediately had 2 big heads. I thought to myself that this old celestial master was not here for a martial arts competition. That's totally coming in. The rather meaty Monk Xiekong shook his head and said, Old heavenly master, your foxtail is leaking out. The hidden scripture pavilion, the treasure trove won't do. That's the foundation of our Shaolin temple. No? Hearing this, the old heavenly master frowned. With a bland face, he casually waved his hand, and the sky above the temple was instantly covered with dark clouds and lightning. At the same time, on the old heavenly master's body, a ray of golden light blasted out. Monk Xiekong, the poor Taoist respects you by calling you host, but you have repeatedly cheated. You are bullying the poor Taoist, to be honest. Right? Come, fight with poor Tao for 300 rounds. I want to see how powerful your Shaolin temple is. Monk Xiekong, Zhang Daoran, who was frozen in place, saw the scene and his entire body was stunned. Figuring out if the master in front of him was going to be a bandit, it would be 100 times more like it. A few moments later, the treasury, the old celestial master with his hands behind his back laughed, looking at the various medicinal herbs in front of him. His face was already blossoming with joy. Monk Xiekong, who was in front of him, was as uncomfortable as if he had eaten Zhang Daoran, on the other hand, jogged all the way and kept weaving in and out of the herb storehouse. It's not so much for sport as it is for picking up the pieces. For example, herbs that are hundreds of years old, he takes them almost as they are. Herbs under 100 years old are almost always reserved for the master. Is it reasonable? Reasonable to a fault. After running back and forth a few times, Zhang Daoran was able to stop. The man who had made a lot of money smiled and pretended to sigh. Master, this herb storehouse isn't very good. There's nothing good. The moment these words were uttered, they instantly attracted the eyes of the old heavenly master. Monk Xiekong, in particular, the old celestial master was personally looking around at great speed. It's a shock not to see. There were almost no medicinal herbs over 200 years old in the Norse herbal library. There are only a few that are 100 years old. which can be considered extremely scarce. After the black-faced old celestial master stopped, he then questioned, Monk Xiekong, are you defending against the poor Taoist? The poor Taoist and you are sincere for sincere, but you are bluffing me with a black heart. Say, where have you gone with your good herbs? Bluffing ghosts with them. Monk Xiekong, who was full of confusion, was also stunned and followed to take a turn. This is a wow if you don't see it. He was surprised to find that his herb storehouse looked as if it had been robbed, and the great medicines inside were almost gone. Monk Xiekong, who was frozen in place, swallowed his saliva and stared at Zhang Daoran. That's not right. There are a lot of medicinal herbs in the herb store. Why are they gone? Not me. Zhang Daoran spread his hands and said, look at me. I'm such a small person and I can't fit. Hearing this, Monk Xiekong's eyes were filled with incredulity. The loss of the herbs made him respond, Old Celestial Master, listen to me. There used to be a lot of herbs here, but they're suddenly gone. You take me for an elementary school student? The old Celestial Master raised an eyebrow. Am I as gullible as I look? Master, words can't be said like that. Zhang Daoran responded. Is there a possibility that someone got the jump on us on the way here? Like omnisex, they love to do that kind of thing. Holistic? As soon as these words were uttered, Monk Xiekong couldn't help but stare. Standing still he touched his bald head and gritted his teeth. Damn omnisexuals, I'm done with you. My medicinal herbs. Ooh, how can this make the poor monk account for it? Looking at the hysterical, bawling Monk Xiekong, Zhang Daoran's eyes revealed a hint of emotion. The mulling is indecisive when it comes to pots and pans, and throwing it to omnisex is just the way to go. A few moments later, the hidden scriptures. The breathless Monk Xiekong sighed and looked at the room full of scriptures, his eyes full of flesh pain, looking at the old heavenly master on the side, as well as Zhang Daoran Dao. You too, which one of you is going in to learn? It's true that there are a lot of sutras here, but not many of you can learn them, especially since you don't have the Buddha nature. When the old heavenly master heard this, he couldn't help but laugh. With his hands behind his back, he looked at Monk Xiekong and said, looking down on whom? If the poor Taoist had studied Buddhism, would the presiding officer be you now? Monk Xiekong. Feeling speechless, Monk Xiekong sighed and then said nothing more. Deeply shocked, he shook his head slightly and then stepped aside. This caused Zhang Daoran to faintly clasp his fists when he saw it. With a bland face, he followed and stepped inside the hidden scripture pavilion, vaguely visible. It is littered with scriptures. Most of them are Buddhist scriptures, as well as some basic scriptures. Wandering around in a circle, he eventually stopped in front of a stone pillar. It was obvious to the naked eye that this stone pillar was no ordinary stone pillar. There were 8 celestial dragons carved on the top, as well as many Buddhist totems, which looked extremely mysterious. Seeing this scene, Monk Xiekong, who was trailing behind, said, this is the great mighty heavenly dragon Buddha pillar, which is said to contain the great mighty heavenly dragon Buddha Dharma, but since I became the host, almost no one has been able to comprehend it. Even Monk Pajing didn't peek out the secrets. Little heavenly master, why don't we change it? Dewei Tianlong? Zhang Daoran smiled faintly, thinking that it was no wonder that he had sensed a magnificent power just as he approached. Intuition told him that there was something to be gained in this pillar. Without the slightest hesitation he followed and looked at the Dewei Tianlong pillar. And the old celestial master on the side saw this and followed to observe. They looked a few times and he found nothing. Rather embarrassed, he coughed and said, this can't just be a broken pillar. What's the point? Why don't we smash it? There's no point in keeping it here to fool people. Monk Xiekong. The rather speechless Monk Xiekong sighed and said, rumor has it that the great mighty heavenly dragon Buddha Dharma can subdue demons and suppress the 6 paths. This is documented. I didn't say it was confusing. As the words fell, the great mighty heavenly dragon stone pillar in front of him exploded with a layer of golden light. Only after Zhang Daoran, who was carrying his hands behind his back, looked at it for a few moments, a hint of a smile appeared on his face. Ding! As you are in the process of comprehending the great mighty heavenly dragon, congratulations on comprehending the great mighty heavenly dragon palm. This is Buddha's light. When Monk Xiekong saw this scene, his face instantly changed drastically. Only the Buddha's light on the great mighty heavenly dragon stone pillar became more and more brilliant and dazzling, appearing extremely sacred. When the old heavenly master saw this scene, he was also slightly stunned, subconsciously looking towards the adversary. A hint of surprise appeared in his eyes. I thought to myself, this traitor won't be able to realize it again, will he? As expected, he only saw Zhang Daoran take a deep breath. With that, his hands unfolded and an invisible aura spread out. Dewei Tianlong, Bhajapuri Buddhas, Dharma Mantra. Boom! As the words fell, Zhang Daoran was seen pushing his hands horizontally. Instantly, an invisible force swept across the room. Click! Immediately afterward, Several one-person thick columns on the side instantly cracked. On its surface, an additional slap mark steeply appeared. The sudden scene left Monk Shekong dumbfounded. Master, was it difficult? Zhang Daoran smiled as he collected his energy. I think it's pretty easy, don't you? Monk Shekong, who was frozen in place, swallowed his saliva, his eyes filled with shock. I thought to myself that the great mighty heavenly dragon palm is the highest of the Buddhists, and not a single person has been able to realize it in all these years. But the little celestial master in front of him had actually learned it. Not knowing what to say, he sighed and said, "It's all karma. It looks like this is little heavenly master's chance." The old heavenly master on the side was full of smiles when he heard this. Looking at the more and more powerful Zhang Daoran, a hint of relief appeared in his eyes. When he thought of the world entering cultivation afterward, he could finally feel at ease. Thinking of this, the old heavenly master smiled. Daoran, not bad, worthy of being my good disciple. When Zhang Daoran heard this, he couldn't help but laugh. Looking at the openly smiling master in front of him, his eyes were full of satisfaction. Late night comes to the Zen garden. Zhang Daoran, who was meditating cross-legged, then opened his eyes after feeling a cool air. Looking out at the moon, he couldn't help but stretch. I thought to myself that I don't know what's going on, but the master suddenly called himself out for a trip. Rather helplessly, he sighed and followed by opening his personal interface. Host, Zhang Daoran, age, 8 years old, height, 1.68 meters. Skills, enlightenment against all odds, golden light mantra, Taoist fist, divine alchemy, thunder technique, Yang 5 thunders, weapon refining, Taiji fist, detaining spirits and dispatching generals, guru records, imperial art, imperial sword flight, great mighty dragon palm, weapons, adversary scales, alchemy furnace, war pet, hairy stiffy, 6-spirit demon fox, herbal library, divine flower, inner elixir x2, 5. Warehouse, 1 Beast Dan, 2 Return to Yuan Dan, 49 Chi Replenishing Dan, Level 5 Feathered Clothes x1, Alchemy Furnace x1, 100 Years of Hishawu x4, 100 Years of Ginseng x5, Bodhi Roots x6, Bodhi Fruit x8, Various Types of Gold or x50, Money Not Counted, Broken Spells x30. Looking at the interface that was once again refreshed, Zhang Daoran could not help but smile in relief. Arguably loaded for bear. He suddenly had some of the mindset of a tycoon, especially in terms of medicinal herbs. He suddenly wanted to make pills again. Thinking of this, Zhang Daoran followed suit and put away the interface and walked towards the outside of the house. Vaguely visible, the moon was in the sky and a snowflake was falling. Looking at the entire temple, it was covered in snow and looked extremely beautiful. Zhang Daoran, who was following the scent along the way, stopped abruptly after arriving at the Maharaja's treasure hall. The master, who was seen with his hands behind his back, was looking up at the stars at a 45 angle. That full head of white hair, coupled with a Taoist robe, looked extraordinarily beyond the world. Zhang Daoran, who came here, smiled and said, "Master, you wanted to see me about something? You're here?" The old celestial master smiled and couldn't help but look back. His eyes were full of relief as he watched the adversary, who had grown half a head down the hill. Full of laughter, he coughed and then said, "How long have we been down? Going back? Master," Zhang Daoran said excitedly. "Great, I've been missing those monkeys in the back of the mountain for a long time now. Ha ha, old timer." The rather speechless old master interrupted with a slight shake of his head. "Nah, it's me who's going back, and you who still needs to experience." "Why?" said Zhang Daoran, confused. "Don't yank the foreign language with me?" The old celestial master chuckled. "Because it's tradition, and my master took me on a walk back then, and then left me to experience it alone. It's the path you must take." "No what?" "Oh." Slightly disappointed, Zhang Daoran let out an slight sigh and spread his hands. "Master, are you so relieved to have me alone? What if your disciple is scourged on the road by an unknown bandit, a cunning demoness? Won't you lose a brilliant, jade-like disciple with the appearance of a celestial master? Have some face, will you?" The old celestial master spread his hands and said, "Of course, you're also right. There are mountains beyond mountains and people beyond people, so being careful is needed." Putting down such a sentence, the old heavenly master casually waved his hand. On its body, a burst of golden light instantly exploded. This caused Zhang Daoran to immediately take a few steps back after seeing it. "Master, what are you doing?" As soon as the words left his mouth, he only saw that the old heavenly master had slapped his hand between lifts. That tigerish might. It was clear that he had used his full strength. Zhang Daoran's face froze slightly when he saw this scene. Without the slightest hesitation, he followed with a slap. Boom! As a low rumbling sound rang out, the surrounding snow instantly melted. Powerful air spread out as if it were an invisible sword. The floor tiles underneath the duo's feet followed suit and cracked. Seeing this scene, the old heavenly master couldn't help but smile slightly and then withdrew his power. Looking at the adversary in front of him, he lamented, "Truly an unparalleled demon. Adversary, the fact that you were able to withstand my full force strike means that you can also sweep the world apart from me. Even if you can't be in the absolute upper hand, you won't lose. Ha ha ha, good disciple." Looking happy, Zhang Daoran was slightly bored. Takumi just mastered these 2 strokes. He just kind of used his full strength, but if you add in the spirit detainer, the zombie king, and so on, Zhang Daoran was confident that he would be able to sweep away 90% of the Inhumans below the first Jedi. Thinking of this, he glanced at his master and said, "Master, when will the apprentice return to the mountain? Come back when you feel it's time." The old heavenly master smiled. "Then I'll return tomorrow?" Zhang Daoran said. "Hey, master, don't hit me. Just kidding." A few moments later, on the way down to Shaolin Temple, Zhang Daoran, who was braving the wind and snow to fly with his sword, looked back at the top of the mountain with a hint of emotion in his eyes. He thought to himself that the time to return to the mountain would naturally be the time to fend off the great calamity for senior brother Lingyu, and this time, it seems to be less than 5 years ago. As for the so-called experience now, he was somewhat speechless, because the master said so. If the thunder spell, the golden light spell cannot go further, then you cannot return to the mountain. And if these 2 major techniques were to go further, wouldn't they be almost as powerful as the master? The rather speechless Zhang Daoran laughed and instantly spread his pants and peed. In its eyes, it was all pleasure. A month later, in the mountains of Southwest Junction. "Who are you?" "I'm not changing my name and my line of work." "I'm not changing my name. I'm Zhang Lingyu." "Gentlemen, are you ready to die?" In the forest, Zhang Daoran, who was wearing an ill-fitting cotton suit, was full of smiles. At its heels, on the other hand, stood a few all-sex disciples with swollen noses and limps. On the ground behind them lay the body of a naked woman. A full-sex disciple at the head clenched his teeth, and a hint of fear could not help but appear in his eyes. Thinking that this guy is extremely fast and has great skills, they are not opponents at all if they fight hard. The only way to escape is to sell your teammates in the 36th plan. Thinking of this, the head omnisexual disciple gritted his teeth. "Bah, what bullshit, Zhang Lingyu, never heard of it. Brothers, together." Giving such a sentence, the man then drew a knife and stepped back. The remaining few disciples then had a brainstorm and pounced straight at Zhang Daoran. This brought a hint of a smile to his eyes when he saw it. Without the slightest hesitation he casually waved his hand, and in his hand instantly exploded with astonishing lightning. Boom, boom, boom. A few thunders rang out, and the 3 men who came to heal were then knocked to the ground. The leading man who was retreating froze, and immediately fell to his knees with a plop. "Big brother Zhang Lingyu, spare me. I won't dare next time. You're a generous man. Spare me. You're a big man, aren't you?" Hearing this, a hint of teasing appeared in Zhang Daoran's eyes. He thought that he had no intention of passing through this mountain forest. Who knew that he would run into their dirty business? The master once said before he went down the mountain that thieves and robbers don't need to be cared about. After all, people have their own way of living, and if you break their laws of survival, it will inevitably lead to changes, commonly known as the laws of nature, the biological chain of relationships. But the master also said the above do not have to manage. If you meet for the wrongdoing of the full nature of the demon people, as well as evil organizations must defend the righteous vicissitudes. As the saying goes, the stars in the sky will join the Big Dipper. A cleanup was done and the situation became immediate. Thoughtful Zhang Daoran looked at the female corpse on the ground, then threw out an engineer's shovel from the warehouse road. "Dig in. There's 5 of them. Dig to my satisfaction and maybe spare your life." As soon as those words left his mouth, the kneeling man froze, then dug in without even thinking. Zhang Daoran, on the other hand, was filled with smiles when he saw this scene. Looking at the 3 corpses on the ground as if they were charcoal, he was about to go to the side to rest when he was about to do so. Suddenly there was a bright flash of light on a body in front of him. "Baby?" Zhang Daoran froze and could not help but make one more guess in his mind. Without much thought, he then crouched down and came to the body. It smells like barbecue. Ah." The sudden comment caused the man digging a hole on the side to freeze. Stealing back to look at Zhang Daoran, who was hiding next to his companion's corpse, he couldn't help but gulp. I wondered if this one had a special fetish. As expected, after some searching, a token engraved with the word medicine appeared in front of him. Zhang Daoran was slightly stunned as he picked up the token and looked at it. His face was puzzled. "Hey, what's this? Do you recognize it?" Hearing the inquiry, the man then looked at the token. He was digging a hole and swallowed, smiling. "This is the token of a disciple of the Pill Immortal Society. That one just now is actually their outer disciple, the Medicine Fairy Society." Upon hearing this name, A hint of surprise appeared in Zhang Daoran's eyes. Shander, compassionate body holy child. Frozen in place he looked at the man and continued to ask, where is this pill fairy society? And tell me all about them. The man froze and looked at the somewhat agitated Zhang Daoran, and couldn't help but nod his head. In less than a moment, he told everything about this medicine fairy society organization. When he finished, he chuckled. You're a big man. Will you see if you can let me go now? Keep digging the hole. I'll let you know when it's done. Zhang Daoran waved his hand. Besides, I'm not an adult. I'm 8, almost 9, 8 years old? The man froze, looking at Zhang Daoran, who was taller than himself. In front of him, his eyes filled with shock. I thought to myself, what do you care if someone this tall is 8 years old? Somewhat surprised, he gulped and could only continue to bury his head in the hole. And after Zhang Daoran finished speaking, he sat alone under the big tree, looking at the large tree not far away. A hint of emotion appeared in his eyes. According to the man, this medicine immortal society was an evil organization. After being exterminated by the righteous many years ago, they disappeared. Who knew that in the intervening years, they suddenly reappeared and went on a rampage to recruit disciples? Moreover, according to Zhang Daoran's intentional inquiry, the Pill Immortal Society had long since begun the refining of the compassionate body sacred child. In other words, it was highly likely that Chen Dao had now become a holy child. Thinking of this, Zhang Daoran could not help but sigh. That, I dig. But at that moment, the man on the side laughed. Look at the profit of my work. All 5 pits are ready. Aha! Zhang Daoran looked at the man and couldn't help but nod. Looked at the mound and said, bury them. The man was ordered to do so, and then he started backfilling in 3 tries. Within moments, the body was buried, but after burying the last body, he suddenly froze. What's with the 5th pit? The man frozen in place gulped and instantly looked back. Only Zhang Daoran, who was holding his arms, was full of smiles and flirted. Jump in yourself. What are you waiting for? You said you'd release me, the man said as he shed 2 lines of tears. Spare me. Click. Before the words were finished, the zombie king appeared abruptly. As the claws slashed through, a head fell into the pit. Zhang Daoran couldn't help but sigh when he saw the scene. After looking at the zombie king, he then casually sat on his shoulder and walked towards the depths of the forest. And at this time in the Heavenly Master's mansion at Lungfu Shan, the old Heavenly Master couldn't help but have a happy face as he looked at the courtyard full of medicinal herbs, as well as all sorts of supplies. Looking back at his senior brother, he instantly coughed. Senior brother, is senior brother's harvest from this trip down the mountain okay? Upon hearing the inquiry, Tian Jinzhong, who was sitting in a wheelchair, couldn't help but cough. Southerly glanced at his senior brother and grumbled. Senior brother, you went down with Daoran to rob, right? Whether it's the Lu family, the World Society, Guan Shihua and the rest of them, every one of them came to deliver something with a black face. Even the Shaolin Temple gang scolded us for being something we're not. What on earth did you do when you went down the mountain? When the old Heavenly Master heard this, he couldn't help but cough. Unconcerned, he smiled and spread his hands. Leave them alone. They're all a bunch of sore losers. Say it to my face if you can, and I'll see who dares to disobey. Tian Jinzhong. A rather speechless Tian Jinzhong sighed and looked at the senior brother in front of him. Elder brother. You. Stop talking. I don't like to hear you chatter. The old celestial master spread his hands and said, or I'll sacrifice you as a concealed weapon, believe it or not. Oi, still miss Daoran every day, bunny boy. I don't know where he's gone. Kneel down and ask for 5 stars and free gifts. Can't afford to eat? The data is getting worse and worse. Woo woo, you like the big brother and sister gifted. A penny a hair our love master. Big deal. As soon as the words fell, Zhang Lingyu's voice came from the outside of the door. Immediately afterward, full of panic, he came running in with a loud gasp. What is it? Is it a full sex kill coming? The old celestial master rolled up his sleeves and coughed softly. There's no rush. Take your time. No, Zhang Lingyu gasped. Then why are you panicking? The old celestial master said in disappointment. Don't call me when it's not a full sex kill coming up later. Hearing this, Zhang Lingyu's heart burst with bitterness. Looking at the master in front of him, he said bitterly, Master, it's the apprentice who has been falsely accused. I've been down a mountain recently, and several of my senior brothers have complimented me, saying that I've been practicing chivalry everywhere. The most important thing is that I've actually become the 3rd in the all sex must kill list. Up 5 places from last month. Master, woo woo, I'm wronged. Obviously I didn't do anything. The mountain I didn't even go down. The old Heavenly Master couldn't help but let out an oh when he heard this. With his hands behind his back he smiled and said, I'm still number 1 on the must-kill list, right? That'll do. I didn't even panic in first place. What are you panicking about in third place? When Zhang Lingyu heard this, she was a bit tearless. I thought that if he really went down the mountain to do chivalry and righteousness, eradicating the full nature of the demon, on the must-kill list will also recognize, but it's just that he's been practicing hard these days. Where did you get off being chivalrous? This is clearly a case of people sitting at home and misfortune coming from the sky. 3 days later, in a town on the southwest border, Zhang Daoran, who was hugging his arm, looked at the street with a bemused look in his eyes. Vaguely, the town in front of us was flat and looked extremely ordinary. The crowds in the streets were also very plainly dressed. Among them, there were men and women in Hmong clothing. It was these people that Zhang Daoran, who had come to this place, was looking for. According to the account of the omnisexual disciple, the stronghold of the Medicine Immortal Society was located here. Thinking about this, he was about to change his point of crouch when, suddenly there was a smell of smoke from behind him, followed by a kindly grandfather, vaguely visible. The grandfather held a water bang in his hand, dressed in Miao clothing, looks extremely ordinary. New, aha! Zhang Daoran let out a hum, so he pulled out the sign from his pocket. The boss had a hint of a smile in his eyes as he looked at the sign. The Medicine Immortal Society needs to grow, even if it's all sex. We'll take it as it is. Come with me. Putting down such a sentence, the old man then walked towards an alley. Seeing this, Zhang Daoran then trailed alone. Within a few moments, the two of them arrived at the forest outside the town. As far as the naked eye could see, the place was thick with fog and mountains, and you couldn't see the edges at a glance. The oldest man who came here smiled and whistled after him. The next second, there was a movement in the forest. Immediately afterward, several men dressed in Hmong clothing and armed with long swords walked out. Go, be baptized by the patriarch, and you are one of us. Hearing what the old man said, Zhang Daoran nodded. Only the men looked at each other and one of them with a scarred face stepped forward. In its hand, it held a black ribbon. Without the slightest hesitation Zhang Daoran nodded and was blindfolded on his own. With his arm assisted, he followed and began to take one step at a time. I don't know how long they had been walking, but a few people stopped again. As the veil was removed, a cottage came into view. Looking around, there are about dozens of households here in the walled city, big and small, and living deep in the dense forest, surrounded by poisonous miasma. It's hard as hell for the average person to get here. Get in there, the scar-faced man said. Just wait for the notice. Hearing the instructions, Zhang Daoran nodded. With a bland look on his face, he looked at the fortress in front of him and took a step inside. Vaguely, the cottage was unusually clean. There is very little clutter to be seen, either on the streets or on the houses. Even the men and women who live here are filled with indifference. For the newcomer Zhang Daoran, they were all surprised. Of course, he had disguised himself on the way here. Not his original face. Otherwise with that face of flowers and cars with flat tires, it's not like no one would pay a single glance. Thinking about this, Zhang Daoran's mood improved a bit. After stepping into this fortress, he then moved on. After crossing a street, a door sign with the 3 words Medicine Fairy Society appeared in front of us. As soon as Zhang Daoran approached, a middle-aged man dressed in Miao clothing and holding a long sword walked out from the door. With a cold expression, he nodded and moved out of the way. This caused Zhang Daoran to freeze and subconsciously followed in. When you look inside the door, there is another world. It was not a compound, but rather a schoolyard, or an assembly point. Many men in various dresses and with different faces were waiting at this place. Obviously, they were all here to join the Medicine Immortal Society. Zhang Daoran, who had arrived here, nodded and went along to a corner side. He was about to observe the environment when suddenly a big fat man came over. The man with the crossbody and smiling face nodded. Bro, want something? Zhang Daoran spread his hands, indicating that he didn't know what he was talking about. This caused the big fat man to stare, and then he smiled. Shit, woman how can you play without that thing? Look at this, I've got everything. Okamoto, little blue pills, all for a couple $100. Zhang Daoran, who was frozen in place, swallowed his saliva and suddenly his cheeks burned a little. Not knowing what this fat man was talking about, he immediately had a sentence to set up. It took him half a day to realize what the man meant. It turned out that the Medicine Immortal Society had gone out of their way to make exorbitant conditions in order to recruit members. For example, if you join the Medicine Fairy Society, you can get women, money, and even luxury cars and villas. Its conditions can be extraordinarily generous. And of course the most important thing is to be able to obtain a compulsion. It is said that this compulsion can increase the air, so that the average alien's strength will increase greatly. A lot of people are here because of it. But the fat guy on his heels is obviously here for the women and to eat the difference. After saying half a day you buy or not, Fatty said impatiently. I wonder how you got in here without knowing all this. The lazy Zhang Daoran coughed, so he then casually pulled out a few $100s. Souped up Fatty and smiled. Give me more. To tell you the truth, I'm here for my brother. He's hospitalized and couldn't make it. Ha ha, got it. Big Fatty laughed. Your brother is such a big spender. He can't come to a good thing like this. An unimpressed Zhang Daoran waved his hand and was about to say something. Suddenly a scene not far away froze him in place. Only a few men dressed in Hmong clothing and armed with long knives were seen. Was dragging a three-wheeler, full of indifference, out the door, and on the three-wheeled carts were filled with the bodies of children about 7 or 8 years old, kneeling for a free gift. Can't afford to eat? Woohoo! Compassionate body holy child. Seeing this scene, 4 words came to Zhang Daoran's mind. Looking at those weak figures with blackened bodies and pale faces, he felt his body shudder. What are you shaking for? These children are said to be medicine boys. The fat man on the side staggered at the sight. I come here just fine. I see a carload almost every day. Hearing these words, a hint of killing intent appeared in Zhang Daoran's eyes. He thought to himself that the Medicine Immortal Society did not know how many babies had been captured and nurtured from a young age in order to compel the body to be a holy child. In order to achieve its goal, it is not known how many innocent beings died tragically during this period. Their methods are evil to the core. Thinking of what happened to Chen Dao, Zhang Daoran's heart began to clench. Do you know where these kids were shipped from? Hearing the inquiry, Fatty couldn't help but grin, southering Zhang Daoran. He then hugged his arms and said, what if it were an ordinary person? I most likely wouldn't tell you. But you're not an ordinary person, do you think? Make a price. Zhang Daoran smiled. I want to see what the Pill Fairy Society is up to. When Fatty heard this, a hint of a smile appeared in his eyes. Holding his arms he shook his head slightly and then compared the count. This caused Zhang Daoran to see it and then walk towards the other side without looking back. Why don't you return the favor? Fatty said excitedly. That's all. Zhang Daoran then counted. Love it or leave it. Deal. Fatty laughed. Tonight, at the ugly hour, out of sight, out of mind, right here. Putting down such a sentence, the fat man then took the money and left. Zhang Daoran, who was standing in place, couldn't help but sigh when he heard this. Southerly glanced in the direction of the shipment of bodies, and a glint appeared in his eyes. Soon the late night came. In the large schoolyard, a sneaky figure arrived quietly. The person who came was no other than Fatty. Full of caution, he glanced around and couldn't help but cough slightly. In the next second, Zhang Daoran, who was carrying his hands, walked out. The sudden appearance of him scared the fat man. Holy shit, where did you come from? Why didn't I see you just now? Cut the crap. Zhang Daoran spoke. Take me. The fat man hemmed and hawed, looked at Zhang Daoran, and then compared another number. This made him flinch and he could only throw in a few $100 bills. When Fatty saw this, he couldn't help but be happy in his heart. This person in front of Takuma looks ordinary on the surface, but he is very generous. What about the source of this corpse? As far as I know, it's not far ahead of here. You'll walk slowly with me later. Don't be afraid. It doesn't matter even if we are discovered. We are disciples of the Medicine Fairy Society. Nothing will happen to us. The only thing we need to worry about is not to touch their things. Hearing this, Zhang Daoran frowned. After looking at the fat man for a few moments, he then opened his mouth. So, I'll find it myself sooner or later, right? You're screwing me over. Hey, the fat man chuckled. How can I say that I'm screwing you over? I'm saving you time by telling you right after you arrived. An unimpressed Zhang Daoran nodded and then said nothing more. Sort of a primer on this money grubbing, oddball fat guy. Soon, the two of them, one after the other, swaggered to the back of the schoolyard. Looking around, the place was brightly lit and several Medicine Fairy Society disciples were patrolling the area. Fatty also greeted them with extreme familiarity after seeing them. This made Zhang Daoran puzzled when he saw it. Why come at night when you can come during the day? The fat man walking in front laughed and couldn't help but spread his hands. What's the panic? You'll know when you get there. Don't say I'm screwing you over. Fat master, this is all experience. Putting down such a sentence, Fatty walked towards a room without saying much. Zhang Daoran, who was trailing behind, had just arrived at the door when he heard a shriveled and vulgar voice from inside. When I walked into the house, there was a white mass of men and women gathered for pleasure. Forgetting the sound and color, they seemed to have been poisoned to look extremely oblivious. Well, Fatty said, holding his arms, these girls are all serious beauties, all gotten by the Pill Fairy Society from a few small countries next door. Not bad, right? Ha ha. Not interested. Zhang Daoran forced down his hot blood and said, take me where I'm going. The fat man froze and couldn't help but look at Zhang Daoran one more time. You're not too good, are you? You're not even impressed by this scene? I gave you a little pill, didn't I? The lazy Zhang Daoran coughed and then walked out of the main door. A sigh of relief washed over him as he breathed in the fresh air. I thought to myself that such a shriveled place looks like fun, but in reality, it is the easiest way to get addicted and decadent in it. You're a strange one, the fat man who walked out said. There are beautiful women not to play. Have to go to see some corpse? Can't help you, let's go. Looking at the fat man who continued to advance, Zhang Daoran's face was bland. With that, the duo made their way past casinos, drinking establishments, and a few other places before then stopping outside a black house, vaguely visible. The house was dark and gloomy inside, and a cloudy atmosphere came to the surface. When Fatty saw this scene, he immediately stopped. The rule here is to pee before you enter. Putting down such a sentence, the fat man then pulled out his dick and spread it. Seeing this, Zhang Daoran followed and pulled out his dick. Holy shit, so big, kid, you have amazing talent. Hearing Fatty's alarmed cry, Zhang Daoran followed and turned around. Stop, it's pissing on me. Shit, it smells like piss. The fat man who had avoided it in time stomped his foot, his face full of disgust. The pale-faced Zhang Daoran smiled and said softly, there's no such rule, is there? You just want to see if I'm normal. So what? Is this thing still what you expected? Hearing this, Fatty couldn't help but smile awkwardly. Looking down at the guy in front of him, he couldn't help but give a thumbs up. Boy, you're quite the womanizer in the future. Okay, I won't tease you. Don't talk when you go in. They say the corpses are poisonous here. Zhang Daoran nodded, then lifted his pants and followed towards the house, vaguely visible. As the door to the room pushed open, incandescent lights hung inside. The blinding light was all white, and underneath those lights was a sliver of a corpse. Some of them are old, some are young, and even some have organ tissue soaking in the tank. Vomit. The fat man who came here couldn't help but vomit at once when he saw it. Zhang Daoran looked extremely calm when he saw this scene. He was about to make some observations when suddenly an old man in a monk costume with a hat came out. In his hands, he held two blood-stained scalpels. The pale-faced, stooped man grinned. Have you eaten? Would you like some barbecue? A teacher? Zhang Daoran was stunned when he heard this. I thought to myself that my own master from beginning to end. There is only one old celestial master. If he worshipped this one, wouldn't he be deceiving his teacher and ungrateful? Can't make it. Can't make it. Kid Zhang Lingyu. Zhang Daoran arched his hand and cupped his fist. I don't know why senior accepted me as a disciple. It makes me a bit terrified. Zhang Lingyu? Good name. Old Zhang too smiled. It's a long story. You'll know in the future. As long as you follow me to learn alchemy, you'll definitely be famous in the future. Zhang Lingyu? When Fatty heard this name, he inexplicably felt somewhat familiar. It was as if I had heard it somewhere before, but I just couldn't remember. But for the sake of old Zhang Tu's pleasure, he followed suit and coaxed. Zhang Lingyu, to tell you the truth, old Zhang Tu is the person in charge of this area. It's an honor for you if he accepts you as his disciple. What are you waiting for? Head? When Zhang Daoran heard this, a hint of shock deliberately appeared on his face. Looking at the old man in front of him, he couldn't help but nod. He thought that the one who worshipped the master was him. Zhang Lingyu, not himself. Zhang Daoran, is it okay to be a teacher? No problem? Zhang Daoran, who was self-compassionate in his heart, smiled and then clasped his fists. Apprentice Zhang Lingyu, greetings to master. May master be blessed with great fortune and longevity. Ha ha ha, talking is still good, old Zhang Tu said, but it's no use talking about it in this world of science. What's the point? Then I wish master a star on his left hand and a young model on his right. Zhang Daoran continued. The majestic wind is still there, and the precious sword has never aged. Good good good. As soon as these words came out, old Zhang Tu couldn't help but say 3 good words in a row. The fat man on the side saw this scene. While his face twitched, I thought to myself, this kid looks plain, but he's quite a smooth talker. Come on, this is a meeting gift for you. As old Zhang Tu was happy, he casually took out a token from his pocket, vaguely visible. The token was composed of graphite all over, with a bright red medicinal character on it. Compared to the same token, this one was clearly superior. As expected, the fat man on the side saw it and envied it. Old Zhang Tu, this is the token that can go to the headquarters, right? Can you give me one? I want one too. The old Zhang Tu with his hands behind his back nodded and looked at Fatty for a few moments before settling his gaze on Zhang Daoran. Well, Fatty, you should go back. He's staying here from today. Hearing this, Fatty froze slightly, deeply aware that old Zhang Tu was giving his expulsion order. He let out a sigh and then turned away with it. After the people left, old Zhang Tu continued. Apprentice, this token is very important. You have to keep it well, no? Yes, Zhang Daoran nodded and said. However, master, there is one thing that I don't know. Perhaps it is because I have just joined in. So when I first came here, I always felt that there was something. Looking at his disciple who wanted to speak, Old Zhengto's face was filled with relief. Takumi, only those who were gifted in alchemy would clearly feel that this territory was different. Both flowers and trees, and the heavenly branches and earthly trunks all contain wonders in them. With his hands behind his back he sighed and lamented. It's also chance, I guess. It's lucky that this fatty brought you here. Otherwise you'd have ended up the same as them. As soon as these words left his mouth, Zhang Daoren's face froze. Looking at the master in front of him, he wondered. Master, what do you mean? No need to ask more. Old Zhang too said with a smile. This is the Dan book. You study more. Just read it for the next few days, and then return to the headquarters with me afterwards. Putting down such a sentence, old Zhang too then carried the scalpel towards the morgue. Looking at the hunched back that left, Zhang Daoren's eyes were filled with incomprehension. Although he didn't know exactly what this one was alluding to, he clearly felt that there was something in the words. Feeling creeped out, he shook his head and sat down afterward. Looking at the Dan book in his hand, Zhang Daoren could only pretend to read it in a decent manner. With that, he read almost every day for the next 3 days. Or maybe go to the morgue and chat with old Zhang Tu and play the hand. 1 or 2 came and went, and the two became better acquainted with each other. According to Zhang Daoren's understanding, this old Zhang Tu used to be a compounder. As for alchemy, it is its hobby. But no one expects a momentary hobby to be loved for decades, even a lifetime. And according to old Zhang Tu, the Medicine Fairy Society had great hopes of making a comeback this time. Its most important reason, on the other hand, was the success of a certain type of divine compulsion they had refined. This caused the words compassionate body sage boy to appear in Zhang Daoren's mind after hearing this. After all, only existences like Chen Dao who carry parasites throughout their bodies could be called divine parasites. And this type of divine compulsion only exists in the headquarters. The test subjects in this morgue were actually shipped in from all over. Its purpose, on the other hand, was to allow old Zhang Tu to continue to waste and utilize it to create a different kind of compulsion. As for what it was for, Zhang Daoren did not know. Soon, another day passed. Zhang Daoren, who was in the middle of reading a book, suddenly noticed a gloomy wind coming from outside the courtyard. With a bland face he froze and followed out the door. It was vaguely visible that old Zhang Tu, who was usually full of smiles, was extraordinarily serious at this moment. With his hands behind his back, behind him stood 10 Medicine Fairy Society disciples armed with long swords and dressed in Miao clothing. Zhang Daoren's first thought after seeing this scene was that his identity had been exposed. Subconsciously preparing for a counterattack, he heard old Zhang Tu say, "Apprentice, pack up and follow me." "Master, what are we doing?" Zhang Daoren wondered. Don't you want to know what Master is doing?" Old Zhang Tu laughed and said, "Today I'll show you what Master is really doing." Hearing these words, a hint of surprise appeared in Zhang Daoren's eyes. With a bland face, he nodded and took the Dan book and followed along. With that, the group followed the mortuary to the cottage. As he passed by several entertainment venues along the way, Zhang Daoren clearly detected a wave of wrongness. Subconsciously peeking a few times, he was instantly stunned by the scene in front of him. Vaguely visible in the room filled with women from small countries, a number of unarmored, pretty-faced, dull-eyed, puppet-like women were sprawled on the ground. Its limbs were raised upwards in succession, in a strange movement as embarrassing as a scorpion. This made Zhang Daoren was planning to look at it a few more times, purely out of curiosity. Don't be blinded by the old colorful batch. Suddenly old Zhang Tu on the side stopped. Looking at his peeping apprentice, he smiled. This is the flesh-body compulsion. The people inside are all women between the ages of 18 and 25. Their bodies are under the compulsion from the very beginning, and as long as they keep on copulating with men, it will make the compulsion grow stronger. Hearing this, Zhang Daoren was confused. Looking back at the women, a bold guess came to his mind. "Master, what do you mean?" "That's right." Old Zhang Tu, who had his hands behind his back, smiled and nodded. "You guessed it right. All the inhumans who come here to play, almost all of them have been infected with flesh compulsion. As for how effective it is, you will see it later. Let's go." Looking at old Zhang Tu who continued to walk forward, Zhang Daoren was surprised for a moment in his heart. Takumi had realized on his first day in the cottage that something was wrong with the people here. The natives of this fortress, for example, are almost always indifferent. For these foreigners who had joined the Medicine Immortal Society, they never looked at them more than once. Not even the drinking establishments they just passed by had any of their people in them. Zhang Daoren couldn't believe that no one had realized this. But people were people after all. When something extremely seductive comes along, the only way to do that is to succumb, is to be seduced. Of course, either you clear your mind and have no woman in your heart, and draw your sword naturally God. Either that or he would be like himself, single-mindedly sticking to his boyhood skills just to block the great calamity for Master Lingyu. Drinking, sex and obsession are all difficult. It is difficult for the average person to resist. Thinking of this, Zhang Daoran could not help but sigh. With that, the group made their way to the schoolyard. Vaguely, the schoolyard during the day was the same as on previous days. Many of the Inhumans gathered together, talking about women and other things. In short, there are many different opinions. The only point of similarity was that they were quiet after seeing old Zhang Tu arrive. Zhang Daoran, who was trailing behind, saw the scene and clearly detected a hint of something wrong. Not caring too much, he looked around, subconsciously trying to find the fat man's figure. But after looking around, I didn't see anyone anywhere. Gentlemen, you've been here for some time now. Can you have fun and play? But at that moment, old Zhang Tu, who was carrying his hands, said with a smile. As his words spread, the crowd nodded their heads. Instead, there were some people who didn't make any moves. For all of this, old Zhang Tu was watching. With a bland face, he looked at the crowd and smiled. What about getting you all together today is to tell you that I'm about to take a group of people out of here and head to headquarters. And there it is. You can obtain compulsion to enhance your own heir. As soon as these words were uttered, the crowd below became agitated. Looking at the old Zhang Tu in front of him, his eyes were full of joy. Great, finally. I've been waiting for this. After a week here, I'm getting drained by those little bitches. Ha ha ha, who isn't? Finally getting to go to headquarters. The Medicine Immortal Society is mighty. We are willing to join. Listening to the cheers around him, Zhang Daoran revealed a hint of calmness in his eyes. Intuition told him something big was going to happen. As expected, I only saw old Zhang Tu smile and wave his hand. Of course, while we're there, we need to screen it. First, to join the Medicine Immortal Society you must give up all personal freedom and family ties. Second, to join the Medicine Immortal Society you must obey unconditionally, even if it means death. And third, to join the Medicine Immortal Society you must eat the obedience compulsion. The room was silent at those words. Even those who were willing to join just now became quiet for a while. Looking at the old Zhang Tu in front of him, I don't know who was the first to curse, followed by a group of people cursing. Naya, why didn't you say so when I came here? And Shimogu, you're kidding me. No more games. This is not going to be a disciple. It's a complete puppet. Go! What kind of condition is this? A blood slave treaty? Listening to the opposition around him, old Zhang Tu's face was indifferent. With a bland face, he coughed, and the Pill Fairy Society disciples behind him drew the long knives in their hands. The sudden scene caused the crowd to stare and follow suit as they began to compare notes. But at that moment, I don't know who was the first to blink, followed by most of the people starting to cover their necks. In the next second, a pained expression appeared on its face and it began to foam at the mouth. When Zhang Daoran saw this scene, 3 words appeared in his mind. Flesh compulsion. Only to see these people who had been struck, as if they were scorpions, began to make odd movements. There are even those who put it in their mouths even if they break their legs. The sudden scene scared some of the people who hadn't been hit with a huge change in color. Zhang Daoran looked carefully for a few moments, and there were a total of 3 people who were not hit. With gloomy faces, they saw the scene, and air immediately emerged from their bodies. The Pill Immortal Society is indeed an evil organization. To actually use us like this, if the Inhuman realm knew about this, you would be exterminated. One of the men, a tall man with an inch of hair and a stern face, shouted angrily. The 2 men behind him also let out a light hum as they each took a step forward. Old Zhang Tu's eyes were bland when he saw this scene. With his hands behind his back, he smiled and turned back to Zhang Daoran. Apprentice, haven't you always wanted to know what master is doing? Watch this. This is my first lesson in teaching you to use compulsion today. Putting down such a sentence, old Zhang Tu then fished out a piccolo from his pocket. With a bland face, he looked at the crowd below and instantly blew, as if it was a magic sound. Those who were bewitched instantly had reddened eyes. Seemingly insane, they then turned their gaze to the 3 men as they rose to their feet. I don't know who was the first to rush up, followed by a group of people. Ah, you guys are crazy. The Medicine Fairy Society is your enemy. Big brother save me. Help me. Although the 3 men fought back, they could not withstand the crowd. Under the mournful screams, it resounded throughout the schoolyard. In less than a moment, the 3 were surrounded by the crowd and turned into a field of broken bodies. The sudden scene left Zhang Daoran dumbfounded. Looking at the blood-stained ground, he was suddenly a little creeped out. After all, this kind of compulsion that could control dozens of Inhumans was too terrifying. Apprentice, at this point old Zhang Tu smiled. Have you learned? This is what compulsion does. As for how to learn, I will go to the headquarters and teach you. Come on, it's time for us to leave this place. Come with me to witness the descent of the divine compass. Putting down such a sentence, the exuberant old Zhang had walked to the other side without looking back. Zhang Daoran, who was frozen in place, nodded and could only trail behind. As it left, he glanced back silently, only to see that those men and women in the fortress had very indifferent expressions, and as if they were used to it, they began to clean the entire schoolyard. Just like that, this place is no longer the so-called ordinary fortress, but a machine for killing people and making parasites. Soon, the group was out of the fortress. After coming to the outside of the fortress, Zhang Daoran looked at old Zhang Tu, who had stopped, and subconsciously asked, "Master, where's Fatty? I didn't seem to see him just now." Upon hearing the inquiry, old Zhang Tu couldn't help but smile. Snapping his fingers, the sound of dense footsteps instantly came from behind him. In the next second, the group of crazy inhumans that had just stepped out, and among them, someone was carrying a large wooden barrel. Inside the barrel was none other than the fat man with his limbs cut off. The earnings are getting smaller and smaller, so if you like to read it, give me a free gift. Oh, I'm going to starve to death. Man stick. Zhang Daoran couldn't help but twitch his eyebrows when he saw the scene. Incredulous, he gulped and turned around. "Master, this is just a scout," old Zhang Tu said blandly. "I also have to thank him. If he hadn't brought you here, I wouldn't have been able to find such a good disciple as you, so it's kind of like leaving him alive." Scout? When Zhang Daoran heard this, a vicious chill ran through his heart, thinking to himself that the people of the Medicine Immortal Society were acting too anti-human. Looking at the fat man in front of him, he was suddenly a bit thankful. After all, if this one hadn't mistakenly taken himself to the morgue, I'm afraid he wouldn't have met old Zhang Tu, and the downside will be the same as these people, either being found out or being compelled. "Scared, aren't you?" Old Zhang Tu continued to chuckle. "Ling Yu, as a qualified compass master, you must first be ruthless. You still have a long way to go in your studies, but I am confident that in the time to come, I will make you completely inherit everything I have." Hearing this, Zhang Daoran couldn't help but nod his head. Looking at old Zhang Tu in front of him, he pretended to have a hint of a smile on his face. Soon, as the procession advanced, over the course of 3 days, the entire group traveled through a primeval forest, as well as a canyon. After coming out of the valley, a plain came into view, vaguely visible. It is 1,000 miles of fertile land, covered with farmland. In this season of the upcoming spring festival, it seems to be a solemn one. Zhang Daoran, who was standing beside the ridge, saw the scene and couldn't help but think of his master, as well as Ling Yu and the others. It seems like a year must have passed since he pondered his descent from the mountain. While he was lamenting, suddenly there was movement behind him. "Ling Yu, have you rested yet? It's time to go." Looking at old Zhang Tu, who walked over, Zhang Daoran could not help but nod his head. I thought to myself that according to this time, he had returned to the headquarters of the Medicine Immortal Society in order to welcome the descent of the Divine Compass. And this divine compulsion seemed highly likely to be Chen Duo in his speculation. Compassionate body, holy child. And according to the original plot, once Shander showed up, it meant that the Medicine Fairy Society had long been discovered by the company its old Liao and the others. I'm afraid they're already on their way. Thinking of this, Zhang Daoran couldn't help but frown, figuring out that at this point in time, Shander was still a little girl. Instead, she was nurtured to life as if she were a parasite in that darkened chamber. Quite emotional, he sighed and could only trail off. And with that, under constant advance, a Norse fortress came into view, vaguely visible. This fortress covers an area of dozens of miles, and its interior is filled with people. There are even some palace-like Miao-style buildings situated in them, which look beautiful. From time to time, there were also some strong inhumans that were constantly running over the walls. There is a clear sign that they are all dressed in Hmong clothing and have extraordinarily deadpan expressions, as if they were walking dead and stagnant. It was no different from those foreigners behind Zhang Daoran. He who came here saw the scene and a hint of anticipation appeared in his eyes. Soon, as the team approached the Pill Fairy Society's headquarters, upon arriving at the gate, an old silver-haired man with his hands behind his back stepped out. With a bland face, he looked at old Zhang Tu and immediately sneered. "Old Zhang Tu, you're just coming back now. You're getting slow as you get older." Old Zhang Tu's face was all smiles when he heard this. Not getting angry, he coughed and then stepped forward with it. On its body, an invisible oppressive force was born. This caused a hint of surprise to appear in Zhang Daoran's eyes when he saw it. After all, this was the first time he had seen this kind of old Zhang Tu. Only the silver-haired old man kept backing up until he reached the door. Looking at the old Zhang Tu in front of him, who was half a head shorter than himself, he didn't dare to meet his eyes at all. A loser is a loser. Thinking that just because I'm not at headquarters for a few days, you think you can be my equal? If I get upset, I don't mind letting you die a very miserable death. As soon as these words were uttered, a cold sweat broke out on the back of the silver-haired old man. A hint of dissatisfaction appeared in his eyes as he looked at the smug old Zhang Tu in front of him. He thought to himself that this person was so unbridled on the basis that he was one of the few compulsion masters in the Medicine Immortal Society. Being the left protector, he hummed lightly and said, "Old Zhang Tu, if you kill me, how will you explain to the sect master? Account for it?" Snap! Old Zhang Tu laughed, and with a backhanded slap, he slapped the silver-haired old man on the cheek. "Account? To whom do I give an account? Does the sect leader dare to ask me to give an account? I'm out of my fucking mind and I need to answer to you?" With 2 words out of his mouth, the silver-haired old man completely lost his temper. Looking at the lawless old Zhang Tu in front of him, he could only leave in anger. Zhang Daoran, who was behind him, saw the scene and a hint of admiration appeared in his eyes. I thought to myself that I usually thought that old Zhang Tu was a bit eerie, but I didn't realize that he was quite good in this aspect of fighting. With that, the procession drove into the cottage. Vaguely visible, the fortress is flanked by buildings on both sides. Its interior was crowded with people watching the theater. There were old and young, as well as dull-faced foreigners, and even people who greeted old Zhang Tu. Anyway, the atmosphere was odd, and Zhang Daoran didn't think much about it. Only after coming to the center of the fortress did the group suddenly stop. It was vaguely visible that at the very front of the line, a beautiful woman dressed in a gorgeous meow dress was waiting there under the starry eyes of a group of people. The headdress, made of silver, looked beautiful in the sunlight, coupled with its unassuming looks. It is quite a sight to behold. When old Zhang Tu saw this scene, he then pulled Zhang Daoran to the front. "Greetings, sect master. This is my disciple Lingyu." Seeing this, Zhang Daoran also followed suit and bowed slightly and clasped his fists. Looking at the stunningly beautiful woman in front of him, he thought to himself that this was the Medicine Fairy Society's sect master. It's not too beautiful. That kind of beauty is not the usual mundane beauty, but a thrilling, unearthly beauty. "Get up, old Zhang Tu. You're a patriarch of the society. There's no need to be formal." With a thick, nice, imperial voice came. Zhang Daoran then raised his head with old Zhang. Looking at the pretty face up close, he suddenly realized that his second brother, was even more so. It was as if there was an innate charm in this man's body that made him irresistible. However, it was fortunate that Zhang Daoran's determination was large enough and he quickly subdued him. "Sect master, when will the divine compass appear?" Old Zhang Tu smiled. "I can't wait. After all these years of waiting, it's finally blossoming." Upon hearing the inquiry, the Pill Fairy Guild sect leader nodded. She didn't say anything straight away. She looked at old Zhang Tu and walked towards the house behind her. "Come alone. I happen to discuss this matter with you." Old Zhang Tu couldn't help but faintly stare when he heard this. Looking at the godfather, he could only nod. Looking back at Zhang Dao then, he took out a token and said, "I'll be right back. This is my place. Someone will take you there." Looking at the departing back, Zhang Daoran could not help but look at the token in his hand. Vaguely visible, the word Zhang was written on it. Soon, with a few Pill Fairy Society disciples leading the way, he arrived at old Zhang Tu's residence. As far as the eye could see, it was a relatively quiet compound, separated from the fortress. Unlike those Miao-style buildings, this is a small Han Chinese courtyard. Just after entering the courtyard, Zhang Daoran froze in place, not because of anything else, just because the tables, chairs and divisions here are the same. If he hadn't been so sure he wasn't dreaming, he would have thought he was in the wrong place. A somewhat embarrassed Zhang Daoran shook his head and followed by pushing open the door into the house. As expected, the house was furnished in the same way. The only thing that made a difference was the herbs stacked in the corner. As far as the naked eye could see, there were precious medicinal herbs over 100 years old all over the place. Perhaps if these things were in another home, they would be offered up as treasures. But in this pile of herbs, it seems a bit worthless. This made Zhang Daoran subconsciously rise up with a love of money after seeing it. Without the slightest hesitation, he followed and took away most of the herbs from it. Looking at those remaining herbs, he was also quite fond of them. It's just a shame that people can't be too greedy or they'll get into trouble. Thinking of this, Zhang Daoran returned to the courtyard. In its corner, there was indeed an alchemy furnace as well. With nothing to do, he followed the Dan book in the hands of the old Zhang Tu to refine the Dan. Nay, while he was studying, suddenly there was an unexpected visitor from outside the yard. This person was no other than the silver-haired old man who had just had a meeting at the gate. With his hands behind his back, tall and full of indifference, he glanced at Zhang Dao then, said, "You're old Zhang Tu's disciple? It's a bit interesting. Seeing the left protector. Why don't you kneel down?" "Kneel?" Zhang Daoran froze and looked up at the old man and couldn't help but spread his hands and said, "I don't know you. Don't come looking for a fight. And secondly, my master said not to talk to you." Putting down such a sentence, Zhang Daoran continued to refine the pills. This look of complete disinterest caused the left protector's face to look embarrassed. I thought to myself, if I can't deal with old Zhang Tu, can't I deal with this kid? Without the slightest hesitation he instantly slapped away. Seeing this scene, Zhang Daoran subconsciously avoided the strike. Snap! The alchemy furnace on the side, on the other hand, was naturally not so lucky. With a popping sound, the furnace in front of the heel instantly cracked. Seeing this scene, Zhang Daoran angrily shouted, "What are you doing?" The unimpressed left guardian laughed and said with his hands behind his back, "Kid, I'm teaching you the rules. Such a big man, don't you know to kneel down when you see your seniors? You're dreaming." Zhang Daoran crossed his arms and said, "I'm only 8 years old and I'm still a kid." 8 years old? Looking at Zhang Daoran, who was almost as tall as himself in front of him, the left protector froze, thinking, what the fuck is this? 8 years old? Incredulous, he gulped and said, "Cut the crap and kneel down for me. Don't you dare." As the words fell, an angry shout came steeply from behind him. In the next second, old Zhang Tu hurriedly ran back. When Zhang Daoran saw this scene, he immediately covered his chest and collapsed next to the alchemy furnace. "Ouch! Master, he hurt me. You're going to have to do me a favor." Left guardian. The sudden scene made the left protector look dumbfounded, somewhat embarrassed. He looked at his right hand and thought to himself that he was just trying to scare people. He wasn't thinking of hurting anyone at all. On top of that, he didn't hit it either. Looking at Zhang Daoran, who pretended to be injured and falsely accused himself, the left protector was embarrassed. "Old Zhang Tu, I didn't. Listen to my explanation." "Explain?" Old Zhang Tu looked at the alchemy furnace that shattered open, as well as his good disciple Lingyu, who fell to the ground, covering her chest, and felt a burst of anger in his heart. Without any further ado, he grabbed a handful of black powdered dough from his pocket. "Explain? Explain what? You smashed my alchemy furnace and injured my disciple. What are you going to explain?" Looking at old Zhang Tu, who pulled out the compulsion, the left protector instantly wimped out. Somewhat embarrassed, he smiled and waved his hand. "I didn't. It was your apprentice who fell to the ground on her own." "What? I fell on the ground by myself?" Zhang Daoran pretended to be surprised. "Do you think I'm stupid? You're bullying an honest man. Master, do right by me." As soon as these words were uttered, the left protector suddenly felt that he couldn't wash himself even if he jumped into the yellow river. Lusting for tears, he sighed and gritted his teeth. "Brat, I have no grudge against you. Why are you framing me?" "Framing you?" Zhang Daoran responded. "You slap me if I don't kneel for you. This is a setup? You're just bullying an honest man." Old Zhang Tu, who had a dark face on the side, couldn't help but snort coldly when he heard this. Knowing that the left protector and himself did not deal with each other, he rushed forward without the slightest hesitation. The moment it approached, it was a handful of black powdered ink raised. "Ah, you're crazy, old Zhang Tu. This is a parasitic poison." When the left protector saw this scene, his entire body was dumbfounded. Without the slightest hesitation he followed and ran wildly backwards. The two of them chased me all the way down, and in less than a moment they were gone. Zhang Daoran, who was collapsed on the ground, saw this scene and a hint of laughter appeared in his eyes. With a bland face, he got up and patted the dust on his body before arriving outside the courtyard. Vaguely visible, the ground beneath its feet was black. Both the weeds and some of the smaller creatures died almost instantly. This terrifying toxicity made his scalp tingle as he watched, thinking to yourself that in this world, a power that can use poison to such an extent, the only ones were the Medicine Fairy Society and the Tang sect. The former would soon be overthrown, while the latter was an untouchable power. Thinking of this, Zhang Daoran subconsciously looked at the compulsion a few more times. Takumi was as strong as a big-eared thief, but he eventually died at the hands of the Tang clan. If you encounter it yourself in the future, how should you respond? Fighting poison with poison. In its mind, Zhang Daoran thought of 4 words. In his opinion, this compulsion really needs to be learned. Moments later, the courtyard, old Zhang Tu, who had run back, looked at Zhang Daoran, who was repairing the alchemy furnace, and a hint of relief appeared in his eyes. With a bland face he coughed and said, "Don't fix it. I'll have one delivered. Are you alright? That old man is really getting bold." Upon hearing the inquiry, Zhang Daoran, who was pretending to cultivate the Dan furnace, smiled, getting up and clapping his hands in response. "Master, the apprentice is fine." Old Zhang Tu nodded, thinking that he could also tell that this apprentice of his was pretending. It was only true that this left protector had bullied people too much, and he had no choice but to use the topic to teach him a lesson. Thinking of this, old Zhang Tu then ran towards the house. "Oh my god, where's my medicine? How come there's only a little bit left?" Now had just entered the courtyard not a moment before the sound of its tearing, wailing voice came. Zhang Daoran, whose face was not red and whose heart was not beating, saw this and said, "Master, could it be the left protector who took it? I have a feeling he frequents this place, kneeling for a free gift." Can't afford to eat. Woo-hoo-hoo. As the words fell, old Zhang Tu then rushed out of the house. Looking at the departing back, Zhang Daoran couldn't help but whistle. I thought to myself that this left protector seemed to be in trouble again. Who's to blame? It's not my fault anyway? Who told you to bully honest people? Thinking of this, Zhang Daoran's heart felt a sense of relief. With a bland face, he looked at the alchemy furnace next to him and was planning to follow it to continue alchemy. Suddenly next to the stove, an additional ancient book appeared. It was vaguely visible that the book was yellowish in color, and there seemed to be a bit of blood on the top. The characters on the top are also twisted and not Chinese characters at all. At least it is also 9 years of compulsory education. A few years of key universities to cultivate. Zhang Daoran looked at it. Hard to recognize what this is, but his intuition told him that this thing was absolutely precious. Without much thought he followed and turned the first page. As the saying goes, the first page of the sword recipe. There is no woman in the heart. Draw the sword naturally God. On the first page of the ancient book in front of him, there were several large, twisted words written. Ding! As you are comprehending the Compassion Codex, congratulations on sensing to become a level 1 compassionist. A compounder? Zhang Daoran froze, and in his mind there was suddenly a lot more information about the compulsion canon. This includes knowledge of the text, and what is in it, and the grading of the compounder. According to the book, compassionists are categorized into 1 to 9 levels. Anyone below level 5 is a rookie, while anyone above level 5 is a master. Zhang Daoran, who was frozen in place, swallowed his saliva and couldn't help but look at the Compassion Codex for a few moments. Vaguely visible. The top was no longer unrecognizable. Twisted writing. But Mung. The first page says that those who are compulsion masters need to be isolated from pleasure, women and a bunch of other things. This caused a hint of excitement to appear in Zhang Daoran's eyes after he read it. As he kept flipping back, he learned more about this compulsion. Ding! As you are comprehending the compulsion art, congratulations on sensing to become a level 2 compounder. Especially after hearing the system's beep, Zhang Daoran was ecstatic in his heart. Takumi, according to this book, the average compounder, that is, a compounder below the 5th level. It is possible to breed snakes, insects, rats and ants so as to turn them into your own parasites. Of course, this belongs to the lowest level of compulsion, and its operation is not very difficult. Belonging is something one does. The most difficult of these is to put a compulsion on a person, as well as an alternative compulsion. For example, using one's body as a compulsion. Once successful meant immediately becoming a level 6 compulsion master. Only its after effects, too, are quite enormous. Secondly, there are alternative types of parasites, such as secondary parasites with some very powerful parasites, thus allowing them to evolve into the king of parasites. With this and the other, this compass king will grow stronger and stronger until it is able to protect the compass master forever. In other words, it's similar to an inhuman phallus. Secondly, there are also some compulsion techniques, as well as the oral formula, etc., whose types are complicated, and all of them are extremely difficult to achieve the accomplishment. Ding! As you are in the process of comprehending the compulsion technique, congratulations on sensing the divine level compulsion technique. Upon hearing the system prompt, Zhang Daoran was stunned in his heart, and then he was ecstatic. All of a sudden, more compulsion art legacies appeared in its mind. The variety of them is unrivaled. If one was able to learn it, this was no less than, or even stronger than, the compassionate body sage boy, the Tang sect Dan Devourer's means. Apprentice, what are you doing? While Zhang Daoran was in ecstasy, suddenly a shout came from behind him. When he looked back, he saw old Zhang Tu staring at him with wide eyes. Somewhat embarrassed, he smiled and was about to say something. However, he saw old Zhang Tu hurriedly rush forward to take his pulse, and then touched Zhang Daoran's forehead. After confirming that he hadn't been bewitched, he let out a sigh of relief and said, "You scared me to death. I thought you had been poisoned by the parasites. It's fine, what are you giggling about?" Hearing this, Zhang Daoran smiled awkwardly. Looking at old Zhang Tu, he smiled. "Master, Lingyu is fine. What is this? It looks weird." Old Zhang Tu shook his head slightly and then explained, "This is the Compassion Codex, which contains my life's work within it, and secondly my telling you a common sense. That is, don't touch any of the Compassionists' things, because you don't know if there's a compulsion in the bowl they're eating from, or anything on their hands, and this you have to be careful of." Zhang Daoran was stunned when he heard this. Looking down at the book, he hurriedly drew his hand back. This caused old Zhang Tu to see it and couldn't help but laugh. With a bland face, he shook his head slightly and said, "The book didn't. I remember cleaning it once. Just for you. How could I not notice? Come on. I'll teach you compulsion. Listen carefully first. This is hard. Just take your time." Putting down such a sentence, old Zhang Tu opened the books and read. Listening to the not-so-authentic dialect, Zhang Daoran forced a smile and listened. Mulling over what this old Zhang Tu had said, the system had actually told him everything. And it's more and better than the compulsions that this book gives. Therefore, on his way to listen to the lecture, Zhang Daoran also noticed that old Zhang Tu had a 6th character on top of his head. 6th level compulsion master. Seeing this scene, Zhang Daoran could not help but come to a realization. No wonder those people from the Pill Fairy Society held him in such high regard. So it turned out that this person was a rank 6 compass master. In less than a moment, old Zhang Tu went over the basic knowledge of compulsion. When he finished, he smiled again. Is it hard? It's okay, take your time. Before the words were finished, the scene in front of him stunned him, only to see Zhang Daoran following what old Zhang Tu had said, picking up a piece of grass in a decent manner and completing the most basic compulsion. Although the compulsion was just a piece of sand, there was not a single mistake in its means. After doing so, Zhang Daoran looked up and said, Master, is this how you get a species-based compulsion? It doesn't feel very difficult. Old Zhang Tu. The sudden scene shocked old Zhang Tu. Looking at Zhang Daoran in front of him, it was as if he had seen a baby bump. Ecstatic, he nodded and said, Good disciple, you're too smart. It would take at least 3 days for an average person to learn this. I didn't expect you to learn it on the first listen. It's true. A compass master is actually no different from an alchemist. I've really picked up a treasure. When Zhang Daoran heard this, she couldn't help but blush a little, thinking that in this aspect of cultivation, for other people it might be difficult. For him it was actually just a matter of having the hands to do it. Apprentice, since you've learned to use species compulsion, then I'll simply teach it faster. You should know that there are 2 ways to learn being a compassionist. One is to use your body as a compassionist. As long as you achieve greatness you can become a compassionist like me. The second is to use an object as a compulsion to make it your weapon. It requires constant cultivation. That will take a long time. Which one do you intend to learn? Things as compulsion. Without the slightest hesitation Zhang Daoran smiled and replied directly. Just kidding. This body is reserved for Master Lingyu to block the calamity. But he won't agree to it. Good. Hearing this, old Zhang Tu couldn't help but be even happier and said, Using your body as a compulsion is too evil for me. In that case, Master will show you my compulsion. Putting down such a sentence, old Zhang Tu smiled, then fished out a box from his pocket. Vaguely visible. The box is rusty and looks like it was picked up from a roadside trash can. But on its surface, there was clearly a cloudy aura that struck. This caused a hint of anticipation to appear in Zhang Daoran's eyes as he looked at it. After all, according to the book, a compassionist who was able to use objects as compulsion. Almost all of this life has been spent on its compulsions. As old Zhang Tu opened the lid of the box, an extremely strong yin qi hit his face. In the next second, a centipede with a golden-colored body came into view. Vaguely visible, the centipede was about 30 centimeters long, and its entire body was golden yellow. In the area of its eyeballs, it was even more reddish, and its 2 breaks vaguely had horns present. This was the first time Zhang Daoran had seen such a strange centipede. This is the Golden Centipede King, old Zhang Tu said triumphantly. It is with it that your master and I are where we are today. Master, this golden centipede looks so strange. Zhang Daoran nodded his head. It's not quite the same as a normal centipede. It feels awkward. Ha ha ha, old Zhang Tu laughed triumphantly. You're right. This Golden Centipede King is indeed strange. And that's because it ate a lot of parasites and evolved to this point. It's no exaggeration to say that its poison can kill an entire cottage. Can you believe it? Letter, Zhang Daoran replied directly. Looking at Zhang Daoran in front of him, his eyes were filled with laughter. Thinking to himself that because of the divine compassion technique, he could tell at a glance that this centipede was extraordinary. Thinking about carrying this with you. At least one more card to save your life. Ah, good, old Zhang Tu said as he put away the golden centipede. Come on, follow me to the valley. I'll teach you to pick a compulsion. Putting down such a sentence, old Zhang Tu led the way ahead. Seeing this, Zhang Daoran could only follow behind. And this time in the Medicine Fairy Society, the Pill Fairy Guild Sectmaster looked at the snotty, limping left protector in front of him with indifference in his eyes. On its stunning face, there was even less of a fluctuation of emotions. It was as if at this moment, she was like an ice sculpture goddess who could not be looked at directly. This caused the left protector to see it and couldn't help but sigh and say, Sect leader, if you don't decide for me, you must also think about the future of the Medicine Fairy Society. If we continue to let old Zhang Tu do wrong, those of us who are here will be chilled to the bone. As soon as those words left his mouth, the Pill Fairy Society sect master suddenly looked over. There was indifference in those icy eyes. When the left protector saw it, he then lowered his head. He's a compounder. What are you? The sudden words caused the left protector to instantly freeze. Rather embarrassed, He smiled and clasped his fists. I see. Sect leader. It was me who was abrupt. Farewell. Looking at the departing back, the Pill Fairy Guild sect master's eyes remained indifferent. It wasn't until after the people left that a scout dressed in black walked in. Enlightened the sect leader. The company is hunting us more and more. Several branches are. Upon hearing the report, the Pill Fairy Guild sect leader couldn't help but let out a sigh. Thinking to myself that the company is just too much. It is obvious that those people are left high and dry, but they are treated with such cruelty. The 36 villages of the Mujang were like this back then, and now the Medicine Fairy Society is going to be like this? Thinking of this, the Pill Fairy Guild sectmaster said in a cold voice, how much longer will it take to compel the body of a holy child? According to the companions, the scout responded, it's at the top of the heap. But what? The Pill Fairy Guild sectmaster's eyes were ice cold as he said. The scout froze, then answered truthfully. Enlightened the sect master. The compulsion master is busy learning compulsion with his newly accepted disciple, and seems to be less concerned about the matter of the compulsion body holy child. As soon as these words were uttered, the Pill Fairy Society sect leader's face instantly turned iron blue. With an icy gaze, she let out a light grunt and then flung her sleeves away. And at that moment in the valley not far from the cottage, the old Zhang Tu, who was carrying his hands, looked around and then stopped. With a bland face, he glanced at Zhang Daoran before taking out the Golden Centipede King once again, vaguely visible. As the Golden Centipede King appeared instantly, there was an instantaneous, thin, crunching sound in the grass around them. In the next second, snakes, insects, rats, ants, centipedes, toads, centipedes, and other types of poisonous insects appeared. Even some of these poisonous insects were unheard of and unseen by Zhang Daoran. Apprentice, old Zhang Tu smiled. These are the best bugs in the valley. Their potential is no worse than the golden centipede. You pick one and you'll officially become a composter. Hearing the reminder, Zhang Daoran also nodded. Looking at the compost in front of him, he couldn't help but gulp. Rats, toads, snakes, centipedes. After looking at the past in turn, Zhang Daoran finally landed on a strangely shaped golden silkworm, vaguely visible. This golden silkworm was golden in color and about 5 centimeters in size. Those poisonous insects in the vicinity of the pass were obviously a bit petite compared to the others. However, around it, not a few poisonous insects dared to approach. On its body, it was also not a normal golden silkworm body, but a bug body construction similar to the 1,000 bull guards. Seeing this scene, Zhang Daoran then took a step towards it. Seeing this, the surrounding poisonous insects subconsciously stirred. However, under the pressure of the Golden Centipede King, almost all of them chose to submit. The golden silkworms, like those poisonous insects, can only be pocketed by Zhang Daoran. Looking at the poisonous insects in his hand, he suddenly lit up. In front of it, the personal system interface quietly appeared. Host, Zhang Daoran, age, 8 years old, height, 1.68 meters, skills, enlightenment against all odds, golden light mantra, Taoist fist, divine alchemy, thunder technique, Yang 5 thunders, weapon refining, Taiji fist, detaining spirits and dispatching generals, guru records, imperial art, imperial sword flight, great mighty heavenly dragon palm, divine compulsion, weapons, adversary scales, alchemy furnace, battle favors, hairy stiffy, 6 spirit demon foxes, golden silkworm king, herbal library, divine flower, inner elixir x2, 5, warehouse, 1 beast dan, 2 return to Yuan dan, 49 chi replenishing dan, level 5 feathered clothes x1, alchemy furnace x1, 100 years of Hishawu x4, 100 years of ginseng x5, Bodhi roots x6, Bodhi fruit x8, various types of gold or x50, money not counted, broken spells x30, vaguely visible within the system's battle favorites. The golden silkworm's figure boomed out. On its surface, it also embodied the mark of a level 4 compulsion. The system even gives a special mark, King Compass. And the parasites are categorized into 1 to 9 levels to the king level. It was clear that this golden silkworm had unlimited future potential. Seeing this scene, Zhang Daoran was ecstatic in his heart. I thought to myself that his vision was really good. He had picked up a treasure in the opening game. Old Zhang Tu, who was on the side, was laughing when he saw this scene. Good, having chosen the compulsion. Then master sends you a gift to meet you. Putting down such a sentence, the golden centipede in its hand instantly exploded with a monstrous killing aura. Kneeling down and begging my big brother and sister to order some free gifts, move their fingers, and give me a little something to eat. Wha! In the next second, the parasites that were prostrate on the ground shivered involuntarily. Facing the golden centipede king in front of them, they couldn't move a single bit. This caused Zhang Daoran's eyes to show a hint of disbelief when he saw it. Only old Zhang Tu smiled and turned back. Go on. Let your golden silkworms eat them. Eat them? Zhang Daoran froze. Then a glint appeared in his eyes. Looking at the golden silkworm king in his hand, he immediately nodded. With that, under the shock of the golden centipede king, these compotes in front of him that were not weak to the golden silkworm king were like lambs to the slaughter. Under Zhang Daoran's intentional manipulation, they were reduced to meat. In less than a moment, the golden silkworm king had devoured 3 parasites. Separately, there was a toad with a colorful body, as well as a green snake, and a red mouse. After the nibbling was done, it stopped abruptly as if it had gone into hibernation. Zhang Daoran saw this scene and was puzzled. Master, this is evolution, old Zhang Tu said in a strange manner. It's too weak. I'll kill them for you, and then you'll come find me after this one is done eating. Putting down such a sentence, old Zhang Tu then placed the golden centipede king on the ground. At that moment, the remaining poisonous insects all trembled at the sight of the scene, not daring to move the slightest bit. Facing the golden centipede king in front of them, they could only lead their necks to be killed. In less than a moment, the remaining dozen or so parasites were killed by him one by one. After doing this, old Zhang Tu then took away the golden centipede king and walked towards the depths of the dense forest. Zhang Daoran, who was frozen in place, only felt his scalp tingle when he saw the scene. He thought to himself that this golden centipede king looked mediocre, but he didn't expect it to be a powerful mess. If I were to be bitten by this thing, I'm afraid I would have to shed a layer of skin. Thinking of this, Zhang Daoran sighed in his heart, figuring out whether it's compulsion or compulsion. This stuff has to be learned. At least when they encountered the Tang clan gang again in the future, there was room to fight back. Produce STH. While Zhang Daoran was thinking, suddenly the golden silkworm king at his heels called out, vaguely visible. Its exterior begins to molt. Underneath the golden-colored shell, what was exposed was meat similar to shrimp sliders. The whole bug looked suddenly a little pink and cute and cuddly. This caused Zhang Daoran to not be able to help but show a hint of a smile on his face when he saw it. But in the next second, the seemingly adorable golden silkworm king twisted its body, and then continued to start nibbling away. Under its large mouthful of meat, the color of its body changed once again. The color starts to trend from pink to golden and eventually reverts again. Its size was also significantly twice as large as before. With such an exaggerated growth rate, Zhang Daoran was dumbfounded by the sight. With that, the golden silkworm king once again slumped down in exhaustion after devouring the last of the parasites. Seeing this scene, he then put it into the system space, vaguely visible on the personal interface display. The golden silkworm king had successfully arrived at the 5th level of compulsion. A rather ecstatic Zhang Daoran smiled. His heart as beautiful as it could be. Thinking about this gift from old Zhang Tu, it's actually quite good. The Compass Master's disciple is indeed powerful, so quick to harness the compulsion. But at that moment, a royal voice suddenly came from behind him, the godfather of the Medicine Fairy Society. Hearing such a familiar voice, Zhang Daoran instantly turned around to look, only to see the stunningly beautiful face. Tall, fair-skinned, and wearing meow clothing, the sect master of the Medicine Fairy Society arrived. Covered in silver jewelry, she looked particularly noble and mysterious. In its case, there is a beauty that cannot be desecrated. Greetings to sect leader. The embarrassed Zhang Daoran slightly clasped his fists and said, Aha! The indifferent-eyed sect master of the Pill Fairy Society nodded his head, looked at Zhang Daoran, and came to its heels. Looking at the guy in front of her, she asked once again, How old are you? Real age just turned 8. Zhang Daoran answered truthfully, 8 years old? Hearing these words, a hint of consternation appeared in the eyes of the Pill Fairy Guild sect leader. Looking at the guy in front of him who was almost as tall as himself, he was actually only 8 years old. Unbelieving, she took a few closer looks. Disbelief on her face. Lying to me is a capital offense, the Pill Fairy Society sect leader said. No one grows this tall and strong at 8 years old. Hearing this, Zhang Daoran was instantly unconvinced in his heart. You know, in a previous life, who in their generation didn't grow up on calcium pills? This height is actually nothing in the eyes of his peers. Not to mention that the kids of a certain basketball star are all incredibly tall. The thoughtful Zhang Daoran smiled and answered truthfully. I don't dare to hide it from the sect leader. It may be that I have been gifted since I was a child. So whether it's my height or elsewhere, I'm extraordinarily different. Oh, the Pill Fairy Guild sectmaster froze. Looking at the articulate Zhang Daoran, a hint of interest came to his heart. With her hands behind her back, she smiled and then followed her steps deeper into the dense forest. Seeing this, Zhang Daoran had no choice but to follow behind. The two of them, one after the other, quickly arrived at a waterhole, vaguely visible. This pool of water is crystal clear, with swimming fish bobbing within it, and even pebbles paving the way. At the edge, not far away, there are even a few erected cabins. Zhang Daoran, who had come here for the first time, looked around and did not find any trace of old Zhang Tu. While he was wondering, he saw the sect master of the Medicine Fairy Society say, "Composter, I'm coming." As the words fell, his voice dispersed as if it were a great bell. This caused Zhang Daoran's spirit to be shaken, and he could not help but look at this Pill Fairy Guild sect leader one more time. I thought to myself that this person's hair was very long and thick, and at first glance, it was the posture of a strong person. Although it was not considered an expert compared to himself, it was indeed considered an expert among the people it had encountered. After all, this woman was so beautiful and her hair was so strong, so she did have some excellence. Bishop, but at that moment, there was movement from the cabin. Immediately afterward, old Zhang Tu walked out with a smile. With his hands behind his back, he glanced at the sect leader, as well as Zhang Daoran Dao. I wonder what the sect leader's sudden visit is all about. Ha! Upon hearing the inquiry, a hint of a smile appeared in the eyes of the Pill Fairy Society sect master. With her hands behind her back, she glanced at old Zhang Tu and responded, "I'm here for the compassionate sacred child. You know, she's our last hope." When old Zhang Tu heard this, his face was all bland. Not surprised, he nodded in response. "The night of the full moon is when she ripens. Don't worry, sect leader." Full moon? Zhang Daoran was stunned, thinking, hasn't Mid-Autumn Festival passed a long time ago? Is it hard to believe that there is a special celestial phenomenon appearing? Got it, the Pill Fairy Guild sect leader laughed. Then I'm relieved. This disciple of yours is quite interesting. I like it a lot. As soon as these words were uttered, old Zhang Tu's face changed. Looking at Zhang Daoran, he cupped his fists. Sect leader, this is the only disciple I have. There is no need to say more. The Pill Fairy Guild sect leader spoke. Let him bathe and dress, and then come to my quarters. Putting down such a sentence, the Pill Fairy Guild sect master turned around and left. Bathing and dressing? What? Zhang Daoran, who was frozen in place, heard this and his entire body was confused. Master, Zhang Daoran then turned back after the people left. What does the Godfather mean by this? Upon hearing the inquiry, a hint of difficulty appeared in old Zhang Tu's eyes. Thinking to himself, this sect master of the Medicine Fairy Society actually had hobbies that were not quite the same as ordinary people. In other words, it's a little sick. Looking at the disciple in front of him, old Zhang Tu sighed. It's not a problem. I'll go talk to her. Just ignore it. Hearing this, Zhang Daoran nodded. Looking at the terrified old Zhang Tu in front of him, he always felt that something was wrong. Without much thought he sighed and could only wait up in silence. With that, in the following time, Zhang Daoran followed old Zhang Tu to learn some of the disciplines of controlling parasites. One or two came and went, and his outstanding talent quickly picked it up. This caused old Zhang Tu's eyes to be filled with relief, and he became even more fond of this disciple. But when he remembered the matter of the Pill Fairy Society's sect leader, he frowned. Thinking of this, old Zhang Tu responded, "Go back when you're done. I'm going to meet the Godfather." After putting down such a sentence, old Zhang Tu turned around and left the edge of the waterhole. Zhang Daoran didn't care too much when he saw this scene. Soldering the gold silkworm king in his hand, he then continued to control it. At the same time, within 200 miles close to the outside of the Pill Immortal Society's headquarters, old Meng, with his hands behind his back, slowed to a halt. Behind him, the Nadutong personnel followed suit and stopped. Looking at the poisonous barrier forest in front of him, he couldn't help but frown. There are too many poison barriers ahead. Should we take a detour? Hearing his subordinate behind him inquire, old Meng couldn't help but shake his head slightly. With a bemused face he glanced at the forest at his heels and then crouched down. It was vaguely visible, and the moment he touched the ground with his hand, a wave of air blasted out. Old Meng, who sensed all living things, sighed and said, "Where's Lao Liao? Haven't they arrived yet?" "No, there are too many toxic barriers here. The signal is blocked." Hearing the response, old Meng couldn't help but nod. Thinking that the medicine fairy would be hiding in this deep forest, wanting to cut it down to the roots was indeed a bit difficult. Thoughtfully, he glanced at the crowd, and instantly continued onward walking away. Behind him, the staff of Nadutong saw this and trailed behind. A day later, the yard, Zhang Daoran, who was sitting cross-legged in the same spot, looked at the time and couldn't help but frown. I thought to myself that since old Zhang Tu left yesterday afternoon, he hadn't returned until now. There seemed to be no sign of the man in either the courtyard or the fortress. Quite puzzled, he shook his head slightly and screamed in his heart. As luck would have it, that's when footsteps came from outside the door. Immediately afterward, a familiar figure barged into the courtyard with a group of people. The person who came was no other than the left protector. With his hands behind his back, He was full of smiles as he looked at Zhang Daoran in front of him and said, "Little thing, we meet again. Ha ha, the sect master has orders for you to go there." Hearing these words, the outwardly bland Zhang Daoran secretly screamed in his heart that it was not good. "I think it's no wonder that old Zhang Tu didn't come back after you went there yesterday. I'm afraid that most of the things in it have changed." Thinking of this, he looked at the left protector and said, "Where's my master?" "Master? Ha ha ha." The left protector laughed and looked at Zhang Daoran and said, "Worry more about yourself. Little one, come with me." Without resistance, Zhang Daoran sighed and could only follow along. Soon, the group arrived at the residence of the Pill Fairy Society's sect master, vaguely visible. It is located in the center of the fortress, and the layered buildings look grand. After the left protector sent Zhang Daoran to the door, a few women in Miao clothing walked out. "Kid, it's your good fortune to be looked upon by the sect master. Enjoy yourself. Ha ha." After putting down such a sentence, the left protector then left with his people. Zhang Daoran, who was frozen in place, saw this scene and a hint of doubt appeared in his eyes. Without resisting, he looked at a few of the women and followed forward. Vaguely visible, a pavilion building soon comes into view as you step into the steps, and in the center of this pavilion platform, there was a large pool. In the pool of water, a mind-blowing, stunningly shaped, uninhibited woman was situated. This person was no other than the sect leader of the Medicine Fairy Society. With her fair skin, she is as beautiful as a white fish in the water. After seeing Zhang Daoran arrive, she then swam to the shore and plopped down. "There you are, little one." The faint sentence caused Zhang Daoran's face to freeze. Only the women bowed their heads slightly and then left with them. Immediately afterward, a thick bamboo curtain fell steeply around the platform of the building. In the next second, the unarmored Medicine Fairy Society sect leader walked out of the water, like a lotus flower in water. The petals were shockingly beautiful and incomparably tantalizingly white. Its perfect body was even more beautiful, as if it had been carved out. This caused Zhang Daoran to see the moment, and immediately his Dao mind was greatly disorganized. His nose flared as he gulped and subconsciously covered his eyes. Ha ha ha. The Pill Fairy Society sect leader couldn't help but laugh when he saw the scene. With a bland face, she casually waved her hand and wore a thin veil over its body. Looking at Zhang Daoran in front of her, she softly said, "You're still shy? Interesting. Go down and bathe and dress." As the words fell, Zhang Daoran froze and was lifted into the pool by a wave of air. The water instantly dampened his clothes. The man, who was already dressed to pick up the pieces, was instantly revealed by his perfect body. This caused the Pill Fairy Society sect master to marvel even more when he saw it. "It's true that you have amazing talent. You're an 8-year-old bird that many people can't match." As soon as these words were uttered, Zhang Daoran's small face reddened. Feeling visually raped, he subconsciously covered his body. Looking at the Pill Fairy Society sect leader in front of him, he said, "Godfather, where's my master?" "Master?" The Medicine Fairy Guild sect leader smiled faintly and then crouched down. Underneath that hidden veil was an infinitely beautiful landscape. Zhang Daoran took one look at it and felt that his Dao heart was unsteady. Especially the kind of hot blood boiling in his body made him want to raise his gun and fight for 300 rounds. Nay, remembering that he would have to block the Great Tribulation for senior brother Lingyu in the future, he could only silently recite the meditation mantra. "Your master is trying to keep you from serving me." The Pill Fairy Guild sect leader laughed softly. "Has gone to a mysterious place. He but treats you quite well yet, so I want to taste you even more." Squatting at the edge of the pool, the Medicine Fairy Guild sect leader smiled, then stretched out her snow-white thighs and didn't enter the water. Once again in the water, she was as beautiful as a white lotus flower. After its veil is spread out, it reveals even more infinite beauty. When Zhang Daoran saw this scene, he immediately retreated in fear. "Don't you come over here. What do you want? I'm still an 8-year-old virgin. You can't do this." Flax fall. This caused a hint of teasing to appear on the Pill Fairy Guild sect leader's face immediately upon hearing this. Looking at the lovely Zhang Daoran in front of her, she flirted. "Scream. You just scream your throat out and no one will save you today. Kneel down and ask for a 5-star review and a free small gift. Can't afford to eat. Woohoo! Thank you for all the big brothers and sisters support. Secondly, if you want to come to the base to urge for more, you can enter. The code name is 7 Spirit CC and no Yo-Yo C. No one will come even if you scream at the top of your lungs." When Zhang Daoran heard this, a hint of embarrassment appeared in his eyes. Looking at the somewhat perverted Pill Fairy Guild sect leader in front of him, he spat. "I'm still a child. How can you bear it? What about children?" Medicine Fairy Guild sect leader Fluctuating Splash said. "Those smelly men don't have birds as big as yours. You make me want to get hot and heavy. Spice it up." When Zhang Daoran heard this, he couldn't help but suck in a breath of cool air. Looking at the Pill Fairy Society sect leader in front of him, his eyes were filled with speechlessness. He thought to himself that he knew that he was handsome and extraordinary, and his temperament was outstanding, but he did not expect to suffer this treatment. Who's to blame? I really blame myself for being so handsome. And outside the mansion, the left protector with his hand behind his back heard the subtle movement inside and a hint of a smile appeared in his eyes. With a bland face he coughed and then ordered, "Listen up. Don't make a fuss if you hear any commotion. Got it? This is the sect leader savoring the delicacies." The disciples of the Pill Fairy Guild who were on the sidelines couldn't help but nod their heads when they heard about it, but at that moment, the sound of fighting came steeply from the inside of the mansion. There were even some muffled grunts ringing out when you listened closely. This made the left protector's old face redden immediately after hearing this. He thought to himself that he didn't know where that kid got the good fortune to be seen by the sect master. Listening to the movement, it seems to be quite fancy, but when he remembered all those cruel methods of the sect master, he was a bit intimidated. Thinking of this, the left protector sighed and could only turn a blind eye to the movements inside. And inside the mansion, Zhang Daoran looked at the Pill Fairy Society sect leader who was getting closer and closer, and a hint of a sigh appeared in his eyes. With a bland face, he casually waved his hand, and a wisp of thunder light steeply appeared in his hand. The completely unnoticed Pill Fairy Society sect leader smiled and looked at Zhang Daoran in front of him. "This sect master is at least a national beauty. You won't lose out if you obey me. Of course, I thought it might be better to eat you. Ha ha ha." Thinking of this, the Pill Fairy Guild sectmaster laughed out loud. Immediately, he snapped his fingers, and a dark golden snake sprang up on a side table. Compulsion. Composters. Looking at the Pill Fairy Society sect leader in front of him, Zhang Daoran was shocked. "You're a compounder too?" The smiling face of the Pill Fairy Society's sectmaster nodded slightly and laughed softly. "You're surprised? Strange that your master didn't tell you, but that's not important. What's important is that you're important to us." Hearing this, Zhang Daoran immediately felt a chill run down his back. "I thought to myself that the woman in front of me was looking for herself, and I was afraid that it wasn't for the sake of fish and water. More than that, I'm afraid it's for its compulsion to eat the king of golden silkworms. After all, this one could have been spying in the shadows when he was in the valley before." Thinking of this, Zhang Daoran feigned anger. "You're so despicable. My master is so loyal to you, yet you want to kill me. If I'm not mistaken, you're here for the gold silkworm king. Ha ha ha." When the Pill Fairy Society sect master heard this, he couldn't help but laugh. Looking at the quite smart Zhang Daoran in front of him, he nodded along, figuring out the reason why she had come to such a trick was really partly for the golden silkworm king. After all, his own compulsion was considered to have been cultivated for a long time, and if he ate that bug, his strength would only go to the next level. The rather emotional sect master of the Pill Fairy Society teased. "Yes and no, but it's a partial guess. That bug of yours is still too weak to be anything more than a dessert." Dessert? Zhang Daoran froze, and a terrifying speculation popped into his mind. Looking at the horrible woman in front of him, he agitated. "You are for the golden centipede king." The unimpressed Pill Fairy Guild sect leader nodded her head, and with a smile on her face, her eyes were filled with viciousness. "I thought to myself that old Zheng Tu guy was fearless in the fortress since he thought he was a 6th grade compounder, especially now that the Pill Fairy Society is at a time of life and death. This person is not concentrating on compelling the body to be a holy child, but to collect what disciples? Simply ridiculous." She had wanted to get rid of such a person for a long time, and it just so happened that now there was an opportunity, and she naturally went along with it. "Stop struggling, boy. You should die. Let me taste what you taste like before you die. Ha ha ha." Putting down such a sentence, the Pill Fairy Guild sectmaster then fluctuated the water splash and kept approaching. When Zhang Daoran saw this scene, a glint appeared in his eyes. Undaunted, he shook his head slightly and said, "Flax fall don't you come over, animal. I'm still an 8-year-old. Hearing this, the Pill Fairy Guild sect leader's face was filled with smiles. Growing more and more excited, she waved her hand casually, not beginning to let her guard down. Looking at Zhang Daoran, who was covering his crotch in front of her, she teased, "Don't be afraid. I'll be gentle. Ha ha ha." Putting down such a sentence, the Pill Fairy Guild sectmaster then tried to embrace him in his arms, but in the instant of approach, Zhang Daoran violently waved his hand in a big wave. Boom! At that moment, a palm thunderbolt blasted away at his face. The Pill Fairy Guild sectmaster, who was unable to avoid it, froze and was instantly blown away. Subconsciously wanting to retreat, she realized that she was being suppressed by an extremely strong air. Feeling incredulous, she looked up and saw that Zhang Daoran was surrounded by golden light, like a heavenly god that could not be looked at directly. Golden light mantra. Seeing this scene, the knowledgeable Pill Fairy Guild sectmaster agitatedly said, "This is the golden light mantra. You are a disciple of Longhu Mountain." The unimpressed Zhang Daoran laughed, Pretending to be a pig to eat a tiger, he coughed and said, I wanted to get along with you guys as normal people. Who knew you had to force me? Okay, I'll stop pretending. Showdown. I'm Zhang Yu from the Heavenly Master's mansion of Lungfu Mountain. Zhang Yu? Looking at Zhang Daoran, who had blown his own identity, the Pill Fairy Guild sect master was struck with a chill. He thought to himself that no one from the Heavenly Master's mansion of Lungfu Mountain was simple, especially that one Jedi who had killed the world's foreigners with fear was unrivaled. The rather frightened Medicine Fairy Guild sect master smiled and subconsciously broke free. Good, the people from Longhu Mountain are here. It looks like our Medicine Fairy Society is in trouble this time. In that case, I'd like to see how you are. Snap. Before the words were finished, Zhang Daoran slapped away with a backhanded slap. Looking at the Pill Fairy Guild sect leader who covered his cheeks and was filled with dismay, he said, know the saying? It's called the villain dies talking. Now if you don't want to die, tell me honestly where the compassionate body sacred child is, or I'll kill you, believe it or not. Hearing this, a hint of viciousness appeared in the eyes of the Pill Fairy Guild sect master. Not being an opponent, she gritted her teeth and sneered. Dream on, just you want to kill me? Incoming, there's an assassin. The words fell, but the surroundings remained silent. Zhang Daoran, who had his hands behind his back, laughed and lightly teased. No one's coming, are they? Any idea why? You said it, idle. No one will bother us even if we scream our heads off. Ha ha ha. Kneeling for 5-star reviews. Free gifts no money can't afford to eat. Woo woo. Patriarch of the Medicine Fairy Society. Frozen in place, the Pill Fairy Guild sect master's face reddened, and then subconsciously tried to back away. Nay, the Zhang Daoran in front of him was extremely oppressive, and the moment he moved, a yin chi appeared steeply. Hey, hey, hey. The Pill Fairy Guild sect master, who had not yet reacted, froze, and then he heard a silver bell-like laughter from behind him. Master, you haven't let me out in ages. Don't you even miss me? As the words fell, the 6 fox-tails steeply bound the Medicine Fairy Guild sect master solidly. The sudden scene made her subconsciously look back, only to see that behind him, a woman like a flower, wearing a flowery cotton jacket and cotton pants quietly appeared. Incredibly, there are actually 6 foxtails behind its butt. Seeing this scene, the Pill Fairy Guild sect leader was shocked. You are, who? With a faint smile, Apricot Blossom looked at the sect master of the Medicine Fairy Society, and then instantly sucked the air out of his body. After doing so, she looked at Zhang Daoran and said, Master, it's done. Zhang Daoran, who was at the side with his hands behind his back, could not help but nod in satisfaction when he saw this scene. Southerly glanced at the dying, pale-faced Pill Fairy Guild sect leader and said, put some clothes on her and be decent. Putting down such a sentence, Zhang Daoran then ran towards the dark gold compass snake on the side. It was vaguely visible that this little guy froze in place in fear after the apricot blossom appeared, not daring to move a bit. This brought a hint of bemusement to his eyes when he saw it. With a wave of his hand, the golden silkworm king steeply emerged. In the next second, the compulsion snake in front of him was reduced to its food. After doing this, Zhang Daoran squatted down and said, say it, don't talk tough, you don't stand a chance now. A hint of panic appeared in the eyes of the Pill Fairy Society's sect master when he heard these words. Looking at Zhang Daoran, who had endless means in front of her, her body could not help but tremble slightly, thinking to myself that this guy is horrible. Whether it was that strength or this woman who wasn't human, it was hardly something an ordinary person could have. Pale-faced, she gulped and said, who the hell are you? Let me die. An unimpressed Zhang Daoran smiled. Seeing that the sect master of the Medicine Immortal Society had a stiff upper lip, he didn't bother to ask more questions. Unconcerned, he looked at the pool and instantly pulled out an elixir. Beast Dan, what about this elixir after a person eats it? It will become extra burnt. If you don't want to talk about it, I'll give it to you. Putting down such a sentence, Zhang Daoran then snapped his fingers. In the next second, the zombie king, who was a little over 2 meters tall, appeared steeply. That terrifying appearance instantly caused the Pill Fairy Guild sectmaster's pupils to shrink slightly. In the back of its mind, a terrifying thought popped up abruptly. As expected, Zhang Daoran continued, aren't you playing quite perverted? I'll let it play with you. Millennium Zombie King isn't bad, is it? Slugger oh. As the saying goes, a beautiful woman matches a beast. I haven't seen this kind of scene before. Do you want to try it? So exciting, Apricot Flower exclaimed. Master, I love it. The Pill Fairy Guild sectmaster's eyes were filled with horror when he heard this. Looking at the strange combination in front of her, she admitted she panicked. Especially after seeing that zombie king, she was a bit scared. Desperate for tears, she sighed and said, you're just despicable. Zhang Daoran smiled faintly and spread his hands. How can I deal with you without being mean? You tell me. The Pill Fairy Guild sectmaster couldn't help but sigh when he heard this. Glancing at Zhang Daoran, he could only compromise. And this time outside the mansion. The left protector looked at the fortress in front of him, and his face was bland, figuring that as long as the compassionate sacred child appeared, then their medicine immortal society would flourish once again. Thinking of this, the left protector's heart burst with happiness, but then, suddenly, there were footsteps behind them. The next second, a guard came running. Left protector. I think I just heard the sect leader call out. Called? The left protector froze, then embarrassedly said, "Isn't it normal to scream? What a fuss. Never seen a woman before." "No, I didn't mean it like that, Dao." The guard blushed. "I'm talking about the Godfather calling their assassin." "Shit, why didn't you say so earlier?" Left Guardian said. "Quickly, get in the car and come with me to protect the bishop." The guard who had rushed to ventilate the situation nodded and was about to get into the car. However, he saw that the left protector had already accompanied a few people and rushed forward all the way with the wind. Frozen in place, he rubbed his head and said, "Hey, I'm not in the car yet." Inside the mansion, the Pill Fairy Society sect leader who had gotten dressed sighed and looked at Zhang Daoran beside him. His eyes filled with horror, vaguely visible. The guy sat on the shoulders of the Zombie King. Over its other shoulder followed Almond Blossom, who was carrying a fruit tray. The strange combination of the three looked extraordinarily odd, and being wasted, she led the way. The rather helpless Pill Fairy Guild sectmaster sighed, and followed with a step towards the outside. "Bishop, I've come to the rescue." Who knew that before he could take 2 steps? Suddenly footsteps came from the outside of the door. Immediately after that, the left protector rushed over with a group of people. When they saw this scene, their entire body froze in place. In particular, the left protector was excited after seeing Zhang Daoran's trio combination. "Holy shit, what the hell is this? Save me!" Seeing this scene, the Pill Fairy Guild sectmaster immediately shouted out with all his strength. The left protector froze and instantly realized that something was wrong with the situation. Looking at the sect leader in front of him, as well as Zhang Daoran Dao. "Bishop, what's going on?" The pale-faced sect leader shook her head slightly, and with pain in her eyes, she subconsciously wanted to lift her legs and run away. Nay, she couldn't move a single bit under Almond Blossom's control. Instead, it was like a puppeteer who kept walking ahead. The strange pace of a few people scared a group of people backward. While Zhang Daoran saw this scene, he laughed lightly. "Get out of the way, get out of the way, old bastard. I've seen you for a long time, and I'll kill you if I compare you again." Left Guardian. When the left protector heard this, he was instantly enraged. Looking at Zhang Daoran in front of him, he angrily shouted, "Brat, you think I'm afraid of you, don't you? Give it to me." Putting down such a sentence, the Pill Fairy Society disciples behind him rushed forward. Zhang Daoran's eyes were filled with laughter when he saw the scene. Unconcerned, he hopped off his shoulders and stretched. "Remember, I am Zhang Lingyu of the Heavenly Master's House of Longhu Mountain. Today, exterminate your Pill Fairy Society. Go, kill them all." Apricot Blossom couldn't help but nod slightly when she heard this. Being a 9-tailed spirit fox, she then transformed into a cloud of mist. The Zombie King on the side even roared and then went on a killing spree. In a matter of moments, a dozen or so guards became a field of broken bodies. When the left protector saw this scene, his entire body was dumbfounded. Unbelievably, he gulped and chose to run without the slightest hesitation. Kneeling for 5-star reviews and free gifts. "No more money, can't afford to eat. Big brothers and sisters, please." And this time in the forest of the poison barrier, old Liao, who had his hands behind his back, looked around for a few moments, then stopped, and behind him, old Meng, followed suit and stopped, vaguely visible. Each of them wore shields, protective suits. When you look at it, it looks as if it's the general team that came to rescue the survivors in the event of a biochemical crisis. "Old Meng, are you sure this is the right direction? Why do I feel like it's getting farther and farther away?" Hearing Lao Liao inquire, Lao Meng couldn't help but spread his hands. Wearing glasses, he glanced ahead and then responded, "There's no mistaking the senses. It should be just ahead. It's this forest that's a bit far." Old Liao couldn't help but sigh when he heard this. He thought to himself that it was clear that the distance was only 200 miles, but they had to spare several laps in the forest. Thinking of this, he could only continue to walk forward. In the cottage, the left protector, who was lying on the ground, looked around with fear on his face, vaguely visible. Under the carnage of those two monsters, no one in the entire fortress was spared. Everywhere they passed, there were bodies. In particular, the monster that would drink blood was killed regardless of gender. The pale-faced left protector couldn't help but sigh as he thought about this. Pretending to be a corpse, he shook his head slightly and was about to take this opportunity to escape when he did. Suddenly there were footsteps behind him, which made him freeze. When he looked back, he only saw Zhang Daoran, who was carrying his hand, walking step by step. Behind him, Evil followed the Pill Fairy Society sect master who was like a puppet. Yo, isn't this the left protector? We meet again? Hearing this, the left protector's mind exploded. Looking at the demon in front of him, he agitated. Zhang Lingyu, spare me. You've already slaughtered the entire Pill Fairy Society. There's no need to kill me. I can be your dog, the most loyal kind. Unimpressed, Zhang Daoran smiled and looked at the old dog begging for mercy without a trace of pity in his eyes. With his hands behind his back he looked around and instantly snapped his fingers. Master! The next second, Almond Blossom came to the side with a smile on her face. Here, this is the beast pill, Zhang Daoran ordered. Give it to him to eat and throw it in the pigsty. When Apricot Blossom heard this, she couldn't help but stare. Then she covered her mouth and nodded and smiled. He looked at the poor left protector and then took the person away. After the people left, Zhang Daoran couldn't help but stretch his legs. A hint of a smile appeared in his eyes as he looked at the fortress littered with corpses. Turning back to look at the pale-faced Pill Fairy Guild sect master, he flirted. It's our turn. Let's go. When the Pill Fairy Guild sect master heard this, he couldn't help but subconsciously want to refuse. But for some reason, at this moment her body was not under self-control. Rather helplessly, she could only follow along with her teeth clenched. But with the sight of the corpses all over the place, and the thick smell of blood in the air, causing a hint of sadness to appear in the Pill Fairy Guild's eyes, 2 lines of clear tears could not help but flow down. A few moments passed, along with all the way. In front of a cave about 10 miles from the fortress, Zhang Daoran slowly stopped, vaguely visible. The cave appeared to be very secluded. The average person coming here wouldn't even notice. Only a few Medicine Immortal Society disciples were seen guarding the heel of the cave. Greetings to the Godfather. They subconsciously paid their respects upon seeing the sect leader arrive. Click. Nay, with a casual wave of Zhang Daoran's hand, the reverse scale then appeared out of thin air. A few heads fell to the ground as his hand rose and fell. The Pill Fairy Guild sect leader couldn't help but sigh when he saw the scene. Looking at the cave in front of him, he said, "You can let me go. I've brought you." No. Zhang Daoran laughed and stretched out a finger to reject it, thinking to himself that from what he knew, the place that nurtured the compassionate sacred child could be ruthless to the extreme. These children are said to be thrown into the alley to be nurtured from infancy. Under the cultivation of various kinds of compulsion, it makes their bodies constantly transformed, and finally under the various processes, it constantly screens the compulsion body holy child out. Thinking of this, Zhang Daoran looked away from the time road. Follow me into the cave. Putting down such a sentence, Zhang Daoran, who carried his hands behind his back, walked in step by step. The smell of medicine hit me the instant I approached. It also includes some rotting smells, and unknown smells. As far as the eye could see, the entire cave IA corridor, there were various murals carved on the 2 sides, mostly the likenesses of some parasites. Inside, there was a large stone platform with an empty space. Spirit Jade. Within seconds of entering the cave, a familiar and weak voice suddenly came from inside. Zhang Daoran froze, then stepped forward. As it kept getting closer to the stone platform, the scene in front of it made it freeze. Only at the edge of the stone platform, there was a huge wooden barrel, and in the barrel, old Zhang Tu, who had a head exposed, was looking at Zhang Daoran. This made him flinch and turn around. Why, isn't he one of yours? The Pill Fairy Guild sectmaster's eyes were indifferent when he saw this scene. Souped up old Zhang Tu and snorted. Just deserved it. It's all because he brought you back, or we wouldn't be like this. Hearing this, Zhang Daoran could not help but sigh. Looking at the old Zhang Tu in front of him, a hint of helplessness appeared in his eyes. I'm not your disciple. I'm here to do something. When old Zhang Tu heard this, a hint of a smile appeared in his eyes. Unconcerned, he shook his head slightly and said, "In fact, I knew it on the first day I saw you. It's just a pity that your talent is too good to make me have an inheritance in mind, so you don't have to blame yourself." As soon as these words were uttered, the face of the Pill Fairy Guild sectmaster on the side changed drastically. Frozen in place, she gulped in excitement. "I really regret not breaking you into pieces. You're harming the Medicine Immortal Society." The unimpressed old Zhang Tu smiled and responded, "Ling Yu, no matter who you are, I've given you everything I wanted to give you." Followed by the Golden Centipede King. "It's in the cabin. You take it away. I'm going to ask you one last thing. Give me a break." Hearing this, Zhang Daoran could not help but fall silent, thinking to himself that when he first met old Zhang Tu, they all seemed to be using each other. "I just didn't expect things to end up like this." In a word, he nodded and looked at old Zhang Tu, and immediately waved his hand casually. Whoosh! With a sweep of the reverse scale, old Zhang Tu quietly closed his eyes. After doing this, Zhang Daoran softly said. Take it away and bury it properly. As the words fell, the apricot blossoms emerged steeply, looking at old Zhang Tu, who had been cut into sticks in front of her. A hint of a sigh appeared in her eyes. Mulling over death is a treat for this person too, I guess. When the people left, the cave was instantly quiet. You can't see everything here under the darkness, especially at the back of the stone platform. It was as if something terrifying existed. Zhang Daoran, after a few glances, followed the steps toward the stone platform. This is where they stay, isn't it? Upon hearing the inquiry, the Pill Fairy Guild sect leader fell silent, looking at Zhang Daoran who was walking towards the stone platform. She sighed and said, You're here for the compassionate sacred child? Zhang Daoran, who had his hands behind his back, nodded and looked at the bottom of the stone platform, then froze in place. Vaguely visible in that darkness, a pair of green eyes blasted out, as if it were a wild wolf. It looked extremely scary, but as a pair of white eyes appeared, the green glow around them suddenly went out. Seeing this scene, Zhang Daoran's mood started to get a little excited. Without the slightest hesitation he casually waved his hand and a flash of golden light blasted out to illuminate the entire cave. Looking around, everything in the cave jumped into view under the golden light. Beneath the stone platform is a wide centerpiece. The top was filled with corpses with white hair, their sizes varying from large to small, as if it were a plant growing there. And next to those corpses, there were some parasitic corpses. There was no lack of parasites comparable to the likes of the Golden Centipede King, or even more powerful parasites existed, but their point here is just to act as a corpse. See, the Pill Immortal Society has taken out almost all of their reserves to cultivate the compassionate body sacred child in order to recreate the glory of those years. She's a beautiful being, the most outstanding work the Medicine Fairy Society has ever produced, and we did it. Hearing the Pill Fairy Guild sect leader's admiration behind him, Zhang Daoran's eyes lit up, only to see that in that pile of corpses, steeply a girl who was unarmed and about 8 or 9 years old walked out. The model was dumbfounded as she looked at the light in front of her and subconsciously covered her eyes. And in the light, she and Zhang Daoran came to a stare down. Shander, under the 4 eyes, the two of them had different emotions on their faces. Zhang Daoran's face was excited and Chen Dao's face was dumbfounded. It's a done deal. The Pill Fairy Guild sect leader who was behind him laughed maniacally. Ha ha ha, did you see that? It's the Compulsion Body Holy Child. Her appearance means the Medicine Fairy Society. Click. Juniper Dryness. Before the words were finished, the Pill Fairy Society sect leader immediately covered on neck. A hint of demonic beauty was revealed on its stunning face before it finally collapsed and died. After doing this, Zhang Daoran looked at Chen Duo Dao who was still a child. Come over to. The voice was as if it had magical powers, causing Chen Dao to freeze. The body then flew without self-control under the control of its air. She who is still a medicine man at this moment is not going to have a bit of air. Under Zhang Daoran's control, he then brought him out of the deep pit. Looking at the young version of Shander, he couldn't help but sigh. With a wave of his hand, a blanket wrapped around his body. But incredibly, the blanket melted away steeply the instant it made contact. This caused Zhang Daoran to stare at the surroundings of the cave. As expected, on one of the walls, there was a monk costume full of silver jewelry created, as well as a tiara. Without the slightest hesitation, he immediately used his air to dress him. As expected, the toxins in Chen Dao's body were not stimulated under this special clothing. Seeing this scene, Zhang Daoran could not help but sigh. Go! With a bland face, he nodded gently and walked forward. With that, Chen Duo, who seemed like a puppeteer, followed step by step outward, barefooted, as if she were an elf who had never been in the world before. She took a step out of the cave, when she stopped abruptly after seeing the sun, the grass, the mountains, the kind of beauty that made her eyes glaze over. Zhang Daoran, who was walking ahead to lead the way, could not help but stop slightly when he saw this scene. This is the outside world, and from now on, you're free. When Chen Dao heard this, a hint of confusion appeared in her eyes, but the next second, she suddenly looked down. It was vaguely visible that the flowers and plants around her wilted instantly as her feet stepped on the lawn. The strong compulsion was on full display at this moment. Zhang Daoran also frowned when he saw the scene, thinking to himself, Chen Dao's current state was really not suitable to appear in the outside world. The only way to make him a normal person is to have special clothes, followed by the antidote. Thinking of this, Zhang Daoran sighed and said, System, put it away. As the words fell, the Chen Dao in front of him disappeared into thin air, and this time in the forest of the poison barrier. As the appearance of a fortress came into view, a hint of excitement appeared in Lao Liao's eyes. Running for thousands of miles, he shook his head slightly and stopped instantly. Glancing back at Old Meng, he agitated. Here it is. Old Meng nodded and was about to say something. Suddenly one of the Nadatone staff ran over. Team leader, we've captured a Pill Fairy Society disciple. Hearing this, old Liao, old Meng and the two of them looked at each other before following forward. Soon, the two of them came to an open space on their heels, vaguely visible on the grass. A bloodied and pale Pill Immortal Society disciple was sprawled on the ground, mentally deranged. He gulped, his entire body looking extremely frightened. Run, there are zombies that eat people. There's a talking fox. Run, everyone is dead. It was Zhang Lingyu who did it. Old Meng's eyes showed a hint of surprise when he heard this. He thought to himself that the Zhang Lingyu that this person was talking about had recently become famous in the inhuman world. It is said that this person is a disciple of Longhu Mountain, and often likes to go down the mountain to practice and be chivalrous. It caused these people in all sects to hate him so much that they put him at number 3 on their must-kill list. Something may have happened to the fortress, old Liao guessed. Someone's ahead of us. Go! Hearing this, old Meng couldn't help but nod. After looking at this Pill Fairy Society disciple, he then turned around and walked forward. Soon, several people came to the heel of the fortress. As soon as he got close, the smell of blood hit him. The blood flowing on the ground was even more terrifying. As far as the eye could see, many corpses lay prostrate at the entrance of the fortress. Old Liao looked at the quiet fortress and couldn't help but gulp. With a pale face, he looked at old Meng and followed the lead into it. It was vaguely obvious that the entire fortress was almost full of corpses. There was blood and water all over the place, as well as signs of a fight. Especially these corpses look particularly horrific as they are extremely dead. When old Meng saw this scene, he couldn't help but tremble. Zhang Lingyu destroyed the Pill Fairy Society all by himself? Extremely likely, old Liao said. That's a really cruel tactic. As the words fell, suddenly there was a commotion from the pigsty not far ahead. This caused a few people to freeze and then run off at a fast pace. It's a shock not to see. As far as the naked eye could see, the left guardian in the pigsty was performing indescribable actions on several pigs. The extremely disgusting scene was a sight to behold for several people. Roar! At the same time, a roaring sound came steeply behind it. In the next second, the zombie king appeared with a bang. The earnings are getting lower and lower. Hey! Kneeling for 5-star reviews. Kneeling for free gifts. All you hikikomori hotbloods. I'm starving. Next to the pigsty, the zombie king that suddenly appeared was as terrifying as a demon god. Between the lifting of his hands, he was attacking several people with a claw. When old Meng saw this scene, he immediately took a few steps back in fear. Be careful. Instead, it was old Liao who grunted lightly and subconsciously avoided it, then looked for an opportunity to prepare a counterattack. Mouth when he saw the corpse king in front of him, his eyes were filled with incredulity. It was vaguely visible that the following corpse king was more than 2 meters tall. With the addition of special armor and sharp claws, it looked extremely terrifying. Old Liao was excited to see this scene. Holy shit, what the fuck? I don't know, said old Meng, shaking his head. Is it hard to believe that this is a monster that was also created by the Medicine Fairy Society? Old Liao shook his head slightly, and was about to make a move to test the waters for a moment or two. Roar! However, when he saw the corpse king on his heels growl, he then turned around and left at breakneck speed. Seeing this scene, old Meng was excited. Chase, can't let him get away. A bunch of Nadatone staff members heard this and rushed forward. A few moments later, in the square of the fortress, old Liao looked at the line of bloody characters in front of him, and a hint of doubt appeared in his eyes. Zhang Lingyu came here. Vaguely visible were a few large letters written on the ground. This made old Meng sigh when he saw it. Souped up Lao Liao and said, looks like we have to make a trip to Longhu Mountain. Based on the traces of the scene, there are indeed traces of a thunder spell, a golden light spell fight here. Hearing this, old Liao couldn't help but fall silent. He thought to himself that they had traveled thousands of miles to exterminate this place, the Medicine Fairy Society. Who knew that just when people got here, the beasts inside had already been killed by others? Quite emotionally, he sighed and said, get ready for the photo shoot. I'm going to go to Lungfu Mountain and see for myself. Old Meng nodded, looking at the traces of the fight around him, as well as remembering that one monster just now. His eyes were filled with doubt. I thought to myself that this Zhang Lingyu of Longhu Mountain is actually a high-level person from what side, and actually has this kind of means. Unable to figure it out, he shook his head slightly and then turned to walk away, and not long after they left, Zhang Daoran, who had his hands behind his back, walked out, followed by the zombie king and the Xinhua duo behind him. A hint of a smile appeared in his eyes as he looked at the group walking towards the poison barrier forest. Master, they took that fellow, and the pigs, as you instructed. I've cast a mesmerizing spell on him, and in the short term, he won't die or talk nonsense yet. Hearing Apricot Blossom's response, Zhang Daoran could not help but nod his head. Unconcerned, he sighed and looked at the fortress on his heels, a hint of disgust in his eyes. He thought that the most urgent thing was to cure Chen Dao, who was suffering from parasites. As for other things, they can be put on hold. Thinking of this, Zhang Daoran looked around and then took a step away. A month later, near the Chinese New Year, inside the Heavenly Master's mansion on Lungfu Mountain, Zhang Lingyu looked at old Meng, old Liao and the others in front of her, and her entire body cursed. Rather embarrassed, he gulped and sighed in disbelief. You too, you've got the wrong guy. I really didn't do it. When old Meng heard this, a hint of doubt appeared in his eyes. Southerly glanced at Zhang Lingyu, who was following him, as well as the old Heavenly Master Dao, old Celestial Master. It's really not that we've come to make things difficult for people, but what your disciple has done is too shocking. That's why we need to give the company a piece of our mind. When the old Heavenly Master heard this, a hint of a smile appeared in his eyes. I thought to myself, that adversary is a tough guy. It's not even if you go out and make waves, but you still don't forget to pit your own senior brother. What's the saying? Killing and setting fire to Zhang Lingyu, and saving suffering Zhang Daoran. Thinking of this, the old Celestial Master glanced at the suffocating Lingyu Dao. Accounting? What explanation? To whom do I, Longhu Mountain, need to give an account? It's my disciple who did it, so what? We're all out to get along. Who the fuck am I going to give an account to? Zhang Lingyu, Lao Meng, Lao Liao. The crowd was stunned at these words. Zhang Lingyu, in particular, had the feeling of being pitted by his master. I thought to myself that I clearly didn't do this. He's in the mountains every day practicing monasticism. How can he have the chance to go out and kill and set fire to people? Who knew that 3 days and 5 days someone would say they killed someone somewhere or did something bad? Even though the kills were all sex. It's just too much of an invitation to hate, resulting in his name, all the way to third on the all-sex must-have list. This month was even more exaggerated, as the people from Newtopia came straight to his door to tell him that he had destroyed the Medicine Fairy Society all by himself. This made Zhang Lingyu now wonder when she had done this thing again. And now that Master had said so, he seemed to have the feeling that he couldn't wash himself even if he jumped into the Yellow River. As expected, Lao Meng, Lao Lao heard about it and were sure in their hearts that it was Zhang Lingyu who did it. Out of respect for the old Celestial Master, the duo couldn't help but cough slightly. Old Celestial Master, we didn't mean it that way. The reason why we said that is because there are still remnants of the Pill Fairy Society that haven't died. And the purpose of our visit was to inform your disciple to be careful. Hearing this, Zhang Lingyu's heart became even more bitter. I don't think I've done anything to deserve all the hate. With that, after the Nadu Pass staff left, the room was instantly and horribly quiet. Ahem. The old Celestial Master with his hands behind his back coughed and looked at Zhang Lingyu before saying, Lingyu, are you okay? Master, I'm fine, Zhang Lingyu said with a sigh. It's okay? The old Heavenly Master froze, then said in disbelief, how is it that you are fine? Shouldn't you question Master? After all, Master made you take the blame. You should feel outraged, angry, or even bust a gut for your teacher. Zhang Lingyu, who was filled with bitterness, couldn't help but freeze when she heard this. Looking at the Master in front of him, who was dancing and gesticulating with his hands, he said, Master, then if I curse you, will you hit me? Will do, it must. The old Celestial Master smiled. Zhang Lingyu, a rather speechless Zhang Lingyu let out a sigh and then got up. Master, forget it then. Secondly, Master, how far do I have to go to take the fall for little brother? Will he be back at the end of this year? I don't know. The old Celestial Master with his hands behind his back couldn't help but shake his head slightly when he heard the inquiry. The taller man glanced out the window at the falling snow and said, I don't know where your senior brother is now. Hey, this kid, does things too much like me? Ha ha. Looking at the Master who was full of happiness, Zhang Lingyu's heart became even more bitter. If the senior brother continues to cause trouble outside, perhaps he will be full of enemies. Thinking of this, Zhang Lingyu suddenly felt that it was time for him to make an effort to learn Taoism. And at that moment in a deep mountainous area in the southwest district, wearing a cotton coat and a black face, Zhang Daoran rubbed his nose. Looking at Chen Dao who was soaking in the hot water, he spread his hands and said, Auntie, don't look at me like that, okay? I don't want to bathe you either. Chen Dao, who had a face full of dorkiness and a ponytail, still didn't avoid her eyes when she heard this. Instead, with those large Kazran eyes, they remained staring at Zhang Daoran. It was as if the person in front of her had some kind of magic that made her want to see through. This made Zhang Daoran sigh in his heart when he saw it. Looking at Apricot Blossom, who was holding a towel next to her, she said, How about you? Forget it, Master. Apricot Blossom heard this and hurriedly took a few steps back and said, I was almost poisoned to death by her 2 days ago, so let me go. Hearing this, Zhang Daoran let out another sigh, thinking to himself that the poison in Chen Dao's body was too powerful. Immortals as powerful as Apricot Blossom would get a little bit of the toxin and subsequently start to get poisoned. It was good that he was an alchemist, a compounder, and more or less able to heal. And in this month's time, the most thing Zhang Daoran did every day was to learn compulsion techniques and treat Chen Dao. It was vaguely visible that the poison in Chen Dao's body was no longer as overbearing as before. Under its effective control, it has been able to wear normal clothes. Secondly, the boy can already talk. Brother. As expected, not long after the words fell, Chen Dao suddenly opened his mouth. Hey, my good sister, don't move. Zhang Daoran heard the shout and hurriedly greeted. Take a shower and let's continue practicing. Hearing this, Chen Dao couldn't help but nod. Her face was dumbfounded, as if she was a puppeteer who didn't know anything and was at its mercy. Luckily, the shower was quick and resolved to be clean in less than a few minutes. After doing this, Zhang Daoran could not help but touch his burning face. I thought to myself that if Chen Dao grew up in the future, he wouldn't kill himself, would he? Rather helplessly, he looked at the heavy snow outside the house and said, Almond Blossom, tell me if the snow looks good here or up north. It's all the same. Apricot Blossom spread her hands and said, Master, you're not homesick, are you? Want to go back? Unimpressed, Zhang Daoran shook his head slightly, thinking that it was time to return to the mountain. But he had to save Shander and give him a normal human identity before he could go home. As the saying goes, the practice of Taoism is the same as the practice of mindfulness. In the past few days while accompanying Chen Dao to learn about human nature, air, and other aspects of knowledge, Zhang Daoran suddenly understood what Master meant when he said that the Great Tao was nothing. Thinking about this, he suddenly felt that he might have realized his path. In a word he sighed and said, Got it. Tell Corpse King to get a few more boars back. This kid's meal is getting bigger and bigger. Hey. Apricot Blossom couldn't help but cover her mouth when she heard this. Watching the owner, who was still a child, taking care of other children, amused, she smiled and said, Yes, Master, I'll go to the street to buy some more red lanterns. Looking at the departing back, a hint of a smile appeared on Zhang Daoran's face. With a bland face, he shook his head slightly and followed to Chen Dao's front. Vaguely, she also wore a little red cotton jacket as the Chinese New Year approached. The cotton-padded jacket also comes with a little red cap, which looks particularly endearing. Doyle, come on, let's go on to the fun. When Chen Dao heard this, he couldn't help but nod his head. With dull eyes, she looked at Zhang Daoran and then took a step. Soon, the duo arrived at an empty house. Vaguely, the house was filled with a variety of toys, as well as books. There are even TVs, game consoles and everything else. In order to be able to give Chen Dao the freedom to choose the life she liked, Zhang Daoran had taken great pains. Brother, Shander said as he glanced around the room, eventually pointing to the painting on the wall. I want this today. Aha! Zhang Daoran nodded his head and smiled, then let out a hum. With that, the duo proceeded to start painting away. A cozy atmosphere spreads out as they learn from each other. But as she drew, Chen Dao suddenly had slightly dark eyes. Immediately after that, the painting in its hands seemed to melt, and half of it instantly turned into flying ash. Seeing this scene, Zhang Daoran, who was not surprised, then hugged Chen Dao. Don't be afraid. I'm here. When Chen Dao heard this, the blackness of her eyes then disappeared. Somewhat exhausted, she nodded slightly and followed as she drifted off to sleep. Vaguely visible on the remaining half of the painting in its hand, above it is painted a dark cave with many small children inside. Dull-eyed, they were trained in various ways as if they were animals. Zhang Daoran couldn't help but sigh when he saw the scene. He thought to himself that Chen Dao, as a compassionate body saint child, his own talent was unquestionable. Everything on its paintings is the truest reflection of its heart. Somewhat heartbroken, Zhang Daoran shook his head slightly and then collected it for him. Looking at Chen Dao, who was sleeping on his shoulder, he followed and sent him back to his room. After doing so, Zhang Daoran followed closely to the backyard. Vaguely visible, the backyard was white with snow. It looked beautiful under the falling snow cover. With a bland face, Zhang Daoran looked at a certain place and followed to the front. Visible to the naked eye, in the corner of the yard, is a nest made of stones. What was lying inside was not something else, but the golden centipede king. Ever since he fell into the hands of Zhang Daoran, he had been a shriveled up, not because of anything else, just because old Zhang too is dead. Anyone who cultivates parasites, this item is the second life. Once the host dies, the parasite is naturally lifeless. If it wasn't for Zhang Daoran who had wasted a lot of effort to make this golden centipede come all the way to the deep mountains. Otherwise, in the medicine fairy society, this guy would already be dead. Thinking of this, he spoke blandly. Live. It was his last wish. The golden centipede king seemed as if it could understand human words, and after glancing at Zhang Dao then, it remained curled up in its nest, unwilling to move. It was as listless as a lost love. There was nothing Zhang Daoran could do about this, and he could only look at it without it committing suicide. Rather helplessly, he shook his head slightly and followed back into the front room. Vaguely visible, the zombie king who had been hunting in the woods took a step back. With a mouth full of blood, it had obviously had another full meal out there, and in its hands, it carried 2 wild boars of more than 100 pounds, as well as a silly roe deer. Seeing this scene, Zhang Daoran had a hint of a smile on his face. With his hands behind his back he looked at the nearby stove and said, "Go fishy, go skinny, go hairy, go for it." The zombie king nodded. As a flying stiff, it actually had no difference in intelligence from a human anymore. Under Zhang Daoran's control, it then began to start a pot and fire to cook. Seeing this scene, a hint of a smile appeared in his eyes. Looking at the snow flying in the sky, Zhang Daoran couldn't help but spread his hands to the courtyard. A smile appeared on his face as he looked at the flakes of snow that fell on his hand. I thought that perhaps the Longhu mountain at this time of the year was already filled with snow flying. I wonder if Master Ling Yu and the others have missed themselves. Thinking of this, Zhang Daoran was planning to stir up the emotions for a while longer. Whoa, brother, I peed. Suddenly the sound of Chen Dao's crying came from the house, which made Zhang Daoran freeze. Thinking that Xinghua hasn't come back yet, who's going to wash her ass? Kneeling for 5-star reviews and free gifts, can't afford to eat? Woo-hoo-hoo. Another half a month passed. Approaching the snow, the vast forests were silvered. Under the hibernation of all things, there was a playful jostling in the woods, vaguely visible. Shander, Apricot Blossom, in their little cotton coats are having a snowball fight. On the contrary, Zhang Daoran and the Zombie King appeared rather bored and only focused on watching the show from the sidelines. It was vaguely obvious that Shander had been nurtured by up to a few school days to smile. Seeing this scene, Zhang Daoran could not help but sigh. He thought to himself that the cultivation method of the Medicine Immortal Society was to reject the nature of human beings and make them become puppet parasites. And Chen Dao was only 9 years old now, and his body was considered normal, and the toxin could still be suppressed. As far as possible, Zhang Daoran went all out to satisfy all his curiosity. Whether it's a snowball fight or a variety of games, entertainment life is almost everything. But he knew very well in his heart that they were not enough. It is important to realize that Shander is a child by nature, and in the absence of companionship, his humanity has never yet been stimulated. Otherwise it wouldn't have been like the original plot for a bit, wanting to go for the option to die. In order to avoid this kind of tragedy from happening again, Zhang Daoran was fully prepared. Although it takes a long time, accompanying Chen Dao to grow up healthily is also considered cultivating the heart. Thinking of this, Zhang Daoran looked at the sun in the sky and said, "Well, it's time to go home. Doyle, what do you want to eat today? Fondue or Bakers?" "Bakers." After hearing this, Chen Dao then clapped his hands and laughed. There was a smile on its little red face. This made Apricot Blossom, who was on the side, see it and couldn't help but laugh. "Good. Roasters are delicious, Master. I must visit Rongqing sometime in the future." "Silly big man. What are you waiting for? Go catch some fish." The Zombie King nodded and then walked towards the forest without looking back. Zhang Daoran, who had his hands behind his back, could not help but smile slightly when he saw this scene. He was about to say something when he saw a steep movement coming from the nearby forest. This caused him to freeze, and then he disappeared with Chen Dao, vaguely visible. In the distance, in the woods, several people dressed in snow-colored clothing and protective headgear arrived quietly. The taller ones looked around and then slowed to a stop. "Mark, are you sure you're here?" "Shatter, why is there no one here?" "My hair, of course it's here. I'd lie to you. According to the news, those guys live here. If it's really them, we've made a fortune." The few people discussing it laughed and were about to continue feeling their way forward. Suddenly a wind and snow blew in front of him, and in the next second, Zhang Daoran, who was carrying his hands, quietly appeared. With a bland face, he looked at a few people and said, "Who are you?" A few people froze instantly when those words came out of their mouths. Looking at Zhang Daoran, who was wearing a military coat and cotton pants in front of them, a hint of excitement appeared on their faces. One in particular, in the center, pulled out a photo to compare. "That's him. Ha ha, oh my god, we're rich. Mercenaries?" Hearing this, 3 words appeared in Zhang Daoran's mind. Looking at the few people in front of him, he couldn't help but sigh. Without the slightest hesitation he instantly snapped his fingers. Click. The next second, several heads fell to the ground. The blood splattered open and instantly spilled all over the place. "My hair, how did you do that?" Mark, who hadn't reacted yet, was dumbfounded by the whole scene. Incredulous, he gulped and agitated. "You, ah." Before the words were out of his mouth, Mark instantly felt a chill run down his back. Immediately after that, the whole person was lifted up as if he were a chicken. Behind it, the Zombie King slowly appeared. Seeing this scene, Zhang Daoran spoke once again. Say, who sent you? Upon hearing the inquiry, Mark was in a complete panic. Somewhat intimidated, he gulped in excitement. Yes, someone has sent a mission for you. Mission? Zhang Daoran froze, then looked at the bloody photo on the ground, and immediately took it back a hand. Taking a closer look, his entire body froze slightly, vaguely visible. It was a handsome face in the moonlight, handsome enough to see the face of a flower with a flat tire on a workshop car, and that face was no other than Zhang Daoran. And looking at its background, it seemed to be in the forest under Longhu Mountain. Thinking of this, he instantly thought of Miao Ernyang's gang. Judas remembers being in the middle of it, and it seems that a few of them were none other than overseas mercenaries, and that they were all mechanically skeletonized. Perhaps on that night, one of the cameras on these people had inadvertently captured it. Ah, Zhang Daoran, who had figured it out, nodded and was about to say something. Suddenly a scream came from the direction of the courtyard, which caused him to freeze, and then his face instantly flared with rage. Without the slightest hesitation, he then stepped on the reverse scale and went across the sky. My hair! Mark's entire body was stunned at the sight. In the courtyard, Apricot Blossom looked at the few guys in front of her with a hint of caution in her eyes. Intuition told her that none of these people were good to deal with. With a bland face, she looked around and immediately said in a cold voice, "Take my aunt's advice and get out of here, or you'll die without even knowing how." A few of the Inhumans wrapped under their snowsuits had a hint of a smile in their eyes when they heard this. Undaunted, they shook their heads slightly and followed as they continued to approach forward. One of them even raised his hand to launch an attack the moment he got close. This made Almond Blossom flinch, and then initiate a comeback. The remaining two, on the other hand, ran all the way straight to the courtyard. When Apricot Blossom saw this scene, she immediately clenched her silver teeth, thinking to himself that his master had asked him to protect Duor. That was something that could never go wrong. Undaunted by everything, she followed, whipping out 6 tails to stop outside the yard. Several Inhumans immediately froze when they saw the scene. One of them smiled and then removed the hood. Vaguely visible was the brown hair, dark skin, and ghostly blue eyes, coupled with its feminine features. It was immediately apparent that this was a foreigner. Seeing this scene, Almond Blossom was disgusted. Look, what kind of bastard are you from? You're too ugly. The woman's eyes were indifferent when she heard this. Looking at the almond blossoms in front of her, she spread her hands. You're no match for us. Get out of the way or you'll die. Putting down such a sentence, a flame instantly emerged from the woman's body. The surrounding ice and snow instantly melted under the powerful air dispersion. A companion behind him saw this and followed, removing his hood. With short silver gray hair, a pale face, and brown eyes, it looked extraordinarily demonic. With an indifferent face, he casually waved his hand, and an extremely strong force instantly did not enter the woman's body. Increase, vaguely visible. The flames on the woman's body instantly magnified tenfold. Having brown hair, she was as terrifying as a flame monarch at this moment. Her eyes bursting with blue light, she laughed softly. You have 3 seconds to think about it, or you'll be coke. I wish you all a happy Mid-Autumn Festival. Family well-being and reunion. The author's fungus is coating, begging for mooncakes on his knees. When Apricot Blossom saw this scene, a hint of scorn appeared in her eyes. With a cold face, she glanced around and instantly refused to take half a step back. This caused the woman's eyes to glaze over with anger when she saw it. Without the slightest hesitation, she followed by spewing out a ball of flame across the room. Seeing this, Apricot Blossom then unfolded her own air to fight against it. Boom! Accompanied by an explosive sound, the ice and snow around the two completely exploded. Fuck off! However, at that moment, the third person who had been silent all this time suddenly let out a cold snort. It was vaguely visible that this person had instantly revealed a solid body of muscles after removing his own clothes. With a violent shout, he charged across the room as if he were a brute. Apricot Blossom, who was fighting, saw the scene and subconsciously tried to avoid it. Nay, the man was too fast, causing him to be instantly hit by a blow. The next second, she was knocked to the ground, sprawled in the snow. Almond Blossom gritted her teeth and shouted angrily, "You're not domestic Inhumans. Who are you?" The woman walking in front heard this and a hint of a smile appeared in her eyes. Unconcerned, she shook her head slightly and then ran off into the room. But at that moment, Chen Dao suddenly walked out of the room. Pale and dull-eyed, she saw the scene in front of her and subconsciously stopped in front of Almond Blossom. This made her flinch, and she hastened to exhort, "Doyle, get in." Outside threat. Chen Dao shook her head slightly. Her hands were slowly trembling as she looked at these bad guys in front of her. Unwilling to leave, her chose to guard. The woman, on the other hand, saw the scene and a hint of ecstasy appeared on her face. Ha ha ha, which Dutone supposedly didn't find the compassionate sacred child after destroying the pill immortal society. I didn't expect you to be here. It seems the so-called Zhangling Yu is also a fake. Shat. Hearing this, Apricot Blossom sensed a hint of something wrong. Thinking that these people came in two separate teams, one team tunes out the tiger, the other goes deeper into the tiger's den. Frozen in place, Almond Blossom sighed and followed suit. Rising from the ground, this brought a hint of disdain to the woman's eyes when she saw it. With her hands behind her back, she coughed, then took a step closer to the road. Stop. Give up your resistance so you don't get hurt. Otherwise, if you continue to resist, you will die a horrible death. Putting down such a sentence, the woman then reached out to grab Chen Dao. This made Almond Blossom subconsciously want to defend it when she saw it, but then he saw the man on the other side of the room let out an angry cry, and then headbutt him out of the way. When Chen Dao saw this scene, he couldn't help but look up. Under the four eyes, the woman's eyes were full of laughter. Compassionate sacred child, an outstanding work of the Medicine Fairy Society. I guess it can fetch a good price. As the words fell from her lips, the woman tried to reach out and touch Shander, but the moment she got close, she subconsciously brought her hand back. With a bemused face she smiled and followed, putting on her protective suit gloves. Only after doing this did the woman slowly approach Chen Dao and placed her hands on his shoulders. After taking a few closer looks, she was surprised. Sure enough, it's a real compulsion-bodied holy child, an alien cultivated with compulsion. How powerful must this be? Little one, you're mine now. After putting down such a sentence, the woman intended to take Chen Dao away, but in the next second, her face suddenly changed, only to see Chen Duo's eyes go black, followed by a burst of toxicity from itself. The woman who hadn't reacted yet froze and instantly took a few steps back, vaguely visible. The protective suit on its hands instantly broke open. The suddenness of the scene caught her off guard. My hair, this toxin is too scary. The man on the sidelines could not help but marvel at this scene. Are you okay? The woman gulped, suddenly feeling something was wrong. As expected, the palms of the hands began to rot in and the blood flowed out. Frozen in place, she saw this scene and without the slightest hesitation drew her sword with her left hand and slashed down. Ah! The agonizing screams of pain instantly resounded throughout the forest. Surprised birds all around, followed by roaming the sky. Seeing this scene, the man beside him was confused, and when Chen Dao saw it, he said with dull eyes, "Does that work?" As the words fell, the woman's body then went limp and she fell to her knees. With a slightly darkened face, she followed by spitting out a mouthful of black blood and followed by collapsing to the ground. Visible to the naked eye, its flesh and blood began to rot and turn into black blood. The sudden scene scared the man backward. Monster! Farking squid! It's horrible! When Chen Dao heard this, his eyes were filled with indifference. Pale-faced, she looked at the man and then stomped her foot. At once, the entire ground began to blacken. As if it was poisonous, it kept spreading in all directions. The man who couldn't avoid it froze, then subconsciously jumped. But with the spread of the toxin, his feet had begun to fester. Such a terrifying scene, the berserker on the side of the room looked blank. Instead, Almond Blossom couldn't help but sigh when she saw it. Rather sultry, she shook her head slightly and said, "Hey, screw it, another house change." When the words fell, Almond Blossom flew to the roof with them. Looking down at the dark ground below, there was gloating in his eyes. Seeing this scene, the berserker on the side followed and tried to fly away. Nay, the next second, a flying sword appeared out of thin air. Immediately afterward, its head fell to the ground. With that, Zhang Daoran came outside the courtyard with his hands behind his back. Looking at what was in front of him, his eyes were filled with helplessness. A few moments later, "Brother, I'm sorry, it's time to change houses again." Hearing this, Zhang Daoran, who had packed his traveling bag, could not help but touch the bridge of Chen Dao's nose. Looking behind him at the house that had begun to collapse, his eyes were helpless. I thought that the reason why he lived in the deep forest was to avoid hurting innocent people. After all, over the course of several months, Shander's own toxins would be destabilized. The toxin that erupts will then extinguish all life around it. There was even one time when Zhang Daoran was not paying attention. He almost flew up in place. It was only with constant treatment that Shander's toxins were stabilized. But no one expected the gang to kill us as we approached the new year. Thinking of this, Zhang Daoran looked at Chen Duo Dao. "It's not a problem. Let's go live in the city this time. You'll have a lot of classmates, pals by then." "Really, brother?" Shander looked up. "Really?" Zhang Daoran smiled, thinking that Chen Dao still craved companionship inside. Especially the freedom of choice is of utmost importance to her. Otherwise, instead of living as a zombie, you'll just end up wanting to get out of this awful world. "Master, what's this? It looks weird. I'm not going to be poisoned if I turn it over from those guys, am I?" At that moment, Apricot Blossom walked over, and in its hand was a half-corroded nameplate. There are letters of the alphabet on it, and even more of a nag. Seeing this scene, Zhang Daoran could not help but stare. Looking back at the mutilated body parts, he thought to himself, are these people from Nathan's Island? Incredulous, he shook his head slightly and said, looks like we've been spotted. Not going to? A city. Change it. Happy mid-autumn. Apricot Blossom couldn't help but nod when she heard this. Glancing around, he then shuffled forward, dragging his luggage with him. A few people assembled in a strange procession and then disappeared into the snow. I don't know how much time had passed, but a few silhouettes once again appeared in this snowy field, vaguely visible. They were all blonde and tall, exuding a very different air. One of them in particular, a man with fiery red hair and a slightly dark face, was extremely dangerous. The expressionless man looked at the corpse on the ground, and a hint of anger appeared in his eyes as he said, our men must not die in vain. We must find him. A month later, in the territory of Bashu, Zhang Daoran, who had his hands behind his back, glanced at the pandas in front of him and couldn't help but be bored. On the contrary, it was Qin Dao who looked particularly fond of it after seeing it. In the company of Almond Blossom, the two of them talked and laughed and played. Seeing this scene, Zhang Daoran couldn't help but breathe a sigh of relief in his heart. Takuma had come to Roncheng for almost a month, and those people from Nathan Island hadn't come after him, which made him once again return to his aloofness. When he thought of this, he looked at the nearby school and couldn't help but open his mouth. Apricot Blossom, we should go. Remember to come pick up Duor every day from now on. Apricot Blossom couldn't help but smile and nod when she heard this. He thought to himself that his master had spent many efforts to enable Duor to enter the world smoothly. Feeling rather amused, she sighed and reminded, Master, Duor is arranged. What about those people? Upon hearing the inquiry, a hint of a smile appeared in Zhang Daoran's eyes. He thought to himself that ever since they had arrived in Roncheng, they had discovered some high-profile people hidden in the crowd. These people include old men selling fish and even old men collecting rags. They are unified by one distinguishing feature, which is a very large age group, but very good physical condition. After Zhang Daoran's investigation, he eventually realized that these people were most likely the remnants of the Asian. The land of Bashu is also the place of Tang's sect, and its sect master Yang Lai is even entrenched here. It was no exaggeration to say that they were a force in the inhuman realm that did not lose to the 10 brothers. Only since the chaos of Jiaxin, the Tang sect has not been able to catch up with the youth, and has long since failed to live up to the heyday of the year, especially with the addition of Su Xian and others. It was a mixed bag. Even after a few years, that big-eared thief who had cultivated the air body source stream to greatness would even come to exterminate these people in person. Thinking of this, Zhang Daoran could not help but slightly shake his head. Don't worry about it. Well water doesn't offend river water. If they don't come to provoke us, there's no need for us to provoke them. Anyway, letting Duor successfully detoxify is the most important thing. Apricot Blossom couldn't help but nod along when she heard this. Southering Zhang Daoran, he then left with a smile, and at this time inside the Dragon Tiger Mountain, the bitter Zhang Lingyu looked at his master, his face filled with helplessness. Rather bitterly, he sighed and instantly rose from the ground. Master, look at that. I've moved up another level in the rankings. Tell me, what on earth is elder brother doing out there? I've been assassinated twice in this month. Hearing this, the old celestial master who was playing the game froze, and then burst out laughing. Ha ha, Lingyu ah, you still have to thank your senior brother. Thank you, brother? What do you mean by that? Zhang Lingyu was stunned and couldn't help but open her mouth. Master, I'm on the verge of being killed by those guys, and you still think this is a good thing? If it weren't for your disciple me being agitated, you wouldn't have me as a disciple. Doesn't exist. The old celestial master laughed. Think about it, in the past few months, you've encountered so many assassinations. Isn't it true that you've gained experience in actual combat yourself, and you know how to defend your enemies? This is not thanks to your little senior brother, Zhang Lingyu. Zhang Lingyu, who was frozen in place, heard these words and instantly felt as if there was some truth to it. Somewhat embarrassed, he nodded, thinking to himself that he had indeed made some progress lately. Even things like palm thunder were things he had realized from assassinations. Thinking of this, Zhang Lingyu could only sigh. Alright, winky face, I thank young senior brother. But master, it's New Year's Eve. Is senior brother really not coming back? I don't know. The heavenly master with his hands behind his back shook his head slightly, looking at the heavenly master's mansion that was filled with lanterns. A hint of a smile appeared in his eyes, thinking to himself that no matter how much that adversary is waving around out there, he actually doesn't care. After all, as long as he was around, who would dare to harm their disciple? Thinking of this, the old celestial master put in a word. Right, Lingyu, on the first day of the new year, Remember to announce your senior brother's name. Tell them that I'll be the first to say no to anyone who disrespects this disciple of mine. Zhang Lingyu. As soon as those words left her mouth, Zhang Lingyu's entire body was dumbfounded. Looking at his somewhat eccentric master, he couldn't help but sigh. 3 days later, at home in Rongqing, Zhang Daoran looked at the table full of food with a smile in his eyes. With his hands behind his back, he nodded and followed. Sitting down in his chair, looking at the apricot flower that was still busy in the kitchen, the zombie king immediately laughed. Enough to eat. Come on over. It's New Year's. It's dinner time. As soon as these words came out of her mouth, Apricot Blossom, who was busy in the kitchen, froze. With a blank face she looked at the zombie king and then turned back. Master, you mean we can too? Or else? Zhang Daoran spread his hands and said, you're more than my buddies. You're family. Come on. As soon as these words came out of her mouth, Apricot Blossom was suddenly a little moved to tears, thinking to herself that the first time she met her master, she always thought the man was a mean one, but as she spent time together, she realized how horrible this master was, and it was all thanks to his master that he was as strong as he was today. Thinking of this, Almond Blossom wiped her tears and said, don't be busy, silly man, come and eat. Seeing this scene, a hint of laughter appeared in Zhang Daoran's eyes. With a bland face, he shook his head slightly, then looked at Chen Dao. It was vaguely obvious that Shander had become active since she had been to private school. The aura of death that was on its body had also obviously disappeared a lot. A rather happy Zhang Daoran coughed and said, all here? Okay, let's eat. Almond Blossom nodded and looked at the master in front of her with a smile in her eyes. With that, a strange combination of families ensued for a New Year's Eve dinner. This made Zhang Daoran, who hadn't felt the warmth of home for a long time, also look extra happy. Of course, part of the reason why he was focusing on this was for Shander. Even though you enter the world to practice, you can also focus on nurturing. Perhaps because he had a few more drinks, Zhang Daoran was also a bit happy. After having a few words with Apricot Blossom, he took Chen Dao back to his room. After calming him down, he planned to go back to his room to rest. Who knew that just after entering the house, Zhang Daoran froze in place. She only saw Apricot Blossom wearing the latest Parisian house suit, her pretty face slightly red. Master, will you let me be your New Year's gift tonight? One shift today. Take a vacation break. And happy 4th of July. On the second day of the new year, Zhang Daoran got up early. He can walk on tiptoe as he passes the kitchen, but within a few steps, the apron-tethered Almond Blossom walked out anyway. The sultry eyes were as if they wanted to eat people. This made Zhang Daoran cough when he saw it. Up so early, ha ha. With a soft grunt from the dark-faced Apricot Blossom, she returned to the kitchen without looking back. When Zhang Daoran saw this scene, he could not help but smile bitterly, thinking that last night was so horrible that it caused him to do what he had to do to keep his virginity. Had to leave Apricot Blossom in the system space for the night to go. First thing in the morning, this woman is like this. Rather helplessly, Zhang Daoran spread his hands, and walked towards the outside of the house. As far as the eye can see, snow is flying outside the house, and red lanterns are hanging in front of every house. There were a few other kids gathered around in the snow for a snowball fight, looking extra happy. When Zhang Daoran saw this scene, a hint of envy appeared in his eyes. Nay, while he was happy, suddenly the zombie king walked out of the house. In its hand, it held a pair of announcements. It was vaguely evident that this announcement used the finest talisman paper material. On the upper side of the pattern all over, more runes appear. Longhu Mountain Tianshifu, a few big words, is particularly conspicuous. Apparently, this is a means of announcement that is unique to the inhuman realm. The content announced within it even made Zhang Daoran stare. The meaning of the top content is also very simple. It is written, I took in my disciple, Daoran, and gave him the surname Zhang. I love him uniquely, and I have specially let him go down to the mountain for training today. I hope that you will give me a few moments of your time, or I will talk and meet with you in person. Celestial Master's own handwriting. The words are full of the Master's true heart. This caused Zhang Daoran to frown when he saw it, wondering if this is a New Year's gift from the Master? It's not too big. After all, he came down the mountain for a year, but also considered an master all the way home. No, traveling the 4 seas. He is considered to have a reputation among many inhuman forces, but comparing it to the entire inhuman world, Zhang Daoran knew deep down that this reputation was not quite enough, and for the Master to do so was tantamount to announcing it to the inhuman world once and for all. In other words, the entire inhuman world knew about his current descent. Those who have a grudge against Lung Fu Shan and those who don't, almost all of them know about it. Thinking of this, Zhang Daoran sighed and said, Oh Master, are you forcing me to show myself? The apprentice can't sit down. Master. A speechless Zhang Daoran shook his head slightly, then turned around and returned to the house. With the announcement in his hand he made his way to the kitchen. Just as he entered the house, he saw Apricot Blossom looking at him grudgingly. This made Zhang Daoran smile and hand out the announcement. Frame it, I'll need it often. Almond Blossom froze, then took the bulletin and looked at it for a few moments. It's a shock not to see. The whole thing froze in place as she laughed, then got excited. Master, it's a get-out-of-jail-free card. With the old celestial master openly backing you up, who can be defeated? Hearing this, Zhang Daoran's heart was mixed. Happily his name had been completely spread throughout the inhuman world. As for whether he would push all the way across the inhuman realm or be hunted all the way back to Longhu Mountain, this was something he wasn't sure about yet. His concern was that the master had done so, resulting in making a change in his plans. After all, Chen Dao was still young and the toxins in his body were not too stable. Zhang Daoran was thinking of curing it completely before he planned to go back, but when the master did that, it sort of caused a lot of trouble for him. Thinking of this, he commanded, keep quiet and keep hiding. The toxins in Duo's body are not yet at the point where they can be taken in and out. We need to be patient. Apricot Blossom couldn't help but nod when she heard this. I thought to myself that according to what the master had said, the toxins in Duo's body were sort of in some kind of balance under the control of the air, but it will take some time to control it completely. How long it is depends entirely on the recovery of Doyle's humanity. Thinking of this, Xinghua looked at Chen Dao, who was still sleeping, and couldn't help but sigh. Another half a month has passed. As the Chinese New Year passes, the snow and ice melt and everything begins to recover. On the way to Rongqing, the crowd had grown. Zhang Daoran, who was taking Chen Dao shopping, saw the scene and a hint of laughter appeared in his eyes. Ice cream cluck. With a bland face, he looked at the icy candies in front of him and couldn't help but laugh lightly. Do you want some ice candies? I'll buy it for you. Duo couldn't help but shake his head slightly when he heard this. Dressed in a red cotton jacket, she looked at the icing with curiosity in her eyes. After a few glances, he whispered, "Brother, what is this? It looks so delicious." Hearing these words, a hint of movement appeared in Zhang Daoran's eyes. I'm thinking that many of you have eaten something like an icy candy cane when you were a kid, but for Shander, it was something new and unprecedented. In her world, she's probably never seen this snack, which is only available on New Year's Day. The pale-faced Zhang Daoran smiled faintly, then pulled her. "Eat it if you like. I'll buy it for you." Chen Dao nodded, and under its expectant gaze, Zhang Daoran followed and bought a bunch of sugar gourds. She instantly felt like a new world had opened up after a few bites. Wow, brother, this is so delicious. In 3 tries, Chen Dao ate a whole bunch of sugar gourds. Seeing this scene, Zhang Daoran could not help but smile. Not caring, he followed and bought a few more bunches, saying, "Eat more if you want, brother will buy it for you." Okay. A rather happy Shander nodded, and then ate the candy cane in earnest. Seeing this scene, Zhang Daoran could not help but shake his head slightly. With that, he followed and took Duo to the snack bar. There is no shortage of food and drink of all kinds, as well as some fun. The duo looked extraordinarily happy under their high spirits. The gloom that was on Chen Dao also seemed to have faded a lot. Zhang Daoran's heart was very happy to see this, but while he was happy, suddenly Almond Blossom sent a plea for help. This made him flinch, and then he pulled Duo toward the food market. Inside the food market, Apricot Blossom, who was standing in place, was pale, looking at the old man who was killing the fish in front of her. A hint of fear appeared in her eyes. I thought to myself that in this person's body, there was an extraordinary air. This air makes her power seem a little small, and it was a feeling that Almond Blossom had only ever felt in her master's body. Without the slightest hesitation to ask for help, she gulped and said, "Don't you come over here. I'm telling you, if my master finds out, you won't be able to sell your fish." The squinting, hunched over, wrinkled old man selling fish couldn't help but smile slightly when he heard this. Looking at the immortal in front of him, his eyes were amazed. Immortals don't enter. It's been a pact for many years, but you actually came in. Little one, do you think I would be afraid of your so-called master? I'm afraid of the wind and the waves. The bigger the wind and waves, the more expensive the fish. Ha ha ha. Happy 4th of July. Have a great time and eat well. Kneeling for 5-star praise. Kneeling for free gifts. Yesterday I had a cold. That's why I resumed updating today, and I'm kneeling to ask for gifts. Woohoo! Apricot Blossom couldn't help but roll her eyes when she heard this. Looking at the old man in front of her, she couldn't help but sigh, figuring he just came to the market to buy a vegetable. Who knew he'd be targeted by this guy? Rather breathlessly, she sighed and said, "What do you want, old man?" The old man selling fish smiled, and after looking up and down at the apricot blossoms for a few moments, a hint of greed then appeared in his eyes. He thought to himself that he hadn't encountered such a superb woman for a long time since a shun, especially since the other party was still a spirit body. It was even more salivating for them. The Inhumans. The old man chuckled at the thought. Good point. I'm still missing a daughter-in-law in my family. And I'd love one like you. As long as you are willing to obey me, the benefits will not be less, only more. As soon as these words were uttered, a hint of malice appeared in Almond Blossom's eyes. Looking at the old man selling fish in front of him, he couldn't help but let out a light hum. At your age, that thing still works? The unimpressed old man selling fish grunted lightly and smiled. The treasure sword is not old. You'll know if you try it with me. Putting down such a sentence, the old man selling fish reached out with the intention of grabbing its two big headlights. This caused Apricot Blossom to freeze and subconsciously back away to avoid it. Seeing that this old man was planning to use force, she suddenly panicked a bit. When he was planning to fight to the death, a familiar air suddenly came from behind him. The old man froze and stopped afterward. Looking back, two large and small figures quietly appeared. The person who came was no other than Zhang Daoran. Chan Dao. The old man selling fish that he looked at with a bland face had indifference in his eyes. You're her master? You're young. And you're very lucky to be a woman. Hearing the old man flirt, Zhang Daoran could not help but smile. With his hands behind his back he looked around the room before sighing. After the Kashan rebellion, you people hid as if you were street rats. Some of them went abroad, while others hid in the deep mountains and forests. More than that, on the other hand, have come to Tang clan territory. And you're one of them, am I right? A rat who's been hiding for most of your life. And now you want to jump up again? The old man was instantly confused when those words came out. Frozen in place, he gulped, surprise in his eyes. I thought to myself that the Kashan rebellion was a long time ago from now. The number of people who can know the truth is almost infinitesimal. As for the rest of them, they are not forgotten or information is eliminated. But this teenager in front of him was a mouthful of his own identity. The incredulous old man smiled and said, How old are you? Dao, who told you this? 8 years old, Zhang Daoran said frankly. Old man, if you don't want to die, get out of here. Understand? 8 years old? Looking at the guy in front of him, who was taller than himself, the old man couldn't help but stare. I thought to myself, what do you call this? 8 years old? Quite surprised. He smiled and said, 8 years old, what a wonder. You grew up on fucking hormones. Of course, that's not important. What is important is that you've already got a way to take your death by mouthing off like that. Putting down such a sentence, the old man then ran towards Zhang Daoran. It was vaguely visible that with every step it took, a thick air was revealed. This caused Chen Dao to subconsciously grip Zhang Daoran's hand tightly after sensing it. Brother, don't be afraid. Zhang Daoran smiled faintly and looked at Chen Duo, then followed suit and took a step forward. It had been a long time since he had fought after the Pill Fairy Society. For his own cultivation, he no longer knows what he has achieved. Looking at the remnants of the Kashan rebellion in front of him, a hint of anticipation appeared in his eyes. Thinking of this, Zhang Daoran took the initiative to blast out a fist the moment the old man approached. Boom! A simple, unadorned punch swept across the room like a comet. Taoist punch. Fubris. When the old man selling fish saw the scene, he couldn't help but let out an angry cry, followed by a punch swing. As an explosive sound rang out, the old man was instantly sent flying by a punch. Immediately afterward, he crashed through a wall and fell into the rubble without moving. Holy shit! Apricot Blossom, who was on the sidelines, was shocked to see the scene. Master, this is also too fierce for you. Unimpressed, Zhang Daoran clapped his fists and continued to walk forward. He thought that since he had learned Taoist boxing at Lung Fu Shan, he had been disciplining himself by punching 100 punches a day as a pact. He can't sleep well until he's thrown a full 100 punches, resulting from the accumulation of days and months. The power of his Dao fist had become quite considerable. The strength of one's own fleshly body was even quite strong. You're 8 fucking years old? Deceitful. Only in the ruins. The old man limped out. Filled with rage, he let out a furious cry and then charged once again. As a strong person who had survived the Asian rebellion, he naturally had excessive vitality. Little brute, I'll kill you. Worry you immortal board. Looking at the old man who attacked again, Zhang Daoran's eyes were indifferent. Standing with his arms folded, he smiled, then once again threw a punch. Boom! There was another loud thud, and the old man was knocked off his feet with a smooth punch. Collapsing to the ground, he gulped and wasted no time in charging again. After cycling back and forth a few times, under the last punch, the old man was completely knocked over on the ground, unable to move a bit. Spitting out a mouthful of old blood, he looked at Zhang Daoran, his eyes filled with incredulity. What day you immortal? Board. I have practiced horizontal kung fu for my whole life, but I didn't expect to have my defense broken by you with your fists. Hearing these words, a hint of relief appeared in Zhang Daoran's eyes. I thought to myself that if an unusual person had received a punch from myself, I was afraid that he would have died and been injured. But this old man had taken a total of 8 punches from himself, so he was obviously too skilled. It turned out that after half a day's messing around, the man was a cross-practitioner of Kung Fu. Zhang Daoran, who was quite surprised, shook his head slightly, thinking that no one who could survive the Jushin rebellion was really simple. A hint of a smile appeared in his eyes as he looked at the dead guy. Looking at the shocked apricot blossom beside him, he said, "What are you waiting for? Just destroy the body and follow me to his place." Oh, frozen in place. Apricot blossom couldn't help but nod when she heard this. Quite shocked, he gulped and then led his men away. After the people left, Zhang Daoran looked back at Duo and said, "Duo, it's okay, it didn't scare you, did it?" "No, brother," Doyle said. "I think that's fine. Reasoning with my fists, I like it." Hearing this, Zhang Daoran nodded in satisfaction. Looking at Chen Dao, who was being taught by his own words, a hint of a smile appeared on his face. A few moments later, on the outskirts of Rongqing somewhere in front of an old house, Zhang Daoran, Xinghua, Chen Duo and their group arrived. It was vaguely visible that the house was exceptionally clean, although it was in a state of disrepair. There were even a couple of stone grinders sitting in the courtyard. Seeing this scene, a hint of anticipation appeared in Zhang Daoran's eyes. After all, back then, those who managed to survive the Koshin rebellion, which one of them was not in existence that mastered amazing skills? Wouldn't it be beautiful if we could obtain its inheritance? Happy 4th of July. In the yard, a few old stone grinding wheels were placed under an old acacia tree. Traces of fingerprints left by age are clearly visible on the top grip. Zhang Daoran, who had come here, glanced at it and then turned around and ran towards the gate. Zip! As the door to the room pushed open, the worn wooden door was pushed open. What came into view were a few pieces of old-fashioned furniture and some utensils such as teapots and fancy china bowls. Secondly, in the inner room, there was a wooden bed. The top was covered with a quilt, as well as a blanket. "Master, look!" Almond Blossom, who had followed her in, looked around, then casually covered her nose and pointed to a trash can off to the side. This caused Zhang Daoran to cover Chen Duo's eyes after taking a look. Vaguely visible in the trash can were many white condoms and toilet paper. By the looks of it, that old man isn't usually old and immodest. Thinking of this, Zhang Daoran looked at Xinghua Dao. "Search and see if there's anything of value." Apricot Blossom froze, then nodded helplessly. "I thought to myself that this old man looks poor. Where does he look like he has money?" After the people left, Zhang Daoran also continued to pull Chen Dao around outside the courtyard. Looking around, the courtyard was still wide, and it was obvious that this was where it practiced martial arts. The floor where several millstones are placed has 2 distinct grooves. Obviously, this groove was what he usually smashed out from practicing martial arts. Judging by the marks on the top of the millstone, maybe the old man was practicing all yesterday. A rather surprised Zhang Daoran shook his head slightly, and then single-handedly lifted his hand. At once, the stone millstone in his hand was easily lifted up. It gave him the impression that one was 200 pounds less. Any other ordinary person wouldn't be able to lift this thing, but that old man was able to lift several together and hold on to them for decades. The thoughtful Zhang Daoran smiled and was about to take another look when he did. However, when he saw Chen Dao on the side touching his nose, he walked towards the old acacia tree. This caused Zhang Daoran to freeze and follow and look over. It's a shock not to see. Visible to the naked eye, a pair of green eyes quietly appeared at the top of the old acacia tree. Chen Dao, who had come here, took a look and spoke. "Brother, it seems to be afraid of me." Hearing this, Zhang Daoran couldn't help but nod his head. It was vaguely obvious that the old acacia tree was already in a dry state in the winter. In the branches of the tree at its top, a black-skinned, green-eyed, bull-thick snake lay on its back. Its green eyes looked extraordinarily creepy. Seeing this scene, Zhang Daoran could not help but smile. With a wave of his hand, the golden silkworm king and the golden centipede king appeared in his hand. The second bug was glancing at Zhang Dao then. Following that, he was attracted to the snake on the tree. According to the divine level compulsion art, compotes were quite fond of devouring their own kind so as to achieve their own advancement. Obviously, the snake in front of me was a venomous snake. Its toxicity was already comparable to that of a normal compulsion, or even much stronger. Without the slightest hesitation, Zhang Daoran waved his hand and the 2 bugs pounced. Hiss! At that moment, the big green snake lying on the tree branch saw the scene and immediately spat out its snake letters. Vaguely visible. Its snake's letters are not quite the same as those of ordinary snakes. It wasn't red, it was golden. This made Shander see it and say, "I've seen it, brother. It's a king snake." King snake? Hearing Chen Duo say this, a hint of surprise appeared in Zhang Daoran's eyes. He thought to himself that back then, in order to cultivate the compassionate body sacred child, the Medicine Immortal Society had put almost all the compotes into that cave. The fact that Chen Dao could recognize the snake proved that a similar fellow had once appeared. Hiss! As expected, the large green snake lying on the branch of the tree hissed. Following that, he began to turn his body and kept shaking the entire pole, trying to drive the second bug down. Nay, the two insects were extremely fast, and in less than a few rounds they arrived at the top of the tree branches. The rather strong golden centipede king let out a low roar and pounced afterward. The slightly weaker golden silkworm king, on the other hand, was trailing behind, gradually advancing. With the two joining forces, the great green snake instantly fell into a disadvantage. Within moments, the trio fell to the ground at the same time, vaguely visible. The big green snake was bloodstained and oozing some black blood. The dying one swung its serpentine tail and slumped to the ground. On the side of the golden centipede king, the golden silkworm king was exceptionally energetic. The golden silkworm king, in particular, was like a general who had won a battle, and flaunted his honor as he plopped down on the snake's head and began to eat. Instead, after the golden centipede king had restrained the enemy, it returned all the way back to Zhang Daoran's feet. This made him smile and follow it into the system space. He thought to himself that this golden centipede king had recognized himself since old Zhang Tu was gone. It wasn't the kind of connection between masters, but there was a tacit understanding between the two. Thinking of this, Zhang Daoran looked at the green snake on the ground and then dropped his gaze on the old acacia tree. I thought to myself that the ancients had a saying that wherever there is a heavy treasure, there will be a strange beast. With a bland face, he casually waved his hand, and the reverse scale instantly swept and split away. Click! With a clicking sound, the old acacia tree in front of him was instantly cut off. The next moment, a small black wooden box came into view in its stump section. When Zhang Daoran saw this scene, a hint of surprise appeared in his eyes. Without guessing wrong, he casually waved his hand and collected it with his air. Opening it, a book within it, as well as an alabaster bottle came into view. The name of the book is Golden Bell, but it is not known what is in the bottle. Zhang Daoran smiled and followed by turning it over to the first page. Vaguely visible are a few large words written on the first page. Fighting against external forces with his body, he shattered his strong enemies with one punch. A few short words, which contained extremely profound martial arts. This made Zhang Daoran read it and then follow it by turning to the second page. Ding! As you are in the process of comprehending the Golden Bell Shield, congratulations on sensing the divine level Golden Bell Shield. Hearing the system prompt, Zhang Daoran was ecstatic in his heart. In its mind, some more knowledge of the Golden Bell was instantly revealed. According to the divine grade Golden Bell Shield, as long as it was refined to a great completion, there would be a large golden bell shield outside the body to protect the body. How powerful it is and how the defense is, it needs to be experimented by external objects to know. Ding! As you are in the process of comprehending the divine level Golden Bell, congratulations on sensing the great achievement level Golden Bell. Hearing the system prompt again, Zhang Daoran was ecstatic in his heart, quite excited. He looked at the books and then pocketed them. He was about to see what was in the bottle when suddenly Almond Blossom came running out of the house. Quite surprised, she looked at Zhang Daoran and said, "Master, look what this is." Vaguely visible was an iron token in Almond Blossom's hand. The word Tang is written on it. This caused a hint of movement to appear in Zhang Daoran's eyes when he saw it. Thinking to himself that only those who belonged to the Tang sect would have such a token. As the largest force in Ba Shu, there was no doubt that the Tang sect was powerful. With a bland face he looked at Almond Blossom and said, "It's burned. It's not a good place to stay. Let's go." Apricot Blossom froze, then nodded. After a few moments passed, several people then left the courtyard. And shortly after Zhang Daoran left, several old men in long shirts arrived. With bland faces, they looked at the old acacia tree that was gone in front of them, as well as the dead snake on the ground, and a hint of anger appeared in their eyes. An old white-haired man at the head of the group coughed. "The Tang sect won't turn a blind eye and will give you an explanation." When the remaining few old men heard this, they couldn't help but glance at each other and then turn to leave. Late at night, at home in Rongqing, Zhang Daoran, who was seated on the chair, looked at the small jade bottle in his hand, a hint of curiosity showing in his eyes. Thinking to myself that I don't know what this stuff is, I opened it up and there was a refreshing scent that hit my nose. What was inside, on the other hand, was some unknown potion, although he didn't know what it was. As a pill refiner, Zhang Daoran could clearly smell an extremely strong medicinal flavor. This smell, even after he smelled it, are obviously a little shaky, as if the general role of ecstasy. As for ordinary people who smelled it, I'm afraid they would immediately fall to the ground and not wake up. This caused Zhang Daoran to roughly guess some of its origins after thinking about it for a while. For example, in earlier times, there were people who used to make a living by human trafficking, and these people abducted and sold by a variety of means, including a means of ecstasy incense. All it takes is a tap on an ordinary person's shoulder to make them faint. Thinking of the many white condoms in that old man's house, Zhang Daoran probably understood the role of this medicine. Not caring, he then placed it into the system space. He then pulled out another token. The very same Tang Sect token from before. He had thought that this thing was nothing more than an ordinary token, so he had planned to have Apricot Blossom burn it in a fire. Who knew that the material of this token was exceptionally strong, and even with air it could not be destroyed. One way or another, Zhang Daoran could only put it away. When he thought of this, he was about to get up to accompany Chen Dao. Suddenly there was movement in the system, which caused him to then freeze. Host, Zhang Daoran, age, 8 years old, height, 1.68 meters, skills, enlightenment against all odds, golden light mantra, Taoist fist, divine alchemy, thunder technique, Yang 5 thunders, weapon refining, Taiji fist, detaining spirits and dispatching generals, guru records, imperial art, imperial sword flight, great mighty dragon palm, divine compulsion technique, golden bell shield, weapons, adversary scales, alchemy furnace, battle favors, hairy stiffy, 6 spirit demon foxes, golden silkworm king, golden centipede king, herbal library, divine flower, inner elixir x2, 5, warehouse, 1 beast dan, 2 return to yuan dan, 49 chi replenishing dan, level 5 feathered clothes x1, alchemy furnace x1, 100 years of Hishawu x4, 100 years of ginseng x5, Bodhi roots x6, Bodhi fruit x8, various types of gold or x50, money not counted, broken spell weapons x30, Tang Sect token, ecstasy. It was vaguely visible that the golden silkworm king, who was in the battle pet, started evolving all the way after devouring the inner den of the great green snake. Less than a few hours after the metamorphosis, the guy upgraded again. Looking at its rank, it had already come to the same level as the golden centipede king. This caused Zhang Daoran to be ecstatic in his heart when he saw it. He thought to himself that in order for the golden silkworm to grow up, he had given it every bit of good food. After the battle at the Pill Immortal Society, by today this little guy had finally grown a little bit. The rather happy Zhang Daoran shook his head slightly, and was about to look at it a few more times when suddenly there was a commotion coming from the outside of the door. This caused him to freeze, and then he showed his murderous intent. Outside the door. Knock knock. As a knock came from outside the room, instinct told Apricot that something didn't seem right. Without thinking much, he stood behind the zombie king at the first opportunity. The corpse king, on the other hand, saw the scene and came to the door with an expressionless face, its icy eyes, dead set on the doorknob. As luck would have it, after no one opened the doorknob lock suddenly turned. The next second, the door to the room opened. Immediately afterward, a thieving, haunted man poked his head in. Subconsciously looking east, he looked up and saw the zombie king. Never having seen such a monster before, he was so frightened that he immediately exited the room. Zhang Sanner, what are you barking at? After arriving at the door, Zhang Sanner's eyes showed a hint of fear when he heard the spitting behind him. Pale-faced, he gulped and said, "Big brother, there are zombies inside." Zombies? The big brother in charge froze, then slapped Zhang Sanner on the head. Hating it, he shook his head slightly and said, "Usually let's let you go to the salsa dance play, you do not listen. Now you play confused. Are talking nonsense, right?" Hearing this, Zhang Sanner couldn't help but smile bitterly. Takuma did see zombies after he just entered the house. Rather helplessly, he shook his head. "Big brother, believe me for once, will you? I didn't lie to you." The unimpressed older brother grunted softly, looked at the door of the room and walked forward. He thought to himself that Mr. Tang had given himself an explanation that he must find out the traces of those people. Now that he'd managed to find a hint of something wrong, he wasn't afraid of anything. Thinking of this, the eldest brother in charge came to the door of the room and looked at it. "Listen up inside, come out. I came to." Boom. Pust. Before the words were finished, the elder brother in charge was instantly struck by lightning, and the whole person covered his stomach and flew out backwards. As an explosion rang out, his entire body fell heavily to the ground. It was vaguely visible that it was almost shattered into pieces below the abdomen, except for the head, which was intact. The sudden scene scared Zhang Sanner, who was on the side, and his face turned pale. With his legs trembling, he forgot to run away for a moment, and in the house, the zombie king holding his arm slowly walked out, followed by Apricot Blossom at his side. With a bland face, she looked at the two on the ground and said, "Trespassing at night, do you want to die?" The icy cold voice was like a sharp sword cutting through Zhang Sanner's ears. Frozen in place, he gulped and hastily shook his head. "It's got nothing to do with me. I wasn't the one who wanted to come. Mr. Tang sent me." Somewhat intimidated, Zhang San shook his head slightly, subconsciously wanting to leave this place. Now hadn't taken 2 steps before he suddenly felt a pain in his chest. Immediately afterward, covering his chest, he gulped, "Toxic. Mr. Tang, you're so cruel." Pust. As the words fell, Zhang San then fell to the ground. When Apricot Blossom saw this scene, her face changed slightly. Intuition told her that there was a very strong air approaching around here. Snap. As expected, at the intersection of the street, a man in a trench coat approached. With a bemused face he smiled and clapped his hands. "Your Excellency killed our Tang sect's men, and you really think you can just hide and avoid everything? Ridiculous to the extreme. I'll give you 2 conditions. One is to follow me back to the Tang sect to be punished, and the other is to die here now, as a way of avenging that outer disciple's death. Kneeling for 5-star reviews and free gifts. Can't afford to eat. Woohoo!" The icy voice fell, and a hint of killing intent appeared in Xinghua's eyes. Hugging her arms she smiled, then shook her head. This brought a hint of a smile to Tang's eyes when he saw it. Unconcerned, he shook his head slightly and then waved his hand. At that moment, several figures walked out in unison from the dark corners behind them, vaguely visible. These people were all dressed in black night clothes with masks on their heads. On its body, an extremely strong air emanated. In that case, you only have one way to die. Remember, the one who killed you is Tang Dasan of the Tang sect. Putting down such a sentence, Tang Dasan then waved his hand. The black-clothed man behind him was suddenly like a phantom as he lunged forward. There was a burst of colorful smoke as he raised his hand. It was vaguely visible that there were some bright silver needles present in this smoke. Dark weapon. Apricot Blossom saw this scene without a hint of fear in her eyes. Without a care in the world, she grunted lightly and then charged forward with it. The moment it approached, a huge air instantly exploded on its body. Boom! As an explosion rang out, the smoke in front of them instantly dispersed. The silver needles within it, too, disappeared with it. Seeing this, the 3 people who pounced on him continued to charge fearlessly. When he raised his hand, it was a deadly killing move. This caused the Zombie King to see it and then let out a low roar. With its boundless strength, it casually resisted the blow with a hard grip. Click! As a bone-breaking sound rang out, the Tang sect disciple in front of him followed with his arm broken. The splattering of blood in the severed arm caused him to retreat extremely quickly. Enduring the extreme pain, not a single wail came to mind. When the remaining 2 saw this scene, they immediately slapped Apricot Blossom in unison. After forcing it to retreat a few steps back, he turned around and ran at the Zombie King to kill him. Dang! The moment they approached, the 2 of them were casually waving their hands and scattering them. With a piercing metallic sound, a silver needle fell to the ground in unison. Roar! When the bronze-walled Zombie King saw this scene, he immediately let out a low roar. Without the slightest hesitation he followed and took a step forward. Between the lifting of his hands, his sharp claws swept across the room. The evasive duo froze and spilled a handful of poison in the process. Click! As a sound of shattering open rang out, the 2 immediately covered their chests and retreated at great speed. The Zombie King, on the other hand, remained unharmed after being pummeled by the poisonous mist. Such a terrifying scene caused Tang Dasan's brows to furrow as he watched, thinking to myself that this guy is just too strong. Facing their Tang sect's poison, he actually wasn't afraid at all. Coupled with this woman's side-swiping, they really couldn't crush them for a while. Thinking of this, Tang Dasan glanced at the injured 3 people. "It seems that I underestimated you guys, but that's not all." As the words fell, Tang Dasan then took off the trench coat he was wearing. With a bland face, he glanced at Almond Blossom, the Zombie King, and stepped closer. Vaguely visible, an extremely strong air instantly emerged from its body. Seeing this, the 3 black-clothed men behind him were also wounded and ready to attack in a group. Faced with this scene, Apricot Blossom couldn't help but sigh. Rather helplessly, she shook her head slightly and said, "If the Tang sect is a product like you, I actually don't see the need to come." Putting down such a sentence, Xinghua then took a step backward. Roar! Only to see the Zombie King on the side let out a low roar, and then charged forward at breakneck speed. Using its full power, it slightly lifted its foot and disappeared as a stump. In the next second, it had already arrived behind several people. Bang! A black-clothed man hadn't reacted and instantly froze in place. Immediately afterward, he witnessed his head fall from his body. The sudden scene startled the remaining 2 and subconsciously wanted to attack. Naiha's Zombie King was not only extremely fast, but also extremely terrifying in close combat. Without any further ado, he slapped his head to pieces. Splatters of blood rushed up to the sky as if they were heavy snow. When Tang Dasan saw this scene, his entire body was dumbfounded. He never expected the monster in front of him to actually hide his strength. Feeling incredulous, he gulped and subconsciously wanted to back up, preparing to flee. Who knew that the Apricot Blossom on the side laughed, and with a backhand, a foxtail wrapped around it. Frozen in place, Tang Desan saw this scene and said in dismay, "You are not human. You came without knowing our background?" Almond Blossom chuckled. When Tang Desan heard this, his face instantly turned ashen, thinking to himself that the reason he was here was entirely because he had taken the life of an elder. According to him, someone offended the Tang sect and killed an outer disciple. As a law enforcement team, they naturally have the obligation to deal with it, and he had thought it was the usual in human. Who knew that he had lost his army in the opening round and lost his wife and his army? It was only even now that Tang Desan realized that he was nothing more than a pathfinder that had been thrown over. Looking at the apricot flower in front of him, the zombie king, a hint of fear appeared in his eyes. Moments later, the living room. As Tang Desan was brought to the living room, his entire body followed with both knees. On its heels was Zhang Daoran, who was sitting on a chair and was holding Chen Dao as he studied. Looking at the young man in front of him, he couldn't help but gulp. I thought to myself that the fight outside was so powerful just now, and the people in this house are still so calm? Say, name, who sent you here to die? Hearing the inquiry, a hint of embarrassment appeared in Tang Desan's eyes. After looking at Zhang Daoran, he answered truthfully, Junior Tang Desan, of the Tang Sect's outer sect enforcement team. If I say who's behind this, can you let me off the hook, Tang Desan? Hearing this, Zhang Daoran revealed a hint of a smile in his eyes. Unconcerned, he shook his head slightly and then pointed to the book. 3 times 3 equals 9, not 6. Doyle. Oh, Shander scratched his head. Then can I make it equal to 6? Brother. Yes, Zhang Daoran smiled. Do what you like. When Shen Dao heard this, he followed and wrote a 6 on the top. This caused a trace of strangeness to arise in Tang Desan's heart when he saw it. His intuition told him that this large and small group in front of him was afraid to be even more terrifying. At that moment there were footsteps behind her, followed by Apricot Blossom walking with a cup of tea. Master, the ginseng tea is ready. Drink it while it's hot. Aha! Zhang Daoran hemmed and said after receiving the teacup. It's not impossible. It depends on what information you provide. When Tang Desan heard this, a hint of excitement appeared in his eyes. Unconcerned, he then spoke about that elder. When he finished, he chuckled. I know you're going to ask why I would betray them. In fact, you don't know. They've already split into several factions, those of them with unknown origins. We don't care to befriend them. Look, I've said it all. It's time to let me go. Hearing this, Zhang Daoran could not help but smile slightly, souped up the follower and said, Okay, last question. Who is the current master of the Tang clan? Upon hearing the inquiry, Tang Desan froze slightly. Looking at Zhang Daoran, he then spoke. Yang Lai. Zhang Daoran nodded, then got up and stood. I thought to myself that the loyalty of the Tang clan is obvious to all, but it is a pity that some people have taken the wrong path. If the current sect master was Yang Lai, perhaps it wouldn't take long for that civilian heavenly master to come and purge. Thinking of this, Zhang Daoran turned around and smiled. You go, I'll let you go. Hearing this, a hint of excitement appeared in Tang Desan's eyes. Ecstatic, he nodded and was about to get up and leave. But at that moment, a foxtail steeply passed through its chest. The penetrating coldness made him look back at the apricot path. Why? Master said to release you. Almond Blossom smiled. I didn't say yes. When Tang Desan heard this, a hint of anger appeared in his eyes. Feeling pitted, he spat out a mouthful of old blood and then collapsed on the ground. Dead. This caused Zhang Daoran to look at it and blandly say, throw it in a mass grave and find a place with lots of wild dogs. It doesn't matter if his name is Tang. He's still called San. It's not like lighting a lamp in the toilet and looking for death. Bad luck. Hurry up and drag it away. When the people left, the room fell abruptly silent. With a bland face, Zhang Daoran looked at the moon outside the house and a hint of speculation appeared in his eyes. He thought to himself that according to what Tang Desan had said, the current Tang clan could be described as green and yellow. To put it bluntly, it's the fact that almost all of Tang clan's powerful people died out in the generation of the resistance. Otherwise the remaining outsiders wouldn't be at the top, especially with the aftermath of the Jushan rebellion. With the addition of Su Xian's gang, it made the Tang sect's internal forces even more complicated. According to Tang Desan, they are divided within it into the outer gate and the inner gate. The outer sect was almost always run by that group of old men, and most of these people were those who had been harbored by the Tang sect during the Asian rebellion. After all, Su Xian had survived, so a few more wouldn't be a problem. Secondly, those who were not willing to join the Tang sect also mostly remained in Shu. As for the inner sect, it was divided into 2 factions with the Tang sect clan disciples and Su Xian's gang. In Zhang Daoran's opinion, this was the time when the Tang sect was at its most chaotic. Although there is now Yang Lai to suppress it, Su Xian's gang does not dare to mess around. But with that one purged, there will surely be a sea change within the Tang clan. Even as far as he knew, the Tang sect's proud Dan Devouring had been abandoned by Su Xin, and it was known that Dan Devouring was strong enough to kill Zhang Huai. As for the old Sky Master, no one has ever tried it himself, but how bad could that being in the Celestial Master be? If one could learn it, it would undoubtedly be one of the strongest cards. Thinking of this, Zhang Daoran could not help but take a deep breath. Looking back at Chen Dao, he made a secret decision in his heart. After an hour had passed, outside the courtyard of Rongqing, a team of black-clothed men arrived quietly. Faceless, they looked at the mansion in front of them and then rushed in. Nay, after a few minutes had passed, a black-clad leader stepped out. Elder, the people are gone. Snap. Before he could finish his sentence, a man with gray hair and a tall stature smacked away with a backhanded slap. With a stern gaze he glanced around the room and then turned away without a word. 3 days later, in one of the Tang sect's rudiments, a young boy with a plain face and a figure of about 165 came forward. This person was no other than Zhang Daoran, who had utilized the feathered coat to change his face. Dressed in ordinary clothes, he glanced around and then followed to the door. Vaguely visible, the gate is quite Chinese style. Inside all the carved railings and pavilions, Zhang Daoran, who had come here, smiled slightly and subconsciously wanted to enter it. Where's the guy from? Hurry up! However, he saw an angry shout coming from the doorway, followed by 2 thieving, pockmarked men walking out. This is private territory. Get out of here! Zhang Daoran did not feel angry when he heard this. With a bland face, he then pulled out the token from his pocket. It was vaguely visible that the token had the word Tang written on it. The 2 men were dumbfounded at the sight. You are here for the selection meeting, aren't you? It is we who have eyes to see. Forgive us. Selection meeting? Hearing this, Zhang Daoran's eyes revealed a hint of doubt. Not caring, he nodded and said, "What convention? I just got back from being away." The 2 men laughed and then told the cause and effect of what happened before and after. When they finished, they followed and let out the door. This caused Zhang Daoran to secretly rejoice in his heart upon hearing this. Takumi, according to the duo, the Tang sect's so-called selection conference was only enacted yesterday, and indeed many people did not know about it. The purpose of its implementation was to allow all Tang sect disciples to participate in the competition and subsequently pick the tallest among the short ones for screening. Those who are gifted will be able to enter the inner gate. Obviously, Yan Lai had realized the crisis of the Tang sect's youth shortage and was clearly starting to cultivate talents. This was nothing less than a great opportunity for Zhang Daoran. With that, he made his way to a courtyard with the 2 leading the way. According to the rules of the Tang sect, anyone who could become an outer disciple owned a mansion, which was considered to be a place of cultivation. The 2 just now, on the other hand, belonged to the level of beaters, servants, and could only live elsewhere. As for the inner disciples, it is said that the treatment is better. Living in villas and driving luxury cars are basic, vaguely visible. The courtyard is 1 in and 2 out, which is quite good. Zhang Daoran, who had arrived here, smiled and snapped his fingers afterward. At once, the Zombie King, Apricot Blossom, and Chen Duo followed and emerged. With a bland face, he looked at a few people and said, "Let's go here. The most dangerous place is the safest. Those people chasing us, I'm afraid they wouldn't dream of us being in Tangclan." Apricot Blossom couldn't help but give a thumbs up when she heard this. Looking at the master in front of her, she had a smile in her eyes. Unconcerned, she spread her hands and said, "Master, the environment here is nice, and it's good for Duor to study here. It's just a shame we don't have those kids. Why don't I go grab 2? "No," Shander said, spreading his hands and using his hands. "I suddenly realized that they're not on the same level as me. There's no need, brother. I want to get stronger like you." When Zhang Daoran heard this, a hint of surprise appeared in his eyes. I thought to myself, is Chen Dao awakening to his humanity? After all, before that, she was still at the level of a child's mind. But as she continued to integrate into society and come into contact with some people, it became clear that she had overstayed her welcome. After all, she was 8 or 9 years old. Thinking of this, Zhang Daoran said with a faint smile, "No problem. They'll teach you to learn the air. And secondly, this is compulsion. You need to see it." Looking at the compulsion handed over by her brother, a hint of happiness appeared on Chen Dao's face. Somewhat agitated, she nodded and said, "Brother, don't worry. I'll be your right-hand man. Kneeling for 5-star reviews and free gifts. Can't afford to eat? Woo-hoo-hoo." Looking at the happy Chen Dao, Zhang Daoran nodded with satisfaction. With his hands behind his back he glanced around the yard and began to make calculations in his mind. Takumi, since he had come to the Tang sect, he naturally couldn't return empty-handed, especially the Tang sect's Dan Devouring. He was determined to win. The only way to qualify for the cultivation of Dan devouring was to become a senior member of the Tang sect. First step 1. One has to become an inner disciple with outstanding natural talent. Talent Zhang Daoran did not lack. The only thing he lacked was an opportunity. Obviously, this selection meeting is its closest moment. Thinking of this, Zhang Daoran glanced at the outside of the courtyard and then walked towards the outside of the house. Meanwhile, inside a mansion of the Tang sect, the white gray-haired elder with his hands behind his back looked at his men and couldn't help but wave his hand. He couldn't help but sigh when the people left. He thought to himself that in the past 3 days, he had almost sent people to turn over the entire city of Rome, and even Sichuan. But I don't know why, but those few people actually disappeared without a trace. It made him vaguely fearful now that he thought about it. After all, I'm not afraid of people with high strength, but I'm afraid of people hiding in the dark. Thinking of this, the white gray-haired elder then coughed. Immediately afterward, footsteps came from outside the house. In the next second, a woman with an impressive figure, convex in front and curvaceous in the back, with a fair-looking face and wearing a cheongsam walked in. With a face like a rich man, she looked at the elders before her and clasped her fists. Elder Song, I don't know what I'm being asked for. Upon hearing the inquiry, a hint of bemusement appeared in the eyes of Elder Song, who had his hands behind his back. He thought that recently the Tang sect has been having one thing after another. First there was the death of a patriarchal elder due to illness, and even more so, the selection conference was held. As the outer sect's law enforcement elder, he naturally knew some of the truth of the matter. Thinking of this, Elder Song laughed lightly. San Yang, don't be polite to me. Isn't it clear what I've come to see you about? You're the first judgment in this selection contest. How about you look at my no-good song lack, Song Shao? San Yang smiled slightly and couldn't help but cover her mouth with her hand and laugh. Elder Song, it's just about this. How trivial. San Yang is agreeing? Elder Song laughed. This grandson of mine. No, before the words were finished, San Yang interrupted. This selection meeting is extraordinary. There's no way to cheat. Whether or not this grandson of yours can enter the inner sect, he needs his own skills. Weapon refining, poisoning, concealed weapons, pill refining, one has to know one, right? If you don't know all of them, you don't deserve to be an inner disciple. As soon as these words left his mouth, Elder Song's face froze. Looking at the San Yang in front of him, he sighed helplessly. When San Yang saw the scene, she smiled flirtatiously. Unconcerned, she sighed and said, Elder Song, let's pretend I haven't been here today. Let's go. Putting down such a sentence, San Yang then turned around and left. Looking at the departing back, a hint of helplessness appeared in Elder Song's eyes. Thinking to himself that the selection contest here was just as he had guessed, there was really something else going on. In the inner courtyard of the Tang clan, with a head of white hair and a straight body, Yang Lai, who was sitting on a chair, coughed and then got up and stood up. Looking at the people present, especially Su Xin in the corner, he was a burst of indifference. With a bland face he coughed and said, the top 10 all have the opportunity to learn Dan devouring. I don't believe that no one can inherit the Jedi Academy. The moment these words were uttered, everyone in the room froze. Among them was the highly reputable Tang Miaoxing. Looking at the palmist in front of him, he reminded, sect leader, don't forget that besides Dan devouring, our Tang sect also has mastery in concealed weapons, medicine making, and weapon refining. To be able to enter the top 10 disciples, which one is not a talented person? If we let them all go to learn Dan devouring, that's not. Yang Lai, who had his hands behind his back, couldn't help but when he heard this. As the head of the Tang sect, he had absolute authority. Seeing this, Tang Miaoxing couldn't help but let out a sigh. This caused Yang Lai to see it and then open his mouth. The reason why the Tang sect is standing is not because of those skills, but because of Dan devour. Against those beasts, my Tang sect has sacrificed a lot. So survival of the fittest, that's what I want to do now. When the crowd heard this, they were silent. Su Xin, who was included in the corner, sighed slightly when he saw the scene. I thought to myself that the world had been stabilized for a long time since the Koshin rebellion, especially since the seemingly isolated Tang clan didn't have much connection with the inhuman world. Even the company, and other forces, have a hard time meddling with what goes on within it. Otherwise, he wouldn't have lived such an easy life over the past few years. But when you live under a roof, you need to do things. For this, Su Xin knew it all too well. Looking at today's green and yellow Tang sect, he also felt a bit sorry. After all, it was well known that back then, if the Tang sect hadn't stepped in without fear of life and death, would there have been peace in the inhuman realm? Thoughtfully he smiled bitterly, suddenly and inexplicably remembering those brothers. Figuring out that he had imprisoned himself in the Tang grave in order to stay alive. Breaking down actually allowed him to learn Dan devouring. having thought that he would wither away within it for the rest of his life. Su Xin did not expect to be called out today. Although it was only for a short while, it showed him the decline of the Tang sect. Su Xin, when the time comes, I'll need you to help them within Tang Mound. But at that moment, Yang Lai's voice came from his ears. This caused Su Xin to stare, then nodded. When the other people saw this scene, they were all silent. Meanwhile, in the area of the rudder, with a bland face, Zhang Daoran searched around and finally set up at the entrance of a pavilion. It was vaguely visible that this was the enrollment area for the selection meeting in. On the heel of its door, the rules are clearly written. Any disciple of the inner sect, or the outer sect, can participate in the competition. And if you get a certain ranking, you can become an inner disciple and even get valuable treasures. There was even the possibility of receiving the Tang sect's Jedi school inheritance. All sorts of temptations did seem good to Zhang Daoran. As far as the naked eye could see, these entries were categorized into weapon refining, medicine refining, poisoning, and concealed weapons, most of them for Zhang Daoran. It was simply a matter of having hands. As long as he competes, he'll definitely be in the top 10. Thinking of this, Zhang Daoran was about to sign up. Suddenly a girl about 10 years old with short hair and a pretty face stepped forward. Tao Tao, I want to enter the contest. Tao Tao. Hearing its voice, Zhang Daoran was slightly stunned. I thought to myself, no wonder something looks familiar. So it's this monster that's coming. Hugging his arms he smiled and followed to the entryway of the contest, saying, Li Daoran, I want to join the competition. As the words fell, Zhang Daoran followed and looked to the side. Tao Tao sensed someone looking at her, and then followed with a pair of glances. Under the four eyes, an awkward atmosphere arose. This caused Tao Tao to freeze and said with slight irritation, What are you looking at me for? Growing so pretty doesn't allow you to look. Zhang Daoran said, Doesn't that seem excessive? Is it too much to ask to be pretty? Hearing such crooked reasoning, Tao Tao was instantly a bit atmospheric, thinking to himself that the Tang clan's people were indeed a bit annoying. If it wasn't for her grandfather, she wouldn't have joined here. With a soft grunt of laziness, she was going to turn around and walk away. This made Zhang Daoran smile and was about to follow when he left. But at that moment, a few teenagers came not far away, vaguely visible. All of them were dressed in gorgeous clothes, and one of them was even walking in the very center, obviously with a bit of a superior status. Tao Tao, who was planning to leave, saw the scene and immediately frowned. Tao Tao, what a coincidence, we meet again. Hearing the inquiry, Tao Tao's eyes showed a hint of disgust. Looking at Song Xiao in front of her, she immediately took a step back and said, Song Lak, I'm not in the mood to mess with you. Go away. The gorgeously dressed and tall Song Xiao couldn't help but smile slightly when he heard this. Looking at the lovely Tao Tao in front of him, he subconsciously licked his lips. The lust in those eyes was overflowing. Tao Tao, you think you can escape me? Take me. We're strong together. We'll be absolutely happy. Hearing this, Tao Tao couldn't help but feel a wave of nausea. After looking at Song Xiao, he intended to turn around and leave. However, he saw a few dog legs in front of him, who then reached out to block the way. Sister-in-law, stay, don't go. Follow our big brother. Yeah, sister-in-law, with my big brother. It's only a matter of time before we enter the inner sect. Right, sister-in-law, my big brother is Elder Song's son. You don't have to. Hearing the crowd's teasing, Tao Tao's eyes showed a hint of anger. While she was somewhat at a loss for words, she saw a tall figure suddenly appear in front of her. Jean, good dogs don't get in the way. Zhang Daoran, who had come to the front of his heels, pushed, and then made way. This caused Song Xiao to frown when he saw it. Looking at the halfway killed Chang Bite in front of him, he said in a cold voice, Where's the guy from? Don't you recognize your grandpa Songjiu? Hearing this, Zhang Daoran revealed a hint of a smile in his eyes. Looking at Song Xiao, who had a mouthful of feces in front of him, he couldn't help but shake his head slightly. Looking back at Tao Tao, he spread his hands and said, I really don't know Song Xiao, but I do know son of a bitch. Are you a son of a bitch? As soon as these words were uttered, the atmosphere in the room instantly became tense. Tao Tao was also stunned when she saw the scene. Looking at the guy in front of her who helped her, a hint of doubt appeared in her eyes. As expected, Song Xiao was enraged when he heard this. Hugging his arms he grunted softly and said, Unbridled, you're a disciple of that place, and you dare to be so wanton. You must not have been taught a lesson, right? Brothers, give me a beating. Let him know what the rules are. A few of the lapdogs nodded when they heard this. Unable to say anything, they swung their fists and slammed them. This caused a hint of teasing to appear in Zhang Daoran's eyes when he saw it. Unconcerned, he shook his head slightly and backhanded a slap across the face. At once, a few doglegs were instantly knocked to the ground before they could react. The sudden scene made Song Jiu look stunned. southering a glance at a few of his men. He approached without the slightest hesitation at a fast pace. The moment it approached, a poisonous stinger suddenly sprang up in its hand. Seeing this scene, the corner of Zhang Daoran's mouth could not help but rise slightly. Without the slightest bit of fear he backhanded it, and the poisonous stinger instantly fell to the ground and broke. Tao Tao, who was on the side, saw the scene and was surprised in his eyes. He thought to himself that although this Song Shao was not very powerful, his concealed weapon methods were still a bit of a level. I didn't expect that after running into this person in front of me, it would actually seem a bit inadequate. Boy, there's something there, no wonder you're so crazy. As expected, a hint of scorn appeared in Song Zhao's eyes after seeing this scene. He thought to himself that although his concealed weapon was not the strongest in the younger generation of the Tang sect, it was at least ranked outside the top 50, but he didn't expect to run into this guy, but it actually gave him a feeling of not being able to see. Thinking of this, Song Shao then placed his hand on his waist. As he touched it with his hand, a weapon similar to a crossbow appeared. Tao Tao was surprised to see this scene. Song Jiao, are you crazy? The arrow in your hand is extremely toxic. If your father finds out, you'll be dead. Unimpressed, Song Shao smiled, looking at the arrows in his hand with smugness in his eyes. Looking at Zhang Daoran, he flirted. There are 9 if not 10 people who have died under this concealed weapon. Boy, it's not too late to kneel down and beg for forgiveness. When Zhang Daoran heard this, he couldn't help but shake his head slightly. Southering Song Shao, he followed with a step forward. The moment it approached, its body instantly turned into a residual shadow and disappeared. When Song Shao saw the scene, he immediately froze, subconsciously wanting to counterattack. He felt a coldness in his back. Immediately afterward, the entire group fell to the ground unexpectedly. This caused Tao Tao, who was on the side, to be surprised when she saw it. You killed him? No, Zhang Daoran laughed. I still know the rules of the door. Let's go. Your heel won't wake up for a while. Tao Tao froze, looking at Zhang Daoran in front of her. A hint of doubt appeared in her eyes. Without caring she nodded and headed ahead. And when Zhang Daoran saw the scene, he followed along. Soon, the duo arrived in an alleyway. Stopping, Tao Tao gulped and said, "Why are you still following me?" "I didn't follow you." Zhang Daoran spread his hands and said, "Also, you haven't said thank you to me yet." "Thank you." Tao Tao heard this and couldn't help but nod awkwardly. Seeing that Zhang Daoran did not look like a bad person, she then asked, "Are you in the concealed weapons division as well?" "The concealed weapons unit?" Zhang Daoran froze, then nodded slightly. He thought to himself that he really didn't know anything about this dark weapon stuff. It didn't matter much though. It was fine for him to learn anything. Thinking of this, Zhang Daoran asked rhetorically, "Do you also study concealed weapons?" "Well," Tao Tao sighed, "my grandpa had to make me come. I didn't want to come. I'm not talking to you. I'm going back to practice." Looking at the back that turned to leave, the corner of Zhang Daoran's mouth lifted slightly, thinking to himself that concealed weapons were something he really needed to learn. As for where to learn, he still needed to find out. Meanwhile, in Song Zhao's courtyard, with an embarrassed face, he looked at his men and couldn't help but slap the table in anger. I thought to myself that that guy had come out of nowhere and was actually badgering me. A rather speechless Song Shao coughed and said, "Tao Tao is in that group." "Got it? Concealed weapon group, boss." Hearing the response, Song Shao couldn't help but nod. This woman, Takuma Tao Tao, was a natural and excellent stove. However, if he can get his hands on it, he is bound to be able to advance one level in his power. Thinking about it, he opened his mouth. "Then we'll go too. This woman must be obtained." Tangmen is divided into 2 places, the new campus, and the old campus. Within it, the outer door, inner disciple distinction is actually virtually null and void. Here the strong are honored and the weak are only worthy of licking their feet. Throughout the hills and mountains, everyone defaulted to this rule, especially now that the Tang sect is green and yellow. The sect is even more intent on letting it develop in this way. Zhang Daoran, who had come here, looked at the scale map of the martial arts school and his mind was filled with thoughts. With his hands behind his back he glanced at the old campus on his heels and then stepped away. Vaguely, the campus that follows is a bit run down, but you can still see its heritage. According to the scale drawing, this place was built at least 20 years ago. It just so happens that this time period is after the Koshin Rebellion. As for the new campus, it is at the bottom of the hill and appears to have been built in the last 2 years. There is usually not much traffic between the 2 places on the mountain, and the only time the 2 places are interconnected is for these kinds of big competitions. Zhang Daoran, who came to the door, was about to enter when he saw 2 old men in long shirts walk out. One of them wore sunglasses and appeared to be a blind man, slightly taller. The one next to him, on the other hand, was round and medium-sized, and its bullseye-sized eyes were sizing up Zhang Daoran. It made him blink. and then he realized that the two had one trait in common. That is, their hands seemed extraordinarily white and smooth, not like martial artists. Where did it come from? As expected, the tall man inquired. Without any nonsense, Zhang Daoran nodded and followed by pulling out the token. The medium-sized man nodded in disbelief when he saw it, souped up the gate and then left with the man. Seeing this scene, a hint of surprise appeared in Zhang Daoran's eyes. Thinking to himself, he clearly felt an amazing power in the bodies of these two, although he didn't know what it was. The force was something that made his air roll with it. If he didn't have the system to suppress it, otherwise his identity would have been revealed. Thinking of this, Zhang Daoran looked around and then secretly put on his feathered coat. After doing this, he ran off inside the school. According to the scale chart, the only place where one would want to learn concealed weapons was the 100 Weapons Workshop, where the Tang sect's way of concealed weapons that had been passed down for many years was found. Next to it are places for making poison and refining weapons. Zhang Daoran, who had come here with a single mind for concealed weapons, naturally would not bother to learn anything else. 1. You can't use it. And 2. It's not necessary. In less than a moment, he arrived at the heel of the 100 Weapons Workshop. Vaguely visible here is a Chinese-style tower. The entire structure seems to be built out of wood, which makes it look extraordinarily imposing. Even the sound of swords and knives could be faintly heard once he got closer. This allowed Zhang Daoran to see it and then take a step inside. After entering the gate, everything in front of him was even more shocking. Vaguely, it is constructed like a library and is rotating. As far as the eye can see, there is a second, 3-story structure on the inside. It seemed that the hidden weapons on each floor were not quite the same. Holding his arms, Zhang Daoran glanced around and then came to a bookshelf. As far as the naked eye can see, almost everything placed here is a concealed weapon chart. Each shelf was filled with models of concealed weapons, as well as instructions on how to use them. There is no lack of darts, flying needles, short swords, short knives and other concealed weapons. After looking around, Zhang Daoran was greatly shocked in his heart. I thought to myself that the Tang sect can stand for 1,000 years without falling. There is really a doorway within it. Whether it's these hidden weapons in front of us or something else, all reveal one thing, a rich heritage. The most important thing about any famous sect is its heritage. Only when there was enough depth could a steady stream of newborn disciples appear. Thinking about this, Zhang Daoran was quite emotional inside. With a bland face he looked to his left and followed to the bookshelf. Vaguely visible was a book on a shelf. It's called the Complete Book of Concealed Weapons Basics. Zhang Daoran, whose eyes were full of smiles, laughed and followed by taking it in his hands. The Takumi thing was actually for new students to use, and the general outer disciples could hardly use it. And without an ounce of foundation, he was naturally best suited for this. Thinking of this, Zhang Daoran turned over the first page. When you look at it, a line of dense, traditional Chinese characters comes into view. The general idea is, the darkness is used as a weapon. 8 short big words that perfectly explain the meaning of concealed weapon. Assassin. Seeing this scene, Zhang Daoran was greatly shaken in his heart. With that, he continued to flip through the pages. Ding! As you are comprehending the basic book of concealed weapons, congratulations on comprehending the divine level concealed weapons technique and becoming a level 1 concealed weapons master. Hearing the system prompt, Zhang Daoran was ecstatic in his heart. Quite pleased with himself, he smiled, the knowledge of the many hidden weapons coming to mind at once. Included within it is the casting of concealed weapons, and the knowledge of how to use them. And to cast a concealed weapon, you need to be a refiner. This was not difficult for Zhang Daoran. As for the use of concealed weapons, it seems that practice makes perfect at the end. It didn't seem to be a difficult task for him who possessed an unbelievable level of enlightenment. The only thing missing now is a concealed weapon. And concealed weapons are divided into 5 orders. First order concealed weapons are the weakest and most commonly used, mostly some darts, silver needles and other objects. Second order hidden weapons, on the other hand, began to vary in form, and could be a chopstick or even a stone. Third order concealed weapons then began to contain intense poison, similar to the hand arrows in Song Zhao's hands. As for the fourth order and fifth order concealed weapons, they are even stronger, and are usually used as a base card. The thoughtful Zhang Daoran smiled faintly, looked at the direction of the second floor, and immediately followed. Nay, he had just arrived at the door when he was stopped by an old man with a jug of wine, vaguely visible. The old man was dressed in rags and had a head full of silver hair. A smell of alcohol was even more mixed with body odor, which seemed a bit unpleasant. This made Zhang Daoran subconsciously want to cross over when he saw it, but the old man took a sip of his wine and blocked it. A newbie has no business being on the second floor. Go back, rookie. Zhang Daoran froze, puzzled. What makes you say that? Senior, do I look like a novice? Doesn't it look like it to you? The old man asked rhetorically. The basic book of concealed weapons needs to be read and learned more before it will work. Go back. Hearing this, Zhang Daoran was enlightened. He thought to himself that he had just discovered himself. Not caring, he laughed, then spread his hands and said, Elder, I'm just learning from the past. I already know how to use concealed weapons. Learning from the past? The old man froze and couldn't help but look at Zhang Daoran one more time. Holding the jug, he smiled and followed by handing out a flying knife, saying, watch this, if you can use it, you can go to the second floor. Putting down such a sentence, the old man then brushed up his flying dagger. It was vaguely visible that the flying dagger seemed to be flying in its hand, constantly turning back and forth. This made Zhang Daoran see it and screamed in his heart that it was not good. Vaguely visible. This flying knife seems to fly. In the old man's hands, hard to play dozens of tricks. After stopping, his face was all smiles. When I was young, I could play 100 kinds of flying daggers, but not anymore. I can only play a few dozen. Come on, if you can play 10, I'll let you up. Looking at the flying dagger handed to him, a hint of a smile appeared in Zhang Daoran's eyes. Unconcerned, he nodded and followed, taking the flying dagger and saying, just learning. If there are any mistakes, senior, forgive me. Putting down such a sentence, Zhang Daoran played along. It was vaguely visible that under the control of the air, the flying daggers flew rapidly, one of a kind. 5, 10. In less than a moment, there were already more than 10 types of flying daggers. This caused a hint of surprise to appear in the old man's eyes when he saw it. Thinking to himself that his means of playing with swords seemed to be number one when looking at the entire Tang sect, he had thought that if this kid could use 5 of them, he would already be extremely good. Who knew that in less than a moment, this kid had actually reached 10, and by the looks of it, it seems to be accelerating. 10, 20, 30. As the flying daggers continued to accelerate, Zhang Daoran decisively stopped after 30 times. Pretending he couldn't go on, he smiled and said, Elder is really powerful. I can't do it when I get to 30 times. It's a bit hard. When the old man heard this, a hint of surprise appeared in his eyes. Looking at Zhang Daoran in front of him, his heart was moved to love talent. Thinking to himself that there were not many children who could play with flying daggers up to 30 times. There were not many people left in the entire Tang sect now. It's not even an exaggeration to say that young people today are losers. The result was that this flying dagger skill of his was on the verge of being lost. Thinking of this, the old man smiled and said, who are you with? Zhang Daoran was stunned and then answered truthfully about the origin of his identity. This made the old man excited to hear it. An outer disciple. Yet he has such a talent for concealed weapons. Not bad. Sure enough, those old things have finally realized the dangers of the inner and outer gates. Kid, do you want to learn concealed weapons or not? I can take you as my apprentice. Don't want to. Zhang Daoran froze, then spread his hands and said, Elder, I just want to learn about concealed weapons. Nothing else. The old man's entire body was confused when he heard this, thinking that he is at least the heir to the little flying dagger. Who knew that the acceptance of the apprentice was actually rejected? Somewhat embarrassed, he coughed and said, Kid, do you realize what you're turning down? To tell you the truth, I'm the heir to Little Li's flying dagger, the second elder of the Tang sect. You won't lose out by following me. Oh, Zhang Daoran let out an oasis-like sound, and was secretly shocked in his heart, but the outwardly calm man spread his hands, and said, Senior, I really just want to learn about concealed weapons. I don't want it to be that tedious. Make way, please, I'm going to learn to make concealed weapons. Putting down such a sentence, Zhang Daoran then walked towards the second floor. The old man who was frozen in place saw this scene and a hint of surprise appeared in his eyes. I thought to myself that this child is really different from ordinary people in his lightheartedness. Quite enjoying himself, he shook his head slightly and then wandered off to follow. And at that moment, outside the 100 Weapons Workshop, Tao Tao, Song lacked all the way. The duo, who pulled away, looked particularly amused. Only Song Xiao kept opening his mouth to harass while Tao Tao was filled with boredom. After arriving at the 100 Weapons Workshop, she even ran straight to the second floor. Tao Tao, why are you running so fast? Wait for me. When Song Xiao saw the scene, he couldn't help but show a hint of laughter in his eyes. Trailing behind him, he then went all the way, and in the second floor, as Zhang Daoran came here to take a few looks, he stopped. Vaguely, the second floor is decidedly not the same as the first. There are not only concealed weapon charts here, but also all kinds of materials. In other words, this is a laboratory for making concealed weapons. Most people who can come here can make concealed weapons. You've just learned concealed weapons. You don't know how to make them yet, do you? Actually, smithing is a slow and careful trade. Do you want to learn from me? The old man trailing behind laughed, smugly. Of course, if you want to learn from me, you must worship me. Hearing this, Zhang Daoran was slightly embarrassed. Looking at the guy in front of him, he couldn't help but shake his head slightly. Looking down at the concealed weapon in front of him, he then took a step forward. It was vaguely obvious that the hidden weapons that were present here were almost mostly of the second-class level. The difficulty of making it looks as if it's not that simple. However, as a refiner, Zhang Daoran could see the principle at a glance. With a bland face, he then stopped after looking in a certain direction. This is a hand arrow, kind of the only thing close to a third-order concealed weapon here. The old man saw the scene and then introduced himself. As long as you worship me as your master, how about I teach you the 5th rank of concealed weapons? Upon hearing the inquiry, Zhang Daoran could not help but shake his head slightly. I thought to myself that this hand arrow looked interesting, but in reality it was a bit of a chicken. With a bland face, he casually waved his hand and the materials on the table instantly flew up. Utilizing the air, he followed and began to refine the weapon based on the drawing of the arrow in his hand. The old man who watched this sudden scene was surprised. You can smith. Surprised? Zhang Daoran spread his hands and said, it's not that hard. Hearing this, the old man was shocked. I thought to myself that this refining thing and concealed weapons go hand in hand. The average person who could use a concealed weapon didn't necessarily know how to refine it. After all, refiners were too rare. If it wasn't for the Tang sect's unique means of refining weapons, ordinary concealed weapon masters would only be able to build concealed weapons with the help of other people. Thinking of this, the old man looked at Zhang Daoran who was following him with excitement in his eyes, figuring that this child was not very old, but his talent was this terrifying. With a love of talent in his heart, he shook his head slightly and secretly resolved to take him under his wing. It was vaguely visible as Zhang Daoran continued to apply air refining. The arrow in his hand in front of him was being constructed in a certain direction. This shocked the old man when he saw it. What are you refining here? It's not a hand arrow. An unimpressed Zhang Daoran smiled, thinking that what he had refined was naturally not any hand arrows. Instead, it's the Zhuge divine crossbow. As he was about to try to say something, suddenly there was movement behind him. In the next second, Tao Tao, Song Xiao and the two of them arrived one after the other. Are you here too? Is this a place where you can come? Actually refining concealed weapons. You kid has this talent too? Ridiculous to the extreme. When Song Xiao, who was holding his arms, saw this scene, he immediately opened his mouth and sneered. As the saying goes, when an enemy meets, his eyes were filled with anger. But as the words fell, Tao Tao on the side suddenly froze. Looking at the old man beside Zhang Daoran, he said, Seniorly, why are you here? Do you recognize this guy too? Kneeling for 5-star reviews, kneeling for free gifts, can't afford to eat, woo-hoo-hoo, and a cold, AI. The old man couldn't help but stare when he heard this. Looking at Tao Tao, he then inquired, you know him? Yeah, elderly, Tao Tao honored. This guy, I kind of know. Greetings, Seniorly. As soon as Song Xiao saw that it was Seniorly from the 100 Weapons Workshop present, he then changed his face and said, this is an unimpressive disciple. I am the son of Elder Song One. You. Before the words were finished, the old man couldn't help but wave his hand. Southerly glanced at Song Xiao, and then looked at Tao Tao. Well, I know. Be quiet and leave him alone. Song Xiao was stunned and couldn't help but look at Zhang Benchu one more time. I thought to myself that this kid's name was unknown, and that I had never seen this person at all. After his last encounter, he had planned to send someone to get rid of him. Nay, not even a few days later, they encountered it again. The bland-faced Song Xiao coughed and looked at Zhang Daoran. Elder, he's refining hand arrows, isn't he? The words fell, and the old man didn't respond at all. The ignored Song Xiao was a bit embarrassed when he saw the scene. Takumi, this is a senior in the Tang clan, sort of a more powerful figure than his own father. Usually, they seldom came out, but I didn't expect that this time. They actually came to the 100 Weapons Workshop. Unconcerned about the shame, he smiled and continued. Senior, you, shut up. Before Now could finish his sentence, the old man directly interrupted him with a rebuke. Enraged, he looked at Song Xiao and said in a deep voice, get the hell out of here. Come back to the 100 Weapons Workshop again and I'll beat you to death, believe it or not. When Song Xiao heard this, his face turned red, somewhat embarrassed. He nodded and then turned to leave. When the people left, the place was quiet again. Tao Tao on the side looked at Zhang Daoran in front of him, a hint of surprise appearing in his eyes. He thought to himself that this guy was ostensibly refining hand arrows, but his process was clearly different. Rather puzzled, she shook her head and whispered, Elder, it doesn't seem like he's refining hand arrows here, does it? Upon hearing the inquiry, the old man couldn't help but nod. Looking over at Tao Tao, he smiled. That's right, it's true that he's not refining hand arrows. As for what he's refining, I don't know. Is the concealed weapon I asked you to make last time ready? Show me. Tao Tao froze, then nodded. Almost forgetting, She followed and took out a concealed weapon similar to an embroidery needle from her pocket. The old man couldn't help but shake his head after a few glances. It's still too weak and poorly sharpened. You still need to learn more about concealed weapons. As soon as these words came out of his mouth, Cao Cao lost some energy. I thought to myself that I had put a lot of effort into making this silver needle. Who knew that in the eyes of the seniors, it was still worthless? Wanting to worship her, she shook her head and said, "Got it, don't worry. I will definitely study hard and strive to worship you as my master soon." The old man couldn't help but nod when he heard this. With a bland face, he was about to say something when he saw Zhang Daoran, who was on the side, suddenly move. It was vaguely visible that he was fully focused on the Zhuge divine crossbow in front of him, a hint of a smile in his eyes. With a wave of his hand, the air in his body instantly disappeared. Immediately after that, the Zhuge divine crossbow slowly took shape. Its exquisite appearance and unprecedented shape surprised the old man on the side. That's it? What kind of hidden weapon is this? Zhang Daoran smiled slightly and looked at the successful Zhuge divine crossbow in front of him and said, "Zhuge divine crossbow, the concealed weapon I just came up with. Not bad, right? A few more steel needles and it'll be a murderous weapon." Hearing this, the old man couldn't help but stare, looking at the Zhuge divine crossbow in front of him. He then took it in hand and looked at it for a few moments. It's a shock not to see. Only a cold aura was revealed on this divine crossbow, and an aura of moroseness filled the air. This seems to be a fourth-order concealed weapon, right? Nope. Haven't tried the power yet, the old man said excitedly. "Kid, this is too smart for you. Please, worship me." Tao Tao. When Tao Tao, who was on the side, saw this scene, his entire body couldn't help but freeze. He thought to himself that Senior Li, whom he wanted to worship with all his heart, actually begged others to worship him. The sense of falling was so great she gulped and said, "Elder, he's great." Old man Li said, "Tao Tao, don't you guys know each other? Let him worship me as his master, and as long as he's willing, I can take you as my disciple as well." As soon as those words came out of his mouth, Tao Tao was stunned. I thought to myself, I'm just giving away the value of the package. Looking at Zhang Daoran on the side, she sighed, "Senior, I am also not very familiar with him. You this." As the words fell, only Zhang Daoran smiled. Looking at the old man, he spread his hands. "Let's talk about this. Let's go try the power of Zhuge divine crossbow." Putting down such a sentence, Zhang Daoran then walked forward. The old man, Tao Tao, saw this and then trailed behind. Vaguely visible, in the corner of the second floor, were several steel plates, and this steel plate is the place where you usually use to practice your concealed weapons. After Zhang Daoran looked at it, he then loaded the Zhuge divine crossbow. Dang! Without a second thought, he followed suit and pulled the trigger. A few harsh sounds rang out, vaguely visible. The steel plate in front of the heel instantly broke through several large holes. The sudden scene, looking at the old man, Tao Tao froze in place. The old man, in particular, was surprised when he came closer to see it. "Oh my god, what kind of hidden weapon is this? It's too powerful. Only a fourth-rank concealed weapon can reach this level. You're too good." When Zhang Daoran heard this, he couldn't help but smile. He thought to himself that although Zhuge divine crossbow was a bit of a chicken, its power was still quite strong. As long as it can be used properly, the average inhuman is almost always a massacre. This concealed weapon is too powerful. Tao Tao spoke up. "Li Daoran, how long have you been studying concealed weapons?" "First day time." Zhang Daoran spread his hands and said, "I think it's pretty funny." "One day?" Tao Tao, old man. After the shocked duo looked at each other, their eyes were filled with shock. Looking at Zhang Daoran in front of them, their eyes were filled with incredulity. Tao Tao, in particular, questioned, "How is this possible? You can learn concealed weapons to this extent in one day?" "I testify." The old man sighed. "It's true he knows nothing about concealed weapons. I learned it by watching him." Unimpressed, Zhang Daoran smiled and spread his hands. "Showdown. No more pretending. I'm a genius. A mere concealed weapon. Easily taken." Frozen in place, Tao Tao's entire body was dumbfounded when she saw this scene. Not knowing what to say, she was suddenly a little speechless, and the old man was thrilled to hear it. "Li Daoran, be my disciple, please. Be my apprentice, please." Looking at Senior Li's sincere eyes, Tao Tao's entire body cracked. Somewhat embarrassed, she looked at Zhang Daoran and suddenly felt that there was some unfair fate. "I thought to myself that in order to learn from the master, I had been running to the 100 Weapons Workshop for 3 days and 5 days. Who knew that after this guy came, he actually made Senior Li beg to take on his disciple? I refuse." But at that moment, Zhang Daoran suddenly spoke. "I don't want to be told what to do, you know?" As soon as those words left her mouth, Tao Tao's entire body cracked. Looking at Zhang Daoran in front of her, She was incomparably envious in her heart. And the old man froze when he heard it. Looking at the guy in front of him, he said with tears in his eyes, "Child, I really didn't lie to you. I'm really the patriarch of the Tang sect. In the Jianghu, people call me the Little Flying Dagger spokesman. As long as you're my disciple, you'll be guaranteed to eat and drink a lot." As soon as those words came out, Cao Cao was even more shocked. I thought to myself that Senior Li had gone to great lengths to take in a disciple, and when Zhang Daoran heard it, he just let out an "oh." Unconcerned, he shook his head slightly and spread his hands. "No need. I'm busy. For concealed weapons it's just a learning experience. If you're not doing anything, I'll go first." After putting down such a sentence, Zhang Daoran intended to turn around and leave. Frozen in place, Cao Cao's entire body was dumbfounded when she saw this scene. "I only saw." Elderly froze, then excitedly said, "Child, you give me a chance. I'm already a handful of years old. It's not easy for me to meet someone as talented as you, so just let me have someone to follow in my footsteps." When Zhang Daoran, who had stopped his footsteps, heard this, a hint of a smile appeared in his eyes. He thought that he had pretended enough, and that he would have to say yes to some things. After all, what was he doing at TangClan? It's for learning about Dan Devour. If he had this person's connections, would he be afraid of not having the opportunity to learn? Thinking of this, Zhang Daoran reluctantly said, "Even if we worship the master, it's okay to learn concealed weapons. Can we do that? In the future, when I walk the rivers and lakes, I will carry forward this hand of flying daggers for you." Hearing this, the old man was also stunned, thinking to himself that there was nothing else he could do after what had happened. After all, it was all he could do to be able to pass on his flying dagger. Looking at Zhang Daoran in front of him, he nodded in agreement. "No problem, Li Daoran. No backing out." "Aha!" Zhang Daoran let out a hum, and then he turned around and left. Cao Cao, who was frozen in place, saw this scene, and his entire body looked dumbfounded. Somewhat surprised, she looked at Senior Li and said, "Senior, do what you just said still count?" "Let's forget it," the old man sighed. "He doesn't want to be my disciple." "You heard me." "But Cao Cao, if you can make him my official disciple, it's not impossible for me to take you as my disciple." Cao Cao. When Cao Cao, who was frozen in place, heard this, a hint of embarrassment appeared in her eyes. Rather bitterly, she shook her head slightly, then lifted her retreat and ran outside. And outside the door, Zhang Daoran, who was walking slowly, counted 1 second, 2 seconds, 3 seconds in his head. As expected, just 10 seconds later, Cao Cao came out after him. Changing from her usual high spirits, she looked at Zhang Daoran and said, "Li Daoran, you worship Senior as your master. It's still pretty hard for him to be that miserable for an old man." Hearing this, Zhang Daoran revealed a hint of a smile in his eyes. Looking at Cao Cao in front of him, he couldn't help but shake his head slightly. "I'll worship if you tell me to." "On what grounds?" Cao Cao froze. Looking at Zhang Daoran in front of her, she was slightly embarrassed. Looking around, she suddenly blushed. "Don't you like me? If you worship the master, I can join in too. When the time comes, the two of us can learn concealed weapons together. Don't you think?" As soon as these words left his mouth, Zhang Daoran couldn't help but smile. Looking at the naive Cao Cao in front of him, he couldn't help but let out a sigh. Unconcerned, he shook his head slightly and spread his hands. "Are you overthinking this?" Putting down such a sentence, Zhang Daoran then turned around and left. Frozen in place, Cao Cao's entire body was stunned when she saw this scene, thinking, "What the hell is this? Wanting to be in love?" Rather puzzled, she shook her head slightly, suddenly a little confused about the man before her. Moments later, the courtyard. Just as he entered the courtyard, Zhang Daoran saw Chen Duo, who was refining the air. It was vaguely visible that as she began practicing her compulsion, her own air began to grow stronger. At the same time, the toxin in its body had been slowly suppressed. In other words, as long as Chen Dao didn't think wildly and was bent on death, her own poison had been suppressed over the course of the year. As long as it lasts into adulthood, she's no different than a normal person. Moreover, Shander also possessed the ability to compel the body of a holy child. Thinking of this, Zhang Daoran let out a sigh of relief in his heart. After looking at Chen Dao, he slowly came to the front. Vaguely visible was the company of the Golden Centipede King, the Golden Silkworm King. The poisons in all three couldn't help but form some sort of correlation, especially since Chen Dao, as a compassionate body holy child, was extremely majestic. The two parasites were obedient under its leadership. "Brother, you're back." After sensing someone approaching, Chen Dao couldn't help but open his eyes. Looking at her brother in front of her, she had a smile in her eyes. "Well, what is it? Any progress?" Hearing her brother's inquiry, Chen Dao couldn't help but nod her head. The tiny figure of her casually waved her hand, and an extremely strong wisp of air instantly exploded. Immediately afterward, in that area of the ground, some snakes, insects and rats sprang up. Seeing this scene, Zhang Daoran could not help but feel shocked in his heart. I thought to myself that Chen Duo was worthy of being a compulsion body saint child, and that there was indeed something there, quite emotional. He shook his head slightly and then pulled her towards the house, and at this point within the LW, Zhang Lingyu looked at the envelope that had been delivered and her face was bland. Seeing the strange, he coughed and looked at the master. Master, I'm afraid elder brother has recently gone to Bashu. Look, he's killed quite a few people using my name again. When the old heavenly master heard this, his eyes were filled with laughter. Unconcerned, he shook his head slightly and looked at Zhang Lingyu to comfort him. Relax. Killing and setting fire to Zhang Lingyu and saving suffering Zhang Daoran. You are all my good disciples. What's the matter? Have you been feeling it lately, Yang Wulei? I think you're about to go down too. When Zhang Lingyu heard this, she couldn't help but stare. He thought to himself that before his departure, the youngest senior brother had mentioned to him that he must give a notice before going down the mountain, saying something about coming down the mountain and meeting demons and devils on your own, and when the time comes, elder brother will take the fall for himself. Thinking of this, Zhang Lingyu solemnly said, Master, just wait a little longer. My Dao heart has been unstable lately. Unstable morals? The old heavenly master froze and looked at Zhang Lingyu then sighed. I see you're imagining things again. It's also true that you're called a youthful rebel now. Lingyu, if you have a problem, find master. Master will keep you from rebelling. Oh, rebellion? When Zhang Lingyu heard this, a hint of embarrassment appeared in her eyes. Thinking to yourself, how dare you rebel? Jude remembered that 3 days ago he was going to find his senior brother, who knew that he was slapped to the ground by his master. Thinking of this, Zhang Lingyu clasped his fists. Master, don't worry, I will never go to my senior brother. Good, the old heavenly master smiled. Good disciple. It's fine if you have this realization. Master is relieved. Putting down such a sentence, the old celestial master glanced at the time and then walked towards the outside of the house. Vaguely visible. Rong-san, Zhou Huanjin is waiting outside with a stereo. Upon seeing their master come out, the two of them then came up with smiles on their faces. Master, are we listening to Phoenix Legend today, or listening to Inari? Inari. Zhang Jiwei waved his hand and said blandly, I'm not your Uncle Tian, so naturally I listen to Inari. Come on, jump up. Master has been busy all his life and still can't enjoy himself? Can. When Rong Shan, Zhao Huanjin and the two of them heard this, they couldn't help but nod slightly, played songs and square danced along. This caused Zhang Lingyu, who was frozen in front of the door's heel, to reveal a hint of helplessness in her eyes when she saw it. It was quite hard for him to look at the sky, thinking when will senior brother come back? 3 days later, in the Tang clan school, the old man looked at Zhang Daoran in front of him with satisfaction on his face. It was vaguely obvious that as the guy continued to learn, a handful of flying daggers could be considered to be playing with perfection. Quite satisfied, he nodded and picked up the small teapot. Daoran, you're getting better and better. It seems that I, little Li Flying Dagger, won't have no successor in this life. When you compete tomorrow, master, no, I'll be watching you. When Zhang Daoran heard this, a hint of a smile appeared in his eyes. Without a care in the world, he nodded slightly and put away the flying dagger in his hand. Looking at the old man in front of him, he lamented, got it. Anything else? Nope, the old man said. I'm on my way. Putting down such a sentence, the old man then turned around and left. Frozen in place, Tao Tao's entire body was dumbfounded when she saw this scene. I thought to myself that this elderly is too good to be true. In order to accept Zhang Daoran as his disciple, he actually stooped this low. Rather bitterly, she sighed and said, this is the area for tomorrow's game. Would you like to see it? No need. Zhang Daoran got up and said, none of them are a match for me. Don't you think? Tao Tao froze, not knowing how to respond for a moment, thinking to myself that this guy is too fierce. It took less than a day to learn flying daggers, and he had already gained an elite. According to Senior Li's words, this kid is a genius that comes along once in 100 years. If it was the previous Tang sect, it would definitely be a top-notch genius. Tao Tao sighed at the thought. Got it, I'm leaving then? Don't. Zhang Daoran spread his hands. Come with me to the competition area and familiarize yourself with the venue. Tao Tao froze and could only nod along. With that, the duo headed off into the distance. Within moments, they arrived at the competition area. It was vaguely visible as a large schoolyard. There were many people within it, mostly inner sect and outer sect disciples. Holding his arms, Zhang Daoran looked around and ran towards the most central area. Looking around, there were clearly more disciples here. Moreover, Most of the disciples here were well dressed and looked like inner disciples. As for those who were talking and laughing, with fawning faces, most of them were outer disciples that. Among them was Song Jiao. Tao Tao looked at Zhang Daoran, who was walking towards Song Xiao, and secretly screamed that it was not good. As expected, a few people froze as their eyes collided. Song Xiao, in particular, was in a state of displeasure when he saw Tao Tao follow Zhang Dao, and then, his heart was in a state of displeasure. Rather bitterly, he gritted his teeth and said, "Tao Tao, you're here, ha?" When Tao Tao heard this, she couldn't help but blankly glance at Song Xiao. Without responding, she followed Zhang Daoran and continued to walk forward. Seeing this scene, the ignored Song Xiao was instantly enraged. Somewhat angry, he gritted his teeth, turned around, and walked towards the other side. This caused a hint of doubt to appear in Tao Tao's eyes when he saw it. She had expected the two to come face to face and have another argument. Who knew that Zhang Daoran didn't say or do anything? And Song Xiao was even more black-faced, as if the two of them didn't know each other. Thoughtfully, Tao Tao shook her head slightly and said, "Li Daoran, why don't you take a look at Song Xiao? What are you looking at him for?" Zhang Daoran spread his hands and said, "Wouldn't that be a waste of my expression? You didn't think I'd fight him for you, did you?" Tao Tao froze. Then her pretty face flushed. Looking at the guy in front of her, she couldn't help but sigh. He was about to say something when suddenly there was movement behind him. He only saw Song Xiao following behind a person, walking towards this place step by step, and this person was no one else but Xiao Feng, who ranked in the top 10 of the inner sect. This caused Tao Tao to see it and say, "Not good, it's Xiao Feng coming. This guy is proficient in concealed weapons, but he's a top 10 guy in the inner sect. It's said that he can use third-order concealed weapons. Li Daoran, be careful." Hearing this, Zhang Daoran could not help but smile slightly, southering the so-called Xiao Feng. His eyes were bland. It was vaguely visible that the man was tall and fair in color, plus it's dressed much like a sufferer. As expected, along with Song Xiao, Xiao Feng came to follow. Song Lak snapped, "Li Daoran, aren't you quite a bully? My big brother is here. Compare?" As soon as these words were uttered, Tao Tao's face changed. He thought to himself that Song Xiao was targeting Zhang Daoran so much solely because of himself. Rather helplessly, she grunted softly and spread her hands. "Song Lak, don't go too far, I'm telling you." "Excessive?" Song Xiao coldly smiled, thinking that he was trying to get back at Zhang Daoran, but he promised Xiao Feng to become his little brother. Quite hard to bear. He grunted coldly and said, "Tao Tao, you have no business here." When Zhang Daoran saw this scene, a hint of laughter appeared in his eyes. Looking at the guy in front of him, he couldn't help but show his hands. "Take my advice. Get out if you don't want to die. You're following Song Jiao. Aren't you here to get killed? Coming out to hang out is about background. Who are you, brother?" The sudden words caused Xiao Feng's face to instantly freeze. Looking at Zhang Daoran in front of him, he said in a cold voice, "Are you good? What's the use of knowing how to fight? My father is an inner sect elder, and you, Little Li Flying Dagger, is an acquaintance of mine," Zhang Daoran said, spreading his hands. "Recognize? Little Li Flying Dagger?" Xiao Feng froze, then shook his head slightly. When he was about to say something, he saw Tao Tao excitedly say, "Senior Li Chunfeng, you don't recognize? Li Chunfeng? No. One flying dagger master of the inner sect? The senior who is known in the Jianghu as the king of flying daggers." Xiao Feng froze, then looked at Song Xiao and said, "You son of a bitch, you dare to screw me over?" Song Lax. When Song Xiao heard this, he was stunned. He originally thought that Li Chunfeng Senior's, at best, is a chance encounter with this kid. Who knows that the relationship between the two is not ordinary? Rather embarrassed, he looked at Xiao Feng and said, "Big brother, it's a misunderstanding." "I don't know." "What misunderstanding?" Tao Tao said, holding her arms. "Obviously you know better." Snap. As soon as these words were uttered, Xiao Feng slapped away without a second thought. Song Xiao, who hadn't reacted yet, froze and then fell to the ground. This caused Zhang Daoran to show a hint of laughter in his eyes when he saw it. With a bland face, he looked at Xiao Feng and said, "Still want to compete with me?" When Xiao Feng heard this, a hint of embarrassment appeared in his eyes. He thought to himself that Senior Li Chunfeng's reputation might be known to very few people in the outer sect. However, in their inner sect, it was an existence that was like thunder and no one dared to mess with. That flying dagger stunt is something to be feared. Thinking of this, Xiao Feng clasped his fists and said, "Misunderstanding? Since your excellency has befriended Senior Li Chunfeng, you must be of great importance. Listening to this villain's slanderous words today made me almost offend you. In order to show my sincerity, why don't we go to Golden Phoenix House and have a drink?" Golden Phoenix House? Zhang Daoran was slightly stunned. As soon as he heard this name he knew that something was wrong. Just as he was about to agree, he saw Tao Tao open his mouth. Not allowed to go. Golden Phoenix House is a place for whores. After saying this, Tao Tao realized that her pretty face was already slightly red. This caused Xiao Feng to smile slightly upon hearing this. Unconcerned, he shook his head and said, "Wrong, Golden Phoenix House is not an ordinary place. It's a place for hookers to listen to music. Brotherly, enjoying flowers and the moon is the most enjoyable thing. Not to mention where the first beauty of the inner sect, Lang Bingyu, will arrive. The opportunity is not to be missed." Cold ice moon? Zhang Daoran was slightly stunned. Not recognizing him at all, he smiled. He thought to himself that he didn't care who the first beauty of the inner door was, but he mainly wanted to go and listen to songs, and enjoy the flowers and the moon. Thinking of this, Zhang Daoran looked at Tao Tao Dao. "Mind your own business." Putting down such a sentence, Zhang Daoran then walked outward with his hands behind his back. Frozen in place, Tao Tao saw the scene and couldn't help but stomp her feet in anger. "I thought to myself that this big piggy is too much. To go to a place like that in front of you when you know what's on your mind." Lusting for tears, she was about to go and complain when she saw Song Shao leaning over. "Tao Tao, that guy is too much. Why don't you snap downstream?" Before Now could finish his sentence, Song Shao had already received a slap. Rather embarrassed, he looked at the back of the departure, his eyes filled with hatred. A few moments later, downstairs in Golden Phoenix, as Zhang Daoran got out of the car, the scene in front of him made him freeze. It was vaguely visible that there were 5 or 6 women standing in front of the building's heel, with fair skin and pretty faces, dressing up in fancy dress. They look especially pleasing to the eye. "Grand Master, come inside and drink. Don't get drunk today. Don't let the bottle go empty. Grand Master, please come inside." When Zhang Daoran saw this scene, he could not help but faintly stare. Being a modern soul, this was the first time he had ever been in such a place. Somewhat embarrassed, he looked at Xiao Feng, who was calm and composed at the side, and said, "Is this where you said to enjoy the flowers and the moon?" "Yeah, brotherly," Xiao Feng said blandly. "Isn't this a flowery plant? Go, let's go to the second floor." Putting down such a sentence, Xiao Feng then walked forward in a familiar manner. Seeing this scene, Zhang Daoran could only trail behind. "Master Xiao, there you are." Just as he approached, a woman in a cheongsam, with a plump figure and a Sun-Yang half-aged woman walked over. Behind her followed a group of warblers. Xiao Feng saw the scene and immediately coughed. "I'm not the main character today, so I'll introduce you guys. Mr. Li, why don't you still entertain?" When the woman of Shuema heard this, she understood it in a second. Without saying much, she followed and wrapped her arms around Zhang Daoran. The soft sensation that came from that made him flinch. "Mr. Li, it's the first time you've come to a place like this, isn't it? Don't be nervous, we sell our art. Ha ha ha. But Mr. Li is so good looking, I'm afraid my girls won't be able to handle it." Hearing this, Zhang Daoran's cheeks burned a little. Calm and collected, he smiled and followed all the way to the second floor. With a lot of talking and laughing along the way, the group arrived at the second floor. It was vaguely different from the warblers on the first floor. Its interior decoration style, on the contrary, is somewhat westernized. Wine, candles, marble columns galore. Xiao Feng, who had come here, waved his hand after casually finding a location. "Auntie Zhang, as usual, we'll wait for you." When Aunt Zhang, who had her arm around Zhang Daoran, heard this, the corners of her mouth immediately rose. The sassy woman nodded, unable to stop herself from flirting. "Got it, but Master Xiao, this Mr. Li seems a bit nervous. Why don't you let me keep him company, and I'll make sure he doesn't get this nervous again." Xiao Feng could not help but laugh when he heard this. Looking at Zhang Daoran in front of him, he then waved his hand. When the people left, he smiled. "Brotherly, it looks like you're here for the first time. Ha, you're full of shit." When Zhang Daoran heard this, he secretly spat in his heart. "I thought to myself that the woman kept rubbing back and forth when I was just going up the stairs." It made him almost fail to press the lance under his mind. Rather bitterly, he sighed and said, "There aren't many people here, so we don't have much to do here, do we?" Hearing this, Xiao Feng could not help but laugh. Looking at Zhang Daoran in front of him, he was even more sure that this person knew nothing about this place. Unconcerned, he shook his head slightly and spread his hands. "You'll find out later, just wait." The words fell, only to see another movement coming from behind them. Only a few men dressed in gorgeous clothes with high and cold faces walked up. Without looking around, they took a look around and headed towards the western position. This caused Xiao Feng to see it and explain. "Brotherly, see, that's the 5th-ranked Iron Hand of the inner sect. Too cold for his own good. It's rumored that this time he's all here for Ling Bingyue." "Iron Hands?" Zhang Daoran froze slightly and looked back before withdrawing his gaze. Soon, a few more people came from the second floor. Most of these people were the best of the inner sect, and each of them was a master in their own right, resulting in the final top 10 experts of the inner sect. Almost half of them had come. The purpose of these people was naturally for Lang Bingyu. Zhang Daoran, who was quite puzzled, shook his head slightly and was about to see what this inner sect's number one beauty looked like. Suddenly laughter came from behind them, followed by Auntie Zhang walking with two women. One of them had a beautiful face and an extremely flirtatious walk, and as soon as she arrived, she sat on Xiao Feng's lap. As for the other one, she was dressed in a cheongsam, with an elegant temperament that made her look a bit cold. However, after she came to Zhang Daoran's side, the first thing she said when she opened her mouth was, "Want a blowjob? A blowjob? What is a blowjob?" Zhang Daoran froze and looked at the cool-looking, beautifully built woman in front of him and said, "Which blowjob are you referring to? The kind that men want." "My name is Jasmine," Jasmine said coolly. "Could it be that this is your first time here? Don't understand?" "Indeed, I don't understand." Zhang Daoran shook his head slightly and looked at Jasmine Dao, who had a great sense of contrast in front of him. "I only know how to play basketball and sing in dance group." "Basketball, singing and dancing group?" Jasmine shook her head slightly and sighed as she looked at the somewhat strange Zhang Daoran in front of her. "Since you don't understand, I'll just have to teach you." After putting down such a sentence, Jasmine stretched out her white jade hand. "Can't make it." This caused Zhang Daoran to freeze and subconsciously tried to avoid it. Instead, he saw Jasmine pull a shaw out of nowhere, which made him instantly flinch when he saw it. And Jasmine laughed along with the scene when she saw it. "Looks like you got the wrong idea. When I said blowjob, I meant this." Zhang Daoran, who was frozen in place, could not help but be speechless for a while when he heard this. "I thought to myself that the woman in front of me was obviously teasing myself." Somewhat embarrassed, he smiled and looked at Xiao Feng, who was playing with the woman next to him, and said, "It seems I've come to realize that all of your women here are indeed skilled." Jasmine smiled faintly, and when she saw that Zhang Daoran was not angry, a hint of flavorfulness appeared in her eyes. The fair-faced woman followed, picking up a cup of tea and bringing it to the heel of her mouth. "Please have some tea, Your Excellency." Zhang Daoran nodded and couldn't help but follow with a drink, and when Molly saw this, she followed and put her teacup back, pour the tea and refill the water, all in one go. Combined with its cool look, it makes for quite an experience at first glance. But who knew this girl was extremely interesting in contrast? The thoughtful Zhang Daoran smiled and said softly, "You're not bad either. You're not an ordinary person by the look of your temperament. So why have you ended up here?" Jasmine's eyes visibly darkened a bit at that, southering Zhang Daoran. He then said with a smile at the corner of his mouth, "You don't know, Mr. Gong, but my family is in a bad way, so I can only come here to sell my art in order to make a living. There is a younger brother at home, as well as a father who is still very ill, all of whom need." "Stop." Zhang Daoran waved his hand and interrupted. "I mean, you guys are all unified in your words, right?" Jasmine couldn't help but cover her mouth when she heard this. Looking at Zhang Daoran, he spread his hands and said, "What makes you say that, my lord?" Zhang Daoran smiled, thinking that in his previous life, in addition to being a firefighter who puts out fires and disasters, he is actually a nice guy who likes to give warmth and succor. In those days, he heard at least 10 self-serving tales of woe from young women. The vast majority of them are as Jasmine says. Although it sounds fake at first glance, it can't hold up to the fact that I see it. Who told people to be bodhisattvas? Thinking of this, Zhang Daoran did not explain. "It's a long story, and if you don't want to talk about it, I won't force you." Jasmine's face smiled even more when she heard this. He was about to say something when suddenly there was movement behind him. Immediately afterward, a tall man with a handsome face walked over. Xiao Feng, who was hugging and kissing the woman, froze and hurriedly lifted his head from his twin peaks. "Rohai." Looking at the guy in front of him, he coldly grunted, "Luo Hai, I didn't expect you to be here. What a coincidence." Luo Hai, who was tall and had his hands behind his back, had a hint of a smile in his eyes when he heard this. Unconcerned, he shook his head slightly and looked at the guy in front of him. "Xiao Feng, let's have our revenge. Since you're here today, you should know what to expect." As soon as these words were uttered, a hint of bemusement appeared in Xiao Feng's eyes. Undaunted, he pushed the woman in front of him out of the way before rising to his feet. Southering Zhang Daoran, he cupped his fists and said, "Brother Li, it seems that I have something to do, so I can't accompany you today. You go first." When Zhang Daoran heard this, he couldn't help but faintly stare. Looking behind him, Luo Hai's eyes were bland. He sighed as he wrapped his arms around Jasmine's small waist. What bad luck! Putting down such a sentence, Zhang Daoran got up and stood up. Looking at the Luo Hai in front of him, he couldn't help but shake his head slightly. He was about to change places when he saw a hand stop in front of him. "Did I tell you to leave?" "When you're with Xiao Feng, You have to suffer. Understand? Luo Hai put down such a sentence, and an extremely strong air instantly burst out from himself. Xiao Feng could not help but frown when he saw this scene. Without caring, he grunted coldly and said, Luo Hai, don't go too far. Brotherly has nothing to do with this. Zhang Daoran, who was on the side, saw this scene and his face remained indifferent. I thought that this Xiao Feng let himself come here. I am afraid that the real purpose is to deal with this person. After all, coming to see the so-called number one beauty of the inner sect was still a bit of a stretch in its opinion. Without revealing it, he shook his head slightly and said, You too, you can fight if you want to, but don't get next to me. I'm not to be messed with either. Understand? As the words fell, an extremely strong air instantly emerged from Zhang Daoran's body. Luo Hai's eyes showed a hint of surprise when he saw this scene. He originally thought that this guy was Xiao Feng's lapdog, but now that I look at it, it doesn't seem to be. Somewhat regretfully, he nodded and instantly moved out of the way. In that case, go away. When Zhang Daoran heard this, the corner of his mouth couldn't help but raise slightly. Not caring, he smiled and headed for the next table with his arm around Jasmine. This caused Xiao Feng's heart to instantly become bitter when he saw it. He thought to himself that the reason he had come here was solely to utilize Zhang Daoran's background, thus forcing Luo Hai and these people back. But who did not expect? This guy took their own benefits, actually direct what not to do, ran away, lusting for tears. He sighed and could only give Luo Hai his full attention. And on a side table, Jasmine looked at the duo fighting not far away, a hint of doubt in her eyes. Looking down at Zhang Daoran, who was holding his small waist, he said, My lord, why don't you help him? Isn't that your friend? Who said he is my friend? Zhang Daoran spread his hands and said, I'm here to drink tea and enjoy the flowers and the beauty. Just watch the show. Jasmine couldn't help but nod when she heard this. Southering Zhang Daoran, he then asked, Your Excellency really has a good heart. I wonder how old you are this year. Looking at your appearance, you should be about the same as me. I'm only 18. 18? Zhang Daoran smiled, thinking that he was just 9 years old after this year. As they say, a man is always 8 years old is not just a figure of speech. Thoughtfully he smiled and said, 8 years old. Can you believe it? 8 years old? Jasmine, who was sitting on Zhang Daoran's lap, shook her head slightly in disbelief. Gongzi, don't lie to me. At 8 years old you looked like this? Zhang Daoran laughed and did not explain too much, only because he is indeed 8 years old. But at that moment, Jasmine suddenly felt something was wrong. Somewhat puzzled, she reached out and said, My lord, your weapon lump is against me. Let me move it out of the way for you. Kneeling for 5-star reviews. Kneeling for free gifts, can't afford to eat? Woohoo. Weapons? Zhang Daoran froze and subconsciously wanted to stop it. Unfortunately it was too late. As expected, Jasmine screamed instantly upon touching the weapon. She, who had never experienced such a scene before, instantly blushed. Looking at the calm and composed Zhang Daoran in front of her, she gulped and said, Right, not up, my lord. I'm abrupt. Hearing this, Zhang Daoran could not help but smile slightly. Unconcerned, he looked at his followers and spread his hands. I'm still an 8-year-old kid. It's normal to be angry and bloodthirsty. There's no need to be afraid. An 8-year-old? An 8-year-old is that big? Jasmine froze, her eyes full of wonder. He thought to himself that if this male was really 8 years old, it would be too scary. There are 8-year-olds in this place? She was in the middle of her thoughts when suddenly the sound of a table breaking open came from beside her. Click, only to see Xiao Feng being outmatched. He was backhanded and knocked to the ground by Luo Hai's slap. It just so happened that this rolled down in an unbiased manner and smashed on the table beside Zhang Daoran. The commotion of the duo's fight instantly attracted the ideas of the other guests on the second floor. This caused Xiao Feng to get up and wipe off the blood from the corner of his mouth and said, Luo Hai, you've gotten stronger again. Ha ha ha. The unimpressed Luo Hai ha laughed, thinking that in this aspect of cultivation, he had naturally gotten stronger. Quite excited, he looked at Xiao Feng, who was not his opponent, and said smugly, Waste, is it too late to react now? Kneel down for me, or I'll break your third leg today. It's too much of a bully. The moment these words were uttered, Xiao Feng's face was embarrassed for a moment. Thinking to himself, he was afraid that he was no longer a match compared to this Luo Hai. If they continued to tangle, the only one who would suffer would be themselves. Thinking of this, Xiao Feng looked back at Zhang Daoran and said, Mr. Li, can you help me once? I'm willing to use a third-order concealed weapon in exchange for a strike. Third-order concealed weapon. As soon as these words were uttered, quite a few people on the second floor were attracted to them. Looking at Zhang Daoran in front of them, their eyes were filled with doubts. After all, when looking at the entire Tang sect, the third-rank hidden weapons were not too good. But in their age, they were already very good, including Luo Hai, who was stunned upon hearing this. Thought to myself, who is this guy? Actually can let Xiao Feng this gang of centralized begging. Unable to get his head around it, he shook his head slightly and couldn't help but wait in secret. Only Zhang Daren's eyes were bland after hearing this. The heart wants to help Xiao Feng out simple, but the price is too big. In his opinion, this Luo Hai was definitely not simple behind the scenes. A mere third-order concealed weapon was not worth his hand. Thinking of this, Zhang Daoran refused. Too little. The three short words caused Xiao Feng's face to freeze. Looking at the lionized Zhang Daoran in front of him, he seemed to have sensed something. Gritting his teeth, he spoke again. I still have some real estate in Rongcheng, as well as luxury cars. I can give them to you. No, Zhang Daoran continued to speak. It's still too little. Too little? Xiao Feng was stunned, thinking that the other party did not want the mansion and sports car, and was obviously running towards something else. And the most important things to people like them are the things for cultivation. Thinking of this, Xiao Feng continued to speak. I also have some materials for refining weapons, materials for refining medicine, and some other things. Brotherly, if you can't see it anymore, I won't have it. Bring it. Zhang Daoran reached out. One hand to pay, one hand to deliver. Hearing this, Xiao Feng instantly became ecstatic. Without a moment's hesitation he followed and felt from his pocket. In less than a moment, some medicinal herbs that were only palm-sized, as well as weapon refining materials were thrown out by him, scattered down in a pile on the floor. Zhang Daoran glanced at it and couldn't help but admire the carrying capacity of the people in the Tang sect. This pile alone was too much for him to fit without the help of the system. With a bland face, he shook his head slightly and was about to say something. Suddenly among this pile of clutter, a sheepskin map caught his attention. Vaguely, the map says something about a valley. There are some patterns on the top. Zhang Daoran withdrew his eyes without taking a closer look. Without slanting his eyes, he casually put them away with a wave of his hand. After doing so, he looked at Luo Haidao. Come, speak your mind. Trying to get him killed or something? Xiao Feng could not help but nod his head when he heard this. Looking at Luo Hai, he said, I want his third leg broken. Holy shit, you two are playing quite perverted. Zhang Daoran was shocked. There's a story here? Honestly, Xiao Feng said awkwardly. This guy greened me and I greened him. So, got it. Zhang Daoran, who understood for a second, nodded slightly and looked at Luo Hai, then took a step out. At once, an extremely strong air emerged from its body. This caused Luo Hai to frown when he saw it. I thought to myself that these two had been yakking for a long time and I didn't know what they were talking about. But now it looks as if the guy has agreed to take a shot. Luo Hai, who originally didn't intend to make any enemies, sighed and said, Your Excellency didn't have to stand up for him, did you? Take people's money, take someone else's money. Zhang Daoran spread his hands and said, Excuse me, you already have a way of taking your life. Putting down such a sentence, Zhang Daoran once again approached with quick steps. The moment he approached, he raised his hand and slapped it. Luo Hai couldn't help but grunt lightly when he saw the scene. Unconcerned, he responded, Outer sex horizontal training kung fu? Nothing more than that. Dang! As the words fell, an ear-piercing metallic sound exploded. Immediately after, Luo Hai was shaken back 10 meters as if he were a rat. Zhang Daoran, who was standing in place, saw the scene and a hint of surprise appeared in his eyes. I thought to myself that this golden bell is quite useful. On the other hand, Xiao Feng, who was on the side, was ecstatic when he saw this scene. I thought to myself that this Mr. Li was really an expert. Its backstage is Little Li Flying Dagger, and it really lives up to its name. Looking at Luo Hai, who had fallen to the ground, the corner of his mouth lifted slightly. The other guests on the second floor around them were filled with shock when they saw the scene. Who is this man? How come I've never seen it before? This is too strong. Very strong indeed. It's not something that ordinary people can deal with. This person is too familiar. I don't know. This person is excessively strong. Crowd. Luo Hai, who had fallen to the ground, saw the scene and his eyes were filled with shame. Being knocked back by the blow, he couldn't help but slowly get up. Looking at the thought of fear in front of him, he lost the contempt in his eyes. I thought to myself that this person's strikes were extremely fast and too powerful. Hard to touch. He couldn't possibly be a match. Thinking of this, Luo Hai pulled out a small, delicate, bow-shaped concealed weapon and said, You made me. Putting down such a sentence, a flash of silver light quietly appeared. The speed was so fast that Zhang Daoran looked stunned, and when Xiao Feng behind him saw the scene, he immediately exclaimed in shock, Sky Rainbow 1, you actually made it. Watch out, brotherly, this concealed weapon has a strong poison on it. When Luo Hai heard this, he couldn't help but let out a light hum. With the heart of certain death in his heart, he shouted angrily, It's useless, you can't hide. Dang! As soon as the words left his mouth, an ear-piercing metallic sound spread out. Only a golden light flashed across Zhang Daoran's body. Golden bell protection. This made Luo Hai's face slightly blank when he saw it. Looking at Zhang Daoran, who was safe and sound in front of him, his eyes were filled with incredulity. He thought to himself that his Sky Rainbow one was a supreme attack, and he usually used it as a base card. The number of people who had died under its hands had exceeded 10. And these people, undoubtedly, are not masters. But who knew that this Sky Rainbow no? One couldn't even get close after touching this person. Brotherly, this is too strong for you. Xiao Feng, who was on the side, was shocked to see this scene. What kind of horizontal training you are doing? Unimpressed, Zhang Daoran smiled and thought to himself that he had not actually learned this golden bell shield for long. It's only really been used a couple of times. With a bland face, he looked at Luo Hai and said, "Any more? If not, it's my turn." Putting down such a sentence, Zhang Daoran casually waved his hand. In its hand, a crossbow appeared at once. Juga Divine Crossbow. This caused a hint of doubt to appear in Luo Hai's eyes when he saw it. Vaguely visible, the crossbow was oddly shaped and oddly molded. Looking at the entire Tang sect, he had never seen it. Feeling strange, he picked up the rainbow one and said, "What kind of concealed weapon is this?" Zhang Daoran, who did not respond, smiled and then pulled the trigger. At that moment, the Zhuge Divine Crossbow in its hand then burst out several steel needles. The speed was so fast that it was like lightning approaching. When Luo Hai saw it, he immediately changed his face in fear. Without the slightest hesitation, he followed and launched the Sky Rainbow one. Dang! As an ear-piercing metallic clash sounded, a steel needle instantly fell to the ground. Pust! Luo Hai was even more stunned, then spat out a mouthful of old blood. Vaguely visible was an additional bloody hole in its abdomen. Unbelieving, he looked down, his face instantly pale. In the next second, his entire body fell to the ground. This caused Xiao Feng, who was on the side, to be ecstatic when he saw it. Coming to heel, he bellowed angrily, "Luo Hai, are you still arrogant? Ha ha ha, you punk! Watch me break your 3 legs." Putting down such a sentence, Xiao Feng then stomped his foot straight into its 3 legs. That fierce look at Zhang Daoran caused his crotch to go cold. When he was about to strike a fatal blow, he saw a woman suddenly stop in front of him. It was vaguely visible that the woman had fair skin, a tall, curvy figure, and a good-looking melon face, coupled with a ponytail. It looks extra sassy. Cold Ice Moon. Xiao Feng immediately stopped when he saw this scene. Looking at Lung Bingyu in front of him, a hint of excitement appeared in his eyes. Zhang Daoran, on the other hand, was left with a sense of senselessness when he saw it. I thought to myself, this is the most beautiful girl in the inner circle? Get lost. Only Lang Bingyue looked down at Luo Hai and then said in a deep voice. When Luo Hai saw this, he was also as if he had been pardoned. Holding a grudge, he gritted his teeth slightly and looked at Zhang Daoran. Just you wait, this is not over. After putting down such a sentence, Luo Hai intended to turn around and leave. Nay, in the next second, Zhang Daoran steeply punched him and knocked him to the ground. Without any further ado, he approached with great speed and stomped on its neck. With a bland face, he slightly spread his hands, and said, "Threaten me? You already have a way to die." Rohai. When Luo Hai, who was stepped on the ground, heard this, he immediately regretted it. Scared to death, he gulped and begged for mercy. "I was wrong, spare me, please." Nay, Zhang Daoran's feet became heavier and heavier until he could not breathe. Click. With a clicking sound, it was completely dead. The sudden scene caused Xiao Feng's face to twitch as he watched. I thought to myself that this guy is too much of a killjoy. It's amazing how people say one thing and then lay down a death sentence. Somewhat glad not to have gone against it, he felt a pang of emotion in his heart. After doing this, Zhang Daoran looked at the corpse on the ground. Immediately, he squatted down and began to skillfully maneuver. This made Leng Bingyu look confused when she saw it. It was vaguely visible that Zhang Daoran had touched his body inside and out. This includes concealed weapons, and a few other things that are almost scavenged. In full view of everyone, Zhang Daoran ate his food before getting up and standing. Stand still. He was about to lift his leg to leave when he was suddenly chided by Leng Bingyu. His face was bland and he froze, still walking out the door without looking back. When Leng Bingyue saw this scene, her face was embarrassed for a moment, thinking that she is at least the first beauty of the inner sect. Who knows that this kid does not give face at all? It's not even enough to kill someone to their face, but they don't even listen to themselves. The enraged Leng Bingyu lightly grunted and immediately chided. Outrageous, leave him. As the words fell, a figure steeply stopped at the entrance of the second floor, vaguely visible. The man was tall with an icy cold face, and it was none other than Iron Hands. With a cold face, he looked at Zhang Daoran and said, "Stay if you don't want to die." Xiao Feng, who was on the side, also felt a tingle in his scalp when he saw the scene. I thought to myself that this Iron Hands is a notorious ruthlessness among the inner disciples. In the face of any enemy, this man never leaves anyone alive. Somewhat worried, he smiled and came to Zhang Daoran and said, Brother Li, this is Long Bingyue. It's all a misunderstanding. Stay. When Zhang Daoran heard this, a hint of a smile appeared in his eyes. Looking at the Iron Hand in front of him, he couldn't help but shake his head slightly. Unconcerned, he coughed and spread his hands. I say, boiling goat, if you are stopping me, do you believe you will die too? As the words fell, Zhang Daoran then blasted out with his fist. Seeing this scene, Iron Hands did not hesitate for a second to blast out a fist. Click. As a clicking sound rang out, Iron Hand's face instantly changed drastically. It was vaguely visible that his right hand, which was covered in iron armor, twisted and deformed at the moment of collision, and finally broke off. Zhang Daoran's fist, on the other hand, seemed to be invulnerable. Nothing happened. The sudden scene startled Iron Hand's face. Under this force, he retreated a few steps straight back. With that, Zhang Daoran swaggered away from Golden Phoenix House. This person is so strong. Iron Hands is not even its opponent. Too fierce. Iron Hands is the 5th-ranked ruthless person. This person is even more powerful than him. Could it be the top 3? It's possible. Only they monsters have such strength. Right. In the crowd, the dark-faced Long Bingyu saw the scene and her eyes were filled with anger. Looking at the injured Iron Hand, she couldn't help but stomp her foot. Waste. Leaving such a sentence behind, she then headed out the door. They chased him to the door and the guy who had just been there had already run away. This caused Lang Bingyu to see it and couldn't help but feel a burst of anger. Thinking to herself that this person was definitely not those guys in the top 3. As to who it was she didn't know, but daring to offend herself, this person was already bound to die in her opinion. Back to the yard. Zhang Daoran just entered the house and smelled an indescribable odor. Feeling strange he looked around and then headed towards the house. Now had just approached the house when he saw Chen Dao run out. Brother, you're back. Take a look. My compulsion technique worked. It was vaguely visible that in Chen Dao's hand, there was a smudge of black mist present. The moment this black mist appeared, the flowers and trees in the courtyard instantly began to slowly wither. When Zhang Daoran saw this scene, he could not help but be surprised for a moment. After a few moments of scrutinizing, he said, your compulsion is getting stronger. Let me take your pulse. Aha! Shander hummed, then passed his hand over. Zhang Daoran couldn't help but be stunned the moment he touched it. Based on the pulse, Chen Dao's natural compulsion seemed to have erupted again and began to go out of control. This sudden change made him froze in his tracks. Do you ever feel unwell, Doyle? No, brother, Shander responded afterward. It just feels a little hot in the body. Hot. Zhang Daoran shook his head slightly and couldn't help but show a hint of worry in his eyes. He thought that after a year of treatment, the poison in Chen Dao's body had been in the stage of being suppressed and controlled. Even in more recent times, this toxin was under its control. He had thought that the compulsion wouldn't be a problem in the making. Who knew that it would be gone in a flash? Thinking of this, Zhang Daoran sighed and said, don't learn this compulsion technique for now. I have to get you some pills to eat. Chen Dao froze, then nodded. Got it, brother. Is it time for me to go back in the barrel again? Zhang Daoran let out a sigh and looked at the understanding Chen Dao. His eyes could not help but show a hint of helplessness. With a bland face he glanced at the time and headed towards the house. A few moments later, Apricot Blossom, who was in charge of boiling the water, looked at her master with confusion in her eyes. It was vaguely visible that Zhang Daoran, who was sitting on a chair, was flipping through the books with style. This caused her to look at it for a few moments before inquiring. Master, what kind of book is this? Compulsion tome. Zhang Daoran looked at Xinghua and then responded with 4 words, vaguely visible. This book in his hand was not something else. It was precisely the compulsion art tome for Chen Dao to learn. After looking at it for a few moments with a bland face, he then closed it. He thought to himself that the compulsion techniques recorded in this book were actually not in any conflict with the compulsion body sage child itself. It's only Shander's peculiarities that make this book's compulsion less so. In other words, the compassionate body sacred child strengthened the compulsion within it, causing everything to change slightly. For example, one of the summoning compulsions, others can only summon one. Chen Dao, on the other hand, could summon as many as he wished and seal one of the parasites as a king, thus leading his troops into battle. Thinking about this, Zhang Daoran probably had beautiful eyes in his head, figuring out that if you want to control Shander's toxins, being forceful won't do any good. The only thing you can do is to suppress it. Use a kind of elixir to suppress it, before slowly harmonizing it to reach an average, or even a perfect blend. Having an idea, Zhang Daoran smiled and looked at Xinghua. Take your time. There's no rush. I'm going to practice a dan. Apricot Blossom nodded and looked at her master. then continued to boil the water. Moments later, the room. Zhang Daoran, who was sitting cross-legged on a chair, smiled and immediately waved his hand. Instantly, the alchemy furnace appeared in its hands. Looking at the stove that hadn't been used for a long time, a hint of a smile appeared in his eyes. With a bland face, he casually waved his hand, and the personal interface opened after him. Host, Zhang Daoran, age, 9 years old, height, 1.68 meters, skills, enlightenment against all odds, golden light mantra, Taoist fist, divine alchemy, thunder technique, Yang 5 thunders, weapon refining, Taiji fist, detaining spirits and dispatching generals, guru records, imperial art, imperial sword flight, the great mighty dragon palm, divine compulsion, golden bell shield, divine concealed weapons, adversary scales, alchemy furnace, Juga divine crossbow, rainbow 1, battle favors, hairy stiffy, 6 spirit demon foxes, golden silkworm king, golden centipede king, herbal library, divine flower, inner elixir x2, 5. Warehouse, 1 Beast Dan, 2 Return to Yuan Dan, 49 Chi Replenishing Dan, Level 5 Feathered Clothes x1, Alchemy Furnace x1, 100 Years of Hishawu x4, 100 Years of Ginseng x5, Bodhi Roots x6, Bodhi Fruit x8, Various Types of Gold Ores x50, Money Does Not Count, Broken Spell Weapons x30, Tang Sect Token, Ecstasy, Weapon Refining Materials x59. Looking at the densely packed medicinal herbs in the warehouse, Zhang Daoran's eyes were shining. Without the slightest hesitation, he took out a portion of the petals of the divine flower, as well as some various herbs, and other comprehensive aids. After it was fully organized, Zhang Daoran then threw it into the furnace. Composing himself, he smiled and followed with a big wave of his hand. At once, the whole furnace turned instantly, with the appearance of a green smoke. Zhang Daoran could not help but close his eyes. Meanwhile, outside the courtyard, Tao Tao looked at the residence in front of her, a hint of shyness in her eyes. The first time she came to Zhang Daoran's courtyard, she was more or less apprehensive. As she was contemplating whether or not to go in, suddenly there was movement from inside the door. "Who are you?" Tao Tao froze, then looked up, only to see a young woman with a beautiful face and a perfect body, wearing a tight cheongsam that exposed her snow-white thighs, standing in the doorway. Apricot blossoms. Tao Tao saw the scene and said with some embarrassment, "I'm looking for Li Daoran." "This is Li Duran?" Almond Blossom froze, then responded, looking at the little girl in front of her. She then withdrew her guard. Full of laughter, she looked back at the house and purposely blurted out, "My son is resting. Would you like to come back another day?" "Rest?" Tao Tao froze and couldn't help but nod awkwardly. "I was about to leave when I saw a girl of 8 or 9 years old run up to me, vaguely visible. This little girl had a pretty appearance. Her eyes gleamed, and she looked very pretty. Coupled with the young woman next to her, it made Tao Tao wonder if certain people were already married. Somewhat embarrassed, she shook her head and then fled in a panic. Chen Dao, who had come here, saw this scene and was puzzled. "Sis, who is she?" "I don't know." Almond Blossom spread her hands, and looked at Shander in front of her, a hint of a smile in her eyes. Boom! Just as she was about to say something, suddenly there was a roar from within the courtyard. Apricot Blossom, Chen Duo and the two of them froze, and then ran towards the inside at fire speed. Vaguely visible, a cloud of smoke rose up in the house. In the next second, Zhang Daoran, who had turned into a flower-faced cat, slowly walked out. Somewhat embarrassed, he shook his head and couldn't help but crouch down on the steps. "It's been a long time since I blew up the furnace. This divine flower really isn't an ordinary herb." Apricot Blossom's eyes showed a hint of surprise when she heard this. Looking at the master in front of him, he said, "Master, are you alright? It's not because I'm distracting you, is it? Someone just came looking for you." Zhang Daoran couldn't help but shake his head slightly after hearing this. The Takumi Friar is not about apricot blossoms, it's only about goddess blossoms. Thinking of this, Zhang Daoran rose once again. With a bland face, he stroked his messy hair and said, "I have to go out. You guys wait for me at home." Putting down such a sentence, Zhang Daoran then walked towards the outside of the house. This caused Apricot Blossom, Chen Dao's eyes to be filled with doubt after looking at it. A few moments later, inside the Tang Sec's weapon refining workshop, Zhang Daoran, who was holding his arms, came to the gate and then slowly stopped, vaguely visible. In the center of the main entrance, the 4 large characters of Tang Sec Refinery came into view. The powerful strokes look extraordinarily imposing. Together with the 2 mahogany pillars in front of the heel of the door, it is even more magnificent. Zhang Daoran looked at the movement inside the room and then followed and stepped into it. He thought to himself that this time, the alchemy had caused the furnace to blow up. making the alchemy furnace crack a few times. The only way to restore it to its original state was to look for cherished materials such as ores. And the place with the most of these types of materials was undoubtedly the Tangsek refining workshop. Upon stepping through the door, you are greeted by an open field. The grounds were filled with furnaces for smithing, as well as some other items. There was no lack of some Tangsek disciples who were fortunately refining weapons here. Zhang Daoran, who had arrived here, glanced around and walked straight into the depths. It was vaguely visible that there was another door in the depths, and this was the place where all kinds of weapon refining materials were piled up. As soon as he arrived at the door, Zhang Daoran was stopped by an old man with white hair and a stooped figure. Token. Upon hearing the inquiry, he then gave his identity. The old man then stepped aside after looking at the token. This caused Zhang Daoran to nod before following into its interior. As far as the naked eye could see, what came into view were piles of iron ore, copper ore, and other various treasured weapon refining materials. Zhang Daoran couldn't help but feel shocked at the Tangsek's financial and generous underpinnings. Quite surprised, he gulped and followed, heading inside. As he passed by the iron ore, Zhang Daoran subconsciously waved his hand. Hundreds of iron ores were immediately in its possession. That done, he followed to the copper ore to follow as he had done. Under the cycle, several kinds of ores around were instantly collected by it one by one. In less than a moment, Zhang Daoran felt that he had earned a lot of money. Not satisfied, he looked around, then proceeded to walk inside. Soon, some colorful and various unseen weapon refining materials appeared in front of them. According to the divine level refining records, most of the materials here were on the list. Examples include flow gold, which is 100 times stronger than titanium alloy, and airstone, which is harder than nanomaterials. The list goes on and on. Zhang Daoran, who felt incredibly good, shook his head slightly, his eyes full of shock. He thought to himself that the Tang sect was worthy of being a 1,000-year-old sect. Its heritage was too terrifying. I'm afraid that these materials piled up on the outside are most likely the most common. Thinking of this, Zhang Daoran, with a don't want it for nothing mentality, immediately went on a scavenging spree. In less than a moment, most of the ores within it were pocketed by it. As he was about to leave with some materials, a familiar figure suddenly appeared in front of him, and it was no other than Iron Hands. With a black face, he saw Zhang Dao then and said in a cold voice, "It's you. You're here too." "What, I can't come?" Zhang Daoran said blandly. "Get out of the way. Good dogs don't get in the way." When Iron Hands heard this, he couldn't help but grunt lightly. He who had come to repair the Iron Hand did not want to take care of this person at all. Lazy as he was, he then turned to leave. This caused Zhang Daoran to reveal a glint in his eyes when he saw it. He looked in the direction of the house and then turned to leave. Nay, just as he reached the door, Zhang Daoran stopped, vaguely visible. The old man with gray hair and a stooped figure stopped at the door. With a pale face, he looked at Zhang Daoran and said, "Wait a minute, I'm going to check how much you guys took." Without caring, Zhang Daoran nodded slightly and then took out some of the materials he was carrying in his hand. The old man couldn't help but nod slightly after looking at it, and then walked towards the inside. This caused a bold idea to appear in Zhang Daoran's mind when he saw it. Without the slightest hesitation he snapped his fingers afterward. At that moment, the golden silkworm king flew straight into the depths with a stone in his mouth. As expected, in less than a few moments there were angry shouts coming from within it. The next second, Iron Hands ran out after the old man. The duo looked amused as they looked different down the line. I only saw the old man look at the Iron Hand, then looked at Zhang Daoran and said, "Hand it over." The air stones within it, the flowing gold is gone. That's not something you should take. As soon as those words left his mouth, Iron Hands couldn't help but stare. He who had come to fetch the essence iron stone could not use those superior materials at all. Thinking of this, he glanced at Zhang Daoran and said, "He must have taken them. I don't need them. Uncle Tak." When the old man called Uncle De heard this, he couldn't help but turn his gaze toward Zhang Daoran. I thought to myself that this man's face was rusty, and he looked like a first-time visitor. If something is missing, this person is indeed a possibility. Thinking of this, Uncle Tay said in a deep voice, "Hand it over, don't make me search you." Hearing this, Zhang Daoran could not help but smile slightly, thinking that all those treasures were put in its system storage. This old man couldn't find these things even if he dug up the ground. Unconcerned he followed, dropping the materials in his hands and undressing one by one. If he says it's me, it's me. You're not bullying an honest man. Come on, I'll take it off for you. See it and give it to me. Putting down such a sentence, Zhang Daoran followed and stripped off his clothes piece by piece. This caused Uncle Tay, Iron Hands, to look blank when he saw it, especially after seeing its big bird. Iron Hands was a bit inferior. After taking it off, Zhang Daoran crossed his arms and said, "See what I mean? I have it." Uncle Ted. Feeling speechless, Uncle Tae gulped, not knowing how to respond for a moment. Rather embarrassed, he looked at Zhang Daoran and said, "Looks like you didn't take it." "I think he took it." Zhang Daoran pointed at Iron Hands. "What are you looking at? You're only allowed to talk about me, not me about you." Iron Hand. A rather breathless Iron Hand sighed and said, "Uncle Tak, you know me, if I really took it, it would never be here." Unimpressed, Uncle Tak shook his head slightly and looked at Iron Hands. "Take it off, it's no small thing." Iron Hands froze and could only grit his teeth and take off his clothes. Now had just lifted his pants when suddenly several airstones fell out of the waistband of his pants. The sudden scene saw Iron Hands dumbfounded, his face pale. While Zhang Daoran saw this scene, the corners of his mouth rose slightly. Uncle Tae was even more stunned. And then his face changed drastically and said, "Great, it's you, for trusting me so much. Uncle Tae, I'm innocent." Iron Hands cried without tears. "Let me explain, I don't know how it got to me. I'm even more wrong than you are. Kneeling for a 5-star review, can't afford to eat. Whoa, you're worse than a sinus?" When Zhang Daoran heard this, he almost couldn't hold back his laughter. Looking at the ruthless Iron Hand in front of him, he flirted. "The evidence is overwhelming, so it's hard to argue that I took this? Uncle Tak, the facts are right in front of us. You have to give me justice." Uncle Tae was also filled with bitterness when he heard this. Looking at the Iron Hand in front of him, he didn't know how to respond for a moment. After all, it was right there in front of him, and it didn't even seem right to say he didn't take it. Thinking of this, Uncle Tae said righteously, "Iron Hands, I misjudged someone in vain. Come with me to the law enforcement hall." Law enforcement? When Iron Hands heard this, his entire body was confused. Looking at Uncle Tae in front of him, he then agitated. "Wrongfully accused. I am wrongly accused. Uncle Tak, give me a chance." "Chance?" Uncle Tak shook his head. "I'll give you a chance." "Who'll give me a chance?" "Child, resign yourself to your fate." Putting down such a sentence, Uncle Tae then left the place with Iron Hands. After the people left, Zhang Daoran, who was carrying his hands, couldn't help but let out a sigh of relief. With a bemused face he smiled and followed forward. In less than a moment, he arrived at the open space for refining. It was vaguely visible that there were all kinds of refining tables here. It was still convenient for Zhang Daoran. As he was preparing to mend the alchemy furnace, suddenly a taunting voice came from behind him. "It's you? You know how to refine weapons too? Get the hell out of here. Don't affect my mood here." Hearing that familiar voice, Zhang Daoran could not help but stare. Looking back, the person who came was none other than Lang Bingyue. It was vaguely visible that the woman was straddling a tall, handsome-looking man. An extremely strong air emanated from this man's body. Seeing this scene, Zhang Daoran laughed. After all that, Iron Hands is not only the boiling goat, but also the green hat man? Hearing this, Lang Bingyue couldn't help but let out a light hum. She didn't want to bother with Iron Hands, this piece of trash, for a second. Not caring too much, she shook her head slightly and said, "Li Daoran, it's better not to say what you shouldn't say. Otherwise don't blame my big brother Wang Tang for bullying you. My big brother Wang Tang is the #1 in the inner sect, and even a refiner, so don't bark at trash like you here." "Wang Tang? My son Wang Tang?" Zhang Daoran froze and couldn't help but look at this big brother one more time. With a bland face he shook his head slightly and spread his hands. "I have no intention of getting in your face, so take my advice. Don't mess with me and eat your fill." Putting down such a sentence, Zhang Daoran then began to prepare for refining. However, at that moment, that Wang Tang, who was always silent, opened his mouth. "This is my smithing table." In one short sentence, the threat overflowed. Zhang Daoran, who didn't pay much attention to it, smiled, then spread his hands and said, "How about a fight?" As soon as those words came out of his mouth, the atmosphere instantly tensed up. When Lang Bingyue saw this scene, she also let out a light hum. Unwilling to cause trouble, she shook her head slightly and said, "Brother Wang, let's go somewhere else. Let's not meet with this kind of people, okay?" Wang Tang nodded and then walked towards the front. After picking a place not far from Zhang Daoran, the duo stopped. As Wang Tang appeared, many people around him gathered around. "Big brother Wang, the refiner is here to prepare for the competition, right? Brother Wang, what are you planning to refine this time? Brother Wang, go for it." Under the crowd rapping, a hint of smugness appeared in Lang Bingyu's eyes. With a slight sigh of disinterest, she followed suit and hit the ground running. But at that moment, a sudden change occurred. Only Zhang Daoran, who was on the side, began to work on refining the weapons after the people left. As he pulled out the alchemy furnace, the refining began to progress in a gradual manner. All kinds of refining materials, as well as all kinds of auxiliary materials, were added one by one. As Zhang Daoran used the air control, the entire furnace instantly exploded with a layer of haze. This shocked the people around them when they saw it. This is haze. Only advanced refiners have it. Who is this man? This is the first time I've seen him. I don't know. This person is so young. I've never seen him before in the inner gate. Crowd. Lang Bingyue couldn't help but bite her teeth as she looked at Zhang Daoran, who was out in the limelight. Thinking that big brother Wang Tang was also a senior refiner, her heart only balanced a bit at this. Big brother Wang Tang, show them your hand as well. When Wang Tang heard this, he was a bit embarrassed. He thought to himself that the haze that had just appeared was a means that could only be achieved by a high-level refiner. And although he himself was called a senior refiner by others, he was actually not up to that level. But in order to make Lang Bingyue happy, he could only force himself to try. Thinking of this, Wang Tang then began to work on refining the weapon. And Zhang Daoran was completely unconcerned about all of this. Concentrating on refining the weapon, he began to devote himself to it as if he was in a state of tranquility. With the addition of various types of ores, the cracks on the alchemy furnace began to mend. Seeing this scene, Zhang Daoran was ecstatic in his heart. I thought to myself that the furnace itself was a magic weapon, and after this forging, I was afraid that its quality would have to be enhanced. Thinking of this, he secretly added a few airstones. At that moment, the entire alchemy furnace itself was even more radiant. The sudden scene, watching the surrounding people were once again shocked. Holy shit, this stove is a magic weapon, right? Look guys, it comes with a haze. This is an alchemy furnace? Besides being able to refine weapons, he can also refine pills? Indeed, this guy is so strong. Vaguely visible. As the crowd was attracted to Zhang Daoran, there were not many people around Wang Tang anymore. This caused Lang Bingyue to feel a pang of mental imbalance when she saw it. Looking back at Wang Tang, he immediately gritted his teeth. This is nothing. Our big brother Wang Tang is the invincible one. A mere haze. In minutes, don't you think so? Big brother Wang Tang. When Wang Tang heard this, his heart was speechless. The pressure was so great that he could only go all out to refine the weapon. As the quality increased this time, it became clear that he was a bit overwhelmed. Boom! As an explosion sounded, the refined weapon in its hand instantly blew up. The sudden scene was a sight to behold. This is a failure? Didn't you say that Wang Tang is a senior refiner? That's what I mean. Isn't he a senior refiner? Such a vegetable. Looks like it's in vain. It's not real at first glance. With all the conflicting opinions, Lang Bingyue's pretty face turned red. Instead, Zhang Daoran quickly repaired the alchemy furnace in a complete manner under the step-by-step approach. After doing this, he looked at Lang Bingyue, Wang Tang and the two of them, then he planned to leave. Stand still. This caused Wang Tang, who couldn't hang on to his face, to shout angrily and said, "You brat deliberately sabotaged my refining? Are you looking for death?" The moment these words came out, Zhang Daoran was confused. Frozen in place, he looked at Wang Tang and spread his hands. "You can eat nonsense, but you can't talk nonsense. Are you looking for death?" As the words fell, the atmosphere in the arena instantly exploded. Wang Tang, who was standing in place with a black face, couldn't help but be enraged when he heard this. Disgraced, he looked at Zhang Daoran and immediately charged forward. Between the lifting of his hand, it was an extremely fast punch that blasted. In the face of this scene, Zhang Daoran did not have a trace of fear in his eyes. Unconcerned, he laughed and instantly followed with a pair of punches. Click! As a clicking sound rang out, Wang Tang instantly retreated 100 meters. Pale-faced, he looked at his disconnected right hand, and his entire body was dumbfounded. "This punch of mine has a year's worth of my power. Can you withstand it?" Zhang Daoran, who had retracted his fist, smiled and spoke afterward. "Can you still fight?" Hearing the inquiry, Wang Tang's eyes were filled with embarrassment. Looking at Zhang Daoran in front of him, he couldn't help but grit his teeth. "Let's go." Lang Bingyue froze, then helplessly helped the person leave. When the people left, the surrounding crowd instantly boiled. After all, forcing Wang Tang back with a single punch could be considered a cowcup when looking at the entire Tang sect. It's too powerful. Who is this guy? He repelled Wang Tang with a single punch. Too strong. Indeed, ridiculously strong. Who exactly is this person? Too strong. I don't know. Ridiculously strong simply. This is too fierce. Outside the crowd, Zhang Daoran looked at the departing back with a smile in his eyes. Not caring too much, he then turned away. Moments later, the courtyard. Tao Tao, who was here again, looked around and followed to the door. Somewhat unwillingly, she looked around the courtyard and subconsciously wanted to knock on the door, but somewhat embarrassed, she could only withdraw her hand resentfully. "What are you doing here?" At that exact moment, there was a commotion from behind him, followed by Zhang Daoran's arrival. With a bland face, He looked at Tao Tao and couldn't help but push open the door to the room. That made her blink, then laugh awkwardly. Of course I came to look for you. Elderly said that you haven't even gone to study and told me to come and take a look at you. Hearing this, Zhang Daoran, who had walked to the courtyard, had a bemused look in his eyes, thinking to himself that he was now busy curing Chen Dao. He didn't have that much time to study. Thinking of this, he looked at Tao Tao Dao. Busy? Why don't you go back if you're okay? Kicking people out? Tao Tao froze and couldn't help but frown. She coughed as she entered the yard for the first time. The visitor is a guest. And you're so unwelcoming to me? Whatever. The lazy Zhang Daoran smiled and followed towards the house. Seeing this scene, Tao Tao, who was frozen in place, subconsciously wanted to trail behind. Who knew that just as he came to the door, he would see a little girl rushing out. Brother, you're back. Zhang Daoran looked at Chen Dao in front of him and couldn't help but smile and nod. Southerly glanced at Apricot Blossom, who was trailing behind, and said, we have a guest. Treat him well. Almond Blossom nodded and followed out the door. Looking at Tao Tao in front of her, she responded, it's the girl who's here. Please come in. This place is shabby, so please forgive me for any poor hospitality. Tao Tao nodded and looked at the apricot blossoms in front of her, slightly embarrassed, especially when she saw those proud bosoms. She felt a pang of inferiority. However, after seeing Chen Dao, she smiled. I didn't realize he had a sister. She's so pretty. Putting down such a sentence, Tao Tao subconsciously wanted to shake hands. This caused Xinghua to be stunned when she saw it and hurriedly shielded Chen Dao behind her and said, she doesn't like people touching you. Before he could finish his words, he only saw Chen Dao smile. Looking at the girl of the same age as the one in front of her, she said, it's touchable. It's okay. I'm sick. Hearing this, Xinghua could only acquiesce. Tao Tao was also stunned, looking at Chen Dao, who handed over his hand, then shook hands. Hello, I'm Li Daoran's senior sister, right? Your brother is quite nice, and it's the first time I've been here. When Chen Dao heard this, a hint of a smile appeared in her eyes. Looking at Tao Tao in front of her, she couldn't help but nod slightly. The two of them talked and laughed, and in less than a moment they were chatting. This caused Apricot Blossom, who was on the side, to see it, and her eyes filled with embarrassment. Thinking to herself, Shander hadn't had any friends her own age for a long time since she left her old house. Now a good one is coming, and it does make it happy. Thinking of this, Apricot Blossom looked back at the house behind her with a hint of worry in her eyes. And in the house, Zhang Daoran, who was sitting on the ground, looked at the time and couldn't help but follow and continue to refine the pills. After grasping the time, he followed and once again invested in the divine brightness flower and other herbs. He thought to himself that the last time he failed, apart from the instability of the alchemy furnace, the second thing was the irrationality of the herbs. For this reason, in this refining, he had specially added some inner elixirs. The function of this elixir was exactly what Zhang Daoran had specifically refined and used to suppress the compulsion poison. He sighed slightly at the thought. Meanwhile, in the inner gate, Wang Teng looked at the sister in front of him and his face was embarrassed for a while. After being scolded, he couldn't help but nod. He thought to himself that the reason he had lost was entirely because his opponent was too strong. And according to his investigation, this Li Daoran seemed to have appeared out of nowhere. Thinking of this, Wang Teng opened his mouth. Sis, this guy is too strong. I'm afraid I won't get first place this time. Look. When Sister Wang Teng heard this, a hint of anger appeared on her icy face. Tall and wearing a red dress, she clenched her fists. It seems that the top 10 this time around can all learn Dan devouring. Brother, if you're not number 1 in the inner sect, I'm afraid you won't even make it into the top 10. As soon as these words were uttered, Wang Teng's face froze, and then he did not know how to respond. After all, although he was the number 1 in the inner sect, this was actually nothing more than the surface. Just some of the people he knew were by no means weak. I'll take a look at this person, Sister Wang Tang added. Injuring you is not giving face to our Wang family. Wang Tang couldn't help but feel a surge of joy when he heard this. Looking at his closed sister in front of him, he then turned around and left. Late at night, Tao Tao, who was sitting in the courtyard, looked around the house and couldn't help but show a hint of worry in her eyes. Thinking to myself, why hasn't this guy come out after being in there for so long? As she was worrying, suddenly Almond Blossom came over. Ms. Tao Tao, it's time to eat, please. Tao Tao froze, looked at the time, and couldn't help but laugh. Or don't eat it. I'll go first, you tell him for me. Apricot Blossom froze and was about to say something polite. However, he saw a steep movement coming from the house, and in the next second, Zhang Daoran walked out. It was vaguely visible that an alchemy furnace was being carried in its hand. The cloaked man smiled and laughed. Get out of the way. Get out of the way. I'm done. Apricot Blossom, Tao Tao froze and followed to make way. Only Zhang Daoran was seen coming to the courtyard and followed by placing the alchemy furnace on the ground. As the Dan furnace opened, a fragrance of Dan came out. It was vaguely visible that there were 3 yellow-gray finished pills within it. Kneeling for 5-star reviews and free gifts. Can't afford to eat. Elixir. Tao Tao froze. Looking at the elixir in front of her, her eyes filled with shock. He thought to himself that in addition to concealed weapons and refining weapons, this guy in front of him would actually be refining pills. Incredulous, she shook her head slightly in surprise. And you know how to make pills? Zhang Daoran didn't hitch a ride after hearing about it. Running out in a hurry, he looked at the pills in front of him and then waved his hand. At once, a wave of air enveloped it all. Only a thick wisp of smoke instantly emerged from the body of the 3 pills. In the next second, the smoke converged into the shape of a divine flower. Seeing this scene, Tao Tao on the side was completely shocked. The first time she saw the vision of the elixir, she was suddenly a bit overwhelmed. And behind her, Apricot Blossom saw this scene and froze. He thought that he hadn't seen his master making pills for a long time, but he didn't expect him to become stronger again. Collections. Zhang Daoran's face was filled with excitement when he saw the scene. Spending a whole day refining the elixir, he finally refined it at the last minute. Retracting his air, he smiled and couldn't help but take the elixir in his hands. Vaguely visible, the surface of this elixir was glossy and rounded, and there was even a fresh fragrance coming out. The most important thing, of course, was the vision of a flower on the surface of its elixir. And this is no other flower than the divine flower. Where's Duor? Zhang Daoran asked. Already asleep, Almond Blossom responded. Sleeping? Zhang Daoran froze and subconsciously wanted to go to Duoer's room. But as he lifted his leg, he spotted Tao Tao on the side. With a bland face he stopped and said, "It's getting late, so go home if you're okay." Nothing? Tao Tao froze, thinking to herself that waiting here for a day and a night was called nothing? Somewhat embarrassed, she looked at Zhang Daoran and said, "I'm sure something's up. The game's tomorrow." You got it. Before the words were finished, Zhang Daoran waved his hand and then turned to leave. Tao Tao, who was frozen in place, couldn't help but stomp her feet in anger when she saw the scene, thinking to myself that this guy is too much. "Miss, please go back." Apricot Blossom laughed. "I'll talk to His Excellency about this. It's getting late, so be careful on the road." Girl. Hearing this, Tao Tao couldn't help but sigh. Without saying anything more, she followed and huffed and puffed away. Apricot Blossom couldn't help but sigh when she saw the scene. He thought to himself that this master didn't know what was wrong with him. Usually he could be said to have no interest in women at all. If she hadn't seen that behemoth, she would have thought that her master liked Dragon Yang. Hateful. Apricot Blossom couldn't help but sigh at the thought. I wonder which little girl will be cheaper in the future if I think of a young man like Gongzi. And in the room, when Zhang Daoran entered the house, he saw that Chen Dao was already sleeping on the bed. That pretty face was exhausted. With a bland face, he smiled and followed by taking out the elixir. Without the slightest hesitation he followed and took it into his mouth. The sleeping Chen Dao softly hummed and then woke up. Opening her eyes, she couldn't help but feel hard. "Brother, I feel so hot in my body." Putting down such a sentence, Chen Dao then undressed. This made Zhang Daoran shake his head slightly when he saw it. With a casual wave of his hand, he fixed it in place, thinking to himself that he simply did not know how potent this elixir was. The reason why he dared to eat with Shander was entirely due to the characteristics of his body. Thinking of this, Zhang Daoran opened his mouth. "Don't panic, I'm healing you." Chen Dao nodded and could only endure the pain. This made Zhang Daoran inevitably feel some heartache when he saw it. Takumi based on the characteristics of the compassionate body sacred child. Normal pain was not felt by Chen Dao. The only thing that would make it frown was that extreme pain. As expected, Chen Dao suddenly groaned. Immediately afterward, an extremely strong black mist emerged from its body. When Zhang Daoran saw this scene, he couldn't help but casually wave his hand. The black mist on its body instantly dissipated and disappeared. After doing this, Chen Dao also regained his composure. On its face, a hint of redness was evident. "Brother, this feels so strange." Hearing the inquiry, Zhang Daoran smiled faintly. Rather excited, he then picked up his hand and looked at it, saying, "Breath is stable. Duor, the poison in your body has been suppressed. From now on, take a pill every 3 months. Now you don't need to suppress it yourself." "Really? Brother?" Somewhat agitated, Shander froze and got up after him, subconsciously releasing her self-suppression. She was sure that there was no reaction to the toxin in her body. This caused her eyes to redden slightly, and she said, "Brother, thank you." The unimpressed Zhang Daoran shook his head slightly, looking at Chen Dao in front of him, his eyes filled with laughter. It was kind of expected to think that the divine flower had such an effect, but he had less than a few petals left. The only way to take it for a long time is to find a better elixir. Thinking of this, Zhang Daoran couldn't help but think of Dan devouring, as well as Tang Zuka. It was rumored that the Tang Mound was located in the Tang sect's forbidden land, and other than those who studied Dan devouring being able to go there, ordinary people could not go there in their entire lives. Secondly, during the usual rituals, only people like Tang Nyashing could enter. For this mysterious to the core place, Zhang Daoran did not know what was within it, but to be valued so highly by the Tang sect, there must be something remarkable inside. Thinking of this, the corners of Zhang Daoran's mouth lifted slightly as he began to look forward to entering the Tang Mound. Early the next morning, the tournament site, Tao Tao glanced around and couldn't help but feel a pang of dark anxiety, wondering after all this time why that guy hasn't shown up yet. Rather bitterly, she glanced at the time and had to make her way to the concealed weapons area alone. It was just then that old Manly came over. Looking at Tao Tao in front of him, he inquired, "Where's Daoran? He didn't come?" Tao Tao shook her head slightly and spread her hands. "I have a feeling he's not coming." When old Manly heard this, his entire body froze. I thought to myself that if this kid didn't come, wouldn't everything be over? Rather excited, he looked around and said, "Shit, he's not really not coming, is he? I've got to go look for him." Putting down such a sentence, old Manly then ran outside the field. Tao Tao, who was frozen in place, was slightly embarrassed when she saw this scene, thinking to herself that if she remembered correctly, old Manly was a pre-competition judge. Now that this one is pulling his legs out, won't there be no one to judge the rest of the competition? As expected, with old Manly's departure, chaos instantly appeared in the race ahead. Several programs that were getting ready to compete were forced to stop. A special announcement: the competition is suspended. We have judges' emergencies. Everyone understands. Tao Tao. Feeling speechless, Tao Tao heard the notification and her entire body was dumbfounded, thinking to myself that such a grand tournament was stopped for that guy. And off the field, with a pale face and a slow walk, Zhang Daoran arrived. Looking at the competition in front of him, his eyes were bemused. Zhang Daoran, who was not tightly wound, looked at the field that had not yet begun, and his face was puzzled, thinking to myself that based on the rules of the race, it seems to start at 8 a.m., and it's almost 10 o'clock. Why hasn't it started yet? A somewhat puzzled Zhang Daoran glanced around and then ran ahead. He asked with a smile as he passed a wayward man, "Dude, what's going on here? How come the game hasn't started yet?" "There's a judge running," passerby said. "It's said that the disciple of this judge hasn't come yet. It's really the day of his immortal board." "Did the judges run away?" Zhang Daoran froze, then spread his hands and said, "This person has problems actually do not even comply with the rules of the race deserve to be scolded Putting down such a sentence, Zhang Daoran then walked forward with his hands behind his back. Before now could take 2 steps, old Manly suddenly appeared in front of him. With a dark face, he looked at Zhang Daoran and said, "You're too late." "Not bad." Zhang Daoran spread his hands and said, "Hasn't the game started yet?" Panic. "Yes," old Manly said glumly. "I went to look for you. What do you think about how this game is going to start?" Zhang Daoran, who was frozen in place, swallowed his saliva and his entire body was dumbfounded. Looking at old Manly who was following him, he agitated. "That judge looking for an apprentice is you? You'd think," old Manly said. "Surprise, surprise, surprise." A somewhat embarrassed Zhang Daoran nodded, then covered his face with fire and left the spot. This made old Manly sigh when he saw it, thinking to myself that if people are lazy, they are lazy. Just come to the game. Thinking of this, old Manly then walked towards the judge's platform. A few moments later, the game began. Zhang Daoran, who was standing in front of Tao Tao's heels, glanced around with a bemused look in his eyes, especially after seeing Song Zhao's figure. He wanted to laugh for a while. It was vaguely obvious that this guy was now all tails between his legs since he'd been taught a lesson. After seeing Zhang Dao then, it was even more afraid to look directly at him. This caused him to shake his head slightly and say, "Tao Tao, how does this game play out?" 1 round of 10 promoted to 1. 50 groups in total, Tao Tao said. "Go for it." 10 to 1? 50 groups? When Zhang Daoran heard this, a hint of surprise appeared in his eyes. He thought to himself that the Tang sect was worthy of being a famous sect, and that there were actually 500 ordinary disciples. I'm afraid that by advancing in this way, the ones screened out are all genius elites. Ladies and gentlemen, please decide your group according to the draw, and the match will last 10 minutes. The first round is a basic martial arts fight, and the winner advances to the next round. But at that moment, movement came from the stage not far away. It was only old Manly who smiled faintly and immediately announced, "Tao Tao." Zhang Daoran glanced at each other, and then walked in different directions. With the draw, he was number 88 in the first round. With a bland face, Zhang Daoran glanced around and followed towards the 8th group, vaguely visible. The 8th group field was filled with people. Several brawny men, as well as disciples dressed in red, were already waiting among them, counting Zhang Daoran, who had just arrived. It happened to be the 10th person. A man with a rough and mineral appearance and a tall figure grunted lightly before saying, "Guys, let's make this quick. Those who don't want to die under my fist, get out as soon as possible." Ha ha ha. Putting down such a sentence, this pugilistic man then swung his fist to launch an attack. When the crowd behind him saw this scene, they all stepped back to avoid it. This caused a hint of disinterest to show in Zhang Daoran's eyes when he saw it. Souped up the few people, then waved his hand. At once, a faint golden light emerged from its body. Admiralty. He swung his Dao fist as if it were a flood sweeping across. Boom! Accompanied by the sound of an explosion, the entire field was instantly filled with smoke and dust. When the dust had settled, Zhang Daoran clapped his fists and then took a step forward. This shocked the Group 8 referee, who was guarding the heel of the door. When he saw it, it took 3 minutes and 12 seconds. That's fierce. This is a real man. Zhang Daoran, who walked out, smiled and then walked towards the other side. As the winner, he gets to go straight to the next round. There is no time limit, no physical limit, and in the field behind him, 9 people fell to the ground on all fours as if they were turtles. On the other side, Tao Tao looked at the last fallen opponent and couldn't help but breathe a sigh of relief. Flying dagger in hand, she shook her head slightly and followed out of the arena. This caused Old Man Li on the stage to be ecstatic when he saw it. He thought to himself that although this child Tao Tao's talent was poor, his enlightenment was still good. As for this Dao Ran guy, he's a fierce mess. Old Man Li, who had a bland face, coughed and said, "The second round is a competition for concealed weapons. Let's begin." The referee at the back of the room nodded and followed down to give his orders. After doing this, a hint of anticipation appeared in Old Man Li's eyes. He thought to himself that the difficulty of the second round of the concealed weapon competition was not too big to say, and not too small to say. Thinking about it, he suddenly began to look forward to it a little. In less than a moment, Zhang Daoran slowly arrived at the second round. It was vaguely visible as a Nordic refining platform. Many ores, and other kinds of resources are placed here. With a bland face, he saw the scene and probably guessed its purpose. Everyone, the second round of competition is divided into refining weapons and testing weapons. Please begin. Fittingly, as the referee gave the order, 10 experts who had advanced from the round stepped into it, including Zhang Daoran as well. He followed to the field. Looking at the various types of ores in front of him, he felt an itch in his heart. I thought to myself that I don't want it. It's all free anyway. Thinking about this, Zhang Daoran suddenly felt that others were here to participate in the competition, while he was here to get goods. Without the slightest hesitation, he followed and started refining the weapon in style. While refining the weapon, he sneaked a few dozen ores into the system from time to time. This resulted in less than 10 minutes before there was very little material left on the heel. Without the slightest hesitation, Zhang Daoran coughed and raised his hand. "Referee, I need additional material." So on and so forth. After a few cycles, even the referee was shouted all over the place. After all, a normal refiner actually had enough materials here. But this guy in front of me, he shouted 6 times. This caused him to shake his head slightly, and he could only go to the judge's table. As expected, after Old Man Li learned about this, his entire body suddenly became a bit excited. As a pre-competition judge, he blandly said, "Don't say 6 times, 10 times, he's my protege, you know." Referee. The referee, frozen in place, nodded and could only acquiesce to the incident. And while Zhang Daoran took it, he didn't forget to refine it. Only after the Pooh players had long since finished did he begin to slowly refine his weapon. This caused others to see it and break into a fit of rage. "Holy shit, do you know how to refine weapons? It's been so long and you're just starting the fire. You're here to fucking laugh, aren't you? I got it all done and you're just now refining it?" Referee, I'm reporting him. This is a pure waste of our time. Report it. How does this play out? It's not fair. This person is the judge's disciple. Drag relationship. I cannot stand it. The referee on the sidelines couldn't help but hold back when he heard this. Looking at Zhang Daoran, who was slowly refining weapons in front of him, he then came to the front. Letting you refine weapons is either a lack of materials or a lack of this or that. Big brother, are you teasing me or are you teasing them? Zhang Daoran. Feeling slightly speechless, Zhang Daoran spread his hands and said, "There's no time limit or physical limit. Why am I so fast? I'm in a hurry to reincarnate. I can go as slow as I want. You biting me?" Referee. Contestant. The crowd, who felt speechless, heard this and could not help but feel helpless for a while. Looking at Zhang Daoran in front of them, they couldn't wait to slap him to death. Nay, the man had someone behind him. and no one dared to offend the main judge. Soon, as the minutes ticked by, after some adjustments, Zhang Daoran once again refined his Zhuge divine crossbow. With its introduction, the people present were dumbfounded. Vaguely visible, this Zhuge divine crossbow with the previous shape and different. On its surface, Zhang Daoran specially added some other designs. In other words, this Zhuge divine crossbow had completed its second upgrade, and its power was comparable to a fourth-order concealed weapon. Even stronger. It's just that he doesn't have time to experiment with it right now. What kind of concealed weapon is this refining? I waited half a day for you to refine this for me? Never seen it. Kind of like an arrow in the hand, but not quite. Fancy. This guy's just here to clamor for attention, isn't he? In the crowd, the referee looked at the concealed weapon in Zhang Daoran's hand and couldn't help but sigh. He thought to himself that out of the 10 people present, 8 of them had refined second-order concealed weapons. As for the third-order concealed weapons, there was also one person who was trying. As for what this last person was refining, he said that he really couldn't see it. The one-word referee sighed and then announced, "The dark weapon refining session is complete. Now it's the experimental stage. Look at the steel plates in front of you. The more deadly the concealed weapon, the higher the ranking." As the words fell, the remaining 9 players walked forward, confidently. They were like fighting roosters and began to constantly test the power of their concealed weapons. While Zhang Daoran on the side saw the scene, he shook his head slightly. Holding an upgraded version of Zhuge divine crossbow bow in his hand, he followed to the front of the field. Vaguely, 3 of the 9 took the lead in experimenting. Nah, it was ineffective, barely causing a dent in the steel plate. It took 3 more strikes before the surface of the steel plate showed a trace of white. This made Zhang Daoran slightly embarrassed when he saw it. I thought that with the power of Zhuge divine crossbow, I am afraid that the steel plate in front of me would blow up directly. Without much thought he then waited for the other 3 to experiment. Only the first 2 to strike, like the guys before them, didn't do much damage to the steel plate. Instead, it was the last one that made a big hole right through the steel plate. This made him ecstatic and excited. I won! Ha ha ha! Referee, why don't you declare me the winner? Referee. Feeling speechless, the referee shook his head slightly and pointed at Zhang Daoran. Don't panic, here's another one. The player was stunned, and only then did he realize that Zhang Daoran had not yet made a move. Somewhat disdainfully he smiled and spread his hands. Is there still a contest for this loser? I think we should just announce it. Boom! Before the words were finished, an explosion boomed out. Only Zhang Daoran saw Zhang Daoran holding the Zhuge divine crossbow bow and aiming it at the steel plate before instantly pulling the trigger. As an explosion rang out, the steel plate in front of him instantly fell apart. The referee was dumbfounded by the sudden scene. The other players were all shocked when they saw the scene. Holy shit, shit, what the fuck is this? This is a cannon, right? Too fierce. What kind of hidden weapon did this guy get? 4th rank? I don't know. It's too fierce. It's so deep. Too fierce. Fierce indeed. Fierce yuppies. In the crowd, Zhang Daoran, who had finished his shot, smiled. Looking back at the referee on the sidelines, he spread his hands. Call it a day after the fight. I win, right? Winning. The referee couldn't help but nod in shock when he heard this. Looking at the departing back, his eyes were filled with incredulity. And after leaving the second round, Zhang Daoran followed to the third round. Vaguely, the number of people here is much smaller. Coming here he looked around and casually sat down after not spotting Tao Tao. Looking at this look at the heel, it seems like there are enough people to go to the next round. Zhang Daoran, who had not been idle, followed suit and opened his personal interface. Host, Zhang Daoran, age, 9 years old, height, 1.7 meters. Skills, enlightenment against all odds, golden light mantra, Taoist fist, divine alchemy, thunder technique, yang 5 thunders, weapon refining, taiji fist, detaining spirits and dispatching generals, guru records, imperial art, imperial sword flight, the great mighty dragon palm, divine compulsion, golden bell shield, divine concealed weapons, adversary scales, alchemy furnace, Zhuge divine crossbow x2, sky rainbow no. 1. Battle favors, hairy stiffy, 6 spirit demon foxes, golden silkworm king, golden centipede king, herbal library, divine flower, inner elixir x2. 5. Warehouse, 1 beast Dan, 2 return to Yuan Dan, 49 chi replenishing Dan, level 5 feathered clothes x1, alchemy furnace x1, 100 years of Hishawu x4, 100 years of ginseng x5, Bodhi roots x6, Bodhi fruit x8, various types of gold ores x50, money does not count, broken spell weapons x30, Tang sect token, ecstasy, weapon refining materials x259, airstones x5. It was vaguely visible that the entire warehouse was almost filled with materials. Seeing this scene, Zhang Daoran was slightly embarrassed, thinking to himself that in the game he had just played, he had really made a killing. He took almost every material he could. Quite emotional. He shook his head slightly and then closed the page. As he was about to rest for a while, Zhang Daoran suddenly had someone staring at him. It made him freeze and he couldn't help but follow the line of sight. Only in the corner of the grounds, a tall, fair-faced woman in a red trench coat with big waves looked over. Under the four eyes, a hint of a smile appeared on the woman's face. This caused Zhang Daoran to stare, and he couldn't help but feel a pang of strangeness. Having never seen this woman before, he subconsciously wanted to look at her more, only to find the woman shaking her head and turning away. Feeling puzzled, Zhang Daoran touched his head and pondered who this person was. "You're so fast, tired me out." But at that moment, Tao Tao ran in. Zhang Daoran froze, looked at Tao Tao, and couldn't help but nod. Looking at the clock, he realized that this chick was even later than he was. Somewhat embarrassed, he coughed and said, "I thought I was late enough, but I didn't realize you were even later." When Tao Tao heard this, her anger instantly failed to come out. Mind you, they just entered the arena and were told they didn't have enough material. After a few inquiries, there was actually a connected person who had wasted a large amount of materials to cause them to advance so late. Thinking of this, Tao Tao cursed. "Don't talk about it, there was just a connection who wasted way too much material, causing all of our materials to be taken for replenishment. This son of a bitch is so hateful. One person affects the whole match. Don't let me meet him, or I have to let him taste the power of flying daggers." Zhang Daoran. When Zhang Daoran heard this, he was a bit embarrassed. Looking at Tao Tao in front of him, he couldn't help but cough, thinking to myself, "I'm afraid the person this one is talking about is himself." While he was planning to explain a couple of things, suddenly a familiar laugh came from behind him. "Good boy, you got good grades. That concealed weapon just now had the power of the 4th rank, right?" As the words fell, Old Man Li arrived with his hands behind his back. This caused Tao Tao to spit out a quick comment when he saw it. "Elder Li, who was that relation just now who actually misappropriated so many materials? What an abomination. You, as a judge, didn't even stop it?" Old Man Li. The somewhat embarrassed Old Man Li smiled and glanced at Tao Tao Dao. "I'm the one who let it be used. You see?" "You." Feeling incredulous, Tao Tao froze, and her entire body was dumbfounded. Frozen in place, she looked at Senior Li and then dropped her gaze on Zhang Daoran. He thought to himself that the person he was scolding was actually him. Blushing a little, she smiled and couldn't wait to find a crack in the ground. And when Old Man Li saw this scene, he continued, "To make a long story short, I won't be alone in the last 3 rounds. There will be other judges intervening, and after 2 screenings, those who remain are the best. Daoran, I don't ask much of you, just be able to reach the top 20. Putting down such a sentence, Old Man Li then turned around and left. Zhang Daoran, who was standing in place, couldn't help but shake his head slightly when he heard this. With a bland face, he looked at the field of play, a smile in his eyes. Moments later, as the numbers continued to grow, the second round of screening was fully completed. The number of people who stayed behind was as many as 100 more. Only on the high platform in front of them, a woman dressed in red with big waves walked out. This caused Zhang Daoran to stare. "First of all, congratulations to all of you for passing the second round. The next 3 rounds will be the real competition. None of my Tang sect disciples have experienced the trials and tribulations of life and death. So the next 3 rounds of competition are for poison. The competition will take place in the Forest of Forgetfulness." As the words fell, none of the Tang sect disciples changed color. Looking at the woman in red in front of them, each one was filled with shock. "It's actually Forgotten Forest. How could it be here? The specifications of this competition are too high, right? Rumor has it that the Forgotten Forest is an area in the back of the mountain that hasn't opened for decades, right?" That's right. Back then, in order to fend off the Japanese invaders, the Forgotten Forest experts almost came out in full force, and in the end, not many survived, and it's been closed ever since. The Forgotten Forest is full of dangers, and those who are able to survive in there are all experts. The door this time in order to select the elites. It seems to have made a bloody effort. Not only is the Forgotten Forest dangerous, there are also many treasures within it, such as all kinds of poisonous insects and herbs. Those are priceless treasures. In the crowd, Tao Tao's eyes showed a hint of worry when she heard the crowd's comments, thinking to herself that the Forgotten Forest was a place she had only heard her mother mention once. How dangerous it is inside is unknown to outsiders, but the old men of the Tang sect knew that that place was an area of survival of the fittest. Thinking of this, Tao Tao turned to look at Zhang Daoran and said, "The Forest of Forgetfulness is very dangerous. It hasn't been opened for decades. There are all kinds of poisonous insects and beasts. The test is the Tang sect disciples' ability to fight and survive. do you have confidence? Hearing the inquiry, Zhang Daoran could not help but smile slightly. I thought to myself that I had spent time in the deep forests of the southwest. The beasts of the district were nothing more than prey to him. Hugging his arms, he looked at the woman in red on the stage and said, "Don't worry, with me here, it's not enough to worry about." As the words fell, only the woman in red on the stage waved her hand. There was a moment of silence. With a pretty face, she looked at the crowd and said, "The rules of the tournament are also simple. Hunt and survive. As long as you can last 3 days in there, as well as hunt enough fierce beasts, the higher the ranking, the higher the chances of advancement. And as a reminder, there's no restriction on teaming up." As soon as these words were uttered, the blood of the many disciples in the room boiled, especially Wang Tang, as well as Leng Bingyue, had the corners of their mouths raised slightly after hearing about it. After the two of them exchanged glances, they coincidentally looked in Zhang Daoran's direction. Soon, as the rules were announced, led by the Tang sect disciples, a group of people stepped into the forgotten forest. It was vaguely visible that this was the back of the Tang clan's mountain. As far as the eye can see, there are ancient trees and lofty mountains. Under the heavy mountains, the mists are mysterious. After the participating disciples who came here looked around, some chose to travel alone, while others chose to pair up. As for Zhang Daoran, he brought Tao Tao to team up. The two were about to step into it when they saw a familiar figure arrive. This person was no other than Wang Tang. Recovering from his injuries, he smiled and spoke softly. "Brat, I'll see you in the woods." Putting down such a sentence, Wang Tang couldn't help but make a neck-wiping gesture and then turned around to leave. This caused Zhang Daoran to show a hint of laughter in his eyes when he saw it. With a bland face, he looked around and then opened his mouth. "Looks like someone's onto us. Interesting." Tao Tao couldn't help but stare slightly when she heard this. Looking at Zhang Daoran, who was not afraid, but instead somewhat excited, he said, "You're not afraid they're outnumbered?" "No fear." Zhang Daoran shook his head slightly, then followed and stepped into it, thinking to himself that this forest was a place of fear for others, but not really for him. Especially with so many people joining in, it gave him a bold idea in his mind. Thinking of this, the corner of Zhang Daoran's mouth lifted slightly, and with that, along with the passing of time, night was approaching and the whole forest began to quiet down. After Zhang Daoran, who had arrived somewhere, stopped his steps, he could not help but look back at Tao Tao. Full of smiles, he stretched his back and pointed to the cave not far away. "Go inside. Wait for me here, and don't come out." "What are you going to do?" Tao Tao said. "Please close your eyes in the dark." Zhang Daoran laughed. "The wolf is coming. Kneeling for 5-star reviews and free gifts. Can't afford to eat? Woo-hoo-hoo. Wolf?" Looking at the figure that didn't go into the darkness, Tao Tao's eyes were dumbfounded. Without much thought she sighed and looked back at the cave, then hibernated in peace. And after leaving the vicinity of the cave, Zhang Daoran, who was wearing a feathered coat, made his way towards the depths of the forest. He couldn't help but smile slightly after feeling the fresh air and the hint of humidity. Without the slightest hesitation, he snapped his fingers afterward. In the next second, the zombie king reappeared. It hadn't shown itself for a long time, and it looked particularly eerie. "Go, hunt down the most powerful beasts in these woods, and secondly, let me know when you find someone." Roar! The zombie king couldn't help but let out a low roar after hearing this. Moving as if it were a ghost, it disappeared in an instant. After doing this, Zhang Daoran glanced around and followed by taking out the golden silkworm king and the golden centipede king. As the two parasites landed on the ground instantly, the surrounding poisonous insects immediately trembled in fear and fled in all directions. Zhang Daoran, who didn't care, smiled faintly and crouched down to say, "Control them. I need directions to everyone in this forest." The two bugs nodded and followed as they disappeared into the blackness as shadows. Looking at the departing back, Zhang Daoran could not help but stretch his back. Holding the adversary scale in his hand, he looked around with murderous intent in his eyes, thinking to himself that this great forest was a hunting ground for him. Hercule. As for before the hunt, he needed to polish his weapons. Thinking of this, Zhang Daoran casually waved his hand, and a pile of various types of ores instantly appeared in his hand. The reverse scale in its hands also followed the suspension in midair and began to receive the second refining upgrade. As the flames burst into the sky, the temperature around them slowly rose. In this dark night, the fire in front of us looked extremely scary, and at that moment in a wooded area, Wang Tang looked at the crowd in front of him. His face was full of smugness, thinking to himself that according to his sister's arrangement, he must enter the top 10 of the competition this time. To this end they have gone to great lengths to make contacts and bring together a large number of thugs who serve on their behalf. Thinking of this, Wang Tam looked at Leng Bingyue and said, "There's one thing I need to do before it's done. Have you found him?" Leng Bingyue shook her head slightly, thinking that that fellow seemed to have disappeared after entering the forest. It caused the people she sent out to search around, but they didn't find a single trace. Waste. The enraged Wang Tung chortled and could not help but shake his head slightly. He must be found. This man has offended me and must die. The people present disappeared into the darkness of the night upon hearing this. After doing this, Wang Tang could not help but smile, looking at Long Bingyu who was following him. He then wrapped her into his arms. He laughed softly as he gripped the massive headlights. Moon, I'm on fire right now. Here, Lang Bingyue froze, revealing a trace of embarrassment on her stunning face. Aha! The bland-faced Wang Tang nodded his head with a lecherous smile in his eyes. Looking at the cold ice moon in front of me, I can't help but then press its head. A few moments passed. Deep in the forest, Zhang Daoran, who was sitting on the zombie king's shoulder, looked at the movement ahead and a hint of a smile appeared in his eyes. He thought to himself that according to the zombie king's probing, there was not a single giant beast in this 10-mile radius. As for people, there was that one couple. Hugging his arm he sighed and snapped his fingers in disbelief. At once, the zombie king followed and disappeared. Zhang Daoran, who had fallen to the ground, smiled faintly and followed to speed up to a low-lying area, vaguely visible, occupying a high place. He saw the movement below at a glance. Only a man and woman were talking about something around an unknown beast in the low-lying ditch below. By the looks of it, this seems to be something they just hunted. Brother, this guy is the biggest beast around. We're in luck. Yeah, just came in and ran into him. Hurry up and take off the horns. The woman dressed in black, not too tall, not too short, with a ponytail nodded. He was about to remove the beast's unicorn horn when suddenly there was a bit of movement from behind him. This made her flinch, and then she got up. Who is it? Come out. Don't be sneaky. And a shrinking violet. The man's face also changed when he heard it. With his scimitar in hand, he subconsciously looked around. This caused Zhang Daoran, who was hiding in the shadows, to show a hint of surprise in his eyes when he saw it, thinking that he was wearing a feathered coat, plus its deliberate concealment. How should not be found by it? But the woman suddenly noticed movement. While Zhang Daoran was puzzled, suddenly a miserable scream came from below. Fixing his eyes, his whole body froze. Only the woman took advantage of the man's inattention and backhanded a concealed weapon into his chest. The sudden scene caused the man to spit black blood out of his mouth. Sister Lin, what are you? The woman called Lin Mei smiled and couldn't help but take a few steps back slightly. With a bland face she looked at the man in disgust. I'm sorry, the prey can only be mine. As for you, you'd better die here. The man froze instantly when he heard this. The heavily injured man gritted his teeth and said, Did San send you to kill me? That's right, Lin Mei laughed with her arms wrapped around her. You're pretty smart. I slept with him, and to be honest, it's not at all in the same league as your bird. Ha ha, you. The man was enraged when he heard this. Under the anger, then both eyes rolled white and fell to the ground. When Lin Mei saw this scene, a hint of smugness appeared in her eyes. Without a trace of guilt, she followed to the man's body. In 3 tries, he searched his body. Sister Lin, I'm coming. At this time, there was movement from behind her. And Lin Mei's eyes were bland. Busy scrounging for something she smiled and then got up. San, you're so slow in coming. Vaguely visible behind him was a man of medium stature and average appearance with a huge nose coming forward. Full of smiles, he looked at the corpse on the ground and said, Big brother. Sister-in-law, I'll take care of it for you from now on. Ha ha, who let you can't? Ha ha. When Lin Mei heard this, a hint of petulance appeared in her eyes. Looking at the man in front of her, she couldn't help but pout. Stop it. People are dead. What are you afraid of when you die? San teased. Come on, let's have some fun in front of him. Don't. Putting down such a sentence, San then took Lin Mei into his arms. The sound of their voices was extraordinarily abrasive under the two of them. Bastard. What a beast. This caused Zhang Daoran, who was hiding in the shadows, to curse in his heart when he saw it. I thought to myself that this pair of dogs are simply not human. He just killed his original wife, not to mention making fun in front of her corpse. Zhang Daoran, who couldn't look on, shook his head slightly and immediately had a plan in mind. San, come on, don't do it. I'm not comfortable here. Scared of nothing. This is exciting. Lin Mei, who was holding San, sighed slightly and shook her head for a moment as she looked at the crazy man in front of her. He was about to say something else when suddenly the man who had died beside him sat up. San, it's a swindle. Fraudulent? San froze and hurriedly lifted his pants. Looking back, he saw his dead older brother suddenly sitting up. Cold sweat and sweaty hairs stood on end as he gulped and subconsciously picked up the curved sword on the ground. Big brother, I'm not to blame. It's all your own uselessness, or else sister-in-law wouldn't be able to follow me. Big brother, you hurry up and die. Don't scare us. Seeing this, Lin Mei on the side was also trembling with fear. The duo, who had seen this battle for the first time, were obviously thieves as well. Well, as the minutes passed, the sitting-up body remained motionless. Noticing the end, San froze and couldn't help but slash away. Click. At once, half of the corpse's head fell to the ground. The pungent smell of blood in the fallen bodies made him curse. Cursed horse. It's not a scam after all. It scared me. Mud. It's all shriveled up for me. I wonder if there'll be any repercussions in the future. When Lin Mei saw this, she was relieved. Looking at the disgusting body in front of him, he couldn't help but lift his pants and say, "Chop him up for me. Treadmill. Dead and scaring me. What a bummer." The startled San laughed and flirted. "I told you. I'm afraid of nothing. Last time I hid in the closet this son of a bitch didn't even notice. Let alone die. Go, let's get out of here." Lin Mei nodded, and after getting dressed, she planned to leave the place, but at that moment, there was a steep smell of blood coming from nearby. This caused the duo to freeze, subconsciously sensing that something was wrong. Looking back, he realized that the body on the ground was suddenly gone. The sudden scene left the duo dumbfounded and filled with shock. "Where's San? Body? I don't know. We're just here." The two gulped and couldn't help but look in the direction of the smell of blood, only to see how that under the darkness, a monster as tall as 2 meters suddenly stepped out of the darkness. The green-faced and fanged appearance scared the two of them momentarily. "Zombie King!" Roar! Only to see the Zombie King, who was carrying half a human leg to gnaw and growled and charged forward after it. Looking at the duo in front of him, he couldn't help but slap away. Seeing this, San subconsciously swung his sword to block. Dang! Nay, with an ear-piercing metallic sound, the San in front of him instantly flew backwards 10 meters away. When Lin Mei, who was on the side, saw this, her entire body trembled in fear. Forgetting to strike, she was then sent flying to the ground with a kick. In less than a moment, both of them fell to the ground with serious injuries. Looking at the Zombie King in front of them, their eyes were filled with shock. "San, what is this? It seems like a zombie." "Impossible. How can there be zombies here? Is it hard to believe that something went wrong in the mound?" Upon hearing the inquiry, San, who had fallen to the ground, shook his head slightly. Spitting blood from his mouth, he suddenly realized that something was wrong. Looking at the monster in front of him, a bold guess came to his mind. Thinking of this, San slowly got up and said, "Sister Lin, you run first. I'll break your back. We'll turn around at the usual place." "Good." Lin Mei nodded, heavily injured and spitting blood from her mouth. She followed suit and got up and backed away. Roar! And when the Zombie King saw this scene, he let out a low roar. This caused San to see it and slap away without the slightest hesitation. Its direction was clearly Lin Mei's back. Pust! The sudden scene caused Lin Mei, who was unable to avoid it, to freeze and instantly fall to the ground again. Pale-faced, she gulped and said, "San, you, help yourself." San laughed harshly. "I'll go first." After putting down such a sentence, San intended to lift his legs and run away. Bang! Nay! As a muffled grunt sounded, his entire body instantly flew backward. Immediately afterward, in that darkness, Zhang Daoran, who was holding his arms, walked out. Looking at the dogs and men who were counting on each other in front of him, he flirted. "Want to run? No way. I've seen a lot of dogs and men, but this is the first time I've seen your kind." The sudden appearance of Zhang Daoran startled the duo on the sidelines. San, in particular, begged for mercy. "Who are you?" "I'm a member of the Poison Hall. Please spare me. I'll definitely thank you when I get back." Unimpressed, Zhang Daoran smiled and looked at the man in front of him and said, "To touch one's own sister-in-law and not be willing to be loyal, people like you already have a way of taking death." Click. As the words fell, the Zombie King on the side raised his hand and instantly chopped off his head. This caused Lin Mei, who was on the side, to be stunned as a whole when she saw it. The splatter of blood made her beg for mercy. "Please, spare me. I'll work for you. I'll do whatever you want with me. Now anything. I'm in great shape." Putting down such a sentence, Lin Mei then stripped off her clothes on her hands and knees. The unperturbed Zhang Daoran smiled faintly and then waved his hand. "Murdering your own kaiju. People like you deserve to die. And cheating on your wife with someone is even more of a crime. Do you think I'll look at a bus like you, little master? Sorry, I'm afraid of getting dirty." Click. Lin Mei froze, and then she only saw her vision begin to descend. In her last moments of life, she saw her headless body. Splatters of blood wet the face as if it were a curtain of rain. A few moments later, Zhang Daoran looked at the unicorn horn in his hand and a hint of a smile appeared in his eyes. He thought to himself that this thing belonged to the beast just now, and after being obtained by the dog man and woman, it fell into his hands again. By the way, as a point for this contest, it's pretty valuable. A rather happy Zhang Daoran put the unicorn horn away before ordering something else. Vaguely, there were more concealed weapons, and weapons of varying value, all of which were still able to be recycled. In particular, some of the ores had made up for the loss of refining the reverse scales before. Thinking of this, Zhang Daoran looked at the spitting white sky, a hint of a smile appearing in his eyes. He thought to himself that it was not really as fast as robbing someone else when he was fortunate enough to go searching for prey. Quite emotional. He smiled and then left the place with the zombie king, and this time in the cave. Tao Tao, who had woken up, saw that the guy hadn't returned yet, and a hint of helplessness appeared in his eyes. Somewhat cold, she subconsciously stretched out, and then proceeded with the intention of building a fire to keep warm. Who knew that just as they reached the cave entrance, two men with lewd figures and ugly faces quietly appeared. Yo, running into a little girl here. I wonder which clan you're from. Ha ha, the two of us mean no harm. I wonder if we can go to your cave to warm ourselves. Hearing this, Tao Tao's face changed. Looking at the two unsuspecting guys in front of her, she pulled out her flying dagger and said, "Don't push me, get the hell out of here." Rolling? Ha ha ha. The two couldn't help but laugh when they heard this. Looking at the lovely people in front of them, they flirted. "Little bitch, you're going to do this the hard way, aren't you? Even if you scream your throat out today, no one will pay attention to you. I'm going to serve you with all 18 styles. Ha ha ha. I'm begging for free gifts and 5 stars. Tao Tao couldn't help but darken her face when she heard this. Without the slightest bit of fear, she grunted lightly and then casually waved her hand. A flash of silver light quietly appeared. This caused the duo to freeze and subconsciously take a few steps back. Dang! With an ear-splitting sound of metal clashing, a flying dagger then landed on the ground. Tao Tao couldn't help but look blank when she saw this scene, only to see that in the hands of these two people, an ink-black mirror suddenly appeared. "You're from the Hall of Weapons." The two couldn't help but laugh when they heard this. Seeing that the guy in front of him was so knowledgeable, he couldn't help but nod, especially those holding mirrors and spreading their hands. "Little girl, don't labor in vain. Knowing which hall we are, why don't you be a good boy and pinch us?" Tao Tao couldn't help but frown when she heard this. Looking at these shameless guys in front of her, she couldn't wait to slap them to death. Nay, it was well known that the people of the Hall of Weapons were born to restrain concealed weapons. "Big brother, cut the crap and just get on with it. It's getting light out." "Good, little bitch, you're doomed today if you don't do this the hard way." Putting down such a sentence, the two of them then approached at a fast pace. This caused Tao Tao to subconsciously frown upon seeing it. Pale-faced, she gritted her teeth and pulled out a flying knife and said, "Even if I die, it won't be cheap for you." As soon as these words were uttered, the two Artifact Hall disciples couldn't help but roar with laughter. Looking at the Tao Tao in front of them, they shook their heads for a moment. "So what if I'm dead? I can still play. Ha ha ha. Come on, hurry up and die and save me the trouble of doing it." Hearing this, Tao Tao's face was embarrassed for a moment. Seeing these two in front of her so helpless, she couldn't help but sigh. As she was planning to fight to the death, suddenly there was a sound of footsteps behind her. The next moment, a fresh breeze hit the room. "Who gave you the nerve to touch my woman?" Only to see that with a familiar voice ringing out, Zhang Daoran slowly walked out from the forest. With a bland face, he glanced at the duo with indifference in his eyes. The murderous aura emanating from that body couldn't help but make Tao Tao freeze. "And help? Interesting. Do you think you can do it? Up, kill him first, then play her." When the two saw this scene, they didn't have a trace of fear and instead took the initiative. This made Zhang Daoran grunt lightly when he saw it. With a bland face, he snapped his fingers and the reverse scale appeared steeply in front of him. As the sword flashed, a flash of silver light cut through the night. Click! One of them hadn't reacted and instantly covered his neck. In the next second, he collapsed and died. The other man's eyes were filled with fear when he saw the scene. He gulped in disbelief and then took a few steps back. Looking at Zhang Daoran in front of him, he subconsciously chose to run away. Click! Before Now could run 2 steps, the reverse scale then pierced through his heart. Splatters of blood fell to the ground as if it were a curtain of rain. With a poof, silence returned to the vicinity of the cave. Only after doing this did Zhang Daoran's eyes regain their calmness. A wave of satisfaction washed over him as he looked at the reverse scales that had returned to his body. "I thought to myself that after this sword had been upgraded again, its power and speed had significantly increased, especially when combined with Jia Jia Cun Sentinel art. There was a feeling of being in control. Even he suspected that the usual 2-mile distance of a royal sword flight, he was afraid that the distance would be 10 times more. Thinking of this, Zhang Daoran looked at the 2 corpses on the ground and immediately began to feel around. This sudden scene caused Tao Tao, who was on the side, to see the road. "What are you doing?" "Don't worry, I'm not a necrophiliac." Zhang Daoran pulled out a mirror and said, "I'm scavenging for loot. I killed all the people. You're not allowed to move. Tao Tao. Hearing this, Tao Tao couldn't help but be speechless for a while. Looking at the guy in front of her, she was slightly confused. He thought to himself that the tactics of this guy just now could be described as terrifying to the extreme. That flying sword that followed her heart was simply more powerful than her flying sword. Thinking of this, Tao Tao inquired, "That flying sword just now? What a fuss!" "Ha!" Zhang Daoran spread his hands and said, "Old Manly didn't give it to you, did he? It can't be helped. Who made me a direct descendant?" Tao Tao. Tao Tao couldn't help but grunt lightly when she heard this. After looking at Zhang Daoran, he then flung his hands away. This made him smile slightly when he saw it. Thinking to myself that there are two kinds of people in this world who are best to be fooled. One is a fool and the other is a boob. Thinking of this, Zhang Daoran looked at the mirror in his hand then walked forward. Soon, as the sky brightened, the forest fell to life. Vaguely, you can see some flowers and plants, as well as small beasts everywhere. There are even a few poisonous insects to be found in unsuspecting corners. Zhang Daoran, who was walking ahead, could not help but slowly stop after seeing a pool of water. This caused Tao Tao, who was trailing behind, to see it and wonder, "What are you doing here? What's going on?" Zhang Daoran smiled faintly, thinking that based on the feedback from the two poisonous insects, there was such a group of people in the woods that seemed intent on finding something, and that seems to be their final destination. The bland-faced Zhang Daoran coughed and said, "You'll see when you hide later. Don't make a sound." Putting down such a sentence, Zhang Daoran then walked forward. Tao Tao froze, and could only trail along the way. In less than a moment, the two of them took advantage of their geography and made their way to the vicinity of the waterhole. It was vaguely visible, with people and figures all over the place. Upon closer inspection, there were about 24 gathered. This surprised Tao Tao when he saw it. What are all these people gathering for? Shouldn't they be competing, by rights? Unimpressed, Zhang Daoran shook his head and looked out at the movement below, then quietly listened. Possessing superior hearing, he still heard it at this distance. Nah, after half a day of listening, there was nothing but the sound of water, and the wind. A somewhat embarrassed Zhang Daoran coughed and said, "Wait for me, don't show your head." Putting down such a sentence, Zhang Daoran turned around and walked in another direction. Tao Tao, who was frozen in place, saw this scene and his eyes were filled with doubt. When the people left, she had to lie here on her back and wait. A few moments later, in the forest near the waterhole, a man of medium build with a pockmarked face arrived. With a bemused face he looked around and then took off his pants to pee. With a diarrhea he laughed and then shivered. He was preparing to go back to camp when he suddenly got a chill in his neck. Looking down, a sword appeared in front of its heel. This made him flinch and get excited. "Strong man, spare my life. I'm Paki Zhang. You have something to say. You don't have to kill people. I have an 80-year-old mother on top, a wife and children below. Please let me go." Hearing this, Zhang Daoran, who held the reverse scale in his hand, revealed a hint of a smile in his eyes. Looking at the Zhang Paki in front of him, he couldn't help but shake his head slightly. With a bland face, he casually waved his hand and fixed it in place. "Tell us what you're here for." Upon hearing the inquiry, Paki Zhang couldn't help but stare. Looking at Zhang Daoran who was following him, he choked. "Little I, really don't. I say, the strong man is not anxious." Before the words were finished, Zhang Daoran's sword came an inch closer. Looking at Jian Foam in front of him, Zhang Mazi then truthfully explained everything. When he finished speaking, his eyes were pleading for his life. Rather frightened, he gulped and said, "Your Excellency must also be from the Tang sect. We can't make a mistake. We're all from the same sect. Spare me." Hearing this, Zhang Daoran revealed a hint of a smile in his eyes. Looking at the guy in front of him, he couldn't help but shake his head slightly. With a slap of his hand, this person instantly rolled his eyes and then fell to the ground. After doing this, Zhang Daoran looked in the direction of the camp, a hint of excitement appearing in his eyes. He thought to himself that according to this person, their group was actually from the higher echelons of the inner sect. Because of the opening of the Forest of Forgetfulness, some old men couldn't help but have crooked thoughts. As for what it's for, it seems to be that there's some kind of treasure coming out of this forest. The only reason it's here now is simply because it was closed for the first few decades. Thinking of this, a hint of a smile appeared in Zhang Daoran's eyes. Looking back at the body on the ground, he followed and put on his feathered coat. In the next second, an identical Paki Zhang quietly appeared. A few moments later, the camp. Zhang Daoran looked at the doorway, then walked inside as if nothing had happened. As far as the eye could see, the camp was heavily guarded. Several were patrolling around, with barely a gap. Zhang Daoran, who had returned here, glanced around and followed towards the interior of the camp. Before now could take 2 steps, there was a sudden movement from behind him. "Paki, where have you been? Was looking for you." Zhang Daoran, who turned back, nodded and glanced at the visitor with a hint of a smile in his eyes. Levine, Zhang Poki's die-hard friends, this time they came together as a group. Mosquito, what do you want from me? So urgent. Levin couldn't help but have a bad smile on his face when he heard the inquiry. Hugging his arms, he rubbed his hands together and flirted. You don't know. Just now our brothers captured a woman in the neighborhood. She looks quite handsome. Go, let's two brothers go and have a look. We might be able to have some fun then. As soon as these words left his mouth, Zhang Daoran couldn't help but stare. I thought to myself that this girl is so unlucky. You can get caught just lying there and not moving? The rather speechless Zhang Daoran nodded and pretended to be excited. Go check it out. Levin nodded and immediately led the way ahead. Soon, the two arrived at a tent. Vaguely visible were two men guarding the doorway. After seeing Levin arrive, the two of them had the sense to leave. Lift the tent to see. Inside the bundle is not someone else. It is Tao Tao, bound and gagged. She had fear in her eyes when she saw someone coming. This caused Zhang Daoran to be deliberately caught off guard when he saw it. So tender. Not still a fledgling, is it? Levin laughed and rubbed his hands together immediately. I think so. The Duke said no messing around. Wait for him to come. Zhang Daoran nodded and followed by crouching down to take a look. With a face full of smiles, he looked at Tao Tao and deliberately pinched his cheeks. This made her instantly furious upon sensing it, wanting to tear it apart. Nay, he could not move the slightest bit, and the air in his body was also controlled, so he could only let it slaughter him. But the next second, Tao Tao suddenly realized that the hemp in front of him had written a few words on his hand. It was a slight, unnoticeable sight, and she looked at it with a slight twinge of realization. Alright, Asako, don't touch it. It'll be over if the prince finds out. When His Excellency is tired of playing, this woman will naturally be ours. It's time to go. Hearing Li Wen's urging, Zhang Daoran's face showed a hint of intent. Looking at Tao Tao who was following him, he smiled. Little girl, wait for me. Putting down such a sentence, the two of them then left the place. Frozen in place, Tao Tao's eyes showed a hint of surprise when the people left. I thought to myself that this guy is too fierce. Without realizing it, I actually got mixed up in someone else's camp. Moments later, the camp gathering place, Zhang Daoran, who was holding his arms, glanced around and then followed Li Wen forward. It was vaguely obvious that there were a large number of people here. About 30. Far more people than they had ever seen on the mountain. Most of them, it seemed, had come out of their tents. One of them, a man in a long shirt with a thin face and long hair, looked extremely noble, tall and good-looking. He looked down on his surroundings as if he were a crane. As the people came together, the man spoke. Gentlemen, this is not far from our destination. I don't ask for much. As long as we can get the treasure, we'll come straight back. Those who can get one, reward luxury car beauty. 2. Luxury car beauty villa. In short, the more the better. When the crowd heard this, they couldn't help but get all emotional. Looking at the male in front of him, his eyes were filled with fervor. This caused Zhang Daoran's eyes to be bemused when he saw it. He thought to himself that this male was from the upper echelons of the inner sect, and seemed to be the grandson of a certain person. As for the surname, Poki Zhang did not know. With that, the crowd, after a bit of a cocktail, headed for the forest on the other side of the waterhole. This included Levine, who was just as emotional, joking and laughing along the way. He soon arrived with Zhang Daoran on the other side of the waterhole, vaguely visible. It was foggy and thorny. Zhang Daoran, who had walked here, felt that this place was extraordinary after taking a look around. I thought to myself that this place is full of poisonous barriers and the soil is moist, so it seems to be a good place for parasites to survive. The treasure that gentleman was talking about was most likely some kind of poison. Thinking of this, Zhang Daoran softly said, Mosquito, this place isn't right. What on earth are we looking for? I don't know. Levin spoke up. Just wait, we'll find out soon enough. As the words fell, there was movement behind him. Only a hint of laughter appeared in that noble gentleman's eyes after he saw the scene before him. With a bland face, he looked at the crowd and pulled out a painting and said, Look carefully, everyone, everything up there, catch one. The crowd froze and looked up, including Zhang Daoran. He was stunned and followed to look. It's a shock not to see. The thing on the painting was no other than a parasite. Or maybe it's a junkie. 5 poisons, and other types of poisonous insects are available. Seeing this scene, the crowd instantly fell silent. Seeing this scene, your son laughed lightly. Don't worry, gentlemen, this used to be one of our family's gardens. It's just a pity that it's been deserted until now because of something. As long as you all can help me, the reward will be great. As the words fell, the crowd lit up. After hearing that word reward, some people had been unable to hold back. It was Zhang Daoran who couldn't help but notice a hint of something wrong after hearing about it, thinking that if this place is this person's backyard, then he must be aware of its inner structure. But this person's purpose was clearly to let the crowd explore. Thinking of this, Zhang Daoran looked around and subconsciously leaned back a bit. Fittingly, as some people began to step into it, unexpected situations have also arisen. Only a short, dark-skinned man had just stepped into the forest, and he immediately screamed miserably. Immediately afterward, the flesh and blood of his body instantly began to melt until it revealed the white bones. The mournful screams of the frightened crowd crunched to a halt. Some of those who had put their feet out of the door had simply withdrawn them. While your son saw this scene, he remained cloudy and said, "Watch out for the junkies. These guys are awesome. Here, this is our special powder that can circumvent some poisonous insects." Putting down such a sentence, a few of your son's juniors followed and brought some medicinal powder. Zhang Daoran just took a glance and realized that this was not a poison avoidance powder at all, but something similar to white flour. As to what its function was, he did not know. "Duke, does this thing really work? I am afraid to go." "Yes, Gongzi's life is at stake. It's horrible." But at that moment, a few disciples suddenly spoke up. This caused your son's eyes to remain bland after hearing this. Unperturbed, he smiled and said blandly, "All of you do not need to be afraid. You can come here naturally as not afraid of death generation. In order to what heart is also clear. As the saying goes, with a heavy reward comes a brave man. I've decided to double the reward." As the words fell, the crowd's breathing became noticeably sharper. Lured by the rewards, some people took the medicinal powder and stepped into it. Ditto what your son said. It seems that the poisonous insects really don't show up anymore. Seeing this, Zhang Daoran, who was trailing behind, pretended to apply one or two, and then followed all the way. Soon, the group came to the depths of the forest. As far as the eye could see, the place was deserted, and within it were some crumbling walls that had collapsed for an unknown period of time. The noble gentleman walking at the very back saw this scene and frowned lightly. With a bland face, he looked around and said, "This is the place. Gentlemen, take these catchers and be rich. It's up to you." As the words fell, a few minions followed and delivered some glass-like vessels. When the crowd saw this scene, they also had the courage of their art. Without any further ado, he stepped into this garden. And when Zhang Daoran saw this scene, he immediately noticed that something was wrong. It was only because the two compound kings in its warehouse gave an early warning at the same time. It made him flinch, and then he stepped back behind the man. While he was planning to watch the show, suddenly the noble gentleman on the side said, "What are you doing hiding behind me?" Zhang Daoran. Feeling speechless, Zhang Daoran froze, only to realize that he had already retreated to its very back. Somewhat embarrassed, he laughed and looked at the front of the road. "Would you believe me if I said I had an upset stomach?" The noble gentleman frowned and was about to chide him twice. But then I saw screams coming from the garden. The next second, several people covered in crawling ants ran out, vaguely visible. These ants are flesh red. The moment it attaches to a human body, it bites it bloody. In less than a moment, these few people instantly turned into white bones, hell's marching ants. When Zhang Daoran saw this scene, he instantly recognized its identity. This thing was considered to be a rather strong poisonous insect when placed on a divine level compulsion. You know that this thing is not very good at fighting alone, but it is absolutely invincible in group attacks. As expected, there was another scream from the garden. This caused Zhang Daoran's face to change slightly when he saw it. On the contrary, your son remained calm after hearing about it. It was as if it all seemed commonplace to him. "Help! Monster!" At that moment there were shouts from the garden. The next second, a group of people ran out after them. Behind them followed a toad about the size of a basketball. The toad was seen to be golden in color and had only 3 legs. 3-legged golden toad. As this toad spits out its tongue, it spews out a corrosive liquid similar to sulfuric acid. When a human body touches it, the blood and flesh fall off and instantly turn into white bones. Such a horrifying scene dazzled Zhang Daoran. Filled with shock, he looked out into the garden and wondered what had been shut up here. "Help! Help!" As the cries for help grew, so did the number of people running outside. After your son saw the scene, a hint of laughter actually appeared in his eyes. With his hands behind his back he grinned, excited. "If the 3-legged golden toad is there, will the other one be?" As soon as the words left his mouth, a fishy odor came steeply from the garden. In the next second, a long worm with a green body and a one-horned head emerged. Its body was about as thick as the mouth of a bull, and it was even a staggering 5 meters long. As it appeared, the fleeing crowd felt dizzy. Within moments, he collapsed at the entrance to the garden. "Yes," Noble Duke said excitedly upon seeing the green snake. "After raising it for so many years, it's finally done. Ha ha." Zhang Daoran, who was on the side, saw the scene and a hint of surprise appeared in his eyes. Thinking to myself, what does this guy mean? Is it hard to believe that all of them are for feeding? As expected, after the noble gentleman laughed a few times, he couldn't help but drop his gaze on Zhang Daoran. With a bland face, he waved his hand, and a few juniors on the side then surrounded him. What do you want? What's going on? The noble gentleman smiled faintly, his face showing cruelty as he said, sending you to your death. Of course, quickly, throw it in. My babies are hungry. Putting down such a sentence, a few juniors then rushed over. This caused Zhang Daoran to stare and couldn't help but follow with a sigh. Southerly glanced at the movement in the garden and instantly snapped his fingers. Click. In the next second, the reverse scale appeared steeply. A few juniors hadn't reacted yet and instantly fell in a pool of blood. The sudden scene startled the noble gentleman's face. Looking at Zhang Daoran in front of him, he was puzzled. Who are you? You're not Paki Zhang. Bingo. The bland-faced Zhang Daoran nodded, holding the reverse scale in his hand. Come, honestly, what is your purpose? Or you'll be the next one I kill with this sword. Humph, noble Duke said in a critical manner. Even though I don't know who you are, you're trying to threaten me. Putting down such a sentence, the noble gentleman then took out a flute from his pocket. Unperturbed, he blew afterward. At once, there was movement in the garden. In the next second, the three-legged golden toad that had just been there, as well as the green snake crawled out. With reddened eyes, they looked at your son and followed to prostrate themselves beside his feet. I don't care who you are. Now you can die. Outside the garden, a scornful smile appeared on the face of the noble gentleman. Looking at Zhang Daoran in front of him, his eyes were filled with killing intent. Yeah, I'm rather looking forward to how you're going to kill me. Putting down such a sentence, Zhang Daoran then took a step forward, vaguely visible. The reverse scale in its hand instantly exploded with an extremely strong aura. This caused your son to see it with surprise in his eyes. With a bland face, he grunted coldly and said, is this what you're relying on? Not very strong. Go, kill him. As the words fell, he only saw the three-legged golden toad croak, and instantly jumped forward, with its bloody mouth open. Its mouth was filled with an unpleasant odor. At the same time, a sulfuric acid liquid came crashing down. Zhang Daoran, who held the reverse scale in his hand, saw the scene and his eyes were filled with laughter. Without the slightest fear, he followed with a sword slash forward. Dang! As an ear-piercing metallic sound rang out, the three-legged golden toad in front of him was instantly knocked to the ground, and the liquid was impartial, splashing a few drops on its body. When your son saw the scene, he couldn't help but be surprised. How is this possible? You are not injured. Looking at the liquid that couldn't cause any damage to Hajime, Zhang Daoran's face was as bemused as could be. Without much care he spread his hands, rivulets, and said, that's about it. Your son froze, then clenched his teeth. He thought that the person in front of him had a mysterious origin and was most likely the inheritor of a certain lineage of the Tang sect. Somehow staring at himself, he sighed, I have no grievances with your excellency, so if your excellency has any conditions, feel free to mention them. Hearing this, Zhang Daoran could not help but smile slightly, souped up the nobleman in front of him and said, there's no need, just kill yourself, so that I don't have to do it. It's too much of a bully. The noble gentleman lightly grunted, and immediately waved his hand. At that moment, the green snake coiled to the side then spat out its snake letters and launched an attack. With its extremely fast speed, it instantly cooperated with the three-legged golden toad to attack from the left and right. In the face of this scene, Zhang Daoran remained calm. Unconcerned, he coughed, and two figures emerged steeply from his cuffs. King of the Golden Centipede, King of the Golden Silkworms. The two major compound kings hissed and immediately ran at the two and pounced. Under the four insects entangled with each other, they instantly ran and killed inside the garden. The sudden scene left the noble gentleman dumbfounded. Incredulous, he gulped and said, you have a compulsion too, is that weird? Zhang Daoran spread his hands, and said, there's a world outside of man, there's a world outside of heaven. Your two bugs are so weak that they can barely be eaten by them. Right, you can die. Click. The words fell, and before your son could react, he felt a coldness in his neck. The next thing he knew, he was watching his head leave his neck. After doing this, Zhang Daoran had a hint of a smile in his eyes, looking out into the depths of the garden. He then took a step, vaguely visible. The garden was littered with corpses, white bones. As the four insect kings fought, patches of parasites disappeared into thin air, including those marching ants. They also disappeared with them. With a bland face, Zhang Daoran glanced around and ran towards a mansion that was about to collapse. Just as he got closer, he saw a tattered plaque on the ground. Wang. Under the change of the years, the characters on the top were no longer readable except for a king. An interested Zhang Daoran smiled and followed inward. Looking around, The inside of the mansion was even more outdated. All kinds of cobwebs, and all kinds of debris, and weeds piled up here. Zhang Daoran took one look and withdrew his eyes. He was about to leave when suddenly there was an indescribable feeling of attraction in the underworld. It made him freeze, and then he waved his hand. At once, the weeds in front of him instantly dispersed. In the next second, the ground in front of him cracked open, and a wooden box appeared within it. When Zhang Daoran saw this scene, a hint of surprise appeared in his eyes. I thought to myself, is it possible that there's some kind of treasure here? Quite curious, he smiled and followed, taking it in his hands. When he opened it, there was a brocade box wrapped in fine heavenly silk inside. This caused Zhang Daoran to freeze and followed by opening the heavenly silkworm, vaguely visible. The brocade box under the heavenly silk was extraordinarily exquisite. On its surface, there was even an extremely subtle aura. Feeling curious, Zhang Daoran looked at it for a few moments and then uncovered it. There was a fresh scent. As far as the eye could see, the box contained a blackened piece of wood. Lightning strike wood. At the first glance, Zhang Daoran recognized its identity. Looking at its vintage, it seems extremely old. It is well known that lightning-struck wood is not very common everywhere. The only way to find it is to spend some time, manpower and material resources, whereas ordinary lightning wood through and through will not keep for very long. Only good quality lightning wood can be preserved and used as a medicinal herb. There are even some special lightning strike logs that can be used for other purposes. The piece of lightning striking wood in front of him was clearly unusual. A rather excited Zhang Daoran looked at it for a few moments and couldn't help but put it away. He thought that it was not bad to have this harvest in this shabby mansion. Thinking of this, Zhang Daoran looked back and then walked in other directions. In less than a moment, he arrived amongst a ruin, vaguely visible. The rubble was covered with golden blood, and in the corner lay the dying three-legged golden toad. On its head, the golden silkworm king was unscrupulously sucking its brain marrow. When Zhang Daoran saw this scene, a hint of laughter appeared in his eyes. He thought to himself that the golden silkworm king seemed to have gotten a little stronger after eating this toad. Somewhat excited, he looked back the other way and was more than quite happy. Looking around, the Norse green snake was now lying motionless on the ground. In the area of its 7 inches, the golden centipede king was flaunting his strength and feasting on meat. A few moments later, the camp. Tao Tao looked outside the unmoving house, a hint of panic in her eyes. I thought to myself that I don't know where these people have gone, but none of them have disappeared. Somewhat helplessly, she shook her head slightly, subconsciously trying to break free of her bonds. However, as she was tied up, she couldn't move at all. But at that moment, footsteps suddenly came from outside the camp. In the next second, a tall, beautiful-looking woman walked in. Cold Ice Moon. Clutching her arm, she looked at Tao Tao with a hint of doubt in her eyes and said, "It's you. Where is that guy?" Tao Tao was also stunned upon seeing this person. Feeling bad, she gulped and subconsciously tried to push. "Nay, I have no energy, so I can only do nothing. Miss, the camp is empty." That's when the report came from outside the house. Lang Bingyu nodded. With a cold face she looked at Tao Tao and then removed its gag and said, "Tell me where that guy went." "You're dreaming." Tao Tao gritted her teeth. Snap. As the words fell, Lang Bingyue then smacked away. Looking at Tao Tao in front of her, she laughed sarcastically. "You don't say? You can. I've brought 20 men. I'll have them serve you one by one and see if you talk." Tao Tao, who had been slapped, instantly showed murderous intent in her eyes when she heard this. I thought to myself that this woman and that guy before me had not been dealing with each other, and I did not expect to find myself in trouble now. Holding back her anger, she laughed and grunted lightly. "My master is Xiao Li Fei Dao. If you dare to treat me like this, just wait for death." When Lang Bingyue heard this, a hint of a smile appeared in her eyes. With a bland face, she glanced at Tao Tao and instantly grabbed its hair. With cold eyes she smiled and sneered. "This is the forest of forgetfulness. They won't say a word about me even if you die here. Understand? Stupid. I'll see if you have a tough mouth or if they're tough enough." Putting down such a sentence, Lang Bingyue couldn't help but cough. At once, a couple of burly men walked through the door. Without any further ado, they then dragged Tao Tao to the outside of the campground. Vaguely visible, a dozen or so leering, tall, lewd-faced men waited. This caused a hint of awe to appear in Tao Tao's eyes upon seeing it. Gritting her teeth, she gulped in excitement. "Lang Bingyu, I have no grievances with you. Why bother? No offense?" Lang Bingyue smiled faintly, thinking that she didn't want to bother with this person either. Nah, the person that guy was teaming up with was this guy in front of him. According to Wang Tang's explanation, that ungrateful person must die in the Forgotten Forest this time. Thinking of this, Lang Bingyue softly said, "Blame it on that guy. Serve her well and show her what you're made of." As the words fell, a dozen or so burly men had bad smiles on their faces. Sharpening their fists, They looked at Tao Tao and followed to the front. A hint of excitement showed in their eyes as they slowly removed their clothes. What's more, they have started to move their hands and slur their words. Ha ha ha, little girl, let brother be the first. I'll go first, so tender. I'm afraid it's the first time. Come on, let me have it, this belongs to me. Surrounded by the crowd, Tao Tao's face went pale. Looking at these beasts in front of her, she closed her eyes unwillingly. He was about to bite his tongue when a faint odor of blood suddenly filled the air. It made her freeze. Then she opened her eyes and looked away. Vaguely visible, one of the men closest to her suddenly covered his neck. On its disbelieving face, it was filled with horror. In the next second, its head then fell to the ground. The sprayed-out blood flowers spread out as if it were a spring. The sudden scene left the rest of the group dumbfounded. Enemy attack. I don't know who was the first to shout angrily, and a group of people followed and looked around. Click. Nay, with a cracking sound, another head fell to the ground. This caused Leng Bingyue, who was on the side, to be dumbfounded as a whole when she saw it. Looking around, there was actually a flying sword floating above their heads. Under the sharp blade of the sword, there were all the beads of blood dripping down. When Tao Tao saw this scene, his eyes immediately revealed ecstasy. Quite agitated, she looked around and subconsciously tried to get up. Nay, being bound, she couldn't move a single bit. Li Daoran, it's you! Leng Bingyue glanced around and couldn't help but let out a light hum. Come out if you dare. Don't play God. Upon hearing this, the crowd drew their weapons and prepared for battle. Ha ha ha. But at that moment, a bright laugh spread out. With that, Zhang Daoran walked out holding his arms. With a bemused face, he looked at the people present and took pity on them. Foolish fellow, you think you can deal with me just because I came out? I see that you are really not going to go to heaven when there is a way to heaven, and you are throwing yourself into hell when there is no door to hell. Putting down such a sentence, Zhang Daoran then waved his hand. At that instant, the reverse scale hovering in the sky dome instantly emitted a sword sound. Hiss! Under the ear-piercing sword roar, the crowd only felt a flash of dazzling. In the next second, a head shattered open as if it were a watermelon. Splatters of blood, red, white, all over the place. The sudden scene left Leng Bingyue dumbfounded. Unbelievably she gulped, her eyes full of incredulity, thinking to herself that the combat power of the guy in front of her seemed to be even more terrifying than she had imagined. This caused her to take a few slight steps back, and without the slightest hesitation she chose to run. Naiha hadn't taken a few steps when a sword suddenly crossed in front of him, stopping him in his tracks. Trying to run? Is it possible? Hearing the voice behind her, Leng Bingyue's face was embarrassed for a moment. Gritting her teeth she grunted softly and said, Li Daoran, if you kill me, Wang Tang will not let you go. Him, just a waste, Zhang Daoran said. So that's why you came to me for courage? No, Leng Bingyue gritted her teeth. Her sister is the judge this time. She's the one who asked me to come. These people have power and influence in the Tang sect. You can't fight them. So it is. Zhang Daoran, who had his hands behind his back, nodded with a smile in his eyes, thinking no wonder he always felt something was wrong before the match. It turned out that after all that, someone was watching him. Unconcerned, he smiled in response. Well, you can die. As soon as those words left her mouth, Leng Bingyue instantly froze. Pale-faced, she gulped and said, Li Daoran, please spare me. I can work as an ox for you. Don't kill me. Pust. As the words fell, a pretty head fell to the ground. The expressionless Zhang Daoran shook his head slightly and looked at the dumbfounded Tao Tao Dao behind him. Search them. It's time to divide the loot. Oh, Tao Tao, who was frozen in place, couldn't help but let out an oh when she saw this scene. A trace of fear appeared in her eyes as she looked at the murderous fellow in front of her, thinking to myself that this guy is too cold enough to kill people. This made her shake her head and then follow suit and start scavenging. A few moments later, the camp. Zhang Daoran looked at the various types of beast horns on the ground, as well as other scattered items, weapons, etc. With a smile on his face, he thought to himself that the harvest of Leng Bingyue's gang was quite good. Both the various types of beast trophies and the carry-on items are quite lucrative. Now that it was in his hands, it was like adding a great deal to the harvest. Thinking of this, Zhang Daoran picked up a beast horn and said, Here, it's yours. What? Tao Tao looked at the beast horn that was handed over, and her entire body couldn't help but freeze. Souped up the small mountain pile in front of him, said, Of all the things, you're just going to give me one? Yeah, did you contribute? Zhang Daoran said. It's nice to give you one. Hurry up. I don't want to have to save you again. As soon as these words came out, Tao Tao's entire body was depressed. Looking at the stingy guy in front of him, he couldn't help but stomp his foot in anger, thinking to myself that I have no credit. Well, at least I have hard work. And that's it? The rather angry Tao Tao looked at the guy in front of him and immediately sat on his lap and said, "No way, you have to give me 2 anyhow, or else, I'll sit your ass down." Looking at Tao Tao, who was riding on his lap with a face full of exasperation, Zhang Daoran was slightly embarrassed. Rather helplessly, he nodded and had no choice but to agree. "All right, 2 for you, okay." Tao Tao was instantly overjoyed when she heard this. On second thought, though, it seems like you should want 3. At once, she felt a little loss in her heart again. With that, the duo cleaned up the battlefield and followed. 3 hours later, the group arrived near the campground. The one in the lead was no other than Wang Tang. When he saw the headless cold Bingyue on the ground, his fists squeezed and crunched. "Gongzi, the loot on them is gone." Hearing his subordinates reply, Wang Tang was even more enraged, thinking to themselves that all that loot is what they've gained in the last few days. Who knows that in the blink of an eye, it's in someone else's pocket. Thinking of this, Wang Tang gritted his teeth. "Find me, let's see who dares to kill my people." A few of his subordinates nodded and followed, turning to leave. After the people left, Wang Tang could not help but sigh. He was about to leave when he suddenly sensed something. Immediately, Wang Tang crouched down and came to Lang Bingyue's corpse, vaguely visible. Its hands were squeezed tightly together, as if there was something inside. It froze him, and he followed by wrenching his fingers apart one by one. When he opened it, there was a note of cloth inside. The cloth had the word Dao written on it. Wang Tang was instantly enraged when he saw the scene. Li Daoran, only him. Thinking of this, Wang Tang looked around and said, "Li Daoran, you wait for me." The sound traveled all around until it disappeared. Night is coming. In a forest, Tao Tao, who was sitting by the campfire, looked at someone and instantly picked up the rabbit and ate it by himself. This caused Zhang Daoran to show a hint of laughter in his eyes when he saw it. Unconcerned, he sighed and followed by removing a jade pendant from his pocket, vaguely visible. This jade pendant is crystal clear. In the moonlight is emitting a burst of light. Looks very beautiful. Feeling curious, Zhang Daoran looked at it for a few moments before immediately testing it with his air. As expected, the jade pendant instantly shone brightly. Immediately afterward, the environment changed instantly in its surroundings, from night to day in a flash. Illusion. Feeling incredulous, Zhang Daoran froze and then put it away. Thinking that this thing came from cold Bingyu, he originally thought that it was a valuable piece of beautiful jade. Who knew that on this little thing, it seemed to serve a different purpose. Thinking of this, Zhang Daoran looked at Tao Tao, who was feasting on the side, and followed by taking out another hairpin, vaguely visible. The hairpin was cast from silver throughout. Its function seems to be the weapon of the cold ice moon. After some inspection on his part, this thing was at least a third-order concealed weapon. The rather happy Zhang Daoran shook his head slightly and then gave a dark wave. The personal interface quietly appeared. Host, Zhang Daoran, age, 9 years old, height, 1.7 meters. Skills, enlightenment against all odds, golden light mantra, Taoist fist, divine alchemy, thunder technique, Yang 5 thunders, weapon refining, Taiji fist, detaining spirits and dispatching generals, guru records, imperial art, imperial sword flight, the great mighty dragon palm, divine compulsion, golden bell shield, divine concealed weapons, adversary scales, alchemy furnace, Juga divine crossbow x2, sky rainbow no. 1. Battle favors, hairy stiffy, 6 spirit demon foxes, golden silkworm king, golden centipede king, herbal library, divine flower, inner elixir x2. 5. Arsenal, arrow in hand, apricot needle, the dark tattooed divine needle, Rakshasa sword, warehouse, 1 beast Dan, 2 return to Yuan Dan, 49 chi replenishing Dan, level 5 feathered clothes x1, alchemy furnace x1, 100 years of Hishawu x4, 100 years of ginseng x5, Bodhi roots x6, Bodhi fruit x8, various types of gold ores x50, money does not count, broken spell weapons x30, Tang sect token, ecstasy, weapon refining materials x259, airstones x5. Put your eyes on the system's warehouse. The weapons scavenged by Zhang Daoran could already form an arsenal on their own. The inside was filled with densely packed spells, as well as various types of concealed weapons, and the source of these things are the very same enemies that are working against him. Zhang Daoran, who was quite emotional, let out a slight sigh, thinking that there were so many of these things that they could be taken and sold wholesale. In a word, he shook his head and was about to put it away. Suddenly Tao Tao beside him stood up. This made him flinch and follow the inquiry. "What do you want?" "It's up to you." Tao Tao blushed. "I don't want to save you again." Zhang Daoran spread his hands and said, "So you have to tell me what you're going to do." "I'm going to go hush up," Tao Tao said through clenched teeth. "You're going to follow?" Zhang Daoran, feeling speechless, Zhang Daoran sighed and couldn't help but shake his head slightly. After the people left, he then went to the campfire. Vaguely visible was a rabbit on a campfire. Under the smoky grill, it looks very attractive with golden brown on both sides and oozing oil all over. Somewhat impatiently, Zhang Daoran smiled, followed by sprinkling a bit of cumin, and then feasted. Save some for me. But at that moment, Tao Tao walked back quickly. Drooling, she reached out with her little hand, then intended to grab away a rabbit thigh. Snap! This caused Zhang Daoran to be stunned, followed by patting on its small hand and said, "No eating without washing your hands." "My hands aren't dirty." Tao Tao blushed. "Give me a bite." "You didn't tell me there was cumin." "I love it." "No way. I'm afraid of salty." Zhang Daoran spread his hands and said, "Go wash your hands." "Ham?" Tao Tao froze, not knowing what this guy was talking about for a moment, but soon she reacted, which made her blush. "Salty your ass. Get out of my way." The lazy Zhang Daoran smiled, then flashed away with a quick step. Laughter came from time to time as the two chased each other down back and forth, while Tao Tao was having fun. Suddenly Zhang Daoran stopped. With a bland face he looked northward and said, "Look out. Someone's coming." As the words fell, two tall men with ordinary faces walked out of the forest to the north. It was vaguely visible that in their hands they each carried a weapon. This caused Tao Tao to subconsciously hide behind Zhang Daoran upon seeing it. Looking at the duo in front of him, he said, "Are those the ones coming after us?" "It's not." Zhang Daoran shook his head slightly, thinking that what he had left in Lang Bingyue's hands was nothing more than a mark. It was completely impossible for those people to find themselves quickly, and these two people in front of them were most likely other contestants. It's so not easy. It's the second day, and I still managed to run into two little guys. Ha ha ha. That's right. The girl is mine. The man is yours. Ha ha ha. The two men laughed and then approached towards Zhang Daoran's duo. This caused him to spread his hands when he heard it. "I'm so scared." "Are you scared?" "Scared?" Tao Tao froze, then shook her head slightly. Looking at the guy in front of her, she spread her hands. "You guys are so mean." "I'm scared." The two men couldn't help but laugh when they heard this. Looking at Tao Tao, Zhang Daoran, the two of them then took the initiative. "It's good to be afraid. Don't worry. I won't kill you guys." "Ha ha, that's right. As long as you're nice and obedient, I'll treat you well." Zhang Daoran, who was standing in place, saw the scene and a hint of laughter appeared in his eyes. Undaunted, he sighed and snapped his fingers afterward. At that moment, an item suddenly appeared in its hand. Juga Divine Crossbow Bow. When Tao Tao saw this scene, he also silently pulled out his flying dagger. The corners of her mouth lifted slightly in the face of the tiger staring, malice-filled duo. Ah! In the next second, only a miserable scream followed as Zhang Daoran pulled the trigger. One of the preferred male guys approached the moment and covered his crotch straight away. It was vaguely visible, where blood was pouring out, obviously suffering from a violent attack. The sudden scene stunned the other man, who covered his crotch straight away. Cool. Zhang Daoran, who was holding Zhuge Divine Crossbow in his hand, smiled and came to the front and said, "Feels good, doesn't it? Now listen up. Hand over what you're holding that's worth something or die." As the words fell, a murderous streak was revealed. This caused one of the remaining men to see the situation and choose to run away without the slightest hesitation. Facing Zhang Daoran in front of him, he knew deep down that he had run into an expert. Before now could run 2 steps, a flying knife came straight at him. The unavoidable man froze and instantly felt his calf empty. When he looked down, his calf had broken off flesh and blood was pouring out. Miserable screams instantly resounded through the clouds. This caused Zhang Daoran to give a thumbs up when he saw it. "Still, you're tough." The unimpressed Tao Tao shook her head slightly and looked at the scene in front of her and said, average, third in the world. Don't bother talking to them. Search the loot. This one is mine." Putting down such a sentence, Tao Tao started to close in on the man with the broken leg regardless. The moment he was close enough, he slashed away at his neck. Zhang Daoran could not help but feel a surge of surprise when he saw the scene. He thought to himself that Tao Tao seemed to have become extraordinarily murderous since he came to the Forgotten Forest. At that thought, he looked back at the man beside him and spread his hands. "As you can see, will I do it myself, or will you do it yourself?" The man covering his crotch couldn't help but feel a pang of pain when he heard this. Clenching his teeth he gulped and instantly chose to bite his tongue. After the person died, Zhang Daoran couldn't help but smile. With a bland face, he followed and began to scavenge the loot. Now had just been scavenging for a few minutes when suddenly there was a commotion behind him. Looking back, Tao Tao had fallen to the ground. This caused Zhang Daoran to freeze and hurry to the front. Vaguely visible, the little girl's lips were purple and her face was pale. At its thigh, a bright silver needle came into view, and the source of the silver needle was, quite literally, in the man's shirt pocket. Dark weapon. Seeing this scene, Zhang Daoran could not help but stare. Without the slightest hesitation he followed and took it in his arms. Feeling for a pulse. It was close to death. Zhang Daoran, who was frozen in place, clenched his teeth and followed suit, starting to exercise his air to regulate his breathing. At once, a black aura rose from Cao Cao's body. Seeing this scene, Zhang Daoran even pulled out a divine flower pill. As it was given to him, his face only regained its rosy color. Even its pulse, too, began to smooth out. Only its breath, which had never smoothed out. The puzzled Zhang Daoran shook his head slightly and followed by looking at his thighs. Somewhat embarrassed, he sighed and followed by ripping his pants leg open. As expected, there was a bruise on its white thigh. Apparently, the toxins have converged here. The rather embarrassed Zhang Daoran shook his head slightly and looked back at the dead man, saying, "I can go to hell. Where are you running to stab? What a pain in the ass." Snap. Putting down such a sentence, Zhang Daoran kicked it away. After doing so, he followed and looked at Cao Cao. Figuring this out is definitely not something that can be delayed, and it can only be exorcised for the poison. But this place to drive out the poison really made it a bit difficult for him. Moments later, the cave. As Cao Cao opened his eyes, the whole man couldn't help but cough. The pain coming from her body made her frown. "You're awake? Good to be awake." Zhang Daoran, who was on the sidelines, could not help but say with relief when he saw the scene. Cao Cao nodded, thinking that when she fainted, she clearly remembered that she had been hit by a concealed weapon, and the concealed weapon was poisonous, causing her to faint and fall to the ground without a single reaction. This caused her to look around and follow with a slow rise. "You saved me? By the way, why are your lips black?" "Oh." Zhang Daoran let out an oh-so-slight sound and spread his hands. "Black is black and has character. You don't have to know that. Anyway, it's to save you." Hearing this, Cao Cao was even more puzzled. Somewhat embarrassed, she sighed and was about to get up when she suddenly realized that it was a bit cold underneath her. Looking down, two of her pale thighs were exposed, and at the thighs, even more gauze wrapping. Seeing this scene, she suddenly realized something. Ah! In a flash, a piercing scream came from the cave. Zhang Daoran said after covering his ears, "Let me explain. It was all to save you. It couldn't be helped. I promise I didn't mess around and look around." "Then you sure touched it, didn't you?" Cao Cao blushed. "Shameless, humph." Unimpressed, Zhang Daoran smiled and spread his hands. "That's unavoidable. There's no way around it. I'm a doctor. How can you think that about me? You're doubting my character, my profession, and I'm suddenly a little sad." Cao Cao, who was frozen in place, couldn't help but sigh when she saw the scene. "I thought to myself that this guy is not a human being when he gets a cheap shot." Rather helplessly, she shook her head slightly and said, "You will be responsible for me from now on." "In charge?" Zhang Daoran froze, then refused. "Responsible for what? I didn't do it. Besides, I'm leaving this body for someone else, so don't even think about it." Cao Cao was a little sad when she heard this. Turning her head to think about it, though, she clasped her arms and said, "It's still early. You're only 9 and I'm only 10. Sis will take care of you. Don't worry." Zhang Daoran, who was frozen in place, swallowed his saliva. Looking at Cao Cao in front of him, he was suddenly a little confused. He thought to himself that his body was meant for senior brother Lingyu. Now that this Cao Cao is thinking about it, it's just embarrassing. Thinking of this, he pulled $500 out of his pocket and said, "Why don't we just forget about it and take the $500 and pretend nothing happened between us?" "Cao Cao, you go to hell." Cao Cao screamed and followed by pulling out a flying dagger and throwing it. Frightened, Zhang Daoran froze and hurriedly looked away. Soon the third day came as promised. Rankings are decided in 3 days, according to the rules of the tournament. At the exit of the Forest of Forgetfulness, Old Manly looked at the forest in front of him with a hint of worry in his eyes. Vaguely, as more and more runners came out, the forest became thinner and thinner. It was especially breathtaking as some groups disappeared in whole groups. After all, the rules of the tournament are such that life, death, and prosperity are the order of the day. Thinking of this, Old Manly was about to go to the side and wait for a while. However, he saw Wang Rakshasa, who was dressed in red and had a fair face, walk up. This caused him to freeze, and then he clasped his fists. "Rakshasa, what can I teach you?" When Wang Rakshasa heard this, a hint of a smile appeared in his eyes. Thinking to herself that according to her investigation, there was an extraordinary relationship between those two guys and elderly, she was especially aware of the feud with her own brother. For this reason in this race she has gone out of her way to shoehorn in a number of connections. The purpose is to kill the two of them, to take revenge for his brother. Thinking of this, Wang Rakshasa opened his mouth. "The purpose of my visit is to ask elderly what the result of the match was?" "Results?" Old Manly froze and couldn't help but look at Rakshasa more. He thought to himself that this guy came from the inner sect and was extremely strong in his own right. It's also considered very tough in the mid-tier generation. With a bemused face he smiled and said, "The match is not yet decided. There is no need to worry." Hearing this, Wang Rakshasa couldn't help but smile slightly. Looking at the forest in front of her, a hint of bemusement appeared in her eyes. She thought to herself that based on her guesses, 9 times out of 10, those who entered it this time would not be able to return. The ones that make it back are almost always the ones that have no desire to compete and can't make it to the top of the list. Look guys, it's Wang Tang coming back. His team is back, so I'm sure it must be quite a harvest. Wang Tang is the young one in the inner sect. It's understandable that he has such a battle record, but at that moment, there was movement at the forest, only to see Wang Tang, who was covered in a murderous aura, and a group of subordinates walk out. With a grim face, he glanced around, and after not spotting a certain fellow, he then stopped. This caused Wang Rakshasa's face to faintly freeze when he saw it. Takumi's own brother went in with a lot of people, but these people in front of me, at a glance, were clearly out of proportion to the number of people who had gone in. Secretly shrieking, she followed forward, and at the heels of the forest of forgetfulness, Wang Tang looked at the exit in front of him, his eyes filled with resentment. I thought to myself that Li Daoran guy is too hateful. Not only did they kill Long Bingyu, but they also took away their harvest. This led to Wang Tang going on a killing spree in order to be able to move on to the next one. Almost as many people suffered from his sacking last night. It took a few rounds to barely get a base. Thinking of this, Wang Tang's heart was full of killing opportunities. Looking at the depths of the forest, a hint of resentment was even revealed in his eyes. Look guys, someone's coming out again. It's them. I don't recognize this guy. I think he's in last place. That's right, it's so clean. It's more than likely finding a place to hide. In the crowd, Zhang Daoran and Tao Tao slowly walked out, specially changed into clean clothes. They looked very different. Looking around, all the contestants who came out from the inside were all ragged and gray. The better ones were similar to Wang Tang, but they were also full of unpleasantness, as well as rags. But on the contrary, these two were scantily clad, and looked a bit out of place. This made Old Man Li also froze when he saw it, and he couldn't help but think that the two of them couldn't really be hiding. Soon, with the woods clear of players, the round began to count. On the stands, Wang Rakshasa looked down at the bottom, a hint of surprise appearing in his eyes, vaguely visible. From the close to 200 who went in, to less than 100 now, it is enough to see how many have died within it. The expressionless woman shook her head slightly and said, "Each group will begin to turn in their harvests and be ranked accordingly." As the words were spoken, the groups began to hand over their supplies, including Wang Tang, who followed suit and threw out a large number of beast horns, as well as other supplies. This caused Zhang Daoran to feel a pang of regret in his heart when he saw it. Takumi, this guy is so fat. He who had scavenged a large pile of loot on Lang Bingyu originally thought that Wang Tang did not have much left on him. I didn't realize that what this guy had on him was only a little bit more. Soon, as the counting began, not surprisingly, Wang Tang came in first. "I'll go. You guys look." Almost all of Wang Tang's players gave up the game and willingly offered their own supplies. Isn't this cheating? Good point. It is indeed cheating, but with the tournament system as it is, it can't be helped. Who let him be Wang Tang? This person is destined for a promising future. In the crowd, Wang Tang's eyes showed a hint of complacency as he heard the crowd boasting. He was about to return to the group when suddenly there was another cry of alarm from the side, vaguely visible. As Zhang Daoran went up to the stage to count the supplies, the several large packages of beast horns in its hands, as well as various types of things, immediately attracted the gazes of many people. In particular, Tao Tao, who was trailing behind, was carrying several large bags of loot onto the stage. The duo's exaggerated scene drew shock from the crowd. "I'll go. Why are they so many? Is this stocking up? It's horrible. This should be first place. It's horrible. Awesome. Other people go to compete? They're going to stock up." In the stands, Tao Tao looked at the supplies at his feet, and his eyes were speechless for a while. I thought to myself that this guy is really deep. I can't believe I hid a bunch of animal horns in a thing that could hold supplies. If he hadn't just held it out, she wouldn't have believed it was real. "Is this really yours?" The judge of the point count swallowed his saliva and looked at Zhang Daoran. "No cheating. That's grounds for expulsion." Unimpressed, Zhang Daoran smiled and spread his hands. "Don't worry. It's absolutely authentic." Putting down such a sentence, Zhang Daoran followed and looked at Wang Tang, who was blushing, vaguely visible. These things were all cold Bing-Yu's supplies. Now in the turn of a hand, it had become Zhang Daoran's trophy. Unsurprisingly, he literally came in first place in the race. Wang Tang's team was second, with almost 100 points separating them from the first place. This caused a hint of anger to appear in Wang Rakshas's eyes when he saw it. Looking at the complacent Zhang Daoran below, she couldn't wait to slap him to death. Nah, the game wasn't over yet, so she had to find another way. Soon, as the Forest of Forgetfulness ended, about 80 people survived. As a group of 10, it was once again divided into 8 teams. Wang Rakshasa, who was the judge, glanced at the crowd and said, "The Forgotten Forest tests survival, and those who survive are the best. Congratulations on passing. As for the next level, it is a test of alchemy with poison." Alchemy with poison? When Zhang Daoran heard this, a hint of a smile appeared in his eyes. Thinking to myself, wouldn't this stuff be a handful for him? A few moments later, the competition was in a clearing. As a Dan furnace appeared, many outer disciples were busy here. When all kinds of materials were neatly arranged, everything was ready. Holding his arms, Wang Rakshasa looked down below, indifference in his eyes. Thinking to myself that alchemy and poison use is the unchanging heritage of the Tang sect for thousands of years. After all, everyone who uses poison must at least be able to detoxify it. Thinking of this, Wang Rakshasa looked at Wang Tun, who was on the side, and said, "Alchemy is divided into 3 categories, and each category of elixir refined is based on ratings. I know that your level of alchemy is not enough, so just follow this formula later." Wang Tun was slightly stunned and looked at the prescription handed over by his sister. His eyes were filled with excitement. Rather ecstatically, he looked down at the movement and couldn't help but whisper, "Sister, don't worry, I must defeat Li Daoran this time." Unimpressed, Wang Rakshasa shook his head, thinking that kid wasn't that easy to deal with. It will take a long time to get rid of it completely, and in some of these things, she was ready. There's no need to hurry, I have my own arrangements. Go on. Wang Tang nodded and followed by turning around and leaving the place. After the people left, a hint of a smile appeared on Wang Rakshasa's face. With a bland face, she looked at Zhang Daoran and the corners of her mouth couldn't help but raise slightly. And off stage, Old Man Li looked at Zhang Daoran in front of him. His face was full of relief. Takumi was good enough for the kid based on Forgetful Forest's performance. If this sweep continues, entering the top 10 will be an absolute cakewalk. But when he thought of the rewards for the top 10, he was a little worried. After all, it was not easy to meet a disciple in his later years, if he was buried in the Tang Mound. In fact, his heart was not willing. Thinking of this, Old Man Li looked at Zhang Daoran and said, "Son, can I talk to you about something that's important to you? If you make one wrong step, maybe you'll never come back. Understand?" As soon as these words left his mouth, Zhang Daoran froze. He looked at Old Man Li, then spread his hands and said, "Old Man Li, do you realize what you're saying?" "I know," Old Man Li exclaimed. "The matter is a long story, and its general meaning is." With that, Zhang Daoran could not help but freeze in place after listening to Old Man Li's words. He thought to himself that according to this person, once he became one of the top 10 in this Tang sect competition, he would obtain a qualification, eligibility to enter the Tangle Mound. Dawn Mound, as the name suggests, the place where the Tang clan's forefathers are buried. It is rumored that the inside is so mysterious that even successive generations of Tang sect masters can only enter during the worship season. Secondly, there was even a legacy of Dan devouring within the Tang Mound. And the qualification to enter the Tang Mound meant that one could learn Dan devouring. Is this a good thing? Zhang Daoran then responded, "Isn't Dan devouring the Tang sect's best skill? Isn't it bad to learn it?" Hearing Zhang Daoran's inquiry, Old Man Li was slightly embarrassed. He thought to himself that if Dan devouring was really that good, he would have gone to learn it long ago. Nay, this technique required someone who was desperate and indifferent to the extreme in order to learn it. And you can't stop once you've learned about Dan eating. The main event is a make or break. Thinking of this, Old Man Li dawns the benefits and says, "You're still too young. Dan devouring isn't as simple as you think. The vibration technique is extremely difficult. Once you can't learn it, you'll die immediately. Do you understand?" When Zhang Daoran heard this, his face remained bland. He thought to himself that he knew something about Dan devouring. As the Tang sect's Jinmen technique, its power was not normally fierce. Secondly, this gongfu was simply not up to its standard for the average person who wants to learn it. The most basic condition for wanting to learn Dan devouring was to be emotionless and transcend life and death. Only such a person could learn Dan devouring. And once you start practicing Dan devouring, you must succeed, or else you will die. "Why can't you hear me, melon child?" Old Man Li said anxiously. "It's not something you normally learn. Just listen to me and get into the top 50. Hearing the proposal, Zhang Daoran could not help but shake his head slightly. He thought to himself that his purpose of coming to the Tang sect this time, besides escaping from the pursuit, was secondly to learn about Dan devouring. It might be dangerous as hell to others, but it might not be a threat to him at all. With a bland face, he looked at Old Man Li and said, "Old Man Li, people have their own aspirations. I'm still quite interested in this. Maybe I'll make it, and then you'll be happy. Old Manly froze, seeing that Zhang Daoran did not make sense at all. He sighed in his heart for a while, wondering how hard it was for him to find a protege and just lose it. His mood began to get a little bitter at the thought, and that's when a bell rang in the distance, signaling the start of the match. Seeing this, Old Manly couldn't help but sigh softly. Think about it, later on, the sect master and a bunch of other elders are coming. You must think clearly. Putting down such a sentence, Old Manly then turned around and left. Zhang Daoran, who was standing in place, could not help but shake his head slightly when he saw the scene. With a bland face, he smiled and then walked in front of the alchemy furnace. It was vaguely visible that there were many medicinal herbs piled up on both sides of the Dan furnace, and on the table of herbs, there is even more for this competition. Zhang Daoran just looked at it a few times, and then everything was clear to him. Not caring too much, he then set his eyes on the stands. Looking around, there were already a few more vicissitudes of figures on the stage. One of them had a full head of white hair, eyes gleaming, and a very extraordinary aura. Looking at his appearance, it was none other than this generation's sect master, Tang Miaoxing. With his hands behind his back he looked down at the movement below, his eyes bland. With Wang Rakshasa, Old Manly came to the front before Tang Miaoxing opened his mouth. Begin! Wang Rakshasa nodded and looked at the sect master, then waved his hand. Dang! 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 At once, with the ringing of several bells, the heel match began instantly. Wang Rakshasa, who was the judge, smiled and said, Antidote pill, gentlemen please, whoever can succeed in the fastest time will be the initial winner, followed by experimenting with its efficacy. The words fell, and the arena instantly heated up. Many people started their pots and fires at the same time and began to refine the pills. Only Zhang Daoran couldn't help but smile after hearing this. With a bland face, he casually waved his hand and immediately mobilized the air to drive the alchemy furnace. With all kinds of herbs, saltpeter added to it, alchemy began. Within a few moments, an aroma of Dan came from within the furnace. The unconcerned Zhang Daoran saw this and followed to take it out. Vaguely visible, 3 pills of rounded color, full, with the fragrance of Dan suspended in mid-air. This surprised the judges who were on the sidelines when they saw it. That fast? You did it in less than 2 minutes? Is that weird? Zhang Daoran spread his hands, and said, Showdown, no more pretending, I'm a genius. Jury, the judges, frozen in place, sighed when they heard this. Looking at Zhang Daoran in front of him, he could only silently report his grades. And on the other side, Tao Tao looked at the alchemy furnace in front of her, her brows already wrinkled into a line. She, who was proficient in using poison, was really a bit unfamiliar with this alchemy. Now it was a mandatory course and she had no choice but to go for it. As she was preparing to release the medicine, suddenly a movement came from Zhang Daoran on the side. Upon closer inspection, this guy has become a Dan. The sudden scene left Tao Tao dumbfounded. Filled with shock, she shook her head slightly, thinking to herself, is this guy a monster? Only as the judges reported the scores, many people noticed the scene that. Some people who couldn't sit still saw this and speculated. This person wouldn't be clamoring for attention. Would he? It's only been a short time and it's been successfully refined? I don't know. It's obviously a bit fierce. It's too strong. Simply, I don't know who this person is. He's number 1 in the Forgotten Forest. In the stands, the pale-faced Old Manly was a bit anxious when he saw this scene. I thought to myself that this guy really doesn't listen at all. Let him not be a conspicuous bag. Who knew that this guy was the first to complete the alchemy? As expected, Tang Miaoxing inquired after seeing this scene. Who is this man? Seeing this, Wang Rakshasa couldn't help but smile slightly. With a bland face, she looked at Zhang Daoran and answered truthfully, an outer disciple, rumored to have some relationship with Senior Li. Oh, Tang Miaoxing froze and looked at Old Manly. Old Li, is there such a thing? Yes, Old Manly laughed awkwardly. A mere disciple who is no good, showing off blindly with a bit of talent. Tang Miaoxing smiled faintly, looking at Old Manly, who was somewhat fleshed out in front of him, with a glint in his eyes. I thought that in that battle back then, the heirs of Little Li Flying Dagger had died out, and in the years that followed, this one didn't take a single disciple. Nowadays, if you can receive a disciple, it is either a late-life member of the registry or a real talent. Thinking of this, Tang Miaoxing deliberately said, Old Li, you can't be reluctant to part with it, can you? Don't worry. The last level is the test of qualifications for learning Dan Devouring. I'm not so confused that I've wasted some geniuses. After all, this is the Tang sect's hope for the future. Hearing this, Old Manly couldn't help but be stunned in his heart. Looking at the sect master in front of him, he seemed to understand something. Without saying anything more he nodded, sadness in his eyes, thinking about the Tang sect during the time of the war. It was a group of people with a lot of talent. When you look at the whole world, who doesn't know about it? But with the passing of that battle, the Tang sect withered too many geniuses, strong men. As a result, the present-day Tang sect is green and yellow, and there are already signs of decadence. The thoughtful old manly shook his head slightly, his heart filled with infinite emotions. Soon, as time passed by, the crowd finished alchemy. Zhang Daoran, who was holding his arms, couldn't help but yawn when he saw this scene. With a bland face, he looked at the front and a hint of a smile appeared on his face. Vaguely, with the elixir made, the next thing that needed to be dealt with was experimentation. One outer disciple was seen carrying a pigeon. It was densely packed and looked extremely lively. Seeing this scene, Wang Rakshasa couldn't help but smile slightly. With a bland face, she casually waved her hand and opened her mouth. Begin! As the words fell, only dozens of outer disciples began to pull out a white bottle one after another. As the cap opened, an indescribable gray gas bubbled out. Upon sniffing it, the pigeon instantly collapsed and foamed at the mouth. The sudden scene was a shock to the many people watching. Seeing this, King Rakshasa explained, "Gentlemen, medicine is 3 times poisonous. This pigeon has collapsed to the ground and the antidote pill in your hands is its antidote. As long as the pigeon recovers better, it proves that the quality of the elixir is higher. Let's begin." As the words fell, they only saw dozens of outer disciples take each player's pills and start feeding them. Within moments, 1,000 strange scenes crept in. It was vaguely visible that some pigeons instantly vomited blood and died after taking the elixir. Some came to life and then collapsed. Under the spin, half of them failed in less than a moment. As for others, the pigeon's breath is shriveled, half dead, half alive, barely useful, and the best ones are, for example, the pigeons of Zhang Daoran, Wang Tang and 2 dozen others. After taking the elixir, he instantly returned to his lively appearance. Old Man Li, who was standing on the stage, saw the scene and was surprised in his eyes. I thought to myself that this brat is really something. Not only do you play well with concealed weapons, you're also good at making this stand. Elder Li, it looks like your disciple has won again. However, at that moment, Wang Rakshasa said in a nonchalant manner, "Congratulations." Hearing this, Old Man Li was slightly uncomfortable. Without a response he nodded and could only wait up in silence. Vaguely, as the elimination continued, people like Tao Tao, for example, were brushed aside. In less than a moment, there were only 21 people left in the field. Zhang Daoran, who was standing in place, saw this scene and his eyes were filled with emotion. I thought to myself that the Tang clan's method of screening like this was still quite cruel. With this and that, those who remain are almost always the elite. As expected, with the personnel to be finalized, King Rakshasa continued his announcement. Congratulations guys, the next test is using poison. I'm sure you're all no strangers to it, and this time using poison is slightly different. You need to face the Tang sect elders, poison them and you'll be considered cleared. As soon as these words were uttered, the 20 or so people in the room froze, only to see that on the large stage, 2 dozen elders slowly walked out. With expressionless faces and gray hair, they looked extraordinarily calm. Is this a joke? Isn't this one in front of us an elder of the poison Tang? And I can poison him? Who says it isn't? They're all elders of the Tang sect. They've used more poisons than us in their lives. Right. It's too strong. Who can poison them with this? Isn't that a joke? Crowd. Zhang Daoran, who was holding his arms, saw the scene and a hint of laughter appeared in his eyes. Thinking to himself that the matter of using poison to poison people was not something he was very good at, but it wasn't like he wouldn't be able to do it either. Especially after the Golden Silkworm King and the Golden Centipede King's secondary evolution. Their poison was quite good. It would be worthwhile to experiment on these people, only to see a group of elders get on the stage, and each of them began to walk towards each other's experimental subjects. One of the big, burly elders laughed after coming to Zhang Daoran. Little doll, if you can poison the old man, I'll worship you as my master. Of course, I'm nicknamed the Poison King. No one has been able to poison me yet, so hurry up and withdraw. Withdrawal? Zhang Daoran shook his head slightly and looked at the old man in front of him who claimed to be the Poison King and said, Old Man Li sent you, didn't he? Go back. You can't stop me from competing. As soon as those words left his mouth, the Poison King couldn't help but stare. Looking at Zhang Daoran in front of him, he was puzzled. Since you know he sent me here, why don't you follow his wishes? It wasn't easy for your master to meet you at his age. Stand down. Boy. I learned poison at the age of 3 and became proficient at the age of 8. At the age of 12 I was invincible with Poison Tang Clan, and at the age of 18 I was able to break into the world. At the age of 30, I was able to kill hundreds of Japanese invaders. You are not my match. Hearing this, Zhang Daoran revealed a hint of respect in his eyes. I thought to myself that the person in front of me was a senior who had survived the war. With a bland face, he nodded and clasped his fists slightly. Elder, there is no need to say much. In that case, we might as well give it a try. I apologize for the many offenses. Putting down such a sentence, Zhang Daoran then prepared himself in style. When the Poison King saw this, his eyes were bland. Undaunted, he smiled and couldn't help but look back at Old Man Li, who was filled with bitterness. Thinking to himself that he wasn't blowing his nickname. The kid in front of him was obviously rash. Lazy as he was, he could only wait slowly. Soon, as the minutes ticked by, Zhang Daoran, after casually fiddling with it for a few moments, came up with a pill containing the toxins of the Golden Centipede King and the Golden Silkworm King. Looking at the Poison King Senior in front of him, he once again inquired, Elder, this poison of mine is no joke. An ordinary person who swallows it will definitely bleed from all 7 orifices and fall to the ground and die. It's not too late for you to surrender now. When the Poison King heard this, he couldn't help but laugh. Trying 100 poisons, he looked at Zhang Daoran and immediately took the pill. Turning to look around, he said proudly, Joke, I am the Poison King. How can I be afraid of your poison? As the word spread, the surrounding elders looked over. The ones who were going through the test laughed, teasing in their eyes. Little doll, this old thing didn't lie to you. He's the real Poison King. You'd better withdraw from the race. That's right, this old thing is impervious to all poisons. So don't waste your efforts. If I were you, hurry up and withdraw from the race. It's your bad luck to meet him. Listening to the flirting around him, Zhang Daoran's eyes remained indifferent. Please, unconcerned. He shook his head slightly and followed with a pleased gesture and said, The Poison King was quite helpless when he saw this. With a smile on his face, he nodded and followed by swallowing it in his mouth and chewing it up. Smiling as he ate, he rubbed his chin and said, It's a little bitter. Is this really poison for you? How do I feel? How I feel about pills. Before the words were finished, the Poison King suddenly felt his eyes redden and his head froze. The feeling of that intense poison entering his body made his entire body dumbfounded. Covering his neck, he looked at Zhang Daoran, his eyes filled with shock. He thought to himself that he had been exposed to poison since he was a child, and had never been poisoned by anyone else in his entire life. However, at this very moment, his hallowed Poison King was actually hit. At that moment, the Poison King could only feel blood flowing from his 7 orifices, and an extremely unpleasant sensation surged through his heart. The surrounding elders froze in place when they saw the scene. Looking at the scene in front of them, their faces were filled with shock. Holy shit, the Poison King has been poisoned over. This isn't a joke, is it? This is really the wave of the Yangtze River pushing forward. It's too fierce. The Poison King has been poisoned. Who is this kid? The future is promising. This Poison King can't even make it. Don't fucking talk. Hurry up and save the people. The Poison King is dying. Crowd. Wang Tang's entire body was dumbfounded when he saw this scene. Incredulous, he looked at Zhang Daoran, his eyes filled with shock. I thought to myself that this senior is the king of poison. I didn't expect to be poisoned by this brat. And on stage, Old Man Li looked at the movement below with a smile in his eyes. He thought to himself that in order to be able to get that kid to withdraw from the race, he had asked the Poison King to personally take action. As long as he could make it know what to do, the favor was not in vain. But while Old Man Li was happy, there was suddenly a commotion below. Tang Miaoxing, who was on the sidelines, saw this scene and said in disbelief, What is it? Something big is not good. At this time, Wang Rakshasa walked out and said, The Poison King was poisoned over by Senior Li's disciple, Old Man Li. Tang Miaoxing. What? When Old Man Li heard this, his entire body was stunned. Incredulous, he looked down and said, That old thing is too useless, isn't it? This is a poison flip? When Wang Rakshasa heard this, he was also embarrassed. I thought to myself that this Zhang Daoran guy is too fierce. A generation of Poison King personally? I did not expect to die before the teacher. A few moments later, the Poison King who had taken the antidote slowly woke up, pale in color and weak in breath. He looked at the crowd around him, his old face reddening, thinking to himself that this competition has disgraced its old face. Quite emotional, he shook his head slightly, then wobbled to his feet. What's wrong with you? Isn't it 9 out of 10? Without the antidote you're all gone. But at that moment, Old Man Li came forward and inquired. When the Poison King heard these words, a wave of bitterness ran through his heart. Takumi didn't think it would turn out this way. You can only blame the kid for being so fierce. Thinking about it, he said afterward, What kind of poison did that kid use? Anyway, it's too fierce. I can't even stand it. Old Man Li shook his head slightly and looked at the Poison King in front of him, his eyes filled with hatred. As he was about to say something, suddenly Tang Miaoxing walked up. With his hands behind his back he looked at the Poison King and laughed. Where's the kid? That's pretty funny. Let me see. Old man Li froze, then his heart sank. Rather bitterly, he nodded and could only follow and lead the way. Soon, the three came to a room. It was vaguely visible that Zhang Daoran was brought here directly after he poisoned the Poison King over. Outside the house, there were 2 more guards. There was a window on the door of the room, and Zhang Daoran in the window was cursing in a broken voice. Can you blame me for that? He's the one who asked me to poison it. I've never heard such a cheap request in my life. Let me out. Shady, it's not my fault. He begged me to poison him. Let me out. Tang Miaoxing, Old Man Li, Poison King. When the Poison King heard this, his old face turned red, somewhat embarrassed. He coughed and said, "Who arrested him? Ah, let go. It's all the old man's fault for not being as skillful as he should be." When Old Man Li saw this scene, he also smiled bitterly. Not caring too much, he sighed. "Don't curse, Li Daoran, the sect master is here." Tang Miaoxing? Hearing the voice, Zhang Daoran stopped instantly. After looking around left and right, he instantly spotted the figure of Old Man Li and the others. "Help me, old man, I'm innocent. They can't afford to play." When Old Man Li heard this, he couldn't help but cough awkwardly. Looking back at the gate master, he then gave a wink. Nay, when Zhang Daoran saw it, he still pretended not to see it and said, "What are you blinking at me for? Let me go. Isn't this the Poison King? Isn't it still alive? Give me a fair word." When the Poison King heard this, he couldn't help but feel embarrassed. Souped up Zhang Daoran, then coughed. "It's okay, don't worry. That sect master, it really has nothing to do with him. You see?" Hearing the inquiry, Tang Miaoxing couldn't help but smile slightly. Hugging his arms, he looked at Zhang Daoran and lamented. "You kid is indeed not bad. You actually managed to turn over my Poison King. Tell me, what kind of poison did you use?" As soon as these words were uttered, Old Man Li, the Poison King, looked over. This caused Zhang Daoran to freeze, his eyes filled with embarrassment, thinking that Tang Miaoxing was clearly getting to the bottom of the matter by asking this question. As an outer disciple, it was indeed doubtful that he could poison over a generation of Poison Kings. Thinking of this, Zhang Daoran spread his hands and said, "It's a total coincidence. I just synthesized it based on what I usually learn. Who knew I'd poison him over? I now wonder if he's the king of poison. He's also too resistant to poison." As soon as those words left his mouth, the Poison King's old face flushed. Somewhat embarrassed, he looked at Zhang Daoran and couldn't help but stiffen his mouth. "What nonsense to say. I'm the king of poison as it is. It's you kids whose poison is too poisonous. Don't talk nonsense. Quickly tell me how to get it out. This poison is definitely not simple." Seeing this, Zhang Daoran couldn't help but pretend to sigh. With that, he said everything he had thought of ahead of time. When he finished, he spread his hands and said, "That's just the way things are. I came up with it all from the book." A hint of movement appeared in Tang Miaoxing's eyes after hearing this, thinking to myself that according to the boy, all the so-called poison comes from the poison itself. Everything it holds within it is synthesizable. This has long been suggested and experimented with in the poison scriptures, but what the boy said about retrograde thinking was quite stunning to him. After all, fighting fire with fire is all too well known, but who would have thought of melting poison with poison? The poison that was melted out was constantly composed of what was called by this child several times a square poison. Simply amazing. The incredulous Tang Miaoxing nodded and marveled. "It seems that we are indeed old. I didn't realize that using poison can actually be combined with the so-called chemical equations. I've been taught." The Poison King on the side was also stunned upon hearing this. Seeing that the sect master was praising him like this, he naturally could only nod his head. He couldn't understand any of the chemistry the kid was talking about, though. Instead, the so-called melting of poison to produce a qualitative change was what had opened his eyes. "Sect master, I have also come to some realization. This kid is good. Old Man Li, you've really taken in a talented disciple." Old Man Li couldn't help but feel embarrassed when he heard this. Thinking to himself what this guy said about chemical equations, he didn't understand a lick of it. Thinking of this, Old Man Li spread his hands. "If you guys get it, I don't get it anyway. Sect master, look at this child." Tang Miaoxing nodded her head slightly and smiled, thinking that this child was exceptionally talented and his future was definitely promising. If he could be allowed to inherit the Dan devouring, the Tang sect's future would surely be infinitely brilliant. Thinking of this, Tang Miaoxing blandly said, "Let him try the next level." Putting down such a sentence, Tang Miaoxing then turned to leave. As soon as these words left his mouth, Old Man Li couldn't help but be stunned in his heart. Looking at the back of the departing figure, his face was embarrassed for a moment, and when the Poison King on the side heard this, he also let out a slight sigh, quite emotional. He patted Old Man Li on the shoulder and said, "It's not my fault. If you want to blame it on your disciple being too fierce. Let nature take its course, that's all we can do nowadays. When Old Manly heard this, he couldn't help but smile bitterly, thinking to myself that that place is not for the faint of heart. Anyone who makes it in, even if they walk out alive, is more than likely crazy, and the people who aren't crazy are almost always desperate, murderous, and inhuman. Thinking of this, Old Manly looked back at Zhang Daoran with a hint of sadness in his eyes, and at this point in the meeting, Wang Tong looked at the sister in front of him with a smile on his face, thinking that if he could just get through to the next game, then his seat would be secure. Quite pleased, he looked the other way and said, "Sis, that guy shouldn't come out next, right? Poisoning the Poison King is no small matter." When Wang Rakshasa heard this, he couldn't help but shake his head slightly. Takumi had taken care of this matter personally, and she didn't even know the details of it. But one thing was now very clear in her mind. That's 21 people who entered, and only 10 of them passed. And the next place these 10 people are going to is Purgatory. As one of the Tang sect's core places, it was an absolute no-go area. Thinking of this, Wang Rakshasa opened his mouth. Purgatory is dangerous. Anyone is your enemy. You must remember that, no? As long as you can walk out, you'll have a chance to become an elder like me. When Wang Tong heard this, his heart burst with excitement. Dreaming of becoming an elder, he nodded and said, "Sis, don't you worry, I won't let you down." But at that moment, laughter came from not far away. The two looked up and saw Zhang Daoran and Tao Tao, Old Manly strutting over. With a face full of smiles, they looked at Wang Tang in a daze. Somewhat offended, he laughed and immediately came to heel and said, "Li Daoran, you're still so happy after being eliminated?" Tao Tao was a bit offended when she heard this. Takumi kept her eyes on Zhang Daoran after she was eliminated. Who knew that this guy was a hit and actually poisoned the Poison King? Fortunately, the master of the gate was wise and did not give a punishment, but instead gave the pass qualification. Thinking of this, Tao Tao spoke up. "Wang Tong, look at your pathetic little man." "Humph," Wang Tang said in disbelief. "Winner takes all. If you can't do it, you can't do it." When the silent Zhang Daoran heard this, a hint of a smile appeared in his eyes. Looking at the complacent Wang Tong in front of him, he opened his mouth. "Sorry about that, I passed too. Remember, don't let me run into you in the next game, or I'll kill your whole family." Unbridled. When Wang Rakshasa heard this, he immediately said in anger, "You dare to threaten my Wang family?" The unimpressed Zhang Daoran smiled and looked at the cold woman in front of him and said, "Ridiculous as hell, why wouldn't I dare? I'm telling you, we haven't forgotten about what happened in the Forest of Forgetfulness. Let your brother hide. I'll kill him this time." As soon as those words left his mouth, Wang Rakshasa's face instantly turned iron blue. Furious, she grunted softly and gritted her teeth. "You try. So what if I try?" The tit-for-tat Zhang Daoran smiled faintly, then took a step forward. Not to be outdone, he followed, rolling up his sleeves and saying, "Don't you wow me, do you scare me, King Rakshasa?" When Wang Rakshasa, who had a blue face, heard this, he couldn't help but let out a light grunt, thinking to herself that the sect master was still here. She simply couldn't do anything to this person. The only way to clean up this person is to go to Purgatory. Thinking of this, Wang Rakshasa gritted his teeth. "Remember what you said, little one. Let's go." Putting down such a sentence, Wang Rakshasa then turned around and left with Wang Tong. After the people left, Old Manly, who had been silent, sighed, southering Zhang Daoran. He reminded, the Wang family has extremely deep connections in the Tang sect. Offending her is not a good thing. Daoran, avoid this person while you're in Purgatory. The unimpressed Zhang Daoran heard this and then pretended to nod. The thought of this didn't bother him. As long as Wang Tang dared to mess with it, he would kill him. With a bland face, he stretched and said, "Let's go. Doesn't it start tomorrow? I'll go back and rest first." Old Manly couldn't help but nod his head when he heard this. Looking at the departing back, a hint of worry appeared in his eyes. The thought was that once Purgatory was cleared, the next step would be to learn about Dan devouring. The kid in front of him didn't look like a learning prodigy at all. Moments later, the courtyard. Zhang Daoran, who hadn't returned for a long time, had just entered the yard and smelled a foul odor. Somewhat embarrassed, he coughed and instantly walked to the center of the courtyard. Vaguely visible were a few red belly buttons and some of the most fashionable Parisian black silks hanging about. "Gongzi, you're back?" At that moment there was a movement from the house, followed by Apricot Blossom walking out. She, who hadn't seen her son for a long time, looked extraordinarily happy and hurried to come to the front for a hug. This caused Zhang Daoran to rush to dislike it after sensing it. "How old are you and why are you still developing? It's too big." Hearing this, Apricot Blossom couldn't help but blush. She, who looked down, laughed. "My lord, I can't help it. Have you eaten yet? I'll make it for you. It doesn't matter if you cook or not." Zhang Daoran sighed. Put those things away. It's a foul odor all over the yard. By the way, where's Doyle? Oh, Omega Dash. Almond Blossom said as she spread her hands. Duor has been studying compulsion very late lately, so she goes to bed early too. Zhang Daoran froze and followed toward the house. He breathed a sigh of relief after seeing Shander lying on the bed and snoring. He thought to himself that the last time the toxin broke out in this child's body, if it wasn't for the divine flower's antidote to the toxin, I'm afraid that everything would have been over. Thinking of this, Zhang Daoran looked back at Xinghua Dao. Pack your stuff, we're going somewhere. Leaving again? Almond Blossom said in surprise. Gongzi, where are we going this time? How about the beach? I haven't worn a bikini in ages. Please. Zhang Daoran. A somewhat embarrassed Zhang Daoran coughed, his eyes filled with speechlessness. He thought to himself that according to what Old Man Li had said, the Tang Sect's purgatory was not in the mountain school. The exact location seems to be very close to Down Mound, so the general public doesn't know the place. After considering time and safety, Zhang Daoran then planned to bring Apricot Blossom, Chen Duo along with him. You'll see when you get there. Go pack. Oh. Upon hearing the Gongzi's command, Xinghua gave an oh-so-splendid cry and then turned around to leave. After the people left, Zhang Daoran could not help but shake his head slightly. With a bland face, he glanced at Chen Dao and followed him back to the room. With a wave of his hand, the feathered clothes, alchemy furnace, and reverse scales appeared in front of him. Zhang Daoran looked at these few treasures, followed by another casual wave of his hand. At once, a large number of complete spells and broken spells appeared in the room. As far as the eye could see, there were so many that they could form a small mountain pile. After doing all this, Zhang Daoran followed by pinching the decision to utilize the air. Boom! At once, the spells in front of them instantly gathered together to form iron water. Under the burning of its air, its impurities began to be dispelled. In less than a moment, the essence within it was refined. Seeing this scene, a hint of laughter appeared in Zhang Daoran's eyes. Without the slightest hesitation he followed and threw a few treasures into the mix. In an instant, the feathered clothes, the alchemy furnace, and the reverse scales had been upgraded. Among them, Hajime was the fastest to improve, approaching level 6. As for the other two treasures, they didn't improve much. The resulting remaining essence caused Zhang Daoran to follow suit and summon the Corpse King. After having his armor removed, follow along with the refining. It wasn't until an hour later that everything was refined. Looking at the gleaming, chilling iron armor of the Corpse King, the corners of Zhang Daoran's mouth lifted slightly. With a bland face, he casually waved his hand, immediately striking a white mark on the surface of his armor. This made him even more quite satisfied when he saw it. It was important to realize that his current strength was not what it used to be. Even though that strike just now wasn't at full strength, it still had 50% of its power. However, this 50% power could not break through the Corpse King's armor defense. If it was coupled with its insta-defense, this guy's combat power was absolutely amazing. Maybe it will be offered up suddenly at some point, and it will surely startle people. Thinking of this, Zhang Daoran then put them away one by one. After doing so, he looked out the window and followed it outward. Meanwhile, in the secret room of the Wang family, Wang Tang looked at the concealed weapons in front of him, as well as the poisons, and his eyes were filled with excitement. It was vaguely evident that this concealed weapon was one of the few fourth-order concealed weapons in the Wang family. Its power was extremely powerful, enough to kill many strong existences in seconds. Nowadays, this thing has become his personal weapon. As for the poison, it was such that if a person was hit by a little bit of it, his flesh would rot and there would be no cure. A rather excited Wang Tang smiled and said, "Sister, don't worry, I will definitely kill that guy. Find face for our Wang family." Hearing this, Wang Rakshasa couldn't help but nod slightly. With a cold face, she sighed and then got up. "Secondly, of those 9, I've also arranged for you to have 2 insiders. You must work together, understand? This is a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity. Brother, if you can have this blessing, our lineage is destined to rise in the Tang sect." When Wang Tang heard this, a hint of ambition appeared in his eyes. Looking at his sister in front of him, he nodded along. Early the next morning, inside the Tang sect's back mountain, Tang Niaoxing looked at the 11 people in front of him, his face as bemused as ever. With an expressionless face, he looked at Wang Rakshasa, Old Man Li, and then waved his hand. At once, several black automobiles came steeply to heel. Zhang Daoran, who was standing in the crowd, was puzzled in his eyes when he saw the scene, thinking to himself, what exactly is this purgatory that actually deserves to be hidden like this by the Tang sect? Without looking too deeply into it, he sighed slightly and followed in the car. And after getting into the car, someone then took the hood. This caused Zhang Daoran to freeze in refuse. "I never wear a condom. Take it away, take it away. It's not comfortable." Staff. The staff froze in place when they heard this. Looking at Zhang Daoran in front of him, he awkwardly said, "This one is a requirement. So, don't you wow me, you can scare me ah?" Zhang Daoran said stiffly, "I don't wear a condom, no condoms." The moment these words were uttered, they instantly ushered in Tang Miaoxing's attention. Old Man Li, who was trailing behind, Wang Rakshasa saw it and followed. "What is it?" Tang Miaoxing looked at Zhang Daoran and said, "Gatekeeper, he doesn't wear a hood." The staff member said, "That's right, I don't wear condoms. Wearing a condom is not comfortable." Zhang Daoran refused. "A condom?" When Wang Rakshasa, who was on the side, heard this, she instantly blushed. Looking at the little thief in front of her, a hint of anger appeared in her eyes. As expected, Old Man Li also froze when he heard it and said, "Don't fool around, give me face and bring it." "Give you a face? Who gives me a face?" Zhang Daoran spread his hands and said, "We're all out here. There's no face to give." Old Man Li, Tang Miaoxing, who was on the sidelines, couldn't help but shake his head slightly when he saw this scene. With a bland face, he looked at Zhang Daoran and said, "Bring it on, give me a face." Hearing this, Zhang Daoran revealed a hint of a smile in his eyes. Looking aside at Old Man Li, he spread his hands and said, "Fine, let's just give you a face." Reluctantly. "What kind of attitude is that?" Seeing this, Wang Rakshasa stirred up trouble. "You actually dare to speak to the sect master like that? How dare you? Don't you wow me?" Zhang Daoran spread his hands and said, "You scare me, don't you?" As soon as those words left his mouth, Wang Rakshasa fell silent, thinking to himself that the guy in front of him was too arrogant. And when Tang Miaoxing saw it, a hint of laughter appeared in his eyes. Unconcerned, he shook his head slightly and commanded, "Okay, get in the car." Zhang Daoran nodded and looked at Tang Miaoxing, then spoke, "It's really ridiculous that the emperor is not in a hurry." "You!" Wang Rakshasa shouted angrily. "Nay." The man had gotten in his car and walked away, which caused her to stomp her foot, her eyes filled with speechlessness. Tang Miaoxing, who was on the side, saw this scene, and his eyes were bemused. Seeing the time, he glanced at the clock and spoke, "Let's go, it's getting late and we need to go check it out." Old Man Li froze, then a hint of surprise appeared in his eyes. "I thought to myself that this time it doesn't seem to be the same as before. The night is drawing in." In a fit of drowsiness, Zhang Daoran slowly opened his eyes. As the vehicle came to a stop, all was quiet around them, followed by the car door opening and his hood being removed. Vaguely visible, what came into view was a prison-like area. It was surrounded by high walls and an eerie grid. The others who got out of the car were stunned when they saw the scene. After all, that's not what purgatory looked like in their image. Soon, not far away, the gate opened. Immediately afterward, a man dressed in a black robe with a mask on his head walked out. The tall and powerful man with a terrifying aura emanating from his body looked at the crowd and said, "Welcome all of you to purgatory. Since you're here, please, the rules here are really simple. Kill everything you see in your eyes, because they are all your enemies, and if you don't kill them, it is you who will die." When the crowd heard this, they couldn't help but stare slightly. Unknown was the first to step out, and a group of people followed forward. This included Zhang Daoran's great interest in the purgatory in front of him. Soon, as the 11 entered the high-walled gate, what came into view was not a square, but a ruin-like wreckage. Looking back, the high wall behind them stretched for dozens of miles. It was as if the heel area had been deliberately surrounded and isolated from the world. Zhang Daoran, who sensed that it was not good, was slightly stunned and subconsciously made preparations to escape. Vaguely visible, the black-robed man from just now reappeared as the 11 people arrived. With an ice-cold gaze, he looked at the crowd and laughed lightly. "Purgatory hasn't been opened for a long time. You guys are considered the first ones here so far, and before entering, I have to remind you, that is, don't be kind-hearted, and don't harbor a saintly heart, because everyone here is your enemy. Okay, go, I'll be waiting for you at the end of this ruin." Putting down such a sentence, the black-robed man followed and turned around to lead the people away. As the iron door closed, the entire area was once again quiet. Wang Tong, who was standing in the crowd, glanced around and then was the first to walk towards the ruined area. The others saw this and trailed behind. Only Zhang Daoran looked around before following and started observing. Vaguely, these ruins in front of us look very different. Some of his buildings, for example, bear the sun and the chrysanthemum. Even in some of the collapsed ruins, some traces of a fight could be seen. Feeling extremely out of place, Zhang Daoran shook his head slightly and followed towards the inside. Soon, after crossing roughly a kilometer of the ruined area, the scenery in front of him changed once again. When you look at it, there is a small stream in the center area. There were numerous houses of varying heights present on either side of the creek, as well as some extremely odd gray clothing hanging. Even upon closer inspection, The front of these gray clothes appeared to be white. Zhang Daoran, who had come here, froze and suddenly realized something. Be careful, but at that moment, someone exclaimed. The crowd froze and couldn't help but look up. Vaguely visible, a piece of dark weapon similar to a hexagonal star came overwhelmingly. Seeing this scene, Zhang Daoran didn't hesitate to put on the feathered coat. Dodging at breakneck speed, he still had crackling sounds coming from his body. As for the others, there were even more screams. As you look around, there are even more people who died on the spot. Seeing this, Zhang Daoran, who kept dodging, subconsciously turned on stealth mode, hiding in the shadows. He then ran towards the creek. Who knew that before he could take 2 steps, a figure in front of him made him slow down and stop. It was vaguely visible that the man had a 5 short stature of about 1 meter 5 or so. His clothes were all gray and tattered, and his eyes were very empty. In its hand was a short samurai sword, and its head was a standard samurai head. Japanese. Seeing this scene, Zhang Daoran's entire body froze in place. As if realizing the truth, he looked around with shock in his eyes. He thought to himself that based on the trail all the way, the purgatory in front of him was most likely a huge cage. And what was being held here was no other than the stream of ninjas that had plagued the Inhuman Circle back then. It was important to know that back then, after these people came to Daxia for a battle, they suddenly disappeared. As we all know, the Tang clan is the one that has suffered the most losses among all the sects. Now it seems that the one who has not yet appeared seems to have taken these people into custody. Explain that Tang Miaoxing is the acting sect master. Ah, at this time it's still Yang Lai in power, only he hasn't come out yet. After all, the big-eared thief is coming soon. In the clearing, the dirt-covered, short Japanese man held a short sword in his hand. His eyes were cold as he looked around, and an extremely strong air emerged from his body. Inhuman. When Zhang Daoran saw this scene, a glint appeared in his eyes. Invisible, he smirked and pulled out his adversary without a second thought. Click! With the flash of a silver light, the head of the Japanese pirate in front of him instantly moved. The gushing blood was as spectacular as a fountain. After doing so, Zhang Daoran then continued on. After walking for about 10 minutes, he eased up to the shantytown. Vaguely visible, the houses here were unusually ramshackle, most of them built out of rocks. The better houses are built of wood, thatch, and other things. The stealthy Zhang Daoran looked around and followed, wanting to continue exploring the secret. Who knew that before he could take 2 steps, suddenly a strange sound came from a house not far to the side. Flax fall. I'm your elder. Flax fall. As he approached, Zhang Daoran was stunned. Vaguely visible is a strong-aged bonobo who is bullying a bonobo woman with a full head of white hair. It froze him, and he couldn't help but give a secret thumbs up. I thought to myself that the Japanese are not human beings, and it is simply known all over the world, whether it's genocide or absolute belief in something, all of which have allowed this sad race to create a special culture. For Zhang Daoran, there was no difference between Japanese invaders and livestock. No rebuttals accepted. Ah, baka. But at that moment, the burly bonobo in the room screamed miserably and followed it up with a slap to the white-haired woman's face. Vaguely visible were rows of teeth marks on his arms. The woman huddled in the corner gulped and said with great fear, Please, spare me. I'm too old for children. I can't have any. When the burly bonobo heard this, a hint of anger appeared in his eyes. Somewhat bummed, he grunted softly, put his pants back on and left the area. Seeing this scene, Zhang Daoran then trailed behind. Soon, after stalking through a few alleys, the burly Japanese stopped. When you look at it, it's a water well. Thirsty, he shook his head slightly and followed as he plopped down by the well like a dog and drank. When Zhang Daoran saw this, a bold idea came to his mind. With that, after the man left, he followed and threw an elixir into the well water. Beast Dan. After doing this, Zhang Daoran followed forward. Night is coming on. In the neighborhood just a short distance from the shantytown, Wang Tong, whose face was covered in blood, looked around and his eyes were filled with killing intent. Behind him, there followed 2 companions, the very insiders that his sister had arranged. Wang Tong, these Japanese are too brutal. Let's be careful. That's right, this is their gathering place. We'd better avoid it. Wang Tang couldn't help but shake his head slightly when he heard the duo respond. The thought that the people held in purgatory were bonobos surprised him a little now. Looking at the shantytown in front of him, he blandly said, Gentlemen, let's not forget what we're aiming for. That guy should have run here. Compared to the Japanese, this man must die. The duo froze. Seeing how determined Wang Tang was, they then chose to remain silent. So the 3 of them then ran and touched the shantytown. Just as they approached, they came to a steep stop, for no other reason than a strange noise coming from the immediate area. Flax falls. Flax falls. If it was 2 sounds occasionally, Wang Tang would not be surprised, but the sound of it in sheets made his head spin. As they approached, Wang Tang's trio was stunned. Vaguely visible was a large group of bonobos, men, women, and children, gathered together in a metamorphosis. The scene was as spectacular as it was going to get. It's simply animal behavior. Wang Tang almost didn't throw up directly after seeing several men together. Holy shit, these Japanese are really animals. It's so disgusting. But what's wrong with them? Customs? I feel like I've been poisoned. Upon hearing the duo's inquiry, Wang Tang could not help but slightly shake his head. He was about to respond when he suddenly felt a coldness behind him. There's someone here. Before the three of them could react, they were lifted out by a sudden gust of wind. Unevenly, the three beautiful young men landed in the middle of the bonobo beasts. Wang Tang, who had fallen to the ground, gulped and followed by pulling out his weapon. He subconsciously covered his ass as he looked around at the gazes cast by the bonobo men. The remaining two were even more stunned and were directly too scared to speak. Baka, Yoshi. With that, the eyes of the bonobos under the influence of the beast Dan turned red. As if they were animals, they followed and pounced on the three. For a while, there were screams and sounds of killing. Zhang Daoran, who was hiding in the shadows and had kicked the bucket, saw the scene and a hint of laughter appeared in his eyes. He thought that this Wang Tang deserved this retribution. Looking at the tragic scene below, he hurriedly dodged away. And this was at the end of purgatory. Tang Miaoxing looked at the black-robed man on the side and couldn't help but nod along. After listening to the report, he then walked towards the back of the house. Passing through a long corridor, he stopped abruptly at the heel of a secret room. Sect Master, 5 of the 11 are already dead. As the words fell, the door to the chamber in front of him opened steeply. In the next second, Yang Lai, who had a head full of silver hair and was tall and imposing, walked out, exuding a murderous aura. He looked at Tang Miaoxing and said, "Not bad." Tang Miaoxing nodded, thinking that the people imprisoned in purgatory were all Japanese pirates. Those people were vicious. All of them were existences who had committed great crimes and deserved to die in the first place. The Tang sect had left him in purgatory, firstly to punish, and secondly to sharpen his juniors. After all, the Tang sect rises and falls because of these guys. The only way to be remembered by future generations is to have some people to remember at all times. Thinking of this, Tang Miaoxing opened his mouth. Sect Master, how will these Japanese be dealt with? Yang Lai's eyes showed a hint of killing intent after hearing this. He thought to himself that when he first brought these tens of thousands of beasts back, he let them kill each other. In a few short decades, tens of thousands of people were left out of 10. Especially those great ninjas are hiding in them and plotting to get out. He knows all about these things. Kill. Yang Lai opened his mouth. Take this opportunity to exterminate them. Tell those kids that the only way to get through is to exterminate them. Hearing this, Tang Miaoxing couldn't help but nod. He looked at the door owner who was following him, and then turned to leave. Early the next morning, on the outskirts of the shantytown, Zhang Daoran, who had come here, glanced at the movement within it and followed towards the inside. Just a moment closer, the scene in front of him made him almost vomit. It was vaguely visible that these bonobo beasts, both male and female, were almost all lying naked on the ground. Yellow, white, black, almost shit everywhere. Apparently, most people here torture each other to death. Seeing this scene, Zhang Daoran did not feel a trace of guilt in his heart. Covering his nose, he then began to look through the pile. Soon, in a corner, he stopped. Vaguely visible was a man lying on the ground, naked, with an iron-colored face and bleeding from his 7 orifices. On his body was dirt, and a shit yellow color underneath. Zhang Daoran couldn't help but shake his head slightly when he saw it, figuring that this person was one of the 3 who came with Wang Tang. It took a bit of searching to seemingly get played to death by one. Somewhat disappointed, he sighed and followed out of the area. And that's when in the ditch dozens of kilometers away from the shanty town, walking with a limp and covering his butt, Wang Tang's face was pale. The companion beside him was even worse than him. The two had barely made it this far with each other's help. Looking at the ravine not far away, Wang Tang stopped. This matter is known to you and known to me. Never let others know. This is shame. The remaining one's eyes instantly moistened when he heard this. As the saying goes, when the mountain flowers are in full bloom, the chrysanthemums will burst all over the mountain. At this moment, he was in abnormal pain. Gotta catch that guy. He must have pushed us in. Too terrible. Those people are as crazy. This uncontrolled, I'm afraid, have emptied their bodies and died. Wang Tang couldn't help but nod after hearing this. There was a pang of fear in his heart about what had happened last night. Both the pain in his mind, and in his flesh, was too much for him to recall. Thinking of this, Wang Tang gritted his teeth. Go, find a place to heal. So, the duo then headed towards the ravine area, and shortly after they left, Zhang Daoran, who was holding his arms, arrived. Tracking along the way he looked around with surprise in his eyes. Thinking about the journey, he suddenly realized something incredible. That is, after leaving the shantytowns, the further in you go, the more traces of bonobo life there are. For example, the creek just came along, and this place is clearly upstream. Feeling incredulous, Zhang Daoran shook his head slightly and followed and continued walking. As expected, a deep pit stopped it after it hadn't gone far. Vaguely visible, the pit was littered with white bone skeletons. There is no shortage of men, women and children of all ages. The sudden scene left Zhang Daoran dumbfounded. The mind thinks that there are by no means a small number of bonobos who are being held in purgatory. I'm afraid I don't know how many have died over the years. Thoughtful Zhang Daoran lamented once or twice and followed and continued to walk forward. With that, there were several body pits like similar ones along the way. There were even white bone skeletons in some of the roadside weeds. More and more traces proved that the place in front of him was not simple. After an unknown amount of walking, an area resembling a brick house came into view. It is vaguely obvious that the houses here are much better than the shanty towns. From a big distance Zhang Daoran saw some Japanese silhouettes, which made him stop violently. After a moment or two of careful observation, he concluded that this was a village. Looking at the bonobos in the village, Zhang Daoran's eyes were filled with shock. The mind wondered just how many Japanese pirates the Tang clan had captured back then to be able to keep them captive to this extent. And what is the reason for keeping them in captivity? Unbeknownst to him, Zhang Daoran sighed and followed, putting on his feathered coat and walking away. Moments later, in the northeast corner of the village, coming here Zhang Daoran looked around and then very skillfully walked towards the well. He was about to throw the poison when he suddenly realized that something was wrong behind him. Subconsciously avoiding it, he looked back and a hint of surprise appeared in his eyes. Vaguely visible, a tall female ninja with a princess cut quietly appeared. Eyes cold, she held her katana in her hand, as cold as if she had found her enemy. After observing the circle and finding no one, she followed and retrieved her knife, leaving with it. Ninja, Zhang Daoran, who was hiding in the shadows, saw the scene and a hint of surprise appeared in his eyes. Mind that almost half of the people who want to stay here are civilians and half of the people are inhumans. And the people in the village in front of us are clearly better than those guys in the shantytown. Thinking of this, Zhang Daoran looked at the well water and followed by dropping 2 beast pills. After doing so, he then wandered blindly around the village. It's a shock not to see. It is vaguely evident that the entire village continues to have more men than women. Even the matter of letting older women breed their offspring, he once again stumbled upon a few times. Zhang Daoran, who was quite surprised, let out a slight sigh, and his heart to exterminate these beasts became even firmer. After roughly 10 minutes of walking, he then wandered through the entire village. Zhang Daoran was about to sit back and wait for the night to fall. Suddenly in the free time it takes to leave the village, a few ninjas suddenly appear. They were seen heavily armed and stopped at the entrance of the village without any explanation. Immediately after that, the woman who had appeared at the very beginning walked out as well. Behind them, several older ninjas followed. When Zhang Daoran saw this scene, he couldn't help but think that he had been discovered. As expected, the expressionless female ninja looked around and said, "Your Excellency, come out. We spotted you from the moment you entered the village. There's an old saying in Dacia that those who know what's good for them know what's good for them. Come out if you don't want to die." As the words fell, the surrounding ninjas drew their katanas. When Zhang Daoran saw this scene, a hint of laughter appeared in his eyes. Unconcerned, he shook his head slightly and followed to reveal his figure. The sudden appearance of him startled a group of ninjas. The female ninja in particular was curious. "Who exactly is your Excellency? To actually be able to use the highest stealth technique of the Yanagi family, is it possible that you were sent by the Ryu master to save us? The Yanagis? A streamer?" Zhang Daoran couldn't help but shake his head slightly after hearing this. Looking at these bonobos in front of him, he blandly said, "Excuse me, I'm from the Tang sect, and I'm here to kill you. Surrender, you are surrounded by me." Female ninja. The female ninja who froze in place was instantly enraged upon hearing this. Looking at Zhang Daoran in front of him, who claimed to be a member of the Tang sect, he chided. "The Tang clan has been holding us captive for so many years. Has someone finally shown up? Baka, kill him. I want to see how powerful you Tang sect people are." Putting down such a sentence, a group of ninjas then rushed in. This caused Zhang Daoran to show a hint of laughter in his eyes when he saw it. Unconcerned, he shook his head slightly and spread his hands. "More people bullying less people? No way." Putting down such a sentence, Zhang Daoran casually waved his hand. Shander, Zombie King, Apricot Blossom then appeared out of thin air. The sudden scene scared the gang of female ninjas and froze them in place. Looking at the guy in front of them, their eyes were filled with shock. Only Zhang Daoran smiled and teased, "You're welcome. These people are bonobos. Destroy them for me."